Detecting that the host before the video didn't want to work, the Salty Fish Tycoon check-in system made a grand entrance. Now, all it takes is sending 3 dojimojis to get a chance to bind with the system. I tentatively sent 3 dojimojis and unexpectedly succeeded in binding with the Tycoon check-in system. Hearing the binding success notification, I was stunned for a long time. Then, the system prompted, Tycoon check-in system successfully bound. Master, would you like to check in? Upon hearing the check-in prompt, I snapped back to reality. Remembering that binding usually comes with a newbie gift pack, I immediately chose to check in. After successfully checking in, the system prompted, Congratulations, Master, on receiving a newbie gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Without hesitation, I chose to claim it. The system then prompted, Congratulations, Master, on receiving 2 trillion Chinese yuan. All funds have been legally transferred to your China bank card. The next second, my phone buzzed with an SMS notification. Your savings card ending with 9,666 received a deposit of 2 trillion Chinese yuan at 1314 on May 20th. Dragon Country Bank. Staring at the string of numbers as long as an ID card number on my phone, I counted for a while before finally grasping the amount. However, suddenly having so much money made me a bit worried about being investigated by the authorities. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. The funds are legally sourced. Please spend without hesitation. While I was still puzzled, my phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. The voice on the other end said, Hello, may I speak to Mr. Zhang Jiahao? I'm Chen Siming, the president of Longhua Bank's Shenzhen headquarters. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, they found me so quickly? I haven't done anything wrong. Are they going to invite me for tea? Then, the president continued, You are a distinguished Black Dragon Card VIP of our bank. I called to personally greet you and see if there's anything I can assist you with. Hearing this, I realized they weren't investigating me. I had heard of the Black Dragon Card before. It's said to be the most prestigious bank card in China, with fewer than 20 people owning one. After a moment of thought, I pretended to stay calm and asked with a dry laugh, President Chen, can you help with anything? Chen Siming didn't hesitate for a second and replied, Yes, anything within my capabilities. I then said, President Chen, it's nothing major, really, I just urgently need a set of clothes. Could you arrange that for me? Here's what happened. At last night's graduation party, under the scheme of Lu Ruyan, the campus belle, I was forced to hand over my treasured possession that I'd kept for years. Lu Ruyan is the object of Lu Chen's pursuit. He's the heir to the Lu Corporation. Any man who interacts with Lu Ruyan becomes a target for Lu Chen, either getting expelled from school or bankrupted. My family's business has received a lot of favors from the Lu Corporation, so I've always avoided any interaction with Lu Ruyan. But last night, I drank too much, and Lu Ruyan stole and drank my possession. After finishing, she wiped her mouth clean and left, leaving my clothes torn to shreds and scattered all over the hotel room. That's why I asked President Chen to help me find a set of clothes. After finalizing the clothing measurements with Manager Chen, about 20 minutes later, he knocked on my door, wrapped in a towel. I opened the door, took the clothes, and changed in the bathroom. Seeing the scattered fragments of torn clothes around the room, Manager Chen's lips twitched, probably marveling at how wild young people are these days. Once dressed, I thanked him, and he politely waved it off before handing me the pre-prepared Black Dragon card. After accepting it, I told him my deposits at his bank would remain unchanged for now and that we could discuss business another day since today wasn't convenient. Manager Chen was tactful and promptly took his leave. Shortly after Manager Chen left, Lu Ruyan returned. Noticing my change of clothes, she asked in surprise, Brother Hao, where did you get these clothes? I shook my head. What are you thinking? I just had someone deliver them. Lu Ruyan chuckled awkwardly. After last night's events, it was obvious I couldn't have prepared them in advance. She then said, Brother Hao, let's eat something first. Placing the breakfast and soup she'd bought on the table, I pulled her into my arms and kissed her. 2.5 minutes later, I finally let her go. I asked, Lu Ruyan, who gave you the audacity to pull such an outrageous stunt? She looked shocked. Brother Hao, you were terrified earlier. How did you change so quickly? I smirked. That was before. Now that I have the system, what's there to fear? I'm now a trillionaire and no longer afraid of the threats from the Lu Group. Keeping a low profile before was just my way of navigating life. I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to enjoy life and be a support for girls who need warmth. Lu Ruyan blushed shyly and said, How good. I don't care about any of that. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. I nodded slightly and continued, Ruyan, I don't want to lie to you. I'm not planning to have a girlfriend for now. Before I could finish, Lu Ruyan interrupted me. How good. You don't need to explain. Even if that's the case, I'll still take responsibility for you. I didn't expect her to be so smooth with words. After a moment of thought, I decided not to dwell on it and suggested we go shopping instead. After all, now that I'm a tycoon, I shouldn't let the women around me suffer. But Lu Ruyan shook her head and refused outright. you're so heartless. Don't you know how much pain I'm in just walking right now? Looking at the situation on the bed, I immediately understood and said, alright, you rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. Later, when I went to the front desk to extend our stay, I realized the room cost 888 Chinese yuan per night. I never expected this woman to spend money so lavishly, but with the system, I don't care. After renewing the subscription, I returned to the hotel and rested with Lu Ruyan in my arms. Early the next morning, I stroked Lu Ruyan's hair and said, Ruyan, get up and freshen up. I'll take you out for a stroll later. Lu Ruyan shook her head. How good. I want to stay in this room a little longer. It holds special meaning for me. I immediately understood this was where she had her first time, so it indeed had commemorative significance. So I made a decision. After getting up and freshening up briefly, I said goodbye to Lu Ruyan and left the room to go to the hotel front desk, asking to see the manager. At first, the front desk thought there was a service issue, given that someone who could afford such an expensive room must be extraordinary. Upon learning it wasn't, they still called the manager for me. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. After a brief greeting, I went straight to the point. I want to acquire your hotel. Could you help me get in touch with the owner? The manager initially thought I was joking, but after confirming I was serious, he contacted the owner. A few minutes later, Manager Wang returned from the call. Mr. Zhang, our owner is nearby. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a while, he'll be here soon. I replied, alright, I'll be in room 888. Please notify me when he arrives. With that, I returned to my room. In room 888 of the hotel, I held Lu Ruyan in my arms and said, Ruyan, I need to tell you something. Actually, I'm a trillionaire. I was pretending before. I'm very wealthy. What? Lu Ruyan exclaimed in shock, looking up at me. I wasn't surprised. I hadn't expected her to believe me right away. I just wanted to give her a heads up. I continued, it's nothing. I have a meeting to attend shortly. You can rest in the room. I gently patted her head as I spoke. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Ruyan wriggled out of my embrace and said, go ahead, I'll sleep a bit more. I stood up and left the room, following the server to the owner's office on the top floor. Upon entering, I sat down directly and said, hello, I'm Zhang Jiahao. How should I address you? Lu Jia looked at me, nodded slightly, and replied with a faint smile, hello, I'm Lu Jia. I heard Mr. Zhang is interested in acquiring our hotel. I answered, yes, Mr. Lu, if you're open to it, you can name your price. Instead of quoting a figure immediately, Lu Jia smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, our hotel has 3 shareholders. I need to discuss this with the others. I expressed my understanding, and Lu Jia stepped out to make the call. 3 minutes later, Lu Jia returned, Mr. Zhang, sorry for the wait. After unanimous deliberation among the shareholders, our final offer is 5 billion. Hearing this price, I didn't react much and even felt it was a bit cheap, so I directly stood up, extended my hand, and said, President Lu, pleasure doing business. Lu Jia was stunned, having expected me to haggle, but instead, I agreed outright. Still, he stood up and shook my hand with a smile, saying, President Zhang, pleasure doing business. When the topic of payment came up, I said there was no need to discuss it. I could transfer the full amount immediately. Lu Jia exclaimed in surprise and stood up, as very few people could produce 5 billion at once. Even those with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions would find it difficult to come up with 5 billion immediately. I said, that's right, please provide me with an account number. After Lu Jia provided the account details, I directly called President Chen to arrange the transfer. Since I was a Black Dragon Card VIP, the transfer process was completed quickly within just 5 minutes. I said to Lu Jia, President Lu, the transfer has been made, please check. A few minutes later, Lu Jia stood up again and said, President Zhang, the payment is correct. The relevant procedures will take about a week to complete. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao nodded his head. Mr. Lu, let's keep the hotel operation as usual. I don't have time to take care of it for the time being. However, room 888 is to be left open and no more guests will be received. Lu Jia froze after hearing these words from Zhang Jiahao. No time to take care of a hotel you spent $5 billion on? Did Mr. Lu? Zhang Jiahao shook his palm and voiced a reminder. Ha ha ha, sorry, got sidetracked. Please don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I'll make sure to arrange these in place. Please also provide me with some identification so that I can arrange for it to be processed as soon as possible on my end. After thinking for a while, Zhang Jiahao gave Lu Jia his ID information. He wanted to use Lin Yi's directly, but he didn't have her ID information right now. Mr. Zhang, let's add a contact method and contact anytime if there are any problems. Zhang Jiahao nodded and laughed. Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so formal. You're older than me. Just call me Elder Brother Zhang. Ha ha ha, good, Elder Brother Zhang. I'll take advantage of it. Call me Brother Ryu from now on if you don't mind. Good, Brother Lu. Keep in touch from now on. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Jiahao got up and left the office, returning to room 888. The Liwan International Hotel has a total of 39 floors, and room 888 is located on the 38th floor. When he came out of the elevator on the 38th floor, he coincidentally met someone. Chapter 5, Lu Chen, Teaching New Skills. Zhang Jiahao, why are you here? Zhang Jiahao smiled at the words and looked at the person in front of him. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it isn't our legendary Duke Lu, why are you alone? Didn't bring a little sister or anything. Hearing this flirtation from Zhang Jiahao, Lu Chen instantly became furious. He didn't expect Zhang Jiahao, who had always dared not breathe a word to him, to actually dare to flirt with him today. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Is it possible that I haven't looked for you lately and you've drifted away? Zhang Jiahao shook his head, and then he walked around the side towards room 888. Lu Chen looked at the departing Zhang Jiahao. The anger in his heart instantly rose to another level. He was actually ignored. Stop right there! Lu Chen shouted angrily at Zhang Jiahao's back before chasing after him. Noticing the movement behind him, Zhang Jiahao stopped his steps and leisurely turned around to snicker at Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, what is your instruction? Lu Chen looked at this appearance of Zhang Jiahao and was so angry that the top of his head was about to smoke. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Yi walked out from room 888 and came beside Zhang Jiahao. Looking at Lin Yi, who had suddenly appeared beside Zhang Jiahao, Lu Chen instantly froze. Brother Hao, what are you doing here if you don't go back to your room? Lin Yi held Zhang Jiahao's arm and pampered him. Zhang Jiahao shivered and smiled faintly. I didn't meet Grand Duke Lu, and seeing that he was all alone, I chatted with him for a few moments. AC, young Mr. Lu, hello. Lin Yi looked towards the sparkling-eyed Lu Chen and uttered a greeting. Hey, come on, let's go back to the room and I'll teach you a new skill. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around Lin Yi's small waist, turned around and returned to the room without looking back. Aha! You guys! It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that Lu Chen reacted from his daze, giving him so much anger that he couldn't speak. He never thought that the goddess that he had been pursuing so hard that he could not, actually came to the room with Zhang Jiahao. You two sons of ES, I'm going to get you killed. As his angry shout rang out, the waiter arrived. Sir, please keep your voice down so as not to disturb the rest of the world. Thanks for understanding. The enraged Lu Chen, where to listen to it, turned around and raised his voice. Get lost. Give me to call your manager over. The waiter saw that something was wrong and responded hastily before turning around and quickly leaving. A few moments later, Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Manager Wang hurriedly came closer and asked out loud. He was still quite familiar with Lu Chen, as he was also a regular guest of the Liwan International Hotel. Manager Wang, you kick out the people in this room for me. Lu Chen pointed at room 888 with an angry face and shouted. Manager Wang looked in the direction Lu Chen was pointing, and when he saw that it was room 888, a cold sweat instantly broke out on his face. He had just been notified by Lu Jie that the hotel had been acquired, and Zhang Jiahao in room 888 was the new owner of the hotel. It's not killing him to tell him to kick his boss out the door. Mr. Lu, I'm afraid this isn't right. We at Liwan International Hotel have no reason to kick out a guest for no reason. Manager Wang looked towards Lu Chen and gritted his teeth as he uttered a response. Lu Chen's anger intensified upon hearing this and shouted angrily, what VIP? He's just a little beggar. Isn't my status more honorable than his? He couldn't comprehend that Zhang Jiahao, who was so intimidated by him in school that he didn't dare to speak out loud, was actually still a VIP at the Liwan International Hotel, and he was also exchanging skills with the goddess of his heart. At the thought of this, the anger in his heart erupted once again. Do you have any idea who I am? Manager Wang nodded in the face of Lu Chen's angry question. I know, the son of the Lu Group. Then why don't you get the hell out of here? Manager Wang shook his head at this and was just about to speak when Zhang Jiahao walked out to stop him. I said, who's that? Duke Lu, right? Hurry up and get out of here. You're disturbing me from exchanging skills with the goddess. Lu Chen looked at the smug Zhang Jiahao, and that anger came out of him. You're good. Wait and see for the master. After putting down a harsh sentence, Lu Chen turned around and left in a huff. Boss, this. Manager Wang was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand at the situation. Go and get busy. Don't bother with him. He's not very bright. Manager Wang nodded and turned to leave. Alas, Duke Lu, today I realized that you are so brain-dead. After muttering a few words, Zhang Jiahao went back to his room. Howie, what are you doing running out again? I realized that you don't seem to be afraid of Lu Chen now. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and wrapped his arm around her small waist. Let's not talk about him. Zhang Jiahao smiled evilly and came to her ear, muttering a few words. 2 hours later, Very good. I can rest for another day. Lin Yi gave a pout as she pounded him a few times with her small fists. Ha ha, Yi, I'm going out for a bit. Will you rest here or join me? As soon as his words fell, Lin Yi breathlessly returned. Go by yourself. I can't. I need to sleep. Subsequently, after Zhang Jiahao asked the hotel to arrange for Lin Yi's lunch, he got up and left the room. After walking out of the room, Zhang Jiahao dialed Lu Jie's number. Elder brother Zhang, have you had lunch yet? Brother Lu, I haven't eaten yet. This is not something I want to ask for your help. Zhang Jiahao politely said his purpose. Older brother, tell me straight. If I can help older brother, no two ways about it. It's like this. I want to buy a house in the neighborhood, so I wanted to ask if you have any good recommendations. Old man, for a recent graduate, he doesn't have a place to live right now, and he doesn't want to run back to live at home. On the day of the phone call, Lu Jie thought for a moment and then laughed. Older brother, there is really a house. I think it's quite suitable for you. It's just a bit expensive. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he thought how expensive it could be, and besides, he wasn't poor now. What kind of house? Old man? How expensive is it? It's just 1 kilometer behind the hotel, called Panlong Villa, the king of the building villa at the top of the hill. An old friend developed it for an internal price of $1.5 billion. Zhang Jiahao's eyes instantly lit up when he heard about Panlong Villa. He had also heard of this place. The houses on there could be considered real mansions. Chapter 6, Purchasing a Luxury Mansion, Panlong Yuan. Brother Lu, when is convenient for you on your side? Introduce me. I want to go and have a look. Lu Jie on the other end of the phone sniffed with delight. Just now he was still thinking about how to draw closer to Zhang Jiahao, and this opportunity came. Ha ha ha, older brother, it's convenient for me now. Do you need me to take you to see it now? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and responded politely. Then I'll trouble you. Old brother, I'm currently in the hotel lobby, for Panlong Mountain Villa. He had also fantasized about living in it, yet what was once a fantasy had now become a reality. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived under Panlong Mountain Villa under the leadership of Lu Jie. Zhang Jiahao looked up at the mountain villa that was like a fairyland, and felt emotion in his heart. After passing through 2 gateways, we finally arrived at the top of the hill. Mr. Lu, welcome, welcome. At that moment, a man of about 50 years of age approached and uttered a greeting. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, it's been a long time. You're still as majestic as ever. Lu Jie hurriedly went up and shook hands with him in response. This is Mr. Zhang, who is going to buy the king of the building. Don't look at him as young. He is a proper powerhouse. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao also walked forward and opened his mouth to greet. Hello Mr. Li, just call me Xiao Zhang. Although he is now worth trillions of dollars, but he will not be high and mighty to look down on this and that. He believes in low-key is really the king of the road. Ha ha ha, hello, Mr. Zhang. You're understating it. But, Mr. Lu told me that you shelled out $5 billion for the hotel without batting an eye. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, Mr. Li, that's just a small fight on my part. Let's take a look at the house first. Ha ha ha, yes, 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 look at the house first. As the words fell, several people headed towards a house off to the side. Zhang Jiahao walked on the straight stone road, and the trees on both sides swayed slightly with the breeze, as if welcoming him. In a short while, Zhang Jiahao followed the duo to the front door of the villa. The whole gate seems to be poured with gold. The golden dragon carved on it is vivid, and the plaque above it is engraved with 3 big words Panlong Yuan. Looking at the gate in front of him, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, meanwhile muttering inwardly, this seems a bit rustic, doesn't it? After passing through the gate, what comes into view is an oval-shaped lake, visually about 900 square feet or so in size, with a wigwam in the center of the lake. Zhang Jiahao followed the duo and came around the small lake to the first building. Mr. Zhang, this building is a 3+1 structure, signifying prosperous business. The main amenities include an underground parking garage, recreation room, tea room, indoor swimming pool, gym, etc. When Zhang Jiahao heard it, it was a building used for entertainment. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao followed the duo for nearly an hour before they finished seeing the entire so-called Panlong Yuan. The entire yard covers nearly 20,000 square feet and the floor space reaches about 10,000 square feet. The courtyard was luxurious with a matching servant's house in addition to the villa area where the owner lived. After seeing the whole mansion, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but sigh that his previous knowledge of luxury houses was too superficial. Mr. Zhang, how does it feel? Still satisfied? After a few people returned to the pavilion beside the small lake and took their seats, Mr. Li smiled and asked out loud. Zhang Jiahao nodded slightly. Not bad, quiet and elegant, luxurious without losing substance, the kind I want in my heart. Mr. Li, When can we go through the formalities? Mr. Li froze for a moment when he heard this, and Lu Jie, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded him with a voice, Mr. Li, old brother Zhang is like this, he buys what he sees, he doesn't like nonsense. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, it's my superficiality, the formalities will be ready soon. Mr. Li came back to his senses and laughed out loud in response. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao then said, Mr. Li, please provide the account number. I'll transfer the payment to you. Subsequently, after transferring the $1.5 billion for the house, Zhang Jiahao chatted with the duo for a while before checking into the villa directly. Documents regarding formalities will be sent to him after they are processed. Villa's second floor. Zhang Jiahao was lying on the huge sports car-style luxury bed, looking at the huge chandelier on the roof of the building. He gradually fell into deep thought. Unconsciously, he drifted off to sleep. It wasn't until the phone rang that he drifted off. Howie, did you get lost? It's almost dark and I don't even get a message. Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when Lin Yi's scolding voice came to his ears. Asterisk. Zhang Jiahao exclaimed in surprise and jumped up in a flash. Sorry, I just fell asleep. When Lin Yi heard this, she instantly felt that something was wrong, so she said with jealousy, TSK, is it because old mom can't feed you enough? Which loincloth is this to find? Zhang Jiahao froze at his words, and a moment later the corner of his mouth twitched. There's a fart waste smart. Looked at the house for half a day and fell asleep from exhaustion. What? Sister. Miss me? Lin Yi sniffed and gritted her teeth as she returned. You're thinking about fart eating. My old lady is calling to tell you that I'm going to go home. That way. Want to bring me along? Zhang Jiahao inquired awkwardly. 2A. I'm going back to the Empire. Maybe a week before I come back. Zhang Jiahao was confused at his words. Empire? Is this girl from the Imperial City? During his college years, he had also never heard that Lin Yi was from the Imperial City, much less inquired about it. Okay, I'll miss you. I'll take you to the airport? A moment later, Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth in a fine voice and inquired. No need, no conscience, the old lady is on her way to the airport. Zhang Jiahao was instantly speechless upon hearing this. Meow. Give me a head start? Okay, be safe on your way, I'll miss you. Zhang Jiahao had a depressed look on his face and voiced a reminder. Well, you be honest over here, cut out the womanizing, and wait for your old lady to come back. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to say something, a beeping sound came to his ears. This woman. Looking at the hung-up call, Zhang Jiahao was speechless. Just then, the system's beep sounded. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? Hearing this prompt, Zhang Jiahao also remembered that he hadn't signed in yet today. Sign in. Congratulations, Master. Sign in reward, Master driving technique. Patriarchal driving skills? Is it awesome? Master. Skill levels are divided into Introductory, Elementary, Advanced, Master, Grandmaster. The current level of professional racers at BasketStar is close to the Master level. Asterisk. So awesome? System, how does this skill work? Master. You confuse it on your own with a little bit of intentional control. Following the system's instructions, Zhang Jiahao then intentionally controlled and directly tapped on it. Instantly, a whole bunch of information kept pouring into his mind. Chapter 7, Imperial Sister Lin Evening. It took a full minute before Zhang Jiahao was able to fuse all the information. Asterisk. Turns out it's really that awesome. Zhang Jiahao, who had fused the driving techniques of the Patriarch level, learned from it that it wasn't just about the driving of automobiles, which included airplanes, ships, fighters, tanks, and so on. TSK, a system of conscience. Ha. Thank you for the compliment, Master. After calming down and looking at the empty room, the loneliness in Zhang Jiahao's heart instantly surged up. The house is there, but there's still a shortage of maids and nannies and stuff. Zhang Jiahao muttered as he picked up his cell phone. KK live streaming? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but mutter out when he saw a live streaming software icon on his phone. This software he used to play a lot, and he spent a lot of money on it. Zhang Jiahao, who was bored, clicked on the KK live broadcast and casually strolled on it. When he inadvertently clicked into a live stream, what then came into his eyes was a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, singing deeply. The tides ebb and rise, the moon is cold and windy and frosty, the rhapsody of night rains, the faint scent of wildflowers. Accompany me in my starry night fantasies and realize that I don't have to be too nervous. Can't hide this love? It's my deep love for you. Zhang Jiahao listened carefully to the voice. This is a Cantonese song favorite. No matter the tone or emotional commitment, this anchor has grasped it very well. With a curious heart, Zhang Jiahao clicked on her profile. After a cursory look, I realized that it was a Super Crown anchor, and the location showed that it was still in Deep City. Zhang Jiahao was playful, so he snapped words on the public screen and said, "Anchor voice is so nice. It's just right to be my girlfriend." As his 2 sentences were sent out, the public screen instantly became even more lively. Where did the Dusha bag come from? The anchor is the goddess you'll never get. Ha ha ha. A level 10 number dares to send this kind of message. Where's the little beggar? Zhang Jiahao snorted at the letters on the public screen and did not speak again, listening carefully to the song. Thank you, everyone. A favorite for you. Looking at the woman in front of the screen, Zhang Jiahao nodded slightly. The anchor's name is Lin Evening, and according to the information, her height is 172 centimeters, and her looks are of the imperial type. Zhang Jiahao looked at the balance on his account, 35,000 show dollars, which was equivalent to 35 huaxia coins. He then proceeded to present 666 roses. Thank you for the 666 roses from Brother Clip Ho. The anchor sings so well. Do it again. After delivering the gift, Zhang Jiahao then typed on the public screen. However, before the anchor could speak, the public screen came alive again. This Clip Ho Big Brother. The anchor orders songs from 1000. Ha ha ha. No problem. Send more. Looking at the players who were uproarious on the public screen, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and continued typing. Seconds to the top 1. Does the anchor treat us to dinner? Ha ha ha. Seconds list 1? What did I see? Do you know how much list 1 spent? I don't blame him. After all, level 10 trumpet. Can't understand. Zhang Jiahao ignored the players who were flirting with him on the public screen as he looked at the weekly leaderboard 1, spending more than $500,000. With that, he exited the live broadcast. The many players saw Zhang Jiahao leave and flirted again. Seeing this, anchor Lin Evening also finally spoke up. Well, let's not get snarky. It's love to support an anchor, even if it's a rose. Look what a pattern is. This is what we have here at night. Evening's the best. My favorite. Fart your crunchy cereal farts and your favorite. Take your mouth love. Just as the public screen was buzzing with chatter, Zhang Jiahao returned. Without typing, Zhang Jiahao casually gave away 10 big wedding parade gifts. In an instant, the entire public screen was flooded with gift effects. This platform's big wedding tour of 5,000. He gave out 50,000 huaxia coins at this one time. Asterisk. Isn't this the big brother who was just about to second rank 1? Cattleman. He's a tough guy, but he doesn't say much. It's worthy of the name Clip Ho. Thank you for the wedding of Clip Ho Big Brother. Love you. After anchor Lin Evening came back to her senses, she excitedly sent out a few flying kisses and thanks. As the words fell, the anchor sent a private message to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao clicked to open one, and it turned out to be a request for contact information. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiahao casually replied, "Anchor, second list 1 please eat?" After about 10 seconds, Lin even returned. "Big brother, this is not very convenient lately. Can we do it some other time?" Zhang Jiahao glanced at it and didn't reply to her again. Just then, Lin Wan received a PK invitation. A few seconds later, the video area on the screen was split into 2, with a male anchor shown on the other side. Asterisk. The old emperor is coming to PK. It's over. This time the anchor is probably going to be played out. Anchor quickly call Big Brother Pun 1. If you're late, you'll be too late. Hello, Lin Wan, we meet again. That old emperor, go easy on him. Big Brother's not here. The anchor old emperor smiled and hemmed and hawed at his words. It's just that I'm here because your big brother's not here. Asterisk. The old emperor is so cheap this way. Bitchy is, but people have big brothers. How does it work? Let's start with the rules, shall we? Lin Evening had 2 big heads and opened his mouth to the anchor old emperor to inquire. The loser goes downstairs and kisses the first person he meets, man or woman, young or old. As old emperor's words fell, the public screen instantly exploded, and swipes continued to fly up. Sheesh, this is good. Ha ha ha, if we meet a bad old man, the anchor will be blessed. Asterisk. Your Excellency has unique tastes. Lin even couldn't help but cover his face in sweat as he listened to the old emperor's request for punishment. How's it going? Do you want to take it? Lin Evening sniffed and pondered for a moment before answering. With that, PK officially began. Right at the moment the PK started, the other party directly went up with a gift of 10,000 huaxia coins, on Lin Knight's side. On the other hand, there were stars, a few tens on top. Lin Evening was anxious at the sight, so he picked up his cell phone and started calling for backup to come. About 2 minutes later, her list 1 Big Brother arrives. Welcome to Big Brother the One. Asterisk. Big Brother Punji is here. There's a show on the horizon. Zhang Jiahao took a look at this Big Brother. Rank Heavenly God. This rank required spending more than $3 million. User, only, gives Lin Knight everything is alive 5 PCS. With the delivery of this 5 millionth birthday, PK instantly overpowered his opponent. Asterisk. Unique brother cow criticism. Only brother 666. Thank you, Mr. Unique. However, not waiting for Lin Wan to be happy for a few seconds, the other party once again topped out. The opponent directly sent out 10,000 living things, and Lin Wan's PK bar blood was instantly dried up to half. Chapter 8, you look better in real life than on video. Lin Wan looked at the pitiful blood bar and instantly became nonchalant, so she turned on her pouting mode. Only brother, I'm going to lose. Asterisk. The royal knight actually pouts. Lesser scene. Oju-san is also a woman alright. User Unique has gifted Forest Knight everything born 10. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Unique. With the delivery of these 10,000 living things, Lin Wan's PK blood bar once again caught up with his opponent. A single million living things would be worth 10,000 Chinese coins. Is this the great war of all living things today? Looks like it's steady. Old Emperor, hurry up and surrender. Can't you see that the old Emperor is shaking people? TSK. Looks like it's still a bit up in the air. Zhang Jiahao quietly watched everyone eating melon. He didn't give any gifts or make any speeches. User 1 cigarette gave Old Emperor 20 pieces of all creatures star. Asterisk. I told you so. It's over. This is a lost cause. The smile on Lin Even's face came to an abrupt end as she looked at the blood bar that had only a sliver left. The first big brother of the list seemed to see her vulnerability and gave away another 20 millionth birth. However, not even 2 seconds later, the other team once again went up to 20 millionth born and crushed it for a time. At that moment, big brother Punjichi spoke up. The opposite side is too fierce to carry. No more stock. Lin Evening looked at the statement of the first big brother of the list and instantly felt cool. After thinking for a moment, she zoomed in. Babies, I'll have dinner with whoever helps me win this PK. Instantly, the public screen exploded. I at meow. My goddess, may have to be unclean. Ugh, I wonder which pig will be cheap. Bunch of filth. People are just eating. Brother, the pattern is small. This meal may not be quite the same. Just as the crowd was chatting away, the only big brother on the list ran away. In less than 2 minutes of being here, he spent $350,000. Asterisk. Brother Soul has run away. Nima, it's still true. Such a good opportunity is not seized. Sharp-eyed players immediately spotted the escaping rank 1 big brother and discussed it on the public screen. Lin Evening looked at the letters on the public screen, then looked at the list of viewers, and sure enough, there was no longer a soul figure. Looking at the downcast Lin Evening, Zhang Jiahao then decided to make a move, and just now he went out and looked for the exclusive operation and directly charged 10 million into the account. The user Clip Ho gave Lin Knight 50 pieces of all creatures star. In an instant, the entire broadcast room boiled over. Asterisk. 50 million births? Congratulations, Chief Hao, on your promotion to Prince. This is the real trench. This is solid. Along with the gift, Zhang Jiahao's user level rose to Prince. Thank you, Clip Ho Baba, love you so much. Hearing this voice from Lin Wan, Zhang Jiahao's body shivered. This at meow. What a waif. After Zhang Jiahao sent out 50 millionth living, the opponent stopped moving, seemingly giving up the struggle. A few moments later, the PK ended, and with Zhang Jiahao's assists, Lin Wan managed to win the PK. After seeing the PK end, Zhang Jiahao sent his WeChat to Lin Evening privately before exiting the live broadcast. Just as he had exited the live broadcast, WeChat received a friend invitation from Lin Evening. Zhang Jiahao tapped through, and Lin Evening's message was instantly sent over. Clip ho. Thank you for the gift. Late night waiting for you. Oh, let me know when it's convenient for you to buy you dinner AC. Quill. After roughly surveying Lin Evening's message, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and typed back. I'm convenient now. He hadn't eaten anything so far today after looking at the house for half a day, and now it was after 8 p.m. And he was hungry. Not long after, Lin Wan returned the message. Clip ho. I'm in Deep City. I don't know how far away from you. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao directly sent her a location of Liwan International Hotel. Holy crap, Clip Hobbs is so close to me. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao returned. See you at the Liwan International Hotel. I'll wait for you. Lin Knight responded and went off the air. On Zhang Jiahao's side, he had a big head. He hadn't bought a car yet, so he had no choice but to call J. Lu. Is it something important, old boy? Brother Willow, I'm in desperate need of a car on my side and wanted to see if you could do me a favor. With a car? J. Lu asked back, puzzled. Older brother, are you still in Panlong Yuan now? Zhang Jiahao was puzzled when he heard it and said back, what does this have to do with using a car? Ha, buddy, Just go to the garage and see for yourself. I'll leave you alone for now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jia hung up the phone. Garage? With suspicion, Zhang Jiahao headed to the garage. When he arrived at the garage, he froze instantly at the sight of the cars that filled the lot. What with the Maseratis, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, etc. There were nearly 20 in all. TSK. Is this also a standard feature of a mansion? Looking at the pile of luxury cars parked in the garage, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. These cars aren't the most expensive, but it's a good variety, matching everything from sedans to crossovers, supercars and more. Zhang Jiahao roughly surveyed the cars, which were worth nearly $100 million combined. He circled around the cars and chose a Maserati MC20 worth nearly $3 million, then headed to the Liwan International Hotel. In about 10 minutes, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the hotel. Under the warm welcome of a group of welcome guests, Zhang Jiahao arrived at room 666 on the 38th floor. About 20 minutes later, Lin Evening also drove to Liwan International Hotel. With that, she sent a voice to Zhang Jiahao, "Clip how ba ba, I'm hero." After listening to the voice, Zhang Jiahao directly asked her to come up to room 666. Room 666 is similar to room 888 in that it is a presidential suite with a separate dining room, KTV, pool and other facilities. In a few moments, Lin Wan arrived at room 666. "Please have a seat. You look better in person than on video." Zhang Jiahao roughly sized up Lin Evening and invited her to take a seat. Lin Evening was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and with the setting of those hot pants, a pair of straight long legs were undeniably visible. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao sighed in his heart. That more than $500,000 really wasn't spent in vain. Lin Evening's face value compared to Lin Yi's, it was really nothing compared to the top and nothing compared to the bottom. And at that moment, Lin Evening was also sizing up Zhang Jiahao. As could be seen from her surprised expression, Zhang Jiahao's youth had really surprised her. "Clip ho 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 ho, you're so young." Zhang Jiahao smiled slightly. "What? You wish I was a bad old man? Ugh, how can that be? People have normal tastes alright." Lin even responded with a face of embarrassment. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then handed her the menu. Chapter 9, You're Drunk. Seeing this, Lin even took the menu and gave Zhang Jiahao a smile before checking it out. When she saw the price on it, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Vegetarian dishes are all 3 figures upwards. Meat dishes are all big 4s to small 5s. And there's no seafood or anything like that's less than 5 figures. Zhang Jiahao watched her subtle change in expression, so he smiled lightly and spoke. "Order whatever you like to eat. I'll treat you this time." Lin Evening smiled mischievously as she looked up at his words. "What's the matter? Does Clip Ho Baba want me to keep owing you that meal?" Zhang Jiahao shook his head and casually said, "Day after day. There's no rush, haha." Lin even smiled, so he ordered a few dishes at random. This room menu is different from the usual menu and naturally the way you order is different. The menu is a special ultra-thin tablet that can be completed with a single tap on the dish you want to order. "Clip ho 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 ho, I ordered it." Lin even handed the tablet to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao picked it up and looked at it. Lin Wan had ordered a total of 4 dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes plus 1 meat dish, and 1 seafood. Zhang Jiahao looked at these 4 dishes. The total consumption was not more than $50,000, so he added many more dishes. "Drink?" Lin Evening nodded frostily at his words. "Alright, clip ho 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 ho." Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao added a few bottles of red wine, and then he put the tablet aside. "Lin Even Beauty, still single?" Zhang Jiahao joked as he looked at Lin Evening. Clip ho 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 ho, I'm definitely single. What's the matter, gonna tease me?" Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly at his words, then laughed. "Are there many fish in your pond?" Lin Evening's face changed slightly as she sniffed, and she said emotionally, "Clip ho ba ba, as you know, it's too hard to broadcast live right now, and you have to maintain Big Brother every day. Some Big Brothers are okay, but some try to make those excessive demands every day. Nowadays, there are really very few anchors who only rely on their face value and talent to make a living." When Zhang Jiahao heard it, "Good man, then how many have you promised?" Zhang Jiahao inquired in a faint voice. "What are you thinking? She hasn't been in love yet. How can she be cheap for those bad guys?" Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. "It's a rare and godly thing. You're a full-time live streamer?" With doubts in his heart, Zhang Jiahao inquired. Nah, I love singing, and even though I make less money sometimes, I love this job. But the charts are so dismal lately, and the popularity of the live broadcast can't go up." Zhang Jiahao nodded. When he had just gone in today, there really weren't many people in the live room. In no time at all, the dishes were served. The kitchen, which had received special orders from manager Wang, did not dare to slow down at all. "Clip ho 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 ho, you're ordering too much here." Lin even looked at the table full of food and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. "I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered one of everything, so you can try it. Lin Evening's small face slightly reddened. Then she inquired, "Clip how ba ba, can I go live?" Zhang Jiahao froze at his words before reacting and nodded. "It's fine. Feel free, just don't shoot me." Zhang Jiahao realized that the feeling Lin Evening gave him was that her personality didn't match her imperial style at all. "Got it. Thanks Clip Ho Buster." Zhang Jiahao listened to her mouthful of baba. It was really hard all over. "Hello, babies, guess where I am now?" Lin Evening took out his cell phone and started a live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Trenchant. This dish. My mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone, and I told her that my goddess was going to be eaten by someone else. TSK. This table can't be done without 100,000 or so. Dude. Small pattern. See those 2 bottles of red wine on the table? What else is the name of this wine? It's called Romani Conti, and it's upwards of $200. 000 for a single bottle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's me being shallow. Excuse me. After only a few minutes on the air, the popularity immediately soared. Lin Evening saw the price of the red wine said by the player on the live stream and also glanced at it without thinking, while she secretly sighed in her heart that Zhang Jiahao was really trenchant. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao, who was on the side, also took out his cell phone and clicked into Lin Evening's live broadcast. "Mr. Trench is here. Everyone is welcome. Welcome Mr. Trench." Zhang Jiahao ignored the players as he opened the knighthood crown prince directly in the room. Instantly, a big purple event notice floated out across the station. A crown prince title requires 100,000 Chinese coins to open, and the anchor then gets a 15,000 share. Thanks to Clip Ho Baba, Mua. Lin Evening gave a flying kiss to the screen and didn't forget to sneak a glance at Zhang Jiahao on the opposite side. Zhang Jiahao was so preoccupied with his cell phone that he didn't notice Lin Evening's eyes at all. This would be over 10,000 popularity in the live room, and most of them came in through the site-wide announcement. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao then began to add more fire. The user Clip Ho gave Lin Knight 10,000 creatures 10 PCS. The user Clip Ho gave Lin Knight 10,000 creatures 10 PCS. Zhang Jiahao ordered 10 groups in a row, and $1 million was smashed out. Instantly, the room's popularity exploded to the 100,000 mark. Nima, this manifestation brushes like a rose? It turns out that everything born can still be swiped like this. It's a long time coming, no less. The big man of the Clip Ho. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Clip Ho Baba, love you. Lin Evening on the side was so excited that she sent out a few more flying kisses, her eyes staring straight at Zhang Jiahao on the opposite side. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao smashed more than $1 million, and he withdrew from the live broadcast. About 10 minutes later, Lin Evening also ended the live broadcast. She gained tens of thousands of fans with this live broadcast. Clip ho 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 ho. Thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Evening picked up a glass of wine and came to Zhang Jiahao's side and said shyly, "As long as you're happy, as long as it's you who's waiting, I don't mind waiting." Zhang Jiahao picked up the wine in front of him and touched it with her in a fine voice. As the words fell, the two of them raised their glasses to the bottom. Lin Evening returned to his seat and sat down. Looking at Zhang Jiahao, "Clip how ba ba, thanks for meeting you, let's have another drink." As the words fell, Lin even poured himself a cup and toasted to Zhang Jiahao from afar, drying it in one gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao also poured himself a cup, and the same cup went to the bottom. The two then didn't stop until they had drained both bottles of red wine. At this time, Lin Evening's little face flushed like that of a ripe cherry. She also sat beside Zhang Jiahao. "Clip ho 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 ho. Still drinking?" Zhang Jiahao sniffed his head for a while. This woman was really fearless when it came to drinking. "Stop drinking. I feel like you're about to drink too much." Zhang Jiahao shook his head and reminded. Chapter 10, Feelings Heating Up. Signing Rewards. "I want to thank you properly." Lin even leaned her small head onto Zhang Jiahao's shoulder and said with a sincere face. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao then joked, "If you really want to thank me, drinking isn't the only way." Lin Evening sniffed in silence for a moment. After a moment, she seemed to have made a great determination and looked up at Zhang Jiahao. "Don't worry, I won't intrude on your life." Zhang Jiahao instantly froze upon hearing this. "Good man, so direct? Are all girls so playful nowadays? I'm not pretty enough? Or am I not your type?" Lin Evening looked at the silent Zhang Jiahao and emotionally opened his mouth to inquire. No, how could I not like you? It's just that you've really thought about it?" Zhang Jiahao came back to his senses and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Aha, I've got it figured out." There were many big brothers who had made this kind of request of her for so long since she had been on the air, but she had stuck to her bottom line. After she meets Zhang Jiahao, she completely breaks her defense. Zhang Jiahao gives her a feeling that is so unique and different. Zhang Jiahao picked her up in his arms, and with 2 steps, he headed for the bedroom. Although he wasn't as tall as Lin Even, His abs weren't painted, and it was still easy to hold a Lin even of about 100 pounds. About an hour later. Thank you. Lin Evening lay on his chest, breathless. Zhang Jiahao lowered his head and kissed her forehead and spoiled her. Fool, what are you thanking me for? I should be the one to thank you. Rested for about 10 minutes. Evening, why don't I carry you to get cleaned up? Lin Evening sniffed her small face and nodded slightly. After Zhang Jiahao waited for her to take a bath together, the two of them both embraced and went to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao then got up early, and just after arranging breakfast, Lin Wan woke up leisurely. Late night, get up and have some breakfast. Zhang Jiahao walked to the bed and caressed her small face in a fine voice. Fine. Lin Lian punched him a couple times and pouted. Zhang Jiahao lifted the covers with one hand. Ah, Howie, what are you doing? Can I come back tomorrow? What are you thinking about, tainted girl? Zhang Jiahao picked her up and headed for the dining room outside the bedroom. Lin Evening saw that she had misunderstood Zhang Jiahao, and that little head was buried deeply into his chest. Late night. What's your dream? Zhang Jiahao inquired as he picked up a cup of soy milk and handed it to Lin Evening. Lin even sniffed without thinking, and then spoke. Brother Hao, my dream is for more people to hear my songs. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. This was not difficult for him to accomplish. He believed in the power of banknote ability. After breakfast, Zhang Jiahao hugged Lin Evening and watched TV together. He decided that he would stay with Lin even today. He knew very well that she was very insecure at this time. Time flew by and soon it was afternoon. Brother Hao, are you hungry? Lin even burrowed out of Zhang Jiahao's arms and inquired out loud. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Evening, can you go now? I'll take you out for a walk and get something to eat on the way. Aha, I can do it. The words fell out, and the two of them cleaned up. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around Lin Even's small waist and headed for the parking lot. Just as he had entered the elevator, a system alert followed. Master, you haven't signed in today. Have you signed in? Listening to the system's prompt, Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched. This is meow. How do you keep forgetting to sign in and have to be reminded by the system? Sign in. Congratulations to the owner. Signing in for a reward of Grandmaster level computer skill. Looking at that sign-in reward, Zhang Jiahao froze for a moment. Then he asked the system. System, this computer technology, does it include having hacking technology? Master, hacking is just the tip of the iceberg here. So awesome? With excitement, Zhang Jiahao clicked on fusion. After about 10 minutes, he completely absorbed and fused all the information. This skill is so awesome that it really is as the system says. Hacking is just the tip of the iceberg. Within a few minutes, the two arrived at the parking lot. Evening, did you drive here? Lin Evening pointed to the Audi A4 not far away and said, Here, there it is. Zhang Jiahao nodded at the sight, then put his arm around her and walked towards his Maserati and said, Let's park your car here first, I'll drive you. Lin Evening nodded. Well, Howie, I'll listen to you. When the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao drove with her, heading towards Liwan Commercial Street. Chapter 11 A different kind of shopping. Evening, what would you like to eat? Just decide. Howie, I'm not a picky eater. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then took her to eat a bowl of noodles. Liwan Commercial Street, in which many big international brands are stationed, among which there are also 4S stores, etc. The degree of prosperity is difficult to describe in words. After eating, Zhang Jiahao went to the management center of the commercial street and found the manager in charge of management. Sir, I'm Huang Wenming, the person in charge of Liwan Commercial Street. Now may I ask how I can help you? Lin Evening on the side was also puzzled at this time. She really didn't understand. Wasn't it shopping? Running to the management office to do what? Manager Huang, hello, it's like this. I want to take my woman shopping and I was hoping I could get your help. Manager Huang sniffed a stunned, puzzled inquiry. Sir, our management center does not buy this service on behalf of or I arrange for someone to take you shopping? While Zhang Jiahao secretly sighed at his service attitude in place, he opened his mouth to explain. Manager Huang, you've misunderstood. I want you to gather all the store managers or people in charge of all the famous brand stores inside the commercial street. Sir, I'm afraid that's not possible. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to interrupt his speech, then took out his black dragon card and handed it to Manager Huang. Manager Huang saw this and took the card with a puzzled look. Sir, what is this? Manager Huang looked at the bank card in his hand and inquired with a puzzled opening. Zhang Jiahao smiled lightly and spoke. Manager Huang, I just want to tell you that I sincerely want to shop. You call the number up there. The bank can prove my purchase. Zhang Jiahao didn't find it surprising that Manager Huang didn't recognize the black dragon card. After all, there were no more than 20 people who owned this kind of card in Huaxia. Although Manager Huang was puzzled, he called the customer service number on top of the bank card. Hello, Mr. Zhen. I'm your dedicated customer service agent. How may I help you? Listening to the sweet voice of the customer service in his ear, Manager Huang froze for a moment. Mr. Chang, can you hear me? Hello, I'm not Mr. Zhang. The owner of this card told me to call. The customer service on the other end of the phone was puzzled, knowing that the customer service number on top of each Black Dragon card is unique, and it is usually the cardholder who knows the number on it. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? What can I do for you? Manager Wang saw the situation and told the reason. Hello, it's like this. Mr. Zhang is shopping at our shopping street right now, and he said he wanted me to call the number above to be able to prove his purchasing power. The customer service smiled faintly and said, Sir, the VIP who can have the Black Dragon card has a minimum deposit of hundreds of millions. You don't have to worry about his purchasing power. Pop. As soon as the words of the customer service over there fell, Manager Huang's cell phone fell directly to the ground. For a moment he reacted, hastily picking up his cell phone. Sorry, thanks for the answer. I'll leave you alone. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Manager Huang carefully handed the Black Dragon card to Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, please wait, I'll call them over. After hearing about the energy of the Black Dragon card, he was shaken tremendously inwardly, and he secretly thought that he must fulfill Zhang Jiahao's request with all his might. Then I'll trouble you to call over any well-known brands that are useful for women. After Zhang Jiahao instructed, he wrapped his arm around Lin Even and sat down on a sofa to the side to wait. Manager Huang, on the other hand, had already run to the radio room by now. Attention all merchants. Attention all merchants. I'm Manager Wang of the Liwan Commercial Street Management Center, and I'm broadcasting an important notice. Please ask all merchants selling well-known brands related to women to have their store managers or people in charge gather at the management center. To reiterate, it's urgent, so make sure you come right away. With this broadcast from Manager Huang, the major brand stores were puzzled. By this time, most of the store managers of the brands had already made their way to the management center. There is also a small group that doesn't pay much attention, thinking that the management center is trying to promote something again. This was in an Armani brand store. Store manager, Manager Huang broadcasted an announcement for you to go to the management center. Aren't you going? The counter cashier looked to the side of the woman who was playing with her cell phone, and carefully voiced out a reminder. To what? Day in and day out he does nothing but harp on the management system of the commercial street. With those words, the woman continued to bury her head and play with her cell phone. The cashier on the sidelines saw this and stopped making a sound. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Lin Even took Zhang Jiahao's arm and inquired in a puzzled voice. Zhang Jiahao touched her little head, dotingly smiling faintly. Evening, just wait, and pick something properly in a while. In less than a moment, the management center has gathered nearly 50 people, all of whom are store managers and heads of major brands. Manager Huang, is there something important in gathering everyone in such a hurry? Yes, Manager Huang, people are here. What's the matter? Manager Huang saw this and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and after the crowd quieted down, he turned to look at Zhang Jiahao. It's this Mr. Zhang who asked me to call everyone here, so let Mr. Zhang talk to everyone about what's going on below. The crowd sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao on the sofa. Zhang Jiahao got up at the sight and then spoke. Hello everyone, I've bothered you all to make a trip. It's like this. I want to take my woman shopping and I don't want her to go from house to house. I'm afraid I'll tire her out. That's why I'm bothering Manager Huang, so he can gather everyone here. Next, I'm going to delay you all for a bit. The crowd couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths at the words. Good lord, shopping can be so fun. The kind of people who brainlessly questioned Zhang Jiahao did not appear on the scene, and those who could reach the level of store manager were still relatively few and far between brainlessly. Besides, Manager Huang of the Commercial Street Management Center wouldn't be so stupid as to fool everyone. Everyone present knew that he was a man of the people. At this moment, Lin Evening's small face on the side was slightly red, that full of happiness bursting out, as well as that damned sense of security in her heart. Mr. Zhang, you are such a considerate and good man. Mr. Zhang, this is the first time I've seen you shopping in this way. So trenchant. Mr. Zhang, I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe, and we have several watches that perfectly match your lover's temperament. Some of the store managers who had reacted were the first to pat Zhang Jiahao on the back. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at his words and waved his hand. In fact, God, it's a good man. He just simply didn't want to hang out. You all have the information on hand, right? Next one by one. Let her pick and buy what suits. As the words fell, the crowd couldn't help but line up. In the first place is the store manager of that Patek Philippe. At this moment, he had already pulled out the tablet he was carrying and was waiting for Zhang Jiahao's call. Chapter 12, Buying and Unlocking New Skills. Begin. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, that Patek Philippe store manager walked up. Mr. Zhang, I'm the store manager of Patek Philippe in Liwan. Take a look at these watches. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took the tablet and handed it to Lin Evening, who was at the side. Lin Evening froze and took the tablet, and when she saw the price on it, she froze. Brother, how? This is too expensive. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and took the tablet to look at that Patek Philippe store manager. I'll take all three. Please go back and prepare them, and bring the POS by the way. That store manager received the tablet computer excitedly at the words and returned to the store in a hurry after responding. Those three watches together amounted to about $5 million, which was nothing to the current Zhang Jiahao. At this time, Lin Evening on the side was inwardly shocked. Nearly $5 million of watches. Zhang Jiahao bought without blinking an eye. Not only Lin Evening, but even the crowd on the side were shocked by Zhang Jiahao's trenchancy and sucked in a cold breath. The second person who came up was the store manager of a clothing brand. And Zhang Jiahao didn't hesitate and picked out a dozen sets of clothes at once. He was no longer going to let Lin Wan pick them out, since she couldn't pick one out in half a day. Expensive for one thing, and more to the point, she had no way to start. Then, one by one, the store managers and those in charge came forward to offer their recommended goods. Almost an hour had passed after looking at all the items everyone had recommended, except for a few that didn't make the cut. Zhang Jiahao bought all the items recommended by the rest of the people. At this time, Lin Evening, who was on the side, holding a cell phone, had been dumbfounded. As Zhang Jiahao bought each item, she calculated the price on her cell phone. All the commodities combined were calculated, and Zhang Jiahao had spent a total of more than 90 million, an amount that made her scalp tingle for a while. Manager Huang, this is a bit much. Can I trouble you to help arrange for someone to deliver it? After paying off all the payments, Zhang Jiahao looked at Manager Huang, who was politely inquiring at the side. No problem, Mr. Zhang, you leave an address. I'll make sure it's delivered safely. Although they were very expensive, Manager Huang agreed and decided to take the delivery himself. Just send it to room 666 of Liwan International Hotel, please. He wanted to have someone send him home, but then he thought it wasn't a good idea, and finally decided that it would be more appropriate to send him to the hotel. After all, Lin Wan's car was still in the hotel parking lot. Liwan International Hotel? Mr. Zhang, I'm not going to lie to you. That's also an industry our boss invested in. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. He did not expect that this commercial street was still invested by Lu Jia. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Lu Jia. What are you up to, Willow? As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Jiahao greeted politely. Ha ha ha, buddy, I'm playing ball. Are you free to come over and join us? Playing ball? What ball? Zhang Jiahao responded with a bad smile and a snicker. Buddy, I'm on the right side of the ball here. Is there something I can do for my old brother? Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly as he sniffed. He didn't know if the ball was square or not, but the voice next to him wasn't quite right anyway. Ha ha ha, brother Ryu. It's nothing. My friend and I came over to Liwan Commercial Street to buy some things, and I heard Manager Huang say that this is also an industry you invested in, so I gave you a call to ask. Ha ha ha, a small fight. Not as good as you, old brother. How's the attitude of Xiao Huang's service? Well, brother Lu, this yellow manager's service attitude is nothing to write home about, and today's shopping was very pleasant. That's good. That's good. Older brother, make a date to have dinner together sometime. After a few words of chatting ensued, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. He had just put his cell phone away when Manager Huang received a call from Lu Jia. Zhang Jiahao did not disturb from the side. Looking at the expression on Manager Huang's face, it was estimated that Lu Jia had given him a chicken leg. After about 3 minutes, Manager Huang ended the call. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. The truth was, as Zhang Jiahao thought in his mind, Lu Jia not only praised him for his good work, but also gave him a raise in salary and bonus. Manager Huang, you're welcome. I'll trouble you with these things. We'll go back to the hotel first. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao put his arm around the frothing Lin Wan and headed to the parking lot together. Room 666, Liwan International Hotel. Howie, you're buying too much here, aren't you? And these are too expensive for me to really take. Zhang Jiahao looked at the anxious-looking Lin Even and sent a kiss to her as he took her into his arms. Evening, your happiness is priceless, and this amount of money is far more important to me than your happiness. Just when she was about to say something, Zhang Jiahao directly blocked her cherry mouth with his fingers. Don't say anything, I can't condescend to my woman. Give me your card number. Lin Wan sniffed and refused several times to no avail, but still obediently took her bank card out of her bag. Zhang Jiahao took her bank card and operated it at once, completing the operation in less than a minute. Evening, I've transferred $10 million of pocket money to you. Talk to me when you've spent it. Lin Evening looked at the arrival SMS notification on her cell phone and froze for a moment before a pair of jade hands wrapped around Zhang Jiahao's neck. With that, she delivered a passionate kiss of her own. Zhang Jiahao responded to this, and then under Zhang Jiahao's guidance, Lin Wan unlocked a few new skills. An hour later, the two had just stopped their exchange when the doorbell rang. Zhang Jiahao got up and put on his pajamas, so he went forward to open the door. The main door of the room was still separated from the bedroom by a dining room, and in a short while, Zhang Jiahao guided Manager Huang and the others to put everything in the living room. After Manager Huang's crowd had just left, Lin Evening also got dressed and walked out. Brother how can I take so many things? Looking at the things piled up all over the entire living room, Lin even opened his mouth to inquire with a depressed expression. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. This was all a minor issue. Evening, this room has been reserved for you. Take your time moving things, there's no need to rush. Right, hold on a second. I'll make a call. When the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao took out his cell phone and called Mr. Li of Pan Long Villa. Focusing on buying, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought a house for Lin Wan, and now that he was in a position to do so, he wouldn't treat his woman poorly. Good evening, Mr. Zhan. Your paperwork is almost done, and I'll send it to you first thing when it's ready. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and hurriedly replied, Mr. Li, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to rush the formalities documents. I wanted to ask if you had any more nice houses over here. I need a couple. He also had to buy a set for Lin Yi in advance. They were all his women. They had to be rained on. Mr. Zhang, there are 5 more detached villas, right on the hillside, all in pretty good locations, and close to your Pan Long Yuan. Once Zhang Jiahao heard that there were 5 more sets, he asked the price and then directly took all of them, spending a total of nearly $600 million. Chapter 13 Company Crisis. He Yushuan. After Zhang Jiahao finished transferring the money, he asked Mr. Li to arrange for the keys of the 5 villas to be sent to the hotel. With the added power of money, the key was delivered to him in about 20 minutes. Lin Evening, who was on the side, watched Zhang Jiahao buy a house like a grocery store, and she was numb at the moment. As for why she bought 5 buildings, she didn't ask, and that's where she got smart. Evening, take this key. The house is right on Pan Long Villa. Give me your documents then and I'll have someone help you get a real estate license. Zhang Jiahao handed a key to Lin Wan, who gave him a good feeling after getting to know him better. Lin Evening hesitated for a few breaths, but still took the key. Howie, I know a man as good as you can't be the only woman I've ever been with. I don't expect to dominate you all by myself. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough for me. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms and touched her hair. Fool, I will love you and pamper you. Don't think too much. Aha, Howie, I know. Evening, it seems like you didn't broadcast live today. Do you still need to start? Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth to remind her while playing with her hair. I forgot. Lin Wan was alerted and scurried out of Zhang Jiahao's arms in a flash. Are you going to start the broadcast? Zhang Jiahao froze as he looked at her look and asked out loud again. Lin Evening nodded. Brother Hao, why don't I go live for a while? Okay, you can broadcast it in the next bedroom. Getting Zhang Jiahao's approval, Lin Evening nodded and walked towards the bedroom on the side. Then Zhang Jiahao also entered the live broadcasting room, and after spending more than $1 million, he exited the live broadcasting room. Bored out of his mind, he played pool next to one another. Just as he had sent a ball into the hole, Chen Ximin's phone call followed. Mr. Zhang, the matter you explained to me earlier to pay attention to has just come to a head. Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when Chen Ximin's anxious voice was heard in his ear. Oh, Governor Chen, there's no rush. Take your time. Chen Ximin slowed down and continued. Lu's Group has just announced that it has severed all cooperation with Linhao Technology. Zhang Jiahao acted calmly when he heard this, as it was all expected. Linhao Technology was his dad's company, and after Lu Chen found out that he and Lin Yi were together, he had asked Chen Ximin to secretly keep an eye on his dad's company. Aha, Governor Chen, are there any talents who are more powerful in asset management and investment? Chen Ximin was secretly delighted at his words, and then responded, yes, do I need to arrange a meeting for you? Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment and then made an appointment to meet tomorrow morning, and then he hung up the phone. TSK, Lu Chun, pretty fast, call dad and find out what's going on. It was a full wait of nearly 30 seconds before the call was connected. Brat, how many days has it been since you graduated? Only now you know to call me? Listening to his dad's muttering, Zhang Jiahao laughed awkwardly. Hey, dad, what are doing? I'm having tea. When are you coming home? Zhang Jiahao listened to the gusts of footsteps coming from his ears and knew how busy his dad's company was right now. Dad, I've got work to do out there right now. I'll be back in a couple days. How's the company's business these days? Ha ha ha, the company is quite good. Take care of yourself outside. Your mom is always thinking about you these days. Come back early. After listening to his dad muttering a few words, Zhang Jiahao ended the call. Dad, don't worry. Our company, It will be back from the dead in no time. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao woke up and washed himself before arriving at the office on the top floor of the hotel. He had just arrived at the office and sat down for a while when Chen Ximin arrived, with a woman in his wake. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Let me introduce you. This is Ms. He Yuxuan. Zhang Jiahao roughly sized her up, and even though she was wearing a formal dress, she couldn't hide her proud figure. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then extended his hand and said, Hello, Ms. He. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The two of them shared a handshake. Feeling the silky feeling coming from their hands, Zhang Jiahao slightly smiled and invited the two of them to take a seat. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao chatted with He Yuxuan for nearly an hour. He Yuxuan's experience and talent in investment really impressed Zhang Jiahao. He Yuxuan graduated from a prestigious university, although only 1 year older than Zhang Jiahao, but her insight and unique vision, so Zhang Jiahao admired. Ms. Ho, are you interested in coming over to help me? With a faint smile, Zhang Jiahao looked across the table at He Yuxuan and inquired. Mr. Zhang, my leader is still here. It's not good for you to blatantly poach like this. With her sweet smile, He Yuxuan responded with a snicker. Zhang Jiahao's face did not change, and he looked at Chen Ximin, who did not make a sound. Seeing this, Chen Ximin pondered for a few breaths of time before returning with a straight face. General Manager Zhang, thank you very much for recognizing Xiao He, and I hope that she will be able to bring her value into play by your side. He Yuxuan, who was on the side, froze at his words. That's what sold her. She couldn't figure it out because there had been many people who had scouted for her before this, but Chen Ximin had given them all a rejection. Ha ha ha, Governor Chen. Don't worry, you can't bury her with me. Zhang Jiahao laughed out loud and turned his head to look at He Yuxuan. Well, Ms. He, what do you think? He Yuxuan smiled faintly at his words. First of all, thank you for Mr. Zhang's recognition. May I ask what I'll be mainly responsible for after I go over there? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao's face was slightly surprised. Ms. He, I didn't expect you to be most concerned about this. Don't you ask about your own treatment? I believe in my own abilities, and moreover, I believe that Mr. Zhang will not treat me poorly. It's kind of interesting. As expected of a talented student from a prestigious university, he just talks well. Ms. He, in the early stage, you need to help me set up a team, as well as be responsible for investment management work. Regarding the treatment, let's start with a temporary annual salary of $10 million, and then change it later depending on the situation. For this kind of talent, Zhang Jiahao offered an annual salary of $10 million. He thought it was worth it. Chen Ximin and He Yuxuan, who were on the side, heard the words and were shaken inwardly. You know, Chen Ximin, his current annual salary plus bonuses is just a little over $5 million. And as He Yuxuan, who just graduated a year ago, her current annual salary is only $500,000. But even if it's only $500,000, she's still making more per year than some bankers in tier 3 and 4 cities. Mr. Zhang, you're not joking, are you? After calming down, He Yuxuan couldn't help but speak out for confirmation. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and looked at her seriously. Ms. He, I'm a person who doesn't like to joke around when I'm talking about business. Chapter 14, $1 billion Capital, China World Trade Center. He Yuxuan sniffed and nodded frostily. Ms. Ho, when is it convenient to start working? The reason why Zhang Jiahao was in such a hurry was because of his dad's company crisis. And secondly, he wanted to utilize the value of the money in his hand. This, He Yuxuan looked to the side of Chen Ximin, meaning that this still has to be Chen Ximin's word. You can just arrange this yourself. I'll just report it later. He Yuxuan cast a grateful gaze towards Chen Ximin, then looked at Zhang Jiahao and said, Mr. Zhang, I can start working now. Watching Chen Ximin's maneuver, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he could come to terms with things. Ms. He, you can help me register a company first. Is this okay? He's already got a plan to start a company and then start saving his dad's company. Mr. Zhang, this is no problem. He Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded in response. That, Mr. Zhang, why don't I withdraw first? At this moment, Chen Ximin, who was on the side, awkwardly opened his mouth and inquired. At the moment, he felt awkward sitting on the sidelines. Governor Chen, please wait for a moment. There's something I need your help with later. Chen Ximin nodded at his words, and then he quietly waited on the sidelines. Mr. Zhang, has the company name been taken yet? He Yuxuan saw this and asked in a timely voice. Name? The two people on the side looked at Zhang Jiahao, who was in deep thought, and both of them had not uttered a sound to disturb him. A few moments later, there you have it. It's called Yiho Capital Management Limited. When Chen Ximin and He Yuxuan heard this, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. It was because the name that Zhang Jiahao had taken, as well as the company's name, was very uncomplicated. The general company will not bring the word capital from the Zhang Jiahao to take this name. The scale of the company's investment will definitely not be small. Okay, Mr. Zhang, how much is the company's registered capital? He Yuxuan, who had returned to her senses, continued to open her mouth and asked. That's up to you. Whatever's convenient. I only have one request, and it needs to be done quickly. When the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao waited for her response. Mr. Zhang, you are the Black Dragon Card VIP of our bank, so you can take the green channel, and it can be done in 2 days at most. At that moment, Chen Ximin, who was on the side, spoke out to remind him. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Governor Chen, there's still a need to trouble you to cooperate. In the future, if you have any suitable financial products, you can contact MS. He directly. Chen Ximin sniffed with a burst of joy, and at the same time, he knew that this subordinate of his was going to take off. Little he, if you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. Don't be polite. Thank you, Governor. I'll have to keep bothering you in the future. Although she said that she was about to take off, He Yuxuan still treated Chen Ximin with such respect. She hadn't forgotten how Chen Ximin had taken care of her. Mr. Zhang, has the office location been chosen? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. This was something he hadn't really thought about. He had been busy with his communication skills for the last few days. MS. Ho, what are your thoughts on the office location? He Yuxuan revealed a subtle expression of surprise at her words. She didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to ask for her opinion. Mr. Zhang, you can just call me Yu Xian. On that note, I'd suggest the ITC building. Zhang Jiahao nodded slightly, pondering for a moment and inquired. Yuxuan, tell us your reason for choosing the China World Trade Center. Mr. Zhang, the office location is equivalent to a company's image, and the China World Trade Center not only reflects the company's image, but also highlights its strength. About the China World Trade Center, Zhang Jiahao still knows. The whole building is 57 floors high. 1 to 5 floors are mainly banks, hotels, shopping malls and so on. The 6th to 19th floors are standard office floors. The 20th to 52nd floors are luxury office floors. The 53rd floor is a refuge floor. The 54th floor is an equipment floor. The 56th floor is an internal office floor, while the 57th floor is a revolving restaurant. Banker Chen, are you familiar with the owner of the China World Trade Center? As soon as Chen Ximin heard Zhang Jiahao's inquiry, he instantly understood his intentions. Mr. Zhang, the owner of the China World Trade Center is called Ma Feilong, and he has been cooperating with our Longhua Bank. Do I need to connect you with an introduction? Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. Worthy of being the governor. This interpersonal relationship is bull. When Chen Ximin got a response, he nodded and dialed Ma Feilong's number. After about 2 minutes, Chen Ximin ended the call. Mr. Zhang, he's in the China World Trade Center right now, so if it's convenient you can go there now. And at this time, He Yuxuan, who was on the side, was puzzled. She felt that this battle of renting an office building was a bit big. After that, Zhang Jiahao and Chen Ximin both headed to the China World Trade Center together. The China World Trade Center is only a 10-minute drive from the Liwan International Hotel, and in a short while the crowd arrived under the building. Mr. Zhang, we'll just go straight to the 56th floor. Before long, the crowd arrived at Ma Feilong's office on the 56th floor. Governor Chen, welcome, everyone, please sit down quickly. Ma Feilong rose to welcome them, politely inviting several people to take their seats. Mr. Ma, in fact, the main reason I came over this time is that our Black Dragon Card VIP Mr. Zhang from the Longhua Bank, he has something he wants to talk to you about. Chen Ximin's words not only stated the purpose of his trip, but also focused on Zhang Jiahao's identity. When Ma Feilong heard about the Black Dragon Card VIP, he was shocked. Even with his current wealth, he had not been able to own a Black Dragon Card. And although it was possible to apply for a Black Dragon Card with a deposit of over $100 million, this $100 million was not an ordinary $100 million. He Yuxuan, who was listening to Chen Ximin's introduction, was also very shocked, and it was only at this moment that she realized about Zhang Jiahao's Black Dragon Card identity. Hello Mr. Ma, I'm Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao extended his hand and uttered an introductory greeting. Ma Feilong sniffed back and shook his hand before saying, ha ha ha, hello, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang can be considered young and promising. May I ask what Mr. Zhang needs help with? Once Zhang Jiahao resumed his seat, he bluntly stated his purpose. Mr. Ma, it's like this. I want to set up a company, and I want to choose the office location in the China World Trade Center. When Ma Feilong heard this, he was even happier. Mr. Zhang, this is all trivial. How much office space do you need? I'll set you up and promise you the best price. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and knew that he had misunderstood his meaning. so he immediately spoke out to explain. Mr. Ma, what I mean is, I want to buy the whole building. You see? When He Yuxuan, who was on the side, heard that Zhang Jiahao wanted to buy the China World Trade Center, the shock in her heart could no longer be expressed in words. The China World Trade Center was established at about the same time as the Liwan International Hotel, but the investment in the construction of the China World Trade Center alone amounted to nearly $20 billion. Not only was He Yuxuan shocked, even Chen Ximin and Ma Feilong were stunned. Chapter 15, Buying the Building. Mr. Zhang, you said you want to buy the China World Trade Center? Ma Feilong couldn't believe it and couldn't help but voice out for confirmation. Well, Ma, you heard right. Upon receiving the confirmation, a subtle expression of delight appeared on Ma Feilong's face. Mr. Zhang, this is something I'll need to call a shareholders meeting to discuss, as there are several shareholders in this. The reason why Ma Feilong said that was because he was thinking of making friends with Zhang Jiahao, and secondly, he was also in a desperate need of funds right now. Mr. Ma, when can I get a reply on this? Ma Feilong smiled at his words. Mr. Zhang, if it's convenient for you, sit here for a little while. I'll call a meeting right away and get back to you in 2 hours tops. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. He didn't have much to do right now anyway. 2 hours could still wait. Afterwards, Ma Feilong greeted him and left. After Ma Feilong left, Zhang Jiahao looked at He Yuxuan, who was at the side, and began to command. Yu Xian, please help me investigate the information of the Lu group first. He Yuxuan nodded at her words and then plunged into her work. In fact, if he were to look into it himself, he could check him out in minutes, and his clan-level computer skills were not something to sneeze at. The reason why he asked He Yuxuan to check it out, besides the fact that he just wanted to be salty, he also wanted to see He Yuxuan's ability in this area. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? How do I keep forgetting? Sign in. Successful signing in. Rewarded with Master Chef. Looking at today's sign-in rewards, Zhang Jiahao froze for a moment, then asked the system in confusion. System, what do you mean by that? Meow. Are you asking me to be a chef? Master, skill can be used when necessary. Can't you reward something high? Master, this system advises you to be kind. Not everyone can be a master chef. I thank you. Master, there's no need to be so polite. Jiahao Chang. About half an hour later. Mr. Zhang, the general information has been found out. More detailed information will take some time. He Yuxuan held up the tablet in her hand and reported to Zhang Jiahao. You tell me briefly. He Yuxuan nodded, and then she scratched on the tablet to start reporting. Lu's Group, a diversified conglomerate, is headquartered in the imperial capital. There are 7 subgroups under the Lu Group. Deep City has a subgroup called the Brilliant Group. Currently, Lu's Group has a market capitalization of 500 billion, and Splendor Group is valued at 120 billion. It took a full 20 minutes for He Yuxuan to finish reporting the situation she had investigated. After hearing He Yuxuan's report, Zhang Jiahao still felt a hint of surprise. He didn't realize that Lu's Group's market value was still quite high, and this level of company against his dad's company with tens of millions of assets was simply a descending blow. If he hadn't obtained the system, with his freshly graduated capital, he would really be powerless. What he didn't expect even more was that Lu's Group's headquarters was actually in the imperial capital. Could it be that Lu Chun was from the imperial capital? What the hell? Are all imperials so good at hiding their identities? Since Lin Yi, he had once again discovered someone who had run away from the imperial capital to attend school in Deep City. Yuxuan, you focus on the Brilliant Group, and when the office location is implemented, you will immediately begin to form the team. Okay, Mr. Zhen. He Yuxuan was now subservient to Zhang Jiahao, and when she recalled today's decision several years later, her face was full of happiness and pride. Soon more than an hour had passed. Mr. Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting. At this time, Ma Feilong came back and politely apologized to Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Ma is polite. I wonder what the outcome of the deliberation is. After Ma Feilong sat down, he nodded and said, Mr. Zhang, after the shareholders voted, they agreed to the sale. The final negotiated offer is $26 billion. Do you see any problem with this price? As soon as Zhang Jiahao heard this offer, he knew that Ma Feilong didn't rip him off indiscriminately. On the contrary, this price Ma Feilong could only recover the cost at most. Although the ITC building is less than $20 billion of investment in construction, but with the development of the economy, the money will depreciate. And the other way around is that the previous money will be worth more. Mr. Ma, how about this? Don't bother with 26 billion either. Just go straight to a price of 28 billion. That's an auspicious number. He is not a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. If Ma Feilong can sell him at this price, he knows that Ma Feilong should be in urgent need of capital turnover now. For him who was not short of money now, a few billion more was not a big problem, and he could still make friends with Ma Filong. As the saying goes, more friends make a better road, and he will need a lot of help in the future, so it is not a bad thing to make more good karma. Mr. Zhang, how much did you say? 28. 8 billion? Ma Filong had an unbelievable expression on his face and stood up excitedly, looking at Zhang Jiahao inquiringly. Mr. Ma, calm down. Let's sit down and say that I should be the one thanking you for letting me have the ITC building. Ma Filong nodded gratefully and then sat back down. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your generosity. I'm not going to lie. I'm in desperate need of cash flow. Can you see if this payment delivery time can be shortened a little? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and shook his head. When Ma Filong saw this, a faint loss appeared on his face. Mr. Zhang, it's fine. Just follow the normal process of payment on your side. Zhang Jiahao knew that he had misunderstood his meaning, and then interrupted Ma Filong, who was still trying to continue saying something. Mr. Ma, what I mean is that after signing the contract, I'll pay it all at once. No need to get into split cycle payments. It's too much of a hassle. Ma Filong was not calm when he heard this. Paying 28.8 billion in one go meant that Zhang Jiahao's liquidity definitely exceeded 28.8 billion. He is also considered a billionaire worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but he can't even get a billion in cash, not to mention tens of billions. Good. Mr. Zhang, I'll have someone draw up a contract right away. Ma Filong got up and left the office after receiving Zhang Jiahao's documents. He Yuxuan, who witnessed the whole transaction process, she was sure in her heart at the moment that she didn't follow the wrong person. If she couldn't make a name for herself even after this kind of boss, then it would show that she was incapable. About 20 minutes later, Ma Filong went and returned, and behind him were two women about 20 years old. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. The contract has been drawn up, and this is Attorney Young. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took the contract and handed it to He Yuxuan, who was at the side. He Yuxuan froze at the sight, and then she took the contract and flipped through it. 5 minutes later, Mr. Zhang, there's no problem with the contract. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and after receiving the contract, he swished and signed his big name a few times. Looking at Zhang Jiahao trusting himself so much, He Yuxuan was touched, knowing that this was a contract of tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 16, Planning a Renovation. Moxie. After signing the contract, Zhang Jiahao made the transfer, and as a Black Dragon card VIP, he had no limit to speak of. Mr. Ma, the money has been transferred. Check and receive it. Ma Filong nodded at his words, and then signaled the secretary at the side to call and inquire. A few moments later, Mr. Ma, the payment has arrived. 28.8 billion. Ma Filong nodded, then extended his hand towards Zhang Jiahao and said, Mr. Zhang, happy cooperation. Thank you, and please feel free to contact me if there is anything I can do to help in the future. Zhang Jiahao shook his hand. Mr. Ma, I'm in dire need of it, and you just happen to have it. There's no need to be too courteous. I may have to trouble you with some small favors in the future. Subsequently, Ma Filong exchanged contact information with Zhang Jiahao and instructed the secretaries around him to cooperate with Zhang Jiahao's work before leaving with the lawyers. Yu Xian, I'll leave this place to you. You and the person in charge outside will hand over the personnel as you see fit. Keep this 56th floor as it is, and see if you can free up the 55th floor for corporate office space. Zhang Jiahao thought to himself that one floor would be enough in the early stages. After all, one floor would be about 20,000 square feet. Okay, Mr. Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and take care of it. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Go on, take care of it as soon as possible. Let's have lunch together in a while. After He Yuxuan responded with a sentence, she followed Ma Feilong's secretary and turned to leave. Governor Chen, let's have tea together and have a meal together later. Zhang Jiahao walked over to the coffee table and said to Chen Ximin while making tea. About an hour later, He Yuxuan is back. Mr. Zhang, it's all been deployed, and the 55th floor will be vacated by tomorrow morning. I'm going to leave the staff in the building unchanged for a few days to observe. Regarding He Yuxuan's arrangement, Zhang Jiahao nodded his head to signal his agreement. Come on, let's go upstairs and have lunch. A few moments later, several people arrived at the 57th floor revolving restaurant. Welcomed by several rows of pretty welcoming girls, Zhang Jiahao led the two into a private room. Inside, the dining table has a somewhat unique design, a moon-shaped table with a clear view through the window to the view below. After ordering the dishes, Zhang Jiahao twisted his head to look at He Yuxuan on the side. Yu Xian, the decoration piece should be the best, and the supporting things too. Don't be afraid to spend money. Give me your card number in a moment and I'll transfer a sum of money to you first. He Yuxuan was just about to refuse when she sniffed, but she was interrupted by Zhang Jiahao stopping her. There's no public account yet, so get a grip. He Yuxuan nodded at the sight. Mr. Zhang, I've already submitted the company's registration information. And the business bureau side replied that the license can come down tomorrow. That's good. You work hard up front. An hour later, Zhang Jiahao transferred 1 billion to Yi Yuxuan's card, and then he drove back to Panlong Yuan. He had just returned to his bedroom to lie down when he received a message from Lin Evening. Howie, have you eaten yet? Zhang Jiahao didn't choose to reply and directly made a video call over. The video was quickly connected, and looking at Lin Evening, who was also lying on the bed, Zhang Jiahao inquired suspiciously. Evening, you just got up? Lin Wan sniffed and shook his head. Brother Hao, I just got off the air and I'm tired, so I'll just lie down for a bit. Don't broadcast too long. Take care of yourself. Have you eaten? Howie, I've eaten. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then inquired. Evening, are you coming over to this side of Panlong Villa? Lin even sniffed and revealed an embarrassed expression. Howie, I'm meeting a friend for shopping this afternoon. Why don't I come over tonight? Upon hearing about shopping, Zhang Jiahao responded in a hurry. Fine, go ahead. Do you have enough money on you to spend? He, a salty fish, was most afraid of shopping. Howie, the 10 million you transferred to me hasn't been touched yet. I can't spend much. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then hung up the video call after chatting for a few moments. He lay in bed for a while and after realizing that he couldn't sleep he ran to the tea room to make some tea. After a few cups of tea, he turned on KK Live. He directly clicked on Lin Evening's live room and directly swiped more than $1 million in empty brush. And at this time, he still had more than 7 million on his account. Asterisk. It's proper true love. Empty brush. Envious. This wild big brother is so trenchant. As the gifts floated across the screen, the live room was instantly flooded with a whole bunch of players who were hotly debating on the public screen. And after swiping more than $1 million, Zhang Jiahao exited Lin Evening's live room. At this time, he was in a live streaming room called Moxie. Clip ho big man. Watch the dance. Clip ho 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 ho. The anchor dance thief is tantalizing. Looking at the player's sales pitch on the public screen, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and then typed, Anchor 1, show me how it's tantalizing. Looking at Moxie in front of the cell phone screen, Zhang Jiahao was puzzled because this name of hers did not match her at all. Moxie's looks give a person a high and cold feeling of people do not approach. Completely in mode do not get on a little relationship. Brother Clip how? Order dance 500. Order first and dance later. At that moment, Anchor Moxie spoke. Asterisk. The anchor is still as high and mighty as ever, and Big Brother doesn't even lick. What do you know? What you don't get is always the best. Upstairs, put your robo-fart. What's the point of not getting any better? Hearing these cold few words from Moxie, Zhang Jiahao instantly froze. It's kind of fun. The other anchors saw him go in there, and they couldn't wait to get in his face and lick him. User Jiahao gave Moxie a wedding parade 1 PC. Thank you Big Brother Cliffo. I'll change my clothes. Please wait for 2 minutes. With those words, Anchor Moxie turned around and left. Change of clothes? Zhang Jiahao was puzzled. You need to change clothes for a dance? A short while later, Moxie returned. Asterisk. Sable costume? Looking at Moxie's costume, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out. Then, to the amazement of a group of wolves, Moxie began her performance. Zhang Jiahao, who was watching with great interest, said that this tantalizing temptation was a bit different. TSK. With that body, it's a shame not to be a model. 5 minutes later, Moxie ended the show, and the wolves in the room cried out for more. Zhang Jiahao typed when he saw this. Anchor, want to play a game? Just dancing is a bit monotonous. Instantly, the public screen was buzzing again. Ha ha ha, Clip ho big man is right. Anchor, say yes. Don't miss out on this kind of big man. It's rare in 1,000 years. Moxie looked at the subtitles on the public screen, and after a moment's thought, she asked out loud, Brother Cliffo, what game do you want to play? Zhang Jiahao responded at the sight. Is it okay to play deep squat? And how much is one? When Moxie looked at it, she was stunned. Big Brother Cliffo, it's not good to play this, right? Play. What are you afraid of? Moxie, I'm with you. You're supporting a chicken leg burger. It's not like you're squatting. There was an opportunity to circle the big boys in front of me once, and I didn't appreciate it until. Shut up upstairs. Moxie offered to jack him. Watching the hot debate among the fans, Moxie had a hard time making a decision for a moment. Chapter 17, played out. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao continued typing. Play or not give a word. Moxie looked at Zhang Jiahao's urging and coldly said, no game. Asterisk. Big Mo is so tough. Alas, there is no show. Upstairs, please be personal. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Excuse me, farewell. Zhang Jiahao posted a sentence before exiting Moxie's live room. He's not going to put a hot face on a cold ass and love to play. After he left, the public screen instantly blew up. Zhang Jiahao, who knew nothing about all this, walked into the live broadcast room of a male anchor called Monk at this moment. "Welcome Big Brother Clip Ho, Brothers 666 gouge up." With these words from the Monk, the public screen of the live broadcast instantly swiped the screen. Zhang Jiahao roughly surveyed the room, and at this point, the room was close to 20,000 players. User Clip Ho gifted Monk with one everything born star. Looking at the anchor who would come to this, Zhang Jiahao also sent out his own meet and greet gift with it. "Thanks for the clip ho 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 ho. Big man, would you like my little brother to perform a talent for you?" Listening to the Monk's inquiry, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shake his head and typed, "Let's leave the talent alone for now, and open a few random PKs, even a few waste elves to look at." "Okay, big brother, wait a moment. Is matching." After about a minute, the PK match was successful. When Zhang Jiahao saw the match to the person, he froze. The Monk matches the anchor to none other than Moxie just now. "Little thing, you were just being milky and mean. Let's see if I don't knock your bottle off now." Zhang Jiahao muttered a few words before he started typing on the public screen. "Monk, losing punishes deep squatting. You talked to her about exactly how to squat." When the anchor Monk saw this, he discussed it with Moxie. A few moments later, the result of the two men's quantity was 100 a deep squat to the difference in the final gift amount. For example, if the Monk's final PK list is 10,000 and Moxie's is 20,000, the difference in gifts is 10,000, while the Monk does 100 deep squats. "Guys, get on it. 4 minutes to go." With this shout from the Monk, the fans in the live stream sent up small gifts. On Moxie's side, the public screen was buzzing with the arrival of a player. "Mr. Yi is here. Get on. What's the situation?" "Yeah, got how. What about the punishment of deep squats for losing?" "Oh, so that's it. No panic." User Leaf gifted Moxie Mangekyo 1 PC. The Monk couldn't help but shout out as he looked at his PK bar that had a sliver of blood left. "Guys, get back on it. It's going to be over." Fear the hair. The big man of Clip Ho hasn't made a move yet. "That's it. Clip Ho big guy, don't wait and see." Looking at the hot debate on the public screen, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. He also didn't expect Mingxi's side to have a big brother to come. The user Clip Ho gifted Monk with 10 copies of Everything Born Star. With the delivery of these 10 manifestations, the Monk's PK bar instantly knocked Moxie's out of sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Clip Ho big brother 666. Cow pies. It's extraordinary when the big man strikes. 666. At this time, Yi Chen, who was in Meng Shi's live broadcast room, looked at the PK bar above and revealed a surprised expression. "It's kind of funny that there are still people who want to barf with me." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he sent out 20 million births, at one point directly countering the opposite side. Zhang Jiahao didn't hesitate when he saw this and directly disliked 50 millionth living. Moxie looked at the name floating on the screen, and a bitter smile instantly appeared on her face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Opposite is the big man of Clip Ho. The anchor is finished. "This Clip Ho is great, young Yi. Don't look at the fact that he's only leveled as a heavenly god, but he's been brushing up for a few days. The pattern upstairs is small, and you don't see that young Master Yi's rank is vegetarian?" At this moment, Yi Chen, who was in Villa 58 of Pan Long Villa, looked at the subtitles on the public screen and revealed a faint smile. He has spent almost $50 million in KK and he has yet to meet an opponent on this, especially since he was thinking of getting Moxie now. How could he concede on this? User Leaf gifted Moxie with 50 copies of Everything Born. With Yi Chen's 50 manifestations sent out, Moxie caught up with Monk for 90k. "Thank you brother Yi, wahahaha." Looking at the PK bars that were being overtaken, and Moxie's piercing mouthing, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. The user Clip Ho gifted Monk with 100 copies of Everything Born Star. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Clip Ho big man bull batch. Hardcore god Ho Leaf. Mr. How is overbearing. 666. Yi Chen looked at the PK bar that had been countered and revealed a surprised expression. That's a bit interesting." With that, he then gave out another 200 million Sungda, and by now Moxie's PK list had reached 2,710,000 and Monk's 1,600,000. It's too boring to send it like that. Let the opposite side go up some more. At that moment, Zhang Jiahao typed on the screen. As the Monk read out this passage from Zhang Jiahao, Moxie's live room instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "This is a naked provocation. Are you stupid? Who doesn't know how to talk? That's just it. Don't even look at the PK strip." After waiting for about 10 seconds, Zhang Jiahao watched the other party make no movement, so he directly disliked 500 millionth living. In an instant, Moxie's PK bar disappeared and the time came to the last 2 minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Mr. How is always a bull. It's been a long time coming. PK can still be played like this. It seems that the god Howling Leaf, too, can't carry General Howling's attack. Moxie looked at the pitiful PK strip and her mood instantly sank to the bottom. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Jiahao's way of giving gifts, and he was also shocked. He hadn't ever swiped so much at once, even though he had spent so much. Most of all, he had just recently invested in the project, and now he didn't have much money left on him, so there was no way to brush it off even if he wanted to. After some thought, he chose to give up. Mo, surrender! As Yi Xi's words were sent out, the public screen instantly exploded. Without Yi Chen's support, Moxie ended up losing the PK. Okay, let's start the show. I counted 38, 900 squats. It's over. The opposite anchor is going to be ruined. The monk looked at the subtitles on the public screen and spoke with a faint smile. Moxie, please begin your performance. Moxie sniffed with a helpless expression, and then she began to squat deeply. 10 minutes later. At this point Moxie has done over 400 of them, and she now takes about 5 seconds to do one. Yi Chen looked at her trembling legs and finally couldn't help himself, so he walked into the monk's live room. At Clip How, Big Brother, can you let her off the hook? Some other day my little brother will be the host to thank Big Brother. As Yi Chen's words were sent out, the public screen instantly went quiet, as if the pause button had been pressed. Zhang Jiahao looked at Yi Chen's solicitation and shook his head slightly. Even if Yi Chen didn't come, he was ready to call it quits. At Leaf, that's fine, that's it. At Clip Ho, thanks for the big man, add a contact. Watching the chat between the two big shots, the monk conveyed Zhang Jiahao's meaning to Moxie. Thanks for letting Clip Ho Big Brother off the hook. Moxie shook her legs and panted as she settled down. Chapter 18 Marriott International Clubhouse. After Zhang Jiahao sent a Weibo to Yi Chen, he exited the live broadcast. This woman, after so many days, she actually didn't send a single message. After muttering a few sentences, Zhang Jiahao directly called Lin Yi. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Listening to the beeping tone coming from his ear, Zhang Jiahao froze. Asterisk. Shut down? The phone couldn't be reached. Then Zhang Jiahao tried sending a WeChat, and after waiting for nearly 10 minutes he still didn't get a reply from Lin Yi. Just then, a friend invite was sent. Zhang Jiahao clicked on it and realized that it was Yi Chen, so he passed the friend request. Clip Ho Big Brother. Hello, I'm Leaf on KK. Hello, Clip Ho Big Man. In what city? I'm in Deep City. Soon. Yi Chen's message was sent over. Such a coincidence. I'm in Deep City too. Zhang Jiahao was slightly stunned, and then continued typing back. I'm at the Pantheon Lodge. Just after his message was sent, Yi Chen popped a video over directly. Zhang Jiahao froze for a moment, but still connected the video call. Asterisk. Clip Ho Big Man. You're so young. Young Yi, you're also very young. Clip Ho Big Brother. You probably won't believe me when I say it. I'm also in the Panglong Lodge. Oh, meet up together for a chat? Zhang Jiahao extended an invitation to Yi Chen, who was salty but loved making friends. Okay, what building are you in? Big man Clip Ho. I'll come over. The Panglong Yard at the top of the hill. After ending the call, Yi Chen's brain was still buzzing. About the big brother of Panlong Yuan he had always wanted to get to know but had no chance. He didn't expect to meet him today. In a short while, Yi Chen arrived at Panlong Yuan. Being in the same Panlong villa and looking at the luxurious and incomparable Panlong courtyard, Yi Chen was still shocked. Clip Ho Big Man. Hello, Zhang Jiahao responded, then invited him to take a seat before saying, Yi Xiao, from Deep City? Clip Ho Big Guy. I'm from Titus. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Another imperial capitalist. Yi Xiao, what industry are you developing in Deep City? Yi Chen sniffed with a bitter look on his face. Clip Ho Big Man. Stop. Made a little mistake and was exiled by dad to this side of the branch to calm down. When Zhang Jiahao heard that it was still a second generation, he snickered. Yi Xiao, you wouldn't have abducted a good woman, would you? Clip Ho Big Guy. Stop it. Let's not talk about that. Biggie Shamrock? Zhang Jiahao nodded and poured a cup of tea for Yi Chen. Clip Ho Big Brother. Officially get acquainted. My name is Yi Chen, and I'm currently the head of the Marriott Group's Deep City subgroup. Zhang Jiahao froze for a moment when he heard about the Marriott Group. He was aware of the Marriott Group, whose market capitalization was even higher than Lu's Group by a large margin. Ho Chang, currently unemployed. Yi Chen smiled broadly at his words and said, Big Brother is really low-key. We can have the chance to get to know each other. Why don't we go out for a spin? Zhang Jiahao had long wanted to go out, but he had no choice but to do so, and this invitation from Yi Chen was just what he wanted. Yeah, Yi Chen responded, and after making an appointment to gather at the bottom of the mountain in a while, he returned home. After Zhang Jiahao simply cleaned up, he went to the garage. What's the drive? Looking at the dozens of cars, Zhang Jiahao fell into a brief tangle. About 2 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao chose a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a hardtop convertible with a V12 engine. In a short while, the two men met. Howie, that's a fine car you've got there. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and looked at Yi Chen's Lafa. Young Yi, this one of yours tops several of mine. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly at his words. Brother Hao, that's too low profile for you. People who could afford to live in Panlong Yuan would never be able to afford Rafa. This point was still clear in Yi Chen's mind. Zhang Jiahao looked at Yi Chen in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that not all second generation were annoying. Howie, I'll take you to a nice place. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then he gestured for Yi Chen to lead the way. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao followed Yi Chen and arrived downstairs at the Marriott International Clubhouse. Young Yi, is this the good place you were talking about? Zhang Jiahao pointed at the signboard of the Marriott International Club and inquired in a puzzled voice. Ha ha ha, brother Hao, you'll know when you go in later. For this kind of place, as a recent graduate, Zhang Jiahao, he had never really been here before. With a curious heart, Zhang Jiahao walked inside the clubhouse with Yi Chen. Young Yi, you're here. At that moment, a woman, about 27 years old or so, came over and greeted him. Manager Liu, open up my exclusive room. I've brought an honored guest. Also, arrange for a couple of girls with an eye for taste. Flavors you know. As the words fell, Yi Chen invited Zhang Jiahao to head upstairs. Looking at the brilliantly decorated room in front of him, for Zhang Jiahao who had never been to such a place, he was still taken aback. Yi Xiao, this decoration didn't take much effort. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Hao, not all rooms have this decoration specification. It's just this one. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then settled down on the sofa at the side. Not long after, Manager Liu walked in with 5 girls. Each girl was dressed differently. There were those in Chongsam's student uniforms, black silk wraparound skirts, denim short shirts, and one in a hanbok. Howie, see if you like it. Don't worry, brother Hao. It's absolutely pure and original. First blood all around. Yi Chen came to Zhang Jiahao's ear and warned out loud. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this, while secretly saying that this young man could play. In the way of Yi Chen's enthusiasm, Zhang Jiahao ended up hypocritically choosing a black silk and hanfu girl. Yi Chen also chose 2 when he saw this, and except for the girl in the student outfit, the remaining 4 stayed. Howie, let's sing first? Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then followed Yi Chen into the recreation room. Along the way the 2 girls held his arm on the left and the right. Even Zhang Jiahao, who had already experienced the battlefield for a long time, couldn't help but feel hot all over it this time. After taking their seats, the 2 sisters carefully poured wine and handed over fruits for Zhang Jiahao. Hi guys, just call me Howie. Brother Hao, my name is Yanxi. I'm 21 years old. The hanbok girl fed Zhang Jiahao a piece of fruit before speaking out to introduce herself. Zhang Jiahao nodded and looked at the black silk girl on the side. Brother Hao, my name is Yanyu. I'm 22 years old. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao was served by the 2 girls and enjoyed an imperial service. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao could not help but sigh in his heart. This is the life that a salted fish should have. If you have money, you have to utilize its value. There is no need to work yourself to death. Let the right people do the right things, and enjoy what you need to enjoy. This singing and drinking went on until after 9 p.m. By this time, Zhang Jiahao was already intoxicated, and he chose to pause as his heart called out to him. Yi Chen was almost drunk at this time, and after hearing this request from Zhang Jiahao, he ordered someone to invite Zhang Jiahao to the prepared room next door. Zhang Jiahao was assisted by the 2 sisters and came to the room that Yi Chen had prepared for him. Chapter 19, Beauty Reward. After the 2 sisters helped Zhang Jiahao remove his clothes, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with overwhelm. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth and asked, What's wrong? The 2 sniffed in unison. Howie, I'm scared. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you. 200,000 words omitted here. Please make up your own mind. Zhang Jiahao fought until the early hours of the morning, and when he woke up the next day, it was already 3 p.m. Noticing the movement of Zhang Jiahao waking up, the 2 sisters also woke up leisurely. Howie, you're awake. The 2 girls got up and rested their heads on both of his shoulders. You guys go wash up. The 2 women nodded at the words and got up and went forward to wash up. A few moments later, when the 2 women came back from washing up, Zhang Jiahao let the 2 of them sit down on the sofa aside. You guys worked hard last night. Give me your card numbers. After hesitating for a while, the 2 women still handed their cards to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao took it and then operated it on his cell phone. Okay, I've transferred $500,000 to each of you. Take it and buy something. Zhang Jiahao handed the card back to the 2 of them, and then he got up and went forward to wash up. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's back, the 2 women's faces carried shock and gratitude. They were also forced to do so. Their families were in dire need of money. and although the clubhouse would give them a portion of the money, it wasn't half as much as what Zhang Jiahao had given them. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao had just washed out when He Yuxuan called. Mr. Zhang, the company is being renovated. Would you like to come over and take a look? Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when he heard He Yuxuan's work report. After thinking about it for a while, and there was nothing to do, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone after saying that he would be there in a while. I'll see you two beauties again sometime. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and left the room. When he met that manager Lu on the first floor, he inquired and found that Yi Chen hadn't woken up yet. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao didn't bother him, so he drove away alone and headed for the China World Trade Center. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? Sign in. Hearing the system's reminder, Zhang Jiahao responded awkwardly. It was the system that had been reminding him for so many days. Successful signing in. Rewarded with Grandmaster Fighting Technique. Listening to the sign-in reward reminder, Zhang Jiahao excitedly parked his car to the side in a safe area. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Jiahao then directly clicked on the fusion skill. A few moments later, system, this fighting technique looks like it's pretty mushy. After fusing this fighting skill, Zhang Jiahao felt that his physical quality had improved by leaps and bounds. Master, please remove the as if. System, at my current level, how many can I hit? Master, about 10 if it's an ordinary person. About 2 if it's against a soldier king level. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So awesome? After a few moments, Zhang Jiahao calmed down before continuing to drive towards the company. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Zhang Jiahao had just arrived at the 55th floor of the China World Trade Center when He Yuxuan greeted him in greeting. Aha! Yu Xian, how is it going now? He Yuxuan handed the tablet in her hand to Zhang Jiahao while uttering a response. Mr. Zhang, take a look at this as the renovation design plan. It's now going into the finishing work, and it will be completed today. Zhang Jiahao nodded slightly as he looked at the 3D three-dimensional drawing on the flat panel. The overall Chinese classical style was adopted, and the luxury and understatement of it could be seen from the selection of materials. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao strolled around the renovation site under the leadership of He Yuxuan. Yu Xian, hard work. Mr. Zhang, this is what I should do. Yu Xian, I'll go back first, call me if anything happens. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao left the China World Trade Center. Just as he had driven his car out of the China World Trade Center, Lin Evening's phone call came over. Brother Hao, I've moved to Panglong Villa. Zhang Jiahao smiled lightly in concern. Evening, have you eaten? Howie, I've eaten. Okay, late night. I'm on my way back to Panglong Villa. I'll come find you later. In a short while, Zhang Jiahao returned to Panglong Villa. He drove his car directly to Villa 6, where Lin Evening was. Howie, I miss you. Zhang Jiahao had just parked his car when Lin Evening pounced on him. Little wasted spirit. I'll teach you to drive later. Zhang Jiahao scraped her small nose and said with a bad smile. Badass. The two of them then made their way cloyingly into the living room. Evening, do you want to realize your dream? Lin even sniffed and froze, and after a moment of reaction, she sent a kiss to Zhang Jiahao. Howie, can you help me realize? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Regarding Lin Evening's dream, he had a dozen ways to realize it. Evening, what kind of way do you want to accomplish that? Is it a star turn, or is it live? Lin Wan didn't hesitate when he heard this, so he directly responded. Brother Hao, I don't want to be a big star, I still want to broadcast live. When Zhang Jiahao heard this was a good idea. Evening, this way. I'll set up a guild directly in KK and then you'll just transfer over. Lin Wan sniffed out a voice and reminded. Brother Hao, I'm afraid that my guild's clan leader won't let me go. Just yesterday, the head of the family called me and said he would give me strong support. In fact, on KK, basically every anchor will have a guild behind them, and if the anchor needs to switch guilds they will have to get the consent of the family leader of the original guild. It's okay, I'll just take care of this one. Evening, just be quiet and wait. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. A guild was just a guild. He didn't find it difficult. If you can't, just take the money. It's a little cheesy, but it works. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao called He Yuxuan. Yu Xian, there's something I need your help with. Help me apply for a guild on KK Live. I have a big use for it. Okay, Mr. Zhan. He was going to create a guild first, and then go have a long talk with the family behind Lin Evening. After arranging things for the guild, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around Lin Wan and headed for the bedroom. In the bedroom, Howie, it's still dark. Lin Evening looked out the window and reminded Zhang Jiahao. Ha ha, daylight feels different. Howie, I feel like you're different. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words, so he asked suspiciously. Evening, how is it different? Lin even smiled shyly. Brother Hao, I feel as if you've gotten much stronger. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, it turned out to be this. Ha ha, take away the seeming and it's just strong. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao taught Lin Evening new driving skills. 300,000 words omitted here. For those who know how to do it, please make up your own mind. Chapter 20 Deployment Plan. Lin Yi's Identity. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw that it was Yi Yuxuan's call before slowly picking it up. Yu Xian, what's wrong? When Yi Yuxuan heard Zhang Jiahao's voice, she knew that he hadn't woken up. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I've disturbed your rest. This side of the company has been renovated, as well as the license and other documents have come down. Zhang Jiahao instantly lost his sleepiness at his words. Yu Xian, I'll come over later. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone and got up to wash up. At this time, Lin Evening was still asleep. After the great battle of the night, she was very tired. Soon, Zhang Jiahao drove to the China World Trade Center. Exiting the elevator on the 55th floor, you are greeted by a huge reception desk with a total of 2 reception rooms on one side. Behind the front desk is an image wall with a logo and the words Yihao Capital. The logo is also uniquely designed as a circle surrounded by the number 1, with the letter H in the center of the circle, a design that takes simplicity and high design to the extreme. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Zhang Jiahao had just stepped through the door of the company when Yi Yuxuan greeted him. Aha! Yu Xian, you've worked hard these days. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao took a stroll. The entire floor is divided into public office areas. Chairman's room, President's room, Finance room, Parlor and Secretary's room. The overall decorative effect was generally the same as the design plan, and Zhang Jiahao was still very satisfied with this final result. Yu Xuan, from now on, you are the president of Yihao Capital. In the future, the company will have to trouble you to be more attentive, and put the team together as soon as possible. Yi Yuxuan froze directly in place at the words. At this moment, she suspected that she had a problem with her ears, and actually heard that she had become the president of Yihao Capital. Yu Xuan, what's wrong? Zhang Jiahao shook his hand and inquired in a puzzled voice. Mr. Zhang, you said that you want me to be the president? Zhang Jiahao nodded doubtfully. Right, what's the problem? Yi Yuxuan, who received confirmation, hurriedly spoke. Mr. Zhang, this position, I'm afraid that However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Jiahao interrupted her with a faint smile. Yu Xuan, it's just a president. I believe in your ability. How are things going with the guild? Seeing that her refusal was fruitless, Yi Yuxuan stopped saying anything and responded. Mr. Zhang, the guild has already applied. Just submit the name. In fact, the guild application is very simple. Submit information to be reviewed and approved. The main thing is still to have the anchor. Okay, in a moment you'll send me the guild's information. The next most important thing you need to do is to get Linhu's technology up and running. Also, you find a way to take down the Splendor Group, even at a loss. Although Yi Yuxuan was puzzled, she nodded her head and responded. Yu Xian, send me the company's public account number. When Yi Yuxuan sniffed, she sent the public account number of Yihao Capital to Zhang Jiahao. Received the account number Zhang Jiahao as a meal operation. Less than a minute to complete the transfer. Yu Xian, I've transferred 500 billion to the company's account, and the investment of this money has been left solely in your hands. The first 2 are very important. Contact me with progress. Okay, I'll go first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao left the company, leaving behind Yi Yuxuan, who was messed up in the wind. She didn't come back to her senses until Zhang Jiahao's back completely disappeared. 500 billion? The boss's heart isn't too big, is it? Isn't he afraid I'll lose it all? After muttering for a while, Yi Yuxuan plunged into her work. Regarding what Zhang Jiahao had just commanded, she didn't dare to slack off. This was precisely the first step for her to show her ability. After Zhang Jiahao left the China World Trade Center, he returned directly to Pan Long Yuan. This dead girl. How come there is no letter? Zhang Jiahao, who was lying on the bed, looked at the chat interface with Lin Yi and muttered to himself. He then tried to call Yui Lin's number again and found that it was still unreachable. Helpless, Zhang Jiahao got up and ran to the study. After opening the computer, he began to look up information about Lin Yi. After checking for nearly 10 minutes, he didn't find any information on Yui Lin. Shouldn't I? With doubts in his heart, he typed in Yi Chen's name, and information about Yi Chen came out at once. Zhang Jiahao, who couldn't figure it out, finally thought of a way to hack into the document system. As soon as he thought of it, Zhang Jiahao immediately set out to write an auxiliary software, and then began to invade. 2 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao successfully hacked into the ID system. Firewalls that weak? After muttering, Zhang Jiahao matched up Lin Yi's message. After about 20 seconds, Lin Yi's ID information was successfully found by him. Looking at the address on the document, Zhang Jiahao froze. Heavenly River Academy? Following this clue, Zhang Jiahao found out about Lin Yi's dad, Lin Zhipeng. Through the name of Lin Yi's dad, Zhang Jiahao finally found out her identity, the first lady of the imperial capital Kirin Group. Zhang Jiahao briefly checked the information of the Kirin Group, and after reading it, he couldn't help but be surprised. If he hadn't possessed clan-level computer technology, he might never have known the power of the Kirin Group. According to information, Kirin Group's business spans dozens of countries and is currently valued at nearly $10 trillion. Nice guy. Low-key enough. This girl isn't grounded, is she? Could it be a forced marriage? At the thought of this, Zhang Jiahao shivered. It's meow. Who dares to steal my woman? As the words left his mouth, he waved his fingers and kept on tapping the code. About 2 minutes later, a location software was written by him. Let me see where you are, girl. With that, Zhang Jiahao entered Lin Yi's cell phone number into the software. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao looked at the location displayed above, and his face instantly turned cold. Surely you're grounded? Gotta find a way to reach her. Zhang Jiahao was in deep thought for a moment. Master, you can contact her by hacking into her home network system with the help of satellites and networks. Just as Zhang Jiahao was meditating, the system's beep sounded. Right, why didn't I think of that? Zhang Jiahao slapped his thigh, and then he acted. After 2 minutes, Zhang Jiahao successfully invaded the network system of Lin Yi's house. Let's see what you're doing, you girl. Zhang Jiahao then connected to the surveillance system of Lin Yi's house and carefully checked them one by one. Found it. Zhang Jiahao realized that Lin Yi, at the moment, was in the gazebo of the courtyard, looking at her with her hands propped up on her cheeks in a daze. Her whole person had emaciated a great deal. Zhang Jiahao was suddenly heartbroken. P.S. The invasion operation plot needs to be purely fictional. Chapter 21, Connecting with Lin Yi. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Jiahao then queried Lin Yi's computer through her family's network system. After checking around a lot, he realized that there was actually no computer for Lin Yi. Something's not right. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiahao slapped his thigh. How could I have been so stupid? The cell phone was confiscated and her computer must have choked off the internet as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiahao was just about to give up when he suddenly realized an anomaly. In the entire network system, one computer has its network disabled. The ecstatic Zhang Jiahao directly turned on the network of that computer, and then tried to invade. After about 10 seconds of effort, Zhang Jiahao successfully invaded that computer. Upon checking out that computer, Zhang Jiahao was finally relieved. Lin Yi's computer was an all-in-one machine that came with a camera, which made his next deployment a lot easier. It's a good thing this girl didn't turn off her computer, or there really wouldn't be anything she could do. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao left a program on Lin Yi's computer, directly turning on her computer's camera. As long as Lin Yi appeared in front of the computer, he would immediately receive a reminder on his side. For the next few moments, Zhang Jiahao stared deathly at the computer, waiting for Lin Yi to appear. He waited until the afternoon. Just as he was about to get up and move around, the computer received an alert. With excitement, Zhang Jiahao immediately ejected the program hidden on Lin Yi's computer. As soon as he pulled aside his headphones and put them on, he then shouted in a low voice, "Yui, it's me, can you hear me?" At this moment, Lin Yi, who was far away from the imperial capital, thought for a moment that she was hallucinating after hearing this voice of Zhang Jiahao. Damn, even hallucinations? Zhang Jiahao listened to her muttering and anxiously shouted out again, it's not a hallucination. Look over toward your computer. Lin Yi heard Zhang Jiahao's voice again and couldn't help but look up at the distant computer. Howie? She couldn't help but gasp out in shock when she saw Zhang Jiahao appear at the computer. With that, she rushed towards the computer in one swift step. Do you have headphones there? Howie, there is, just give me a second. A few moments later, Lin Yi returned with the headphones. Howie, how can you be on my computer? The first thing Lin Yi did after putting on the headphones was to ask her question. I'll tell you more about this later. What's going on with you? Lin Yi sniffed and a bitter expression instantly appeared on her face. Howie, maybe I won't be able to be by your side from now on. Zhang Jiahao was apprehensive at the words, so he inquired. Could it be that you've been forced into marriage? As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Lin Yi looked at him with a surprised expression. Howie, how did you know? Is that really the case? At this moment, Zhang Jiahao's eyes gradually became icy cold. This was something that even he himself did not notice. Who is it? Lin Yi thought for a moment before she still said it. Brother Hao. He's the youngest member of the Ouyang family in the imperial capital. You can't fight him. Actually, there's something I've never told you. It's just that I'm a little bit special. Just as she wanted to continue, Zhang Jiahao interrupted her. You don't have to say anything, I know all about it. I'm only going to ask you one question, and you're going to answer me seriously. Lin Yi froze at her words and nodded her head. would you want to be with me without this forced marriage? Hearing Zhang Jiahao's inquiry, Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second and hurriedly nodded her head in response. When is your wedding date? Lin Yi woodenly returned. 5 months later. When Zhang Jiahao heard that there were still 5 months to go, his tight heart relaxed. Yui, wait for me. I'll come for you as soon as I can. As soon as Lin Yi heard that Zhang Jiahao was coming, she became anxious. Brother Hao, don't. You really can't fight them. Looking at her anxious appearance, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and comforted. Do you still remember what I said to you? Howie, I'm not kidding you. Stop. I'm not making a scene. Listen to me. Do you remember when I told you I was a trillionaire? Lin Yi sniffed and recalled, nodding frostily after a moment. Nope. Howie, are you really a trillionaire? Zhang Jiahao nodded with a faint smile. However, the smile that had just appeared on Lin Yi's face instantly disappeared again. Howie, it's no use. The Ouyang family's group is now valued at $5 trillion. And their family power is strong. Zhang Jiahao shook his head at the words and voiced out without any fear. I'm not an ordinary person either. Please believe me. Lin Yi sniffed and fell into deep thought. A moment later, Lin Yi let out a breath. Howie, I'll wait for you. Zhang Jiahao instantly smiled with joy as he listened to Lin Yi's reply, and after agreeing on a time with Lin Yi, he cut off the internet. In fact, Zhang Jiahao's reaction had already proved that he was really in love with Lin Yi. It was just that he himself hadn't even realized it yet. What luxury nobles! I don't believe that I can't beat them with the system's enhancement. The Ouyangs? Let me see how your energy is. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jiahao began to investigate the Ouyang family's information as he had done. It lasted for nearly 10 minutes before Zhang Jiahao was able to organize the confidential information about Ouyang's family. Through the information he had investigated, Zhang Jiahao learned that the Ouyang family's parent group was called the Blue Sky Group, which was currently valued at $5 trillion, and it was Ouyang Xiu who was engaged to Lin Yi. Among them, what surprised him the most was that the Ouyang family also had a military background. When he saw this, Zhang Jiahao could already vaguely guess why there was this forced marriage. Lin Yi's family does not have military background connections, so it is assumed that the Lin family is trying to hitch a ride on this relationship. So there is the matter of Lin Yi being forced into marriage. What to do with only 5 months to go? System, is there any way you can help me? For the first time since the system, Zhang Jiahao appeared to be at a loss for words, and it was at this moment that he realized how small he was. Master, you can start with technology. Technology? Listening to the system's prompt, Zhang Jiahao was instantly enlightened. There's so much I can do with zoner computer skills. Why didn't I think of that? Artificial intelligence? Operating system? Or, Zhang Jiahao fell asleep thinking about it. Being busy for most of the day, with his brain in a constant state of tightness, wore him out. When he woke up, it was 8 o'clock the next morning. It meowed and fell asleep. Zhang Jiahao rubbed his eyes, and then he got up and washed himself. After washing out, Zhang Jiahao consciously signed in. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will be rewarded with a transcendent computer. The transcendental computer has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved and used by the owner at any time. Looking at the huge object lying in the system space, Zhang Jiahao was shocked beyond words. Chapter 22, Buying a Server Room. System, introduce this transcendental computer. Master, transcendental computer. Peak computing power 5 billion times per second. Sustained computing power 3 billion times per second. System, how big of a power supply does it have to be to carry it? Master, you're worrying too much. The power supply system requirements are not high. An ordinary server cabinet power supply system will do. That's okay. We need to get the server room up as soon as possible, so that developing software and stuff is a godsend. But where is the best place to build it? For the location of the server room is very important. First of all, security issues, followed by power supply and network issues. Master, you have the option of acquiring a network technology company and mixing the transcendental computer into the server room. Yeah, this saves time. System, thank you. Wahahaha. Zhang Jiahao, who had gotten the tip, immediately called He Yuxuan. Hey, Yuxuan, you immediately ask around for me to see if there are any network technology companies in Deep City that want to sell. It would be best if they are gaming companies. He Yuxuan listened to Zhang Jiahao's fiery command and without the slightest hesitation, she responded and immediately began her investigation. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, He Yuxuan called. Yu Xian, how's it going? Mr. Zhang, there are 2 companies with intent to sell. Both are gaming companies. Zhang Jiahao was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly said, Yuxuan, send me the information of these 2 companies. After the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. Not for a moment. He Yuxuan then sent over information about the two companies. Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look and chose the largest one. He picked up his cell phone and just dialed the contact number on it. Hello, who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Yang? I am. May I ask who you are? After receiving the confirmation, Zhang Jiahao then directly stated his purpose. Mr. Yang, my surname is Zhang. I want to acquire your company, so I want to get a better understanding of the situation first. Hello, Mr. Zhang, may I ask which area you would like to learn more about? Mr. Yang, I'd like to find out about the engine room. At this time, the general manager Yang on the other end of the phone sniffed and looked puzzled. Mr. Zhang, the current server room area is 5,000 square feet, with an access bandwidth of 100G and a cabinet size of 48U. Zhang Jiahao revealed a faint smile at his words. Mr. Yang, when is it convenient to sign the contract? Mr. Yang instantly felt a bit confused as he listened to this inquiry from Zhang Jiahao. He was beginning to wonder a bit if Zhang Jiahao was fooling him, but in the way of being in a hurry to sell, he responded to Chang Ka-ho. Mr. Zhang, this can be done anytime. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly replied. Mr. Yang, are you in the company? I'm going over now. As soon as Mr. Yang heard that it was for real, his attitude instantly became more enthusiastic. Mr. Zhang, I'm at the companies. How soon will you arrive? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and did some rough calculations in his mind before responding. Mr. Yang, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Okay, Mr. Zhang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao ran towards the parking garage while dialing He Yuxuan's number. Yu Xian, are you at the company? Yes, Mr. Zhang. Okay, you come downstairs in 10 minutes. After the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. With that, he drove all the way to the China World Trade Center. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the downstairs of the China World Trade Center. Seeing that He Yuxuan was already waiting, Zhang Jiahao waved towards her while secretly sighing at her efficiency. Mr. Zhang, is this an urgent matter to deal with? After He Yuxuan got into the car, she asked in a puzzled voice. Aha, go get a machine room. He Yuxuan was dumbfounded when she heard this. This company that Zhang Jiahao wants to acquire is not far from the China World Trade Center, and it is a 10-minute drive under normal circumstances. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the downstairs of the Regulus mansion. After parking his car, he walked into the building. Hello, do you have an appointment? Zhang Jiahao and the two of them had just walked through the door when the receptionist girl greeted them and inquired. Hello, I have an appointment with Mr. Yang. My name is Zhang. The receptionist girl sniffed respectfully. Hello Mr. Zhang. Mr. Yang is waiting for you on the 8th floor. You can just go up this side of the elevator. After Zhang Jiahao thanked him, he led He Yuxuan to the 8th floor. In a short while, the two arrived at Yang's office. Hello Mr. Zhang. I'm Yang Jia. Hello, Mr. Yang. Once seated, Zhang Jiahao went straight to the point. Mr. Yang, is this building also affiliated with your company? Yang Jia nodded, then introduced. Mr. Zhang, this building has 10 floors. Floors 2 to 8 are office areas and floors 9 to 10 are server rooms. The server room on the 10th floor is currently not operational. It's a reserved server room. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, it was more to his liking. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao was led by Yang Jia to visit the engine room. Mr. Yang, please say the sale price. Yang Jia froze at his words and said doubtfully. Mr. Zhang, don't you care about the company's operations? To be honest, given the company's current situation, it will take at least another investment of nearly $200 million to turn the company around. At this point, I don't want to hide. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he couldn't help but secretly sigh that Yang Jia's character was really okay. Mr. Yang, do you think this will work? I'll take full ownership and inject another $1 billion. And then, you're still the one who runs the company. Yang Jia froze at his words. He had thought about this type of operation, but no one was willing to do it. This company carries his dream, and he wouldn't think of selling it if he wasn't forced to. Moreover, Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth with $1 billion, which was something he had never dreamed of. Mr. Zhang, are you telling the truth? Zhang Jiahao nodded. However, Mr. Yang, I have one request. I want exclusive use of the server room on the 10th floor. Yang Jia didn't hesitate when he heard this and nodded his head straight. Mr. Yang, in the future you will adopt the dividend plus annual salary system. Is there any problem with this? Dividends? Yang Jia queried. Aha, dividends at the end of the year. Let's set the annual salary at $10 million for now. From the conversation just now, Zhang Jiahao is more willing to invest in him as a person. He firmly believes that Yang Jia will achieve great things. He just lacks an opportunity. Mr. Zhang, thank you. I have no problem with what you just said. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Then, Mr. Yang, please prepare the contract. A few moments later, the parties completed the signing of the contract, acquisition plus capital injection. Zhang Jiahao spent a total of nearly 2 billion. Mr. Yang, I'll have a shipment of equipment delivered later. This equipment will be set up on the 10th floor, so I'll trouble you to step up security measures at that time. This is very important and can't go wrong. Yang Jia nodded with a straight face. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, okay? Mr. Yang, you get busy first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao left with He Yuxuan. He was anxious to get back and release the transcendental computer and transport it to Regulus Tower. Chapter 23, The Mighty Dragon 1. When he returned to Pan Long Yuan and parked his car, Zhang Jiahao took out the transcendent computer and placed it in the parking garage. Zhang Jiahao checked around the giant object. The transcendental computer consists of 10 computing cabinets and 2 network cabinets, with 5,000 processors in one cabinet, for a total of 50,000 processors in the entire transcendental computer. The entire transcendental computer covered an area of about 110 square feet, a size that could be considered quite mini compared to the supercomputers on the blue planet. A few moments later, once the person contacted by He Yuxuan arrived, Zhang Jiahao personally supervised the loading of the transcendent computer. 30 minutes later, the machine arrived at the Regulus building. Mr. Yang, please help me find some reliable technicians. The machine needs to be installed. Zhang Jiahao got out of the car and looked towards Yang Jia, who had long been waiting downstairs. Yang Jia nodded at his words, and then nodded towards the secretary at the side. The secretary saw this and made a call, and in a short time 5 men came down. It took the crowd nearly half an hour to move all the cabinets to the 10th floor of the building. Several people then spent more than an hour completing the installation under the guidance of Zhang Jiahao. The crowd left, leaving Zhang Jiahao and Yang Jia. Mr. Yang, for the time being, this engine room is off limits to everyone except you and me. Also, increase the company's bandwidth. This server room will receive a 500G bandwidth for now. Add more later if you don't have enough. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Talk to me if you're short. Yang Jia listened to these words from Zhang Jiahao and was shocked inwardly while secretly saying that his chance had come. Mr. Zhang, don't worry. I'll step up 24-hour guarding of this server room, and bandwidth issues will be resolved within 2 days. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Good. Hard work. You go and get busy first. After Yang Jia left, Zhang Jiahao couldn't wait to start the transcendent computer. After about a minute, the transcendental computer successfully powered up. Please name the computer. Looking at the prompts displayed on the control screen, Zhang Jiahao fell into deep thought. A moment later, Zhang Jiahao clapped his hands together. Then he typed in Dragon 1. Shenandoah 1 loading. Loading successful. The interface loaded in less than 3 seconds. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao delved into the Divine Dragon 1. It took a full 2 hours for him to study the Divine Dragon 1. What a guy. It's actually so awesome. In layman's terms, Shenlong 1 is equivalent to 8 million ordinary computers. System. What system does Shenlong 1 use? Zhang Jiahao asked this because he realized that the system of Shenlong 1 was neither Windows nor Linux. Master, you can call it the Divine Dragon System, a set of technology that surpasses Blue Star by nearly 50 years. Asterisk. Listening to the system's answer, Zhang Jiahao was speechless and could only use these 2 words to express the excitement in his heart. If someone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences finds out, I'll take the Shenlong 1 for a server. They'll probably say I'm crazy, right? The security system of the Shenlong 1 uses face recognition, fingerprint and voice recognition. Right now, there was no second person who could open the Divine Dragon, no one other than Zhang Jiahao, unless they could get his authorization. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao divided Dragon 1 into 10 districts, each with a separate management account. Each zone is equivalent to a branch of Shenlong 1, which can realize their independent operation without interference. With the performance of the current Shenlong 1, one zone alone could kill the strongest servers on the market right now. What shocked Zhang Jiahao the most about Shenlong 1 was its computing power. If it was used for programming, the work efficiency could be increased by at least 1,000 times. System. Will the Divine Dragon 1's partition hold systems currently on Blue Star? Regarding this, Zhang Jiahao hadn't tested it yet. Master, there is no need for such complexity. The Shenlong system is compatible with all systems currently on Blue Star and can work across platforms. Hearing again about such a bullish place, unable to resist the excitement of jumping into action, Zhang Jiahao then asked Yang Jia to move one of the company's best computers at the moment. After plugging the computer into the Shenlong 1, Zhang Jiahao began to try to program it. His hands were constantly fluttering on the keyboard, and the blurred shadows could only be seen vaguely. If someone was at the side at this moment, they would be amazed at the inhuman speed of his hands. TSK. That reaction time. After testing it for a while, The reaction speed of the Divine Dragon 1 made Zhang Jiahao marvel in admiration. In particular, the compilation software that comes with the Dragon system. When you finish knocking out the code of a module, it will automatically run to detect the bugs in it and can realize automatic repair, which saves Zhang Jiahao a huge amount of work. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao wrote an app, which was then uploaded into Divine Dragon 1's Partition 1. Once it was uploaded, he tested the installation on his own phone. Asterisk. It's working perfectly. Harry, looking at the effect of app running, Zhang Jiahao was so excited that he danced. He is writing a medium to large game app with extremely high server performance requirements. After briefly testing the performance of the Divine Dragon 1, Zhang Jiahao then called Yang Jia. Mr. Yang, tell me about the company's current predicament. Yang Jia sniffed and organized his thoughts, then he opened his mouth to narrate. Mr. Zhang, the company's main dilemma at the moment is still the hardware issue. Because the newly developed game requires extremely high server performance, right now our servers are only barely functional. I was just about to tell you about upgrading the servers in the server room. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. He thought that it was because there was no market for the games developed by the company, but he didn't realize that it was just a problem with the servers. Mr. Yang, just such a simple question. Why didn't you get the investment? Zhang Jiahao pondered for a while and asked about the doubts in his heart. Mr. Zhang, the investment is there. It's just that the conditions they put forward were too harsh and I didn't agree. And then there's this new game, which has a longer payback cycle. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then pointed to the Divine Dragon 1 on the side and said, Mr. Yang, there's no need to upgrade the server room. Use this server of mine. I'll give you access in a moment. Just do a data migration. However, this server is very important to me, so please keep it confidential. Yang Jia nodded his head frostily at the words and assured, Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I won't divulge any information. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao authorized the No.2 partition of Shenlong 1 to Yang Jia. Mr. Yang, I'll close off this machine room. No one can enter without my authorization. Yang Jia nodded his head at the words. He certainly understood what Zhang Jiahao meant. Even if he wanted to go in himself, he still needed Zhang Jiahao's consent to do so. He didn't have any excessive thoughts about this move of Zhang Jiahao's. Mr. Yang, you can use it remotely by logging in with your account authorization. Maximum access account. Best if you keep it to yourself. Yang Jia nodded his head at the words to show that he understood. Subsequently, after Zhang Jiahao instructed Yang Jia a few more times, he drove back to Pan Long Yuan. He was going to make a trip home before he started on his next plan. Chapter 24, Homecoming, The Bull Brothers. Zhang Jiahao simply packed up and then drove towards his home. His house is about half an hour's drive from Panshil Yard. It was almost dark when Zhang Jiahao arrived home, and he had just gotten out of the car when Li Lin, who had heard the commotion, walked out. Son, you're finally home. Mom, is Dad home yet? Li Lin sniffed and shook her head. No, your dad is still at the office. Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words. He had long ago instructed He Yuxuan to help his dad's company, Linhao Technology, and by all accounts his dad shouldn't still be busy at the company at this point. Son, go up first. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then headed upstairs. He had to find He Yuxuan and ask what was going on. After arriving upstairs, Zhang Jiahao dashed into his room. Yu Xian, what's the situation over at Linhao Technology? After Zhang Jiahao unlocked the door to his room, he called He Yuxuan. Mr. Zhang, the company has injected $50 million into Linhao Technology. Now that Linhust's operations are back to normal, it's going from strength to strength. After hearing these words from He Yuxuan, Zhang Jiahao shook his head and said a few words before hanging up the phone. Since there was nothing wrong with his dad's company, he was able to engage in his own business without worry. Son, come out and eat. Coming. A moment later, Zhang Jiahao came into the restaurant. Mom, did you know I was coming back and made dinner ahead of time? Li Lin sniffed and gave him a blank look, handing Zhang Jiahao a bowl of soup and said, How did I know that you were back? I came back early today and made a few dishes when I was hungry. Ah, okay. Zhang Jiahao took the soup and responded awkwardly. Half an hour later, after Zhang Jiahao finished eating and helped clear the table, he pulled Li Lin to sit down on the sofa. Mom, I'm starting a business with a couple of friends right now, so I'll be back less often these days. Li Lin looked at Zhang Jiahao in surprise at his words. Starting a business? You have startup capital? In the face of Li Lin's question, Zhang Jiahao had already thought of the wording on his way back. Mom, we're just getting started. It won't take much. And we do it all up front with a couple of guys and don't have to pay for labor. Listening to this explanation from Zhang Jiahao, Li Lin nodded and said, You have your own ideas? Mom supports you. Talk to your dad when you need help. Zhang Jiahao nodded and smiled awkwardly. He didn't think that his dad hadn't told his mom about something so big happening in the company. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao talked with his old mom for nearly an hour. When asked about Zhang Jiahao's car, Zhang Jiahao also fooled around with the wording he had prepared in advance. He hadn't figured out what to tell his family about the trillions of dollars in savings he now possessed. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to be unable to bear the torture, he drove away on the pretext that he had something to do in the company. Deep Blue Avenue. Zhang Jiahao looked at the sparkling night outside the car window and couldn't help but mutter with a deep sigh, "Ugh, it feels so good to have money." As he raced along, he soon drove off Shamrock Avenue, and in order to get home as fast as he could, he then chose to take the nearest side road. Although he had often heard that the paths were unsafe, there was not the slightest fear in his heart for the man who now possessed the Grandmaster-level fighting technique. However, just as he was coming out of a curve, the unexpected happened. He was stopped in his tracks by two men. "Get off!" Looking at the two people who blocked his way, Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly a few times. "What is the instruction, gentlemen?" Zhang Jiahao calmly got down from the car and looked at the two people in front of him and faintly inquired. "Robbery! Give me the money you have on you." The two men instantly surrounded them, one of them holding a small knife against Zhang Jiahao's back waist threateningly. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. "I'm so sorry, am I being robbed? Gentlemen, I don't have any cash." Zhang Jiahao pretended to sound out as if he was scared. "Bull 2, put the knife down." At that moment, another slightly older man spoke up and chided. "Big brother, Bull 2, put it down." Looking at the odd maneuvers of the two, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but ask out in a puzzled voice, "I say, you two, what are you?" Nyoer sniffed and glared at Zhang Jiahao. "I'm sorry, we had no choice. Our sister is still lying in the hospital waiting for money to save her life." Zhang Jiahao sniffed and secretly said that it was a bit interesting. "Tell you what, if you guys can beat me, I'll give you the money." He hadn't moved his hands since acquiring the fighting arts, and was trying to see how well it worked. "Good, interesting, big brother, I'll do it." As the words fell, without waiting for his big brother to respond, Nyoer directly struck out towards Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao looked at the fist that came speedily, and then he swung his hand to block, and at the same time, a hook punch greeted him. Pop, pop, as a crashing sound rang out, the two instantly fought together. Zhang Jiahao faced Nyoer's attack and handled it with ease, without the slightest bit of pressure. After playing for nearly 3 minutes, Zhang Jiahao looked to the other person on the side and said, "You should come along too." Seeing this, Nyoer's elder brother did not hesitate and then struck out to attack towards Zhang Jiahao. It went on like that for nearly 10 minutes of 2-on-1. "Okay, stop." Having been fighting to a draw, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out. Both of them also stopped their attacks at the words. At this moment, both of them had shock and doubt in their eyes. "Who are you? How come we haven't heard of you?" At that moment, Nyoji's elder brother inquired. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you guys are so weak." Both of them had their mouths twitching at the words, while secretly saying in their hearts, "God, it's meow, it's us who are weak. It's you who are too strong, alright." The two of them, as recently retired mercenaries, were also speechless when they met Zhang Jiahao, a tough opponent. "System, what the hell? Are you fooling me?" At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was disliking the system. "Master, what do you mean by that? I thought you said I could fight 10 of them alone. Why is it that when I fight 2 now, it's just a tie?" "Master, there's nothing wrong with it. The two of them belong to the King of Soldiers class." "King of Soldiers?" Listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Jiahao was astonished. He then looked at the two men and said, "You were soldiers?" The two men nodded at the words, then shook their heads. "How many meanings?" Nyoji sniffed and looked at his big brother at the side. The older brother saw this and thought for a moment. "We used to be mercenaries." "Mercenaries?" Zhang Jiahao felt a bit surprised because the Dragon Kingdom was a forbidden place for mercenaries. Nyoer's elder brother seemed to have seen Zhang Jiahao's thoughts, so he explained, "We are retired international mercenaries, and we've never done anything in the Dragon Kingdom that would jeopardize the interests of the country. The good guys were actually international mercenaries. No wonder they could fight themselves to a draw." "How much do you need?" The two froze in the face of Zhang Jiahao's inquiry. "I said, how much do you want?" This time the two finally reacted, and Nyoer hurriedly spoke. "We want 100,000. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao learned about the specifics with the two men. It turns out that the two men's sister is seriously ill and in desperate need of money, and all the money they have earned over the years has been spent on her. After a failed mission, their squad lost nearly 20 men and only 8 survived, and they were 2 of those who survived. Since then, the 8 who survived have chosen to retire and have returned to the Dragon Kingdom to make a living." Chapter 25, From now on, my life is yours. I can provide the best healing environment for your sister. Will you do something for me? Knowing the situation, Zhang Jiahao is interested in taking in the 2 men, who are now in short supply of security personnel around him. "Are you telling the truth?" Nyoer sniffed and excitedly opened his mouth to inquire. Zhang Jiahao nodded. "Of course, That's when Nyoji's big brother spoke up. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the country, and it's not something that's going to hurt us, we can agree to it. That's right, I listened to my big brother. Zhang Jiahao secretly nodded his head when he heard this. It is good to have your own bottom line, and you are afraid of rash people who have no bottom line. All you need to do is take care of security for me and those around me. Nothing else for a while. Both men nodded at the words. Go, get in the car and take me to see your sister. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got into the car. A few moments later, several people arrived at Deep City Hospital. After walking into the hospital room, Zhang Jiahao saw the girl lying on the bed. Due to the entanglement of the cause of the disease, the girl looked very haggard. Is Niu Yinyan's family there? At that moment, a doctor walked in and inquired. Hello doctor, I'm her brother. Nyoda looked at the doctor with an anxious face and responded hastily. It's time for you to pay your bills. You are now 2 treatments in arrears. I'm afraid the next session won't be possible without payment. Listening to the doctor's urging, Zhang Jiahao spoke out. Doctor, how much is owed in fees? How much more needs to be paid? The doctor sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao. 100,000 is owed. The exact amount of money still needed depends on the patient's recovery. Nyoda Nyoair was instantly anxious at his words. Doctor, please make sure my sister is cured. We'll pay any amount, please. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao patted the shoulders of the 2 men, signaling them to be at ease. Doctor, we'll pay the bill now. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao pulled aside Nyoda, and then turned around and left the hospital room. Nyoair, look after your sister. After Nyoda walked out of the entrance of the hospital room, he turned around and instructed Nyoair. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao and Nyoda arrived at the payment office. After some inquiries, Zhang Jiahao then directly paid 10 million, which can be refunded if it is not used up. Howie, it doesn't have to be that much. Nyoda, who was on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Zhang Jiahao shook his head, then said seriously, Nyoda, remember what I said to you before, we are friends. Friends? When Nyoda heard the word friend again, his heart felt as if it had been hit hard by something. After years of living abroad as a mercenary, he had long forgotten that there was such a thing as a friend. Well, go back. Looking at Nyoda who was frothing, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and reminded out loud. Nyo nodded blankly at his words, and then he followed Zhang Jiahao's footsteps back to the hospital room. Brother, have the fees been paid? Nyoda had just stepped through the door of the ward when Nyoair hurriedly greeted him and inquired. Nyoair, the fee brother Hao has already helped pay. A one-time payment of 10 million. Nyoji froze at his words. How much? 10 million? With a straight face, the bull nodded. Nyoair, who received the confirmation, then dodged and knelt in front of Zhang Jiahao. Brother Hua, from now on, this life of mine will be yours. Looking at Nyoair, who was kneeling in front of him with red eyes, Zhang Jiahao helped him up. Nyoji, get up. Just remember, we're friends. A man can kneel to heaven and earth and his parents. You know. Also, I'm not interested in your life. Just get the job done. Kauta saw it and walked up too. Howie, Bull 2 is right. For the rest of our lives we brothers will protect you with our lives. And whoever dares to do you harm will cross over us first. Zhang Jiahao sniffed one head and 2 heads. Just after finishing the small one, the big one followed. Well, remember my words. Keep yourself safe even if there is danger. You can only help me better if you live. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's serious look, the 2 brothers nodded their heads in assurance. Howie, Nyoair, what is it? Looking at Nyoair who wanted to speak, Zhang Jiahao was puzzled. Nyoji hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. Howie, do you need any more hands? The brothers who came back from retirement with us don't have anything to do right now. They are no less powerful than our brothers, and among them are proficient in scouting, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Brother Hao, don't worry, those brothers of ours are all friends for life and can definitely be trusted. Listening to Nyoair's rant, Nyoda hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Nyoair, what are you doing? Brother Hao has already helped us too much. How can you trouble Brother Hao again? Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to signal Nyoda to stop. He was now short of security manpower. Good reminder. Cow Big, Cow 2. I'm in desperate need of security personnel. Get your gang of brothers together if you can. Bulda, you will be the captain and lead them. Your tentative salary is $8 million a year, and the rest of the members make $5 million a year. For spending this amount of money to have these mercenaries who had experienced the battlefield of life and death, Zhang Jiahao felt that it was really a big profit. Brother Hao, this is too much. It's already good enough for you to give us work. Nyoda hurriedly voiced out as he listened to the treatment given by Zhang Jiahao. Seeing that Nyoda was going to say something else, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly stopped him. It's settled. You guys take care of the matters at hand and then contact me. Howie, we can start working now. There's nothing wrong on my sister's side for now. Nyoda pulled aside Nyo Air and said with a serious face, "Here's the deal. Transfer your sister to an advanced ward, and then hire a couple of attendants to take care of her." The two men nodded after a moment's thoughtful sniffing. "Howie, why don't I round them up now?" Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words, then smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll go back first. When all of you are here, come straight to me." As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao left the hospital. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao returned to Panlong Yuan, and after parking his car he went to the tea room. He had just failed to tell the bull his address, and it was intentional. He wanted to see if these mercenaries, or as Bull 2 said, Panlong Yuan has a total of 2 security lines of defense, surveillance cameras that are 360 degrees without dead angle. If under these circumstances, Nyoda and the others could still come in silently, then they could be considered really capable. After making the tea, Zhang Jiahao asked for the phone number of Wang Hua, the head of her guild family, through Lin Evening. Regarding the matter of opening a guild in KK, he had been too busy to deal with it, and he just had the time to deal with it at this moment. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jiahao directly dialed the phone number above. Chapter 26, I've been rejected? Within moments, the call was answered. "Hello, who is it?" "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Zhang Jiahao. I'd like to talk to you about something." Wang Hua was silent for a moment and asked back faintly, "What is it?" Zhang Jiahao didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "I've set up a guild in KK and I want Lin Wan to switch over. Thought I'd ask what you're asking for on your end?" Wang Hua was silent for a moment, then asked again. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao didn't think much about it and once again said what he had just said. However, this time Wang Hua didn't hesitate in the slightest and coldly replied back, "Sorry, this can't be transferred." He hung up as soon as the words were out of his mouth. Zhang Jiahao instantly froze in place as he listened to the beeping sound coming from his ear. "It meow. A refusal without even opening the conditions?" At the moment Wang Hua was in his office. After hanging up the phone he called his secretary, Xiao Yan. "Immediately help me find out what relationship Zhang Jiahao has with Lin Evening." The secretary, Xiao Yan, nodded and left with a response. After being rejected, Zhang Jiahao directly approached KK official customer service. Through some counseling, Zhang Jiahao received the reply, "I'm sorry, we can't intervene about the transfer." At this time, Wang Hua's office, the secretary, Xiao Yan, was reporting the results of the investigation with Wang Hua. "Mr. Wang, according to what multiple sources are pointing to, Zhang Jiahao is the big brother clip ho who recently supported Lin Evening." Wang Hua nodded at his words, then pressed a few times on his cell phone. "I've sent you a recording, so report it to the KK officials, and say that he's pulling people in the station." Wang Hua was convinced that after he had operated like this, Zhang Jiahao would never think of letting Lin Wan transfer again. As for whether or not Zhang Jiahao would run away, he wasn't worried in the slightest. He had always operated like this in similar situations, and it all worked out so well that instead of running, Big Brother consumed more. Zhang Jiahao, who had been rejected by both sides, opened KK Live with a depressed face and was about to go up to see Lin Evening. However, just as the screen was loading out, a prompt popped up from the system. "The account has been permanently blocked. Reason for violation, station pulling." Looking at the alert on his cell phone, Zhang Jiahao froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What the does that mean? At this moment, Zhang Jiahao did not know that he had just been recorded while talking to Wang Hua. With a face full of doubts, Zhang Jiahao contacted KK customer service to try to unblock. Subsequently, the customer service response is that it cannot be unblocked, but also sent him and Wang Hua call recording evidence. Listening to that recording, Zhang Jiahao's face gradually turned cold. Quite a game. After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao continued to drink his tea and pondered. About 10 minutes later, "I'm not short of money right now. I'm not short of skills. Why don't I start my own platform?" As soon as he thought of it, Zhang Jiahao immediately called Yang Jia. "Mr. Zhang, what are your orders?" "Mr. Yang, I need to develop a live streaming platform to hang under Regulus technology." Zhang Jiahao had thought about setting up a new company to do it, only that would be too much of a waste of time. Moreover, the qualifications of Regulus technology are now very comprehensive, and there are qualifications that need to be used for live broadcasting. "Mr. Zhang, there's no problem with this. The company's qualifications are all complete, so I put together a development team." Formation of the development team thing, Zhang Jiahao temporarily have no idea. Wait for the formation of good do not know monkey years and months. Developing a live streaming platform was just that. For him who now possessed cleric-level computer skills, there was absolutely no pressure at all. "Mr. Yang, I have someone to do the development work. You just need to help me set up a customer service team. Also using Xuan Yuan's information, go and register a trademark for me. Let's call it Kuan Pang Live." Afterwards, after instructing Yang Jia to do it as soon as possible, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. With that, Zhang Jiahao returned to the study. After connecting the computer to the Shenlong one, Zhang Jiahao began the development of the platform. With the assistance of Dragon 1, it took Zhang Jiahao 30 minutes to design the UI of the app. Once the UI was designed, Zhang Jiahao immediately began to build the front-end pages of the platform. The front-end page build took him nearly 40 minutes to complete, and the back-end program was next. Back-end development is more complex and time-consuming than front-end development. Zhang Jiahao wrote this until 3 o'clock in the morning. The whole process took nearly 6 hours. And at the moment the Kunpeng live streaming platform was successfully developed by him. With such a huge amount of work, normal development would take at least a year or more. Thanks to the advantages of the Shenlong one and his own high level of skill, Zhang Jiahao had personally written a software to assist in programming before developing the backend. This software possessed an intelligent memory function that made it as easy as playing with blocks when Zhang Jiahao knocked out the code. Kunpeng Live is not quite the same as other platforms. Kunpeng Live platform does not have the function of guild stationed. The most luxurious virtual gift is the Dragon Swim in the world, a value of 1 million huaxia coins. The guarding function is similar to that of other platforms. Divided into monthly guarding, 520 huaxia coins, annual guarding, 5,200 huaxia coins, lifetime guarding, 2 million huaxia coins. As for the knighthood rank, Zhang Jiahao didn't make any changes and it was basically the same as KK's. The only difference is the price of the knighthood versus the price of the user level. The king's knighthood requires 1,000,000 huaxia coins to open for the first time, and you can keep the knighthood by spending more than 300,000 per month. Contrary to other platforms, the King's Lord of Kunlun Live has a privilege, which is the Demon Shining Mirror. After the King's Lord players use the Demon Mirror, the beauty effect of the anchor will disappear, and you can see the real face of the anchor without beauty effect directly on the phone. In terms of anchor commission, Zhang Jiahao has adopted a 4+6 model. The platform only takes 40%. Zhang Jiahao looked at the Kunpeng Live app on his phone and nodded with satisfaction. Let me just add a little bit of energy to the live world. To the live world. After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao dragged his tired body to sleep. After a busy night, Zhang Jiahao woke up after 11 a.m. The next day, when he stepped out of the room, he saw the crowd of bulls standing neatly in the living room. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at the sight, and for a moment, he spoke out in praise. Nice! Zhang Jiahao didn't know when they came in, but this didn't matter anymore. He saw what they were capable of. Zhang Jiahao scanned the room and realized that among the 8 people, 2 were also women. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao got acquainted with a few people. After arranging their work, Zhang Jiahao let the crowd retreat. After the crowd left, Zhang Jiahao shuffled around and dialed Lin Evening's number. Evening, have you eaten yet? Lin Even on this side. After putting down a bowl of soup, she responded in a hurry. Brother how? Not yet. I just finished cooking. Are you at home? Come over and eat with us if you're home. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Nice guy. This chick can cook? I'm at home. Just got up and washed up. I'll go over there now. Lin Evening's understanding made his heart ache a little. Never asking too many questions and not interrupting. Every time he was in need, Lin Evening was there. Zhang Jiahao told himself in his heart that he must make it up to her and love her. Since Villa 6, where Lin Evening lived, wasn't far from Zhang Jiahao, he directly chose to walk there. Chapter 27, Lin Knight's Lunch. Upgrading software. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at Villa 6, where Lin Evening lived. He had just walked through the front door when Lin Evening greeted him. Howie, the soup is ready for you. Zhang Jiahao smiled and nodded, wrapping his arm around her small waist as he headed towards the restaurant. Lin Evening made 3 dishes in one soup, with fish, meat and vegetables, and Zhang Jiahao ate several bowls of rice. Evening, I can't believe you're so good with your hands. After eating and cleaning up, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around her and sat down on the sofa and opened his mouth to praise her. Howie, come over if you like it. I'll make it for you. Zhang Jiahao nodded and looked at her in a serious manner. Actually, I prefer steamed buns. Lin even sniffed. Steamed bread? Well, the buns are actually quite tasty. When Lin Wan noticed Zhang Jiahao's gaze, she instantly reacted. Howie, you're so bad. I love it so much. Lin Evening's words completely pushed Zhang Jiahao into the fire pit. Let's go. Eat buns. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao carried her towards the bedroom. Those who get it. Make up your own mind. An hour later, Zhang Jiahao touched Lin Even's hair, then took out his cell phone and said, Evening, I approached the head of your family and was rejected. Howie, this is normal. That guy also reported me for pulling people, and KK officials blocked my number. Lin Wan sniffed and got out of Zhang Jiahao's arms with an anxious look on his face. Howie, so you didn't talk to the officials? Zhang Jiahao shook his head, and then he talked to Lin Evening about the KK customer service set of words. Howie, what then? Looking at the anxious look on her face, Zhang Jiahao pinched her cheek. Don't worry, I already have a solution. As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao opened the Kunpeng app on his phone, and then he handed it to Lin Evening. Looking at the simple and generous interface design, Lin Wan was so delighted that she opened her mouth to praise it. Brother Hao, the interface design of this software is very nice and gives people a very comfortable feeling. Zhang Jiahao took the phone and gave Lin Wan a brief introduction to the functions of the Kunpeng Live app. Howie, you're not going to tell this app that you developed it, are you? After Lin even understood the Kunpeng Live app, he asked the doubts in his heart while marveling at its functions. Aha! You'll download and register a number later, so you can go live on here from now on. Lin Evening was all excited. Okay, KK's side I just withdrew the money yesterday. Zhang Jiahao smiled at his words. He was just about to say that he would wait for Lin Wan to withdraw the money over there before going on Kunpeng Live. Okay, you sign up for an account. I have to go to the office and get ready to put the platform live right away. Afterward, under Lin Evening's fond gaze, Zhang Jiahao returned to Panlong Yuan. After returning to Panlong Yuan, Zhang Jiahao headed to the study at the first opportunity. At the moment he was staring at the time on his computer with his headphones on, and before long, the time came to exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He then hit the enter key on his keyboard. In an instant, he connected to Lin Yi. The last time the two connected, they made a date to connect at 2 p.m. when they could. Howie, I missed you so much. The video had just been connected, and Lin Yi's voice, which was full of longing, came through. Yi, I miss you too. Take care of yourself, don't think too much, and give me some time, okay? Zhang Jiahao also wanted to find his way there immediately, but I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the door if he went there now. He could only talk to Lin Jipeng if he made himself stronger and had a more noble status. He was convinced it wouldn't take long. Wait for me, I'll upgrade the software. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao operated remotely. About 2 minutes later, okay, when you want to contact me in the future, just open this app. You memorize the shortcut key for the software Alt+5. When you press both keys at the same time, the software will automatically hide, and you do the same thing when you want to open the software. When you hide the software, no one else can find it. Even if you reinstall the system, the software will be there. In fact, Zhang Jiahao had written out this software last night, and the last time he was connected he hadn't thought so comprehensively for a while due to his low mood. After he upgraded this time, Lin Yi would be able to contact him at any time as long as her internet connection was not unplugged. Regarding the problem of the network being disabled on Lin's computer, Zhang Jiahao had solved it when he upgraded the software. He directly modified the network system of Lin Yi's house, and when others viewed it, Lin Yi's network remained disabled. Moreover, Lin Yi's computer would only connect to the network when he used this software he had installed. In addition, this software of his can realize the untraceable operation. Even if others check, Lin Yi's computer cannot be detected. Howie, you're awesome. So, I can contact you anytime in the future? Lin Yi excitedly praised Zhang Jiahao after hearing his introduction. Aha! When you want to contact me, open the software the way I taught you. You have to remember to hide the software or you won't have a trick up your sleeve if someone finds out and cuts the network cable. Lin Yi nodded her head in a hurry. Brother Hao, don't worry, I've memorized everything. Such a simple operation didn't pose the slightest problem for Lin Yi. Yui, are you thirsty? Lin Yi sniffed and shook her head. No, you're thirsty. I have soy milk here. Would you like some? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Jiahao's bad smile and instantly understood in seconds. Little thing, you're quite capable of fooling around. Wait for my old lady to go out and drain you dry. Lin Yi gritted her teeth and looked at Zhang Jiahao, saying word by word, ha ha ha, this emperor waits ha. Zhang Jiahao smiled broadly and hooked his finger towards her. Zhang Jiahao then chatted with Lin Yi for almost an hour before ending the video call. Master, you're so cheap. Zhang Jiahao listened to the system's voice and was just about to dislike it when he heard the reminder of signing in again. I haven't signed in yet today. The atmospheric Zhang Jiahao decided not to bother with the disrespect it had just shown and chose to sign in. Successful sign in. Rewarded with Breath of the King. What the hell? Looking at the rewards for signing in, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out a question. Overlord's breath? Yes, Master. You can interpret it as one's aura. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head with a seemingly understanding sniff. With that, he clicked on fusion. A few moments later, he only noticed a slight change, and for the time being, he didn't find anything special about this overlord's chi. After some fruitless thinking, he got up and drove towards the Regulus mansion. The Kunpeng live streaming platform has been developed, and he is ready to temporarily take advantage of Regulus Technologies' traffic to put it online right away. There were so many things waiting for him to do right now that he didn't want to waste a moment. Chapter 28, the platform is online, dominating the hot searches. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Regulus mansion. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Just as Zhang Jiahao walked into the office, Yang Jia hurriedly rose to greet him. Zhang Jiahao nodded, sat down and said, Mr. Yang, how is the customer service department set up? For the platform to go live, customer service must not be missing. Mr. Zhang, it's already been formed. 20 people so far. Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction at his words. General Manager Yang, the pre-live platform needs to take advantage of Xuanyuan's traffic. You help arrange it. For a new app, it is difficult to move forward without traffic, and the only one that Zhang Jiahao can use under his banner now is Regulus Technology. Mr. Zhang, this is no problem. I'll have the planning department arrange it right away. Zhang Jiahao nodded and continued to speak. Mr. Yang, organize an event to promote it. Our game. Is anyone currently live? Although he had acquired Regulus Technologies, he had yet to learn about the company's games. He also rarely played games in general, so he could be said to know nothing about them. Mr. Zhang, our new game, Xian Yuan Legend, is live-streamed quite a bit, especially after migrating the servers. It's good if there are live streams. Zhang Jiahao is really afraid that none of them will be available. Mr. Yang, you set up a live game tournament. Set up a winner's prize of 50 million, and you can see what you can do with the other ranking awards. Let me know exactly how much it costs when you account for it, and I'll transfer it directly to Regulus' public account. Yang Jia froze at his words and nodded after a moment of thought. Okay, Mr. Zhan, I'll make the arrangements now, and you give me the address of the platform. After obtaining the address of the Kuanpang live streaming platform, Yang Jia got up and went forward to arrange the promotional activities. After Yang Jia left, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the 10th floor of the Regulus mansion. He opened his computer and connected to the Divine Dragon One, checking the program and confirming that there were no problems before calling He Yushuan. Yu Xian, help me register a company right away. I'll send you the relevant information in a moment. This is rather urgent to be dealt with as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao sent information about Kuanpang Live to He Yushuan. Kuanpang Live he was initially positioned to operate independently. Only Time Emergency temporarily borrowed the qualification of Regulus Technology. Zhang Jiahao had just finished sending the message when Lin Evening's phone called. Howie, I registered my account. Well, late night. You get ready. The show starts at 8 o'clock tonight. After arranging for Lin Evening, Zhang Jiahao returned to Yang Jia's office. He had just sat down for a moment when Yang Jia returned. Mr. Zhang, it will take another hour to finish. When does this event officially begin? Zhang Jiahao was satisfied with Yang Jia's efficiency. Mr. Yang, you can start right away. The platform goes live tonight at 8 o'clock, so you attract some players to participate through the event as soon as possible. Over in the customer service department, let them understand the rules of the platform as soon as possible, so that they don't know everything when someone inquires. Regarding the rules of the Kuanpang live broadcast platform, Zhang Jiahao had also directly made a document that everyone could see by clicking on the help center. Mr. Zhang, customer service this I have just arranged. As soon as the planning comes out, I'll launch the promotion. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then began to think of other plans. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. As Zhang Jiahao's enter button was pressed, the Kuanpang live streaming platform was officially launched. Instantly, gamers who had been inducted through the event were live streaming. There are more than 800 game anchors currently on board, and all of them are coming for the tournament. Due to the urgency of time, Yang Jia planned this tournament to be relatively simple, with only 2 entry requirements. First, it must be streamed on the Kunside Live platform. Secondly, to register for the event, you need to register a new account in the new area designated by the game and provide your Kunlun Live ID in order to register. With these 2 restrictions, he will be able to control the tournament very well and just pick the names in this exclusive area. The time came to 8:10. At this time, none of the people who had participated in the tournament were absent, and all of them had opened a live broadcast on Kuanpang Live. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was on the 10th floor of the building, and he took a cursory look at the background data. It was found that in just 10 minutes, the number of registered users had exceeded 100,000. What he doesn't realize, however, is that at the moment, major news sites, microblogs, etc., because of the $50 million grand prize tournament event, Kunlun Live went straight to the headlines. Watching the number of registrants continue to increase, Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction. After checking out the program's operation, Zhang Jiahao also logged into his Kuanpang account with his phone. His account ID is rather short, only 3 digits, 666. The recharge ratio of Kuanpang Live is 110. 1 Huaxia coin is equal to 10 Shoin. Zhang Jiahao directly added $1 billion show to his account. Immediately, through searching, he found Lin Evening's live room. After entering Lin Evening's live room, Zhang Jiahao then directly opened a king's title. Instantly, a big golden event banner popped up across the platform. All of a sudden, the number of people in Lin Evening's live room instantly broke 10,000, and the public screen was also lively. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Clip ho big man run here? Upstairs, from KK2? I play KK2. You guys are missing the point. Can you see if the anchor is familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Evening. Zhang Jiahao's nickname was still used as Clip Hao. And looking at the players who were still coming over from KK, he smiled faintly. 10 dragons in the world were given out immediately. User Clip Ho gifted Forest Knight Dragon World 10 PCS. The special effects of this gift are quite domineering, with 9 dragons surrounding the emperor looking down on the world. 10 dragons traveling the world, worth 10 million Chinese coins. Players who realized the value of the gift exclaimed. After the gift effects disappeared, Zhang Jiahao spent $2 million to open the Lifetime Guardian. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Jiahao exited Lin Evening's live broadcast. He then wandered around the platform. He gave out gifts worth more than 100,000 Chinese coins for every live broadcast he clicked into. With this money-spinning operation by Zhang Jiahao, Kuanping Live and the nicknames of the big brother of Clip Hao have hit the headlines. Zhang Jiahao spent nearly 2 hours browsing through all the live streams. The time came to 11 o'clock at night. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was looking at the data in the background. 3 hours after the launch, the platform's registered users exceeded the 1 million mark, and the amount of recharge exceeded 10 million. Zhang Jiahao was currently most concerned about the number of users. As for the recharge amount, he was not worried in the slightest. Just as he was about to turn off his computer, he realized something. Registered users stopped growing. Before he could think about it, a news story popped up on his computer. A new type of virus has been discovered in our river city, suspected to be imported from the Stars and Stripes. Chapter 29, Sealing the City to Fight the Epidemic, Preparing Supplies. With a heavy heart, Zhang Jiahao clicked on the news report. After watching the video carefully, Zhang Jiahao sort of understood what was going on. It turns out that the virus, known as the Stars and Stripes virus, is unprecedentedly contagious. Anyone who is in close contact can be infected, and there is no medication to cure it. At this time, the headlines of all major websites were dominated by this news. Zhang Jiahao turned off his computer and drove back to Panlong Yuan. All along the way he'd been wondering what he could do to be of some help. After returning home, Zhang Jiahao, sitting alone in the tea room, was paying attention to the situation of the Star-Spangled virus. Just then, a news story about the Star-Spangled virus hit the hot seat again. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly clicked on it and carefully examined it. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao scrutinized the entire news article. The news was probably that in order to prevent the spread of the Stars and Stripes virus, Zhang Chang had implemented a plan to seal the city. Seal the city? Looking at the words seal the city, Zhang Jiahao felt that this matter was becoming more and more serious. He then tried to look up more information about the Stars and Stripes virus as he thought about what he should be doing. After checking for nearly half an hour, Zhang Jiahao got a key piece of information, which was the supplies. Zhang Jiahao immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Yang Jie's number. Mr. Yang, I'm bothering you for a few minutes. About the Star-Spangled virus. You know about it, don't you? At this moment, Yang Jie was still in the company. After receiving this call from Zhang Jiahao, he hurriedly spoke out his thoughts. Mr. Zhang, I know this. I think our company can purchase a batch of supplies and give Jiangqing some support. Hearing these words from Yang Jie, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but nod his head and said, Mr. Yang, I was just about to talk to you about this. You make the arrangements right away for exactly how many supplies to purchase. After instructing Yang Jie to prepare the supplies as soon as possible, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. With that, he called He Yuxuan. The call just went through, and He Yuxuan answered it in seconds. Mr. Zhang Jiahao didn't have any unnecessary nonsense and directly gave He Yuxuan his thoughts. Yu Xian, I'm sure you know about the Star-Spangled virus. You work hard and prepare a batch of supplies for me right away. The more the better. After instructing He Yuxuan, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. At this time, the topics about the Star-Spangled virus on major websites have occupied the top 10 of the hot searches. This night, Zhang Jiahao almost slept and woke up. 8 o'clock the next morning. Zhang Jiahao then got up and washed himself. After washing up, Zhang Jiahao drove to the China World Trade Center. A few moments later, with the receptionist girl looking shocked, he walked into his office. Yihao Capital. Through the efforts of Yuxuan, he now has more than 30 employees. Zhang Jiahao had just sat down when He Yuxuan walked over. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. He Yuxuan knocked on the door and uttered a greeting. Yu Xian, come in. Zhang Jiahao raised his head and glanced at He Yuxuan, who was standing in the doorway, and spoke out. After He Yuxuan sat down, Zhang Jiahao looked at her bloodshot eyes and couldn't help but frown. Yu Xian, you didn't stay at the company from last night until now, did you? He Yuxuan nodded, then said, Mr. Zhang, there are a bit too many things going on, and the house is a bit of a journey from the company. I saw it was too late, so I didn't go back. Zhang Jiahao nodded. She didn't expect He Yuxuan to be so desperate. She was practically a workaholic. Yu Xian, there is no end to the work. Take care of your health. Leave those trivial things to the people below. Wait here for me. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and walked towards the parking lot. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's back, He Yuxuan was dispelled of all her sleepiness by what Zhang Jiahao had just said. Her heart felt warm at the moment. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao returned, handing a set of keys to He Yuxuan. Yu Xian, take this. This is the key to Villa 3 in Panlong Villa. It's close to the company and convenient for you to go to work. He Yuxuan looked at the key in front of her and froze for a moment before hastily opening her mouth to refuse. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to go to such trouble. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand when he saw this. Yuxuan, just think of it as the company assigning you a house. I don't mean anything else, don't I? The president of Yihao Capital, even deserve a villa? He Yuxuan couldn't help but mutter in her heart as she listened to Zhang Jiahao's explanation. I wish you had something else in mind. Ah shucks. He Yuxuan, what are you thinking? Yuxuan? Looking at He Yuxuan who was frothing, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out. Mr. Zhang, thank you. This time, He Yuxuan didn't make any more pretense and took the key. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. A villa was just a villa. He really didn't care about it. Yu Xian, how are things going with the preparations for the supplies? Zhang Jiahao is currently the most concerned about this matter. As a dragon country, people also have the conditions. The sense of social responsibility should not be less. Mr. Zhang, the supplies started to be prepared last night, and will be completed by this afternoon at the latest. After receiving Zhang Jiahao's order last night, He Yuxuan went around non-stop looking for people to prepare. Zhang Jiahao let out a sigh of relief at his words and continued to speak after taking a sip of tea. Yuxuan, hurry back and take a rest. You can come back this afternoon. I'll be at the office all day. He Yuxuan looked at Zhang Jiahao's expression that did not allow for refusal and nodded helplessly. Okay, Mr. Zhen. After He Yuxuan left, Zhang Jiahao opened his cell phone to follow the situation of the Stars and Stripes virus. Breaking news. River City is short of supplies and is looking to the community for support. Lingin's news, there are now 10 confirmed cases and 500 close contacts in the city of Gangtok. International news, 10,000 confirmed cases and 300,000 close contacts in the Stars and Stripes. Looking at this piece of news, Zhang Jiahao frowned. He hadn't realized that the virus outbreak in Stars and Stripes was so severe that it had passed 10,000 in a short period of time. But the more he thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. How could the Stars and Stripes be infected so quickly in just one night? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Jiahao could only think of one possibility, and that was that someone in Stars and Stripes had been infected with the virus long ago, and it was just that the news was blocked. Zhang Jiahao stayed in the office for the afternoon, constantly keeping an eye on the direction of the star-spangled virus. Mr. Zhang, the supplies are ready. It's all centralized behind Liwan Square, with a total of $30 million in supplies prepared. At this time, He Yuxuan hurriedly ran in, even forgetting to knock on the door. Zhang Jiahao looked at how much better she looked and nodded with a light smile. Good, hard work. You show me. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and walked towards the parking lot. He Yuxuan nodded, then followed Zhang Jiahao's lead. Chapter 30, Chartering a plane to donate supplies and buy land to build a factory. System, sign in. Successful signing in. Rewarded with a set of high-speed automatic mask production equipment. Hearing the system's reward prompt, Zhang Jiahao almost came to a sharp stop. System, how many masks can this device produce in an hour? Masks are essential for protection against the star-spangled virus and are consumed in huge quantities every day. Master, this equipment can produce 10,000 per minute, and the daily output can reach 10 million. Asterisk. Listening to the system's introduction, Zhang Jiahao exclaimed in shock. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? He Yuxuan, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, looked at Zhang Jiahao's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but ask in a puzzled voice. It's okay. Zhang Jiahao shook his head awkwardly. A few moments later, the two came to Liwan Square. Mr. Zhang, the supplies are right behind the plaza. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. Then he got out of the car and walked towards the back of the plaza. Not long after, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the back of the square. Looking at the piles of containers, Zhang Jiahao strolled around and took a cursory look. This batch of supplies was still relatively complete. There were food and useful things, from which it could be seen that He Yuxuan was still very attentive. Yuxuan, charter a transportation plane. Send all the supplies to Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Deep City was a long way from Jiangcheng, and if one traveled by land, one didn't know when they would arrive. Although chartering a plane required a great deal of money, Zhang Jiahao didn't care about that little bit of money at all. Okay, Mr. Zhen, are the supplies being donated in the name of billionaire capital, or is it a nom de plume? Zhang Jiahao shook his head as he sniffed. He hadn't thought about exposing Yihao capital so soon. Yu Xian, you can donate in the name of Koan Pang Live. Also, help me put together a software development team. I'll send you the exact requirements in a moment. He'd have to get ready to put together a team ahead of time. It wasn't a good idea to keep knocking out code on his own. With a team, he can just provide a framework and the rest of the work can be done by filling in the team. Okay, Mr. Zhen, the license for Kunlun Live came down. Do I need to do a qualification change? Regarding Koan Pang Live, Zhang Jiahao had instructed her to re-register a company before. You change all the information to Kunsite. Zhang Jiahao nodded and continued after some thought. Yu Xuan, there's something you should arrange. From now on, all tenants of the State Trade Center who have expired will not renew their leases. You have someone put out a notice later to make sure all the tenants need to know about this. As the spread laid out grew bigger and bigger, Zhang Jiahao decided to keep the entire ITC building for himself. Okay, Mr. Zhen. Yu Xuan hesitated for a moment. She could vaguely guess the purpose of Zhang Jiahao's move. Go back to the office first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao brought Yu Xuan back to the China World Trade Center. 55th floor of the China World Trade Center. After Zhang Jiahao returned to the company, he went back to his office to make tea. Gotta find a place to build a factory and get the mass production equipment. Thinking about this matter, Zhang Jiahao then found Chen Ximin's phone number and then dialed it. Within 5 seconds, the call was connected. Hello, Governor Chen. I'm looking for a place to build a factory and wanted to ask if you have any resources for that? He had thought about looking for Ma Feilong, but thinking about it, he thought it would be more appropriate to look for Chen Ximin. He didn't want to easily owe someone a favor, because it was the hardest debt in the world to repay. Mr. Zhang, this one has it. The day before yesterday Lu Yang even commissioned me to help him find clients. He has a plot of land behind the Liwan Plaza that he's in a hurry to sell. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and quickly asked, Governor Chen, how many square feet is that land? The entire mask production facility occupies about 1,000 square feet, and he had to be concerned about the size of the lot. Mr. Zhang, that piece of land has a total of 2,000 square feet, and he plans to sell it for 600 million. Regarding the price that Chen Ximin said, Zhang Jiahao didn't care. His attention was on the size of the plot. Governor Chen, please help me get in touch. I'll take that land, and I'll transfer the money right after signing the contract. The situation with the Stars and Stripes virus was getting worse, and he was now desperate to get the factory built and produce a batch of masks as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll contact him right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Ximin began to make contact. Over here, Zhang Jiahao had just hung up the phone when he received a message from Lin Yi on his cell phone. How? The Star-Spangled Virus is serious. You need to take care of your protection. Since the last time the two of them connected, Zhang Jiahao had directly installed an app on his phone, so that he did not need a computer to receive Lin Yi's messages. Looking at Lin Yi's message, Zhang Jiahao revealed a smile and then typed, It's fine, I'm safe as can be. Little lady, would you like a donut? Just after his message was sent, Lin Yi replied back in seconds. Little thing, you're quite good at this. Egg for you to chew on. After this message from Lin Yi, she brought along an angry emoji. The two professional writers were constantly battling it out with professional terminology, and it wasn't until Chen Ximin's call came in that Zhang Jiahao ended his chat with Lin Yi. Mr. Zhang, I have an appointment with Mr. Lu, where do you think we should meet? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pondered for a moment before responding. Just meet him at his plot of land and tell him to prepare the contract. Banker Chen, if you know anyone who builds steel frame houses, please stop by and make an appointment for me to come over. Zhang Jiahao was prepared to build a simple steel frame house first, so that it would be much faster in terms of progress and would not be delayed too much. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go over with him now. When the words fell, Chen Ximin hung up the phone. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhang Jiahao also got up and drove to Liwan Plaza. When Cheng Ka-ho came to Liwan Plaza, Chan Ziman and Lao Yang were already waiting. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Lu Yang. Zhang Jiahao had just gotten off the car when Lu Yang greeted him and introduced him. Hello, please show me the lot. Okay, this way please, Mr. Zhen. As the words fell out, Lu Yang led Zhang Jiahao through Liwan Plaza towards his plot of land. As he passed by the batch of supplies prepared by He Yuxuan, Zhang Jiahao realized that there were already a lot of workers starting to move the goods. Mr. Zhang, this is the piece. A few moments later, the few people arrived at their destination. Lu Yang pointed at the square plot of land in front of him and introduced it to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look. The location that this plot of land was situated in wasn't bad. Nothing wrong with that. Signed the contract. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head and looked at Liu Yang, who was at the side. Subsequently, under Liu Yang's shocked gaze, Zhang Jiahao transferred 600 million to him in one go. After Liu Yang left, Zhang Jiahao looked at Chen Ximin, who was at the side. Governor Chen, is the man who built the steel frame house coming? Chen Ximin nodded. Mr. Zhang, he's already on his way here. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then he sat down on the grass. He secretly muttered in his heart. He had to find help officers to do it. Like now, this kind of thing will be more and more in the future. If you always do it by yourself, you will die of exhaustion. Chapter 31, It's good to be like you. About 5 minutes later, with a sound of footsteps, a middle-aged man came close to Zhang Jiahao. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Yu. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's a bit of a long trip. Zhang Jiahao got up and waved his hand at the situation, then pointed at the land in front of him. I need to build a steel-framed plant on this lot, with good materials. It's fine to divide it into 2 areas, a production plant and a warehouse. Can you help me figure out how long it will take to build? Wang Yu nodded at his words, and then he surveyed the land in front of him. A moment later, Wang Yu looked at Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, if we start the construction now, it can be built by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head at the words. He was satisfied with this construction speed. Mr. Wang, all the work is included. How much do you calculate? Wang Yu nodded at his words, and then he took out his cell phone and calculated. 5 minutes later, Wang Yu put his cell phone away. Mr. Zhang, according to your request, 300,000 will do. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. He could understand that the expedited construction labor was bound to be much higher. Mr. Wang, give me your card number. Wang Yu froze at his words, and then only after Chen Ximin's reminder, he froze and reported the card number to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao then is on the phone to transfer money. This small project, he felt there is no need to waste time signing any contract, not to mention that it is still Chen Ximin brought over the people. Mr. Wang, the money has been transferred. Check and receive it. Wang Yu sniffed and took out his own cell phone, checking the bank's arrival text message. Mr. Zhang, did you transfer the wrong amount? There's an extra $80,000. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and smiled lightly. Mr. Wang, the work schedule is rather urgent, so call a few more people. My dad was a migrant laborer too, and the extra money gives the workers a better meal. Wang Yu was very touched by what he heard. Usually he met many bosses, never one like Zhang Jiahao so sympathetic to them to respect them. Mr. Zhang, I thank you for the brothers. Please rest assured that I will complete the construction on time while maintaining quality. After instructing Wang Yu a bit, Zhang Jiahao drove back to Panlong Yuan. After arriving home, Zhang Jiahao sent a message to Lin Evening at the first opportunity. Evening, are you home? His message had just been sent for a moment before Lin Wan replied in seconds. Howie, I'm home. Learning that Lin Evening was at home, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed to Villa 6. Zhang Jiahao stayed at Villa 6 until the next morning, during which time he studied several new car techniques with Lin Evening. After eating Lin's late breakfast, Zhang Jiahao drove to Liwan Square. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Zhang Jiahao had just walked to the front of the plant when Wang Yu greeted him in greeting. Zhang Jiahao looked at his appearance and knew that he hadn't slept all night. Mr. Wang, hard work. I'm going in. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked into the plant. After briefly strolling around, Zhang Jiahao signaled Wang Yu and the others to go back and rest. The whole effect of the plant exceeded the expected effect in his mind, for which he had a good impression of Wang Yu. Once everyone had left, Zhang Jiahao took the device out of the system space. With a slight vibration, the whole set of mass production equipment landed perfectly in the production hall. Looking at the device in front of him, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but nod slightly. The whole set of equipment has 3 feeding ports and 10 shipping ports. Just put the material into the feeding ports. The machine can automatically complete the production. Gotta get some people to do that. After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao drove to the China World Trade Center. After Zhang Jiahao arrived at the company, he called He Yuxuan at the first opportunity. Yu Xian, help me find 20 workers first, and contact some material suppliers for the masks. He Yuxuan nodded at her words. Yu Xian, this matter is rather urgent, so go ahead and make arrangements. Come back here when it's arranged. I have something to tell you. He Yuxuan responded with a sniff, then got up and went forward to make arrangements. About 10 minutes later, He Yuxuan walked back. Mr. Zhang, it's all arranged. We can start working in an hour. Zhang Jiahao nodded in satisfaction. Yu Xian, briefly talk to me about the company's current situation. He Yuxuan nodded, and then began to report on the company's situation. It was only after about 20 minutes that He Yuxuan finished reporting the general situation. After listening to He Yuxuan's report, Zhang Jiahao realized that Yihao Capital had invested in a staggering number of more than 100 companies externally in a short period of time. The investment department now has 20 people, and the rest of the administrative and casual staff total 30, which is another significant increase from before. It is worth mentioning that the China World Trade Center and the Liwan International Hotel received the first incoming payment. Although the money was not much, it made Zhang Jiahao very happy. Yu Xian, get yourself a couple more assistants. You need to spend your precious time on the big picture and decentralize what needs to be decentralized. As for how you're going to invest it, I don't care. The decision making is all yours. He Yuxuan nodded seriously at his words. Mr. Zhang, please rest assured that I won't fail you. Zhang Jiahao looked at her taut appearance and burst out laughing. Yu Xian, don't be tense all the time. Give yourself a proper relaxation. He Yuxuan's small face slightly reddened as she nodded stiffly. Yu Xian, help me find a secretary. That way I won't have to bother you with many trivial things in the future. He Yuxuan was already busy with her daily work, but Zhang Jiahao really didn't have anyone to call on besides her right now. Mr. Zhang, are there any requirements for this secretary? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pondered for a moment, and said with a straight face, I only have 2 requests for this one. First, female, between the ages of 20 to 25, someone who is resourceful and knowledgeable, with an eye for detail. Secondly, the image should be good, like yours is good. He Yuxuan sniffed, and her face instantly burned to a crisp. Is Mr. Zhang complimenting my good looks? Does he like me? Zhang Jiahao, who didn't know what He Yuxuan had in mind, looked at her reddened little face and voiced out. Yuxuan, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? He Yuxuan sniffed back and shook her head awkwardly, her heart nervous at the moment. Mr. Zhang, I'm fine. The company has 2 of those 2 requirements you just mentioned that fit the bill. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this. The company still has this kind of talent, and I can't believe I didn't realize it. A real failure. Yu Xian, ask them to come over here for a moment. He Yuxuan nodded and then went forward to call for someone. Looking at He Yuxuan's departing back, Zhang Jiahao always felt that there was something wrong with her, but he couldn't tell where. Chapter 32, formally put into production. Once again hogging the hot searches. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? Hearing the system's reminder, Zhang Jiahao's face revealed an embarrassed expression. Sign in. Successful sign-in will reward you with the golden gun skill. Asterisk. What the hell? Master, it's a golden gun. Who uses it? System, you're asking me to go from being an amateur driver to a professional racer? Master, please don't lose the face of the divine magnificence realm. Meow. Labor's a bully now. 2. Just as Zhang Jiahao was fighting with the system, He Yuxuan led the 2 sisters back. Mr. Zhang, this is Song Shishir, and this one is Wang Yuyan. They're both from the investment department. What do you think? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked at the 2 sisters, giving them a cursory glance. Song Shishir is a sweet-looking girl next door, while Wang Yuyan is a proper goddess-like look. The 2 women were about the same height, about 168 centimeters. At this time, Song Shishir and Wang Yuyan were inwardly apprehensive, and it was also the first time they had met their boss in person. When they learned that they might become the chairman's secretary, they were all overjoyed, but they were afraid that the chairman wouldn't be able to see it. Yes, Yu Xian, you hand over the work for them. The 2 women glanced at each other at the words, and that tight heart relaxed. Okay, I'll go ahead and set it up. When the words fell, He Yuxuan turned around and left. Sit down, all of you. Zhang Jiahao looked toward the 2 women and uttered a greeting. Thank you, Chairman. The 2 women thanked him and sat down on the sofa opposite Zhang Jiahao. What is your treatment now? The reason why Zhang Jiahao asked this was because he was just a shirker and was not clear about this in the slightest. Chairman, we now make $300,000 a year, plus performance sharing. Zhang Jiahao nodded. This treatment wasn't bad, showing that He Yuxuan still treated her employees okay. From now on, you will be my full-time secretaries. I only ask one thing, that no matter what time it is, people are present when I call you for business. Negotiate your own specific shift times. Can this be done? The 2 women nodded their heads in response. Yes, Chairman. Very well. Your package is tentatively set at $2 million a year plus bonuses. The 2 women froze directly at the words. They thought they might get an annual raise, but they didn't think it would be that much. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao explained many trivial things to the 2 women to do. The 2 women left Zhang Jiahao's office after getting the assignment. Outside the office, Sister Yu Yan, the chairman is so easygoing, not a bit of a stand. Wang Yuyan sniffed and hurriedly covered her cherry mouth, glaring at her. Little ninny, dare to talk about the chairman. are you going to die? Song Shishir desperately shook her head, signaling Wang Yuyan to let go. After Wang Yuyan let go of her hand, Song Shishir spat out her little tongue and fled away in an arrow step. Zhang Jiahao, who was in the office, heard the conversation between the two just now word for word. In response, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly and smile. Then he made tea. He had just finished making the tea when a news story popped up on his cell phone. Zhang Jiahao looked at the eye-catching title and hurriedly clicked on it to check. Multiple cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Star-spangled virus infected people found. After carefully reading through the news content, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but sigh. A few more cases have been found in 2 more cities, so it looks like a little more supplies are in order. After muttering to himself, Zhang Jiahao called Wang Yuyan over. Not long after, Wang Yuyan arrived. What are your orders, Chairman? Zhang Jiahao looked up at her with a straight face and said, Yuyan, you immediately prepare a batch of supplies to fight the epidemic. Also, you'll let me know as soon as the workers and the materials for the masks arrive. Wang Yuyan nodded and responded before getting up to leave. Regarding whether there would still be infected people in other cities, Zhang Jiahao didn't know. All he could do now was to prepare a little more supplies. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan returns again and informs Zhang Jiahao that the workers and raw materials for the masks are in place. With that, Zhang Jiahao led Wang Yuyan towards the factory. As he arrived at the factory, he saw that there were already several trucks parked outside. Hello, Chairman. I'm Yan Hui, who the president arranged to come over and take charge of the factory. The workers and materials are all in place. Please instruct. Zhang Jiahao looked at the man in front of him and nodded. Yan Hui, order a few people to bring in some materials. I'll teach you to use the machine. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao walked towards the factory. Wang Yuyan on the side saw this and hurriedly followed. Zhang Jiahao then spent nearly 30 minutes teaching Yan Hui how to use the machine. After instructing Yan Hui to produce without interruption, Zhang Jiahao returned to the company with Wang Yuyan. 55th floor of the China World Trade Center. Yuyan, you immediately have the Human Resources Department. Put together the team of Kunpeng. Nothing else for a while. Go ahead and get busy. Wang Yuyan, who had been given the task, nodded and turned to leave with a response. Zhang Jiahao stayed in the office for a few moments before returning to the Panlong yard. He had just gotten home and sat down when Janet's call came in. Mr. Zhang, take a look at Weibo. Zhang Jiahao responded with a puzzled sniff, and then opened Weibo. What immediately came to mind was the overwhelming amount of talk about Kunsite Live. Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look, and the top 10 of the hot search list were all dominated by Kunpeng Live. The hashtag Star-Spangled Virus strikes, and Kunlun Live is backed up in time. Hashtag shocked. Kundin Live was established less than a month ago. Number 30 million in supplies, showing the style of a big enterprise. Hashtag the first one to reach out for help is such a company? Looking at the assortment of titles, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and then strolled around the comment section. Keiho Chang found many interesting comments. The virus is relentless. The kunai spreads its wings, and love is on the earth. Talent upstairs. I used to listen to my mom, but today I rebelled and I downloaded the Kundin Live app. Put. Ha ha ha. This afternoon the company meeting, because last night did not sleep well. I have been dozing. Suddenly the boss asked me, how can I enhance the store's traffic? I do not know what happened. I blurted out, Kunpeng Live. The strange thing is that the boss actually praised me. Identification complete. Proper drama queen upstairs. After turning off his microblog, Zhang Jiahao headed to his study and turned on his computer to log into the backstage of Kunpeng Live. He was shocked when he saw the data in the background. Until now, Kunpeng Live broadcast registered users exceeded 10 million, and the number of anchors stationed in the number of successful tens of thousands. What made him feel most surprised was that the recharge amount of the platform had actually broken 100 million. Chapter 33, Handing Out Meet and Greet Gifts. Big Data System. Zhang Jiahao didn't expect that just his simple act of kindness would bring such a large amount of traffic to Kunpeng Live. Just then, Lillian's call came in. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly picked it up, followed by Li Lin's one-on-one instructions to take care of himself and take precautions and whatnot. Zhang Jiahao listened to his mom nagging him for a full 20 minutes or so before ending the call. He had just hung up when Yang Jie's call came in again. Mr. Zhang, the mayor of Xinjiang City personally awarded Kunpeng Live a certificate of honor for being a model enterprise. This has been published on the city's official website and the certificate will be sent to Regulus. After listening to Yang Jie's narration, Zhang Jiahao was a bit confused. After hanging up the phone, he opened the official municipal website. When he saw the huge banner on the front page, he instantly understood. It also turned out to be because of his donation of supplies, and while praising him, he was also calling for more businesses to lend a hand to Jiangcheng. Turning the computer off, Zhang Jiahao then came into the tea room. With that he ordered a takeout. His stomach had long been growling after a busy day. After eating, he opened the Kunlun Live app. Zhang Jiahao looked and realized that Lin even was live streaming, so he then clicked in. Welcome to the broadcasting room, the Honorable Prince Clip Ho. With this golden banner alert on the screen, the public screen instantly buzzed with activity. Welcome Clip Ho Big Brother, asterisk 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 asterisk. Here comes the Godhawk, Mr. Hao, Bully 666. Zhang Jiahao looked at the warm welcome from the players on the screen, and with a faint smile he sent out 10 Dragon Travelers. The VIP Clip Ho will receive 10 pieces of Forest Night Dragon World Tour. Swish! As this domineering special effect was displayed, Lin Evening's popularity in the live broadcast room instantly soared. Zhang Jiahao then exited Lin Evening's live broadcast. With that, he clicked on the newcomer area, and for every live room he paddled to, he gave out a virtual gift volcano worth 10,000 Chinese coins. After brushing for nearly 10 minutes, it tired Zhang Jiahao out. After some thought, he ran to his study and spent 10 minutes writing a piece of software on his computer. After running this software, it enables automatic gift giving and the ability to specify that only the anchors he has not spent money on should be given. After setting up the conditions for the gift, Zhang Jiahao ran the software. After the software points into the live room, it will automatically send a sentence "Welcome to Kunpeng Live," and then give the anchor a volcano. Looking at this masterpiece of his, Zhang Jiahao smiled and nodded. After watching the software run normally for a while, Zhang Jiahao returned to the tea room. If the institute is given more help, it might speed up my meeting with Yui. Even though I went into it with a purpose, it wasn't anything unseemly, Zhang Jiahao muttered as he sipped his tea. There! Zhang Jiahao suddenly slammed the table and shouted out in excitement, then went straight to the study. He came up with the idea of writing a big data system, a smart big data verification system. After Zhang Jiahao opened his computer, he then inquired about the matters that needed to be taken care of to defend against the Star-Spangled Virus. After reviewing the information for nearly an hour, he then began to develop the system. 2 hours later, Zhang Jiahao developed the framework of the entire system, and after checking some more for errors, he dialed brother Yang Jia. Mr. Yang, how many programmers can the company call on right now? Yang Jia sniffed and checked the attendance sheet. Then he replied back, Mr. Zhang, there are currently 50 of them. 50 people were completely enough. And Zhang Jiahao didn't expect that there were still so many people in the company even at this late hour. Mr. Yang, I need them to cooperate with me in writing some modules. How many can you see to give without disrupting the company's operations? Zhang Jiahao was in need of people to fill the modules right now, but he was still thinking of doing it without affecting Regulus technology. Mr. Zhang, in that case you can call on 40 people, but it can't be too long. Currently, aside from the techs who maintain and fix bugs in the game, there are 40 people left who are developing game modules. Mr. Yang, I need to borrow it for about 5 hours. Can you see if there's any impact? Zhang Jiahao had already carefully calculated that 40 people at the same time, plus 5 hours if he himself was already enough. Subsequently, under Yang Jia's arrangement, Zhang Jiahao and 40 technicians from Regulus Technology began to fight. During the whole process, the first hour was a little slow because of the lack of cooperation. As time and skill rubbed off on them, the crowd was able to keep up with their speed. With 40 people, Zhang Jiahao worked until 2 a.m. to populate the framework of the whole system. In this cooperation, Zhang Jiahao's technology deeply shocked the technicians of Regulus Technology. After Zhang Jiahao let the crowd go to rest, he started the final work, system formation, database connection and so on. It was only after nearly another hour of busy work that Zhang Jiahao was able to develop the system in its entirety, thanks to the help of Shenlong No. 1. Otherwise Zhang Jiahao would not have been able to make such a big data system in such a short period of time. Good. Let me test the stability of the system, Zhang Jiahao muttered to himself, and then began to violently test the system operation. He violently tested the system using the Shenlong 1 to simulate nearly a billion scenarios. After watching the test program run properly, he returned to his bedroom and lay straight down and fell asleep. It takes about an hour to test once, and Zhang Jiahao set up a loop test 7 times. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and rays of sunlight shot straight through the curtains onto Zhang Jiahao's bed. Zhang Jiahao leisurely opened his eyes and stretched his muscles before getting up to wash up. By the time he had shuffled into the study, the testing program had long since finished its work. Looking at the test results on top of the test software, Zhang Jiahao nodded with great satisfaction. After checking again to make sure there was no mistake, Zhang Jiahao packaged the source code of the system and then sent it directly to the Academy of Sciences submission email. After doing so, Zhang Jiahao came into the tea room. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will be rewarded with a copy of the intelligence system source code. Listening to the two intelligence and source, Zhang Jiahao stood up excitedly. System, what does this intelligence system do? Is the source code for the system the full version? Master, no comment. Please do your own research. I at Meow. Having no choice but to take out the hard disk that stored the system's source code, Zhang Jiahao had no choice but to do so. After connecting to the computer, he was shocked when he opened the system source code. The whole system is 80% of the way there, with only a few small modules left to be populated. Zhang Jiahao roughly checked the source code, and he realized that if he were to develop it on his own, even with the assistance of the Divine Dragon One, it would take at least 10 years to reach this kind of progress. Chapter 34, Stars and Stripes Defense System goes online. After secretly sighing, Zhang Jiahao headed to Villa 6. He had just reached the entrance to Villa 6 when Rose scurried out of the way. Howie. Rose was part of the security team, and after their first meeting, she had been sent over by Zhang Jiahao to secretly protect Lin Evening. Zhang Jiahao nodded towards her and then said, "Rose, come in with me." As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao rang the doorbell of Villa 6. Not long after, Lin Evening came to open the door. "Howie, you're here." Lin Evening smiled a sweet and happy smile when she saw Zhang Jiahao's figure. "Evening, go inside and talk." Upon arriving at the living room, Zhang Jiahao introduced Rose's identity to Lin Evening and instructed Rose to stay close to protect Lin Evening in the future when he wasn't around. After Lin Evening had made lunch, Zhang Jiahao dragged Rose and the three of them to dine together. After dinner, Zhang Jiahao didn't study car skills with Lin Evening anymore. He returned directly to Pan Long Yuan. At this time, in the Academy of Sciences, Academician Chen. Big things, big deal. At that moment, a man of about 40 years of age rushed into Academician Chen Zhizhong's office, clutching a computer and shouting, "I say, He Liang, what are you so fussy about?" Chen Zhizhong stopped his hands on the keyboard at the sound and turned his head to look at He Liang to scold him. "Academician Chen, I've received an amazing set of source codes. Take a look." As the words left his mouth, he handed the computer to Chen Zhizhong, with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Zhizhong took the computer and checked it out. A few moments later, who developed this? Looking at Chen Zhizhong, who was so excited that he burst into foul language, He Liang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Academician Chen, this is something I haven't investigated yet. I ran over here after I saw the source codes." Chen Zhizhong nodded at his words, and then he buried his head and continued to check out the source code. Seeing this, He Liang on the side waited quietly and did not come forward to disturb again. An hour later, "He Liang, this is a perfect big data system, and it was developed for the Star-Spangled Virus Defense." He Liang was even more shocked when he heard this. He simply looked at the source code after receiving it, and didn't go deeper to check it out. "Academician Chen, so this system can be put into use directly?" Chen Zhizhong got up and ran towards the lab upon hearing this, leaving He Liang frozen in place. He Liang shook his head at the sight and then followed Chen Zhizhong's pace. When Chen Zhizhong came to the lab, he couldn't wait to copy the source code. After about 30 minutes, the source code was copied successfully, so he started testing straight away. "He Liang, do you know how powerful this system is?" He Liang sniffed and shook his head. Chen Zhizhong looked at him and smiled lightly. "Let me put it to you this way. Even if we were to develop this system with uninterrupted work, it would take at least a year." He Liang froze directly in place at the words. The system was written in such a unique way that many of the effects that we need 5 lines of code to achieve, he exaggerated to the point where he only needed 1 line of code to solve. Moreover, this system contains face recognition, early warning function, epidemic evolution, tracking function, etc. He Liang listened on the sidelines and froze, nodding his head. What's more, this system comes with a variety of API interfaces, so you can interface with as many systems as you need. He Liang was on the sidelines for enough time to listen to Chen Zhizhong, spilling out his words for nearly an hour. Until the end of the system source code test, Chen Zhizhong stopped. "Ha ha ha, perfect. Just genius." After reading the test results, Chen Zhizhong was so excited that he shook He Liang and laughed. Academician Chen, how's the system?" Chen Zhizhong sniffed and then began to narrate again. "He Liang, this is a finished system that has been perfected. One of the features that I like about it is that when you are connected to the internet and you are connected to a satellite system, it effectively recognizes and tracks the contact and gets the data back in the first place, and it only uploads the person's travel trail if it finds contact, or an influx of people from high-risk areas, thus protecting the individual's privacy." He Liang was also shocked when he heard this, because their lab had just planned to develop such a system, but the functions hadn't been thought out so comprehensively yet, let alone this system that had already made the functions out. "He Liang, report in immediately and gather everyone to get the system docked and online right away." He Liang nodded at his words, and then he turned around and went forward to inform. 10 minutes later, the crowd from the lab came to the conference room in droves. Once everyone had arrived, Chen Xining gave them a brief explanation of the system. 30 minutes later, the crowd that was given the task began to get into the swing of things. After getting permission from the higher-ups and a few hours of interfacing, the system went live. Chen Zhizhong named this system the Stars and Stripes Epidemic Prevention System. Once the system was online, Chen Zhizhong had someone fetch a special camera with a temperature sensor. After the test, Chen Zhizhong nodded with satisfaction. The system's recognition is extremely fast and the data is extremely accurate. Chen then reported the installation of such cameras at key city choke points. At the same time, he also announced the launch of the system on the official website of the Academy of Sciences. The information was posted just a minute ago and the comments below came in like a tidal wave. Cowardly. Our Dragon Kingdom's response time is fast. Didn't you guys realize? This system not only has a detection and tracking function, but also an epidemic evolution function. This is good. As long as there is an abnormality, it can be detected and dealt with at the first opportunity. Hats off to the Academy of Sciences. At this time, in the computer lab of the Academy of Sciences, He Liang, you immediately investigate the owner who provided this system. When you find out, let me know first thing. He Liang nodded at his words and got up to investigate. Zhang Jiahao did not have the slightest idea that he was being investigated, and even if he did he wouldn't find it surprising because he didn't hide his tracks when he pitched in. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao, he was studying the intelligent operating system he had just obtained. System, there's something wrong with the programming language this intelligence system is using. After delving deeper, Zhang Jiahao discovered something unusual about this intelligent system. Master, something is wrong just right. Dog system, speak human. Aha! Master, this is a programming language from a higher civilization. Listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Jiahao fell into deep thought. A higher civilization? Zhang Jiahao was very puzzled at the moment because he could actually read this programming language. Could it be the Zoner computer technology? After pondering for a moment to no avail, Zhang Jiahao stopped thinking about it, and he once again began to continue studying the intelligence system. Chapter 35, Potions. I want a babysitter. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao got up early. System, sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with a jar of grade A life elixir. Listening to the system's reward reminder, Zhang Jiahao was so shocked that he dropped his toothbrush on the ground. System, this grade A life potion, can it cure the star-spangled virus? Master, a cure is not possible, but it can slow down the worsening of their symptoms. System, how do I use this? Take it directly? Master, it is recommended to dilute it before use, either to take or to inject. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words, then asked again. System, how is this diluted? What is the exact ratio? Master, it can be diluted directly with pure water at a ratio of 150:000. It's true that when a cow wrestles, the cow is more than a cow to the sky. Master, this is only basic. After using it the body will automatically produce antibodies, and none of the currently known viruses on the blue planet will be able to invade again. Cow. Bull. System, so is taking a little more effective in curing the star-spangled virus? Master, this is invalid. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but show a lost expression when he heard this, but it was not bad to think about being able to reach this level. After picking up the toothbrush, Zhang Jiahao checked out the grade A life potion. He was shocked when he saw the huge wooden jar. System, how much of this grade A life potion is there? Master, this is a 1,000 kilogram can. Zhang Jiahao was ecstatic to hear this figure and hurriedly inquired. System, how much can a person use to have an effect? Master, 5 grams for one person is sufficient. More will have the same effect. What if it's less than 5 grams? Owner, less than 5 grams can also have a preventive and delaying effect, but no antibodies will be produced. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then made a rough calculation. A few moments later, this one jar of life potion can be diluted to make 10 billion portions? Yes, master. After a few moments of calmness, Zhang Jiahao quickly washed up and then ran towards the mall. He bought a digital scale, graduated cups, and several small bottles, and a large bucket. With that, he hurriedly returned to Pan Long Yuan. He then went to the villa's basement, and once he found a room he took out the grade A life potion. In an instant, the entire jar took up half the floor. Zhang Jiahao picked up the graduated cup, so he climbed up to take a bit. He took 1 gram through a graduated cup and an electronic scale, and then he headed toward the living room. System, are there any special requirements for this pure water? Is the water that comes out through the filter okay? Master, this will do. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words, and then he filled the prepared vat with water, filling it up to exactly 500 pounds. With that, Zhang Jiahao poured the prepared life medicinal liquid into the bucket. In an instant, the blue life potion quickly fused with the water in the bucket. Before long, the entire bucket of water turned a light blue color. Zhang Jiahao took out a few small bottles and poured the diluted life medicinal liquid into them. Each bottle has a capacity of exactly 5 grams, and he fills a total of 3. After calling for a courier, he packed the 2 bottles in a box. About 30 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao sent the packaged life potion to the institute via courier. Ugh, gotta find some babysitters or something. As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao dialed Wang Yuyan's phone. After briefly explaining about Wang Yuyan, he flashed to the tea room. He was making tea and checking on the star-spangled virus. Suddenly he saw a topic about Kunside Live, and when he clicked on it he realized it was about donating masks. Looking at the praise of the crowd above, to which he smiled faintly, mask production costs are not high. He does not mind continuing to produce donations. Just then, Wang Yuyan's phone call came in. Chairman, it's all been found. Do we need to take them there now? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but nod slightly at his words. Wang Yuyan's efficiency satisfied him. Yuyan, you directly bring them over to Panlong Mountain Villa's Panlong Courtyard. Wang Yuyan froze at his words for a moment before reacting and hurriedly returned. Yes, Chairman. After she hung up the phone, her heart was not at peace for a long time. She knew about the Panlong Villa. She knew that Zhang Jiahao was rich, but she didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to be so trenchant that he actually lived in Panlong Yuan. About 20 minutes later, the doorman let Wang Yuyan and the others in after receiving Zhang Jiahao's permission. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao came out of the villa and went to the lobby of his entertainment villa. When he saw the crowd already waiting, he froze instantly. A group of beautiful women, about 20 to 27 years old or so, were standing neatly in the living room. Zhang Jiahao took a rough look around. Everyone's face value was above 80 points. There were about 30 people in total. Chairman, they're all drawn from professional senior housekeeping companies. How does it look to you? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at his words. I asked for a babysitter. You got me a bunch of models. But you've looked for it, so I can't say anything. Anyone who can cook, please step forward. Zhang Jiahao sat down opposite a group of beautiful women and looked at them and spoke out. As soon as he spoke, 10 people walked out. Zhang Jiahao nodded at the sight. Introduce them all and tell us what dishes you know. The 10 people then began to introduce themselves. After hearing this, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly smack his lips, as each person would have a different dish. It's all good. You guys go ahead and wait. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao looked at the rest of the people. What are you all good at? As Zhang Jiahao asked the question, the women began to introduce themselves in an orderly manner. Boss, I'm good at massages. Boss, I'm good at floral park tending. Boss, I'm good at guzheng. It took more than 20 minutes for each of the people to finish presenting their areas of expertise. After listening to the introductions of the women, Zhang Jiahao felt that each one was suitable, and then looked at Wang Yuyan who was on the side. Yuyan, how are they treated? He already had an idea in his mind. He decided to take them all. After all, tens of thousands of square feet of yard and dozens of people to take care of it really wasn't much. Chairman, 10 of them make 30,000 a month. The rest make 20,000 a month. Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words. It's meow. The monthly salary is so cheap? Master, you changed the previous body to see if it's still cheap. Aha! Seems so ha. Zhang Jiahao listened to the system's tirade and thought about it carefully. It was really true. It was just that he had a different mindset now that he was worth $1 trillion. Zhang Jiahao then made a call to Lin Evening. A few moments later, Lin Evening and Rose arrived with a large pile of ingredients. Chapter 36, He's Smart. Lin Evening looked at the women and was slightly surprised for a moment. The kitchen is there, so please, each of you 10, show your hand. After receiving Zhang Jiahao's instructions, the 10 beauties took over the ingredients from Lin Evening and Rose's hands. About 20 minutes later, the first course was served, followed by a beautiful woman serving her creation every 5 minutes. Zhang Jiahao pulled Lin Even to sit down beside him and savored it together. After tasting them one by one, Zhang Jiahao nodded his head in satisfaction, then wrapped his arms around Lin Even and sat down on the sofa. The 10 of you will receive a tentative salary of $1 million a year, to be adjusted later when you perform well. The 10 beauties looked up at each other at the words, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After returning to their senses, the 10 people opened their mouths to thank them. The rest of the women had the same expression when they heard this. It was also the first time they had seen such a trenchant boss. The rest are tentatively earning $800,000 a year, with adjustments to be made once they perform well. The women were overjoyed at the words and opened their mouths to thank them. Although they were treated a bit lower than those 10 people, they didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts. As Wang Yuyan on the side listened to the treatment offered by Zhang Jiahao, she was already not surprised. Just then, a janitor hurried in. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand at the sight. Hello, may I ask what can I do for you? The doorman wiped his sweat as he sniffed and hurriedly returned. Mr. Zhang, no one answered the phone on your side just now. There are some people down the hill who claim to be from the Academy of Sciences and would like to come and visit you. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Please tell them to come straight up. After receiving permission, the doorman responded by leaving. And once he was out of the doorway, he asked his colleague over the intercom to release him. Howie, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go back to work first. At that moment, Lin Evening got up and spoke in a thin voice to Zhang Jiahao. Okay, go ahead and get busy and take care of yourself. Lin Evening nodded and turned to leave with Rose. The ladies were envious as they watched Zhang Jiahao's attitude towards Lin Evening. Everyone make yourself comfortable. Don't stand around. The ladies nodded at the words, and then they all sat down on the sofas and chairs on the side. And no one overstepped the rules to sit on Zhang Jiahao's sofa. Just as the ladies had just sat down, Chen Zhizhong hurriedly arrived with several people from Heiliang. A few people walked into the hall to look at this group of beautiful women and couldn't help but freeze in place. Hello guys, I'm Jiahao Chang. What can I do for you? As Zhang Jiahao's inquisitive voice came out, several people came back to their senses. Mr. Zhang, I'm Chen Zhizhong from the Computer Research Institute of the Dragon Academy of Science. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Is it convenient? As soon as Zhang Jiahao heard it, he understood what was going on. This way for a few. We'll talk upstairs. Yu Yan, you organize them first. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao got up and invited several people to the upstairs parlor. After coming to the parlor and taking a seat, Chen Zhizhong spoke bluntly. Mr. Zhang, that system you sent to our institute, did you develop it? Zhang Jiahao's face did not change color when he heard this. For this moment he had already expected it, so he spoke the prepared speech. Academician Chen, I got that system by chance as well, and I've only done some work to perfect it. Chen Zhizhong sniffed with disbelief, because he could tell from the way the code was written that the entire system came from one person. Mr. Zhang, are you interested in coming to our institute? Chen Zhizhong looked at Zhang Jiahao not wanting to admit it, and he didn't point it out, so he changed his mindset. Zhang Jiahao shook his head with a faint smile. Academician Chen, I only know a little bit about computer technology. Besides, I'm a lazy ass, as was evident downstairs just now. Chen Zhizhong's mouth twitched slightly as he heard this. Young man, still playing with flowers. You think you can fool me with that? Mr. Zhang, you're too modest. Nowadays, our technology in the Dragon Kingdom is in a stage of rapid development, and it would be a shame to bury a talent like yours. Zhang Jiahao froze. The good guy was really good at chatting. Don't they say that people who code are not very sociable? Academician Chen, my personal life is a bit messy, and it's not good to affect the image of the academy and the institute. For entering the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Jiahao hadn't really thought about it. He just wanted to make an effort while leaving an impression on the Academy of Sciences, which would make things easier in the future. Mr. Zhang, life and work are two different things. It is natural for a person with greater ability to enjoy things differently from others. Zhang Jiahao froze. Aha, he makes a good point. How do I counter him? Academician Chen, I'm used to being lazy. Zhang Jiahao, who had no words to dislike him, once again threw out this sentence. He didn't want to be bound by those rules and regulations. Subsequently, Chen Zhizhong chatted with Zhang Jiahao for nearly 2 hours, and looking at the still unshaken Zhang Jiahao, he chose to retreat for the time being. After sending Chen Zhizhong's crowd away, Zhang Jiahao returned to the hall, and then he asked Wang Yuyan to gather all the women over. After the women had arrived, Zhang Jiahao got up and walked to them. There's a 5-story villa on the left, and there's plenty of room in that, so you're free to choose. When the women heard this, they all excitedly voiced out their thanks. If you need any household items, you can talk to Yuna. Well, you guys go get busy. When the women left, Zhang Jiahao instructed Wang Yuyan, who was on the side, to take a seat. Yuyan, give me your card number. Wang Yuyan froze at her words. She was completely confused by this one move of Zhang Jiahao's. Yuyan? Wang Yuyan sniffed back and didn't dare to ask more questions, so she reported her card number to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao then gave a beat on his cell phone. Yuyan, I transferred $50 million to your card. You'll be responsible for my daily expenses from now on, and you'll talk to me if it's not enough. Hearing the amount of money transferred, Wang Yuyan was shocked, holding the attitude of saying less and doing more. She hastily nodded her head in response. Yuyan, the team over at Kuanpeng, how is it set up now? For this he was concerned and hoped it would be organized soon. Chairman, there's a group of technicians coming in for interviews tomorrow. Do you need to check them out? Zhang Jiahao shook his head as he sniffed. An interview was impossible. He still had a whole lot of things to do. Yuyan, contact Mr. Yang of Regulus Technology and ask him to keep a check for applying for a technician. You also need someone who knows technology to be more professional. At this time, under the Pan Long Mountain Villa, several people, Chen Zhizhong, who had just come out of Pan Long Yuan, were sitting in the car chatting about Zhang Jiahao. Director, why is he so stupid? How many people want to enter our institute without a door? But he's good and doesn't even care. Chen Zhizhong looked at the woman beside him and smiled faintly. Xiaoling, you're still too young. You think he's stupid, but what you don't realize is that he's shrewd. You'll get it later. Chapter 37, Don't be afraid, I'll teach you. Dean, I still don't get it. Chen Zhizhong shook his head with a faint smile, and then he ordered his driver to drive away. At this time, Zhang Jiahao had already returned to his study, and he was studying that intelligence system from another civilization. It was 7 p.m. When he was busy. Boss, it's time to get ready for dinner. Just then, a maid in a cheongsam knocked on the door and voiced a reminder. Zhang Jiahao looked up at the door and was instantly stunned by her. This maid is about 173 centimeters tall, with a heart-shaped face, small waist and long legs, and a light pink cheongsam that highlights her elegant classical beauty. What's your name? Although Zhang Jiahao had taken in more than 30 maids today, he didn't really know anything about their names. Boss, my name is Zhuangling. At this moment, Zhuangling couldn't help but feel the slightest bit of joy in her heart. You know how to massage, don't you? Zhang Jiahao asked with a nod. Yes, boss. Come over here and give me a massage. For the piece of professional massage, Zhang Jiahao hadn't really enjoyed it. Zhuangling nodded and came behind Zhang Jiahao, with Zhuangling's delicate hands pressing on his shoulders. Zhang Jiahao felt for the first time that massage could be so comfortable. Zhuangling, let's go eat first. We'll press it after dinner. After enjoying himself for a few minutes, Zhang Jiahao was ready to get up after stretching his muscles. Just as he raised his hands in the air, he inadvertently touched. Instantly, Zhuangling let out a soft, petulant hum. I didn't mean to. Zhang Jiahao retracted his hands and awkwardly spoke out to explain. Boss, it's okay. It is time for you to dine. Zhang Jiahao got up and glanced at Zhuangling, who had a small red face, and then he headed towards the restaurant. Zhuangling hurriedly followed at the sight, her heart pounding at the moment. Zhang Jiahao came to the dining room and looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and instantly had an appetite. 10 beautiful women under the merit is very sufficient. There are fish and meat, seafood and green vegetables. Soup is even made 3 kinds. Subsequently, under the service of 10 beautiful imperial chefs, Zhang Jiahao ate beautifully for nearly an hour. After finishing his meal, Zhang Jiahao strolled around the yard for a while before returning to his bedroom. At this time, Zhuangling, too, followed him to the bedroom. Boss, please change your clothes first. Zhuangling took out a set of clothes from her suitcase and handed it to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took the clothes in Zhuangling's hands and changed directly. Although Zhang Jiahao is not tall, his abs are not painted. They are more perfect than many fitness trainers. Zhuangling on the side couldn't help but gulp slightly as she looked at Zhang Jiahao's perfect abs. Boss, please lie down first. I'll press your back. After Zhang Jiahao had changed his clothes, Zhuangling spoke out to remind him to lie down on the bed. Once Zhang Jiahao was on his back, Zhuangling took off her high heels and half-kneeled on the other side of the bed to start pressing his back. Feeling the burst of tingling sensation coming from his back, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, so it is a professional is like this. This back, Zhuangling pressed for nearly 12 minutes before transferring her hands to Zhang Jiahao's feet. People who really know how to massage also have a better understanding of the acupuncture points of the body. Hiss! Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but scream out as he felt the soreness coming from his legs. Boss, should the intensity be reduced a bit? Hearing Zhang Jiahao's voice, Zhuangling apologized and asked out loud. No, that's fine. Having received the affirmation, Zhuangling continued to press on. After about 10 minutes, boss, please turn over and lie down. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and rolled over to lie down. Zhuangling then came to Zhang Jiahao's right side and helped Zhang Jiahao knead his right hand. After about 3 minutes, she switched to the left-hand side. After pressing both hands, Zhuangling began to massage his abdomen. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao smelled a trace of an ethereal fragrance, and then leisurely opened his eyes. Coincidentally, Zhuangling's eyes were staring at Zhang Jiahao at that moment. Just for a moment, the eyes met each other in all directions. Zhuangling was instantly alarmed and hastily averted her eyes. The next morning, Zhuangling woke up leisurely in Zhang Jiahao's arms. Hiss! Zhang Jiahao also opened his eyes when he heard the commotion. Looking at Zhuangling's shy and dripping appearance, Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms. Zhuangling, take a good rest today, and when your body recovers, I'll take you out for a stroll. Zhuangling sniffed and lifted her little head to nod. Boss, thank you. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao interrupted and said with an unrefusable look, call brother Hao, and obey and rest well. Zhuangling sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao with eyes full of tenderness, nodding her head back. Aha! Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction at his words. Go wash up and get some rest after breakfast. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao carried her to the restroom and set her down. just as the two of them had just finished washing up and came out of their room. Wang Yuyan also came face to face. Chairman, there are a few more people claiming to be from the Academy of Sciences, and they want to pay you a visit. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. If he wasn't wrong, it should be related to his life potion. Yu Yan, you invite them to the parlor first, I'll be there in a moment. Wang Yuyan nodded at her words, and then she turned to leave. Chapter 38, The Battle of the Two Big Boys. Zhang Jiahao was waited on by a few maids, changed into a decent outfit, and headed for the parlor. Hello, Mr. Zhen. I'm Lin Hai from the Academy of Sciences Virus Research Institute. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly moved forward and extended his hands to shake with him. Good day, Academician Lin. Just call me Jiahao. Please sit down and talk. After Lin Hai resumed his seat, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Zhang Jiahao took the initiative to ask, Academician Lin, you guys came here for that potion, right? When Lin Hai had spoken about the Virus Research Institute, Zhang Jiahao had been able to confirm that it was related to the matter of the life potion. Lin Hai nodded and didn't beat around the bush. Jiahao, where did you get that potion from? Zhang Jiahao, who had anticipated this situation today, began to explain without haste. Academician Lin, this was given to me by my master who traveled around the world. In order to avoid Lin Hai's continued questioning, Zhang Jiahao directly fabricated a nonsensical master, while giving a veiled reminder of his whereabouts. Lin Hai sniffed and frowned. Ka ho, did your master give you the formula for this potion? Lin Hai thought to himself that it would be great if there was a formula, because they had studied it painstakingly for a long time, but they hadn't been able to analyze the ingredients of the life potion. Academician Lin, this main formula is not really available. Lin Hai couldn't help but show a lost expression when he heard this. For a moment he reacted. Zhang Jiahao was saying something. K-ho, when you say there is no main formula, do you mean there is a formula for the ingredients in it? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. This he really didn't have. He had asked the system before. However, the system directly gave him a blank stare. Academician Lin, this one doesn't either. But I have the most important part of this potion. I just need to add a few things to it to formulate it. Regarding this fancy saying, it was still the system that taught Zhang Jiahao. Oh, K-ho, tell me about it. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then he spoke the method he had gotten from asking the system earlier. Academician Lin, all that's needed is to dispense the potion given by my master with glucose water and add pure water to dilute it. When he first thought of this method, Zhang Jiahao consulted the system just to make sure. K-ho, so how much of this potion do you have left? The blending ratio of this, do you know? Knowing that there was still a solution, Lin Hai excitedly stood up and inquired. Academician Lin, I currently have 1 kilogram of the original liquid here. The blending ratio is 150:000. This is with pure water and 1:1 with glucose water. Lin Hai sniffed in disbelief. K-ho, are you sure you're remembering correctly? He felt that the ratio was just too unreliable and exaggerated. That's right, Academician Lin, but that's all I have right now. But my master said he'll send me more once it's developed again. Regarding the fact that there were 1,000 kilograms of life medicinal liquid, Zhang Jiahao didn't dare to say it, or else he wouldn't really be able to explain it when the time came, so he chose to provide it in batches. Good. K-ho, you know what? This potion provided by your master, which we have tested, not only curbs the deterioration of the star-spangled virus, but also allows the body to produce antibodies. Anyone who has used this agent, even in close contact with the patient, will not be infected. Looking at Lin Hai's face of excitement, Zhang Jiahao hesitated for a moment, but still asked what was on his mind. That, Academician Lin, how did you test it? Lin Hai looked at Zhang Jiahao with that expression and feigned anger. Jiahao, what are you thinking? We also tested the potion and it won't cause any harm to the body before we tried it, and they are all soldiers of our dragon kingdom. Zhang Jiahao was shocked at his words. He didn't expect that it was again these loveliest people who were silently paying. Academician Lin, don't be angry. I'm just asking. Plus, if there's really a problem, my master couldn't have given it to me. As soon as his words fell, Wang Yuyan came to the door. Yuyan, is something wrong? Since he was in his own home, the door to the parlor was not closed by Zhang Jiahao. Chairman, Academician Chen is here again. Zhang Jiahao nodded helplessly. Yuyan, invite them up. Lin Hai, who was on the side, couldn't help but be puzzled. Jiahao, which Academician Chen? As far as he knew there was only one person with the surname Chen in the Academy of Sciences, and Chen Zhizhong was from the Institute of Computer Science. So how could he come to Zhang Jiahao? Academician Lin, it's Academician Chen Zhizhong. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Chen Zhizhong had already arrived at the door. Old man Lin, what are you doing here? Glancing at Lin Hai on the sofa, Chen Zhizhong couldn't help but ask out loud. Old man Chen, What I'm doing here is none of your business. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly as he listened to the two bigwigs fight. Academician Chen, please sit inside. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly got up and invited Chen Zhizhong's few people to take a seat on the sofa, then handed over tea. Jiahao, let's continue. Don't pay attention to old man Chen. Lin Hai glanced at Chen Zhizhong and looked at Zhang Jiahao and smiled out. Chen Zhizhong had just wanted to dislike him when he heard this, but he only stifled it hard after He Liang reminded him. Academician Lin, that specific blending method, you know it too. I'll give you the potion, and if my master sends it over again, I'll send it to you. Zhang Jiahao had already planned to take out some every day or two. Ha ha ha, good. K-ho, are you interested in joining our institute? Chen Zhizhong, who was on the side, was slightly stunned when he heard this. A moment later, reacting, he couldn't help but curse out. Old man Lin, what do you mean? Lin Hai sniffed in confusion. Old man Chen, what do you mean? Old man Lin, there's a first come first served in everything. I was here first, and you're going to steal someone from me? Lin Hai froze at his words and then looked at Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao shook his head bitterly at the sight. Academician Lin, Academician Chen came by yesterday and wanted to invite me to join the Computer Research Institute. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words left his mouth, Chen Zhizhong glared at Lin Hai. Old man Lin, you hear that, don't you? Seeing this, Lin Hai glared back at Chen Zhizhong. Old man Chen, did that Jiahao brother promise you? Zhang Jiahao almost sprayed the tea in his mouth when he heard this. Guys, let's talk. He Liang and the few people who followed Lin Hai on the side watched the two big brothers fight and acted plainly. This situation seemed to be a common occurrence in their eyes. K-ho, you still know computer technology? Lin Hai stopped fighting with Chen Zhizhong and looked at Zhang Jiahao in surprise as he inquired. Academician Lin, I also know a little bit about it. I can't talk about understanding it yet. Ha! Excessive understatement is called hypocrisy. I'm so sorry. Dog system, that's what I call a low profile. Zhang Jiahao almost spat out blood in anger as he listened to the system's flirting. Old man Lin, if being at his level doesn't count as knowing computer technology, then I can retire early and go home to my old age. Lin Hai's eyes instantly glowed as he listened to this high praise from Chen Zhizhong. Academician Chen, you flatter me too much. Both of you. I really just want to be a salty fish. Lin Hai and Chen Zhizhong exchanged a glance at what he said, and then they both revealed faint smiles. Zhang Jiahao saw this and thought that something might happen. Chapter 39 The Youngest Deputy Director. K-ho, we understand you and respect that. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. However, Lin Hai's next words made him freeze. Jiahao, we won't force you to join the Academy of Sciences, but we hope you'll agree to one thing, to be the vice president of our institute. In Chen Zhizhong and Lin Hai's mind, Zhang Jiahao is definitely not a simple person. His talent is enough to deserve a veritable deputy director, but Zhang Jiahao wants to be salty, and that's all they want to do. And at this time, the people who followed Chen Zhizhong and the two of them on the side were shocked beyond words when they heard the conditions offered by the two big brothers. Two seniors, aren't you afraid that I'll ruin the reputation of the academy? I'm a free-spirited person, and I usually live without much restraint, the kind of person who should be as comfortable as possible. After saying that, Zhang Jiahao secretly said, you guys, this time, you won't ask me to serve as any deputy director, right? In fact, at this point, he was really telling the truth. He just wanted to enjoy his life with the women around him. We get it. Young people, these aren't big problems. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. That's okay? You don't mind your lifestyle? Two seniors, if there is anything you need help with in the future, I will never excuse myself if I can help. But this deputy director thing, can we talk about it some more? Zhang Jiahao continued to excuse himself. The main thing was that there were more important things waiting for him to do. Lin Yi was still waiting for him in the imperial capital, and he was worried that once he joined the Academy of Sciences, he would not have much time to engage in his own affairs. K-ho, why don't you want to? Don't talk to us about lifestyle excuses. Chen Zhizhong and the two of them also vaguely guessed that Zhang Jiahao might also have his own difficulties. Two seniors, there is actually a very important thing waiting for me to do. I have a favorite waiting for me in the imperial capital, but she's being forced into marriage by her family, and the engagement has a military background. I can't lose her, so the seniors should be able to understand. Chen Zhizhong and Lin Hai froze at his words. They didn't expect it to be for this reason. Ha ha ha, K-ho, if you're in this situation, joining our Academy of Science will be a great help to you. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. How could he not know this? He was just worried that he didn't have the time to mess with his own affairs. If it wasn't for the matter of Lin Yi being forced into marriage, he would have agreed to it long ago. Jiahao, are you afraid that after joining our institute, you'll delay your own business? Lin Hai seemed to have guessed Zhang Jiahao's concern and asked out loud. Zhang Jiahao nodded awkwardly at his words. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry about that. We won't ask you to stay in the institute all the time, but when there's something major going on, you can just go over there. That's right. I have the same idea as old man Lin. Zhang Jiahao listened to the two seniors, both of whom had said their words to this point, and it would really be ungrateful for him to push back. Thank you for the love of the two seniors. In the future, if there is anything I did wrong, please point it out and inform me. Chen Zhizhong and the two of them laughed out loud at his words. Ha ha ha, welcome comrade Keiho. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao also hurriedly got up and shook hands with the two seniors one after another. Once everyone had resumed their seats, Chen Zhizhong spoke. Jiahao, you are the youngest deputy director of our Dragon Kingdom. There has been no precedent here, and with your talent, I'm sure it won't be long before you become a pillar of the nation. Zhang Jiahao nodded awkwardly at the words. He was fine with the computer technology side. The key was the Virus Institute side. He knew nothing about the medical side. Okay, old man Chen, it's time we got down to business. Chen Zhizhong nodded. Okay, old man Lin, you speak first. Seeing this, Lin Hai looked at Zhang Jiahao and said with a straight face. Jiahao, this potion is very important for the Dragon Kingdom, and there is currently no international drug that can achieve this effect. In the future, if your master develops it again, you notify me at the first opportunity and I'll send someone to pick it up in person. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Zhang Jiahao, it was really that this potion was too important and he was afraid of any accidents. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head at the sight. He could also vaguely guess the concerns in Lin Hai's mind. Old man Lin, what potion? Chen Zhizhong, who was listening to the two of them talking about the potion, couldn't help but ask in a puzzled voice. Old man Chen, it's an agent related to the star-spangled virus. The current effect of the agent can reach containment of the defense and the production of antibodies. If this potion can make another breakthrough, curing the star-spangled virus for good isn't impossible. Chen Zhizhong was shocked by what he heard. He really didn't expect that so many countries hadn't researched an effective potion by now, and Zhang Jiahao was actually able to provide it for use already. Old man Lin, are you telling the truth? Have you done the experiment? Of course. What am I talking to you about here if I haven't experimented? When Chen Zhizhong received Lin Hai's exact answer, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Jiahao, you've gotten another credit. I say, old man Chen, what is your business here? Old man Lin, you know about the star-spangled defense system, right? Lin Hai sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao in surprise. That's right, it's developed by Keiho. Chen Zhizhong saw this and voiced a reminder. Zhang Jiahao didn't retort when he heard this. He was now a member of the Computer Research Institute anyway. Yu Yan, is something wrong? Zhang Jiahao looked at Wang Yuyan, who appeared in the doorway, and inquired in a puzzled voice. For the last 2 days, Wang Yuyan had rushed to Panlong Yuan early in the morning, ready to listen to Zhang Jiahao's orders. Chairman, it's time to dine. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked at the time, only to realize that he didn't realize that it was already noon. Yu Yan, you go first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao looked towards Chen Zhizhong's crowd. Two seniors, let's all have a meal together. I hope I don't mind my rough food. Ha ha ha, then we're interrupting. As the words fell, the crowd followed Zhang Jiahao into the restaurant. Zhang Jiahao looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Today's dishes were exceptionally rich. I don't know if the beauties have added so many more types of dishes to see that there are guests coming. When Chen Zhizhong and the others saw the dishes on the table, they could not help but have the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. They did not expect Zhang Jiahao to be so good at enjoying himself. Sit down, everyone, and make yourselves at home. The crowd sniffed and took their seats. After everyone was seated, the 10 beautiful imperial chefs moved forward and served the prepared soups to everyone one after another. Chen Zhizhong and the others looked at the 10 beautiful women who were well served and couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. Rich people are really good at enjoying themselves. Afterward, under the service of 10 beautiful imperial chefs, the crowd was satisfied with their lunch. Zhang Jiahao gave the life potion to Lin Hai and sent the crowd away after chatting for a few moments. That night, Lin Hai called Zhang Jiahao and informed him that the potion had been officially produced and could be officially put into use tomorrow. When it came to the name, Lin Hai insisted that Zhang Jiahao come personally, and Zhang Jiahao didn't push back and took a divine dragon vaccine. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao woke up in Lin Evening's bedroom. System, sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with 10,000,000,000,000 Chinese coins. Hearing the system's reward reminder, Zhang Jiahao froze. *******. Dog system, and cash rewards. Ha, calling, master, can you be nice to me? Okay, love you mwahahaha. Winky face, Howie, I missed you. Right at this moment, Zhang Jiahao's cell phone received a message from Lin Yi. Chapter 40, Delivering He Yuxuan. Yi, why haven't you contacted me in the past few days? Is something wrong? after the last time the two of them contacted each other. In order to prevent accidents, it was agreed that Lin Yi would be the one who would contact him on a single line. Howie, stop it. Lately they've been seeing me in a better mood and started to suspect something's wrong, so they've had people watching me for days. Zhang Jiahao looked at Lin Yi's explanation and hastily responded with a comforting, be careful yourself. I still need a bit of time. Don't expose it for now. Zhang Jiahao then chatted with Lin Yi for nearly 30 minutes before finishing. After eating the breakfast that Lin Evening had prepared, he returned to Pan Long Yuan. At this time, Zhuan Lingling's body had already recovered, and Zhang Jiahao took her around Liwan Commercial Street and bought many things before sending her back to Pan Long Yuan. 55th floor of the China World Trade Center. Chairman, this is the recent investment report of Yihao Capital. Zhang Jiahao had just arrived at the office and sat down when He Yuxuan walked over with a document. Thanks, Yu Yan. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Jiahao took the document and said thanks. After casually looking over the investments, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but frown slightly. Chairman, is there a problem? He Yuxuan, who was on the side, noticed Zhang Jiahao's slight change in expression and inquired apprehensively. Yu Yan, you're doing a great job. You're just not investing enough. The data through the statement showed that He Yuxuan had currently invested nearly $200 billion externally, and Zhang Jiahao wasn't very satisfied with this number. Yu Xian, you increase your investment as soon as possible, and recruit immediately if you don't have enough manpower. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao took out his cell phone and transferred 10,000 billion to the public account of Yihao Capital. Yu Xian, I transferred 10,000 billion to the company account. Your next task is to invest that money. He Yuxuan froze directly in place at the words. Zhang Jiahao casually took out $100 billion. She couldn't imagine how rich Zhang Jiahao really was. Okay, Chairman. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Yuxuan, are you used to living in the house in Pan Long Villa? Since handing over Villa 3 to He Yuxuan, Zhang Jiahao hadn't paid any more attention to this matter. Chairman, it's a nice house there. I'm comfortable living there. In Deep City, Pan Long Villa is the best house, and He Yuxian has loved it ever since she moved in. Just be comfortable. Go ahead and get busy. He Yuxuan had just left when Wang Yuyan also walked in with a document. Chairman, this is Cohen Peng's team profile. See if you have anything to add. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and gestured for Wang Yuyan to take a seat. Yu Yan, I won't look at this one. You just keep an eye on it usually. Wang Yuyan, who had gained trust, couldn't help but excitedly and hurriedly responded. Don't worry, Chairman. I will do a good job with all my heart. Wang Yuyan's attire today is relatively cool. A short-sleeved chiffon shirt with a small professional skirt. Yu Yan, you go ahead and get busy. After Wang Yuyan left, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but curse little Jiahao for being unproductive. Master, do not suppress yourself. Dog system, shut up. Zhang Jiahao didn't pay any more attention to the system's complaints as he opened his cell phone to focus on the situation of the star-spangled virus. Zhang Jiahao stayed at the company until mealtime, after which he returned to Pan Long Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was enjoying Zhuang Ling's professional massage in his bedroom. Right at this moment, Zhang Jiahao's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and glanced at it, and when he realized it was He Yuxuan, he picked it up suspiciously. It was already more than 8 p.m. At this time, and usually He Yuxuan would rarely call him at night. Chairman, help me. Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when He Yuxuan's cry for help came from his ears. He immediately frowned and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Yu Xian, where are you now? Chairman, I'm in box 333 of the Marriott Hotel, and I seem to have been drugged. Hearing He Yuxuan's weak voice, Zhang Jiahao's eyes instantly turned cold and he hurriedly got up. Zhuang Ling, bring me my clothes. I'm going out for a while. With the help of Zhuang Ling, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly changed his clothes and went straight to the parking garage. Hello, Yi Xiao, the Marriott Hotel is your home, right? Zhang Jiahao had just gotten into the car and directly dialed Yi Chen's phone. Yeah, Howie, are you there? Zhang Jiahao didn't have any nonsense and hurriedly said, Yi Xiao, the president of my company is in your hotel's box 333 and has been drugged. Please help me arrange for someone to go over there first. I'll be right there. Yi Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the words, and hung up the phone after promising to make arrangements right away. Zhang Jiahao roared all the way to the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel was about a 10-minute drive from Pan Long Yuan, and Zhang Jiahao kept overtaking cars along the way, putting his clan driving skills to good use. 6 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Marriott Hotel. He got out of the car and ran towards box 333. As he reached the door, he heard the sounds of an argument coming from inside. Do you know who I am? Dare to spoil my good deed. You guys don't want to do it? Let me tell you. I know you're Yi Xiao. Zhang Jiahao came to the door and lifted his leg to directly kick the half-closed door open. I'll be damned. Which one of them is the ungrateful one again? Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the box when an obese middle-aged man looked towards him and cursed angrily. Zhang Jiahao glanced at him, ignoring him, and looked to the hotel staff at the side. Where is the person? The staff sniffed and pointed to the restroom off to the side. Zhang Jiahao saw this and walked towards the restroom. Yu Xian, it's me. I'm coming. As soon as his words fell, He Yuxuan opened the door. Looking at He Yuxuan, who was straining to lean against the doorframe, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly moved forward to pick her up. Who the hell are you? At that moment, the obese middle-aged man rushed up and shouted. Without a word, Zhang Jiahao lifted his leg and directly kicked him to the ground. He then hugged He Yuxuan and left. As he was walking out of the hotel elevator, he happened to meet Yichen, who had hurriedly arrived. Howie, I'm so sorry. I'll be sure to give you an explanation about this happening at our hotel. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words and then brought He Yuxuan back to Panlong Villa. Along the way, He Yuxuan's hands had been restless, and several times, they almost made Zhang Jiahao lose his concentration. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao sent He Yuxuan back to Villa 3. After placing He Yuxuan on the bed, he was about to get up and call a few maids over to take care of her. He Yuxuan pulled Zhang Jiahao back. Zhang Jiahao saw this and hurriedly stopped, but it coincided with the onset of He Yuxuan's medication, and she did not care about Zhang Jiahao's obstruction in the slightest. Zhang Jiahao didn't dare to exert himself even when he saw this, for fear of hurting her. Chapter 41, Perfecting Intelligent Systems. Country shocked. Looking at the breathtaking He Yuxuan in front of him, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Just as he was about to cover He Yuxuan with the quilt, He Yuxuan once again wrapped her arms around his neck. In an instant, He Yuxuan's small cherry mouth kissed up. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao catered to her. The man of excellent character. He once again drove the new car, considering that the new car is not very adaptable for the first time. He stopped after about 60 kilometers. The next morning, He Yuxuan woke up leisurely. Remembering her madness last night, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning. Yu Xian, you're awake. Zhang Jiahao was awakened by He Yuxuan's rising movements and opened his eyes in a daze. Chairman, thank you. He Yuxuan didn't know what to say for a moment, and half a day held back this sentence. Zhang Jiahao was instantly happy when he looked at her appearance. Yu Xian, get some rest and don't go to work today. Looking at He Yuxuan's shy appearance, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart that her softness was number one. Chairman. As He Yuxuan listened to Zhang Jiahao's command, she hesitated for a small moment before she voiced her agreement. Yu Xian, call Brother Hao. Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around her from behind her and whispered in her ear. Hao. Zhang Jiahao turned her around and sent a kiss before saying, Yuxuan, sleep a little longer. I'll go make you a breakfast. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed for the kitchen. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's back, He Yuxuan's eyes were firm as she muttered to herself in a small voice. Howie, I wish I could be by your side all the time. I will definitely try to be the biggest help in your career. About 20 minutes later, after Zhang Jiahao accompanied He Yuxuan to finish her breakfast and instructed her to take a good rest, he returned to Panlong Yuan. After returning to Panlong Yuan, Zhang Jiahao dove headfirst into the study. He had just turned on his computer when Yi Chen's call came. Howie, that guy who used underhanded tactics on the president of your company. I've made his company disappear. Look, is there anything else you want to add? Zhang Jiahao shook his head at the words and responded. That's it. I'm still a bit busy. We'll have a drink together some other time. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao threw his whole body into perfecting the intelligence system. After so many days of hard work, he had pretty much perfected the main modules. He was busy working until noon, and he didn't stop until Song Shishir arrived. Chairman, it's time for your meal. Zhang Jiahao looked up at the words and couldn't help but stare when he saw that it was Song Shishir. Sure, where's Yu Yan? Song Shishir sniffed and hurriedly explained. Chairman, today, Sister Yu Yan is a bit unwell, so I came over instead. Zhang Jiahao sniffed with concern and inquired about the situation, and after learning that it was a good thing coming from a woman, he headed to the restaurant for dinner. 52nd floor of the ITC building. After having dinner, Zhang Jiahao drove Song Shishir to Kunpeng Technology's office. This floor was originally used by a group of companies, and after the expiration of the contract, He Yuxuan redecorated it and used it as the office of Kunpeng Technology. Sissy, call a meeting of the technicians in 5 minutes. Song Shishir nodded and got up to go make arrangements. Zhang Jiahao was ready to let these technicians help perfect the intelligence system, the complexity of which he had basically completed. He intended to perfect the system today, and he couldn't wait to see the finished product. The conference room of the Kuntech. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Jiahao. Applause erupted at his words. First of all, welcome to Kunsite. Being here will be a key stop in realizing your dreams. We have gathered today for one thing only. Together we will make a product that will astound the world. A product that will benefit the Dragon Kingdom. A product that represents our leading technology in the Dragon Kingdom. After Zhang Jiahao had motivated the crowd, he began to assign tasks. He then returned to his office. Zhang Jiahao had just turned on his computer when a lot of news about the Dragon Kingdom's Shenlong vaccine popped up. Hashtag shocked. Dragon Nation develops pharmaceutically effective star-spangled virus vaccine. Hashtag divine dragon vaccine. Fearless star-spangled virus automatically produces antibodies. Hashtag Shenron vaccine. World premiere promotion. Zhang Jiahao randomly clicked on a news item, and he skimmed through it. It turns out that the Shenlong vaccine was launched with great success, and netizens have been asking for more promotion. At this time, in the Star-Spangled Kingdom Council Chamber, a bunch of losers. The Dragon Kingdom has researched the potion and you still don't have a clue. The head of the country of the Stars and Stripes was growling loudly at the group of people in front of him. Chieftain, we can consider introducing the Dragon Kingdom's potions. Right. This one is the fastest solution so far. Hearing several people chiming in, the Star-Spangled Nation's leader glared angrily. Rubbish, why don't you go and think of a solution? Not only the Star-Spangled States, but any country that has had the Star-Spangled virus appear. The chiefs are ranting about their men in droves at this point. After the success of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Dragon vaccine, it not only shocked the countries, but also made many people with evil intentions covet it. Right at that moment, Zhang Jiahao received a call from Lin Hai. Ka Ho, has your master developed a potion? Hearing Lin Hai's anxious voice, Zhang Jiahao responded. Academician Lin, my master sent it to my storehouse early this morning, only I didn't even see him in person. The reason why Zhang Jiahao said this was to discourage Lin Hai from inquiring about his unfounded master. Ka Ho, how much did your master send over this time? Once Lin Hai heard that there really was one, he hurriedly inquired. Academician Lin, my master sent 10 kilograms this time. Zhang Jiahao decided to increase a little bit every day, which was safer and avoided arousing suspicion. Ha ha ha, good. Jiahao, express my gratitude to your master for me, and I'll send someone to fetch it right away. Zhang Jiahao responded and hung up the phone before getting up to prepare the life potion. Chapter 42, Attending a Cocktail Party. Miss Zhong's family. After Zhang Jiahao returned to Panlong Yuan, the Lin Hai sex people arrived in less than 30 minutes. Zhang Jiahao looked at the armed crowd and couldn't help but wonder if Lin Hai was exaggerating a bit. Academician Zhang. Hello, I'm Lu Ziwei. We were entrusted by Academician Lin to escort the medicinal fluid. At this moment, a woman in professional attire walked out and spoke respectfully to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then he handed her the life potion that had already been prepared. Lu Ziwei and one of the guards carefully received the medicinal liquid, then the two of them carefully put the medicinal liquid into the iron box that had been prepared beforehand. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but slightly twitch the corners of his mouth as he watched the maneuvers of several people. After sending a few people out the door, Zhang Jiahao was just about to turn around when he saw Yichen coming towards him. Howie, in the thick of it, Zhang Jiahao shook his head at the sight. Xiao Yi, why are you free to come over to my place? Howie, are you free tonight? Zhang Jiahao nodded doubtfully at his words. Evenings are usually free. What kind of program does young Yi have? Brother Hao, there's a cocktail party tonight, lots of quality girls. Zhang Jiahao hadn't participated in any wine party yet, and thought that he would go to see the world if he had nothing to do. Okay, where is it? What time of night? Brother Hao, 8 p.m. At the Liwan International Hotel. When Zhang Jiahao heard it, good man, isn't this on your own turf? Okay, Yi Xiao, see you at the hotel tonight. Yi Chen nodded and left after responding. Now that there were still nearly 2 hours before the reception started, Zhang Jiahao was pondering what car to drive to. 7:40 p.m. Zhang Jiahao picked a Rolls-Royce Phantom from the garage, a hardtop sports car with a V12 engine with a displacement of up to 6t. It took him nearly 10 minutes before he arrived at Liwan International Hotel, and after parking his car Zhang Jiahao went to his office. After a few cups of tea, Yi Chen called. Howie, are you there yet? Yi Xiao, I'm here, tell me what floor it's on, I'll go over now. Yi Chen was puzzled in his heart when he heard this. Brother Hao, it's in the banquet hall on the 30th floor. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao headed straight to the 30th floor. He had just come out of the elevator when he bumped into Lu Chen, who was walking out of the side elevator. Ha, Jiahao Chang, what are you doing here? Zhang Jiahao glanced at him in disgust at his words and walked straight towards the banquet hall without paying attention to him. Lu Chen, who had been ignored again, glared resentfully at Zhang Jiahao, and then he too walked towards the banquet hall. Howie, you're here. Zhang Jiahao had just walked to the front door of the banquet hall when Yi Chen greeted him. Young Yi, what kind of reception is this? Howie, let's talk inside. Zhang Jiahao nodded and walked into the banquet hall. At this time, the banquet hall has gathered nearly 100 people. Zhang Jiahao roughly scanned some, the girl is really quite a lot. Howie, this reception is mainly to give people a chance to network while doing a little good deed. Actually, it's all advocated by our old man. And I wouldn't bother with this kind of stuff if I didn't have so many girls. Zhang Jiahao listened to Yi Chen's explanation and gave him a blank stare. Young Yi, you're still short of girls? Ha ha ha, Howie, how can this be too little? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly, and then he proceeded to eat. But he hadn't eaten dinner yet, and at this point in time, he was already hungry and his stomach was rumbling. Seeing this, Yi Chen, who was on the side, also ate along with Zhang Jiahao. The dishes on the table were really good, worthy of being in his own hotel, and Zhang Jiahao ate like no one else for nearly half an hour. Yi Xiao, why are you hiding here? At that moment, a young man dressed in formal attire with a big back haircut approached. Qin Meng, come and introduce yourself. This is Hao, from Deep City. Brother Hao, this is Qin Meng from the imperial capital, my close buddy. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words and picked up a cup on the table. Hello, go a cup? Ha ha ha, come on, take a walk. I'm rare to make friends with a real person like you. After a glass of wine, Qin Meng also took a seat on the side. During this time, there were many beautiful women who came to make a toast and hit on them, and although they were all very high quality and beautiful, for some reason, Zhang Jiahao just wasn't electrified by them. The time soon came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Ho, there's a small charity auction in a little while. At this time, Yi Chen voiced out an introduction to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Qin Meng's exclamation of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did Sister Spirit come here? Yi Chen sniffed and twisted his head to take a glance, and he was instantly like a rat seeing a cat. Holy, it's still true. Qin Meng, brother Hao, I'll hide for a while. When the words fell, Yi Chen was ready to get up and flee. Little leaf, stop right there. Yi Chen had just gotten up when he was shouted at by the beautiful woman walking from the distance. Yi Chen turned back awkwardly at the sight and looked at her cautiously. Ha ha ha, Sister Ling, you didn't tell me when you came so I could go greet you. Don't get all playful with me. Would I eat a human being? Why do you run away when you see me? Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter darkly at his words. Missy, you are not eating people, but you're worse at punching people than you are at eating them. Zhang Jiahao roughly sized up the beauty in front of him. She was wearing a black slouchy shoulder-pleated wraparound skirt, which embodied her perfect figure to the fullest, and her face value was even more explosive. Sister Spirit, there's no such thing. I'm just coincidentally just getting ready to go to the restroom. Looking at Yi Chen's wimpy face, Zhang Jiahao was speechless for a while. What's the matter? Just going to let me stand around the whole time? Qin Meng, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled out a chair when he saw this. Sister Ling, please sit down. Brother Hao, this is the imperial capital Zhong family's eldest Miss Zhongling, who is also the president of the Hai Ling group. Zhang Jiahao listened to Yi Chen's muttering in his ear and smiled faintly without making a sound. Sayaka, what are you muttering? Ha ha ha, Sister Ling, I told Brother Hao that you're the #1 beauty in our imperial capital. Listening to Yi Chen's nonsense, Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Zhongling sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao. This young master looks unfamiliar. Sister Spirit, this is Brother Hao, from Deep City. Before Zhang Jiahao could open his mouth, Yi Chen spoke out from the side and introduced himself. Hello, Jiahao Chang. Zhongling was slightly stunned at the sight. Then she also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Zhang Jiahao. Usually when those strange men saw her, they could not wait to get down on their knees to please her, and it was the first time she had seen such a calm one like Zhang Jiahao. The auction officially began just after Zhongling and Zhang Jiahao had both clinked their glasses. As the venue's lights changed, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam stepped up to the host stand. Looking at the beautiful woman on the stage, Qin Meng and Yi Chen's eyes had a sizzling glow, and the harumphs at the corners of their mouths were about to fall to the ground. I say you too, harumph away, it's just a star. What's the point? Chapter 43 Low Profile? Just basic operation. That's, she certainly can't compete with you. Qin Meng and Yi Chen spoke out to please Zhongling. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was also sizing up the host on the stage, and could score 90 points in terms of face value. As for the celebrity status of this host, Chung Kaho said he did not recognize him because he does not follow stars, so he knows very little. After some unnutritious introductory remarks, the auction officially began. Let's go to our first lot. As soon as the host's words were out of his mouth, a beautiful woman walked onto the stage carrying a tray. The first lot was a piece of jade, which Zhang Jiahao visualized as not bad, so he paid 200,000 yuan for it. Zhang Jiahao did not bid again on any of the subsequent lots and quietly sipped his drink at the bottom. Zhang Jiahao found Lu Chen. In the middle of the day that bastard also shot a few things. He was curious that Lu Chen actually still had the heart to participate in the reception. The auction lasted about 40 minutes before it ended, and by this time it was after 11 p.m. Howie, car date tomorrow morning? After the auction ended, Yi Chen extended an invitation to Zhang Jiahao. A car date? Zhang Jiahao was flabbergasted. Howie, it's just racing. Zhang Jiahao pondered. What time? What place? 8 a.m. Deep Bay Raceway. Okay, see you tomorrow. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and left. Zhong Ling, who was on the side, looked at Zhang Jiahao's departing back, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but spread into a smile. The next morning, system, sign in. Successful sign-in will be rewarded with a red flag S9 supercar. *******. Dog system, is it because I scolded you yesterday that you're giving me a decent reward today? When Zhang Jiahao saw today's reward, he disliked the system while being shocked, because yesterday he signed in and the system gave him a Patek Philippe watch. He knew about the red flag S9 supercar, which was a domestic supercar that hadn't been released yet. It is the first super sports car in the Dragon Kingdom and was developed completely independently by Red Flag. New hybrid platform with Red Flag V8 TD engine. The powertrain has a total power of over 1,400 horsepower and a top speed of 400 km per hour. Acceleration of 100 km in regular conditions is less than 2.3 seconds, and in extreme conditions it can reach 1.9 seconds, making it the production-ready supercar with the fastest starting speed to date. The appearance is nothing less than impressive even when placed in front of a host of foreign supercars. Zhang Jiahao, who couldn't wait, ran to the garage in a puff of smoke and took out the red flag S9. Awesome! Zhang Jiahao caressed this red flag S9 supercar, and inwardly loved it so much. The exterior lines of the red flag S9 are extremely streamlined, and the headlight clusters use full LED light sources, and the interior is designed with densely arranged light bands, which looks ethereal and handsome. In the center of the front end, Red Flag's new striped logo shines bright red. Taking out the key, Zhang Jiahao then directly started the car. As the vehicle started, the thick, low and powerful sound seemed like a trapped beast roaring. Zhang Jiahao slowly drove his car out of Pan Long Villa and arrived at Deep Bay Boulevard. Then he began to furiously race towards Deep Bay Racetrack. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao drove the red flag S9 to the outside of the Deep Bay circuit. At this time, the two of them, Yi Chen and Qin Meng, had also just arrived. Fierce, am I blind? I actually saw a red flag S9? Yi Xiao, you're not wrong. I saw it too. Zhang Jiahao drove his car to a stop next to Yi Chen's Lafa and then lowered the window. When Yi Chen and Qin Meng saw that it was Zhang Jiahao, they shouted out in shock. So it's Howie. Several people then entered the racetrack together. Young Yi, there are quite a few people. At this point in time, dozens of supercars had already gathered on the racetrack, and the spectators on the sidelines numbered about several hundred people. Howie, most of them are from the circle, and a few were brought here by friends. Zhang Jiahao nodded and looked at Qin Meng on the side. Young Qin, that's a nice car of yours. Qin Meng was driving a Koenigsegg, the most expensive supercar of the three. Howie, that kind of car in his hands is no different than driving a tractor. As soon as Qin Meng heard these words from Yi Chen, he was instantly displeased. Xiao Yi, don't talk about these useless things. $1 million to run a lap to come or not. Yi Chen was just about to dislike him when he sniffed, but he was interrupted by the sound of a speeding supercar. When he saw the supercar, he couldn't help but have his body tremble slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yi Xiao, what's wrong? Noticing his subtle changes, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but inquire out loud. Howie, it's over. Sister Spirit, that crazy person is here. Zhang Jiahao sniffed. Why are you guys so afraid of her? Howie, you don't know. There's hardly a second generation in our imperial capital who hasn't been beaten up by her. And there's an even scarier side to this woman. And that's racing. Zhang Jiahao instantly became interested upon hearing this. He was still thinking of finding someone to try out his driving skills. Yi Xiao, is she racing very well? Qin Meng, who was on the side, snatched his words and said, Brother Hao, she's not generally powerful. Mastodon is right. She's so good that she can run a couple races and up a car. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but hold his forehead speechless as he listened to these compliments from the two. Degree. A moment later, after the words of Qin Meng and Yi Chen had just fallen, Zhong Ling came close by in her pink Pagani Wingod. Little Leaf, sneaking over to the race car without calling me. Do you want to get beaten up? Zhong Ling rolled the window down and glared at Yi Chen. When she saw Zhang Jiahao on the side, her eyes instantly lit up, and the domineering and pugnacious style she just had instantly disappeared. Mr. Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Jiahao nodded without making a sound at the sight. The two people on the side, Qin Meng and Yi Chen, had unbelievable expressions on their faces as they looked at such a gentle and passionate side of Zhongling. They didn't expect that Zhongling, who usually looked cold to everyone, would actually smile and greet Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, shall we both run a lap? At this time, Zhongling got down from the car and walked over to Zhang Jiahao's side and invited him. Smelling the faint slight fragrance coming from Zhongling's body, Zhang Junjiahao couldn't help but move aside. Sorry, I've never raced. Qin Mang and the two of them instantly froze at the words. They actually saw someone reject Zhongling. It's okay, it's people's first time racing too. Zhang Jiahao gave her a blank stare at her words. If not for the fact that he had just heard the two Yichen mention her honorable deeds, he might have actually believed it at this moment. Mr. Zhang, why don't I add some more prizes? When Zhang Jiahao heard it, he felt that it was a bit interesting. What's the color? Zhongling blinked her eyes and reached out her two jade hands to shake them. How about $5 million to run a lap? Zhang Jiahao instantly lost interest upon hearing this. Not really, I don't feel much for money. At this moment, Yi Chen and Qin Mang, who were on the side, couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up in their hearts as they listened to Zhang Jiahao's words. So what do you have feelings for? Women? Zhongling was once again rejected and couldn't help but inquire with a little emotion. Aha! Looking at Zhang Jiahao, who was actually even more aloof than herself, Zhongling gritted her teeth in anger. What do you say? How about being willing to run a lap with me? Zhang Jiahao almost laughed when he looked at her exasperated appearance. Tell you what, if you lose, just let me draw a little turtle on your face. On your face. Zhongling sniffed. Are you serious? Of course. Well, what if you lose? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. I won't lose. No, what if you lose? Zhang Jiahao pondered for a while and smiled lightly. If I lose, the entire person is at your disposal. Okay, this lady will be waiting for you at the track. With those words, Zhongling got into the car and drove into the track. Brother Hao, don't say anything, you'll be our god from now on. Please accept my little brother's worship. That's right, Howie, I admire your high-end maneuvering. Listening to the exaggerated words of Yi Chen's two men, Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Low-key, just a basic operation. Chapter 44, I remember you. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao also drove the red flag S9 and headed for the track. Mangzi, do you think if Brother Hao wins, he dares to draw a turtle on Sister Ling's face? Sayaka, you're worrying too much. Oh, you mean Howie dares? Yes, definitely dare. At this moment, the crowd looked at the two supercars on the track and spoke out. What do you guys say? Can the red flag S9 outrun the Pagani Windjammer? At the start, the red flag S9 has the advantage. Indeed, the red flag S9 leads in 100km acceleration. I don't know if it really runs. After all, it's the first time I've seen the red flag S9 in real life. As the gesture of the beautiful woman in the middle of the track slipped away, Zhongling then went straight out with a catapult. And Zhang Jiahao was motionless at this time, and the red flag S9 stayed quietly in place. Asterisk. What's the deal with the red flag S9? I don't know. It couldn't have gone out, could it? Are you nuts that someone who dares to go on the track would make such a cheap mistake? Zhongling muttered through her rearview mirror as she couldn't help but grit her teeth when she saw Zhang Jiahao's car still parked in the same spot. Dare to ignore me. I'll let you know how powerful this lady is in a moment. The words fell, and she instantly picked up speed again. Watching that Zhongling had already run out nearly 1,000 meters, Zhang Jiahao moved, and instantly, he also made a catapult, directly racing wildly towards Zhongling. Asterisk. He didn't mean to give way to the Pagani wind god, did he? 100% it is. I just don't know if he's got the power or if he's just cocky. Prior to that, the fastest record for running the entire Deep Bay course was 2:20. On the track, soon, Zhongling came to the first curve, which was an S-shaped curve. She duly decelerated and then went through the curve at 150 km per hour. Just as she passed the corner and was about to dislike Zhang Jiahao in her mind, she saw the red flag S9 coming right at her in the rearview mirror. Nani? In just a moment, Zhang Jiahao had caught up and was driving alongside her. Zhang Jiahao threw a smile towards her, and then he instantly increased his speed to overtake Zhongling. Looking at Zhang Jiahao who was running ahead, Zhongling was not willing to lag behind and then also accelerated to catch up. However, for the rest of the journey, Zhongling was never able to catch up with Zhang Jiahao. By the time he reached a U-turn, Zhang Jiahao was driving the red flag S9 at 130 km per hour, but he didn't make the slightest move to slow down. The crowd at the scene couldn't help but gasp out in shock as they watched the speed per hour displayed on the big screen. Asterisk. Is he going to heaven? I remember this U-turn, and the highest recorded speed was 100 km per hour through the turn. He's not going to fly out, is he? Zhongling looked at Zhang Jiahao, who was like a madman, and gradually lowered the speed of the car while being shocked. Crazy, and lying to me about not having raced. When the crowd saw, through the big screen, Zhang Jiahao's handsome drifting maneuver through the corner, the scene was instantly silent. Zhang Jiahao threw himself right through the corner with a perfect drift, and that tail was less than a centimeter away from the guardrail before he would hit it. After passing through this U-turn, Zhang Jiahao began to accelerate in a straight line, racing furiously towards his destination. And at that moment, Zhongling had just passed through the curve, but she could no longer see Zhang Jiahao's taillights. Sayaka, what did you just see? How broke the top record for this bend? No, it's a total crush. In the next moments, the crowd was numb as they watched Zhang Jiahao, who was furiously racing on the big screen. With his superior driving skills, Zhang Jiahao tells them that the perfect drift through the corner just now is not luck but strength. Soon, Zhang Jiahao was the first to reach the finish line. It took about 50 seconds for Zhang Ling to reach the finish line. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1 minute 50 seconds. Someone reacted and couldn't help but yell out when they saw the time displayed on the big screen. Howie, your drag racing skills are awesome. Please take my little brothers as disciples. Zhang Jiahao had just gotten out of the car when Yi Chen and Qin Meng surrounded him. Lo and behold, just a basic operation. When the words fell out, he walked towards the Pagani wind god on the side and gently knocked on the window. Zhongling opened the car door with a frustrated look on her face. Miss Xiong, willing to bet? Zhongling gritted her teeth at the words and glared at Zhang Jiahao. This young lady can afford to lose. Come on. As the words left her mouth, she handed out the eyeliner in her hand. With that, he tightly closed his eyes and bent down slightly, bringing his cheeks close to Zhang Jiahao. Zhongling was about 175 centimeters tall, a good deal taller than Zhang Jiahao. Looking at such a knowledgeable Zhongling, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly, then took the eyeliner from her hand, and drew it carefully. Little Leaf, in the future, whoever dares to speak ill of Brother Hao, I'll be the first to get him. Mighty, what if it's Sister Spirit? Ahem. Little Leaf, stop it. After spending almost 30 seconds, Zhang Jiahao was able to draw a small turtle on Zhongling's face. Just then, Zhongling, who was still immersed in how to take revenge, was awakened by the sound of a camera taking pictures. It turned out that Zhang Jiahao casually took out his cell phone to take a picture after he finished drawing the little turtle. There. You don't say. It's kinda cute. Zhongling, who had just come back to her senses, instantly exploded after hearing Zhang Jiahao's words. This lady bites you to death. With that, she made a jump and directly clamped Zhang Jiahao's waist, and that cherry mouth directly bit up against Zhang Jiahao's neck. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel like I'm going blind. Sayaka, if you don't want to get beaten up, I advise you to turn around quickly. Yi Chen and Qin Meng, who were on the side, were so shocked that their mouths could be stuffed with an egg as they watched this maneuver of Zhongling's. Hiss, you get down here. Zhang Jiahao kept trying to rip off the hanging Zhongling. However, Zhongling's hands were pressing down on his hands in death, and he was now completely unable to exert any strength at all. After struggling for a while, Zhang Jiahao stopped. At this moment, Zhongling, her small mouth was still biting on Zhang Jiahao's neck, without the slightest intention of letting go of her mouth. Zhang Jiahao felt the softness coming from Zhongling, and her faint body odor drifted into his nose with it. A few moments later, as a scream rang out, Zhongling jumped off of Zhang Jiahao. Turns out she was on top of something that scared her right out of her mouth. You rascal! Zhang Jiahao smiled awkwardly. That's sorry, I didn't mean it. Look, it's bleeding from my neck. Zhang Jiahao touched his neck, which had neat teeth marks on it. I remember you. Dropping a sentence, Zhongling then got into the car with reddened cheeks and fled the scene with a kick of the gas. Sniffing the faint fragrance left behind by Zhongling, Zhang Jiahao shook his head and then walked towards the two Yi Chen. Howie, you're the person I admire most. Chapter 45, you can do whatever you want as long as you promise. I'll pull out. You guys have fun. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and said to the two. The two of them nodded their heads at that. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Brother Hao. With that, Zhang Jiahao drove back to Panlong Yuan. In the following days, apart from providing Lin Hai with life medicinal fluid as usual, Zhang Jiahao devoted himself to perfecting the intelligence system. That morning, the sun was shining and the sky was clear, as if to signal the arrival of something good. Chairman, please name the system. In the conference room on the 52nd floor of the China World Trade Center, a group of technicians were asking for instructions from Zhang Jiahao with an excited face. It's been a hard time for all of you, and I'm officially announcing that it will be named the Divine Dragon Operating System. As soon as his words fell, violent applause erupted from the scene. Let's start the test. Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet and commanded out loud. As his command was given, the Divine Dragon System officially launched its test. Instantly, the crowd was glued to the big screen. System takes 5 seconds to load. Running at normal speed. Software compatibility is normal. As the test program continued to display the results of the measurements, the system quickly completed the test. A group of Kunpeng Technologies technicians, looking at the results of the system's test, have been excited. With the same configuration, the Dragon OS is not only faster than other systems to boot up, but also several times faster to run. Moreover, the Shenlong system takes up very little CPU and memory, and it is a direct crush in terms of the system's security performance. Nice. Go online and post it. After reading the system's test results, Zhang Jiahao nodded and instructed. He then returned to his office. System, sign in. Successful signing in. Rewarded with a set of Imperial View residents. Imperial View residents? Listening to the system's reward prompt, Zhang Jiahao then inquired about the information of the Imperial View residents. A few moments later, after reading the introduction of the Imperial View residents, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but be surprised out loud. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, you can get a house like this that's not for sale? Master, think of the trillions lying in your bank card. Also ha. At this time on the network, the Dragon operating system released only 2 hours. The major computer technology forums have been boiling. A certain guest technology forum. I personally tested that Dragon OS kills the current systems on the market, and its security is simply unprecedented. I tested the enterprise version, which is not only compatible with software from other systems, but also works perfectly. According to the information, it was developed by a company called Kunpeng Technology, and it's also a company from the Dragon Kingdom. As the hot debate in the forums fermented, soon the Shenlong operating system hit the headlines of major websites. Hashtag shocked. The operating system independently developed by Dragon Kingdom is actually like this. Hashtag an awakening from the dragon. It's called the Divine Dragon OS. Hashtag you can have it for free as long as you're a Dragon Nation Divine Dragon OS. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was drinking tea and pondering over his next layout and plan. As a knock sounded on the door, Zhang Jiahao came out of his contemplation and then spoke out. Come in. As soon as his words fell, Wang Yuyan pushed the door open. Chairman, there's a person claiming to be the president of the Hai Ling Group who has come to want to meet with you. Should we let her in? Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. How did Zhongling find this place? Let her in. Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment and ordered. He wanted to see what Zhongling wanted to get up to. Not long after, Zhongling came to Zhang Jiahao's office led by Wang Yuyan. Looking at Zhongling, who was dressed in formal attire, Zhang Jiahao was slightly surprised for a short while. After Wang Yuyan left, without waiting for Zhang Jiahao to open his mouth, Zhongling took a single stride to come close to him. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Looking at her flirtatious smile, Zhang Jiahao felt a tingle in his scalp. I say, Miss Zhong, what is your business here? Looking at the unapproachable Zhang Jiahao, Zhongling skimmed her lips. What's the matter? After doing something like that to someone last time, you're still so insensitive? Zhang Jiahao was speechless for a while at his words. Can you blame him in that situation? He's a normal man alright, not to mention that it was still through his clothes, just a little bit on top. Miss Zhong, please sit down and talk. Looking at Zhongling who was all close to leaning on herself, Zhang Jiahao pointed to the sofa on the side and reminded. Mr. Zhang, don't be so formal, just call me Linger. Zhongling said as she walked towards the couch. Zhang Jiahao looked at Zhongling in front of him. He really couldn't figure out where Yi Chen said she was high and cold. Zhang Jiahao passed a cup of tea to her. Miss Zhong, what is it? Please speak. Zhongling changed her previous expression when she heard this and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a straight face. Mr. Zhang, I want to talk about a cooperation with you. Cooperation? Zhang Jiahao really couldn't think of anything he could work with her on. Mr. Zhang, it's related to the Divine Dragon operating system that your company just released. Once Zhang Jiahao heard that it was this matter, he shook his head slightly. Miss Zhong, this is something you can just talk to the person in charge of the company directly. He didn't really care about those things, and he didn't want to talk about them. Mr. Zhang, I have to talk to you for this one. They can't make the call. Before coming here, Zhongling had already investigated clearly that Zhang Jiahao was the one in control of Kunpeng Technology. Oh, tell me about it. Zhang Jiahao looked at her with a look of interest and smiled lightly. Mr. Zhang, my company is developing a system, and we are currently experiencing a bottleneck in the system's security performance. I'd like to work with you and would like you to provide technical support in this area. Zhang Jiahao fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Seeing this, Zhongling also waited quietly on the side. A few moments later, I'm sorry, I don't have time for that at the moment. Zhang Jiahao does not think that her company's technicians will be worse than his own company's technicians. If the cooperation this matter has to be his own personal. Zhongling sniffed. Mr. Zhang, I don't need you to do it personally, as long as you send out your company's technicians for guidance. After Zhongling read the test results of the Divine Dragon operating system, she knew that that was the effect she wanted. which was why she so desperately wanted Zhang Jiahao's assistance. To tell you the truth, I developed the main part of that system, and my company's technicians aren't up to that level. What? You developed it yourself? Zhongling looked at Zhang Jiahao with an unbelievable, shocked face. True, but I really don't have time right now. Zhongling, who had received confirmation, looked at Zhang Jiahao with eyes that became even more burning. Looking at her eyes as if she was looking at prey, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. However, before he could say anything, Zhong then came up again and sat directly next to him. Zhang Jiahao was just about to get up, when Zhongling was quick on her feet and directly wrapped her arms around his neck, attaching her small cherry mouth to his ear and spitting. Mr. Zhang, as long as you promise to help me, you can do whatever you want. Zhang Jiahao sniffed her faint body fragrance and felt the softness against his arm. He almost broke his defense. Miss Xiong, let's sit down and talk slowly. Zhang Jiahao moved her hand away and pulled a blanket aside to cover his lap. Zhongling watched Zhang Jiahao's reaction and smugly revealed a faint smile, returning to sit on the opposite side of the sofa. How about it, Mr. Zhang? Consider it? Chapter 46, that's it. I'm not hungry. After a moment's reprieve, Zhang Jiahao removed the blanket from his lap. Miss Bell, I've already said this. I'm not available at the moment. Let's talk about it later, okay? Having repeatedly suffered defeat at the hands of Zhang Jiahao, Zhongling felt frustration for the first time. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, He Yuxuan pushed the door and walked in. Howie, are you busy? Zhang Jiahao shook his head as he pulled her to sit beside him. Yu Xian, you'll accompany me out later. Since the last time the two of them stabbed through that window, Zhang Jiahao hadn't properly accompanied He Yuxuan yet, and he decided that no matter how busy He Yuxuan was today, he had to take her out for a stroll. Okay, Howie. He Yuxuan shyly nodded her head in response. Zhongling looked at the closeness of the two. Her young mind was once again struck. In terms of face value, she was a cut above He Yuxuan. She couldn't figure out where she lost. Mr. Zhang, then I'll leave you alone for now. I hope you'll consider the proposal I just made. Really, you can do whatever you want. As the words fell, Zhongling threw down a seductive smile and got up to leave. Zhang Jiahao looked at the woman's behavior and couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head. He didn't want to provoke Zhongling just yet. He knew that this was a rose with thorns. Yu Xian, I'm sorry. I've been blindly busy all these days, and I wasn't able to properly accompany you. Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around He Yuxuan's small waist on the side and apologized in a thin voice. Howie, I'll be fine. Your business is most important. Zhang Jiahao sniffed heartily and gave her a kiss. Yu Xian, let's go. He Yuxuan nodded shyly. Brother Hao, I'll go up and order some work first. Okay, I'll meet you in the lobby. 20 minutes later, He Yuxuan followed Zhang Jiahao away under the envious eyes of a group of employees. Yu Xian, let's go eat first. Zhang Jiahao had just driven his car out of the China World Trade Center when he suggested to He Yuxuan, who was on the passenger side. Howie, I'll do as you say. Moments later, Zhang Jiahao brought He Yuxuan to Liwan International Hotel. Yu Xian, order the food. He Yuxuan didn't excuse herself when she sniffed, and ordered a few dishes when she took the tablet. After having dinner, Zhang Jiahao took her straight to Liwan Commercial Street. After parking the car, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around He Yuxuan's small waist and strolled around the commercial street. The height difference between him and He Yuxuan was so noticeable when he walked on the street that many male compatriots cast envious glances. A short while later, the two came to a Vacheron Constantin brand store. Welcome to Vacheron Constantin. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Please get me a good point ladies watch. This way, both of you. As the words fell, the shopper welcomed the two Zhang Jiahao to the front of the counter. Look at this one, sir. Inspired by classic 1950s models, this 18K pink gold watch presents the distinctive style of the Patrimony Heritage Collection, such as the round-grained minute circle, the curved dial, and the subtle and detailed design. Through the watch's skeletonized caseback, you can admire the 22-karat gold oscillating weight inspired by the shape of the Maltese cross. Its purple leather strap adds a unique and elegant touch to the watch. Listening to the shopper's compliments, Zhang Jiahao waved his hand to interrupt. Excuse me, please show me the best watch in your store. He just glanced at the watch, priced at only a small six-figure sum, and he didn't think he could really give it away with his current wealth. Sir, one of the best watches in our store is the Malta Series 81610/000GB007, which can only be viewed and purchased by Black Card VIPs. Sir, do you have a black card from our Vacheron Constantin? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. As for the guide's words he could understand. It wasn't that just anyone could come over and take a look at this kind of watch. May I ask what it takes to become a black card member? Zhang Jiahao felt that not having a card to run one was, he didn't believe that with his current wealth he still couldn't run a black card. Howie, why don't we just forget about it? At this time, He Yuxuan, who was on the side, spoke out and politely refused. Yu Xian, listen to me. I haven't given you a gift yet. Let me pick one well. He Yuxuan stopped saying anything and nodded her head obediently. Sir, to become our black card VIP, you need to spend more than 10 million in total at our branded stores, and your personal assets have to reach more than 100 million. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. This was not a very high request. He could completely fulfill it. You don't need a membership to purchase these watches, do you? Zhang Jiahao pointed to the counter on the side and asked out loud. Sir, these don't require a membership. Okay, please help me wrap up all the watches in this counter. The shopper froze at the words, then asked frostily. Sir, did you say all of them? She suspected that she had misheard, because the watches in this counter were worth nearly $20 million combined. Yes, please. The shopper was shocked for a moment and hurriedly called over a colleague to help pack it up. 20 minutes later. Sir, it's all packed. Thank you. Please swipe your card and get me a black card while you're at it. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao handed her the black dragon card. The shopper took the bank card. Sir, please wait. A few moments later, the guide hurried back, and she was followed by a woman of about 26 or so. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting. This is our store manager. When the words were out of his mouth, the guide stepped aside. Hello sir, I'm the store manager of Vacheron Constantine's Liwan store, Xiao Cheng. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Hello, sir, here is your card and small ticket. Your ID, please provide it. I will help you to get a black card. Xiao Cheng handed the black dragon card back to Zhang Jiahao. The shopper had just hurriedly run into her office, handing Zhang Jiahao's card to her for a look. She recognized it as the black dragon card at a glance. Yu Xian, use your ID to do it. Shopkeeper Shaw, is this okay? Xiao Qing smiled and nodded. Sir, this is possible. While Xiao Qing envied He Yuxuan, she was well aware of how much energy someone who could possess the black dragon card had. A few moments later, Xiao Qing personally handled the Vacheron Constantine black card for He Yuxian. Shopkeeper Xiao, please bring out your store's best watch for her to see. Mr. Zhang, please wait. A few moments later, Xiao Cheng returned carefully holding a box. Mr. Zhang, this is the best watch in our store. Multiseries 81610/000GB007. And the only one. Zhang Jiahao took a rough look at the watch. A tonneau-shaped design studded with dazzling diamonds. Its case made of 18K white gold. Yu Xian, how's it going? He Yuxuan looked at the watch in front of her and inwardly loved it, but she still said with a heartache, Brother Hao, this is too expensive. How about changing it? About this watch she knew. The selling price alone amounted to more than $20 million. That's it. Shopkeeper Shaw, swipe your card. Xiao Cheng nodded frostily at his words. Alright, Mr. Zhang, this watch is priced at 20,880,000. Well, there's no need to pack this one. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao took the watch from Xiao Qing's hands and turned around to put it on He Yuxuan's hand. Nice. It fits your temperament. A sight of the shopper couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Tens of millions of dollars of watches to wear to which women's hands are in line with the temperament. Right, Howie? Thank you. Afterwards, after swiping his card, Zhang Jiahao put his arm around He Yuxuan and left under the envious gazes of several people. After leaving the Vacheron Constantin brand store, Zhang Jiahao accompanied He Yuxuan to stroll around the commercial street, buying her clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, and so on. Zhang Jiahao drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom today, and the two of them filled up the trunk and the back seats with the things they bought all afternoon. Yu Xian, let's go get some dinner. In the car, after putting everything away, Zhang Jiahao raised his voice to solicit. Brother Hao, let's go back to Pan Long Villa first, okay? Zhang Jiahao sniffed. Yuxuan, aren't you hungry? He Yuxuan looked deeply at Zhang Jiahao, then said shyly, Brother Hao, I'm very hungry, but not stomach hungry. Zhang Jiahao instantly understood the words for a second, and with a kick of the gas, he drove back towards Pan Long Villa. Chapter 47, Dare to Hit My Woman. Do you want to die? Villa 3, Pan Long Villa. After more than an hour of teaching by Zhang Jiahao, He Yuxuan has taken another big step towards becoming a professional racer. Yu Xian, I'm going to make a trip to the imperial capital tomorrow, so I'll work hard for you on this side of the company. He Yuxuan sniffed and pressed Zhang Jiahao's restless hand, pouting. Bad guy, it seems like I work harder when you're around. Yu Xian, are you still hungry? Howie, I'm really hungry. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words, and then after washing up with her, he brought her back to Pan Long Yuan for dinner. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao got up early. At this time, Wan Yuyen was already waiting in the front hall, and Zhang Jiahao was ready to bring her along so that he could help with things when he arrived at the imperial capital. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will reward you with a copy of the extraordinary mecha profile. Listening to the system's reward, Zhang Jiahao froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, are you serious? Master, it's truer than your golden gun. Zhang Jiahao was so excited at his words that he forgot to count with the system, and hurriedly took out the USB flash drive containing the transcendent mecha's information. After hurriedly arriving at the study, Zhang Jiahao plugged the USB flash drive into the computer and consulted it. About 20 minutes later, dog system, is what this information says reliable? Zhang Jiahao inquired out loud in shock after reading the information. Master, the system produces a fine product. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words, and then he made a copy of the information on the USB flash drive to store it on Shenlong 1. After placing the USB flash drive into the safe, Zhang Jiahao got up and walked towards the front hall. Chairman, you're up. Seeing Zhang Jiahao's arrival, Wang Yuyan hurriedly rose to greet him. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao took Wang Yuyan to have breakfast before embarking on a flight to the imperial capital. After a 3-hour-long flight, the two Zhang Jiahao arrived at the imperial capital airport. After getting off the airplane, Zhang Jiahao took Wang Yuyan and took a taxi straight to the Imperial View residence. Half an hour later, Zhang Jiahao brought Wang Yuyan to the outside of the Imperial View residence. The gate was grand and magnificent, and the 4 big words Imperial View residence on the door plaque were strong and powerful. Under Wang Yuyan's puzzled gaze, Zhang Jiahao took out the key and opened the door. Yuyan, go inside. Zhang Jiahao looked at Wang Yuyan, who was frothing at the sight, and reminded her before crossing into the Imperial View special courtyard. Wang Yuyan came back to her senses and hurriedly followed. She didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to actually have a house in the imperial capital, and it was also a separate courtyard. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao passed through the front yard after placing his luggage in the hall. He casually strolled around the Imperial View residence. The entire yard covers an area of about 5,000 square feet, and the building area reaches more than 6,000 square feet. The architectural style belongs to the Chinese style, which is complemented by gardens, swimming pools, pavilions and rockeries. The main building is a 3-story villa with an area of about 1,500 square feet. There were side-by-side compartments totaling more than 20 rooms built on both sides. And although this place was not as empty as Panlong Yuan, Zhang Jiahao was satisfied with the design of this house. Yuyan, let's go out and eat something. After returning to the hall, Zhang Jiahao took Wang Yuyan out to forage for food. This was Zhang Jiahao's second time in the imperial capital, and he wasn't very familiar with the relative terrain. After shopping around, he chose a Hakka restaurant. After ordering a number of specialties, the two ate for nearly an hour before paying the bill and leaving. Yuyan, where are you from? Coming out of the Hakka cuisine restaurant, Zhang Jiahao casually inquired. Chairman, I'm from my old hometown, Imperial City. Zhang Jiahao sniffed. Are you going to make a trip home? Chairman, no need. Work is important. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. He didn't expect the people around him to be all Imperials. Since Zhang Jiahao had just arrived in the imperial capital, he did not have a means of traveling yet, so he took Wang Yuyan to Wangfu Street by taxi. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw the Chiba 4S store off to the side, and lazily wandering around. He walked straight in. Welcome to Chiba 4S. Welcomed by a group of welcoming girls. The two of them, Zhang Jiahao, arrived in the showroom. At this time, the store was engaged in a car show. Zhang Jiahao saw the situation and took Wang Yuyan to stroll. The cars at the show were all in the luxury class and none were under $1 million. When Zhang Jiahao arrived in front of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he stopped in his tracks. Hello, is this car for sale? Zhang Jiahao called aside the salesman and asked, Sir, this car is a high-end customized version, and the asking price will be slightly higher. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. How much? The salesman was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by a voice from the distance. TSK, isn't this our Miss Wang? The salesman turned around at the sound. Hello Manager Wu. Go ahead and get busy. Manager Wu glanced at the salesman and ordered. The salesman hesitated for a moment and then turned away. Zhang Jiahao watched as his conversation was interrupted, and he was in a very unpleasant mood at the moment. Wudge, what do you want? Wang Yuyan walked closer to Manager Wu and spoke out. TSK, Wang Yuyan, your family is almost bankrupt, and you're still in the mood to watch the car show here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You won't be a missy anytime soon. Miss Wang, you're not going to tell me that you can still afford a car like this now, are you? Listening to this woman in front of him, with these snarky words, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but frown. Manager Wu, right, please apologize to her right away. Zhang Jiahao looked at Wu Jie and coldly spoke out. Yo, Miss Wang also found a little white boy good looking, just a little shorter. As soon as Wu Jie's words fell, she froze directly in place as a voice rang out. Pop, you can say whatever you want about me. If you dare to say one more bad word about my boss, believe it or not I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Jiahao looked at Wang Yuyan's sudden move, and he was shocked. Wang Yuyan, how dare you hit me? As the words fell, Wu Jie took out her cell phone and made a call. Not a moment too soon, an obese middle-aged man hurried in. Baby, who did this? The middle-aged man looked at the slap marks on Wu Jie's face and spoke out angrily. Brother Yang, it's this. Wu Jie covered one side of her cheek and pointed at Wang Yuyan with an aggrieved face. Pop. Her words were followed by another slap on the other side of her face. Zhang Jiahao retracted his palm and wiped it with a paper towel drawn from a side table. People's mouths are used for eating and speaking. Your mouth has to play special and is used for spewing feces. Put. Listening to Zhang Jiahao's words, Wang Yuyan could not help but cover her mouth and laugh out. You, who are you? Dare to hit my woman? Want to die? At this moment, the middle-aged man beside Wu Jie looked at Zhang Jiahao and opened his mouth to ask angrily. What for? Just then, a young man approached. Hu Xiao. He's the one who beat up manager Wu. I'm arguing with him. Hu Xiao sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao. Brother, for what reason did you hit someone? She insulted my boss first, and I was the one who moved. At this time, Wang Yuyan stood out and grabbed the first opportunity to speak. For this Hu Xiao, Wang Yuyan is still a little understanding. This 4S store is his family opened, although he is a playboy, but he likes to be reasonable. Hu Xiao smiled and frowned, then looked at the store manager, who instantly understood the situation in seconds and hurriedly nodded his head and left. A short while later, the store manager returned. Young Hu, this lady is right. It was Wu Jie who insulted people first. Hu Xiao nodded. Store manager Ma, the quality of your staff in this store is a bit high. Store manager Ma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Hu, I'll take care of it right away. Wu Jie, Yang Wei, you two go to the finance department to settle your paychecks. Wu Jie. Two people sniffed instantly lost their temper, hanging their heads down and walked towards the finance room. As for making a scene, they still dare not. Bro, sorry to affect your mood because of the low quality staff. Hu Xiao looked at Zhang Jiahao and apologized with a sincere face. It's fine. Hu Xiao is polite. Looking at Hu Xiao's attitude in handling things, Zhang Jiahao was satisfied. Shopkeeper Ma, I'll take this car. Please swipe the card for me. With that, Zhang Jiahao handed the Black Dragon card to storekeeper Ma. When Hu Xiao saw the Black Dragon card, he froze. Bro, you this is the Black Dragon card? Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. Yeah, what's wrong? Can't you swipe this card? Hu Xiao hastily shook his head. No, brother, you're awesome. Subsequently, with Hu Xiao's enthusiastic accompaniment throughout, Zhang Jiahao drove off with the Cullinan after paying the bill. Yu Yan, can you tell me about your situation? Chapter 48, All I Ever Wanted. Chairman, a cockney from the imperial capital took a liking to me and threatened me with my family's company to get engaged to him. I didn't want to take it, so I ran away to Shamrock. After he found out, he started suppressing my company at every turn, and Wu Jie was right. My father couldn't carry it anymore. Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words. Again he meowed at this kind of thing. So your dad didn't call you back? Wang Yuyan choked on her words. My father called me yesterday and told me to hide as far away as possible. He said the big deal was that he didn't want the company, but he would never put me through that kind of aggravation. Zhang Jiahao nodded, secretly admiring Wang Yuyan, her dad, for having a backbone. Yu Yan, what is the other party? It's the second son of the Ouyang family, called Ouyang Fei. Zhang Jiahao heard. This had meow so coincidentally, actually is Ouyang Xiu's younger brother. Yu Yan, can you bear to watch your father's heart and soul being destroyed? Wang Yuyan shook her head unwillingly at her words. But what can she do even if she is not willing? Her family's company market capitalization is only about 50 billion, and the Ouyang family behemoth compared to nothing. Yu Yan, show me the way and take me to your father's company. Wang Yuyan froze at his words. Chairman, what are you doing? Do as you're told and show the way. Zhang Jiahao decides to pull her family's company's leg, and the Ouyang family's enemies are his friends. Although Wang Yuyan was puzzled, she still obeyed Zhang Jiahao's instructions and guided him to her father's company. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the downstairs of Ginghong Mansion under Wang Yuyan's guidance. Chairman, my father's company is on the 37th floor. Wang Yuyan pointed at the Ginghong Mansion and voiced a reminder. Come on, let's go up. Zhang Jiahao parked the car aside, got out and greeted Wang Yuyan to follow. A few moments later, the two arrived at Huma Tech. Zhang Jiahao looked at the name of this company and knew that Wang Yuyan's dad was a man of love. Miss, what are you doing back here? At this time, the receptionist girl greeted me and anxiously said, hello, I have some items I would like to talk to Mr. Wang about. Is he in, please? Before Wang Yuyan could open her mouth, Zhang Jiahao snatched forward and inquired. Hello, Mr. Wang is here, and you are? Seeing this, Wang Yuyan hurriedly spoke. Xiao Mei, he's my boss. You go ahead and get busy. Mei nodded at her words and returned to the front desk, confused. After passing through the two public office areas, Wang Yuyan led Zhang Jiahao to his father's office. Yuyan, how did you come back? The moment her father saw her, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly as he anxiously inquired. Hello Mr. Wang, I asked her to bring me here. Hello, and you are? Dad, he's my boss, Jiahao Chang. Wang Tianyu nodded at his words. Hello Mr. Zhang, inside please. After Zhang Jiahao and the two of them were seated, Wang Tianyu opened his mouth and inquired. Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong with you? It wasn't long before his daughter went out to work, and Wang Tianyu couldn't figure out what Zhang Jiahao would have to do to find him. Mr. Wang, what is the current situation of your company? Wang Tianyu sighed lightly. It's just lingering, how bad can it be? Looking at Wang Tianyu's sad expression, his hair was a large part white. Wang Yuyan's heart was as painful as being strangled. Mr. Wang, I can help you. Wang Tianyu froze at his words. A moment later he shook his head. It's useless. The one targeting me is the Ouyang family of the imperial capital. Zhang Jiahao pondered for a while, and in order not to waste time, he said bluntly, Mr. Wang, you know about the Divine Dragon operating system, don't you? Wang Tianyu nodded. That's just a small, insignificant product under my company. As soon as Wang Tianyu heard about the Divine Dragon operating system, his eyes instantly lit up. Are you telling the truth, Dad? It's true, Wang Yuyan responded with a voice from the side. But, looking at Wang Tianyu who still wanted to say something, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly interrupted with a voice. Mr. Wang, does your company have anything worth losing now? I'm not even worried. What are you afraid of? Wang Tianyu listened to this from Zhang Jiahao and instantly sobered up and slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha, you're right. I didn't realize that I'm a big old man and I'm still not as alive as you are. Mr. Wang, what is your company lacking now? Is it money or talent? Wang Tianyu also stopped beating around the bush. Lack of funds. You don't see that I'm about to collapse, but talent-wise no one else can dig it up if they want to. Zhang Jiahao nodded. To be able to bring the company to such a level, Wang Tianyu's way of dealing with people was not simple. Mr. Wang, how much capital do you need now to continue normal operations? Wang Tianyu pondered for a moment. At least 8 billion for the current situation. To survive it still depends on the Ouyang family's targeting situation. Zhang Jiahao understood instantly upon hearing this. If it was about money he wasn't worried in the slightest. He didn't believe that the Ouyang family would have more liquidity than himself. Mr. Wang, do you think this is okay? I'll invest in a share of your company. Wang Tianyu heard surprised to look at Zhang Jiahao. He has sought investment. Just when others know that it is the Ouyang family is targeting Yin technology, no one dares to invest. Mr. Zhang, are you serious? Zhang Jiahao nodded. Mr. Wang, I'll propose a plan. See if it works. I'll invest $20 billion and take 30% of the shares, and I can increase it at any time afterward when the company needs funds. Wang Tianyu sniffed and looked at Wang Yuyan, who was thinking a lot in his mind at the moment. A few moments later, Mr. Zhang, I agree with your proposal. Zhang Jiahao smiled slightly at the sight. Mr. Wang, happy cooperation. Please provide the company's account and I'll transfer the money. Subsequently, after transferring the money and signing the agreement, Zhang Jiahao took Wang Yuyan back to the Imperial View residence. Chairman, thank you. On the way back, Wang Yuyan gratefully expressed her heartfelt thanks to Zhang Jiahao. Yuyan, there's no need to be polite. This is just a normal investment behavior. Wang Yuyan instantly cried and laughed at his words. If this is called normal investment behavior, then his father's company got the investment long ago. After returning to the Imperial View residence, Zhang Jiahao informed Wang Yuyan to rest herself for a while and let her move freely. He then went back to his bedroom on the second floor. After Wang Yuyan returned to her room and sat quietly on the bed for a while, she took a new pair of pajamas and headed towards the restroom. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan came to Zhang Jiahao's bedroom. She just wanted to knock on the door but realized that the door was not closed, so she just pushed the door in. Zhang Jiahao had a long flight and also ran all afternoon. He was also a bit sleepy and went back to his room and fell asleep, so much so that he even forgot to close the door. Wang Yuyan gently closed the door and lightly came to Zhang Jiahao's side. After she gently lifted the covers, she dove right in. Zhang Jiahao, who noticed the movement, opened his eyes in a daze and froze when he saw Wang Yuyan lying next to him in a vaguely visible pair of pajamas. Yuyan, you. Wang Yuyan trembled at his words and directly hugged Zhang Jiahao and said in his ear, Chairman, I don't seek to possess, I only seek to have had. I'm not doing this on a whim, much less to repay you for helping my dad. As Zhang Jiahao listened to Wang Yuyan's words, he pondered for a moment. Yuyan, have you thought about it? Wang Yuyan nodded and then proved her decision with her actions. Since Wang Yuyan was new to the game, Zhang Jiahao had to guide her slowly at first, but fortunately Wang Yuyan was a strong learner and quickly learned and adapted. In a teaching session, apart from the 10 minutes wasted in the front, Wang Yuyan showed amazing talent after officially hitting the road. Although all the indicators of the new car were excellent, Zhang Jiahao restrained himself and stopped after 70 kilometers. Chapter 49, Encountering an Ambush. Escaping from death with serious injuries. Yu Yan, pay close attention to the movements of the Ouyang family, and promptly talk to me if there are any abnormalities. Zhang Jiahao stroked Wang Yuyan's cheek and reminded in a fine voice. I know, Howie. Wang Yuyan responded carelessly as she drew circles on his chest with her fingers. Pop. Zhang Jiahao looked at her absent-mindedness and directly slapped her on her arse. Hiss. What are you doing, Howie? What are you fuming about? Did you remember what I just told you? Wang Yuyan beamed. Hate it, I remembered. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao pinched her small face in satisfaction. You keep resting for a while and I'll go out and get something to eat. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Zhang Jiahao got up and drove out after getting dressed. After buying some daily necessities and some ingredients, Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence. When he came to the kitchen, Zhang Jiahao began to show off his master-level cooking skills. After working for almost an hour, Zhang Jiahao made a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. After serving all the dishes on the table, Zhang Jiahao came to the bedroom to wake up Wang Yuyan. Yu Yan, get up and eat something. I made you a few dishes. Wang Yuyan whimpered and woke up leisurely. Howie, I think my legs are numb. Zhang Jiahao sniffed as he picked her up and placed her on a chair after coming to the living room. Let's have some soup first, and we'll serve you dinner later. Howie, thank you. After dinner, Zhang Jiahao chatted with Wang Yuyan for a while and then hugged her to sleep together. The night was calm and quiet, and Zhang Jiahao didn't drive again. The next day, Zhang Jiahao woke up and made breakfast. After accompanying Wang Yuyan to eat, he left the Imperial View residence. System, sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with a grade B life elixir. Zhang Jiahao held back the excitement in his heart. System, what is the main effect of this grade B life potion? Master, the main efficacy of a grade B life potion is similar to that of a grade A1, except that it is a bit more powerful. And will this cure the star-spangled virus completely? Master, it's possible. The method of use is the same as that of grade A life potion. Just double the dilution ratio. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meaning 1:1000000? Yes, Master. Zhang Jiahao exclaimed and hurriedly parked his car to a safe area aside, then checked out the grade B life potion. System, how much is in this jar? Master, this is 1,000 pounds in a can. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and at a doubled ratio, he could also dilute 10 billion copies. After gathering some thoughts, Zhang Jiahao then continued to drive on the road. He was preparing to lay out in the imperial capital, and had made an appointment to look at the venue today. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao navigated to a factory in the suburbs according to the address given by the other party. Zhang Jiahao parked his car aside and got out of the car, roughly surveying the surroundings. This factory should have just closed down not long ago, and a lot of the stuff has not been moved yet. Just then, 2 men came face to face towards him. Hello, is this Mr. Chang Kaho? Hello, I am. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the 2 people on the opposite side of the room dodged and rushed towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao said that the situation was not good, and just as the 2 men were about to tackle him, he instantly dodged to avoid the 2 men's pincer attack. What do you guys mean? Zhang Jiahao looked at the 2 and coldly inquired. Both of them grunted at the same time and continued to charge towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao also no longer stayed his hand, and his Grandmaster-level fighting technique was fully utilized. Just as the 2 men's fists arrived, Zhang Jiahao raised his hands, one hand holding a fist and folding it upward with force. As 2 miserable screams rang out, the 2 of them broke free from Zhang Jiahao's bonds and hurriedly retreated backward. What are you waiting for? At that moment one of the slightly chubby men shouted out angrily. When Zhang Jiahao listened carefully to the man's accent, he knew that he was not from the Dragon Kingdom. It's just that just now, this man didn't lose control of his emotions and was well disguised. Plus Zhang Jiahao didn't pay attention to it. Swish! As soon as the man's words left his mouth, 20 or so black-clothed men sprang out from all around and surrounded Zhang Jiahao. Looking at the situation in front of him, Zhang Jiahao secretly said that he had been careless and should have known that he should have brought 1 or 2 security personnel with him. Dog system, aren't you going to do anything about it? Master, there is nothing I can do, so please help yourself. Meow. Just as he had finished communicating with the system, the group of black-clothed men that surrounded him instantly surrounded him. I say you guys, you have to give a reason for striking without saying a word, right? Mr. Zhang, if you hand over the formula for the Divine Dragon vaccine, we can spare you. Zhang Jiahao looked at the fat man who had spoken, and his eyes instantly turned ice-cold. You at meow. You're thinking fart food. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao attacked towards the crowd. Bang! Pop! Instantly the pandemonium on the field began. Zhang Jiahao punched and kicked, and one after another black-clothed man was done in by him. Seeing that something was wrong, that fat man hurriedly gave a command towards the crowd. Use your weapons to make quick work of him, and if you can't take him alive, kill him. The crowd sniffed and pulled out the daggers they had on them. Nima! Zhang Jiahao cursed and was about to look for a breakthrough. He was bare-handed at the moment, and even if he possessed Grandmaster-level fighting skills, he would definitely be at a disadvantage against so many people wielding daggers. However, as soon as his words fell, a group of black-clothed men rushed up. Zhang Jiahao faced the several daggers that came speeding towards him and hastily dodged backward. Just as he was about to retreat to the wall, another wave of black-clad men came behind him. Seeing that he couldn't lean against the wall, Zhang Jiahao found a chance to endure the pain of taking a few stabs, and snatched one man's dagger. With the weapon in hand, Zhang Jiahao's bottom line was much stronger. Knowing that he absolutely could not escape without drying these people up, he took the initiative and attacked towards them. Wastes! A bunch of wastes! Get on me and kill him! The people who received the order started to kill towards Zhang Jiahao in a desperate manner. Zhang Jiahao's brows furrowed at the sight, and after knocking down the few people in front of him, he headed directly towards the fat man. Fatty instantly panicked at the sight and anxiously shouted, "Quick, come and protect me!" The words just fell from his lips. Zhang Jiahao then came close to the fat man. He raised his dagger and wanted to hijack the fat man when suddenly several daggers attacked behind him. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly dodged at the sight. Just in the moment he dodged, the fat man quickly pulled out his dagger and left a cut on Zhang Jiahao's back. Hiss! Feeling the pain coming from his back, Zhang Jiahao knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he frantically attacked towards them. The way he was playing now was completely suicidal, as he charged forward with a headlong rush, not caring about the attack from behind, resulting in 7 or 8 cuts to his back in just a few minutes. The blood had long since stained his tea blood red. Ah! As a scream rang out, after this wave of attacks, there were less than 5 black-clothed men who could still stand. In order to save physical strength, Zhang Jiahao either cut their wrists or hamstrings during the fight, aiming to incapacitate them. Ha! How's it going, fatso? Looking at the fat man who was covering his wrist and shivering on the side, Zhang Jiahao sneered and teased. You, give me death. In an instant, Fatty and the 4 of them launched another attack. Zhang Jiahao tightly gripped his dagger and stared at the 5 with a stony face. Soon, the 5 people's attacks arrived. Zhang Jiahao found the right moment, a fake action to attract the attention of the 5 people, then instantly crouched down dagger if cutting leaks like sweeping out. Ah! The 3 who reacted slowly were struck and fell to the ground and lost their fighting ability. The other 2 who dodged the attack attacked towards him again. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao stared at the fat man, and at the cost of taking a cut, he managed to put him down. Ah! After the fat man screamed miserably and fell to the ground, Zhang Jiahao directly dodged and put down the other man as well. Looking at the crowd of people on the ground who were densely packed and screaming in misery, Zhang Jiahao forced himself to endure the severe pain and hurriedly walked towards the car. Coming to the car, he didn't hesitate for a second, got in, fired up the car and drove off with a kick of the gas. After Zhang Jiahao drove about 800 meters, that burst of dizziness attacked him. He fought back the thought of fainting and hurriedly took the cell phone aside and opened it. Tapping on the call log he pressed it. His vision was blurring at the moment, and he had to force himself to pull over to the side of the road. He had just pulled over when a voice came from his cell phone. K-ho, why are you free to call the old man me? Zhang Jiahao was on the verge of losing consciousness now, and was completely unable to hear anyone's voice. Holding a full desire to survive, he weakly begged for help. Save me. The highway outside the factory on the western outskirts of the imperial capital, Kulanan. Before he could finish his sentence, he simply fainted. Hey, hello, K-ho. The person on the other end of the line yelled a few times and hung up when they didn't get a response from him. What Zhang Jiahao didn't know was that his fainting had directly alarmed the Imperial Capital Military Division. Chapter 50, Priority Protection. By the time Zhang Jiahao woke up, it was already in the afternoon. Hiss! Accidentally pulling the wound on his back, Zhang Jiahao cried out in pain. Oh, Howie, you're awake. Zhang Jiahao twisted his head with difficulty at the sound and looked at Wang Yuyan. Fool, what are you crying for? I'm fine, aren't I? Looking at Wang Yuyan's eyes that were already swollen from crying, Zhang Jiahao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped her tears, and spoke out in a heartbroken voice to comfort her. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Lin Hai and Chen Zhizhong walked in. 2 seniors, what brings you here? In the morning right after Lin Hai received Zhang Jiahao's distress call, he immediately notified Chen Zhizhong and directly called the Imperial Capital Military Division. After receiving the call, the Imperial Capital Military Sub-District directly dispatched a helicopter, which then arrived in less than 10 minutes, sending Zhang Jiahao to the hospital urgently. Even a few minutes later, Zhang Jiahao's little life would have been lost due to blood loss. What's the matter with you, kid? Why don't you take anyone with you on your way out? Lin Hai came close to Zhang Jiahao and was scolding him. Alright, old man Lin. It's all because we didn't do our job properly and were careless. Listening to Chen Zhizhong's words, Lin Hai nodded with a grave expression. Old man Chen, you're right. Zhang Jiahao smiled bitterly and said, "Two seniors, it has nothing to do with you. It was indeed my carelessness. You kid, feel free to recuperate here and don't worry about safety anymore." Listening to Lin Hai's instructions, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Academician Lin, don't worry, I'll call a few bodyguards over right away. Wang Yuyan sniffed awkwardly. Brother Hao, right now, outside the ward as well as around the hospital, there are people from the Imperial Capital Military Division guarding it. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly smack his lips at the sound of it. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Actually, my bodyguards are perfectly capable of protecting me. No need to waste the country's resources. Chen Zhizhong glared at him at his words in feigned anger. You brat, what nonsense are you saying? Do you realize how important your safety is? That's right, what old man Chen said is not wrong, so don't think about going on a wave lately, and recuperate from your injuries. Zhang Jiahao had a helpless look on his face. I can't go even if I want to right now. By the way, Jiahao, why did they ambush and attack you? Chen Zhizhong looked at Zhang Jiahao and inquired suspiciously. I was looking for someone to look at the venue, but I didn't know they came prepared and set me up. Lin Hai sniffed with a grave expression. These sons of ES, they're really too lawless. Just as he and Chen Zhizhong arrived at the hospital, the crowd that had attacked Zhang Jiahao had already been taken away for interrogation by the people from the Imperial Military Division. Hey, I've got good news and bad news. Zhang Jiahao looked at Lin Hai mischievously. What's the mystery, you kid? Ahem, Academician Lin, my master has researched a new formula. Lin Hai was so excited at his words that she grabbed his hand. Jiahao, are you telling the truth? Hiss, being tossed around like this by Lin Hai, it tore Zhang Jiahao's wound and he cried out in pain. Lin Academician, Hao is still carrying a wound. On the side, Wang Yuyan hurriedly stepped forward to voice a reminder. I'm sorry, I was the one who got excited. Call a doctor to check and see if the wound is open. Lin Hai hurriedly shouted towards the door. Academician Lin, no need, I'm fine. Alright, old man Lin, don't make a fuss, hear him out. Yes, Keiho you go on. It wasn't hard to blame Lin Hai for being so excited, because this formula that Zhang Jiahao had said was too important. Academician Lin, have we supplied any of our previous formulas to other countries? Keiho, what is currently being deployed is only enough for our own use. Where is it coming from to offer it to others? When Zhang Jiahao thought about it, the Great A Life Potion he currently provided was only a small portion, and the rest was still sitting in the Pan Long Yuan. Academician Lin, there's a very important thing. If you change the dilution ratio, you won't produce antibodies after use. Lin Hai was instantly energized when he heard this. If this was the case, even if it was provided to other countries for use, he would not be afraid of the hidden dangers caused by antibodies. Just change the ratio to 1 hour 60 minutes, 000 and leave everything else the same. Looking at Lin Hai's anxious demeanor, Zhang Jiahao didn't sell the solution any further and directly told him the solution. Ha, well, Keiho, the new potion you said? That was his main concern at the moment. Academician Lin, my master hasn't sent this yet, he just mentioned it to me before I came to the Imperial Capital, but it should be soon, too. Lin Hai sniffed and glared at him. You kid, can you speak without breathing heavily? I say, old man Lin, pay attention, the child is still carrying a wound. Lin Hai smiled awkwardly. I was in a hurry, I'll go home and recuperate. I don't think there's anything physically wrong with me anymore. Zhang Jiahao looked at the two of them, Lin Hai and Chen Zhizhong, and offered his thoughts. Lin Hai and Chen Zhizhong exchanged glances. Back to Deep City? Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly with difficulty. I have a house in the Imperial Capital, so I can just go back to the Imperial View residence. The two of them were slightly surprised when they heard about the Imperial View residence. They didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to have a bit of energy. It's okay to go back, but you have to have paramedics stationed at your house in case there's an emergency that can be addressed. Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment and returned. No problem. Subsequently, after completing the discharge formalities, Zhang Jiahao was personally pushed by a few people and boarded a bulletproof medical vehicle that was sent over by the military region. At the sight of that vehicle, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, and before he could say anything, 2 rows of military vehicles surrounded him. Zhang Jiahao looked through the car window at the military vehicles surrounding him in front and behind, and froze as he looked at the 2 Lin Hai on the side. I say 2 seniors, not so much? Chen Zhizhong glared at him. Don't talk, you brat. Your personal safety is now more important than the Major General of the military region. Feeling the concern of the 2 seniors, Zhang Jiahao's heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. Academician Chen, I have a gift for you as well. Chen Zhizhong was delighted at his words. What? Is there a new invention? Chen Lai too. Who was it that was just said? You need to lighten up. Old man Lin. None of your business. Looking at the two men's bickering, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Academician Chen, when I return to the Imperial View Villa, I'll send it to your mailbox. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence under the escort of a group of military vehicles. Along the way, because of this battle could not help but make many people guess which big shot was traveling. In about 20 minutes or so, the crowd arrived at the Imperial View residence. Colonel Yi Long, I'm counting on you for security over here. Make sure to ensure Academician Zhang's safety. Having just pushed Zhang Jiahao out of the car, Chen Zhizhong turned his head to a three-star colonel. Academician Chen, don't worry. I'll make a military order with my life to ensure that Academician Zhang won't be harmed at all. When Yi Long admired Zhang Jiahao's talent, he admired Zhang Jiahao's fighting ability even more. If he himself encountered a siege of so many people, he definitely couldn't run away. Not to mention that he also wasted all of them. Zhang Jiahao looked at the colonel in front of him, who was about 30 years old, and voiced his thanks. Colonel Yi Long, thank you for your trouble. Yi Long sniffed and saluted towards him. Academician Zhang, this is my mission. You are welcome. Chapter 51 I Ching Pills, Studying Car Skills Together. Yu Yan, do me a favor, go out and buy a few empty bottles for me. 5 kilogram capacity is fine. Back in the bedroom, Zhang Jiahao ordered Wang Yuyan. Okay, I'll go now. Wang Yuyan nodded in response and left. Dog system, come out of there. Master, it's here. I meow. You actually put up with watching me get my ass kicked? I'll let that one slide. Is there any medicine that will make me better quickly? Master, this. Once Zhang Jiahao heard that there was something going on, he hurriedly continued to ask. That system baby, come on. Master, only one exception can be made, but there's no reward for signing in tomorrow. Fine, no problem. Successful signing in, rewarded with an I Ching pill. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, good lord, this is an advance on tomorrow's sign-in reward? Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Jiahao immediately took out the so-called I Ching pill. Looking at the dark pills in his hand, Zhang Jiahao instantly froze. Dog system, are you sure this isn't a leg stretching and staring pill? Master, this is the Ease of Scripture pill. Not only can it heal your current injuries, but it can also enhance your physique, and there may be unexpected surprises. Zhang Jiahao hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still chose to take the Ease of Scripture pill. Lying down all the time was just too unbearable. After taking the Ease of Scripture pill, Zhang Jiahao's body gradually became hot and dry, followed by a burst of tingling sensation. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao tried to gently move and realized that there was no pain coming from him. He then tried to sit up, and the result was unexpected. He was now as if he had never been injured before. Zhang Jiahao jumped up excitedly and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. I seem to be a little off here. Master, congratulations. Something is indeed wrong. You have grown 10 centimeters taller. Asterisk. Dog system, that's the surprise? Zhang Jiahao was so shocked that he dropped the shower on the floor and voiced out to the system for confirmation. Yes, master. Gathering his excitement, Zhang Jiahao quickly washed up and walked out of the restroom. He was originally 166 centimeters tall. After such a growth instantly came to 176 centimeters, this height has been properly male god level height. Zhang Jiahao hummed his way out of the bedroom after squeezing his clothes on hard. When he arrived in the front yard, the nurses passing by were instantly dumbfounded by the sight. Academician Zhang, you can get out of bed and walk? Looking at the dumbfounded nurse, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Well, I'm better. It was just a skin wound in the first place. The nurse sniffed 10,000 times and immediately called the attending doctor to examine Zhang Jiahao. A few moments later, Academician Zhang, your current physical condition is healthy. It's just that this recovery speed of yours is a bit abnormal. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and spoke the prepared speech. I usually like martial arts. My body strength is already different from normal people. This is normal. The attending doctor saw this and stopped obsessing about it, and after saying hello, he turned forward to report to work. Just then, Wang Yuyan returned. Howie, are you? Well, having just stepped through the front gate of the front yard, Wang Yuyan looked at the shocked Zhang Jiahao in front of her and inquired. Yuyan, if I'm good or not, you'll know soon enough. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's bad smile, Wang Yuyan smiled faintly and said, Brother Hao, you'd better rest for a day or two before coming back. Little, how dare you underestimate me? When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao dashed to Wang Yuyan's side, picked her up and headed for the bedroom. No matter how Wang Yuyan begged for mercy, Zhang Jiahao did not have the slightest intention of letting her go. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao used his strength to tell Wang Yuyan whether he was good or not. During the nearly 120-kilometer-long journey, Wang also showed amazing creativity, with many skillful drifting techniques that Wang matched seamlessly. Zhang Jiahao thought to himself that his patriarchal driving skills were very impressive, but he appeared to be on equal footing when he met Wang Yuyan. Yuyan, am I good? After stopping the car, Zhang Jiahao stroked Wang Yuyan's small head with a smug look on his face and said, "Aha!" Wang Yuyan gave a shy hum. "Yuyan, your ability to learn is not generally strong." Zhang Jiahao pinched Wang Yuyan's small face and couldn't help but praise out loud. "Humph, don't you see? He's a famous future investment big shot." Zhang Jiahao scraped her agaric nose, thinking, is this the unique ability of a royal sister? Okay, my Yuyan is the best. Wang Yuyan smiled shyly and buried her head into his chest. "But Yuyan, I think there are still a lot of places where you can do better." Wang Yuyan sniffed curiously and inquired, "Brother Hao, what place is it?" Zhang Jiahao coughed. "Yuyan, for example, when you enter a corner, you need to slow down appropriately, and then you can start accelerating once you enter the corner." Wang Yuyan nodded shyly. "Brother Hao, is there more?" Zhang Jiahao heard. "Good guy, this is the rhythm of excellence, holding a meticulous teaching attitude." Zhang Jiahao decided to guide her a little more. Regarding straight line acceleration, you should always be aware of your line of sight while adjusting the position of both headlights. As for your drifting through corners, you have to control the grip of the tires or you'll tend to fly out. Last but not least, there is the issue of overtaking. Make sure you hold on to the steering wheel when you decide to overtake. Be willing to step on the gas while keeping the engine safe. Also, there's bound to be some rattling at high speeds, and you don't have to deliberately try to control it. After saying that, Zhang Jiahao quietly looked at her. Wang Yuyan nodded her head shyly, indicating that she had comprehended. "Brother Hao, why don't you take me into actual combat?" When Zhang Jiahao heard that, it was a good sentiment. He then led Wang Yuyan into the actual battle. The next morning, the two woke up leisurely. "Yuyan, I'm preparing to build a laboratory in the imperial capital, so you can accompany me out for a spin in a while." Wang Yuyan smiled awkwardly. "Brother Hao, after a night of high-speed racing, this tire of mine is a bit worn out and I can't walk." Zhang Jiahao said helplessly. "Fine, Howie, I noticed you seem to have grown taller. Remove the seaming and it's just growing taller. Like it?" Zhang Jiahao patted her small arse. "Howie, I like you just as much even if you don't grow taller." Zhang Jiahao pinched her small face in satisfaction. "Count on you to talk." As soon as he spoke, Lin Hai's phone called. "K-ho, are you up yet?" Zhang Jiahao knew what he wanted to do, and without any nonsense spoke bluntly. "Academician Lin, the stuff is ready. Ha ha ha, I'll be right over to get it." The words fell, and before Zhang Jiahao could respond, Lin Hai hung up the phone. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and got up to wash up. Chapter 52, If you say yes, I'll give you away. Zhang Jiahao washed out and headed to the basement to get the things Lin Hai needed ready. Then he took it to the living room and explained that Wang Yuyan would give it to Lin Hai later. He had just finished explaining things when he received a message from Lin Yi on his cell phone. "Howie, how have you been?" It had been many days since Zhang Jiahao had received a message from her, so he hurriedly typed a reply. I'm fine. I'm in the imperial capital right now, preparing for my next plan. How's it going over there?" At this moment, Lin Yi was hugging her legs, squatting on a chair and staring at the computer without moving. After seeing Zhang Jiahao's reply, she then hurriedly typed in a response. "Brother Hao, everything is fine on my side. I didn't dare to contact you too often for fear of being discovered." Zhang Jiahao nodded and typed, "You've done well. Take care of yourself." Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao chatted with Lin Yi for nearly half an hour before ending the contact. "Gotta speed things up. This is too slow." After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao called Niodi and drew a few people over to do security protection. "Howie, have you got your eye on the place yet?" At this time, Wang Yuyan walked over. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. "No, Yuyan, do you have a recommendation?" Wang Yuyan sniffed and pondered for a moment, then proposed. "Brother Hao, I haven't been in the imperial city for too long. Why don't I ask my father?" Zhang Jiahao nodded. He felt that this was a good idea. It was too much of a waste of time to go out blindly by himself. After receiving Zhang Jiahao's confirmation, Wang Yuyan immediately called Wang Tianyu. 5 minutes later, "Howie, my dad said there's a 20-story office building near his company." Zhang Jiahao nodded. 20 layers of words were enough for him. Yuyan, did he say if it was for sale or for rent? Zhang Jiahao was still inclined to buy. Renting would be too troublesome. After all, he wasn't poor now. "Howie, my dad said it's okay if you want to rent or buy. Yuyan, send me the location and contact information. I'll go check it out." After receiving the message, Zhang Jiahao gave Wang Yuyan a kiss and drove away. "Hello, I'd like to see your Aurora building." Zhang Jiahao had just driven out of the Imperial View residence when he dialed the phone number sent by Wang Yuyan.
Hello, I'm in the building. Just come straight over. After hanging up the phone, he drove there.
Because of the changes in his body, the original clothes he was wearing were hard to squeeze on, and he had to buy a couple sets of clothes halfway through the trip and change into one before driving towards his destination.
About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros building, which was surrounded by several office buildings in a row. Hi, I'm here to see the building. I just called.
Zhang Jiahao came to the lobby of the building and said to the girl at the front desk,
Hello, our Mr. Tan has explained that you can just go straight up to the 20th floor.
Zhang Jiahao sniffed and thanked him, then headed straight to the 20th floor.
When he arrived on the 20th floor, he ran head-on into Zhongling, who walked out from inside. What's this woman doing here?
Instantly muttering a few words in his heart, Zhang Jiahao turned around and prepared to bolt.
Mr. Zhang? Yet Zhongling had already seen him. Seeing that he couldn't bolt, he turned around awkwardly. Ha ha ha, hello Miss Zhong.
Zhongling couldn't help but mutter in her heart that this guy seemed to have become much more handsome after seeing that it was really Zhang Jiahao.
Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? The company has a bit of business in the empire. Came by to check out the office building.
Zhongling immediately revealed a bright smile upon hearing this and walked closer to Zhang Jiahao.
Mr. Zhang, this mansion is mine. Is it a surprise? Is it unexpected?
Zhang Jiahao looked at Zhongling, who was about to stick to his face,
and coughed awkwardly a few times. Miss Zhong, what a coincidence, huh? It's an old acquaintance. See how much you can sell me this building?
Zhongling sniffed forward and leaned into his ear and whispered,
Mr. Zhang, let's talk in the office.
As the words fell,
Zhongling walked into the office.
Zhang Jiahao sniffed a jolt and secretly said that this is not a good person.
After coming to the office and taking a seat, Zhongling took the initiative to speak. Mr. Zhang, what do you want to do with this building?
Zhang Jiahao was stunned.
Why? Do you have to ask for this to sell a building?
Zhongling giggled at her words.
Mr. Zhang,
just talk casually to enhance your relationship. Say, what price? Zhang Jiahao ignored her immodesty. Zhongling got up when she saw this and came to sit beside Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was about to get up when he saw this, but he was directly pressed down onto the sofa by Zhongling.
Miss Zhong, you're playing with fire.
Zhang Jiahao looked at Zhongling, who was close at hand, and reminded him with a calm face.
Mr. Zhang, do you dare?
Zhang Jiahao looked at her provocative eyes and directly kissed her without regard to the three things.
Instantly, Zhongling's body trembled slightly. After she reacted,
she hurriedly got up and returned to sit across from Zhang Jiahao.
Mr. Zhang, I can't believe it. I thought you couldn't do it.
With reddened cheeks, Zhongling forced herself to play it cool as she returned to her seat and made a snide remark.
Ms. Chung, my drifting skills are awesome. Do you want to try?
You rascal. Zhongling was momentarily speechless and popped out these few words. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Jiahao didn't tease her anymore and returned directly to business.
Say, how much does the building cost?
Zhongling thought for a moment and laughed.
Mr. Zhang, remember what I told you before? If you say yes, I'll give you this mansion.
Zhang Jiahao shook his head as he sniffed.
His time was precious as hell right now.
There was no need to waste time on things that could be bought with money.
Sorry to interrupt.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and prepared to leave. Zhongling saw this and came behind him in a flash, directly hugging him. That posture could be described as really hot.
Mr. Zhang,
tell me how much to pay for this building.
I say, Ms. Chung, will you let go first?
Zhongling awkwardly loosened her arms around Zhang Jiahao.
Mr. Zhang, have a seat.
When Zhang Jiahao saw that she was no longer acting like a demon,
he sat back on the sofa. Say it, Missy. Zhongling nodded. A price of $2 billion.
As soon as Zhang Jiahao heard it, he did some simple calculations.
This building covers an area of about 2,000 square feet, and this price is not too expensive. Yes, when can I sign the contract? He didn't want to delay a moment now,
anxious to get the lab up and running as soon as possible.
Right now,
I'll have someone prepare the contract.
Subsequently, after signing the contract and transferring the money,
Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence.
During this time,
Zhongling invited him to dine with her, but Zhang Jiahao refused without even thinking about it. He really didn't dare to mess with Zhongling, the waste spirit, right now. Upon returning to the Imperial View residence,
Wang Yuyan had already prepared a meal and was waiting for him. Howie, wash your hands for dinner. Looking at the rich dishes on the table,
Zhang Jiahao nodded and headed towards the restroom.
When he passed behind Wang Yuyan, he didn't forget to test the elasticity of the rear seats. Badass. Wang Yuyan looked at Zhang Jiahao's back and pouted out. Chapter 53, The Maker's Laboratory. Yuyan, you're good at this.
Zhang Jiahao tasted the ribs made by Wang Yuyan and praised out loud.
Brother How? Don't discourage me, since I've eaten your cooking. I don't have an appetite for anything else. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Yu Yan, when there's time, I'll personally teach you how to cook. As soon as he spoke, two men walked in. Zhang Jiahao was slightly surprised for a moment when he looked up and saw the two. He didn't expect Niu De to be so efficient. Peony, you came over? Who protects Yu Xian? Brother How? The captain has received a group of female members. The one currently protecting MS. He is called Frostless. Before Peony could say anything, Tai Nyo, who was on the side, stepped forward and explained. Well, sit down and have some together. When Zhang Jiahao learned that someone was protecting He Yuxuan, he stopped pursuing anything, trusting Niu Da's vision. The two of them nodded at the words and then took their seats on the side. Seeing this, Wang Yuyan added bowls and chopsticks for the two. 30 minutes later, after a few people finished their meal, after Wang Yuyan cleaned up the dishes, Zhang Jiahao asked a few people to take a seat on the side. Peony, you will be responsible for Yuyan's safety from now on. As for Tai Nyo, you will follow me for now. Both men nodded at the words. Yuyan, I've bought the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, so go over and hand it over later. Also, get the lab registered, and the relevant formalities done, and get the required information from Yu Xian. Wang Yuyan nodded. Brother How, do you have the name and scope of operation of the laboratory? For this Zhang Jiahao had already made up his mind a long time ago. The name will be Creator, and the two main categories of business will be fine, technology and biology. He had a hunch that the system might reward something related to creatures in the future. Okay, Howie, is it directly independent, or is it held with billion-dollar capital? Zhang Jiahao didn't even think about it. All future companies will use the holding form. I'll talk to you if there are any special ones. Howie, I know. Peony, you'll accompany Yu Yan later. Peony nodded in understanding. Yu Yan, why don't you take that Cullinan later? I'll get another one later. After assigning the tasks, several people began to split up. Zhang Jiahao took Tainyo and took a taxi to the 4S store. Iron Bull, what kind of car do you like to drive? When he got down from the cab, Zhang Jiahao looked at Tainyo at the side and inquired. Howie, I prefer to drive SUVs. Sedans aren't too comfortable. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Thinking about it, it was also true that they were mostly driving SUVs when they were out on missions. Come on, get in there. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao took the lead and walked in. Just as he walked into the hall, Iron Bull stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao followed his line of sight, only to see a large George Patton chariot, which was parked on the booth in the center of the hall. Looking at Tainyo's harried look, Zhang Jiahao walked over to him and patted his shoulder. Iron Bull, how do you like the car? Tainyo froze and nodded his head for a moment, but after reacting he hurriedly spoke. Brother How? But this car should be very expensive, right? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Let's go. Then, after some inquiries, it was revealed that the chariot was a one-of-a-kind customized version, and it was still not for sale. Unbelieving Zhang Jiahao made use of his money power and finally took it for $15 million. After completing the formalities and making the payment, Zhang Jiahao let Iron Bull drive the chariot and leave the 4S store. Iron Bull, how does this car feel? Zhang Jiahao sat in the back row and asked Tainyo with a faint smile. Howie, this is the best car I've ever driven. Bar none. Seeing Tainyo's excited sideways face, Zhang Jiahao stopped saying anything and began to close his eyes and rest. A few moments later, Tainyo drove Zhang Jiahao to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Ho, it's here. After Tainyo parked the car, he opened the door for Zhang Jiahao and reminded him. Well, get up there. Zhang Jiahao led Tainyo around the entire building, and now he had a preliminary understanding of the structure of the entire building. After arriving at the office on the 20th floor, Zhang Jiahao contacted He Yuxuan. Yuxuan, is there a decoration company on this side of the imperial capital that you know? Howie, I'm sending it to your phone. I just invested in a remodeling company a while back. Zhang Jiahao nodded once he heard it, and couldn't help but praise He Yuxuan's investment efficiency was quite high. It had been invested in the imperial capital. Yu Xian, ask them to arrange for someone to come directly to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. You take care of yourself, I can't go back for a while. He Yuxuan sniffed in understanding and hung up after telling him to come back soon. Regarding the fact that he had been attacked in an ambush, Zhang Jiahao didn't tell He Yuxuan. About 20 minutes later, the people from the decoration company came to Zhang Jiahao's office. Zhang Dong, hello, I'm Gui Jie, the manager of an XIN renovation company. Zhang Jiahao roughly measured Gui Jie, height about 168 centimeters, age 26 years old or so. A decent professional dress cannot hide her excellent temperament. Have a seat. Gui Jie thanked her and took her seat, while the assistant who had followed her stood beside her. Manager Gui, I need to renovate the whole building. You'll help me come up with a design plan later. The style aspect is going to be high-tech, and the 20th floor here is converted to my office. As for the name of the building, there's no need to change it.
Zhang Jiahao felt that the name Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion was very much to his liking.
Hui Jie, who was on the side,
listened to Zhang Jiahao's narration while recording it on her notebook.
Dong Zhang, are there any other requests?
Zhang Jiahao nodded his head after a moment of thought.
The construction period must be short. I'm in a hurry here.
You help me budget how soon it will take to get it done.
Hui Jie sniffed and then took the computer from the assistant at the side, and then began to calculate. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao waited quietly. 5 minutes later, Dong Zhang, according to your request, the fastest it can take is 30 hours to complete.
Zhang Jiahao nodded. This speed was considered fast enough. Less than 2 days. You start working on the design right away.
Give me a look at it when it's done.
And start construction right away if there's no problem. When the time comes, you figure out exactly how much it costs and just send it directly to Yushuan.
Hui Jie closed the computer and nodded. Okay, Dong Zhang.
Then I'll go check out the structure of the building first.
Before she came,
Yushuan had already informed her of Zhang Jiahao's identity, and she didn't dare to be negligent about every detail that Zhang Jiahao had just ordered.
2 hours later,
Hui Jie returns with her design proposal. After she viewed the structure of the building, she proceeded to design a plan to send back to the company. With the cooperation of more than 20 designers in the company,
it took more than an hour to make the rendering. Zhang Dong, take a look at the overall design effect.
Hui Jie then handed the computer to Zhang Jiahao near him. Zhang Jiahao took over the computer and roughly looked through it.
The whole design is beyond technological. It's a bit sci-fi. The 20-story design, in particular, is unique in both its layout and the materials used. Not bad, just decorate it like this. Alright, Dong Zhang, if there are no other orders,
I'll go back and arrange to start the construction first.
Zhang Jiahao nodded. Well, hard work.
Hui Jie thanked her gratefully and rushed towards the company with her assistant.
Just then,
Chen Zhizhong's call came in.
Where's the promised gift for me, you boy?
Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when Chen Zhizhong's questioning voice was heard in his ear.
Academician Chen, I've changed my mind and decided to give you a bigger gift.
Regarding the previous comment about giving a gift, later Zhang Jiahao thought of giving it to Chen Zhizhong when the lab was ready.
You kid, if you dare to fool me again, I'm not done with you. 3 days max. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone,
Zhang Jiahao was ready to get up and go home. Yet his cell phone had just been shoved into his pocket when it rang again.
Pulling it out, it was Bellringer's phone. What's this doing calling me?
After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao still picked it up.
Mr.
Zhang, which wasted sperm are you having a quickie with?
Something's up. Well, there's an auction tonight, and I'd like to invite you to join me.
Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words.
What auction? Chapter 54, The Sky-Priced Star of the Sea. Mr. Zhang, it's a large upper-class social auction.
Zhang Jiahao listened and felt very lofty, so he inquired with a curious heart.
Is it an activity organized by your kind of second generation? Mr. Zhang, what are you thinking?
Which of the current younger generation has the strength to organize such a large-scale auction?
Zhang Jiahao sniffed and thought for a moment. Okay, time and place. He didn't want to go near Zhongling right now, but for the fact that he didn't have many connections at the moment, he decided to go and take a look. Meet you in front of the Imperial Hotel at 8 o'clock at night. See you tonight. After the words fell out,
Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone.
At this time, there were still 2 hours before the auction started,
so Zhang Jiahao decided to go and buy a few sets of formal wear first.
After calling up Tainyo,
Zhang Jiahao headed towards Wang Fu Street.
Subsequently, after buying the clothes,
Zhang Jiahao called Wang Yuyan and instructed her not to wait for him.
He actually wanted to take Wang Yuyan there as well, but he just didn't know much about this kind of auction yet, and after thinking about it, he decided to take her next time. Soon the time came to just after 7 in the evening. At this moment,
Tainyo was driving the chariot and carrying Zhang Jiahao, and was heading to the Imperial Palace Hotel.
7:50.
Zhang Jiahao arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel.
At this time,
there were already quite a few luxury cars parked in the parking spaces on both sides of the hotel's main entrance.
Tainyo found a parking space on the right side of the gate and parked his car, then dodged to open the door for Zhang Jiahao.
Zhang Jiahao had just gotten out of the car when a hotel security guard walked over.
Hello, this is for VIP parking for the auction only. Do you have an invitation?
Zhang Jiahao shook his head.
What the heck invitation? Zhongling didn't mention it to him either.
Just as the security guard was about to open his mouth to ask him to move his car,
Zhongling walked over from the distance. Hello, they're with me.
Once the security guard saw that it was Zhongling, he politely said,
Okay, Ms. Zhong,
then I'll leave you guys alone for now. As the words fell out, the security guard smiled and nodded to Zhang Jiahao, then he turned around and left. Looking at this security guard's words and behavior, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly say that the hotel was well managed. Mr. Zhang, quite punctual. Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look at Zhongling, who was wearing a black one-shoulder evening gown tonight. The dress didn't bring out her career line as much as others, but it couldn't hide her erect hills. Is it okay to bring someone in? Zhang Jiahao looked at Tainyo, who was at the side, and asked out loud. Sure, let's go. As the words fell, Zhongling naturally took Zhang Jiahao's arm. When Zhang Jiahao saw this and just wanted to pull his hand out, he inadvertently touched Zhongling's softness, and instantly he was too embarrassed to move again. Mr. Zhang, if you want to touch, let's go somewhere else. Zhongling looked at Zhang Jiahao's embarrassed expression and joked in a mischievous voice. Ahem, get in there. Seeing this, Zhongling put away her playfulness and walked inside on Zhang Jiahao's arm, and Tainyo hurriedly followed behind. From the lobby on the first floor to the auction site, Zhang Jiahao and Zhongling attracted the eyes of many people. After arriving at her seat, Zhongling sat next to Zhang Jiahao on a side chair. Big guy, you sit on his side. Zhongling pointed to the chair on the other side of Zhang Jiahao and spoke out a reminder to Tainyo. Tainyo sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao nodded at the sight. Okay, thanks. Tainyo thanked Zhongling and sat down in a chair to the side. Mr. Zhang, this bodyguard of yours is a bit interesting. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and gave him a blank look. He's my friend, not my bodyguard. Tainyo's heart was filled with warmth when he heard this, and his eyes became even sharper, constantly surveying his surroundings, ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. Soon, the auction began. As the host walked towards the stage, Zhang Jiahao always felt a bit familiar when he looked at her. Hello everyone, I'm the host of tonight's auction. F.A. After hearing the name, Zhang Jiahao finally remembered. This was not the legendary national goddess. Mr. Zhang, does it look good? Well, it looks good. Zhang Jiahao reacted as soon as the words left his mouth. Getting set up by this pussy. Who's pretty, you think, me or her? Zhang Jiahao glanced at her and then at Yifei who was talking nonstop on the stage. Her waist is thinner than yours. I'm older than her. Her legs are longer than yours. I'm more warped than she is. She can sing. Bell ringer. After Zhongling was speechless, she didn't make another sound and stared at Yifei on the stage with a stomach full of sulkiness. If someone who was familiar with Zhongling were to see her in this current state, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Next, the first lot, please. As Yifei's words fell, a beautiful woman came up with a plate covered with a red cloth. Yifei lifted the red cloth, and then began to introduce. Everyone, this is the star of the ocean that I wore when I was filming Angel Love, and its weight is 12.5 carats. It was also a birthday present from my father on my 18th birthday. All proceeds from the auction of this necklace I will donate to the Angel Charity Fund. Also, I would like to have dinner with anyone who wins this necklace at auction. Just after Yifei's words were uttered, the eyes of the crowd of men at the scene instantly lit up. Starting bid is $2 million. Interested parties please bid. As soon as her words left her mouth, the calls for bids continued to ring out. It only took 10 seconds when it spiked to 10 million. Zhang Jiahao still knows a little bit about the ocean star on stage, which was rumored to have been auctioned for $450 million 6 years ago. While secretly realizing that Princess Yi's identity was not simple, Zhang Jiahao was also considering whether or not to take the ocean star. Soon, the auction price came to 100 million. Mr. Li is bidding 100 million. Is there anything higher? 200 million. Lord Ouyang Xiu bid 200 million. Zhang Jiahao was slightly stunned at his words, and then he looked at Ouyang Xiu who was holding up the sign. Nice guy, pretty human looking. 400 million. Zhang Jiahao raised his sign, and in one go, he directly doubled and shouted up. Instantly, the venue fell silent, and all eyes turned towards him. Yifei hurriedly spoke after returning to her senses. This gentleman is bidding 400 million. Is there anything higher? At this moment, Ouyang Xiu also looked over, glancing at Zhang Jiahao before withdrawing his gaze. 500 million. Ouyang Xiu bid again, raising the price upwards by 100 million. 1 billion. Zhang Jiahao raised his sign and shouted the price carelessly. Instantly, the venue boiled over. Whose cockney is this? There's a show on the horizon. Ouyang Xiu is not a saving grace. Yifei was also dumbfounded when she heard Zhang Jiahao's bid. She froze for a while before she came back to her senses. This gentleman is bidding $1 billion. Is there anything higher? At the current value of the necklace, $1 billion is still not a bad deal to take. After all, it's one of a kind. And at this moment Zhang Jiahao also has a decision in his mind, no matter how much Ouyang Xiu called him to add. Anyway, this money is also used for good deeds. 2 billion. Ouyang Xiu glared at Zhang Jiahao and raised his card to shout. 1.5 billion. Zhang Jiahao didn't give him the slightest chance to catch his breath, and he added on just after Ouyang Xiu had called out. 2 billion. Not to be outdone, Ouyang Xiu called for another bid.
5 billion. Zhang Jiahao was a bit too much trouble and directly doubled to 5 times.
Looking at Zhang Jiahao's indifferent demeanor, Zhongling was shocked.
When Ouyang Xiu heard Zhang Jiahao's bid, he gave him a meaningful look, and then stopped bidding. In the end, Zhang Jiahao auctioned off the Ocean Star for $5 billion. None of the subsequent lots were offered again by Zhang Jiahao. Soon, the auction ended and it was time to move on to the networking portion of the reception. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao and Tainyo were eating from the sea,
while Zhongling on the side was looking at the two of them dumbfounded.
Dare I ask what the gentleman's name is? Thank you so much for your support of Yifei.
Zhang Jiahao looked up at the sound, only to see Yifei looking at him with a glass of wine raised.
Zhang Jiahao, you're welcome.
Zhang Jiahao raised his wine glass in a toast to her and said indifferently,
Mr. Zhang, would it be convenient to have dinner with my daughter?
Yifei finished the wine in her cup and extended an invitation to Zhang Jiahao. Chapter 55, Taking Money from Others to Eliminate Their Disasters.
Some other time,
Zhang Jiahao replied back and continued to bury his head in his food. He was almost full and there was no point in changing places to eat. Froze at her words.
She didn't expect to be politely rejected.
Ish again. It's not good for you to pry me out so blatantly, is it? Hearing Zhongling's words, Zhang Jiahao directly sprayed the wine he had just drank into his mouth.
Mr. Zhang, wipe it off.
Yifei pulled out a tissue from the side and handed it to Zhang Jiahao in a fine voice.
Thanks.
Zhongling gritted her teeth in anger at the scene in front of her.
Ms. Zhong, you're here too.
Yifei looked to the side at Zhongling who was clenching her silver teeth. Her attention had just been on Zhang Jiahao and she hadn't really noticed Zhongling's figure. Zhongling was angered by Yifei's question and realized that she had been ignored, and was momentarily speechless. You guys talk, I'll head back.
Seeing this,
Zhang Jiahao got up and prepared to leave.
Mr. Zhang, leave your contact information.
I'll host a banquet to thank you some other day.
Seeing this,
Yifei hurriedly opened her mouth and asked for Zhang Jiahao's contact information.
Okay, you sweep me.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and opened the QR code business card of WeChat and handed it over.
Well, you get through.
Well, I'll go first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed for the door. Zhongling also hurriedly got up when she saw this, and after catching up with Zhang Jiahao, she took his arm, and also turned back to give Yifei a smug look.
Yifei looked at Zhongling's operation slightly surprised for a moment. The same as the imperial capital mansion Shenzhen.
She is still more understanding of Zhongling. Such a stranger woman will actually take the initiative on men.
Kind of interesting. Looks like you really aren't simple.
Yifei looked at Zhang Jiahao's back and muttered before turning to leave.
Outside the gates of the Imperial Hotel. Ms. Chung, it's time for you to let go. I have to go home.
Zhang Jiahao looked toward Zhongling, who was still holding his arm, and spoke out to remind him.
Mr. Zhang, see you some other time.
Zhongling dropped a sentence and left. Looking at Zhongling's sudden turnaround, Zhang Jiahao felt a bit surprised.
Oh, Mr. Zhang, hello? Zhongling had just left with her front foot when Ouyang Xiu walked over from the side and greeted him in a conspiratorial manner.
Zhang Jiahao glanced at him when he saw this.
Something wrong? He couldn't give a good look to his enemies. Kind of funny. I just want to remind Mr.
Zhang that the night roads in the imperial capital are not easy to travel, so you have to be careful. As the words left his mouth, Ouyang Xiu gave Zhang Jiahao a meaningful smile and turned to leave.
Oh, threatening me? Looking at Ouyang Xiu's back,
Zhang Jiahao coldly spat out these words. The arrogance Ouyang Xiu displayed made him feel childish.
Howie, do you want me to go teach him a lesson? Iron Bull, who was on the sidelines, stepped forward and said angrily.
Zhang Jiahao patted him on the shoulder.
Tainyo, you have to remember, we are not a triad. We have to convince people with morality. If you can't do it,
just smack him with a few big mouths.
Iron Bull nodded with a seemingly understanding sniff. Tew, let's go. By this time, it was past 11 o'clock in the late evening.
Tainyo was traveling in his chariot, on his way back to the Imperial View Villa.
A few moments later, Howie, we're being followed. Iron Bull looked through the rearview mirror at a bully that was following behind him and warned out loud. Iron Bull, don't mind him, get rid of him. Zhang Jiahao didn't bother with them, he just wanted to go back and rest as soon as possible. He still had important things to do tomorrow.
Okay,
Howie. When Iron Bull got the order,
he began to accelerate furiously.
5 minutes later,
after getting rid of the bully,
Tinyo lowered the speed of the car,
as there was an intersection ahead.
However, just as Iron Bull was about to cross the intersection,
2 dump trucks accelerated on either side of him. Due to the trees on both sides of the intersection blocking the line of sight, as well as the light being somewhat dim at the moment, when Tainyo discovered the 2 dump trucks, he was too late to react.
Bang! Bang!
As 2 loud crashes rang out, the chariot driven by Iron Bull was directly deformed. At this point, the two mudslides were backing up their vehicles and preparing to initiate another collision. Seeing this, Iron Bull kicked the warped car door open and ran to the back door and hurriedly inquired, "Howie, are you hurt?" "Teen yo, I'm fine, get out of the way. I'll get off first." When the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao kicked the door open and quickly jumped out of the car. Tainyo hurriedly escorted Zhang Jiahao and ran towards the green belt on the side. Just as the two had left the chariot, the two mudheads crashed towards it again. Looking at the chariot that had been smashed into a pile of scrap metal in the distance, Zhang Jiahao's eyes instantly became incomparably cold. Just then, 4 or 5 military land cruisers surrounded them from several directions. 2 dump trucks tried to drive away from the scene. However, the tires of the 2 vehicles were directly broken by the arriving soldiers with guns. The 2 dump trucks instantly lost control and crashed into a side greenbelt. The 2 drivers rushed out of their cars and were tackled before they could escape. "Academician Zhang, are you alright? I saw that you didn't go back so late, so I brought my brothers out, and I didn't realize that there really was an accident." Yilong got off the car and hurriedly ran to Zhang Jiahao's nearness, anxiously asking out loud, "Colonel Yi, I'm fine." Zhang Jiahao waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to worry. Today, when Zhang Jiahao left the Imperial View residence, Yilong proposed to follow for protection, but Zhang Jiahao felt that it was really inconvenient for a group of people to follow, so he refused. "Tell me, who ordered you?" The 2 dump truck drivers were escorted closer, and Yilong questioned with an angry face. "Ha, take someone's money and do something for them. Cut the crap, we'll admit it." Zhang Jiahao looked at the 2 men. His heart had already counted. Besides Ouyang Xiu, he couldn't think of who else it would be. "Academician Zhang, let's send you back first. Don't worry, I'll report this matter right away and make sure to investigate thoroughly." Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then he led Tainyo to Yilong's car. After returning to the Imperial View residence, Zhang Jiahao returned to his room alone. "I'm so sorry, I just want to be a salty godly man. Why are they all forcing me?" Zhang Jiahao stood in front of the window looking at the lights in the distance and said coldly to himself. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he saw that it was Chen Zhizhong, Zhang Jiahao picked up. "K-ho, are you hurt?" Feeling Chen Zhizhong's concern, Zhang Jiahao's icy eyes gradually disappeared. "Academician Chen, I'm safe and sound. Don't worry." When Chen Zhizhong learned that he was unharmed, he gave a few instructions and then hung up the phone. Chen Zhizhong had just hung up the phone when Lin Hai's call also came in, and Zhang Jiahao replied to him just the same and hung up the phone. "Howie, can I come in?" At that moment, Wang Yuyan's voice came from outside the door. "Yu Yan, come in." Chapter 56 Submission of Transcendent Mecha Data. "Howie, are you okay?" Wang Yuyan groped up and down, anxiously asking out loud. Yu Yan, if you get any more, I'm really not going to be okay." Wang Yuyan sniffed and looked down. Instantly her small face slightly reddened. "Humph, old colorful lot. Yu Yan, take an early rest. I'm really fine, I want to be alone." Zhang Jiahao touched her little head and softly said, "Well, Howie." After Wang Yuyan left, Zhang Jiahao got up and came into the tea room. "Turtle country brat, Ouyang Xiu, when I get my feet firmly planted in the imperial capital, that's the beginning of your nightmare." This night, Zhang Jiahao thought a lot and didn't fall asleep until after 3 in the morning. However, what he didn't know was that the entire imperial capital military subdivision that night had set off shock waves because of him. The following day at noon, Zhang Jiahao woke up leisurely. He had just finished the lunch prepared by Wang Yuyan when he received the news that the lab had been renovated. After changing his clothes, he had Tainyo drive the Cullinan, carrying him and Wang Yuyan towards the laboratory, accompanied by Peony. After coming underneath the Spirit Rhinoceros building and looking at the technologically refreshed building, Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction. "Mr. Zhang Dong, can you see if there are still any improvements that need to be made?" Hui Jie, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, hurriedly greeted and inquired. "Not bad, Manager Gua. I didn't expect you to finish early. I'll go up first and see how it works." As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao began to check out layer by layer, and Tainyo and the others followed behind. Along the way, Wang Yuyan and Peony, several people, were shocked by the decoration style of the entire building, which they thought was simply the style of future technology. About half an hour later, "Very good, Manager Gua, you did a very good job." After looking over the decoration of the entire building, Zhang Jiahao looked to Guojie, who was at the side, and praised out loud. "Thank you, Director Zhang, for your recognition." Guojie sniffed and excitedly voiced her thanks. At this time, the 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion had become Zhang Jiahao's exclusive floor. In addition to being equipped with basic offices, there is a gym, lounge, recreation room, and a small machine room. Zhang Jiahao was very satisfied with this layout, which fit his salty temperament very well. A few moments later, once Guojie left,
Zhang Jiahao took Wang Yuyan and a few others back to the office. Yuyan, your dad's company. It's also a tech company, right? After settling down on the sofa, Zhang Jiahao inquired. Wang Yuyan nodded. Brother Hao, my father's company's main business is internet technology. Yuyan, talk to your dad and see if you can deploy some technicians over for me. In the meantime you start hiring right away and get all the departments that should be there organized. Wang Yuyan got the mission and then left with Peony.
Zhang Jiahao opened his computer and copied the first half of the Transcendent Mecha's information from the Divine Dragon one.
After a layer of encryption, he then packed it up and sent it to Chen Zhizhong's email. Just less than 10 minutes after he had just sent it out, Chen Zhizhong's call came through. What the hell are you doing, kid? Sending something with encryption? Since this information was too important, Zhang Jiahao did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and the encryption he used, the only way to open the file was to know his password. Academician Chen, you should download a copy and save it on your computer first, then delete the email completely.
Chen Zhizhong listened to these words of Zhang Jiahao and instantly realized that this information might not be simple,
so he followed Zhang Jiahao's suggestion. Okay, you kid, can we talk? For security reasons, Chen Zhizhong not only deleted the email,
but also directly unplugged the network cable.
Academician Chen, the password is 666888. Take a look and call me if you have any questions. Chen Zhizhong responded with a sniff and hung up the phone. Imperial Academy of Sciences, Institute of Computer Science. After Chen Zhizhong entered the password into it, he opened the encrypted file, and he carefully examined it. About 10 minutes later, this is the Transcendental Mecha? After muttering something, he shook his hand and scrolled the mouse to continue checking out the information. Unmanned, limiting speed Mach 30, intelligent maneuvering system, high-speed status stealth.
Chen Zhizhong muttered excitedly to himself while looking at the information.
After 20 minutes, he finished reading the information, and in a hurry, he copied his cell phone and called Zhang Jiahao. Academician Chen, finished reading the information? After Zhang Jiahao picked up the phone, he asked out loud, you boy, do you have the second half of the information? Chen Zhizhong's face was anxious,
and with expectations he hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire.
Yes, but Academician Chen, I guess you can't use it now.
The information Zhang Jiahao had just posted was enough for him to study for a while, which was why he had only posted the first half.
Where are you now? Zhang Jiahao sniffed. I'm in the lab. What's wrong? Did you research this information?
Zhang Jiahao had expected him to ask this question,
so he calmly voiced out an explanation. Academician Chen, this was developed by my master.
I was only involved in the intelligent control system piece.
In Zhang Jiahao's mind, his mooted master was omnipotent and the best backstabber. Your master even understands this?
Chen Zhizhong was astonished and incredulous.
Academician Chen, my master is omnipotent. He is involved in a wide range of fields.
Chen Zhizhong sniffed and no longer dwelled on this.
Speaking with a straight face, Jiahao, this information is very important. I have to report it immediately. When the words left his mouth, he hung up the phone. This old man, listening to the beeping sound coming from his ear, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shake his head and mutter. And the Academy of Sciences sighed. After hanging up the phone,
Chen Zhizhong called an emergency meeting to discuss the matter of the Transcendent Mecha.
When he brought up the theory of the Transcendental Mecha, everyone thought he was crazy.
Chen Zhizhong had no choice but to report upwards, as he could not send out the information for the time being.
Less than 30 minutes after he reported the incident, a helicopter gunship landed at the Academy. Academician Chen, is the information you just reported really true? Yi Nantian, the 3-star general of the Dragon Kingdom, hurriedly came to the conference room and pleaded with Chen Zhizhong. Admiral Yi, this is true. The information is in my computer.
The crowd of people from the Academy of Sciences,
looking at Yi Nantian, who had hurriedly arrived, could not help but reveal expressions of surprise. Academician Chen, even if you show it to me, I can't understand it. I just want to know, can we make it work with what we have?
Chen Zhizhong sniffed and pondered for a moment.
It can be, but it will take longer. Academician Chen, how long will it take? I only have the first half of the information at the moment, and based on the design plans for the mechs, it's going to be 10 years at the earliest.
Yi Nantian nodded at his words. 10 years is not a long time. The progress would be much greater with the aid of a more advanced supercomputer.
Yi Nantian smiled bitterly and said, Academician Chen, we can't get one now.
Once Chen Zhizhong heard Yi Nantian's words, he suddenly exclaimed in shock.
No, Academician Chen, what's wrong? Yi Nantian looked at him with a puzzled face and said, General Yi, follow me to my office. When the words fell out,
Chen Zhizhong left the crowd in the wind and grabbed the first to run towards his office. Chapter 57, The Great War Caused by Shenlong No.
1. Yi Nantian also hurriedly followed when he saw this. Academician Chen, what are you? After arriving at Chen Zhizhong's office, Yinantian then asked in a puzzled voice. General Yi, sit down for a moment. I'll make a call. As the words fell out, Chen Zhizhong took out his cell phone and called Zhang Jiahao, 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was drinking tea in his office, and when he saw Chen Zhizhong's call he picked it up at the first time. Academician Chen, what's wrong? You kid, be honest with me, do you have a supercomputer on your hands? Regarding this speculation, Chen Zhizhong still couldn't believe it when he first thought of it. However, when he thought of Zhang Jiahao's mysterious master, and the transcendent mecha information that Zhang Jiahao had taken out, he felt that it was still possible. Academician Chen, why do you ask? As soon as Chen Zhizhong heard this, he was able to confirm the guess in his mind. You boy, it's about the transcendent mecha information you gave me. The progress would be much faster with the aid of a more advanced supercomputer. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, good man, so he wanted to hit him with the idea of Dragon One. Academician Chen, do you think I would have this kind of high-tech stuff? You kid, don't hide it. I know you have it. Okay, the authorization account will be emailed to you in a moment. Zhang Jiahao then authorized the No. 3 partition of Shenlong 1 to Chen Zhizhong, Academy of Sciences side. Chen Zhizhong logged in to verify his account after receiving it, and he couldn't help but curse out loud when he saw the performance of the Divine Dragon One. That little Yakuza. It's a waste to have such a good thing hidden away. Yi Nantian looked at the agitated Chen Zhizhong, and couldn't help but inquire in a puzzled voice. Academician Chen, what are you? No wonder Chen Zhizhong is so out of sorts. It's really the performance of Shenlong No. 1 is too powerful. It's a product that surpasses current technology by nearly 50 years. General Yi, do you know what this is? Chen Zhizhong pointed to his computer screen, which was currently displaying the operation interface of Shenlong 1. Academician Chen, this is a supercomputer? Although Yi Nantian was an admiral, he really didn't know much about this aspect of technology. General Yi, I'm telling you, this is simply a product of future technology. With the current level of Blue Star's technology, it would take at least 50 years to reach this level. With its assistance, I'm confident that I'll be able to build the transcendent mecha within a year. Yi Nantian instantly understood as he listened to Chen Zhizhong's explanation. Academician Chen, the ownership of this supercomputer, is it our Dragon Kingdom? Chen Zhizhong shook his head at the words and then nodded. General Yi, this can no longer be described as a supercomputer to describe it. It's arguably at the transcendental level, and it's only personal at the moment. Yi Nantian was shocked at his words. Academician Chen, you're saying that this transcendent computer is personally owned? He really couldn't figure out who was so capable. General Yi, its owner is not simple. The Divine Dragon operating system came from him. The information on the transcendent mecha, and the Divine Dragon vaccine was also from him. Yi Nantian looked at Chen Zhizhong with an unbelievable face. He actually didn't know about such an awesome talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Academician Chen, this kind of talent should be recruited in to help shine for our Dragon Kingdom. Yi Nantian was now over 50 years old, and he was now in desperate need of a good man. Chen Zhizhong smiled smugly at his words. General Yi, I won't lie to you, he is currently the deputy director of my institute. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian seemed to remember something. Academician Chen, he wouldn't be the Zhang Jiahao who made the imperial capital's military district a mess some time ago, would he? Chen Zhizhong nodded, and then spoke with a disgruntled expression. General Chen, he serves as the top talent of our Academy of Sciences, yet people have repeatedly tried to take his life. So far I haven't seen anything said about it, and if it continues like this, sooner or later a talent like him will run away with it. Yi Nantian nodded his head when he heard this. He also knew about this. For this reason he was also furious and sprayed the people below for almost 2 hours. Every academician in the Dragon Kingdom is too valuable to allow anything to go wrong. Academician Chen, according to the information reported by my subordinates, he defeated more than 24 people in that fight against the Turtle Nation by himself. Is this thing true? Chen Zhizhong nodded his head. About this he had talked to Zhang Jiahao. It was indeed Zhang Jiahao who did it alone. Academician Chen, you go ahead and get busy. I still have some things to withdraw beforehand. When the words fell, Yi Nantian left in a hurry. It was because of Yi Nantian's hasty departure this time that brought great help to Zhang Jiahao's plan. Chen Zhizhong looked at Yi Nantian's departing back and shook his head doubtfully, then continued to study the Divine Dragon One. It was at this time that the various institutes of the Academy of Sciences discovered a strange thing. That was the problem of the network resources being heavily occupied, and in no time at all nearly a dozen directors were gathered. Did you find out? Who occupies it? A director, who was about 60 years old, inquired to the head of the Network Regulation Department. Academician Lei, I've found it. It's Academician Chen's computer. The crowd sniffed and showed puzzled expressions. Old man Chen is up to something, I'll go check it out. At this moment, Lin Hai dropped a sentence before walking towards Chen Jizhong's office. Seeing this, the others followed Lin Hai's footsteps. A moment later, the crowd had just arrived outside Chen Jizhong's office when they heard Chen Jizhong and Lin Hai arguing. Old man Chen, would it kill you to use it for me? Old man Lin, go play on the side. This project of mine is very important and cannot be delayed. Old man Chen, lend it to me for 2 days. Just 2 days. The crowd sniffed wide-eyed. It was then under the leadership of academician Lei that a group of directors walked into Chen Jizhong's office one after another. Right from this moment, a dozen or so people engaged in a war of words because of the issue of the right to use the Divine Dragon 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. Zhang Jiahao was drinking tea at the moment while swiping the Kuanpeng livestream, acting as a scatterbrain. After he had just sent a dragon traveling the world, his phone received a message from Yifei. Mr. Zhang, are you free tonight? Looking at this message from Yifei, Zhang Jiahao pondered for a few breaths before typing back. Whether I'm free or not depends on what you're going to say next. Yifei, lol. Mr. Zhang, you're so funny. Zhang Jiahao, I do have quite a bit of ink. Iffy, ha. I'd like to invite you to dine with me tonight. Are you free for this? Zhang Jiahao was preparing to go to dinner. This has been sent to the door. He cannot refuse it. Yes, when and where? No sooner had he sent this message than Yifei replied back in seconds. 8 p.m. Box 888, Imperial Hotel. Okay, see you in a minute. After replying to this message, Zhang Jiahao got up and returned to the Imperial View residence. It was now over an hour before 8 o'clock and he was ready to take a shower before he left. Chapter 58. Do you want to call your parents? 8 o'clock in the evening. Box 888 of the Imperial Hotel. After Tainyo drove Zhang Jiahao to arrive on time, he had the good sense to guard the door of the box. Mr. Zhang, please sit down. Zhang Jiahao nodded and sat down across from Yifei. Yifei was wearing a long black dress with a strapless split, and her long legs could be seen through the transparent table. Her hidden career line looked so dignified and elegant with that crystal necklace. Mr. Zhang, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered one of each. You'll try it later. It's all imperial specialties. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and secretly said that this would lose her fortune. There's no need to be so polite. If it's not good then another one is. Yifei sniffed for a moment. Is this the end of the day? Should we be so straight? What can I get you to drink? Mr. Zhang? Zhang Jiahao glanced at the menu and said indifferently, a bottle of Conti would be fine. Yes. Moments later, the dishes were served. Yifei raised her wine cup and made a toast to Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, thanks for your support to me before. This cup is to you. As the words left her mouth, she drank from her glass. You're welcome. Responding with a sentence, Zhang Jiahao followed suit and drank a cup. The two had a drink and then began to eat. Zhang Jiahao ignored Yifei who was chewing slowly, so he ate on his own. Eat first, or you won't have the strength to rip. Every turn to his near dishes, Zhang Jiahao tasted a little. The flavor is really good, and Liwan International Hotel's a match. A famous star like you should have a high income, right? Zhang Jiahao wiped his mouth and looked at Yifei, who was seated across from him, and inquired, Mr. Zhang, the water in the entertainment industry is very deep nowadays. It's not easy to make money. Yifei took a small sip and responded with a helpless voice. Zhang Jiahao didn't know much about the entertainment industry. He only knew that those famous stars' endorsement fees were sky high. How many digits is your endorsement fee? He inwardly wondered how much an endorsement fee would cost for a star of Yifei's caliber. F was about to open her mouth when noisy voices came from outside the door. Zhang Jiahao frowned slightly and got up. I'll go see what's going on. F nodded at this and cast an apologetic look towards him. When Zhang Jiahao opened the door of the box, he saw 4 people pressing Tinyo against the wall. At the same time he saw Ouyang Xiu standing next to him. Oh, Mr. Zhen, I just want to go in and have a word with Princess E. And you, an underling, he's going to stop me. I had no choice but to have him held down. Looking at Ouyang Xiu's unimpressed appearance, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Let him go. My friends are besides me. Whoever touches them will have bad luck. Oh, Mr. Zhang really knows how to have fun. And he's even making friends with an underling. Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words. He hated this kind of people who spoke in a shady manner. Ouyang Xiu, what do you want? At that moment, Yifei stepped forward and questioned. Yifei, I just happened to be dining next door, and I heard you were here, so I thought I'd come over and say hello. Ouyang Xiu looked at Yifei with a sense of aggression in his eyes. Ouyang Xiu, if you were beaten up, would you call your parents? Ouyang Xiu sniffed and glared at Zhang Jiahao, as angry as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. First, my name is Ouyang Xiu, not Ouyang Xiu. Plus, calling the parents that's child's play. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then lifted his hand forward to directly give Ouyang Xiu a mouthful. Pop. Ouyang Xiu was directly dumbfounded in place by Zhang Jiahao's sudden slap.
The bodyguards on the side saw this and were about to rush up. Ouyang Xiu reacted by raising his hand to stop it, and his eyes looked grimly at Zhang Jiahao. You, good. You're the first, who dared to hit me in the face. Ouyang Xiu hadn't suffered this kind of shame since he was a child, and at this moment, he was on the verge of exploding inside. At this moment, Yifei was also shocked by Zhang Jiahao's actions just now. What's the drop? MS. Ouyang Xiu, do you want to call your parents? Zhang Jiahao glanced at him, picking at his nails as if nothing had happened and inquired. You guys get on me, and the maiming is on me. Ouyang Xiu, who was furious, barked out a command to the bodyguard at the side. Ouyang Xiu, don't mess around. Seeing this, Yifei hurriedly stepped out and opened her hands to block in front of Zhang Jiahao. Ouyang Xiu looked at this action of Yifei's and almost spat out blood from anger. Iffy, get out of the way. Ouyang Xiu, can you leave us alone? Listening to Yifei's words, Ouyang Xiu was completely furious. Yifei, I've asked you out dozens of times, and you're not even willing to accompany me for a meal. For such a stranger, is my affection for you so disdainful? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly as he listened to Ouyang Xiu's words. This should be the highest level of dog licking. Ouyang Xiu, please don't bother me in the future. I have a favorite. Ouyang Xiu froze at his words and unconsciously looked at Zhang Jiahao on the side. Don't tell me it's him. That's right. No, I don't believe it. Yifei sniffed and turned around. Standing on her tiptoes, she directly kissed Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao's brain instantly went blank, and he didn't know where to put his two hands. I don't believe it. It's all fake. Yifei was awakened by Ouyang Xiu's words and hurriedly loosened her cherry mouth that was kissing Zhang Jiahao. Instantly, her little face rolled. She was also so enraged that she just contributed her first kiss. If Zhang Jiahao knew that this was her first kiss, he would never believe it to death. Well, if you're still not convinced, we'll be going to the upstairs room again in a few minutes. Yifei felt that she had already made a fool of herself anyway, so she might as well just go out on a limb. It was a good thing there were no outsiders around at the moment, or she'd be making headlines tomorrow. You guys, great, let's go. Ouyang Xiu glared resentfully at Zhang Jiahao, then left with his bodyguards in a huff. Howie, I'm sorry, there are too many of them, and none of them are ordinary. At this time, Tinyo spoke out with a face of self-reproach. Tinyo, don't say such things in the future. You remember that a dog is always a dog, but a man there are times when he is not a man. Iron Bull nodded his head frostily at the words, and wondered if he'd heard them. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. Yifei also opened her mouth to apologize. She also didn't expect to meet this Ouyang Xiu. It's fine. I'm actually a person who kinda likes to walk the dog. Put. Yifei couldn't help but cover her mouth at that, forcing herself not to laugh out loud. Thank you for your hospitality tonight, and I should be getting back. Zhang Jiahao thanked him and was ready to turn around and go home. He had just been made to feel hot by Yifei. Mr. Zhang, wait. Seeing this, Yifei hurriedly stepped in and pulled Zhang Jiahao back. Chapter 59 Major General? Feeling the silky smoothness coming from his hands, Zhang Jiahao became even more paralyzed. What's wrong? From her bag, Yifei took out a key and handed it to Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, the Ocean Star is stored in the safe of the Dragon Kingdom Bank. This is the key. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took it, then prepared to turn around and leave. Mr. Zhang, you. Zhang Jiahao sniffed in confusion. Miss E, is there anything else? No, it's fine. You be safe on the road. Zhang Jiahao nodded incomprehensibly. You also rest early. Bye. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's departing back, Yifei muttered to herself from where she was. My first kiss. Yifei, are you brain dead? So shy. But it's such an amazing feeling. It was already after 11 o'clock when Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence, and he had just walked into his bedroom when he saw Wang Yuyan lying on her side on his bed. Wang Yuyan was wearing a semi-transparent shaped ice silk nightgown, and through the room's warm-colored light, the erect hills were faintly visible. Is the little sissy hungry? Zhang Jiahao closed the door behind him and slowly walked towards her. Honey, I'm starving. You haven't fed anyone in ages. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at his words. Hubby is calling in. See how hungry the kids are? Do you know what it means to drift in reverse? Zhang Jiahao pinched her small face and laughed. With an impatient look, Wang Yuyan shook Zhang Jiahao's hand and pouted. Hubby, I don't know. Can you teach me? Come on, I'll teach you. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao conducted a practical teaching. The next morning, Zhang Jiahao got up and had breakfast before heading to the lab. System, sign in. Successful signing in. Rewarded with a carbon fiber nano production line. Hearing the system's reward reminder, Zhang Jiahao froze. Dog system,
What the hell is this? Master, carbon nanofiber has a wide range of applications and can also be used in mechs. I see. It seems like the system has thought this through. After briefly checking it out, Zhang Jiahao made tea while brushing up on the Kuanpang livestream. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as his words fell, Wang Yuyan pushed the door in. Howie, someone's looking for you. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words, and he also saw the few people standing behind him. Yuyan, you go ahead and get busy. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao invited several people into his office. Hello, I am the first military region admiral of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian jumped the gun and opened his mouth to introduce himself. He didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to be so young. General Yi, hello, excuse me? Yi Nantian nodded, then greeted the guards at the side. Give him the stuff. Zhang Jiahao was flabbergasted as he took the box handed over by the guard and then opened it to check it out. He was shocked when he saw what was inside. The rank of Major General, the lace one-star Major General's uniform, and associated papers, and a sidearm. General Yi, this is? Zhang Jiahao looked towards Yi Nantian, who was now in a state of complete bewilderment. Ha ha ha, Major General Zhang, from now on, you are the Major General of my first military region. Zhang Jiahao was even more confused when he heard this. This is a Major General? What did I do? General Yi, I haven't done anything for the Dragon Kingdom here. Why am I a Major General? As far as he knew, which one had either gone through battlefield killings or had made great contributions to the country to become a Major General. Major General Zhang, your contribution is not a tiny bit. Your Divine Dragon vaccine has solved a problem that all countries have been unable to solve. Your Shenlong operating system has even made our military districts' computers more secure. The information you turned in on the Transcendent Mecha has boosted our military standing internationally at breakneck speed. And then there's your Shenlong one, which has made a huge contribution. A bunch of people at the Academy of Sciences are fighting over the right to use it right now. Listening to this narration from Yi Nantian, Zhang Jiahao sort of understood what was going on, but to fight for the right to use the Dragon One, is that so much to ask? If Qin Zhizhong knew that he was able to partition the Divine Dragon One, he would definitely give him a big scolding. General Yi, this Major General rank of mine. Yi Nantian raised his hand to interrupt when he saw this, then smiled lightly and said, Major General Zhang, this matter is settled. I know you must be pretty good at fighting, just go coach those boys sometime. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but get a big headache when he heard that. He was okay with teaching people to drive. As for teaching fighting arts, playing, Major General Zhang, there's a satellite phone inside the box with my contact information on it, so you can call me if you need anything. I'll just go back to the military district. There's more to do. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and saluted. Yes, General Yi, ha ha ha, you don't say. It's pretty standard. After dropping a sentence, Yi Nantian left with his guards. Major General? Zhang Jiahao touched the document with his avatar on it and fell into deep thought. Chapter 60, by Shui. The Genius Beauty. Howie, what's wrong? Wan Yuyan walked in and looked at Zhang Jiahao sitting there motionless, and couldn't help but voice her concern. Yuyan, look at this. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao handed Wang Yuyan the officer's license. When Wang Yuyan saw the word Major General on top of the officer's license, she couldn't help but be shocked out loud. Howie, you become an officer? Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms and pinched her small face with a faint smile. That's right, is hubby awesome? Wang Yuyan raised her head and gave a gentle peck, lowering her head with a shy face. Well, husbands are the best. Just now, Zhang Jiahao thought a lot. Regarding the Ouyang family's military background, it was actually Ouyang Xiu's father, who was attached to the first military region like him, with the rank of major. Before today, he was also delayed in carrying out many of his plans because of this. Now that he was in the position of Major General, these were no longer hindrances. Yu Yan, did you talk to your dad? Previously, Zhang Jiahao had asked her to borrow people from Huma Technology and put together the Creator Lab. Howie, I was just about to tell you. They're already here at the office. When Wang Tianyu heard that Zhang Jiahao wanted people, he didn't hesitate for a second and sent out a dozen or so of his company's technicians. Great. How's the hiring going? Wan Yuyan smiled mysteriously. Brother Hao, the basic departments have already been formed. The technical department still needs you to do it yourself. I don't understand technology, but as for the technical side of things, I've got a beautiful genius in mind for you, but she's not easy to subdue, so it's up to you. Zhang Jiahao instantly became interested upon hearing this. He loved geniuses the most. As for subjugation, was it a problem? Yu Yan, invite her over and let her see how powerful your husband I am. Wang Yuyan sniffed and gave him a blank look. No sense of decency. I'm talking about her skills. Zhang Jiahao froze. I'm talking about technology, too. What does that mean? I'm talking about computer technology. What kind of technology are you talking about? When Wang Yuyan heard this, she raised her head and just directly bit on Zhang Jiahao's neck, and that jade hand didn't forget to pinch his waist. Hiss, Yuyan, let go of your mouth and let go of your hand. Let's get down to business. Wang Yuyan sniffed and loosened her mouth and hand, and also became serious. Howie, she'll be here in a minute. No sooner had she spoken than her cell phone rang. Hey, Cher, are you there yet? As soon as Wang Yuyan's words fell, a clear and sweet voice came to her ears. Yuyan, I'm at the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Cheryl, you go straight to the 20th floor and I'll meet you at the elevator. When the words fell, Wang Yuyan hung up the phone. Howie, I'll go get her. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head at this, and then he continued to make tea. Not long after, Wang Yuyan returned with a girl of her age. Howie, this is my best girlfriend, Snowy. Schwerer, this is my chairman, Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Hello, have a seat. After the two of them were seated, Zhang Jiahao roughly sized up by Shui. Goose egg face, willow leaf eyebrows, a casual suit, tied a pill head, height and Wang Yuyan. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly say, good lord, this is simply the ceiling of pure desire. And at this moment, Bai Shui was also sizing up Zhang Jiahao, looking at Zhang Jiahao, who was similar to her own age, while secretly praising the marvelous. She was even more curious about the laboratory's research. Director Zhang, may I ask what direction your company is mainly engaged in? Without saying a word, Zhang Jiahao took the tablet computer on the side and tapped on it a few times before handing it to Bai Shui. Seeing the confusion, Snow took it and checked it out. A few moments later, Dong Zhang, what language is this? What Zhang Jiahao showed her was only a few lines of code, but the language and syntax used in the code was very unique. MS. White, how about these lines of code? Zhang Jiahao didn't answer her directly and inquired about Bai Shui's opinion. Zhang Dong, this language and this grammar are simply perfect. I can't find any place where a bug might appear. For the code that Zhang Jiahao showed her, she thought she was genius enough, but she couldn't write such a perfect code yet. MS. Bye. Before this, what was your main area of research? Snowy sniffed and began to introduce herself. Dong Zhang, I mainly work in program architecture and data processing. Zhang Jiahao nodded, able to read the code he had just shown. Bai Shui's strength could not be doubted. As for program architecture and data processing, he was still really lacking a competent general. MS. White, please talk about your treatment requirements. Bai Shui nodded her head and did not squirm. She was already attracted by Zhang Jiahao's superior skills. Dong Zhang, my request is for an annual salary of $10 million, and at the same time, I hope you can teach me that language. Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly, and then picked up the tablet on the side. Bai Shui couldn't help but get anxious when she saw this. She thought Zhang Jiahao was going to reject her request, so she was ready to open her mouth to explain. Zhang Dong, Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to interrupt the situation, and then handed the tablet to her again. When Bai Shui saw the content on it, she couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Dong, this is too perfect. It turns out that architecture can be built this way. I was really sitting on the fence before. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. MS. Bye. I can give you what you want. The annual salary is tentatively set at 50 million. Snow froze at his words. It was only after Wang Yuyan's reminder that she reacted with a look of incredulity. Dong Zhang, how much did you say? $50 million a year. You heard right. In my case your skills are worth that. Bai Shui, who received the confirmation, froze and looked at Wang Yuyan on the side. Cher, how is not a boss who would treat his own people poorly? And more importantly, you can definitely learn more from him. After Wang Yuyan praised Zhang Jiahao, she didn't forget to remind Bai Shui. Dong Zhang, there's nothing wrong with my side. Bai Shui turned back and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a faint smile in response. This damned pure desire ceiling almost made Zhang Jiahao freeze. It was the first time he had met this kind of genius. MS. Bye. You can just butt heads with the yen on the relevant formalities, and I'll arrange an assignment for you later. Yu Yen, take MS. Bai through the formalities first. Wang Yuyan nodded at her words, then got up and led Bai Shui forward to go through the entry procedures. Looking at the backs of the two men as they departed, Zhang Jiahao pondered over his upcoming plan against the Ouyang family. Don't force your composure. Let yourself go appropriately. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the system, and Zhang Jiahao asked back with a confused look on his face. Dog system, what the hell? Master, don't repress yourself, one's physical changes don't lie. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words, then glanced downward. Asterisk. I at meow. Dog system, I feel like I'm extremely reactive and sensitive to this kind of thing right now. Do you think it has something to do with the golden gun skill you rewarded? However, as soon as he spoke, the system played dead. What he didn't know was that at that moment, the system was hiding in the corner and shivering, not even daring to breathe. Chapter 61, Exposing Identity. seeing Lin Yi again. After Bai Shui had completed the entry procedures, Zhang Jiahao gave her a task to continue perfecting the Divine Dragon operating system. After arranging the work, Zhang Jiahao instructed Song Shishir to bring the group of maids from Panlong Yuan to the Imperial View residence. He was really a bit unaccustomed to the days when he didn't have anyone to serve him, and his salty temperament had faded a lot. After making the arrangements, he dialed He Yushuan's phone. Yu Xian, make an appointment for me with Lin Jipeng of the Qilin Group. I'm looking for him to talk about something. He felt that the time was ripe to meet and fish out Lin Yi as soon as possible. Okay, is there anything else, Howie? As the president of Yihao Capital, it wasn't very difficult for He Yushuan to make an appointment to meet Lin Jipeng. Yushuan, from now on, you immediately make a corresponding response plan for the Blue Sky Group's various businesses to come. Remember, once the Blue Sky Group makes a move against us, do him at all costs. As He Yushuan listened to Zhang Jiahao's never-before-seen seriousness, she hurriedly agreed to make arrangements. Brother Hao, don't worry, we, Yihao Capital, have enough manpower now. I'll arrange it down immediately. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao and He Yushuan discussed life for a bit before ending the call. Wait for me, I'll be right with you. He had just finished muttering when Yang Jie called. Mr. Yang, what can I do for you? Zhang Jiahao picked up the phone and inquired. Dong Zhang, I'll report on the work with you. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Mr. Yang, please speak. Subsequently, under Yang Jie's report, Zhang Jiahao realized the huge breakthrough made by Regulus technology. Now the legend of Regulus can be said to be extremely hot. Every day's earnings are constantly breaking new highs. Just after his call with Yang Jie had ended, he received a call from He Yushuan, informing him that he had already made an appointment with Lin Jipeng. Without any delay, Zhang Jiahao called up Tainyo and headed directly towards Qilin Mansion. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Kirin Mansion, and under the guidance of the receptionist girl, he brought Tainyo to the 58th floor. After knocking on the door and getting an answer, Zhang Jiahao walked into the office and saw Lin Jipeng sitting on the office chair. Lin Jipeng was dressed in formal attire and wore an inch of hair, which accentuated his extraordinary temperament with some gray hair. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Jiahao from Yihao Capital. Lin Jipeng looked up and nodded. Hello, have a seat. After taking his seat, Lin Jipeng came out and praised. Mr. Zhang, you are really young and promising, founding Yihao Capital at a young age. When he saw Zhang Jiahao, he was also shocked by Zhang Jiahao's age for a short while. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. I still have to learn more from you in this regard. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's low profile and calm performance, Lin Jipeng nodded slightly and then began to inquire. Mr. Zhang, I don't know what you want to talk to me about? Although Lin Jipeng knew about the recently rising star Yihao Capital, he hadn't had any contact with it, and he was puzzled as to what Zhang Jiahao's purpose was in approaching him. Mr. Lin, what do you think of Blue Sky Group? Lin Jipeng frowned at his words. Mr. Zhang, tell us straight what's going on. Zhang Jiahao nodded and stopped beating around the bush. Mr. Lin, I'm Lin Yi's boyfriend, and I'm here today because I hope you can cancel her engagement with Ouyang Xiao. Lin Jipeng froze at his words. A moment later he reacted and spoke with a straight face. You give a reason that will convince me. Zhang Jiahao pulled out his officer's license from his pocket and then handed it to Lin Jipeng. I don't know, is that reason enough? Lin Jipeng picked up the document suspiciously and glanced at it, shocking him beyond words when he saw the rank on it. A moment later, he gathered his emotions and handed the documents back to Zhang Jiahao with both hands, respectfully uttering, I don't know about the general's current situation, please pardon me. How could he not have expected that Zhang Jiahao actually had the status of a major general, and such a young one at that? As for questioning Zhang Jiahao's identity, this was something he hadn't even thought about. The steel seal on the document couldn't fool anyone. Uncle Lin, there's no need to be so formal. Zhang Jiahao got up and took the documents and put them into his pocket, smiling as he voiced out a reminder. General Zhang, please sit down. Uncle Lin, you can just call me Jiahao, don't be so formal. At this moment, in his heart, Zhang Jiahao silently gave Yi Nantian 10,000 kudos. Okay, K-ho, I need to ask Yui about what you just said. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and spoke hurriedly. Uncle Lin, can you have Yi come over here? He hadn't seen Lin Yi for a long time, and he missed her a lot inside. I'll call her over. As the words fell, Lin Jipeng made a call. After arranging for a good person to bring Lin Yi to the company, he hung up the phone and began to chat with Zhang Jiahao. K-ho, about this engagement. I was forced to do it. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. The mall was like a battlefield. Many of the sons of the rich and powerful seldom got the marriages they wanted. Uncle Lin, I can understand your pain, and at the same time I hope you can rest assured that you can leave Yi to me. Although my assets, right now, are not as strong as the Ouyang family's, It won't take long for me to surpass him. The two chatted for nearly half an hour before Lin Yi arrived in a hurry. Howie. As soon as Lin Yi entered the door, she ran directly towards Zhang Jiahao on the sofa and hugged him. Ahem. Lin Jipeng looked at the spicy scene in front of him and coughed awkwardly a few times. After Lin Yi reacted, she let go of Zhang Jiahao and sat down on the side. Keiho said you're his girlfriend. When did you fall in love? Lin Yi sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao, who was at the side. She was very excited inside because Zhang Jiahao had said that he wouldn't find a girlfriend easily. But when she remembered her engagement to Ouyang Xiao, her heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Dad, it's before graduation. I am not going to marry Ouyang Xiao. I have only Hua in my heart. Lin Jipeng nodded and looked at the two after some thought. Father will no longer force you to marry Ouyang Xiao. I agree to you being together. After he learned of Zhang Jiahao's major general status, he didn't need to be concerned about the Ouyang family anymore. What father wouldn't want his child to be happy? Dad, are you telling the truth? Truly the news was so shocking to her that for a moment she wondered if she had misheard. That's right, and it's been a while since you guys have seen each other, so go out and hang out, and come back and have dinner together tonight. Lin Yi, who got the confirmation, jumped up with joy and ran to Lin Jipeng's side, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Thanks Dad, we'll be off then. As the words left her mouth, she pulled Zhang Jiahao up. Uncle Lin, then Yi and I will go out for a stroll. After responding with a sentence, he was pulled out of the office by Lin Yi. Seeing this, Tying Yo, who was standing guard outside the office door, hurriedly followed the two men. After getting into the car, Lin Yi started to bombard Zhang Jiahao, asking questions in succession. Howie, how did you convince my dad? Zhang Jiahao, as usual, did not explain and handed her the documents. Major, General? Lin Yi looked at the military rank on top of the document and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a trembling hand. Well, or you'd think your dad was that nice. Lin Yi handed the documents back to Zhang Jiahao with a soft and caring face. Brother Hao, you must have suffered a lot outside, right? Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Suffering? Would a salted fish like me suffer? So how are you going to make it up to me? Lin Yi smiled badly at her words. Hey, my old lady is not what she used to be. I'll let you know what it means to surrender at night. If Lin Yi had known that Zhang Jiahao possessed the skill of not falling over with a golden gun, she definitely wouldn't have been as high profile as she was now. I'm so scared. Zhang Jiahao put on a look like don't come over. I'm scared. Howie, I'm going shopping. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then ordered Tainyo to drive towards Commercial Street. Chapter 62 Making a Mess. Trembling with fear. Howie, how many new additions have you made in my absence? Zhang Jiahao smiled awkwardly. Hey, not much, just a few. Humph, are they as good as my old lady? Regarding this, Zhang Jiahao recalled in his mind. It seemed that other than Wang Yuyan and Lin Evening, the others didn't really seem to be as powerful as her. I'll tell you tonight. Okay, I want you to hemorrhage money today. I want to buy it. When the words fell, Lin strolled down the Commercial Street, buying whatever she saw. She was really suffocated. At this time, Tainyo and Zhang Jiahao followed behind Lin to act as porters. Lin shopped for more than an hour, and she didn't stop until Zhang Jiahao and Tainyo couldn't hold it anymore. Zhang Jiahao and Tainyo had just put their things in the trunk when Wang Yuyan's phone call came. Howie, come by the lab sometime. Zhang Jiahao heard very puzzled. Usually not very important things. Wang Yuyan or rarely call him. Yuyan, what's wrong? Brother Hao. Several departments such as industry and commerce, taxation, and firefighting came and said it was a routine inspection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao was able to guess what was going on with a careful thought, so he comforted Wang Yuyan. Yuyan, it's fine, I'll be right back. Seeing this, Lin on the side inquired. Brother Hao, is something wrong? Get in the car first and I'll talk to you on the way. Iron Bull, back to the lab. Afterwards, Tainyo drove straight back to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, and on the way, Zhang Jiahao gave Lin a brief talk about the industries he now owned. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao returned to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Just after getting off the bus, he saw the cars of various departments parked at the entrance, and after glancing at them, he led Lin and Tainyo straight to the 20th floor. After arriving on the 20th floor, he found that people from various departments were in the conference room, talking and laughing at each other. Seeing this situation, Zhang Jiahao could not help but frown. Howie, you're back. Wang Yuyan walked up and spoke out. Lin saw this and sized up the Wang Yuyan in front of her, and after some comparisons in her mind, she shifted her eyes. Yuyan, I'll talk to them first. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked towards the crowd. Hello guys, I'm the owner of Creator Labs, Zhang Jiahao. May I ask what procedures we have that are out of order? Although Zhang Jiahao knew that someone was trying to deliberately target him, he decided to be polite first. All of your paperwork has failed, and a group of our departments have decided, after discussion, that you are going to be shut down and reorganized. You can't officially start operations until all the paperwork has been completed. At this time, a man around 30 years old came out from the crowd and looked at Zhang Jiahao condescendingly as he gave his notice. Zhang Jiahao didn't get angry when he heard it and smiled lightly. May I ask, which of our procedures are not up to par? If we say it's not passable, it's not passable, so where do you get all the questions? Listening to the man's hook 8 fallacy, Zhang Jiahao coldly glanced at him. And is it up to you to decide exactly how long this consolidation will take? The man nodded and said absently, that's right. Very well. I hope you'll still be so calm later. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked out of the conference room and returned to his office. A few of the departments snickered at that, and then they went back to talking to each other. After Zhang Jiahao returned to his office, he took out the satellite cell phone that Yi Nantian had given him and directly called Yi Nantian. Major General Zhang, is there something urgent? Just after the call was connected, Yi Nantian inquired in a puzzled manner. General Yi, if someone maliciously messes with my company, can I exercise my rights as a Major General? Yi Nantian sniffed and hurriedly replied, Major General Zhang, which of your companies has a problem? Give me the name of the company and I'll have someone go ahead and check out the situation. For Zhang Jiahao, Yi Nantian valued him. The matter of the transcendent mecha alone was worthy of him pulling Zhang Jiahao's strings. Zhang Jiahao then gave Yi Nantian the address of the creator and hung up the phone after a few polite words. After Yi Nantian hung up the phone, the first thing he did was to send the guards around him to personally go to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion to investigate. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Nantian's men arrived. After some inquiries, he then called each of the department heads directly. About 10 minutes later, the leaders of the various departments came in a hurry. A group of department members saw their top boss arrive and moved forward to greet him. However, the group of leaders didn't have the time to pay attention to them, and directly walked towards the guard. General Zhang, they're here. The guard saluted at Zhang Jiahao and warned out loud, thank you, please. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao looked at the leaders of the departments in front of him, and he didn't rush to make a sound. At this moment, the leaders of the crowd were inwardly apprehensive. They had just heard the guards call the person in front of them a general, and the members of the department on the sidelines are cringing. They just actually gave notice to a general. Toe to toe. Hello leaders, I'm sorry to trouble you all to make the trip. Your department staff said my company's paperwork was not up to snuff. But again, I can't tell you what's not working, and I have to shut down and reorganize, and there's still no deadline for that. When the crowd of leaders heard this, their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and at this moment, they couldn't help but curse the stupidity of the people below them in their hearts. General Zhang, our Ministry of Commerce and Industry will definitely give you an explanation. I will investigate immediately. As the leader of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry spoke up, leaders of other departments followed suit to conduct a thorough investigation. Zhang Jiahao nodded and glanced at the shivering members of the departments on the side. General Zhang, we'll leave you alone for now. We'll go back to investigate now. After receiving Zhang Jiahao's nod in response, the group of leaders left with their subordinates in a grayish manner. Brother Hao, is this being targeted? After returning to the office, Lin Yi inquired in a puzzled voice. Zhang Jiahao nodded. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that this must be Ouyang Xiu's mess. Ouyang Xiu is also too childish to play such tactics. As soon as his words fell, Wang Yuyan walked in. Brother Hao, the Blue Sky Group made a move. Zhang Jiahao sniffed with a bemused look on his face and asked out loud, Yuyan, which company did they target? Huma Tech. The other companies they haven't moved yet. Zhang Jiahao nodded. This was the same as what he had guessed in his mind. After all, it was easy to find out about his investment in Huma Technology. Yuyan, you keep in communication with your father's side first, and you'll see to the arrangements of what's needed. Wang Yuyan nodded, then turned to leave. Brother Hao, this imperial girl has a nice body. After Wang Yuyan left, Lin Yi came to Zhang Jiahao's side and put her cherry mouth to Zhang Jiahao's ear and praised. Ahem, Yi, your charm is unique and no one can replace it. Lin Yi pinched his waist. Count on you to talk. I'm going back to my dad's company. Don't forget about dinner together tonight. Zhang Jiahao nodded and gave her a kiss. Chapter 63, Lin Yi's Confidence. Tying Yo, you take Yi back. Tying Yo nodded at his words and then followed behind Lin Yi, escorting her all the way back. After Lin Yi left, Zhang Jiahao called He Yuxuan. Yu Xian, how is Linhao Technology doing these days? Regarding his dad's company, Zhang Jiahao hadn't paid attention to it for a while. Brother Hao, Linhao Technology's market capitalization has now exceeded $100 billion with the support of Yihao Capital. Listening to He Yuxuan's narration, Zhang Jiahao secretly nodded his head. Yu Xian, you continue to pay attention. there's a possibility that the Blue Sky Group will make a move against Linhao Technology. For this, Zhang Jiahao could already predict it. After chatting for a few moments and instructing He Yuxuan to take care of herself, Zhang Jiahao ended the call. Soon the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Imperial Palace Hotel at his appointment, and when he arrived at the box, Lin Yi and Lin Zhipeng were already waiting. Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, I've kept you waiting. Zhang Jiahao turned to Lin Zhipeng and spoke out apologetically. Ha ha ha, K-ho, sit down and talk. Lin Zhipeng laughed out loud and hurriedly got up to remind him. Lin Yi looked at Lin Zhipeng's move. Her expression was like she was recognizing Lin Zhipeng for the first time. Yi, what's that look on your face? After Zhang Jiahao took his seat, Lin Zhipeng couldn't help but voice out in confusion when he glanced at Lin Yi's expression. Dad, you're so handsome. Lin Zhipeng sniffed and blankly glanced at him, then took the tablet aside and handed it to Zhang Jiahao. K-ho, look at the menu. You're welcome. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao didn't be polite and took the menu and ordered the food after saying thanks. Then, Lin Zhipeng added a few dishes as well. Uncle Lin, regarding Yi's marriage, when do you plan to speak to the Ouyang family? Lin Zhipeng didn't hesitate when he heard this and said with a straight face, Jiahao, I'll talk to them about this tomorrow. When the time comes, the Ouyang family will surely investigate you. If they take a shot at your company, feel free to let me know if you need any help. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head and smiled lightly. Uncle Lin, there's no need to worry about this. I'm not afraid of the Ouyang family when it comes to commercial warfare. Kidding aside, the liquidity Zhang Jiahao had on him right now was at least 5 times more than the Ouyang family. Jiahao, don't underestimate the Ouyang family. How can you say that their company's market capitalization is now approaching $5 trillion? Lin Zhipeng was afraid that Zhang Jiahao would be careless, so he couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him. Uncle Lin, my liquidity is close to half of the market capitalization of the Ouyang family's company. Zhang Jiahao responded with a bemused outburst. What? K-ho, are you telling the truth? The reason why Lin Zhipeng was so shocked was because even though his company was now at the 10 trillion level, he couldn't do it if he was asked to take out trillions of dollars at once. Dad, how he wouldn't lie. Lin Yi saw this and spoke out to add a sentence. Ha ha ha, that's good. Lin Zhipeng got the confirmation and laughed out loud a few times. He hadn't been this happy for a long time. His daughter had found happiness, and his own purpose had been achieved. Although the marriage with the Ouyang family can be linked to that layer of relationship, but the thought of sacrificing his daughter's happiness, he is still very heartbroken, and now the result is what he wants most. It was then after 10 p.m. when several people came out after dinner. Lin Zhipeng instructed the two of them to say a few words before leaving on his own. Where are we going, Howie? Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist and came to her ear and whispered, take you home to do your homework, okay? Lin Yi sniffed and responded shyly, old lady will let you know what it means to be a woman. As the words fell, the two of them returned to the Imperial View Villa under the driving lead of Tainyo. Iron Ox, contact Oxde and ask him to arrange for a couple of female security guards to come over. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao returned to the bedroom with Lin Yi in his arms. At this time, his group of maids had long since arrived at the Imperial View residence, and had settled into the compartments on both sides of the villa. Let's go wash up together. After returning to the bedroom and closing the door, Zhang Jiahao picked up Lin Yi and headed straight to the bathroom. 30 minutes later, the two of them came out of the bathroom, and after some battle just now, at this time Lin Yi's little face was red. What's up, little? Still cocky? After placing her on the bed, Zhang Jiahao proudly voiced out an inquiry. Lin Yi sniffed with a shy face, and she took advantage of Zhang Jiahao's inattention to pull him down on the bed. Ring in equal to. An hour later, Yui Lin begs for mercy. Zhang Jiahao shook his head without making a sound, and told her with his actions that once a person goes to the battlefield, blood can flow and air can be broken. Only there is no such thing as surrendering and losing half of the battle. It was 2 in the morning before the two of them went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up leisurely, looking at Zhang Jiahao, who was lying on the side. She picked up her hair and kept on stabbing and scratching Zhang Jiahao's nose. Not a moment too soon, Zhang Jiahao sneezed, then leisurely opened his eyes, and after seeing Lin Yi in front of him, he directly put Lin Yi down with one leg raised. Little sissy, do you want to challenge my brother's soft spot again? Zhang Jiahao patted her small arse, and voiced out with an impish look. Brother Hao, please spare me, go find that imperial sister Wang Yuyan. Lin Yi said with a look of don't come over. I'm so scared out of surrender. Zhang Jiahao listened to Lin Yi's words and was about to say something when Lin Yi interrupted him. Howie, I get you. I don't care how many you have. I still say the same thing as before. As long as you have me in your heart, that's all that matters. Zhang Jiahao was very touched by what he heard, and looking at the understanding to the point of heartache Lin Yi, he decided to give her a big reward. It's my greatest happiness to have you. I've decided to give you a big reward. A million words omitted here. Please make up your own mind.
The two of them did so and dawdled around until lunchtime before rising.
Lin Yi sniffed with a complaining look and glared straight at him.
Humph. When I gather my good girlfriends, I'll let you taste what it's like to lose half of your surrender then.
As the words fell, Lin Yi limped towards the restroom. This is a good sentiment. Looking at Lin Yi's back, Zhang Jiahao muttered with a look of refusal. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao washed up and brought Lin Yi to the restaurant. At this moment,
besides the 10 beautiful imperial chefs,
there was also Wang Yuyan waiting for Zhang Jiahao's arrival. When Wang Yuyan saw Lin Yi,
her eyes revealed a full of envy.
Brother Hao, Sister Yi. Wang Yuyan walked forward and smiled out a greeting. Sister Yuyan, let's sit. As soon as Lin Yi took Wang Yuyan's jade hand, she sat down on a side chair. Chapter 64, A Day in the Life of a Salmon.
Zhang Jiahao froze in place for a moment as he watched Lin Yi's maneuver.
Are all women so self-conscious? Howie, it's time to dine. Wang Yuyan reminded out with a shy face. She was also shocked for a short while by Lin Yi's actions just now.
Get me a bowl of soup.
Zhang Jiahao scratched his head awkwardly and took a seat on the side.
The days with the maid were different. The food was much better. And this lunch Zhang Jiahao had a very satisfying meal.
Brother Hao,
I'll go out for a stroll with Sister Yuyan.
You can play by yourself. After having lunch, Lin Yi took Wang Yuyan's arm and smiled faintly at Zhang Jiahao. Go, have peony tag along.
Zhang Jiahao waved his hand in a gesture.
Once the two girls, Lin Yi, had left,
Zhang Jiahao called for Zhuangling.
Zhuangling, haven't you eaten well lately? Why have you lost weight? In the bedroom,
Zhang Jiahao looked at the state of Zhuangling, who was not in the right state in front of him,
and could not help but ask out loud.
Howie, I was thinking about you so much I couldn't sleep. Zhuangling had a shy face and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito fly,
let me see if you really want me.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao pulled her into his arms and tested her heart to see if she was lying.
About 5 minutes later. Nice, looks like you really weren't lying.
Zhang Jiahao released the blushing Zhuangling and said in a serious manner,
Brother Hao, you.
Zhuangling had a longing face and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a desire to speak.
Good girl, there will be a long time to come. Go and call them. Those who want to swim go to the pool.
Zhang Jiahao stroked her little head,
uttering a comforting command.
Zhuangling nodded then turned to leave.
Alas, it looks like the kid is hungry. We'll have to feed her sometime.
Looking at Zhuangling's departing back, Zhang Jiahao shook his head and blamed himself.
A few moments later,
Zhang Jiahao changed into his swimsuit and headed for the pool. He had just jumped into the pool a moment before a group of maids arrived. Looking at the thousands of maids,
like a beautiful landscape,
Zhang Jiahao secretly said that this was the life that a salted fish should live.
As one by one the maids joined in,
Zhang Jiahao played a water fight with them.
A few moments later, come on, you guys split into 3 groups of 10. Zhuangling, go prepare a volleyball. Next we have a volleyball game.
Zhang Jiahao stood to the edge of the pool and barked out orders to the women. You guys group yourselves and I'll be the judge. There's a big reward for the winning group. All the women sniffed and started to form a team.
This kind of opportunity was rare,
and everyone treasured it very much.
A few moments later, Zhuangling returned with a volleyball. Zhuangling, you can join them as well.
Zhuangling nodded and then joined one of the teams as well.
All name your teams.
Zhang Jiahao looked at the women who were already divided into 3 groups and reminded out loud.
Master,
we're called the Hillbillies.
Master,
we're called the Chopstick Girls.
Master,
we are called Team Phantom Footwoman. Zhang Jiahao froze for a while as he listened to the names of the 3 teams.
Ha ha ha, good, you're all talented.
After Zhang Jiahao came back to his senses, he surveyed the team's looks and features, and it was worthy that they were all geniuses, worthy of the team's names. Let's start the first match between the Hillbillies and the Chopstick Girls. Please ask the Phantom Foot Girls team to watch the match from the shore first. With Zhang Jiahao's command, the Hill Girls and Chopstick Girls teams took their positions. The rules are simple. 1 ball to win. Okay, first the Chopstick Girls will serve. As the words left his mouth, he blew the whistle that Zhuangling had prepared for him beforehand. When they heard the whistle blow, the Chopstick Girls took the lead. The soccer ball landed in the Lady Hilltoppers' camp after a perfect parabola. A maid in a white bikini leapt up with the help of the shoulders of her teammates on both sides and slapped the soccer ball back to the Chopsticks Girls' camp instantly with a hard slap of her jade hand. Beautiful. Great shot. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out his praise at the sight.
The Chopstick Girls were not willing to lag behind,
and Zhuangling,
who was among them,
leaped up with the help of her teammates' shoulders and steadily tapped the soccer ball back to the Hill Girls' camp.
Here it comes,
a spirited comeback from the Chopstick Girls.
Go Hillbillies!
However, it was fine for Zhang Jiahao not to make a sound, because with such a voice from him, The player in the Hill Girls team who was wearing a Pikachu-patterned bathing suit directly came to a ball bumping because of a moment of nervousness.
Unfortunately, the Hillbillies didn't catch it.
And this one goes to the Chopstick Girls. Zhang Jiahao blew his whistle a little and called out the ball. Let's bring on Team Phantom Foot Girls.
Team Hillbilly Girls will take a break first. Don't get discouraged. There are consolation prizes for all of them, haha.
When the women of the Hill Girls team heard this, the sense of loss that they had just felt in their hearts instantly disappeared, and they returned to the pool with smiles on their faces. Stand by for the Phantom Foot Women's team to serve. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao blew his whistle.
On command, one of the Phantom Foot Girl team, a maid in a pink bikini swimsuit,
began to serve the ball.
Here it comes, here it comes. Chopstick Girls, get ready to catch the ball.
Looking at the soccer ball slicing through the air, Zhang Jiahao shouted loudly towards the Chopstick Girls team.
Seeing this,
the Chopstick Girls hastily made preparations to meet them.
At this time on the pool,
the Chopstick Girls were divided into 3 small teams of 3 people each, and the formation of the teams was simple. 2 men hold one player's foot in each hand, with the remaining one of them standing in the center to deal with unexpected situations. Just as the ball was about to fall, a small group beside Zhuang Ling threw the player up with force, and the moment she was close to the soccer ball, the maid gave a hard hit. Pop! With a dull sound, the soccer ball landed straight in the middle of the Phantom Foot Women's team's camp.
The maid, standing in the middle, facing the speeding soccer ball, rushed out to block it.
However, because the impact of the soccer ball was too great, it directly knocked her over and her whole body sank to the bottom of the pool at once.
The team of Phantom Foot Women saw this and showed expressions of loss.
Great shot! That was played with a lot of gusto. Zhang Jiahao blew the whistle and complimented the Chopstick Girls on this wonderful goal. I announced that the winners of this water volleyball tournament are the Chopstick Girls.
As soon as he spoke,
there was applause. The girls from the Chopstick Girls team hugged each other excitedly to celebrate this moment of victory.
Next, I present the award.
Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to signal the women to be quiet, then continued to announce the reward results. Team Chopstick Girls will be awarded $5 million, and the remaining 2 teams will be awarded $1 million each.
Among them, there are 2 special awards.
The women sniffed and pricked up their ears to listen. Both of these prizes are in the champion Chopstick Girls,
and that's the 2 who just came out to bat.
2, please come forward.
As soon as he spoke, Zhuang Ling and a maid in a pink backless swimsuit walked up.
Zhang Jiahao sized up the 2 men and looked at the other man and asked, "What's your name?" The maid sniffed and returned with a nervous face.
"Master, my name is Lin Yun." Zhang Jiahao nodded, then looked at the women.
"I declare the special awards to be $1 million each.
Later on, Zhuang Ling and Lin Yun will give out prizes to everyone."
As soon as he spoke, there was fierce applause. Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to signal the women to be quiet,
and after they quieted down, he continued to open his mouth. "All right, everyone should do what they do. You 2 come with me."
When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao turned around and left. Seeing this, Zhuang Ling and Lin Yun hurriedly followed. The ladies looked at the 2 women's departing backs with envious expressions on their faces. Chapter 65, A Dance to the Soul.
"I'm always ready for you." Along the way,
Lin Yun was both excited and nervous. That $1 million reward was very important to her right now.
Afterward, the 2 women followed Zhang Jiahao to the hall. After Zhang Jiahao settled down on the sofa,
he took a cursory look at Lin Yun, who was standing in front of him, with a height of about 168 centimeters.
Her face shape is considered a perfect peplum face,
not a particularly sharp melon face, but a face shape that is on the side of a goose egg face, which gives people a cute feeling.
Her eyes, on the other hand, are rounded and almond-shaped,
which makes her look innocent and pure in her own way.
As for her small waist, it looks so seductive against the clearly visible waistline.
"Zhuang Ling, go change your clothes,
then go to my bedroom and bring the box next to the cabinet."
There was $10 million in cash in that box that he kept in reserve, and he was going to give the ladies cash directly,
not feeling much if he transferred it. "Okay, Howie," Zhuang Ling responded and left,
leaving Lin Yun standing in place with a nervous face.
"Lin Yun, don't be nervous, sit down." Looking at the nervous Lin Yun,
Zhang Jiahao smiled and greeted him in a thin voice.
"Yes, master."
Regarding this name for Zhang Jiahao, it was a unanimous discussion that was decided upon after the maids arrived at the Imperial View residence. Zhang Jiahao didn't have any feelings of rejection towards this title.
"Lin Yun, what are you mainly good at?" There were quite a few problems with too many maids, as it was now,
and Zhang Jiahao didn't know Lin Yun at all.
"Back to my master. I'm better at dancing and music."
Zhang Jiahao instantly became interested when he heard it.
"It is good to know how to dance.
Lin Yun's long legs like this must be very beautiful to dance, right?"
"Lin Yun, want to come to a segment?"
Lin Yun sniffed and nodded shyly.
"Master, is it okay if I go back and change my clothes first?"
"Well, there you go." Lin Yun nodded in response and headed for her room.
her palms sweating with nervousness along the way. She needs this job now and is terrified that she'll screw it up with a bad jump. Howie, is this the case? At this time Zhuangling dragged a box back, giving her a tired and sweaty. The entire box is more than a meter long and weighs up to more than 200 pounds. If not with a suitcase, Zhuangling really cannot drag. Good, that's the one. You distribute it to everyone. After Zhuangling nodded in response, she dragged the box towards the front yard. Just as Zhuangling had left in front of her, Lin Yun walked back. Master, I'm changed. Is this the place to dance? Zhang Jiahao looked up and sized up Lin Yun, who was wearing a Western-style flying fairy outfit at the moment. The long legs and small waist are all exposed, as well as the perfect collarbone and beautiful back, have been exposed in the air. Need music? Zhang Jiahao swallowed his saliva and asked out loud. Master, it would be better if there was music. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Then follow me to the living room upstairs. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed to the second floor. Seeing this, Lin Yun hurriedly followed Zhang Jiahao's pace. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao helped Lin Yun prepare the music, a classical style tune. After she dictated it to him, Master, this dance is called Lillian's Walk. With that, the music started and Lin Yun began to dance. Zhang Jiahao sat on the sofa, looking at the immortal Lin Yun in front of him, and unconsciously reacted. Lin Yun's unhurried dance posture, paired with this ancient style tune, embodied the feeling that this woman should only be found in heaven, especially in the moment when Lin Yun kicked her legs and bent backward. Zhang Jiahao almost shouted. The whole dance lasted about 3 minutes, and Zhang Jiahao was mesmerized. It was the first time he saw that there was such a beautiful dance. Towards the end, Zhang Jiahao was just about to get up when he almost broke his defense with a whole lot of Lin Yun's ending move, only to see Lin Yun obediently lying on the ground. Looking upright at Zhang Jiahao, she raised one beautiful leg upwards, one jade hand stretched forward, gazing at Zhang Jiahao for about 5 seconds before the whole dance officially ended. Right at the moment this action came out of her, Zhang Jiahao directly froze in place. The expression on his face at this moment could not be better described as a dance into the soul. Master, I'm done dancing. Lin Yun got up and stood close to Zhang Jiahao with a nervous face. She didn't know if Zhang Jiahao was satisfied with her dance, and she was very apprehensive at the moment. Good, good, yes. Zhang Jiahao shouted 3 good words in a row. Lin Yun was so shocked by this voice of Zhang Jiahao that her body was almost unsteady. Master, be a man. Look at how it scares other people's children. Dog system, go play on the side. After disliking the system, Zhang Jiahao looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, you're doing well with this dance. Sit down and talk. After Lin Yun took a seat on the sofa to the side, Zhang Jiahao continued to speak. Lin Yun, you're such a good dancer. Why don't you go into that field? In the face of Zhang Jiahao's inquiry, Lin Yun hesitated for a moment. Master, I would like to, but my current condition does not allow it. Zhang Jiahao was puzzled at the sound of it. Does she have something to hide as well? Because from Lin Yun's temperament, she didn't look like an ordinary girl. Holding the doubts in his heart, Zhang Jiahao spoke out and inquired. Lin Yun, can you tell me about it? Lin Yun nodded, a faint sadness on her face. Master, a year ago my father's company closed down, and now our family is still in huge debt. If I choose my hobby, I don't know when I'll be able to help my family. It was only later, through a friend, that I was introduced to the high-end home care company I had been working for before, because the pay was better in there. When the words fell, Lin Yun lowered her little head. After listening to Lin Yun's account, Zhang Jiahao was enlightened, so she was still a young millennial. Lin Yun, how much debt is your family in right now? Lin Yun looked up with a sniff. Master, currently our family is still 63 million in debt. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he inwardly said that it was only over $10 million, but what he doesn't realize is that this is an astronomical amount of $10 million for Lin Yun right now. Lin Yun, lose your card number. Zhang Jiahao tapped a few times on his cell phone and then handed it to Lin Yun. Master, do as you're told and lose the card number. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Jiahao with a look that could not be refused, and froze as she took the cell phone and entered her card number, then handed it back to Zhang Jiahao with a trembling hand. Zhang Jiahao took it and directly entered 20 million in the transfer amount, then confirmed the transfer. Lin Yun, I transferred $20 million to you. Take it to pay off your family's debt first. You don't need to be psychologically burdened. Consider this money in advance on your paycheck from me. Lin Yun instantly froze in place at his words. A moment later, she came back to her senses and did some rough mental math. She makes $800,000 a year, which is $20 million equal to 25 years of her salary. And she's 23 now, which means she's going to be working until she's 48. Master, Lin Yun was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Well, why don't you go take care of things at home and then come back to work? As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao got up, ready to return to the bedroom. Master, please wait. Seeing this, Rin Yun hurriedly shouted out. What's wrong? Zhang Jiahao stopped and turned to look at her in confusion. Master, I want to give myself to you. Lin Yun walked close to Zhang Jiahao, tugged the corner of his coat tightly with both hands, and whispered in a voice like a mosquito fly. Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly. Lin Yun, you don't need to look like this. Just go back. Master, I am always ready for you. After dropping a sentence, Rin Yun turned around and fled away. Looking at Lin Yun's back, Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Master, you're so damn hypocritical. In your heart it's obvious that you want it so badly, but you still reject others. I at Meow Dog system, you don't understand. Some favorite things are too easy to get and there's no sense of accomplishment. Master, that's a fancy hook 8 fallacy. Zhang Jiahao didn't pay any more attention to the system's flirting and continued to walk towards the bedroom. He had to change his clothes and go out for a trip. Chapter 66 Carbon Nanofibers. Zhang Jiahao changed his clothes and was just about to go out when Chen Zhizhong's call came. K-ho, where are you? Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when Chen Zhizhong's anxious inquiry came from his ear. Academician Chen, I'm at home, just about to go out. As soon as he spoke, Chen Zhizhong hurriedly said, Jiahao, come to the academy. There's something urgent. Zhang Jiahao was very puzzled in his heart when he heard this, but he still agreed. Okay, I'll go over there now. When the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone and called Tainyo to drive towards the Science Academy. Master, you haven't signed in today. Have you signed in? Sign in. Zhang Jiahao then awkwardly signed in after being reminded. It was estimated that the system would never find another host as salty as him. Successful signing. Rewarded Black Panther Group. The relevant data file has been stored in the system space. Asterisk. System, isn't this the one that's the best mercenary group internationally? Regarding the Black Panther mercenaries, he still knew about them, ranking number 1 in the international rankings. Even the Blackwater group of the Stars and Stripes was not enough to look at in front of it. Yes, Master. Getting an affirmative answer from the system, Zhang Jiahao was thrilled. This was not something that could be bought by spending money. The Black Panther Group would be a great help for him to build his business empire. 30 minutes later, after passing through several checkpoints to verify his identity, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the gate of the Academy of Sciences. K-ho, you're finally here. Hurry up. Zhang Jiahao had just gotten off the bus when Chen Zhizhong hurriedly ran up and pulled Zhang Jiahao straight to the conference room. Zhang Jiahao, who was dragged by the hand and ran wildly, was in a daze at this moment, and it was fortunate that there was no one beside him at the moment. A few moments later, Chen Zhizhong pulled Zhang Jiahao into the conference room. Academician Chen, what are you? Looking at the dozens of people in the conference room, Zhang Jiahao turned to ask Chen Zhizhong with a puzzled expression. K-ho, we've run into a problem. We can't find the right material for the mecha skin. First of all, the high temperature resistance piece. Currently available materials are not up to standard. As soon as Zhang Jiahao heard that this was all there was to it, he thought the sky was falling. Academician Chen, that's all there is to it. Ha, you kid. What, just one thing? It's a very important thing. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand, signaling Chen Zhizhong to be at ease, then continued to speak. Academician Chen, this matter is very simple. I'll just solve it for you. The crowd of people from the Academy of Sciences sniffed and revealed incredulous expressions. K-ho, are you telling the truth? Chen Zhizhong was so excited that he grabbed both of Zhang Jiahao's arms and shook them. Academician Chen, calm down. It's not a big deal. I wouldn't have had to come over if you had said it was about this. I just went out and that's what I'm going to do. Chen Zhizhong smiled awkwardly at his words. Ha ha ha, this is something I didn't know well. I was in too much of a hurry. Zhang Jiahao nodded. He could also understand Chen Zhizhong's feelings. It was normal for him who loved technology. Academician Chen, I'll give you the list of materials later. Just have someone send it to my lab. The fastest we can produce the materials you need is in 3 days. So just have someone pick them up directly at that time. Chen Zhizhong sniffed and pondered for a moment, and inquired in a puzzled voice. Jiahao, what kind of material are you talking about? Zhang Jiahao didn't beat around the bush and responded with a slight thought. Nanocarbon fiber. Chen Zhizhong froze at his words. Jiahao, are you sure? Carbon nanofibers he knew, but it was the first time he had heard of carbon nanofibers. Academician Chen, can I joke about this? Do you have anything else? Looking at Zhang Jiahao with a serious look on his face, Chen Zhizhong stopped inquiring about anything and then shook his head. Nothing else. Well, then, I'll be off. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Jiahao turned around and left the conference room. After coming out of the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Jiahao had Tainyo drive straight to the Creator Laboratory. After arriving at the lab, Zhang Jiahao went to the 19th floor and had Tainyo guard the door. The 19th floor was designed to house large machines,
and it was more than enough to lay the nanocarbon fiber production line here. With a slight vibration sound, Zhang Jiahao took the carbon nanofiber production line out of the system space. Looking at this over-the-top technological product in front of him, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but look around it for a while. We learned through the introduction of the system that it is an intelligent and foolproof production line. There's nothing too complicated to do. Just put the ingredients in according to the proportions. Zhang Jiahao connected the power supply of the production line and tested the machine to make sure there was no problem before he returned to his office. After sending the list of materials to Chen Zhizhong, Zhang Jiahao called him. Academician Chen, I've emailed you the materials needed, so take a look when you have time. Chen Zhizhong sniffed and quickly responded to immediately check, and then hurriedly hung up the phone. After taking care of things, Zhang Jiahao made tea. As a qualified salted fish, tea was definitely not something to be missing. After making the tea, he swiped the kunai livestream. Just as he had opened the Koenpang live app, Lin Yi walked in. What are you doing, Howie? Lin Yi came to sit beside him and inquired out loud with a curious expression. Didn't do much. You guys wandered back? Zhang Jiahao put his cell phone away and smiled out as he wrapped his arms around Lin Yi's small waist. Just came back from an afternoon of shopping. Howie, why don't you accompany me to a reception tonight? Zhang Jiahao sniffed in confusion. What reception? He really didn't have much interest in those receptions. It's a reception organized by my dad. It's at the Empire Hotel. Once Zhang Jiahao heard that it was organized by Lin Zhizhong, he nodded without the slightest hesitation. No problem. What time do we leave? Zhang Jiahao touched her little head. Howie, just be there at 8 p.m. I'm going to go home and change first. When the words fell, Lin Yi got up. Let Peony accompany you. Lin Yi sniffed and nodded. Then she flashed away. Just as Lin Yi left, Wang Yuyan walked in. Howie, here's some clothes for you. You should be able to use them for the night. Wang Yuyan came close to Zhang Jiahao and handed him a light blue box. Yuyan, how do you know I can use it? Zhang Jiahao received the box while inquiring in a puzzled voice. LOL, when I was shopping with Yi-san this afternoon, she told me. Zhang Jiahao heard. Good guy, a mouthful of Yi's sister. It seems that Yi's big sister demeanor reflects well. Thanks. Did you get yourself one yet? Don't be shy about spending money. Talk to me if you don't have enough to spend and I'll turn it around for you. For him who was now in a position to do so, Zhang Jiahao didn't want to treat the women around him poorly. Brother Hao, Sister Yi bought me a lot. Zhang Jiahao nodded and couldn't help but secretly say that Lin Yi could pull people together. Howie, I'm going to go ahead and get busy. Yu Yan, you go ahead. Don't tire yourself. Wang Yuyan nodded in response, then turned around and twisted her small savage waist to leave. Zhang Jiahao stayed in the office until after 7 o'clock before getting up and letting Tainyo drive him forward to pick up Lin Yi. Chapter 67 Ouyang Xiao Who Doubts Life. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao came to the downstairs of Lin Yi's house, and not long after, Lin Yi walked out. She was wearing a burgundy V-neck slimming fishtail evening dress, and her whole demeanor looked very elegant. Howie, does it look good? Lin Yi spun around in front of Zhang Jiahao and inquired with a faint smile out loud. This dress fits your temperament perfectly, highlighting your perfect figure while taking your elegance to another level. Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist and came to her ear to praise her in a serious manner. Lin Yi smiled with a happy smile on her face. Smooth talker, get going. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then opened the door for her. About 20 minutes later, several people arrived at the Imperial Hotel, and under Tainyo's escort, Lin Yi walked into the venue on Zhang Jiahao's arm. Isn't that Miss Lin? Who's that guy he's holding? I heard earlier that she and Ouyang Xiao were getting engaged, but she's holding someone else now? Don't pry into the affairs of people's mansions. Just eat your dessert. As the two appeared in the crowd's view, many people whispered, Howie, let's sit here. Lin Yi held Zhang Jiahao on her arm and went to table 1 in the VIP area to take a seat. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Once Lin Yi was seated, Zhang Jiahao spoke out and inquired, Howie, I want dessert, but I'm afraid of gaining weight. Lin Yi had a pitiful look on her face as she looked at the dessert in the distance and whispered, there are no fat women, only lazy women. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yi twisted her head to glare at him. Brother Hao, do you mean to say I'm lazy? No thing, I'll get you dessert. After dropping a sentence, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly walked towards the dessert area in the distance. Today's venue was decorated in a very dignified and luxurious way, and it was filled with all kinds of food. Zhang Jiahao roughly surveyed some. This reception down to at least cost more than $10 million. Mr. Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Jiahao had just walked to the dessert area when Zhongling scurried out from the side. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout out in his heart the moment he saw her. Hello, Ms. Zhong. Zhang Jiahao dropped a sentence before picking the dessert. Zhongling couldn't help but slightly pout her little mouth when she saw this, and took the dinner plate on the side and followed suit.
picking out the dessert. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Jiahao then picked his dessert and walked back towards his seat, and Zhongling was right behind him. Would you look at these and see if you like them? Lin Yi was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted by Zhongling's voice. It's been a long time, I've missed you. Zhongling put the dessert in her hand on the table, and as soon as she did, she hugged Lin Yi. Sister Spirit, you're here, have a seat. Zhang Jiahao looked at the scene in front of him. He was suddenly a bit confused. He didn't expect the two people to actually know each other. Sister Spirit, let me introduce you. This is Brother Hao. Lin Yi took Zhongling's arm and looked to Zhang Jiahao, who was in a daze at the side, and introduced him. I've had the honor of meeting Mr. Zhang a few times. With a faint smile, Zhongling stared at Zhang Jiahao and spoke out without slowing down. Oh, Sister Spirit, you guys know each other? Lin Yi had a surprised look on her face. She also didn't expect the two to know each other. Ahem, I've only met you a couple times. Zhang Jiahao coughed and opened his mouth to explain. Just as he spoke, another beautiful person walked over. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked aside, only to see Yi Fei looking at him with her sweet smile. Hello Miss Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Zhongling looked at Yi Fei. Hi there, two beautiful women. Yi Fei looked at the two women and greeted them with a faint smile. Then she sat down on the side. The two women glanced at each other when they saw this, and there was a look of confusion and dumbfoundedness in their eyes. They also didn't know why Yi Fei was here. This dessert is quite delicious. Looking at the awkward atmosphere on the table, Zhang Jiahao pointed at a dessert and spoke out. Howie, you're pretty well connected. Lin Yi pinched Zhang Jiahao's waist and praised out loud with a faint smile. Listening to Lin Yi's tone of voice, Zhang Jiahao hemmed and hawed. Thanks to her. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find such a good gift for you. When Zhongling and Yi Fei heard this, they instantly understood the meaning of Zhang Jiahao's words. What gift? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Jiahao with a puzzled expression. Zhang Jiahao was just about to open his mouth, but he was interrupted by a voice coming from the distance. So you've arrived. I was thinking of picking you up at your house. A few people sniffed and looked, only to see Ouyang Xiu striding towards a few people. When Zhang Jiahao saw that it was Ouyang Xiu, he just glanced at him and withdrew his eyes. Several of the women operated in the same way, merely glancing at it. I'll get you that gift later. It's still sitting in a safe at the bank. Lin Yi sniffed and nodded. Brother Hao, thank you. At this time, Ouyang Xiu had already come aside. A few women didn't bother with him. Zhongling and Yi Fei were taking small bites of dessert. As for why he's so bad with women, it's thanks to his new and old temperament. Why are you here? Just now, Ouyang Xiu's attention was on a few women, completely ignoring Zhang Jiahao on the side. Am I familiar with you? Zhang Jiahao glanced at him at the words and faintly replied back. You. Ouyang Xiu was so disliked by Zhang Jiahao's words that he was momentarily speechless and froze, not knowing what to say. A few moments later, Ouyang Xiu gathered his emotions and sat down opposite Zhang Jiahao. For a moment the atmosphere at the table instantly fell silent. You eat this doesn't grow meat. Zhang Jiahao picked up a piece of fruit and handed it to Lin Yi's mouth and said in a thin voice. Well, thank you, Howie. Lin Yi took a bite and smiled out in thanks. Ouyang Xiu was dumbfounded as he watched this maneuver of the two, and he began to doubt life a little. The person he was about to be engaged to was actually smooching another man in front of him. Certain people, don't forget you're still married. Watch your image. Ouyang Xiu stared at Zhang Jiahao with a deadly stare, coldly uttering a voice to point and curse. Who wants to be engaged to you? You? Lin Yi was instantly offended when she heard Ouyang Xiu's tone and immediately opened her mouth to dislike him. Put. Zhongling and Yi Fei couldn't help but cover their mouths and almost burst out laughing when they heard Lin Yi's words. Ouyang Xiu was disliked by Lin Yi's words, and his expression was as if he had been castrated. Looking at Ouyang Xiu's appearance, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Being an opponent with this kind of person really lowered his grade. What are you shaking your head for? Ouyang Xiu, who was holding a bellyful of anger with no place to spread it, glared at Zhang Jiahao and asked angrily. If he knew Zhang Jiahao's major general status, even if he was brainless and angry, he wouldn't dare to talk like this. The people he had previously arranged to go to the creator lab to cause trouble had all been dismissed and silenced, so much so that he knew nothing about Zhang Jiahao's status as a major general. I'm shaking my head because you're brainless. Zhang Jiahao was not accustomed to him either and followed with a dislike. Ouyang Xiu sniffing is even more angry trembling. Vain show a sentence cannot say. Chapter 68, The Laughingstock of the Imperial Mansions. That's the chairman of the Hai Ling Group, Zhang Guobiao. You guys see who that is back there? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Xiao Wentian, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't realize that Chief Xiao was also here. Amidst the shocked murmurs of the crowd, a group of bigwigs took their seats under the guidance of Miss Manners. Just as the bigwigs had just sat down,
Lin Jipeng arrived on top of the venue's high platform, surrounded by a group of people. As Lin Jipeng came on stage, the venue instantly quieted down, and the crowd cast their gazes towards the place of the high stage. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the honor of coming to this reception prepared by my humble servant. I hope you all have an enjoyable evening here, and I'd like to turn to our host, Ms. Iffy. As the words left his mouth, Lin Jipeng walked off the high platform and headed towards the tables of the bigwigs. His appearance was rather unusual in that while everyone else came out with a grand introduction by the host, he was just the opposite. Iffy sniffed and slowly walked towards the high stage. Today she was wearing a black bustier evening dress. After some routine introductory remarks, it was time to get into the standard auction. The first auction was for a painting and calligraphy, and the site was so enthusiastic that the price was raised to $5 million in less than a minute, and was finally taken by a tycoon for $12 million. At the moment, Zhang Jiahao did not participate in the auction as he personally fed Lin Yi dessert under Ouyang Shou's furious gaze. Zhang Ling on the side looked at the dog food that the two were spreading and was so speechless that she cast her head to the side. This auction lasted for almost 2 hours, and the group of bigwigs who came to support the event had auctioned off 1 or 2 lots. After the auction was declared over, it was officially time for networking at the reception, and at that moment, Iffy returned to her seat. Iffy had just sat down when Ouyang Shou, who was on the side, picked up his wine glass and turned toward a side table. Uncle Lin, my father couldn't come in person due to his busy military schedule, so he asked me to come and congratulate you. Ouyang Shou came to Lin Jipeng's table and forced a smile on his face to raise his glass in greeting. Lin Jipeng looked up at the words and smiled lightly after seeing that it was Ouyang Shou. So it's Mr. Ouyang, to eat and have fun, just tell me what you need. The crowd of bigwigs looked at Ouyang Shou near the front, and all their faces showed expressions of regret. Uncle Lin, about my engagement to Yi? The smile on Lin Jipeng's face faded a bit when he heard this, and after some thought he softly said, Mr. Ouyang, let's talk about this later. The crowd of bigwigs were also puzzled when they saw this, about Ouyang Shou and Lin Yi's engagement, although it was not announced, but the people with a little bit of power in the imperial capital were aware of it, and Lin Jipeng's move indicated that things seemed to have changed. Uncle Lin, is there anything this can't be said? All the bigwigs here are aware of things. Once Lin Jipeng heard this brainless rhetorical question from Ouyang Shou, the only trace of a smile left on his face disappeared. Mr. Ouyang, I wanted to speak to your father in private, but since you're in such a hurry, I'll tell you in advance. Yi already has someone she likes, and as a father I can't bear to break them up. Ouyang Shou was nonplussed when he heard it. Uncle Lin, do you mean you want to repent the marriage? This is what he never expected. It is almost to the mouth of the meat, actually can run. Mr. Ouyang, regarding this matter, at first your father and I only mentioned it, and it wasn't made clear. Lin Jipeng's meaning is very simple. Your dad just mentioned the approximate time to me, but I didn't promise. At this moment, the bigwigs at the table heard the words and were shocked as they each glanced at each other. Just when Ouyang Shou wanted to say something else, Lin Yi walked over on Zhang Jiahao's arm. Dad. Hello uncles, Yi's here. Lin Jipeng nodded towards her, then looked at the crowd of bigwigs. Gentlemen, this is Zhang Jiahao, the chairman of Yihao Capital. The bigwigs revealed shocked expressions at the words. They didn't expect that the controller of Yihao Capital was actually a young man. Hello uncles, I am also in a state of learning, and I hope that you seniors will give me more guidance in the future. As soon as he spoke, a large group of men opened their mouths to praise him. Ha ha ha, such an achievement at such a young age. Low-key and calm without being ostentatious. Not bad. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao looked at him and smiled. Xiao Shoufu, you are the model that the younger generation should learn from. Xiao Wentian smiled and nodded, secretly saying in his heart that this young man was not simple. Uncle Lin, have you thought it over and are you sure you want to tear up this engagement? Lin Jipeng's face instantly sank as he listened to Ouyang Shou's threat-filled intent. Mr. Ouyang, please go back if you have nothing to do. Hearing Lin Jipeng give the order to expel the guests, Ouyang Shou was enraged and slammed the table angrily. Uncle Lin, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao rushed forward and pulled Ouyang Shou's arm and threw it to the side. No big deal. Even if you don't have a brain, you've even lost your basic manners as a human being. Zhang Jiahao looked at Ouyang Shou, who had fallen to the ground on the side, and coldly spoke out angrily. Asterisk. Ouyang Shou actually gave a push. Do you guys know what that guy's about? I don't know. First time I've seen a new face. As the noises from this side came out, the people attending the reception looked over and whispered. The group of bigwigs at the table at this moment were also shocked by Zhang Jiahao's move. They knew that although Ouyang Shou was a waste, he had a good father, Major Ouyang Tian. Ha ha ha, good, very good, all of you wait for me. Today's insult will be paid back 100 times over.
Ouyang Xiu climbed up and laughed loudly, dropping a vicious sentence before turning to leave. Uncle Lin, seniors, I apologize for interrupting the fun.
Zhang Jiahao turned to the bigwigs and respectfully expressed his apologies.
Gentlemen, I am so sorry. Why don't we move to a side room and have some tea and talk together?
Lin Jipeng also stood up and invited after expressing his apologies.
Ha ha ha, that's a good one. That's exactly what I was thinking.
The other bigwigs nodded at the words.
Afterward, led by Lin Jipeng, the group of bigwigs came to the next chamber, and at this time, the upper-class circles of the imperial capital had exploded about Ouyang Xiu's marriage contract being withdrawn. It was still rumored, but not many people dared to believe it.
It wasn't until someone posted a video of the scene that the crowd had to believe this.
In an instant,
Ouyang Xiu became the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital's gentry,
and the object of conversation among a group of second-generation people after tea. The compartment, Xiao Wentian, Zhang Guobiao, and a host of other bigwigs sat down together. Brother Lin, what kind of operation is this?
The crowd had just sat down when Xiao Wentian raised his voice to inquire.
Brother Xiao, truth be told, my daughter has long had a favorite. It's only recently that I learned of it.
The bigwigs didn't make a sound when they heard this, quietly waiting for Lin Jipeng's next words. All of them here were human beings.
They wouldn't think that things were that simple.
The object of my daughter's affection is none other than the chairman of Yihao Capital.
Brother Lin, I'm sure you have other reasons. Xiao Wentian smiled and spoke.
Lin Jipeng nodded his head, and after scanning a circle of the crowd, he opened his mouth with a grave expression.
Everyone, what I'm going to say next, I hope that you won't proclaim it. In fact,
Zhang Jiahao is not only the founder of Yihao Capital, he is also a major general of the imperial capital's first military region.
Lin Jipeng's words fell,
and the scene was dead silent. Chapter 69, The Ouyang Family Strikes Back. Before revealing the identity of Major General Zhang Jiahao,
Lin Jipeng had asked for his opinion. The compartment.
It took nearly a minute for the group of bigwigs to come back to their senses.
Brother Lin, how come I haven't heard of another major general this young?
Xiao Wentian promptly raised the doubts in his heart.
Brother Xiao, he's a newly promoted major general. As for other information, it's not for us to know. Xiao Wentian nodded. He also knew what was at stake. This was not something that could be casually inquired about. At this time, Ouyang's home. When Ouyang Xiu returned home, he was a smash. Son, don't smash it. Tell mommy who bullied you.
Ouyang Xiu stopped his smashing movements at the words and looked at his mother with a grimace on his face.
Mom,
that old thing. Lin Jipeng backed out of the marriage.
Withdrawal? Son, just calm down. I'll call your father right back. About 30 minutes later, Ouyang Tian hurried back. Xiu Feng, I'm busy with a bunch of things. What's so urgent?
Ma Xiufeng sniffed and glared at him.
Just know that you're busy. Your son let someone back out of the marriage.
Ouyang Tian froze at his words.
What? Dad, that old thing, Lin Jipeng,
just backed out of his marriage in public at the reception.
You have to do it for me. Ouyang Xiu looked at Ouyang Tian with a lifeless face and complained. Waste. Why did I give birth to such two losers like you? If you two have 1/10 of your sister's talent, I'll be glad. With a look of hatred, Ouyang Tian pointed at Ouyang Xiu and cursed out. What's the use of you talking about this? It's the face of the entire Ouyang family that's being disgraced right now. Seeing this, Ma Xiufeng exasperatedly voiced out a reminder. Shut up. If you hadn't spoiled them like that, would there be any of this crap?
You take him back and don't set foot outside the house again for a month.
Ma Xiufeng looked at Ouyang Tian really angry, and did not dare to say anything else, pulling Ouyang Xiu and left.
Ouyang Xiu wanted to say something else when he saw this,
but he was deadlocked by Ma Xiufeng. Lin Jipeng, you're good. Ouyang Tian muttered faintly and left the Ouyang household.
In front of the Imperial Hotel,
Zhang Jiahao and Lin Yi just came out of the venue. Howie,
my mom came back from overseas and arrived home in the wee hours of the morning.
I can't stay with you tonight.
I'm going home with my dad later.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and touched her little head. Well, you take care of uncle. Remember to call me if anything happens. Aha, brother, how you just drank a lot of wine. Go back and have someone cook some kanji to warm your stomach. Good.
Lin Yi nodded and gave Zhang Jiahao a kiss before returning to the Imperial Hotel.
Iron Bull, go back.
By the time Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence,
it was already past 12 p.m. Master, let me help you bathe and change.
Zhang Jiahao had just returned to the bedroom when Zhuang Ling walked in. The two then dawdled in the bathroom for nearly an hour before washing up and coming out.
Zhuang Ling, it looks like you've really been starving yourself lately.
Zhang Jiahao lay down and then looked at the shy Zhuang Ling next to him and spoke out.
Master, I'm still a little hungry.
Zhang Jiahao understood for a second at his words, and then he embraced her into his arms.
An hour later,
with the purring of the wildcat, the two men fell asleep.
At 10 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Jiahao woke up. System, sign in. Successful signing.
rewarded with master calligraphy.
Dog system, what did you give me this for? As a qualified salted fish, Zhang Jiahao couldn't think of any use for this skill. Master, on your dog-like words, degrading the face of the god Ho, I won't allow this to happen. Hearing this fancy excuse from the system, Zhang Jiahao shook his head and got up to wash up. At this time, Zhuang Ling was still asleep. After last night's battle, she had consumed a great deal. Zhang Jiahao had just finished washing up when He Yuxuan's call came in. Brother Hao, the Ouyang family has made a move against us. Zhang Jiahao didn't feel surprised at his words. Yu Xian, which of our industries are they targeting now? Zhang Jiahao asked out loud while walking towards the tea room. Brother Hao, currently they're targeting Regulus Technology, Kuanping Live, and Huma Technology. Yu Xian, keep an eye on their next move, and leave the rest to me. After the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. He had just hung up the phone when Yang Jia and Wang Tianyu called one after another, telling him a bit about the company being targeted. Zhang Jiahao calmly stated that they should be at ease and just wait quietly. With that, he returned to his study, turned on his computer and began to operate it. About 10 minutes later, oh, pretty good at that. The Ouyang family has united with the Penguin Giants to shut down the cooperative login interface and payment interface for all of his company's related network products. There is only one payment interface left, Alipay, and all others have been deactivated. In just less than 5 hours, it directly cost Zhang Jiahao $100 million. Although this amount of money didn't hurt him, he was uncomfortable in his heart. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Jiahao dialed Wang Yuyan's phone. Yu Yan, immediately help me register a creator's microblog and authenticate it to send it to me. After receiving the command, Wang Yuyan then registered and authenticated at the first time, and sent the account password to Zhang Jiahao in less than 30 minutes. After receiving the account number, Zhang Jiahao then directly logged in and sent out a tweet. What do you think about the practice of hashtag deliberately targeting, or maliciously disrupting the market? Under this headline, Zhang Jiahao paired a screenshot of a notification document from the Penguin Giant shutting down the interface. It was then hit publish, and Zhang Jiahao spent $1 million directly to promote the topic. Less than 2 minutes later, there was a flood of comments below the topic. When did Kunside Live become the creators? Although I use Wilson Payments, I don't agree with its malicious approach to destroying the market. There's no hint of a big business. I registered my Regulus Legend directly with Wizards and now I can't even log in. It's just rogue. Don't say it. I realized that Kunside Live's prestige payments don't even work anymore. With the comments coming in like a tidal wave, this topic of Zhang Jiahao also hit the hot search. For a while, things about Penguin's forced targeting of partners instantly blew up on the internet. After Zhang Jiahao posted this tweet, he turned off his computer and came to the tea room to make tea. After Penguin Group saw Zhang Jiahao's tweet, the PR department also responded promptly on the official microblog. The reason why Kuanping Live, Shen Yuan Legend and Huma Technology deactivated their interfaces is that their products have the possibility of leaking users' privacy, so our company made the decision to temporarily deactivate the interfaces. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao was reminded by He Yuxuan and saw this tweet from Penguin. He smiled faintly, then opened his computer and logged into the Dragon 1 Transcendent computer. Chapter 70, Beginning of the Layout. Zhang Jiahao logged into the background and checked that the users of the Dragon OS had reached 100 million. He then began to write a system upgrade patch, which he worked on for 2 hours. After testing some patches with no problems, Zhang Jiahao pushed it out directly. Instantly, users of the Shenlong operating system have received this upgrade patch. After Zhang Jiahao finished uploading the upgrade patch, he called He Yuxuan. What's the order, Howie? The phone just got through, and He Yuxuan answered in seconds to inquire. Yu Xian, organize a group of stock traders immediately. I need them urgently. He Yuxuan answered and hung up. And at this point, the internet is buzzing. Because of the upgraded patch update of Shenlong OS, all the products under Penguin were prompted by Shenlong OS to be at risk, but not affecting the use. And the headlines on the major websites were dominated by the topic, with great joy and condemnation. And Penguin also responded in the first instance, launching a lawyer's letter while accusing Shenlong OS on its official microblog. And at this moment, Zhang Jiahao was brewing tea in the tea room. He didn't care about this move by Penguin. Ho, the manpower is ready. Just then, He Yuxuan called. Yu Xian, tell them to keep an eye on Blue Sky Group's stock and buy it for me as soon as it starts to plummet. Tell me if you don't have enough money and I'll transfer it. Zhang Jiahao had already planned to release the dark information about the Blue Sky Group later, and to acquire a large number of Blue Sky Group's shares when the stock price fell. Howie, there's still money in the billion-dollar capitalism account. Not for a while. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and instructed He Yuxuan for a few moments before ending the call. He had just hung up when Wang Yuyan's call came in. Brother Hao, the Market Surveillance Authority is here. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. He didn't expect Penguin Group to be so fast. Even the regulators had called in. Yu Yan, I'm going over to the company now. About 20 minutes later, Tainyo drove Zhang Jiahao to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the hall on the first floor when he saw a group of Market Supervision Administration staff members, who were flipping through many documents at the moment. Howie, you're here. Yu Yan, what's going on? Wang Yuyan sniffed and looked towards the side. Brother Hao, they are now checking the company's qualification documents. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then walked towards the people from the Market Supervision Administration. Hello guys, I'm the owner of the creator, Zhang Jiahao. The people from the authority sniffed and looked at Zhang Jiahao. Someone reported your company, maligning other people's products, and we've come over for a deposition. At that point, the man leading the authority stepped forward. Okay, we'll cooperate fully. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao looked at Wang Yuyan on the side. Yu Yan, have everyone cooperate with the investigation and evidence. As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and headed straight for his office. The crowd of people from the authority, looking at this maneuver of Zhang Jiahao's, were extremely surprised. When other bosses heard of such things, they would at least defend themselves a few times, but Zhang Jiahao was good the other way around. 2 hours later, the MMT left. Howie, they're gone. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Yu Yan, ask Bai Shui to come here. Moments later, Snow arrived. Chairman, sit down and talk. After Bai Shui was seated, Zhang Jiahao continued to speak. Bai Shui, I plan to make a communication software. Bai Shui sniffed. Chairman, which area are you going to start from? Snow, this is left to you to structure. Don't worry about the technical issues. Feel free to design the architecture. Bai Shui nodded her head at the words, and after a moment of thought she looked at Zhang Jiahao with a straight face. Chairman, any specific requests? Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment and then said, the functions should be more powerful than Wilson, and the user experience should be better than it. Okay, well, you go ahead and get busy. Snow nodded and turned away with a response. Howie, are you targeting the penguins? Wang Yuyan did not understand this approach of Zhang Jiahao and inquired in a puzzled voice. No, talk about targeting. This is just a way to lay the groundwork in advance for the Divine Dragon operating system. Wang Yuyan shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not understand. Yu Yan, you'll understand after a while. Brother Hao, if there's nothing else, I'll get busy. Well, go ahead and get busy. After Wang Yuyan left, Zhang Jiahao began to utilize the Divine Dragon One to start investigating the shady business of the Blue Sky Group. Chapter 71 Exposure and Counterattack. An hour later, Zhang Jiahao looked at the black material of the Blue Sky Group and revealed a faint smile. The Blue Sky Group's blackmail is suspected of unfair competition, which includes intimidation, kidnapping, and tax evasion. Zhang Jiahao slightly organized, and then directly mass mailed to the drop boxes of major news sites. Less than 20 minutes after Zhang Jiahao's revelation was sent out, major websites have been exposing it. In less than 5 minutes, the headlines on every major website on the internet were all about the black material of the Blue Sky Group. Headline side #shocked. He did this kind of thing to compete with his rivals? Today's focus, #shocked. Blue Sky Group. How can it be so heartless? At this time, the ITC, He Yuxuan was leading nearly 30 manipulators, waiting in the wings for the moment to come. Everyone cheer up and buy any shares that are selling immediately, being careful not to concentrate on one account. He Yuxuan stood on the stage and commanded squarely to the group of manipulators below the stage. As soon as she spoke, the Blue Sky Group's stock began to fall, and it fell in a straight line. Do it! As He Yuxuan's instructions were given, a group of manipulators began to get busy, and at this time in the Blue Sky Mansion in the imperial capital. Waste! PR department, hurry up to suppress public opinion and find a way to stabilize the stock price. Ouyang Tianzheng, with a face of anger, shouted at the group of executives of the Blue Sky Group. As soon as he spoke, a woman walked in. Dad, please settle down. Ouyang Tian sniffed and looked at her. Nana, you're here. Dad, let's talk in the office. Ouyang Tian nodded at his words and announced that the meeting was adjourned before heading to his office. Nana, what do you think of the current situation? Ouyang Na smiled faintly. Dad, you sit down first. Calm down. Ouyang Tian nodded, and then sat down on the sofa to the side. Nana, if your two older brothers were 1 point ahead of you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Ouyang Na sniffed without changing her color and said, Dad, they're just playful. I'm sure they'll mature. Nana, let's settle the company first. Ouyang Na nodded and said with a straight face, Dad, we're being clearly targeted. Being able to dig up our company's black information in such detail means that the opponent is coming from a big place. Nana, it could be the creator's Jiaho Chang. Ouyang Na froze. Dad, we have a problem with him? Ouyang Tian sighed helplessly. Nana, the main reason your big brother's engagement was repudiated was because of him. I had the company join forces with Penguin and put the screws to his company. Ouyang Tian had also just learned that the Dragon OS was also a product of Zhang Jiahao's company. Dad, you're impulsive. Ouyang Na also didn't expect that Ouyang Tian would start without even investigating carefully. Dad, first PR try to suppress the public opinion. The stock market side as soon as possible to raise money to stabilize the stock price. Collect as much as you can and try not to let the equity go to your opponents. Then, after Oyana's entrance, the two sides officially started a heated game. And Zhang Jiahao had just returned to the Imperial View residence at that moment. Howie, you're back. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the Imperial View residence when Zhuangling greeted him in greeting. Zhuangling, come over here and press me. Zhuangling nodded at his words, then followed Zhang Jiahao back into the bedroom. Howie, wait for me. After Zhuangling dropped a sentence, she ran towards her bedroom. A few moments later, Zhuangling came back with a change of clothes. Howie, I've learned a few maneuvers recently. Zhang Jiahao looked at Zhuangling wearing a JK and froze, nodding his head. An hour later, Zhang Jiahao realized what it meant to be at the peak of life. Chapter 72, Understanding Progress. Comprehensive Protection. The next morning. System, sign in. Successful check-in. Rewarded with Universal 1 centimeter. Jiahao Chang. Dog system, what the hell is this? Master, that's literally what you can add to any part of your body. Master, I get it. Zhang Jiahao was about to ask, what do you know? Suddenly I noticed a heat, so I glanced down. Dog system, are you sure you understand me? Hey, Master doesn't have to praise me. Jiahao Chang, Howie, what's wrong? Zhuangling looked towards Zhang Jiahao, who was lying on the side in a daze, and leaned up to voice her concern. It's okay, get up and wash up. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao washed up and headed directly to the Spirit Rhinoceros mansion. He had just finished sending an email through the computer when Wang Yuyan and Bai Shui walked in. Howie, Chairman. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Sit down and talk. Shuier, go ahead. Wang Yuyan looked to the side and reminded Bai Shui out loud. Chairman, what you explained has been done. This is the architecture and UI program of the software. As the words fell, Bai Shui handed the tablet computer in her hand to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao nodded at this and took the tablet and then scrutinized it. 5 minutes later. Snowy, this UI design of yours is very simple. A very user-friendly one. The software architecture is also clear. So let's go with this solution of yours. Zhang Jiahao gave out his own evaluation of Bai Shui's program, and he was very satisfied with it. Yes, Chairman, the whole program has been a joint effort, and now there's a dilemma that I need your help with. It's a bit difficult to realize all the functions of the Smart AI module with our current technology. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly after listening to Bai Shui's narration. Snow, you guys get the other modules done first. Save this for last. I'll assist you. Snow sniffed and revealed her sweet deathly irresponsible smile. Yes, Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll get busy. After Bai Shui left, Wang Yuyan came to sit beside Zhang Jiahao. Howie, Cher is still single, and it's still a new car with no license plate. Oh, Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Yuyan, what are you doing? Wang Yuyan brought her little cherry mouth to his ear and whispered, Brother Hao, you can't fool anyone by looking at Shui's eyes. As Zhang Jiahao listened to Wang Yuyan's words, he couldn't help but secretly review himself. This'd meow. Did I make it that obvious? Did I come across as that naive? Master, don't doubt it. It's that obvious. Dog system, shut up. Yuyan, how's the situation with Yuma technology these days? Zhang Jiahao changed the topic in time. Brother Hao, there's nothing wrong with Huma technology. It's mainly Regulus technology and Koan Peng. Zhang Jiahao nodded. He believed that the Ouyang family was definitely busy right now and did not have the spare capacity to deal with Yin Yin technology. Yuyan, you continue to keep an eye on it, and promptly tell me if anything happens. Howie, thank you. Her heart was grateful in this matter. Without Zhang Jiahao's help, her dad's company would have long ceased to exist. Afterward, the two of them chatted for a while before Wang Yuyan left. Zhang Jiahao made tea and video contacted the women one by one. By the time he finished his last video, more than 3 hours had passed. Just then, Chen Zhizhong's call came in. Jiahao, I've sent you all the materials you need. When can you give me the carbon nanofiber? Hearing Chen Zhizhong's anxious voice, Zhang Jiahao remembered this matter. Academician Chen, you can have someone come pick it up this afternoon. Good. K-ho, good work. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao called up a few people and got up to head to the 19th floor. After starting up the nanocarbon fiber production equipment, several people worked for more than 20 minutes under the guidance of Zhang Jiahao to produce nearly 3 tons of nanocarbon fiber. After explaining to several people, Zhang Jiahao returned to his office. He had just sat down when Iron Bull knocked on the door to report. Howie, there's a group of people who say they want to see you. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked at Tainyo outside the door. Tainyo, Let them come up. Iron Bull nodded his head at his words and left. Not a moment too soon. 10 people came to his office. Hello boss, the crowd shouted out in unison. Zhang Jiahao nodded at the sight and roughly surveyed the crowd. 2 men and 8 women, all uniformly dressed in black. The man is stout and about 195 centimeters tall. The woman is valiant and about 175 centimeters tall. Looking at the image of the crowd, Zhang Jiahao was satisfied, secretly saying that it was worthy of being the elite of the Black Panther group. Who's the captain? Zhang Jiahao looked at the crowd and asked out loud. Boss, I'm the captain. That's when a woman in the center stepped forward. What's your name? Zhang Jiahao looked at the woman who stood out. Her face value was the first among the entire team. As for her strength he did not know for the time being. Boss, my name is Yumaman, 24 years old and from Russia. Although she was an elite captain of one of the Black Panther mercenaries, it was the first time she had seen the mysterious boss. About this also thanks to the system. Dog system, are these people's loyalties reliable? Master, please don't insult the system. You're a bully, okay? Master, lay low. Jiahao Chang, gathering his thoughts, Zhang Jiahao looked towards Yumeng. Very well, you'll take care of the arrangements next, and I'll give you the list in a moment. Don't reveal your whereabouts for the time being, just protect them secretly. Phantom nodded respectfully at his words. Yes, boss. With that, Zhang Jiahao gave Yue Meng the information of the 5 women, including Lin Yi, He Yuxuan, Lin Evening, and Zhuang Ling. After Yomu took it, Zhang Jiahao additionally handed over his parents' information to her as well. Since the system said that the loyalty of these people was reliable, he didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Phantom, just watch the arrangements and keep one person by my side. Yumeng nodded at his words, and then he arranged the tasks for the crowd on the spot. Zhang Jiahao was on the side, quietly watching her make arrangements. About 2 minutes later, Phantom was done with the arrangements. Boss, it's all set. I'll stay and wait for the boss's orders. Yomu arranged a female bodyguard for each of the 5 women, and Zhang Jiahao's parents arranged 2 for each of them, all in a combination of a man and a woman. Very well. Phantom, give me one of your accounts. Phantom sniffed. Boss, bank card number? Zhang Jiahao nodded and took out his cell phone. Seeing this, Yumeng quizzically reported her card number to Zhang Jiahao. 1 minute later. I've transferred $100 million to you, so divide it among everyone. It's a bit of a meet and greet. Get things done. The crowd froze at the words. They didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to make hundreds of millions of dollars in a single meeting. One meeting was worth their yearly income. Thanks boss. Promise to complete the mission. The crowd came back to their senses and spoke out in excitement. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Take your places. The crowd nodded at the words and responded with a single word before leaving for their posts. Once the crowd had left, Yum was left. Phantom, sit down. The reason why Zhang Jiahao had called them over from a long distance was because he was afraid that Ouyang Shou would jump over the wall and lay his hands on the people around him. Chapter 73, Cutting a Deal. Threatening me? After Yomu took her seat, Zhang Jiahao continued to open his mouth and inquired. Yomu, how are your fighting skills? Zhang Jiahao was also in contact with the Black Panther mercenary for the first time, and did not have a concrete understanding of her strength. Boss, my fighting skills are kind of average. I'm mostly proficient in camouflage and intelligence gathering. Zhang Jiahao nodded and got up. Yu Meng, follow me. A few moments later, Yomu followed Zhang Jiahao to the roof of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Yum, practice with me. Yum sniffed with a nervous face and said, Boss, this is not good. Zhang Jiahao was too mysterious for her, and she had never heard that Zhang Jiahao knew fighting techniques, so she was worried that she would be in trouble if she hurt him by mistake. Yomu, you don't have to worry about anything. Bring out your full strength. Zhang Jiahao seemed to have read her mind and reminded her with a faint smile out loud. Yes, boss. Seeing this, Yu Meng did not hesitate any longer and responded before attacking towards Zhang Jiahao. Yum's speed was very fast, and her attack arrived close to Zhang Jiahao in the blink of an eye. Watching as Yuma struck out with a fatal blow, as her fist was about to reach his throat, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly dodged the attack with a sidestep. With that, a knife hand was slashed towards her neck. Seeing this, Yu Meng hurriedly raised her hand to block, while raising her own long leg and kicking it towards Zhang Jiahao's head. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao drew back his hand and quickly grabbed her ankle with both hands and pulled hard to the left, and Yomu instantly lost her balance. Without hesitation, Zhang Jiahao directly placed a foot under the ankle of her other leg. In an instant, Yumaman directly came to sit on the ground. Zhang Jiahao did not make any unnecessary movements, and with a quick flip he clamped his legs around her neck. At this moment, the movements of the two of them were a bit strange. Zhang Jiahao's hands were gripping her ankles in a death grip, and Yomu was now completely unable to make any effort except for being able to see Zhang Jiahao's ass. Phantom was wearing a pair of black leather shorts at the moment, plus a thin black t-shirt. About 20 seconds later, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly let go of her and awkwardly helped her up. Come out with me in a moment. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked towards the office with quick steps. The reason why it was so embarrassing for him was that he had just accidentally pushed up against Yumimin's soft spot. Yes, boss. Yuming's small face turned red as she responded and hurriedly followed. Although Phantom was always out on missions, it was the first time she had ever been this close to a man. Zhang Jiahao had just returned to his office when Wang Yuyan walked in. Howie, there's a couple of Penguin guys downstairs who want to talk to you. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Someone from Penguin? Howie, let them up? Zhang Jiahao nodded as he thought for a moment. He also wanted to see what the people from Penguin wanted to find him for. Not a moment too soon. Two people from Penguin then came to his office. A man and a woman. Hello, Mr. Zhen. The man came close to Zhang Jiahao and uttered a greeting. Hi guys, have a seat. Once the two of them were seated, Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth to inquire. I wonder what the two of you wanted to see me about. Mr. Zhang, I'm Song Wenjie, the head of Penguin's investment department, and this is Lu Jiajia, the head of our legal department. Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words and pondered for a moment. Straight up, what's up? Song Wenjie nodded at the sight. Mr. Zhang, our penguins would like to invest in a stake in your creator. Zhang Jiahao was instantly happy to hear this. You just sent him a lawyer's letter, and this is coming in? Mr. Song, I don't think there's any need to talk about this. The creator doesn't accept any form of equity participation. Song Wenjie froze at his words. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation where they would actually reject their investment. Mr. Zhang, you might as well listen to our conditions. We come with sincerity. We penguins are ready to invest 20 billion in the creator. Zhang Jiahao felt a bit interesting upon hearing it. And your demands? Seeing this, Song Wenjie hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang, we don't have any requirements. We only need to take up 30% of the shares, and we won't intervene in the company's operation. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at the words. The creator's current market value is about $100 billion. The penguin really dares to ask for a lion's share. Mr. Song, do you think I'll say yes? Song Wenjie looked at Zhang Jiahao's faint smile and ran through his thoughts. Mr. Zhang, I can't think of a reason for you to refuse. He had also learned some information about the creator before he came, and he was confident about the conditions he gave. Mr. Song, then I'll give you a reason. Zhang Jiahao took the tea handed over by Yumeng and took a sip before continuing to speak. I'm not short of money. Song Wenjie and Lu Jiajia both froze in place when they heard this. They did not expect Zhang Jiahao to give such a reason. Mr. Zhang, you are aware of our penguins' traffic. If we can reach a cooperation, the boost to creator is self-evident. Still undeterred, Song Wenjie began to tout the advantages of his family's company in an attempt to convince Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Song, I'm not short of traffic, so if there's nothing else, that's it for now. Song Wenjie's face instantly changed when he heard this. Mr. Zhang, making an enemy of our penguin is a very unwise choice. Once Zhang Jiahao heard that it was a bit interesting, actually threatening himself, he then smiled lightly and said, Mr. Song, I'm a very good person to talk to, but only if you don't threaten me and don't get in my face. Song Wenjie's face instantly darkened at the words. Mr. Zhang, mucho interruption. Let's meet again in the rivers and lakes. When the words fell, without waiting for Zhang Jiahao to respond, Song Wenjie took Lu Jiajia and got up to leave. Yomu, look at this. This man's heart just isn't very good, and he's still angry even after saying a few words to him. The corner of Phantom's mouth twitched slightly at his words. Boss is right. As soon as her words fell, Wang Yuyan walked in. Howie, there's an invitation for you. With a puzzled look on his face, Zhang Jiahao took the invitation handed over by Wang Yuyan and examined it. Angel Charity Auction? Blue Sky Group. Ouyang Na? Looking at the contents on the invitation, Zhang Jiahao muttered out with a surprised look on his face. Howie, I don't think she's up to no good. It's definitely not going to be good. Wang Yuyan listened to his mutterings and couldn't help but voice out a reminder. It's okay, what's the harm in checking it out? I'd like to know what she's up to. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and smiled faintly. Yu Yan, I'm going out. Howie, be safe. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Then he got up and left the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, accompanied by Tainyo and Yumeng. Tainyo was in charge of driving, and Yum sat on the passenger side. At this time, there were still more than 2 hours before the auction started, so Zhang Jiahao decided to go back and wash up before setting off. Upon arriving at the Imperial View residence, Yumeng and Tainyo embraced Zhang Jiahao to the hall on the left and right. You guys wait here for a minute. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao went up the stairs. When Zhang Jiahao's figure disappeared, Yomu turned to look at Tainyo, who was on the side. Hello, I'm Phantom. Iron Bull sniffed and nodded. Iron Bull. Yomu froze at the sight. It was the first time she had encountered
someone like Tinyo who was not a fan of her. She was very confident in her face value, as her body value was comparable to a phase.
Chapter 74 Angel Charity Auction. If Tinyo knew what Jumeng had in mind at this time, he would inevitably open his mouth to retort. The old bull, I am not so shallow. The skin bag is 1 in a million. Not as interesting as the soul.
Seeing that Tinyo was no longer taking care of himself, Yumeng stopped talking and quietly waited for Zhang Jiahao.
About half an hour later,
Zhang Jiahao washed up and changed his clothes and walked down.
Come on, go out for a stroll. It was still early for the auction to start,
so Zhang Jiahao decided to go out for a stroll first. He hadn't had a good stroll yet after coming to the imperial capital for so long.
Afterward, accompanied by Tinyo and Yumeng,
Zhang Jiahao strolled around the imperial capital.
He was sitting in the car, looking out the window at the street where people were coming and going, the brightly lit night scene.
He had a lot of inner feelings at this time.
Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, always set up to win the hearts of the people. There are 100,000 words in the world, but only the word love hurts the most. The lights are intoxicating, and a night at the bar calls for a husband. As long as the lights flash fast, there is no sadness, only love. As the traffic jam stopped along the way, Zhang Jiahao sat in the car and just quietly watched the night view of the imperial capital. Unawareness.
Tinyo drove Zhang Jiahao around for more than an hour. Afterward, under Zhang Jiahao's command, Tinyo drove the vehicle and slowly drove towards the Imperial Deluxe Hotel. As the most famous imperial hotel in the imperial capital,
the auction was still chosen here. A few moments later,
Zhang Jiahao's few people arrived at the imperial hotel. There were 88 floors in the imperial hotel, and the venue for the auction was chosen to be the ballroom on the 68th floor.
After submitting the invitation,
Zhang Jiahao brought the two of them to the auction venue on the 68th floor. As you can see from the murals hanging on the walls,
the entire venue was set up in a high-end manner. At this time, the venue
has gathered thousands of guests.
Young men and women accounted for the majority,
are talking to each other. Although there were more people, it didn't seem crowded in the tens of thousands of square meters of banquet hall. Zhang Jiahao casually found a table and sat down, while Tinyo and Yumeng stood on either side of him.
Dude, why are you here alone?
Zhang Jiahao had just sat down when a male gentleman walked over and uttered a greeting towards him. Zhang Jiahao roughly sized him up. This person was wearing a casual suit. His clothes looked very ordinary. The only highlight was the watch on his hand. A limited edition Vacheron Constantin worth more than $10 million.
Just arrived. I like it quieter.
Zhang Jiahao returned indifferently.
Hello, get acquainted. My name is Siyu, Chung Ka-ho. Seeing this, Siyu hemmed and hawed. Brother, is it convenient for me to sit here? Zhang Jiahao nodded.
He felt that the Siyu in front of him was a bit interesting. At least it gave him a pretty comfortable feeling.
Brother Ka-ho, you've come here in admiration too, haven't you?
Siyu was not polite even after he took his seat, and with a self-conscious look, he opened his mouth to talk. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. He was full of confusion at the moment.
What's the point? Seeing this, Siyu hemmed and hawed. Brother Jiahao, how many of the men present didn't come here to catch a glimpse of Ouyang Na's worldly beauty?
Zhang Jiahao sniffed in disbelief.
Tipping the scales? Y'all never met her in person?
At this point he felt very strange.
Now it is this age.
It is not like the ancient times when the door did not come out, and did not leave the door.
Brother K-ho, you don't even know this? Ouyang Na is the first talented and beautiful woman in the imperial capital.
It's just that not many people have seen her face, and when she occasionally goes to the Blue Sky Group,
she wears a mask and sunglasses. According to rumors, even Lin Yi, one of the 8 most beautiful women in the imperial capital, is inferior to her.
Zhang Jiahao shook his head at his words and then opened his mouth to change the topic.
Subsequently,
through nearly half an hour of conversation, Zhang Jiahao learned that this Siyu was also a second generation of the imperial capital. His father,
Si Ming, was the founder of Kuba Moon Capital,
which was currently valued at $3 trillion.
And even in the imperial city, it was a top 10 existence. Soon, the auction began.
After the host came with some unnutritious introductory remarks,
he grandly introduced the initiator of the auction, Ouyang Na. Under the crowd's fierce applause,
Ouyang Na slowly walked towards the high stage wearing a customized white French bustier dress. Zhang Jiahao also took a glance when he saw this. Ouyang Na's height was about 175 centimeters, and her figure wasn't bad at all, only that she was wearing a white mask and couldn't see her face.
Thank you all for your appreciation, and I would like to thank an honored guest. At this point, Oyana paused.
The crowd was very curious to see this, and they all looked up at the person next to them.
Just then, Una removed her mask. Instantly, the entire venue boiled over.
A veritable pouring face.
Si looked at Ouyang Na,
who had taken off her mask, and the harangue on her mouth was about to fall into the bowl.
Young Si, harumph a little. Zhang Jiahao was shocked by this sudden surprise from Siyu, and couldn't help but speak out and remind him, "Hey, I don't have many personal favorites, and it just so happens that beautiful women are one of them." Siyu awkwardly drew a tissue from one side and wiped the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. "Master, look at people, how honest and spontaneous they are. Unlike you who obviously just like it and have to act like it doesn't matter." Zhang Jiahao sniffed with a black line on his face. "Dog system, the door is in the back. Would you please mellow out?" Just as Zhang Jiahao was fighting with the system, Ouyang Na's clear voice came again. "He is, Zhang Jiahao of Ihao Capital. I would like to thank Dong Zhang for taking time out of his busy schedule to attend the angel charity auction organized by my daughter." The crowd sniffed and followed her gaze, and Siyu also reacted, looking at Zhang Jiahao on the side with an unbelievable look. "Brother K-Ho, don't tell me that you're the one she's talking about." Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. "If there isn't a second Zhang Jiahao here, then she should be talking about me." Siyu sniffed with a shocked face. He also knew about Ihao Capital. His old man hadn't mentioned it to him. Ah, it's really you, isn't it? Big brother Ka-Ho, you're hiding it well enough. Looking at the shocked Siyu, Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly and spoke faintly. "Young Si, keep a low profile." As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao continued to bury his head and eat. When Siyu saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly for a few moments. At this moment, under the sizzling gazes of the crowd of men at the venue, Ouyang Na stepped down from the high stage and slowly walked towards Zhang Jiahao's direction. She's coming over." Siyu looked at the oncoming Ouyang Na, so excited that his tongue was knotted and he couldn't even spit out his speech. "Mr. Zhang, can I sit here?" Ouyang Na came to Zhang Jiahao's side and pointed at the chair next to him and opened her mouth to inquire. "Go ahead, the whole venue is yours now." Zhang Jiahao didn't look up and ate quietly. Siyu couldn't help but freeze at the sight. Good guy, in the face of the first beauty of the imperial capital, the attitude is actually so salty. "If you are not interested, let me on ah." And at this moment, all the men in the venue, looking at Zhang Jiahao's indifferent appearance, were gnashing their teeth, itching to rush up and bite him. Chapter 75 gives you two choices. As Ouyang now watched Zhang Jiahao's actions, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She didn't expect that her proud looks were actually less attractive than those foods. At this moment, Siyu, who was on the side, was constantly winking at Zhang Jiahao to remind him, "Mr. Zhang, can I borrow you for a chat?" Oyana gathered her thoughts and voiced her solicitation. The fact that she was organizing this auction tonight was just a front, and her real purpose was to ask Zhang Jiahao for a private chat. Siyu watched Zhang Jiahao's move from the side and was so anxious that he couldn't wait to help Zhang Jiahao agree to it right away. "If you have something to say it here." Zhang Jiahao took the paper towel handed over by Yu Meng and wiped his mouth and opened his mouth indifferently. In fact, he could guess that Ouyang now looking for him was mostly about the Blue Sky Group. The corner of Siyu's mouth twitched violently as he listened to this response from Zhang Jiahao. Okay." Ouyang Na was slightly stunned and embarrassed to the point that her icy little face was flushed with a slight blush. "Mr. Zhang, I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy 10% of the Blue Sky Group's equity in your hands." She went through a lot of trouble to get back the dominant power of the company. Although Zhang Jiahao only has 10% of the equity, but it is also the second largest shareholder of the Blue Sky Group, and its influence is self-evident. 10% equity? Zhang Jiahao stared at the words and asked back with a puzzled outburst. Regarding this shareholding ratio, Zhang Jiahao really didn't know. He Yuxuan hadn't told him yet. In fact, it wasn't He Yuxuan's fault. It was just that Ouyang Na's speed was too fast, and He Yuxuan was organizing the information at the moment, preparing to report with Zhang Jiahao. "Mr. Zhang, I am very sincere. Name your price." Ouyang Na looked at Zhang Jiahao's expression, fearing that he would refuse, hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Just then, He Yuxuan's phone call came in. Zhang Jiahao took out his cell phone, and he answered it. Seeing this, Ouyang Na also no longer uttered a sound to disturb, quietly sitting on the side and waiting, and at this time aside Siyu, listening to the two just talk. His heart is very shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jiahao actually still hold 10% of the equity of the Blue Sky Group. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao ended the call, and with He Yuxuan's report, he finally understood the outcome of the battle with the Blue Sky Group. MS. Oh, did you just say for me to make an offer? Zhang Jiahao looked at her with an interested look and opened his mouth to inquire with a faint smile. That's right, Mr. Zhen. Ouyang Na still had that high and cold look on her face. 10, 000, 000, 000, 000, and you can have it back. He Yuxuan not only in the stock market, absorbing the shares of the Blue Sky Group, but also privately met with many small shareholders, spending money to buy a lot. Mr. Zhang, this price is a bit high, and I can't get that much money right now. 10000. Then there's no talk. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. looking indifferent. Yang Na instantly became anxious upon hearing this.
Although her Ouyang family was now the top shareholder, this 10% stake in Zhang Jiahao would directly affect her voting rights.
Mr. Zhang, can this payment be made in installments?
One of Ouyang Na's ideas now was to stabilize Zhang Jiahao first, then save the situation step by step.
However, the truth was that she was overthinking it. Oh, do you know why I have a 10% stake in Blue Sky Group?
Zhang Jiahao did not immediately answer her request,
but instead asked her this question. Since the very beginning,
Zhang Jiahao had never thought of letting Blue Sky Group go, and the fact that Ouyang Xiu had bought the murderer to try to kill him was something he had always kept in his mind.
Mr. Zhang,
I know that it was my elder brother who was in the wrong, and I hereby apologize to you on his behalf.
Zhang Jiahao smiled coldly at his words. If apologizing worked, there wouldn't be the word regret. Oh, do you know what he did wrong? You don't know, so let me tell you.
He shouldn't have bought and paid for a murder to try to kill me.
And when he was done, he didn't know how to stop himself and went after my company.
Looking at Zhang Jiahao's icy cold eyes,
as well as feeling the pressure coming from his body, Ouyang Na trembled.
She had never seen that a person's pressure could actually be so terrifying.
Zhang Gongzi, I really don't know about him buying murder and hurting people.
Ouyang Na forced her composure and responded with a few anxious words.
As for Tainyo and Yu Meng at this moment,
they were also shocked by the mighty pressure that Zhang Jiahao had exerted,
and the two of them felt as if they had opened the door to a new world.
Oh, I'll give you two choices.
First, expel Ouyang Xiu and Ouyang Fei from the Ouyang family, and the two shall not set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again in this life, so I will agree to your installment. Second, let's keep fighting, and I'll tell you the truth, the last thing I need is money.
Zhang Jiahao very much hoped that she would choose the first one.
As long as Ouyang Xiu and the two of them were out of the Dragon Kingdom,
he had a large number of ways to clean them up.
Ouyang Na couldn't help but tremble inwardly at her words.
She didn't expect Zhang Jiahao to not give her the slightest bit of face.
For the first time, she felt that her so-called first-day beauty of the imperial capital was so unbearable. Mr. Zhang, can you allow me to think about it?
Ouyang Na didn't know how to choose for a moment with the choices given by Zhang Jiahao.
Yes, get back to me within 2 days. Without a reply, I'll assume you chose the second one by default.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and continued.
I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality. I won't participate in the next auction session.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and prepared to leave.
Mr. Zhang, please wait. Ouyang Na hurriedly got up. Please leave a contact information. I'll tell you the first time when I've considered it.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and then reported his cell phone number to her.
See you. Who was on the side? After watching the entire conversation between the two, he admired Zhang Jiahao in his heart. Outside the Imperial Hotel,
Zhang Jiahao was escorted by Tainyo and Yu Meng as he walked towards the location of the vehicle.
K-ho big brother, please wait. Just then, Siyu's shout came through. Zhang Jiahao stopped at the sound and turned to look at the sprinting Siyu. Seeing this, Tainyo on the side rushed forward, wanting to stop the sprinting Siyu. Iron Bull, it's okay.
Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to stop the situation with a voice.
What's the matter, Master C? Looking at the panting Siyu in front of him, Zhang Jiahao inquired with a puzzled voice. Siyu slowed down a bit as he sniffed. Big brother Jiahao, can you leave a contact?
Zhang Jiahao nodded his head and smiled lightly.
You sweep me off my feet. In the future, I'll have to trouble you, Mr. C,
to take more care of my sexual well-being in the imperial capital.
Siyu sniffed and instantly understood for a second. He heatedly smiled. Big brother Jiahao, don't worry.
I'm holding my hand to the bone on this whole sexual bliss thing,
and I promise to get you in place. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a faint smile. This Siyu and himself were also considered to be half fellow travelers.
After Zhang Jiahao returned to the Imperial View residence and instructed Wang Yuyan to arrange for Yu Meng's lodging, he dove headfirst into his study. He had just sat down for a moment when Lin Yun came over with a bowl of soup.
Chapter 76, Dancing for the King, Going to the First Military Region. Master, I've made soup for you. Have some?
When Lin Yun learned that,
when Zhang Jiahao went to the auction,
she began to prepare and boiled this soup for several hours. Zhang Jiahao's help to her was fresh in her mind, and she was always thinking of ways to repay it.
And in addition to her gratitude to Zhang Jiahao,
there was more adoration in her heart.
Well, bring it here.
Zhang Jiahao looked towards Lin Yun outside the door and nodded out a command.
A few moments later, Rin Yun, you're good at this.
Zhang Jiahao handed the bowl back to Lin Yun and opened his mouth to praise.
Master, I recently learned a new dance and would like to show it to you.
Lin Yun said in a thin voice with a shy face. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words and nodded after a moment of thought.
Alright, go to the living room.
He also hadn't watched Lin Yun's dance for some time, and Lin Yun's ethereal dance moves from before were fresh in his mind.
About 10 minutes later,
Lin Yun changed her clothes and went to the hall on the second floor. She was wearing a set of chiffon dresses.
the light pink gossamer with her innocent temperament, more than a hint of enchanting air. As the music started, Lin Yun began to dance. Lin Yun's dance tunes this time around are different from the previous ones, mainly favoring the enchanting type. Zhang Jiahao looked at Lin Yun's enchanting dance and couldn't help but realize that she was really a waste smart. The entire dance was 10 minutes long. Just as the music stopped and Lin Yun wrapped up, she didn't know if she did it on purpose or if she really couldn't stand up steadily. Her entire body collapsed towards Zhang Jiahao's direction all of a sudden. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly got up and wrapped one hand around her small waist before preventing her from falling to the ground. Instantly, four eyes met. Lin Yun's small face was slightly red, and her hands instantly embraced Zhang Jiahao's neck, and then her small cherry mouth directly kissed Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao felt the softness coming from his mouth. He didn't refuse and started to respond to her. Not a moment too soon. Like cigarettes falling in love with matches, the two begin an intense courtship. The next morning, the two woke up leisurely. Lin Yun snuggled into Zhang Jiahao's arms with a contented look on her face. The little wasted girl, worthy of being a practicing dancer, is really a bit impressive in terms of flexibility. Lin Yun sniffed and remembered her madness last night. Her small face couldn't help but blush. Yunei, you have a good rest today. Yes, master. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao washed up and prepared to head to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. System, sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with a copy of Military Fighting Technique. Military Combat Techniques? Listening to the system's sign-in reward, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but mutter out in confusion. Was this wanting him to go to the military area? Just then, Yi Nantian called. Jiahao, where is it? The phone had just been connected when Yi Nantian's inquisitive voice came. General Yi, I'm on my way to the office. Zhang Jiahao suddenly had a bad premonition, feeling that Yi Nantian definitely didn't have a good thing in mind when he looked for him. Sure enough, K-Ho, take the time to show up at the 1st Military District. You Major General, those boys down there haven't seen you yet. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pondered for a moment. General Yi, I'll go over there now. I expect to arrive in about 40 minutes. This old Yi, he's not asking me to mentor them, is he? Dog system, come out. Master, please do as you wish. You at meow. Speak properly. You say, about this military fighting technique, did you do it on purpose? Master, it's not on purpose, it's intentional. This system knows that you have this need when you pinch your fingers. Listening to the system's fancy explanation, Zhang Jiahao shook his head breathlessly. Tainyo, reroute to the imperial capital's 1st military district. Tainyo responded with a sniff, and then diverted his drive to the imperial capital's 1st military region. About 40 minutes later, a few people arrived outside the gates of the 1st military region, and after going through identity verification, Zhang Jiahao entered into the military region. His car had just stopped when Yi Nantian walked over, and he was followed by 2 guards. Ha ha ha, Major General Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at the sight. General Yi, it hasn't been long, has it? I feel pretty long. As the words fell, Yi Nantian brought Zhang Jiahao and arrived at the military area's martial arts practice field. By now, thousands of people had gathered on the field. Major General Zhang, these are all soldiers above the rank of 2nd lieutenant. How do you feel about it? Yi Nantian pointed at the martial arts practicing field, the soldiers who stood neatly, and spoke out and opened his mouth to introduce them. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and took a rough look. From the morale of the entire team, it gave him a pretty shocking first feeling, and it was also the first time he had seen so many soldiers face to face. General Yi, truly worthy of being a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Nantian smiled faintly. Let me introduce to you all. This person beside me is the Major General of our 1st military region. Zhang Jiahao. Good day, Major General. A crowd of soldiers, saluting in unison, shouted. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao's overbearing aura was in full swing, and he returned the salute. Greetings, comrades. Afterward, Yi Nantian invited him to his office. Upon arriving at the office, Iron Bull and Phantom Dream had guarded the door. Major General Zhang, have you ever thought of instructing them? Zhang Jiahao smiled and said, Good lord, has the theme finally arrived? General Yi, I'm not good at guiding words. However, I do have a copy of something here that should be useful to everyone. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao pretended to reach into his pocket and took out the general body fighting technique from the system space. General Yi, take a look at this. Zhang Jiahao's book that recorded military fighting techniques was handed to Yi Nantian. He hadn't checked out this fighting technique since he acquired it, and he didn't know exactly what it was like. Yi Nantian took it when he saw it and began to check it out. 5 minutes later, K-Ho, where did you get this? Looking at Yi Nantian's shocked look, Zhang Jiahao inquired in a puzzled voice. General Yi, what's wrong? Jiahao, this military fighting technique is too superb. If we train according to the instructions above, I believe the fighting strength of the generals can at least be increased by several times. Zhang Jiahao sniffed in relief. It was good that it worked, so that he didn't have to do the work himself. General Yi, this fighting technique was given to me by my master. It's good that it's useful to everyone. As Zhang Jiahao's nebulous yet almighty master, he shone once again. K-ho, your master must be really good, right? If you get a chance, introduce me to them. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a calm face. General Yi, there's no problem with this. It's just that my master, he's very unassuming and only shows up when he has something for me. Also, every time he flashes, he usually doesn't appear for more than 10 minutes. Yi Nantian shook his head helplessly at his words. He didn't doubt what Zhang Jiahao had said. He thought to himself that it was normal for this kind of great power to travel in mysterious ways. Chapter 77, This Dance, Only for You. After leaving the first military region, Zhang Jiahao instructed Tainyo to drive straight to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Zhang Jiahao had just arrived at his office in the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion when Siyu called. Big brother Kaho, are you free tonight? Zhang Jiahao was puzzled when he heard this. Young Master C, what care is there? Big brother Kaho, there's a banquet tonight that I'd like to invite you to join me. Zhang Jiahao stared at the words, another banquet. Young Master C, what's the fun in this banquet? Might as well sleep at home. After attending a few banquets, Zhang Jiahao felt that it was really not much fun, and it was really better to enjoy Zhuangling's massage at home. Big brother Kaho, this banquet is different from the others. It's all about the younger generation meeting together. Besides, the girls tonight are definitely to your taste, and we're holding our own on that score. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at the sound of it. Young C, what if it's not to my liking? After a few previous banquets, he also knew that there would be quite a few girls in the banquet who could have a good face value, but the key was that he wasn't electrified. Big man Keiho, I swear on my second brother, if it's not to your liking, make him half an inch shorter. Siyu did not have fancy words. Up is directly open big, completely blocked their own back road kind of. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but hold his forehead when he heard this. Good man, so the oath can still be taken this way. Time and place. He really wanted to see what was so different about this party. Enlightened Spirit Hotel, 8 p.m. Siyu's face was agitated as he hurriedly responded. Okay, see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao swiped on Kunpeng Live. His appearance instantly caused the entire platform's anchors to boil over. Thank you, Clip Ho Big Brother, for sending the volcano. Thank you, Clip Ho Big Brother, for sending the dragon tour. Every time Zhang Jiahao clicked into a live room, he would send out a gift, and the minimum starting gift was a volcano worth 10,000 Huaxia coins. It was then that an anchor caught his attention. It's a dance anchor and at the moment she's dancing in a pair of hot pants. With Zhang Jiahao's arrival, the public screen was also instantly lively, and the 4 words Clip How Big Brother were constantly swiping the screen. Anchor named Sweet Xin. According to information shows that the height of 175 centimeters, looks as authentic pure desire wind, and the face value of Bai Shui have a spell, is not sure off the beauty will be how. With a curious heart, Zhang Jiahao opened the king's exclusive privilege of the demon mirror, and Sweetheart's beauty effect instantly disappeared. When Zhang Jiahao saw Sweetheart without the beauty effect, he froze because Sweetheart was basically the same with or without the beauty effect. Immediately, Zhang Jiahao moved his finger. For the VIP Jiahao, we will give you 10 Sweetheart Dragon Tour Star. With the special effects of this gift blowing up, the entire public screen once again fell into a frenzy of screen swiping. The live broadcast room continued to influx a large number of players. The number of players instantly soared to 1 million. Sweetheart looked at the overbearing gift special effects on the public screen, and she was instantly dumbfounded. She was just a college student in the dance department of the Imperial Capital Academy of the Arts, and her family's circumstances were not favorable. So where had she seen such a big scene? She never dreamed that she would receive 1 million Huaxia coins worth of Dragon Tour World, and it was still 10 of them, which was 10 million Huaxia coins, even if she could get more than 5 million after removing the tax in addition to the platform's drawback. This is a fake anchor, I'm afraid. Could be, actually stopping to froth. Sister Sweetheart, why don't you hurry up and hug Mr. How's thighs, or else you won't even have a place to cry if you run away in a while. At this point, in the face of the anchor Sweetheart's frothing behavior, many players have begun to type and flirt. Thank you Clip Ho Big Guy. Sweetness came back to her senses and bowed deeply towards the camera, excitedly voicing her thanks. That silly white girl, why don't you come up with your best shot? Yes, 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 as long as the big man is happy. Will there be a shortage of gifts? Nothing wrong with that. One gift thrown in by the big man is worth a couple months of you staying up all night. Sweetness looked at the credits on the public screen, organized her thoughts, and then smiled her sweet smile. Clip Ho Big Man, could you wait a few minutes for me?
I'll change my clothes and I'll do a dance for you alone. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao didn't type and directly sent out a dragon traveling the world again as a way to express his meaning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. How is just different. He doesn't even bother to type. He just uses the gift to speak directly. I wouldn't blah 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 on the public screen if I had that kind of power as a bigot. Upstairs, don't challenge someone's pocketbook with your own assets. Sweetness saw this and bowed again. Thank you Clip Ho big brother. Please wait. When the words fell, Sweetheart dashed off to change her clothes. Zhang Jiahao was also curious as to what she would change into. About 2 minutes later, Sweetheart went and returned, only to see that she was wearing a halter dress. With that light tunic appeared to be a fairy. Clip Ho big brother. This dance, just for you. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Sweetness began her performance. The public screen instantly exploded once again as a group of wolves listened to Sweetheart's words. TSK, 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 dance just for you. I feel like my pure lust cozy is going to be impure. Upstairs, but if you had eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be like this. Looking at the dancing Sweetheart, Zhang Jiahao's mind couldn't help but conjure up Lin Yun's figure. Sweetheart's dance tunes were very different from Lin Yun's. Even after Zhang Jiahao had seen Lin Yun's superb dance, he couldn't help but be captivated by Sweetheart's dance. At this time on the public screen, a group of wolves were wailing, and it was the first time they had seen Sweetie do this dance. I didn't realize that pure desire xin was so material. What you say is very true. Poor Taoist visually estimates around 36C. Superficial. Look at her slim waist that you can hold in your hands. Doesn't she smell good? Taoist friend's pattern is small. Beauty depends on the thighs. Look at those 24-inch long legs. TSK TSK. Zhang Jiahao looked at the assorted subtitles on the public screen and smiled faintly, then sent out a dragon traveling the world once again. 5 minutes later, Sweetheart finished her performance and gave another thank you to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was in a happy mood when he saw this. Congratulations to the VIP Jiahao, who has become the lifelong guardian of Sweetheart. As this site-wide announcement popped up, Sweetheart's live broadcast popularity soared again, coming to over 2 million at one point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5. 2 million lifetime guardianships. Today was an eye-opener. It's all peanuts to Mr. How. If only I were a woman, then I could dance for the big man too. Fellow Daoist is wrong. If you were a female, I guess a dead fish could even turn over for you. Sweetheart was touched and choked with excitement. Thank you Clip Ho big brother. Zhang Jiahao stayed in her live room for only about 10 minutes. That is, consumed 2 million. Just commission she can get more than 9 million. How can she not be excited? How can not be moved? Clip Ho big brother. Can I add your contact information? Sweetheart calmed her excitement and spoke out to inquire. Chapter 78 Hennessy Venom GT. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he sent her his contact information privately, and then exited Kunlun Live. He had just exited Kunlun Live when Sweetheart's friend request was sent over. Zhang Jiahao tapped through, and Sweetheart's message was sent over in seconds. Clip Ho big brother. Thank you for your support of Sweetness. If it's convenient, I'd like to take you to dinner. Zhang Jiahao looked at Sweetheart's message and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, so he typed a response. Little sister, is it just dinner? Sweetheart, who was in the middle of a live broadcast, couldn't help but turn slightly red in her small face when she saw this message from Zhang Jiahao. Can we take it one step at a time? Zhang Jiahao looked at her message and couldn't help but smile faintly. This girl was quite cute, so he continued to type a reply. Where are you now? He had just sent this message, and Sweetheart directly replied back in seconds. Clip Ho big brother. I'm a college student at the Imperial College of the Arts, and I'm in school right now. No wonder. It always felt like her live room environment was weird, so it was in school. I'm going to a party tonight. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Although there would be many beautiful women at the banquet, Zhang Jiahao still preferred the kind he called. Yeah, Clip Ho big guy. Where do I find you? Sweetheart pondered for a moment, but still agreed. Although she was worried that Zhang Jiahao would be a bad old man, she felt that it was not good to refuse no matter what. At 7:30 p.m. You wait in front of the school and I'll pick you up. After making an appointment with Sweetheart, Zhang Jiahao called Siyu. What are the instructions? Big man Clip Hao? Hearing this tone from Siyu, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shake his head and smile lightly. Young Si, I should be a bit older than you, so call me Brother Hao if you don't mind. Siyu smiled heatedly at his words. Okay, Brother Hao, just call me Xiao Yu. Zhang Jiahao sniffed without any more nonsense. Xiao yeah. On this side of the imperial capital, do you know anyone who sells luxury cars? His current substitute car in the empire was an SUV, and he was thinking of getting a supercar or something. It had been a while since he had experienced the joy of driving. Howie, I have a buddy who's into that, and he's got quite a few luxury cars there. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and secretly said that it was really convenient to have someone to work with, so he made an appointment with Siyu to go there together. On the road, Zhang Jiahao gave He Yuxuan a phone call to arrange for her to customize a private jet. How trench and how to come kind of. He is a very low-key person, but his low-key way is not to pretend to be shabby to be hit in the face. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the location provided by Siyu. After getting off the car he glanced at the signboard above. Famous World Luxury Car Exchange. Brother Hao, you're here. Siyu greeted him, and behind him, there was also a male son. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Xiao yeah. Any good car recommendations? Siyu pushed the male after him forward and spoke out to introduce him. Brother Hao, this is my good buddy, Li Tianzi. Hello Howie. Li Tianzi smiled out in greeting. Hi, any recommendations for a good car? Zhang Jiahao responded with a sentence and then opened the door to his purpose. Howie, let's go in first. Zhang Jiahao nodded, and then strolled around under Li Tianzi's guidance. Isn't there a better car? After strolling around, Zhang Jiahao realized that those cars were all too common and didn't have much character. Tianzi, you're crushing goods. Hurry up and bring them out to Brother Hao. Siyu tapped Li Tianzi's shoulder and voiced a reminder. Brother Hao, I have a Hennessy Venom GT in my collection, limited to 10 units worldwide, and only one in the Dragon Kingdom. Siyu couldn't help but shout out at his words. Asterisk. You kid is hiding deep enough, so you have this car, and you actually don't drive it out to show your face. Li Tianzi smiled awkwardly at his words. Hey, it's not like I can't give it up. Watching the exaggerated conversation between the two, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly out loud and inquired. Young Li, this Hennessy Venom GT, are you willing to part with it? As soon as his words fell, before Li Tianzi could open his mouth, Siyu snatched his mouth and said, Tianzi, Brother Hao is a good big brother to me, so look after yourself. Siyu was on good terms with Li Tianzi and spoke without the slightest bit of politeness, straight to the point. Zhang Jiahao looked at this maneuver of Siyu's, but he also cried and laughed, secretly saying that he was really straight enough. Brother Hao, let's go check out the car first? Li Tianzi looked at the two and opened his mouth to propose. Come on, go check it out. As the words fell, Li Tianzi led the way to the underground garage. After coming to the garage, when Li Tianzi lifted the red cloth and Zhang Jiahao saw what Hennessy Venom GT looked like, he instantly fell in love. Howie, say nothing. I'll take the pain. I think it's in your hands that it will give out its value. Li Tianzi noticed the subtle change in Zhang Jiahao's eyes and knew that he liked the car. Tianzi, if you need support for any future projects, feel free to contact me. Also, how much is this car of yours? Give me the card number and I'll transfer it to you. In the face of Li Tianzi's forbearance, Zhang Jiahao felt that he couldn't be too small in pattern. Ho, I paid $60 million to get into it back then. Just transfer me that amount. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then took out his cell phone. Tianzi, the card number speaks. After Li Tianzi reported his card number, Zhang Jiahao quickly completed the transfer. Tianzi, it's transferred. Check it. Li Tianzi sniffed and pulled out his cell phone. When he saw the content of the arrival text message, he froze. Brother Hao, did you make a mistake? That's an extra 20 million transferred. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Tianzi, the 50 million back then could be worth more than the 80 million now. Overall it's still me taking advantage. Seeing this, Siyu patted Li Tianzi's shoulder. Tianzi, Hao is right. Just take it. Seeing this, Li Tianzi nodded his head and did not push back anymore. Howie, the keys are in the car. You provide the ID information and I'll help you with the transfer. Subsequently, after giving Li Tianzi the information about his documents, Zhang Jiahao drove the Hennessy Venom GT and exited the famed World Luxury Car Exchange. Since it was still early for the dinner party to start, Zhang Jiahao drove the Hennessy Venom GT and drove around the Imperial City, and Iron Bull drove the Cullinan, carrying Phantom in a wild chase behind him. The famous luxury car exchange. Tianzi, about the party tonight, I think you should go. Siyu half lying on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth, said to Li Tianzi without haste. Lao Yu, you know I don't like that kind of occasion. Siyu shook his head slightly at his words and smiled faintly. Hao will be there tonight as well. What? Brother Hao is going too. Li Tianzi was surprised at his words. Old Yu, which family's young man is Brother Hao? How come I haven't heard that there's another Zhang son in the imperial capital? Siyu smiled faintly at his words and looked at the teacup on the coffee table. Li Tianzi was very good at seeing this and immediately handed him up a cup of tea. Brother Yu, please have some tea. Siyu nodded. Not bad, the lad will come to things. Asterisk. Off. Tell me what's going on. Siyu smiled awkwardly at his words and stopped playing dumb. Tianzi, Hao isn't from the imperial capital. He's from Deep City, and he's not exactly a rich second generation. He is a genuine rich generation, and Billion Ho Capital was founded by him. Li Tianzi froze directly in place when he heard the words.
unable to calm down inside for a long time. Chapter 79, attend a dinner party and I'll shoot you. Old you. You said that brother Hao is the founder of Ihao Capital? Li Tianzi came back to his senses and looked at Siyu with an unbelievable face as he inquired. Siyu nodded his head and smiled faintly. That's right. So are you still going to the banquet tonight? Go on. You have to. The outskirts of the imperial capital. Zhang Jiahao parked his car on the beach. Iron Bull also finally arrived after a wild chase all the way. What do you think when you look at this ocean? Zhang Jiahao pointed at the sea that could not be seen at the end of a glance and asked out loud. Boss, this ocean is as deep as the human heart. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and looked at Tainyo. Tainyo saw the situation and seriously thought for a moment. Brother Hao, this sea is full of water. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but hold his forehead and sweat at his words, secretly saying that asking him was a wrong decision. Yum, who was on the side, almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Just like that, Zhang Jiahao stood quietly at the seashore. He stood there for a long time and thought a lot. The two of them, Iron Ox and Yu Meng, had also been guarding him on either side. Outside the Imperial College of Art, Zhang Jiahao drove the Hennessy Venom GT and parked outside the school entrance. With the appearance of Hennessy Venom GT, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Not to be outdone, Sweetness stepped out of it. When Zhang Jiahao saw her figure, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The real person was even better looking than the video clip. Ho big man, are you there yet? Just then, Sweetie sent him a message. Zhang Jiahao honked the horn when he saw this and put his hand out the window to wave. Sweetie saw this and walked over. You're a clip ho bigot? Sweetheart came to Zhang Jiahao's car window with an unbelievable look. She didn't expect that Zhang Jiahao was not only not a bad old man, but also a handsome mess of a male god. What? Don't I look like it? Zhang Jiahao responded with a faint smile. Get in the car first. Okay. Sweetness nodded frostily and then got in the passenger seat. Asterisk. Schoolgirl Pure Desire XIN is actually dressed like this. You guys, she's not getting bagged, is she? Students usually watch less short videos. Not all people who get into luxury cars are wrapped up. Maybe it's someone else's date. Zhang Jiahao sized up Sweetheart. She was wearing a white slim one-shoulder evening gown. Under the backdrop of this dress, it showed off her Pure Desire style to the fullest. Clip ho big man. My best piece of clothing is this one. She thought that Zhang Jiahao disliked her clothes and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain that the dress she was wearing now was still the one she had spent a huge sum of 8,000 Chinese coins to buy, and this was the second time she had worn this dress. The dress is quite nice and fits your temperament perfectly. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao started the car and drove towards Qiling Hotel, while Tainyo drove the car with Yu Meng following behind. When Zhang Jiahao arrived at the entrance of Qiling Hotel, Siyu and Li Tianzi were already waiting. After Zhang Jiahao got out of the car, Sweetheart also walked over and smoothly took his arm. Brother Hao. Siyu and Li Tianzi walked up and opened their mouths in greeting. The two of them looked at Sweetheart beside Zhang Jiahao and couldn't help but say in their hearts that Big Brother would play. Sweetheart's height is 175 centimeters, and with her high heels, she is a few centimeters taller than Zhang Jiahao. Sweetheart looked at the various luxury cars on the side. Her heart was so nervous at this time that she couldn't help but tremble slightly with her hand holding Zhang Jiahao. She was from an ordinary family, and it was also the first time she had seen this kind of scene, so it was normal for her to be nervous. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao gently patted her hand and gave her a look, signaling that she didn't need to be nervous. Xiao Yu, let's go. Siyu nodded at his words, and then he and Li Tianzi led the way ahead towards the banquet hall. Clip ho big brother. This place is so high class. Sweetheart leaned close to Zhang Jiahao and spoke in a small voice. It's just like that. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. This place was quite a bit worse than his Liwan International Hotel. Moments later, the crowd arrived at the banquet hall. At this point in the meeting, hundreds of young men and women had gathered and were walking around exchanging ideas. Brother Hao, let's sit here. Siyu led Zhang Jiahao to a table and reminded him. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took Sweetheart to his seat. A few moments later, the two of them, Siyu and Li Tianzi, got up and went forward to interact with someone. Sweetheart, this crab meat is quite tasty. Try it. Sweetheart looked at the crab meat in the bowl in front of her and shyly glanced at Zhang Jiahao. Clip ho big brother. Thanks. No need to be so polite. Just call me Hao. Sweetie sniffed and nodded. As soon as she spoke, a man came forward. Pretty lady, would you care for a drink? Sweetheart sniffed and looked up at the male in front of her, speaking with a nervous expression. Sorry, I don't know how to drink. The male frowned at his words, and he was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Zhang Jiahao. Do you take me for air? Please step aside if you're picking up girls. Zhang Jiahao glanced at the eunuch in front of him and faintly voiced out a reminder. How dare you talk to me like that? The eunuch's face was furious as he looked at Zhang Jiahao and questioned. What? Wang Defa is your father? Hearing Zhang Jiahao's words, the male's face instantly darkened. Do you believe I'll shoot you in the head? When the male's words fell, he was ready to reach toward his waist. Bang! As a sound rang out, the male was kicked straight away by Yumaman and slammed into the table behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao cast a look towards Yomu, secretly saying that he had done a good job. Asterisk. Mr. Wang actually got kicked off. Do you know who that is? New face. No idea who it is. Wang Yuhang, one of the imperial capital's great young men, is no lightweight, so watch carefully. Listening to the mutterings of the crowd on the side, Sweetheart panicked, her jade hand nervously grabbing the corner of Zhang Jiahao's coat. Don't be afraid, it's just a jumper. Zhang Jiahao held her jade hand and spoke out to comfort her. Sweetness sniffed and nodded, gradually relaxing. Howie, what's the situation? Upon hearing the noise, the two CU walked back. It's fine. What is he? Zhang Jiahao pointed at Wang Yuhang in the distance and faintly opened his mouth to inquire. CU sniffed and glanced at Wang Yuhang. Brother Hao. He's the eldest young man of the imperial capital's Wang family. Usually this person is arrogant and accustomed to it. The imperial capital's 1000 group, which is owned by his family, is a cut above my family in terms of strength. Zhang Jiahao shook his head when he heard this. He didn't care what Wang family and Lu family he had. If he dared to make a move on him, exterminating it was. Kid, you seek death. Wang Yuhang climbed up and roared angrily towards Zhang Jiahao, then prepared to continue charging up. Seeing this, Iron Bull quickly stepped forward and blocked the front, while Yameng stood back beside Zhang Jiahao, staring at Wang Yuhang's every move with a deadly stare. Chapter 80, Xiaoyi, Twin Sisters, Iron Bull, throw him out. Zhang Jiahao glanced at Wang Yuhang and faintly voiced out a command to Taino. Wang Yuhang instantly exploded at the words. He didn't bring any bodyguards today, otherwise he could have been even more arrogant. Dare you tell me your name? Wang Yuhang was lifted up by Taino's two hands, and his legs stomped around in the air as he shouted angrily. My name is Zhang Jiahao. Remember to bring more people with you before you find trouble with me next time. Before Wang Yuhang finished his words, he was thrown out of the banquet hall by Taino. As the crowd looked at Wang Yuhang, who had fallen heavily to the ground, they all had their mouths twitch a few times. They hadn't seen Wang Yuhang suffer this kind of loss, so today was an eye-opener. Xiao Ye, who is hosting this banquet? Zhang Jiahao took a look at the layout of the venue. The entire venue is very low-key, but those who know what they are doing will be able to see the class and atmosphere. Brother Hao, it's Xiaoyi, Mr. Xiao. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. It's the son of the richest man in Xiao? The only person he could think of was Xiao Wentian, and Xiaoyi was most likely his son. Brother Hao, but he won't come over until a little while later. CU nodded and voiced a reminder, and at this time, the sweet cozy on the side, listening to the content of the two people's conversation shocked. About Xiaoyi she is aware of, because Xiaoyi in her school is the existence of the national husband. Brother Yu, can we sit here? Just then, two twins, dressed in identical bustier evening gowns, came closer. CU sniffed and glanced at Zhang Jiahao. He didn't know what Zhang Jiahao was thinking right now. After all, he had a sister with him. All sit down. Zhang Jiahao looked at CU's eyes and spoke with a faint smile. Brother Hao, this is Sister Musky, and this is Sister Musyu. Both of you, this is my good big brother, Zhang Jiahao. Once the two women were seated, CU began to introduce them. Hello guys, the twins are sweet looking, about 172 centimeters tall, with a moderate body of the slim type. Hello Howie. As the two women listened to CU's introduction, they opened their mouths in greeting while being shocked. CU what family background? They but no. Can let CU are called big brother person. Certainly not simple. On the side, Sweetheart looked at the two twins whose face value was not weaker than her own, and instantly felt the pressure, and her hand that was holding Zhang Jiahao was unconsciously gripping tighter. Have a drink. Sensing the strange movement coming from his hand, Zhang Jiahao cast a look towards Sweetheart and handed her a drink. Thanks Howie. Afterward, under the lead of CU and Li Tianzi, the atmosphere slowly began to become relaxed, and the crowd talked. About 10 minutes later, Mr. Xiao is here. Well, my husband is so handsome. Wandering hoof. Have some face? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd next to him, Zhang Jiahao curiously looked up at the door, only to see a male with an inch hair and formal attire and a height of about 175 centimeters walk in. Brother Xiao, what took you so long? Xiaoyi smiled lightly at his words and said, Xiao Yu, I was delayed for something. Where's the big man you said you'd introduce me to? Zhang Jiahao looked at the two of them and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect that CU and Xiaoyi were still so familiar with each other. Brother Xiao, over there. As the words fell, CU led Xiaoyi to Zhang Jiahao's nearness. Brother Xiao, this is my brother Hao. Zhang Jiahao, brother Hao, this is my brother Xiao. Xiaoyi,
The three women on the table at this time were all nervous as they looked at Xiaoyi in front of them.
Hello, I've heard from the old man that you're a real rich man, and I'm really impressed. When Xiao Qiantian talked to him about Zhang Jiahao, Xiao Yi's heart was very impressed. Without relying on his father's generation,
he was able to rely on his own strength to create a billion Ho capital.
Mr. Xiao, I'm just a small fighter, and there's still a lot to learn.
Xiaoyi laughed out loud at his words.
Mr. Zhang, if that's all a small fight for you, I think I'm really a loser myself. According to my old man,
the Yihao capital you set up is a true sole proprietorship.
Even my old man's personal assets can't compare to yours. Xiaoyi is not wrong.
Do not look at the market value of those companies, a few trillion,
or even tens of trillions of dollars,
but which has a lot of venture capital companies and consortia invested in it.
The three women on the side,
listening to Xiaoyi's words,
directly dangled, even forgetting to blink their eyes.
They didn't expect there to be a young man who was even more powerful than Xiaoyi.
Mr. Zhang, Xiao
you guys chat first, I'll go greet the guests and talk later.
As the words fell,
Xiaoyi walked towards a few tables in the distance.
Just as Xiaoyi's front foot left, another girl walked over. Hello dudes, can I sit here?
Zhang Jiahao sniffed and roughly sized her up. The girl's looks were on the small and fresh side, and her height was about 170 centimeters or so.
Sit down, beautiful. Siyu got up, moved the chair next to his own and greeted the girl with a smile.
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at the sight.
He didn't expect Siyu to like this type. If Siyu knew what was in his mind at the moment,
Siyu would inevitably say out loud,
I like beautiful women. As long as they are beautiful I like them. Through some conversation, Siyu learned that the girl's name was Xiyu,
and that she was also an anchor.
Hey you're the anchor? Just then, Sweetness and the twin sisters, in unison, opened their mouths and asked. As the words fell, the women glanced at each other.
I'm live on Kunsite, but I've been busy for the past 2 days,
so I haven't been on the air. I'm also on Kunsite Live.
We're also live on Kunsite,
and we haven't been broadcasting much lately.
When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. Good lord, the anchors of his platform have all come together.
Hey how's your live broadcast going?
With a curious look on his face,
Siyu looked at her and inquired. I'm on the air less. Sometimes I make over $10,000 a month, up to about $20,000. Hey you're considered okay then. The combined income of the two of us sisters is only comparable to yours.
As the words fell, the three women looked at Sweetheart.
I usually don't have as many as you guys. Just today the clip ho big guy came. My list looks better.
Siyu froze at his words and looked at Zhang Jiahao at the side. Zhang Jiahao smiled lightly at the sight.
I usually don't have much time to go up there, so I just play around occasionally. Brother Hao, are you the big man who clips Hao on Kuan Peng's live stream?
The twin sisters looked at Zhang Jiahao with an unbelievable face, looking at Zhang Jiahao with a surprised outburst.
Are you guys stupid? Clip Hao Jiahao. One guess and you know. Do you still need to ask? Siyu blankly glanced at the twin sisters and spoke indifferently. But, then again, where do you download Kunsite Live?
Xiyu sniffed and took out her cell phone.
Brother this is the official website of Kuan Peng Live.
You can download it directly from it,
or you can download it from other application malls. Siyu nodded. Thanks. I'll turn around and download one. I haven't played the live streaming thing yet. Hey teach me when the time comes.
Okay, Afterward, Zhang Jiahao stayed for nearly an hour and chatted with Xiaoyi for a while as well. He then got up and left the Qiling Hotel.
Sweetie, let me take you back.
Sweetheart sniffed with a small blush.
Brother Hao, the school is already closed at this hour.
Zhang Jiahao froze at his words, then looked at the time and realized that it was already past 11 o'clock. Chapter 81, $10 billion package for one mansion.
It's too late, can't get in. For these keywords provided by Sweetheart, Zhang Jiahao instantly understood in seconds.
With that, he took her and checked into the Qiling Hotel. Tainyo insisted on waiting for orders in the car, while Yumeng worried about Zhang Jiahao's safety and personally guarded the door of room 888. Subsequently, Yumaman regretted this decision of hers. That wonderful sound continued to emanate from the room, and although it was small, it didn't interfere with reaching her ears.
And Sweetheart successfully got her driver's license under Zhang Jiahao's careful guidance.
Zhang Jiahao was very satisfied. Sweetness had that pure lust wind that made him want to drive another 100 or so kilometers,
if he hadn't been thinking about the new car on the road. The next morning, as a ray of sunlight shone in, Sweetheart woke up leisurely, and she was contentedly lying on Zhang Jiahao's chest. A few moments later,
she mischievously raised her head and kissed Zhang Jiahao with her little cherry mouth.
Honey, do you have something to do today?
Zhang Jiahao leisurely opened his eyes and rolled over and pinned her down.
Shiner, are you still trying to familiarize yourself? Sweetheart looked at Zhang Jiahao's bad smile expression,
and remembering her madness last night,
Her little face couldn't help but become hot. Well, get up and wash up. Zhang Jiahao looked at her tightly closed eyes. Those eyelashes were slightly fluttering, so he stopped teasing her. The two of them washed up and had breakfast. Zhang Jiahao accompanied her and rested in her room for a few hours before taking her out. Phantom, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back and rest? Zhang Jiahao had just opened the door to his room when he saw Yumeng standing on the right side of the door with a black eye. Boss, I didn't go back because I was worried about your safety. Zhang Jiahao was speechless for a while as he sniffed. Alright, hurry back and rest. You don't have to worry about my safety. You know my strength well. Phantom nodded as he thought about it. Afterward, after instructing Tainyo to send Yumeng back to the Imperial View Villa, Zhang Jiahao drove Sweetheart out. He had just pulled out of the Chiling Hotel when Ouyang Na's phone call came through. Mr. Zhang, is it convenient for you now? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and said, MS. Oh, go ahead. Mr. Zhang, my father and I have discussed and decided. By your first rule, send them all abroad tomorrow and make sure he never comes back to Dragonland again. Zhang Jiahao's eyes narrowed at his words. He could guess some of Ouyang Na's little thoughts from words. After thinking about it, he returned, very well, contact me when you've taken care of it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. This woman is quite something. How dare you try to play covert with me? Sweetie, where are you from back home? After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Jiahao temporarily put aside Ouyang Na's matter and looked at the passenger side Sweetheart and asked, Honey, I'm from Jiangcheng, my hometown. Zhang Jiahao was just about to open his mouth when he sniffed, when Siyu's phone call came over. With that, he pulled over to a safe area off to the side. Howie, up yet? Zhang Jiahao listened to Siyu's inquiring voice, and could vaguely hear a woman's voice, and after he carefully recalled it, he knew that the woman was Shiyu. Up early, looks like you had a pretty good time last night, with your sister Shiyu. As soon as his words fell, Siyu's voice came. Hey, it's okay, not bad. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Noble asterisk with you. Near the Imperial View Villa, are there any properties that are for sale? Zhang Jiahao realizes that his house is a bit inadequate, and it's time to buy some. Brother Hao, this one is really there. Xiao Xiao's family's one mansion is for sale. It's just that the villas in one mansion are really expensive, and only one has been sold so far. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. He didn't believe that it could still be expensive to the sky. What price? Brother Hao, there are a total of 20 separate villas in the one mansion, with the one villa selling for as much as $3 billion. The rest are priced between $500 to $1. $5 billion. And there's just no bargains anyway. Zhang Jiahao didn't feel any surprise when he heard this. It was about the same price as what he guessed in his mind. After all, this was the imperial capital. Okay, what did you want to see me about? Brother Hao, I just realized that Kunpeng Live is owned by you, so I wanted to ask if I could get me a pretty number or something. Zhang Jiahao was instantly speechless upon hearing this, calling in the morning just for this. Subsequently, after promising to let the technology arrange it for him, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone and then dialed Xiaoyi's number. Through some conversation, the two made an appointment to meet at one public house in half an hour. It was at most a 5-minute drive from his current location over to one mansion, and Zhang Jiahao didn't want to go and wait early, so he took Sweetheart for a ride, outside the one public house. This place was about a kilometer away from the Imperial View residence, and Zhang Jiahao had just driven around one mansion for a stroll. The entire one mansion covers an area of about 60,000 square feet, and it's worth noting that it's in a great location, right on the edge of the CBD. Mr. Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting. At this time, Xiaoyi drove a Koenigsegg and parked beside Zhang Jiahao. Xiao, I just arrived as well. After greeting him, Xiaoyi led Zhang Jiahao into the one mansion. It is equipped with a communal swimming pool, gardens, recreation room, gym, etc., which is a luxury. Mr. Zhang, the one villa covers an area of 5,000 square feet and is the best one in the entire one mansion. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. Xiao, I heard that just one building has been sold out so far. Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly. Mr. Zhang, this is correct. We initially positioned one mansion to be the most representative benchmark project in the Imperial Villa cluster. Also, each villa contains many different collectible items, which is why the rates are among the highest in the Imperial Villa complex. Zhang Jiahao nodded. The villas within the one mansion were decorated in different styles, each with its own characteristics, for which he was very satisfied. Xiao, see if you can pack the entire one mansion, all together, for me. Xiaoyi was stunned at his words. Mr. Zhang, do you mean to include the one that has already been sold? Xiaoyi knew that Zhang Jiahao was rich, but he didn't expect to buy a villa like this, coming up and directly packing it. Xiao, you'll have to step in and discuss this with the owner. Of course, I won't force anyone else if they don't want to. Xiaoyi hurriedly spoke at his words. Mr. Zhang, this is not a big problem. I'll take care of it. Regarding the one mansion project, it had also recently given his father, Xiao Wentian, a headache. The house has been unsold and other places are waiting for money to be invested. After all, the richest man will have hard times too. If he could sell one residence, his dad would inevitably have to praise him. Xiao, name your price. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. Mr. Zhang, 23 billion. As sweetheart, who had accompanied Zhang Jiahao the entire time, she was numb at the moment. Chapter 82 Beauty Formula. Sent to Africa for coal mining. Zhang Jiahao's psychological price was 24 billion, which was a billion higher than the price given by Xiaoyi. Apart from the one villa, the remaining 19 buildings are available in 3 sizes. 680 square feet, 880 square feet in 1,000 sq foot. Xiao, please prepare the formalities. I'll transfer the full amount directly after signing. Xiaoyi couldn't help but smack his lips secretly at the words. Alright, Mr. Zhang, it's really trenchant. The formalities will be delivered within 20 minutes. If Mr. Zhang is not busy, please wait here for a while. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Xiao, I'll just turn around here. You talk to me when the formalities arrive. With that, Zhang Jiahao took Sweetheart and strolled around one mansion. A few moments later, as she passed Villa 5, Sweetie's footsteps paused slightly. Get in there. Zhang Jiahao sensed her subtle movements and touched her small head and opened his mouth with a faint smile. Sweetness nodded and didn't push back. Honey, this villa is so beautiful. Zhang Jiahao roughly surveyed. The overall style of this villa belongs to the combination of Chinese and Western. The internal decoration is inclined to the sweet style. Color system pink part is mostly XINR. Since you like it here, you can live in this Villa 5 from now on. Sweetness froze. She just wanted to come in and look around. She never thought she could live here. She knew about the price of the villas here. Just take the current one. It was worth at least 800 million or more. Honey, I have a rented apartment near the school, and I have a lot of income left over from the live broadcast each month after I pay the rent. Sweetheart hugged Zhang Jiahao's arm and opened her mouth in a fine voice to politely refuse. I don't feel comfortable with you staying out here, so listen to me and stay here from now on. As my woman, I can't condescend you too much, not to mention that our XINR is so well behaved. Sweetie sniffed and nodded, sent a deep kiss of his own. In the face of Zhang Jiahao's gentleman and care, as well as love for herself from the bottom of her heart, she did not have the slightest resistance, and she had gradually begun to fall in love with this man. Honey, how many women do you have? Zhang Jiahao pinched her cheek and smiled faintly. What's up? 4 or 5 so far. Sweetheart nodded her head at this. She didn't feel surprised about this. After all, a man as outstanding as Zhang Jiahao couldn't have only a few women. Honey, I know you may have other women in the future. I just want to be able to be by your side all the time. I don't want anything else. Zhang Jiahao gave her a kiss. No more nonsense and give me your card number. Sweetness shook her head. Honey, I have money to spend. You don't have to give me any more. When I get my commission, this girl is a millionaire's man. In the end, she couldn't argue with Zhang Jiahao and obediently handed over her card number. And Zhang Jiahao transferred 1 million to her as pocket money. Afterwards, after handing over to Xiaoyi, Zhang Jiahao directly let Sweetheart check into Villa 5. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? System, sign in. Successful sign-in will be rewarded with a copy of Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula? Dog system, does this reward have something to do with where you sign in? Zhang Jiahao now seriously suspected that every sign-in might be related to the location, as it could be seen from the rewards for signing in. Yes, Master. Listening to the system's affirmative reply, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Dog system, then why didn't you warn me? Master, you didn't ask either. Jiahao Chang. Zhang Jiahao made a silent note in his mind that he must try somewhere else when he had time. Just then, Wu Yangna's call came in. Mr. Zhang, I've already sent them out of the country. In the face of Ouyang Na's softening, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but secretly say that she was smart, but it was a pity that she shouldn't have played with those little minds. Very well, you go to Deep City and find He Yuxuan. She will sign the relevant agreement with you. After the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. At this time, Pigeon Country International Airport. Big brother, it's too much for little sister to do that. Ouyang Fei's face was furious. Just last night they received a notice from the family to send them out of the country for a period of time. Fei, I can't blame my little sister for this. Blame it on Zhang Jiahao. If it wasn't for him, how would we have wandered into another country? Ouyang Fei nodded. Big brother, we must take this revenge. Ouyang Xiu's eyes showed a fierce light when he heard this, and he looked up at the blue sky, pondering in his heart. Fei, let's not act rashly for the time being. I had sent someone to move him. and I still couldn't finish him off. At this juncture now, it will be easy to be exposed if we make another move. So let's wait for the wind to pass before we make a move. Inside the one public house, Zhang Jiahao instructed He Yuxuan to butt heads with Ouyang Na about the Blue Sky Group. He then took Sweetheart out and bought many things: clothes, bags, jewelry, luxury cars, etc. All the same, so Sweetheart is very flattered. Xiner, you rest here first. I have to go out and take care of some things. If you're bored, call some of your girlfriends or classmates to keep you company. Ouyang Xiu and Ouyang Fei had left the Dragon Kingdom, and it was time for him to settle the score with them. Honey, go get busy. Let me call my best friend. She said earlier that she wanted me to teach her how to livestream. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao kissed Sweetheart goodbye. Drive back to the Imperial View residence. Howie, you're back. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the front yard when Lin Yan greeted him in greeting. Well, is Phantom up yet? Howie, she just got up. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, Yumaman walked out. Phantom, come with me to the study for a moment. A few moments later, Yomu followed Zhang Jiahao and arrived at the study. Phantom, how many elite female soldiers are currently in our organization? He decided to transfer a batch of them over. He had a lot of places to use people next, and he couldn't keep up if he waited for Iron Bull to recruit. Boss, there are about 8,000 of them at the moment. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. This number of people was already terrifying, accounting for a third of the total number of people in the organization. With that, Zhang Jiahao dialed Black Wolf's number. Boss, at your service. The one who manages the Black Panther group now is Black Wolf. People from the outside world think that Black Wolf is a man, but in fact it is not. On the contrary, she is a woman. Black Wolf, I'll pass you a file in a few minutes, and you take care of 2 people for me. I have 2 requirements. The first is that it be legal, and the second is that no lives be taken, but that they realize how hard it is to be alive. As his words fell, the Black Wolf was silent for a moment. Boss, why don't we send them to Africa to dig for coal? Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. Nice guy, that's a good idea. Black Wolf, well, that's a good idea, but keep an eye on them, don't let them get away. Also, you pick 100 female soldiers and have them come to me in the Dragon Empire. After arranging these things, Zhang Jiahao looked to the side at Yomu. Phantom, how long have you been a member of the Panthers? Boss, I was adopted by the organization when I was 4 years old and it's been 20 years now. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Yu Meng, when they arrive, you'll be responsible for unified scheduling and management. Yumaman was delighted at the words. This was a great opportunity for her to take off. Yes, boss. Yaman, before they come, you temporarily go to Villa 5 of One Mansion and protect Sweetheart. Chapter 83, The Brothers Who Cannot Be Loved. Phantom responded and got up to leave. At this time, Dove Country, Ouyang Xiu Brothers, is a clubhouse in the fast life. Coming out from the Dragon Kingdom, the 2 of them had held a bellyful of fire, and were in the midst of letting it out at the moment. Big brother, little sister just gave us $1 million. How are we going to live here? Ouyang Fei's face was depressed and his eyes were full of confusion. Fei, simmer down slowly for now. I don't think these days will last long. At the same time Ouyang Xiu said these words. In fact, his heart had no bottom, not knowing when he could go back. Fei, let's find a place to stay first. When the words fell, Ouyang Xiu got up and led Ouyang Fei to the clubhouse hall. Hello, the 2 of you have spent a total of $980,000. Ouyang Xiu was dumbfounded. 980,000? Ouyang Xiu's first reaction was that the black store. Finished, all I had was $1 million, and I jacked up 980,000 in one fell swoop. Looking at the faint smile of the receptionist girl, the 4 or 5 fierce-eyed security guards on the side, Ouyang Xiu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to give the money and leave. Their brother had no dependents here. He didn't dare to take this risk. Outside the clubhouse gates, Big brother, Fei, don't say anything, think of a way to survive first. Ouyang Xiu's face was dejected. He never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. 2 brothers, want to get rich? The 2 of them sniffed and looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of them. You're from the Dragon Kingdom? Ouyang Xiu was astonished. He didn't expect to meet someone from his homeland here. I'm from Titus. The 2 brothers just got here, right? Upon hearing that they were from the imperial capital, the 2 men were inwardly delighted. Dude, what did you just say about getting rich? Faced with this opportunity, which was like timely rain, Ouyang Xiu decided to learn more about it. 2 brothers, I'm mainly in the mineral investment business, and I'm currently in desperate need of a partner, but I have a disadvantage as a person. That is, I only partner with people from our dragon country. Ouyang Xiu sniffing face, he is now all the family on 20,000. What to take to invest in partnership? Dude, I'm short on management partners right now. I'm not short on funding.
Seemingly seeing Ouyang Xiu's difficulty, the man promptly spoke out to explain and remind him.
Dare I ask what a brother's name is?
The man smiled faintly.
Song Wu.
Ouyang Xiu's face changed at his words and replaced it with a smile.
Brother Song, can you be more specific with us? Sun Gu nodded and pointed to the cafe next to him. With that, he walked in,
and when the Ouyang Xiu brothers saw this, they hurriedly followed.
Two brothers, I have most of my properties, and I currently have a mineral over in Africa that is in dire need of someone to go ahead and take care of it.
Ouyang Fei sniffed with a skeptical face and looked at Ouyang Xiu.
Seeing this, Ouyang Xiu gave him a look,
telling him to hold his peace and observe first.
Brother Song, what do we need to do?
Ouyang Xiu decided to test the waters first to see how reliable this thing was.
Brothers,
all you need to do is go over there and take care of it for me without investing a dime.
In addition,
I'll give you 10% of the shares, as well as another $300,000 per month for your hard work.
Ouyang Xiu nodded.
Brother Song, can you let us discuss this?
I should.
It's no small thing after all.
Receiving the consent, Ouyang Xiu gave Ouyang Fei a look and then walked towards the door.
Brother, what else is there to discuss? We're all going to be living on the streets, and when we came out my little sister said that she wouldn't give us another penny until we got back.
Looking at Ouyang Fei's anxious face, Ouyang Xiu had a gloomy look on his face.
Fei, I'm afraid this is a pit.
Big brother, don't worry about it, we're just contributing. Besides, can he sell us out?
Ouyang Xiu sniffed and thought for a while. Rather than living on the streets and starving to death, it would be better to put up a fight.
Well,
the words fell, and the two returned to the cafe room.
Brother Song, we've discussed this.
We've decided to work with you.
When do you think we can make arrangements?
Now that he had decided to do it, he had to hurry up and implement it.
After all,
the money he had on him wouldn't last more than a few days.
Dude, that's cool enough.
The two of you must be men capable of great things.
Here's our partnership agreement for you to read.
With that, Song Wu handed a cooperation agreement
to the brothers.
Ouyang Xiu took a cursory look and didn't find any problems. Then he signed his name.
Seeing this, Ouyang Fei didn't hesitate and took the agreement and followed it by signing his big name. Happy cooperation.
Two brothers.
Song Wu shook hands with each of them.
Two brothers,
here's the first month's hard-earned money. Song Wu took out $300,000
in cash from his bag and handed it to the two men.
Brother Song, thank you. In normal times,
the two men wouldn't even look at $3 million.
Not to mention $300,000.
Two brothers,
you'll just have to go to the airport in a few minutes, and someone will arrange for you to travel to the mine.
The brothers nodded their heads in agreement.
Southern Africa.
The Ouyang Xiu brothers came to a coal mine after a few turns.
Brother, how come there are no workers in this mine?
As soon as he spoke, a group of people walked over.
You are Ouyang Xiu and Ouyang Fei?
Ouyang Xiu listened to the black man's broken Chinese and nodded with a puzzled face.
It's time to pay what you owe me.
The two men were dumbfounded at the words. They didn't know the person in front of them at all.
Why would they owe money?
Big brother,
are you mistaken?
Yeah,
we don't even know you.
The black man sniffed, revealing his white teeth, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It is clearly written in this agreement that you are the holders of this mineral property.
Then, naturally, the debt for the minerals is yours.
The two men's brains buzzed at the words, and they froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning.
You guys take a good look. Ouyang Xiu's face was unbelievable. The agreement they signed was obviously fine.
How could something go wrong after only one day?
Big brother, here.
Ouyang Fei pointed to a clause in the agreement and looked at Ouyang Xiu with a face full of despair.
Ouyang Xiu's hand trembled at the sight,
and he took the agreement and scrutinized it. That clause he read 3 times over and over again.
Dogs! Ouyang Xiu grimaced and cursed out angrily.
The terms and conditions state that once party A,
Song Wu, has not invested additional money by today, the ownership of this mine will be vested in the Ouyang Xiu brothers.
This clause was not insignificant,
and at first Ouyang Xiu did not notice it. He never expected to be sold.
You guys owe me a total of $15 million, so please settle up. The Ouyang Xiu brothers had a lifeless look on their faces, and in this bird-ting place, there was no support in front and no backing. They had already greeted Song Wu's ancestors in their hearts at this moment.
Brother, we don't have any money.
Hey,
it's okay. I'm a good person to talk to and support installment repayment.
Before the two could rejoice at their words,
the man's next words pushed them into the abyss.
You guys dig coal for me?
$1,500 a month deal.
Send them to the number 4 mine and let them go when they've paid what they owe.
The Ouyang Xiu brothers were escorted to the No. 4 mine, and the two had forgotten to resist at this point. They did the math in their minds. With a package of $1,500 a month, even if they don't eat or drink,
they'll have to dig for 833 years to pay it off.
Chapter 80 For the miraculous effect of beauty masks. Tutor 1 Public House. At this moment,
Zhang Jiahao was being mushy with Sweetheart
about the Ouyang Xiu brothers in Africa. he is not yet aware of it. Honey, your driving is so professional.
Sweetheart snuggled into Zhang Jiahao's arms, her eyes filled with adoration and satisfaction.
Xinr, there will be a long time to come. In the future, my husband will slowly teach you, and you will be able to become a professional racer. Sweetie sniffed with a shy face. Xinr, lie down for a while, I'm going to take a call.
Looking at the caller ID on his cell phone,
Zhang Jiahao said and got up, walking out of the bedroom. Ho, Lu's group is down.
Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when He Yuxuan delivered such a message.
Yu Xian, just watch over this one. Ouyang Na went to look for you, right?
Regarding the 10% stake in Blue Sky Group in his hands, Zhang Jiahao had asked Ouyang Na to talk to her directly some days ago.
Howie, she's met me.
I signed an agreement with her for 10 years to pay us a minimum of 5 billion per month.
Regarding this staging, He Yuxuan had already thought about it before Ouyang Na had even arrived in Deep City. Yu Xian, this is fine for you to decide. If you're not busy in the next 2 days, take the time to come to the imperial capital.
He Yuxuan smiled badly at his words.
What's wrong? Miss me? Zhang Jiahao and her
hadn't gotten tired of each other for a long time,
and it was a lie to say that they didn't want to. Little sissy, come over here and I'll show you in action.
After a few words of small talk,
Zhang Jiahao ended the call. Beauty masks, it's time to get them out and build them.
After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao dialed Lin Yi's number.
What are you doing?
Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when a cacophony of noises came to his ears.
Howie, I'm playing ball with my girlfriends. If you're free, come over to one public house. I have something urgent to find you.
Just yesterday, Zhang Jiahao had developed a beauty mask through the beauty formula, and he decided to put Lin Yi in charge of this piece.
Howie, I'll go over there now then.
Zhang Jiahao was just about to say something when he realized that the phone had already been hung up.
About 20 minutes later, Lin Yi drove here in a hurry. What's up, Howie?
Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms and pinched her small face.
Don't you miss me after all these days? Lin Yi sniffed and gave him a blank look. With all the women you have, am I not giving you independence?
Zhang Jiahao was so disliked by her sentence that he was momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to slap her small,
arched buttocks. To get down to business with you, what do you think of the environment here?
Lin Yi looked up at her words and smiled badly.
Howie, wherever you are, that is the most beautiful scenery.
Zhang Jiahao was ruffled by her sudden words.
I bought the place. I've reserved Villa 2 for you. If you don't like it, you can stay with me in this one. Lin Yi didn't feel surprised when she heard this. She now knew that her man didn't lack money. Howie, I'm staying at Villa 2. I can't afford to be alone with you.
Regarding the golden shot skill, she had already experienced it, and it was something she couldn't defeat.
Howie, is that all you wanted to see me about?
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly, then let go of her and walked towards the side table. I'll show you something good. Lin Yi looked at the item in Zhang Jiahao's hand with a confused and puzzled expression.
Brother Hao, you called me over in such a hurry just to show me this mask?
She really couldn't figure out what was so rare about this ordinary mask.
This is my exclusive development. I'm the only one in the world who has it at the moment.
Listening to Zhang Jiahao's exaggerated stench,
Lin Yi gave him a blank look. Take it and try it on. And remember to remove your makeup. If it doesn't work, I'm at your disposal.
Lin Yi sniffed and bared her teeth and pinched his waist.
I'm not wearing any makeup, old lady, and if it doesn't work, I'll make you look good. Humph. As soon as Lin Yi took the mask, she directly laid down on the sofa and applied it in front of him.
Zhang Jiahao hemmed and hawed and waited quietly on the sidelines. He was not at all worried about whether the mask had any side effects, and he had communicated with the system before that.
About 10 minutes later, it's ready to be torn off.
Zhang Jiahao was also looking forward to it, eager to see the effect of this beauty mask.
Aha! Lin Yi responded and removed the mask.
When Zhang Jiahao saw the effect produced by the beauty mask, his body couldn't help but shout out with a shudder.
Howie, what's wrong?
Zhang Jiahao pointed in the direction of the restroom.
Go to the restroom. Lin Yi nodded and walked towards the restroom in confusion. This is my face?
Looking at the blown-out skin on her face, so hydrated that she could almost pinch out water,
Lin Yi was shocked.
It was simply many times more beautiful than what she would look like with makeup,
and it was a very natural beauty. Howie, do you still have this mask?
Lin Yi took a few arrow steps and rushed out from the restroom, excitedly hugging Zhang Jiahao.
This is a big one. Hearing that the mask was still there, Lin Yi let go of Zhang Jiahao.
How long will this effect last,
Howie?
For this, Zhang Jiahao had an early result. The piece you're using now has a timer that stays on for about 3 days.
When Lin Yi heard this,
she had an incredulous look on her face.
Howie, you say this will hold for 3 days?
She just couldn't believe that there were such amazing masks in this world. I can control this statute of limitations.
The longest I can get at the moment is 7 days. Moreover, this mask does not have any side effects and is suitable for any skin type. Lin Yi listened to Zhang Jiahao's explanation and she was dumbfounded. The statute of limitations is 7 days. No side effects. Suitable for all skin types. It's not a mask. It's just a divine tactic. Howie, can this mask be produced?
She could already imagine the sensation that would be caused if this mask could be produced.
There is no woman in the world who doesn't love beauty, and the best money to be made is a woman's money. Of course it's productive. I'm not calling you over. Lin Yi instantly understood. Howie, you mean you're putting me in charge? Zhang Jiahao nodded. With so many women, he couldn't think of anyone more suitable other than Lin Yi. Any interest?
Lin Yi didn't have the slightest hesitation when she heard this, as she hastily nodded her head in response.
Howie, just leave it to the old lady. By the way, did you get a name for this mask? Regarding this,
Zhang Jiahao really hadn't thought about it yet, so he pondered for a moment.
Why don't we just call it Still Beauty? Lin Yi nodded and hawed. Howie, that's an apt name and fits the properties of this mask perfectly.
Looking at her badass smile, the corner of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly.
The registration procedure, then, is all yours. It's fine to hang it directly under the Creator Labs banner. And you talked to Yu Yan about the office location. Lin Yi nodded at her words.
Howie, I'm going to look for her at the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion now.
When the words fell, Lin Yi scurried out in a few arrow steps. Looking at Lin Yi's faraway back,
Zhang Jiahao froze in place with a black line on his face.
Chapter 85, Dragonfall Alliance. Boss, they're temporarily staying in Villa 20 of the One Mansion.
Zhang Jiahao frowned at his words with a puzzled look on his face.
Phantom, the villa at number 20 is only 1,000 square feet. How can it accommodate so many people? With 100 people crammed in there, Zhang Jiahao couldn't imagine. Boss,
these conditions are already very good.
We usually sleep on tent grass when we're out on a mission.
Zhang Jiahao shook his head. He didn't care how it was normally. He couldn't be like this now that he came under his nose.
Phantom, you called him over. Phantom nodded,
then took out her cell phone and pressed it.
In less than 2 minutes, 100 female soldiers arrived. Hello boss, neat and orderly, uniform in height and face, sweet, cute, innocent, sexy, flirty, etc. Not bad at all. A perfect match. Looking at the 100 people,
Zhang Jiahao nodded his head in satisfaction.
At this time,
the women were very nervous. They were also facing the legendary boss for the first time,
and they didn't know the boss's temperament, perhaps due to the influence of the Black Wolf management.
The hearts of the women were in their throats as Zhang Jiahao came closer.
You, and you. The female soldiers who were named couldn't help but thump inwardly one after another.
The person I just named.
Step forward and step out. The 10 people who were named took an uneasy step forward. Relax. Something good is going on. Looking at the nervous appearance of the women,
Zhang Jiahao spoke out to remind them.
You 10, follow me from now on.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao took out his cell phone and operated it.
Phantom, I've transferred an extra provision for you. You give everyone a bonus, plus anything that needs to be equipped as soon as possible. The crowd couldn't help but be secretly happy. It was already a blessing to be reused by the boss, not to mention the bonus.
Yes, boss.
Phantom returned respectfully. Thanks to the arrival of these beauties,
Zhang Jiahao sent Tainyo to his dad's side in advance.
Yomu,
you arrange for a few people to protect Sweetheart, and the others add a few more to protect them appropriately. He now had a total of 10 people around him that he needed to protect,
including his parents. Also, the rest of you stand by to check into villas 19 and 20. In addition to those sent out,
there were about 60 people left, and with 30 rooms in 2 villas, it wouldn't seem too crowded.
Phantom, take them and get them settled.
Yes, boss. With the departure of the women, Zhang Jiahao was left with the 10 female soldiers.
There are 5 rooms on this first floor, so make your own arrangements.
The 10 women were secretly delighted at the words and responded respectfully.
Yes, boss. In the Panther group, they don't even have access to the top brass,
not to mention living under the same roof as the boss,
which was something they couldn't even dream of. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion.
The 2 women were sitting arm in arm and were talking with smiles on their faces.
Sister Yu Yan, how long have you and brother Hao been together? Wang Yuyan sniffed and instantly became nervous. She didn't know exactly what Lin Yi meant by this. Sister Yu Yan, don't be nervous, I'm just asking.
Wang Yuyan nodded at the sight and eased her mind.
San, I haven't been with Hao for long. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Sister Yu Yan, with a man as outstanding as Hao, there will definitely be more and more women.
What we're trying to do is pull together and give him some help with his career while we take care of him.
When Wang Yuyan heard this, her tight heart relaxed. Sister Yi. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for Brother Hao. Lin Yi smiled faintly and continued to speak. Sister Yu Yan, take out your cell phone for a moment. Wang Yuyan nodded and took out her own cell phone. Yu Yan's sister, I've created a group, so add it. When Wang Yuyan saw that group name, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The Dragonfall Alliance? Lin Yi heatedly smiled. Yu Yan's sister, don't tell me. Wang Yuyan's small face slightly reddened as she instantly understood. Once she joined the group, she saw that there were already 2 people there. He Yuxuan and Lin Evening. Welcome Yu Yan. Welcome Yu Yan. He Yuxuan and Lin Evening spoke to welcome them. Hello sisters. Wang Yuyan also responded in a timely manner. This was a matter of her future happiness. Sister Yu Yan, you get busy first. I'll go find the sisters. Wang Yuyan knew who Lin Yi was referring to, and she also knew a little about Zhang Jiahao's affair with those women. Soon after, Lin Yi first arrived at the Imperial View residence. Sister Zhuangling, come over here for a moment. Lin Yi had just walked into the front yard when she saw Zhuangling sitting in a gazebo. Zhuangling looked over at the sound, and when she saw that it was Lin Yi, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Yi-san. Zhuangling came close to Lin Yi, lowered a small head, and opened her mouth in a thin voice in greeting. Sister Zhuangling, don't be so nervous. Lin Yi also had a depressed look on her face. How come everyone looks like this when they see her? However, what Lin Yi didn't know was, in the eyes of the ladies, she was the rightful queen. In order to take better care of Hao in the future, I've created a sisterhood group, so you can add it. As the words fell, Lin Yi flashed out the QR code of the group. Okay, Yi-san. Zhuangling was relieved to hear that she wasn't looking for trouble, and hurriedly took out her cell phone to add the group. Zhuangling has just joined the group chat and has received an equally warm welcome. Sister Zhuangling, is Lin Yun here? Zhuangling was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that about Lin Yun. Lin Yi knew all about it. Sister Yi, she's practicing her dance in the backyard. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Okay, I'll go look for her. We need to communicate more in the group in the future. Zhuangling nodded frostily. Subsequently, Lin Yi pulled Lin Yun and Sweetheart, all to the group, so that the 7 women gathered together. Hello sisters, my husband's been on fire lately and my sister is asking for advice. The ladies looked at this message from Sweetheart, and the corners of their mouths turned up in a bad smile. Sister Xiner, you're still young. You should practice more. Don't be afraid to suffer. As this message from Lin Yi was sent out, several women also started bubbling. Sister Xiner, you just got your driver's license not long ago. You are supposed to practice more. I think the most practical trick is to drain. Why don't we give him a wheelie? With this message from Lin Knight, the entire group instantly fell silent. Moments later, the group exploded. Evening sister, you're so good at this. Evening sister, there's something. I'll just say it. Sweetie looked at the group chat and shyly buried her head under the covers. Zhang Jiahao, who was the subject of the discussion, was currently brushing up on the Kuanpang livestream. Chapter 86, Traveling to Magic City. Amazing signing reward. Thank you Clip Ho Big Guy. The Muskie sisters both took a bow and gave our male god Clip Ho a token of their appreciation. Zhang Jiahao once again threw 2 dragons traveling the world and exited Kuanpang Live. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? System, sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with 100 billion Chinese coins. Hearing that reward reminder had numbed him. The last few days have been all about reward money and nothing else. Looks like it's time to go for a walk. He had just finished muttering when his cell phone rang on his desk. Xiaoyi, glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Jiahao picked it up. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at the words and asked back, Xiao, what's the concern? Xiaoyi did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow morning in Magic City, there is an international car show. Are you interested in going to see it together? There's nothing to do anyway. Why don't we go check it out? It would also be nice to try the system, the check-in feature in different places, and see what goodies it gives. Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao agreed. Xiao, what time do we leave? Mr. Zhang, if it's convenient for you, you can leave now. I've got a special plane here to get there, so we'll just meet up at the airport. After agreeing to meet in a while, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. Afterwards, he said a word to Lin Yi, and then rushed towards the airport under the escort of the 10 girls. The 10 female bodyguards were uniformly dressed, all in shorts with t-shirts, with a pair of long legs showing. A few moments later, after parking the car, Zhang Jiahao took the 10 girls and arrived at the VIP waiting room of the airport. This formation of his attracted the attention of many passers-by along the way. Mr. Zhang, you're so fast. Xiao, departing now? Xiaoyi nodded at his words. The airplane is already waiting. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao, along with Xiaoyi, boarded the private jet to Magic City. On the airplane, Zhang Jiahao and Xiaoyi sat on a sofa. The 10 female bodyguards, on the other hand, sat not far away. Mr. Zhang, I see that these bodyguards of yours are very professional. They should be very strong, right? Xiaoyi glanced at the 10 people and said with a faint smile. Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly. Supposed to be strong? The elite panther mercenaries are very strong, alright. It's capable of working and fighting, and it's eye candy. Xiao, I think those two of yours are not bad either. Zhang Jiahao also sized up Xiaoyi's 2 female bodyguards. Their face value in every aspect was unmatched, and they could be considered to be in the same boat as him in this regard. Mr. Zhang, those 2 of mine are just average in strength. They can't even compare to an ordinary soldier king. Zhang Jiahao nodded. It was not that easy to find that kind of king of soldiers level bodyguard, not to mention one with online face value. Mr. Zhang, what company are you looking for here? Hearing Xiaoyi's meaning that he also wanted to find a few, Zhang Jiahao spoke up straight. Xiao, these are all trained by my company. Xiaoyi instantly became interested upon hearing this. Mr. Zhang, you still have a bodyguard company? Zhang Jiahao nodded. There is one, but it's not in the country. If Xiao is interested, I'll recommend a few to you, but the paycheck has to come from you. Xiaoyi smiled broadly at his words and said, Mr. Zhang, this is a must. This will trouble you. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to be polite. Being a bodyguard for someone like Xiaoyi was better than them wandering abroad on the edge of life and death, and the treatment was even higher. 2 hours later, the crowd arrived at the Magic City airport, and by now it was already dark. After dinner, the group returned to their rooms. Since Xiaoyi didn't know the number of people Zhang Jiahao had brought with him, he only booked a suite for him. Just when Zhang Jiahao wanted to book a few extra rooms, the women spoke up to say that they didn't need to. Zhang Jiahao thought about it, and since there were several rooms in the suite anyway, he went along with what they wanted. This night, the 2 women guarding the living room outside his room were fortunate enough to be favored by Zhang Jiahao. Get up the next day, the 2 women had become, in turn, the envy of the remaining 8 women, all of whom were remorseful that they hadn't been guarding the living room. Ziring, Yukiheim, you too, do you want to rest at the hotel? The 2 women shook their heads as they spoke in unison. Boss, no need, we can still fight. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. The 2 women's words were true. Through last night's engagement, in front of his golden gun skill, the 2 women had shown an amazing fighting strength. It's true that a practicing family is different. After washing up, Zhang Jiahao took the women and went to the hotel lobby to join Xiaoyi. Good morning, Mr. Zhan. Good morning, Mr. Xiao. As the words fell, the crowd got into the cars prepared by the hotel. About 20 minutes, the crowd arrived at the car show. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will reward you with a copy of the bio-mobile manufacturing materials. *******. System, this is awesome. Hearing this very bullish name, Zhang Jiahao was excited and hurriedly inquired in his mind. Master, the system produces no scraps. Jiahao Chang, speak human. Master, as the name suggests, the biophone can be directly bound to the user's DNA. And, also, mind manipulation is possible. Dog system, are you kidding me? An ing mind control? Why don't you go to heaven? Master, the pattern is small. Jiahao Chang, dog system, I really want to get you killed. The system cringed at his words and didn't dare to make another sound. Mr. Zhang, let's take a look over there. Zhang Jiahao nodded, temporarily casting aside the matter of the biophone. There are countless luxury cars on the car show floor, and even those models are chosen through careful selection. Whether it's the look, the lights or the body, it's a top-notch presence. Young Xiao, welcome to Famous Car Exchange. At that moment, a male approached. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. Xiaoyi moved forward and shook his hand. Let me introduce you. This is Yihao Capital's Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, this is Lu Chang. Mr. Lu, from Famous Car Exchange. Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words and shook hands with him. Mr. Zhang, you are a role model for our younger generation. I've admired you for a long time. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Just coming out to make a living. Ha ha ha, low profile, I get it. Lu Chang laughed out loud and continued to speak. Both of you, let's take a look over here. Zhang Jiahao didn't have much of an idea and nodded his head. With that, under Lu Chang's leadership, the 2 and the women followed and strolled around inside. This formation of Zhang Jiahao once became the focus of the scene. His 10 bodyguards casually pull one out. Face value can crush the car models present. Mr. Lu, I heard there's a luxury car up for auction? Lu Chang smiled mysteriously at his words. Xiao, quite well informed. Zhang Jiahao listened to the 2 men's conversation without much interest. he was currently observing a car. The body is slender and the appearance is high and dignified,
as if it is a fairy that does not eat earthly fire.
Chapter 87, Sky High GTO, Still Beautiful Production. Mr. Zhang, fancy her? Xiaoyi came to his ear and opened his mouth. Kind of interesting, always thought she was a little different.
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and said as he looked at her.
Ha ha ha. Seconds. Zhang Jiahao froze and looked at Xiaoyi in confusion. Xiao, what do you know in seconds? Lu Chang walked up at the sight. Mr. Zhang,
I'll make the arrangements later.
The auction will start soon. Let's go to the second floor first.
Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words,
and then without any further entanglement, he followed the two to the second floor. The second floor had been set up as a venue,
and by now nearly 100 people had gathered, with a high platform set up in the center of the venue and a rather retro sports car parked on it.
Young Lu, if I'm not mistaken, this is a Ferrari 250 GTO, right? With a shocked face, Xiaoyi looked at the center of the venue, the sports car on top of the high platform, and said incredulously, Hey, it's none other than a Ferrari 250 GTO. Gentlemen, let's sit over here.
A few people had just taken their seats for a while when the host approached the hosting stage,
and after some introductory remarks, he introduced the Ferrari 250 GTO. Regarding this Ferrari 250 GTO, Zhang Jiahao also had a general understanding. In the 1960s,
the most advanced sports car was the Ferrari 250 GTO. As the host's starting bid was reported, the scene instantly buzzed with bidders scrambling to be the first.
In less than 5 minutes,
the price came to 80 million.
Mr. Zhang, are you interested in shooting it? Listening to Lu Chang's inquiry,
Zhang Jiahao looked at him suspiciously and opened his mouth with a light smile and joked,
Can this car still be driven? Mr. Zhang, this is an antique that can walk. Zhang Jiahao nodded,
then raised his sign and shouted out a bid of 200 million. He understands that the car has fetched nearly $400 million in recent years.
300 million.
He had just finished calling the price when someone directly added 100 million. The world of the rich.
I don't understand. If you get it, you don't get it, and if you don't get it, you get it. The opening is to add 100 million, so the auction can still be called like this.
As the high price of $300 million was called out, the crowd at the scene was whispering and talking.
400 million.
Zhang Jiahao raised his sign once again and called out indifferently with a disinterested look.
Xiaoyi, who was listening to Zhang Jiahao's bidding, didn't feel any surprise and seemed to be used to the situation. It was Lu Chang, on the contrary, who was slightly surprised. In the end, the Ferrari 250 GTO
was picked up by Zhang Jiahao for $450 million.
He was also the center of attention for a while, gaining many envious glances. After handing over the formalities, Lu Chang did the honors of inviting the two,
and came into the Star Love Hotel on the side box.
Mr. Zhang, here's to you. Thank you for your support. Seeing this,
Zhang Jiahao also raised his wineglass and made a distant toast to Lu Chang,
then took a sip. Just then,
there was a knock on the door.
Come in. The door to the box was opened and a car model, still wearing overalls, slowly walked in. Django.
Lu Chang got up and smiled as he welcomed her to sit beside Zhang Jiahao.
Chantal, this is Hao. Hello brother Hao. With a sweet smile, Xiang'er looked towards Zhang Jiahao and uttered a greeting. Hello.
Zhang Jiahao nodded in response. This woman was exactly the one he had just been viewing.
Xiang'er, this is Xiao. After introductions, the crowd began to eat. During this time,
Lu Chang also purposely passed a message to Zhang Jiahao to treat this girl named Xiang'er with favor. Zhang Jiahao also understood and nodded in response.
In a hotel suite, Zhang Jiahao was sitting on the sofa opposite the girl named Xiang'er. Howie, Xiang'er wanted to say something, a look of nervousness and embarrassment on her face. What's your full name? Howie, my name is Tam Hyung. Subsequently, after some conversation,
Tan Xiang also slowly relaxed, and Zhang Jiahao also understood her plight.
Heavy multiplication x. After a bit of plowing,
Zhang Jiahao realized that the most distinctive thing about her was her body scent. It was a very natural and refreshing scent that gave people a feeling of being relaxed and floating. After exchanging contact information with her and transferring $1 million to her, Zhang Jiahao returned to the imperial capital with Xiaoyi.
Regarding the Ferrari 250 GTO,
it was also put on a plane together and shipped directly back to the empire. Zhang Jiahao had just returned to one mansion when Lin Yi followed him in.
Howie, what have you been doing?
Lin Yi came to his side and wrapped her arms around his neck and asked out loud.
Went and bought a car. Site and paperwork done? Lin Yi turned around in a circle and sat on his lap. Sister Yu Yan has already gotten it done for me. Is there anything else I need to prepare?
Zhang Jiahao sniffed and thought for a moment.
I'll give you the recipe later.
Then you procure the equipment and materials and you can start production.
Lin Yi was overjoyed at his words and excitedly kissed him. Howie, give me the relevant information. I can't wait. Zhang Jiahao froze. It's almost dark. Lin Yi sniffed and waved her hand. It's fine. It doesn't interfere with work. Zhang Jiahao shook his head breathlessly and pinched her arse. That's what I'm talking about. You know. Lin Yi was stunned and got up to give him a blank look. I'm not available right now. Old me. I have a big job to do. You go find Shiner's sister. Zhang Jiahao couldn't do anything about her, so he could only obediently hand over the formula for the beauty mask, and also gave her a copy of the equipment list. After Lin Yi got the information, she turned around and left the one mansion, heading straight to the spirit rhinoceros mansion. Looking at the hastily departing Lin Yi, Zhang Jiahao shook his head, and then took out the information on his biophone. Regarding the matter of putting the mask into production, he didn't have to worry about it at all. He only needed to follow the recipe. Autonomous DNA recognition collection? Brainwave sensors? Intelligent biochips? Looking at the information on the bio-mobile phone manufacturing, Zhang Jiahao's shocked mouth was able to stuff down an egg, muttering out loud to himself. Through the information, it is known that this phone is manufactured to really realize conscious control and really free your hands. Moreover, after powering up the phone and binding the user's DNA, no one but the owner can start the phone. The most shocking thing to Zhang Jiahao is that DNA can be automatically collected and recognized through sensors, and the whole process only requires the phone to touch the skin. Just, what's up with the quantum lithography? Dog system? Master, this is a machine that produces intelligent biochips. Where is it? Just give me the information, not the machine, and I'll build it with a hammer? Master, this may come later. Jiahao Chang. Chapter 88 Spokesperson. Elf on the line. Dog system, you're pretty good at that. After saying that, Zhang Jiahao ended his communication with the system. Just then, Lin Yi's phone call came in. Howie, do me a favor. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words, his face full of doubt. What's the favor? It was the first time he had seen Lin Yi being so polite, and he always felt that it couldn't be good. Howie, find me a spokesperson. You have such a wide range of women. I'm sure you'll find a way. That's all. Listening to Lin Yi's crackling speech, he responded and realized that the call had hung up. This little, she seems to be in arrears. Spokesperson? Zhang Jiahao was in deep thought. Got it. Yiffy? Thinking that, he then sent a message to Yifei. A little while after his message was sent, Yifei called directly. What's the concern, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly at his words. I'd like to talk to you about a partnership. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Mr. Zhang, let's meet and talk. Immediately after making an appointment with Yifei, Zhang Jiahao simply packed up and left the house. Moments later, he arrived at the Imperial Hotel. You can just wait outside the door. After instructing the 10 girls, Zhang Jiahao walked into the box that Yifei had booked. You were just at the Imperial Hotel? Yifei smiled and nodded. Aha, Mr. Zhang, it's been a long time, I've missed it. Jiahao Chang. I'll be blunt. My company has a product that I want you to be the spokesperson for. F waved her hand with a sweet smile. Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry. Let's get something to eat and then we can talk more slowly. Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment and nodded. Before long, the dishes were served. Mr. Zhang, what type of girl do you like? Yifei gently took a sip of the red wine and didn't forget to lick her sexy lips. Zhang Jiahao was made to shiver all over by this action of hers. What kind of girl? F nodded with a serious look on her face. The ones like you, I kind of like. Zhang Jiahao gave her a deep look and spoke out with a bashful look. Cluck 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 cluck. Is Mr. Zhang serious about this? Yifei giggled and asked back with a serious face. Of course, I'm a man who doesn't like to beat around the bush. And a like is a like. Yifei sniffed her small face slightly red, her small heart fluttering. Mr. Zhang, you just asked me to endorse the product? Zhang Jiahao nodded. That's right, F took another sip of her red wine. Mr. Zhang, I haven't done any endorsements since my debut. Zhang Jiahao froze. This was something he really didn't know. So, F smiled slightly and put down her glass. Mr. Zhang, I can make an exception for your endorsement. This woman, what is she up to? One word at a time. My product is a facial mask. May I ask how much does it cost for an endorsement? As a top star, or a national goddess? Yifei, Zhang Jiahao didn't know her price. Mr. Zhang, I don't want money. Just a promise from you. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words and thought for a moment. What do you need me to promise? Yifei quietly looked at him and opened her mouth with a slight smile. Mr. Zhang, I haven't thought about this one yet. However, you will never be allowed to do anything illegal and unethical. This woman, what the hell? don't even want the money. After pondering for a few moments to no avail, Zhang Jiahao stopped dwelling on it. Happy cooperation. Seeing this, Yifei extended her own jade hand and shook Zhang Jiahao's. Mr. Zhang, happy cooperation. Don't forget your promise. Noticing the strange movement coming from his hand, Zhang Jiahao drew his hand back. This wasted wizard. It's kinda titillating. After agreeing on the time and place of the shooting, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly left the Imperial Palace Hotel. Yifei, the waste spirit, was really too abrasive. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the office and sat down when Bai Shui walked over with a tablet computer. Chairman, the software is all finished. It's just up to you to fill in the functions of the AI intelligence module. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took the tablet and checked it out. About 10 minutes later, after looking at the entire software, Zhang Jiahao was satisfied that the team's development results exceeded his expectations. The payment interface of the software has also been docked with the bank. Users only need to bind the bank card. You can directly consume the payment. Not bad. You worked hard. I'll take care of the rest. Take this. It might help you. Zhang Jiahao took out a USB flash drive from the drawer and handed it to Bai Shui. Thank you, Chairman. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. It's fine. Go ahead and get busy. This woman. Not bad for a ceiling of pure lust. Even the smile is so mesmerizing. Master, take it. Dog system, you play aside. After disliking the system, Zhang Jiahao copied the source code to his computer and started to perfect the module after connecting it to Shenlong 1. Thanks to the assistance of the Divine Dragon 1, Zhang Jiahao spent 3 hours perfecting the entire software. He named the software Wizard. After a few violent tests, he then sent the installer to Snow. With that, he installed one on his cell phone. When he opened the software, a sprite popped up on the screen. Hello Master, thanks for using the Wizard software. I'm Spirit, please enter a nickname. Zhang Jiahao then said his name, Chung Ka-ho. Input already entered. Will the owner please confirm that it's correct? Zhang Jiahao scanned it and there were no typos. Okay. As soon as his words fell, the elf's adorable voice rang out once again. Master, do we need to go to orientation? Skip. Spirit, bind the bank card. Master, bank card number, please. 621700772 ******** 19124 ***** 9. Master, will you allow little spirit to read the verification code automatically? Permission granted. Congratulations, Master, the card is successfully bound. Spirit, post a circle of friends. Zhang Jiahao then asked Xiaoling to post the first circle of friends, and below the text, he also brought a 10 million red packet. Anyone who uses the Genie software can tap on the Genie square to grab a red packet, with individual red packets ranging from $10 to $10,000. Genie software's Circle of Friends feature not only allows you to send red envelopes, but users can also choose to be visible to everyone when they post. The good thing about this feature is that the Circle of Friends will appear in the Elf Plaza, even if they are not friends. Chairman, this little spirit is also too amazing. Snowy hurried in, excited. Bai Shui, little spirit's magic is much more than that, especially the hidden tree hole function. You can study it well. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and looked at her with a faint smile. Snow sniffed, then nodded. Chairman, then I'll go check it out first. Chapter 89, The Sensation Caused by the Elves. When Snow returned to his office, he dove headfirst into studying the wonders of Little Spirit. On Zhang Jiahao's side, he directly put the Genie software online and made an announcement on the creator's official microblog as well. At the same time, he also took advantage of the traffic of Regulus technology and promoted it in the first place. The effect was remarkable. 10 minutes after the launch, the registered users exceeded 1 million. Penguin Building. Mr. Zhang, a software has appeared on the market. A young man hurriedly ran into Zhang Yilong's office and said anxiously. Zhang Yilong frowned. Pony, what is this software you're so flustered about? Pony sniffed and directly handed over his cell phone, which showed the very same Genie software. Genie? With doubt, Zhang Yilong experienced the Genie software. Pony, what company put out this software? Zhang Yilong's face was grave. He found that this software was more powerful than Wilson, and the running smoothness was even crushing level, not to mention some other functions. What shocked him the most was the intelligence of the little spirit. Mr. Zhang, this is from the Creator Lab. Zhang Yilong's face changed, as if he was thinking. Pony, go ahead and get busy. Once Xiao Ma left, Zhang Yilong got up and walked towards the chairman's office. At this point, About the Wizard software have made headlines on major websites. One by one, many of Genie's hidden features have been unearthed by app enthusiasts. The intelligence of the little spirit took the breath away from many. Hashtag it's not just a chat tool. Just below this topic, the comments are pouring in, and you can't find a single statement that says the Wizard software is bad. User Vina, I'm an online author, and I'm shocked by the intelligent communication of Xiaoling, which actually provides me with a lot of inspiration. And the voice input piece, it's the most accurate and fastest I've ever seen. User Black Bull, I really like its tree hole feature. Anything you are not comfortable saying to someone can be released in the tree hole. It is also very sweet to give you encouragement and make you happy. Penguin Building Conference Room. The huge cast screen shows screenshots of the various functions of the wizard software. How long does it take to make these features? The man's gaze was like a torch as he looked at the group of technical bigwigs, the aura of a higher power showing through. Mr. Ma, it's easy to develop the function, but to achieve the kind of effect it has, our servers are not up to par. Ma Huarong frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. Develop it to go live first. Our active users are down too much to stabilize the stock market first. Zhang Yilong shook his head slightly at the words. Mr. Ma, the server can't hold up, and it's useless to add the functions. It requires so much computing power from the servers that it has to be driven by miniature supercomputers at a minimum. Ma Huarong waved his hand, sticking to his decision. Go ahead and get on. I'll figure it out. With those words, he hastily ended the meeting. Zhang Yilong was helpless when he saw this, and it was the first time he had seen Ma Huarong so persistent. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Zhang Jiahao was paying attention to Elf's registered users, which had already surpassed the 10 million mark at this point, and the number of registrations was still rising. Just then, Xiao Yi's phone call came in. Mr. Zhang, this sprite software of yours is really bullish. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and responded in a low key. Xiao, it's just a software. Xiao Yi laughed a few times and revealed his purpose. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to consult you about the super beautiful numbers reserved by the genie software. Are they for sale? Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. Mr. Xiao, you can buy it in the Beauty Number Genie Mall. Nice guy. Did those people find a use for the elf's beautiful number? Mr. Zhang, I want a distinctive and beautiful number. The ones in the mall are too common. Zhang Jiahao thought for a moment. Xiao, what type of pretty number do you like? As soon as his words fell, Xiao Yi responded excitedly. Mr. Zhang, it must be a leopard. Zhang Jiahao checked the backstage after sniffing. Xiao, how is 333? Ha, this is good. Mr. Zhang, I'll transfer money directly to you. How much does this cost? Looks like these guys know the benefits of elf beauty. Thinking about it, Zhang Jiahao responded. Xiao, what money or not? It's out of the ordinary. Give me your elf ID or elf number and I'll run it by you. Subsequently, after sending the elf super pretty number 666 to Xiao Yi through the back end, Zhang Jiahao ended the call. As for the matter of expenses, Zhang Jiahao didn't ask for it. However, he just hung up. CU, Yi Chen and the others had called, so he had no choice but to create an elf group. Through CU's several people spreading the word to each other, the many second-generation people who were not bad friends with him had joined the group chat. After nearly half an hour of busy work, Zhang Jiahao gave out nearly 10 super beautiful numbers. Elf's super pretty number is not just a good look, it is a status symbol, equivalent to a black card from a bank. Users with a super number will have no limit on the amount of money they can spend when using Genie Pay. As long as you have money in your account, you can spend as much as you want. Even if you don't have any money in your account, super smart users have an overdraft limit of $1 to $10 million. Chairman, did you read it? Snowy hurried in, excited, looking at Bai Shui, whose small face was slightly red and panting. Zhang Jiahao was puzzled. Snowy, what are you looking at? Bai Shui took a breath and handed the tablet in her hand to Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao took the tablet and checked it out. 10 billion? Bai Shui nodded. Chairman, these are the elf balances just deposited by the nearly 10 users who have super pretty numbers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao instantly understood. Having just confiscated the cost of their beautiful numbers, these people changed this method to thank him. Snowy, sit down and talk. Snow nodded and sat down across from him. How old are you, Snowy? Bai Shui sniffed. Chairman, I'm 24 years old. What's the chairman asking for? Did he? Snowy, what kind of men do you like? Bai Shui's small face slightly reddened as she snuck a glance at Zhang Jiahao, then lowered her small head. Chairman, I like a man who is as good as you are, and who also understands technology. Tech savvy? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Our driving skills are absolutely superb. Snowy, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Master, you're actually taking the initiative too? Dog system, don't make a mess. Bai Shui's small face was red and she clutched the corner of her coat. Chairman, you, just arrange it. This little ninny. The old man's heart is going to melt. Okay, wait for me tonight after work. Snow nodded with a shy face. Chairman, then I'll get busy first. As the words fell, Bai Shui hurriedly fled away. This little ninny, she's really rewarding. It's rare for this male god to take the initiative to ask out a girl, After muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao ordered someone to book a private room at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Chapter 90, New Cadet. Still beautiful on sale. 8 o'clock in the evening. The Imperial Hotel. Zhang Jiahao brought by Shui and arrived in the 888 box, where the table was already filled with sumptuous dishes. Snow. Hard work. Zhang Jiahao poured her a glass of wine and laughed out faintly. Chairman, you are too kind. Snowy responded in a thin voice with a shy face. The creator needs you, and so do I, Zhang Jiahao said, and then drank it all in one go. If I drink too much, will the chairman? Oops. Snowy, you can't be colorful. Oh. Snow? Bai Shui sniffed back. Her small face flushed as she raised her glass. Chairman, I will continue to work hard. Love is a mouthful. Love or not, I'll see what I can do. Thinking about it, Shirayuki took a direct bite. Ahem. Bai Shui drank too quickly, coupled with being in a nervous state, directly giving her a choking cough. Slow down. It's a long night. What's your hurry? Zhang Jiahao took a napkin and came to her side and said softly. Chairman, thank you. Bai Shui listened to Zhang Jiahao's words. Her small face rolled hot, and with a slightly trembling hand, she took the napkin and wiped her cherry mouth. The two of them ate and chatted, and Bai Shui gradually relaxed. The chairman of the board became Hao, and Bai Shui became Xiao Shui. From sitting apart at the beginning, they've gone to sitting next to each other. This night, it was pouring rain outside. Heavy multiplication X. The early morning sunlight, shining on the earth. A generation of car gods woke up leisurely and sent a kiss to the beautiful person in his arms. Howie, you're awake. Snowy arched in his arms and changed to a comfortable position and whispered. When I first heard it, I didn't know that it was pure desire. But when I entered the sea, I knew that I had wasted my old waste. Yuki, take a good rest today, and leave the company matters to them for now. With a satisfied face, Bai Shui nodded. Brother Hao, I'll listen to you. Subsequently, in order to celebrate Bai Shui getting her driver's license, Zhang Jiahao let her stay in the No. 8 villa of one mansion. After settling down Bai Shui, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. System, sign in. Successful sign in. Rewarded with Master Ball skill. Today's reward is a bit of a surprise. It's not actually money anymore. Is it something to do with snow? Dog system, why don't you pay today? In view of the fact that the master took the initiative and raised the might of my god Ho, the system hereby rewards him. Dogs, talk properly. System. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, and he went directly to the 17th floor, the office space of still beauty. The logo on the image wall is lifelike, like a living fairy. Howie, what brings you here? Lin Yi greeted her and inquired in a surprised voice. So I go? Lin Yi gave him a blank look and bared her teeth. You, don't think you can escape from the palm of my mother's hand. Follow me. The corners of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly as he followed behind her. The receptionist girl on the side, who had been in a state of dumbfoundedness, hadn't reacted so far. Howie, is the endorsement thing done? Lin Yi sat directly on top of his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck to ask out loud. It's done, and you don't see who your husband is. Zhang Jiahao pinched her arched buttocks and said faintly with a smelly look. Who is it? Lin Yi had a curious look on her face. Someone you wouldn't expect. Zhang Jiahao smiled mysteriously and winked towards her. Old colorful bastard. Tell me who it is? Lin Yi's pair of jade hands pinched his neck, showing her teeth. Let go and I'll talk. When Lin Yi let go of her hand, Zhang Jiahao no longer sold out. She is the national goddess. Ms. Iffy. Lin Yi stood up at her words. What? She didn't know much about Ife, but about her never endorsing anything, Lin Yi still knew. Howie, I didn't realize that you had actually progressed to this point with her. At this point? What does this girl mean? What do you mean by that kind of ground? With a puzzled look on his face, Zhang Jiahao looked at her and asked. Howie, it's not like I mind. Why are you hiding it? Not to mention she has a good face value and is worthy of you. Meow. I didn't do anything and I'm taking the blame? Yippee, I didn't drive with her. Looking at Zhang Jiahao with a serious look on his face, Lin Yi nodded her head. Well, then you go for it, brother Hao. Jiahao Chang, how's the mask production going? Zhang Jiahao promptly changed the topic and inquired about Still America's production progress. Brother Hao, I've followed the recipe and have produced one whose effects will last for a day. I'm going to break it down into a couple of grades based on the statute of limitations, with a 1-day statute of limitations as the regular model, a 3-day model as the VIP model, and a 7-day model as the VIP model. One of the masks, the VIP model, needs to be a member of our Still Beauty to have the right to purchase. Regarding the VIP payment, it is set as a non-sale item. This ninny, it seems to be worthy of being the daughter of a powerful family, doing a good job. Rather, there are a few things. You have a good plan.
It just has to have a bit of a threshold or else you'll be sorry for its beauty.
Lin Yi sat back down on his lap. Howie, hurry up and make an appointment with her to get the promo shot. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. I've arranged this long ago, and the promotional videos have all been filmed. Lin Yi froze at her words. Brother Hao, I didn't even give her the product. How is she going to shoot it? It was the first time that Lin Yi had heard of an endorsement promo that didn't even use the product. Yippee, no need for a product. She just needs to shoot a few jingles and that's enough. Zhang Jiahao didn't doubt for a second that the national goddess had an influence on the public, and he believed that one advertisement line would be enough. What jingle? Lin Yi was filled with curiosity. She was a bit skeptical about the effectiveness of this promo. My mask, still beautiful. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and spoke out. Regarding the jingle, he informed the ad agency when he and Ifei agreed on a time to shoot it. My mask, still beautiful? Well, come to think of it, it's kind of interesting. Lin Yi had a seemingly thoughtful look on her face as she nodded her head out in praise. Brother Hao, I remember that Elf Software also has an online mall, right? Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. About this at the beginning of the Elf's architecture, Bai Shui had designed this module. Currently the mall only sells the product Elf Beauty. You can just put the mask on it. Lin Yi nodded. Give me the permission quickly. I'll upload it right away. Contact Snow for this one. Lin Yi sniffed and gave him a blank look. What did you do last night that you don't count? She can come to work today? Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. You know? Are you nuts? Pretty much the whole company saw you when you went out with her. Besides, someone who can get you to initiate a date. She can get away with it? I don't think I've ever seen you take the initiative with your old lady. The corner of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched violently at his words, and he hastily changed the topic. Get up. I'll give you access and post the promo by the way. Chapter 91, sold out in 5 seconds. All parties frantically seeking purchases. You use this account to go into the backend and then you can upload your products. Lin Yi nodded. Okay, Brother Hao, I'm going to go ahead and get busy, so you can play by yourself. When the words fell, Lin Yi directly left the office. Meow. This little ninny, crossing the bridge, unloading the donkey After muttering a few words in his mind, Zhang Jiahao got up and arrived at the office on the 20th floor. The promo can be released a little early. I'm sure this won't work too badly. With this in mind, Zhang Jiahao uploaded the promo on the builder's Twitter account. Elf Software. Jiahao Chang has posted a copy. Also, it is noted when Still America is on sale. The promo has just been sent out and has been wildly republished by many fans. In less than 2 minutes, the reprints reached hundreds of thousands. The huge influence of the national goddess can be seen in this data. At this time, about Still Beauty Mask, also smoothly on the headlines of major websites. Today's spotlight, hashtag National Goddess debut, endorsing a surprisingly unknown mask. Today's concern, hashtag National Goddess first endorsement, product quality to be verified. Below each topic, the comments are pouring in. A product endorsed by a goddess is bound to have no problems, and I'm ready to snap it up. Not bad, I'm a goddess fan. I believe in the goddess's character and wouldn't endorse a product blindly. I just don't know what the selling price will be for this still beautiful mask. I have a feeling the price won't be low. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. At this time, Lin Yi, under the operation of the sales department, had just put the ordinary model of the still beautiful mask on the shelves. The number of boxes she had on the shelves was only 10,000. And as for the VIP model, only pre-orders were accepted for the time being, while the VIP model only had an introductory note. Among them, VIP members and VIP users all enjoy the right of first refusal. There are 10 masks inside each box, priced at $19.99/box for the regular model and $59.99/box for the VIP model. The regular model maintains the statute of limitations for 1 day, and 1 box can be used for 10 days. The VIP model has a maintenance time limit of 3 days, so you can use it for a month straight from 1 box. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. As the countdown stops, the sale officially opens. However, at this point, many fans were in a daze, because they had just clicked on it and were about to pay when the system prompted that it was sold out. Instantly, the maker's official Twitter account exploded. What about Play? Just 10,000 boxes? It's a bit pricey, but I snagged it. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, please be a man. Ugh. Being on my knees at the keyboard with my girlfriend on the side with a whip. Strongly request additional inventory. No problem. Same request. And at this time, the 17th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. Mr. Lin, it only took 5 seconds for all of our masks to be snapped up. The business manager was holding a tablet and was reporting to Lin Yi with an excited face. Well, not bad. For this result, Lin Yi was also surprised. She did not expect a new product actually sold out in 5 seconds. Mr. Lin. Many fans on Weibo have left messages asking for more inventory. Lin Yi sniffed and shook her head. This she had already considered. Put out an announcement right away, saying that the current production can't keep up, and that only 10,000 boxes will be provided per day. The business manager nodded, seemingly in thought. Right after this announcement from Still America, the comments below instantly exploded. In less than 5 minutes,
the comments surpassed 100,000.
You can see the influence of the national goddess. Yet that's not all. Just then, a beauty blogger was on a live stream, and she was holding none other than the Still Beauty mask. Babies, what I have in my hands is the Still Beautiful mask. I believe that the whole process of live broadcasting the pickup just now, everyone saw it. Next, I'll remove my makeup and then start testing the mask. As soon as the anchor's words fell, the public screen was instantly brushed. There were those who urged her to hurry up and not ink, those who said the mask was exaggerated, and those who advised the anchor to take it to the quality control first. As time went on, it was soon time to witness the results. Babies, don't blink. Let's see how the Still Beauty works below. With those words, the anchor slowly ripped off the mask. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what do I see? Anchor, are you sure you don't have your beauty face on? Are you guys stupid?
Normally she just can't achieve this kind of effect with her makeup on, plus her beauty face on. By now the anchor was dumbfounded as she looked at herself on the screen. She couldn't believe it was her face at all. Babies, I have my beauty filters and everything turned off. The anchor came back to his senses and explained out loud with an excited face. Babies, I'm going to get off the air first, and my old lady needs to hurry up and grab a couple boxes back from someone else. Well, farewell. A crowd of fans froze for a moment as they looked at the blacked out screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old woman, her mind is spinning so fast. Bye guys, I'm going to grab a box too. This broadcast is over. Microblogging and major websites. There are many high-priced posts seeking to buy Still Beauty masks. Among them, the most exaggerated has been opened to more than 4 times the price. The price of $7,999 just to ask for a box. This price has exceeded the VIP models of the scheduled price. 17th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. At this time, Lin Yi was in the conference room. Mr. Lin, the online high price for it is now out to $7,999 a box. Lin Yi smiled faintly. It's fine, let them be. It's not $79.99 anymore. There's one that's out to $12,999 a box now. The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. It's just crazy. They didn't think a mask could make people go so crazy. After all the hard work, I have an announcement to make. The crowd quieted at the words. Any employee of the builder will receive a free box of Still Beauty mask. As soon as Lin Yi's words left her mouth, intense applause and cheers rang out from the scene. Alright, Manager Gua, do the registration on your side. Manager Gua hurriedly rose at his words. Yes, Mr. Lin. And at this time, Zhang Jiahao was in big trouble again. There is no other way. It is what Still Beauty brings. A group of second generation in Yifei and others have found their way to him, begging for Still Beautiful masks at high prices. He had no choice but to pull into a group, Still Beauty VIP group. This group currently numbers over 20 people. Xiaoyi, brother Hao, what conditions are required to open this VIP user? Iffy, same question. Sito, same question. Bellringer, +1. Ayat Meow, what's the point of typing so fast? Zhang Jiahao looked at the message in the group. The corner of his mouth twitched violently, and then he turned on a group-wide ban. Listen to me, I'm not in charge of this one. I'll pull the person in charge in a minute and have her explain it to you. Everyone wait 5 minutes. After sending this message, Zhang Jiahao went straight to the 17th floor. Chapter 92, Crazy Joining, Breaking 10 Billion. Do me a favor. Zhang Jiahao arrived at Lin Yi's office and spoke hurriedly. What's your rush, Howie? Lin Yi frowned, her face full of doubt. You get into this group. These are the ones who are going to apply for VIP users. You talk to them about what to get. Lin Yi had a surprised look on her face. Brother Hao, you can do business with this. Ayat Meow. The old man had a hairy business ability. Get in there and talk to them. Lin Yi nodded with a light smile and then joined the group chat. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao opened the chat function, and then at Lin. Gentlemen, this is the head of Still Beauty. Let's all be quiet down here and let her explain it to you. After sending this message, Zhang Jiahao looked up at Lin Yi. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going back to the office to lie down for a while. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao returned to the 20th floor, Still Beauty VIP group. Hello everyone, I'm the head of Still Beauty, Yui Lin. 1. Regarding VIP users, you can prepay 20 million and receive a free box of VIP model masks every month. 2. Each box of masks has 5 pieces, and the effect of each piece lasts for 7 days. 3. Advance payments may be returned at any time upon request.
4. VIP users have the right of first refusal, ordinary and VIP models only. Okay, everyone can ask any questions they have. Zhongling, I didn't realize you were in charge. Yui Lin, hey, low profile. See you, sister-in-law. May I ask where to pay the bill? With this message from CU, the group instantly fell silent. About a minute later, Lin typed, the payment can be made directly to the public account of the creator. Later on, our manager will contact everyone one by one for the formalities. With that, Lin sent the public account of the creator directly to the group. Xiaoyi, Roger. Bellringer, Roger that. In less than 5 minutes, finance found Yui Lin. Mr. Lin, the public account just came in at $500 million. Lin nodded, then looked at the number of people in the group. No more, no less 25 people. Good lord, these guys are a godsend. As soon as she spoke, Manager Gua hurriedly walked in. Mr. Lin, the pre-sale of the VIP model has been snatched up. Lin was dumbfounded and looked at Manager Gua with an unbelievable look. Manager Gua, the VIP model I remember just set up an inventory of 50,000 boxes. Are you sure it's all gone? Manager Guo froze and nodded. Lin couldn't believe it because she had a limit of a maximum of 10 boxes per account. Moreover, to open a VIP membership, you need to pay an annual fee of $100,000, which is not refundable. Mr. Lin, the counterpart came in with another 3 billion plus. At that moment, the finance officer on the side looked at the tablet in his hand and uttered a warning with a shocked look on his face. That should really be snatched up. Lin finally believed Manager Gua's words. She really couldn't imagine that people were actually this crazy. Manager Gua, don't go on the VIP model for now. Keep the normal model at 10,000 boxes per day. Okay, everyone go ahead and get busy. The crowd responded by leaving. When the crowd left, Lin stretched her back and went straight to the 20th floor. All explained to them? Zhang Jiahao was lying on his side on the sofa, looking at Lin and asked with a faint smile. Well, guess how much came in today? Lin came to sit beside him and inquired out loud with a mysterious face. 100 million? Lin shook her head. No longer selling out. It's 8 billion. Zhang Jiahao was slightly surprised when he heard this. Not bad, that's a great achievement. Lin smiled smugly. That's for sure. Don't even look at who my mother is. This niece, isn't that a bit of a drift? I suggest you start laying down offline points of sale, which can be done directly by way of franchising. Lin nodded. This one had occurred to her as well. Brother Hao, can you have someone develop a module that is mainly used to handle still beauty-related business? For example, when VIP users pay their pre-deposits, they can do it directly online. There are also franchises that are similar in that he is first asked to submit his information for review and then pay after he passes. Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Regarding these functions, they had already been integrated in it a long time ago. All of these features you just mentioned are already available in the mall. Just log on to the backstage and take a closer look. Lin was dumbfounded. I'll go check it out first then. As the words fell, Lin turned around and ran out. Jiahao Chang. After Lin returned to the office, after some research it was true as Zhang Jiahao said. With that, she set up the joining conditions for franchisees and the application portal for VIP users. Still Beauty VIP Group. Hello everyone, please fill out your profile through this link below. In addition, Still the United States is officially open to join the regional offline point of sale. Please see the instructions in the mall. With these few messages from Lin the group instantly became lively. Xiaoyi, hey, this young man joins first. See you, hey, I've already submitted my information and passed the audit, and I've successfully taken the offline general sales rights of Deep City. Iffy, Xiaoyi. Lin couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth even as she looked at the group chat. Good man, that hand speed. Lu Chang, low key. Little brother is not talented. Take the Magic City offline general sales rights. In less than 10 minutes, more than 20 municipal offline gross sales rights were occupied by the group. Ife, at Lin can I have someone beside me apply to join? Lin it's possible. As long as the qualifications and strengths are over the top, they can all pass the vetting. Xiaoyi, farewell, everyone. See you hey, get it in seconds. Chat back. These calves. Zhang Jiahao, who was on the 20th floor, pulled out his cell phone just in time to see the crowd's chatter. Municipal franchise fee of 100 million? Zhang Jiahao curiously clicked to check it out. This ninny, it's a waste of talent not to be in business. At this point, the 20 or so people in the group are desperately trying to pull people around them, and are trying to grab offline sales. There were also many people who had heard the news and joined in the rush to get a head start. And at this point, the finances numb as she watches the incoming alerts from her reconciliation account. It's really scary. That money coming in by the billions and billions without stopping. 20th floor this way. Zhang Jiahao had just put his cell phone away when Wang Yuyan walked in. Howie, the penguin mimicked the functionality of our sprites, and it's already online. Looking at her anxious face, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her slender waist and sat down. Yu Yan, just relax and wait for the show. Chapter 93, Practicing and Digging a Hole for Yourself. Regarding the penguin's imitation, Zhang Jiahao wasn't worried in the slightest because he had the dragon one. Howie, I'm going to go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Wang Yuyan got up and left. Imitating my elves? Hey, I just don't know if you have what it takes. One mansion, Villa 8. Zhang Jiahao came out of the spirit rhinoceros mansion and returned directly to this place. Cheryl, have you eaten? Snow was in the middle of the living room, watching TV. Howie, I've eaten. Zhang Jiahao picked her up and sat her on his lap. Schwerer, I plan to develop a cell phone version of the Divine Dragon operating system. There's no way to mess with a biophone these days. A cell phone OS is still possible. Howie, I'm actually already working on this one. This ninny, it's okay. Not bad. Hubby decided to reward you properly. Zhang Jiahao gave her a kiss with a bad smile. Old husband, can we do it some other time? Bai Shui had a shy face and her body trembled slightly. This niece. Well, get some rest and let me know if you need anything and I'll have it arranged. No sooner had he spoken than his cell phone rang. Honey, you go ahead. Bai Shui's small face blushed slightly as she got up from his lap. Good, you get some rest. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao picked up the phone. Howie, I'm at the one mansion. Zhang Jiahao had just picked up the phone when Yuxuan's voice came to his ears. Yu Xian, I'll be right out. Outside the one public house. Yuxuan was dressed in a chiffon dress and a suitcase was placed at her feet. Howie, Zhang Jiahao had just walked to the door when Yuxuan directly rushed up and hugged him. Did you miss your husband, little Nini? Zhang Jiahao touched her small head and said in a thin voice with a bad smile. Honey, I'm so hungry right now. Hey, a little goodbye. Let me feed you myself. Come inside with me and hubby will give you something good to eat. Yuxuan sniffed and instantly her small face rolled, nodding her head. In Villa 3, as the chiffon dress was disintegrated, the temperature around it slowly and gradually rose. As we all know, Audi's lights are extraordinary, and Zhang Jiahao takes good care of them at this point. Mountains without forests, heaven and earth together, before they dare to pout with you. The depth of the sea has a bottom, and the underground palace is at my disposal. Hundreds of millions of enemies, 10 in and 10 out. Even if it pours down rain, it can't stop him in the slightest. Heavy multiplication X. The moon was high in the window, heralding the darkness of the night. On this night, Zhang Jiahao explained to Yuxuan what is meant by gravity and what is meant by being unable to pull oneself out. The next morning, Yuxuan trembled her legs and tried to sit up. Yu Xian, get some rest. Zhang Jiahao gently helped her lie down and sent a kiss. Honey, you've changed. Hey, Nikki, that's where it's at. Come what may. Yu Xian, you rest here. What you need to eat will be spoken to the kitchen later. The dozens of maids, already assembled by him, were paired with a few of each woman. Honey, I'm fine. Go ahead and get busy. With a satisfied smile, Yuxuan said in a thin voice. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then kissed her goodbye and returned to one villa. Mr. Zhang, at 8 o'clock in the evening, my daughter will prepare a banquet at the Imperial Palace Hotel, and sincerely thank you for your high-handedness, and I hope you'll show your face. O'Donnell, what does this woman want? Looking at the message sent by Ouyang Na, Zhang Jiahao fell into deep thought. A few moments later, just as well, I'd like to see what you're up to. Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao responded to Ouyang Na, okay, I'll see you tonight. Ouyang Na, who was in the Blue Sky group, looked at Zhang Jiahao's reply letter and revealed a winning smile. 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the box that Ouyang Na had booked. Ouyang Na was wearing a very humanely designed dress and was sitting across from Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, here's a toast to you. Thank you for your noble hand. Ouyang Na raised a glass of red wine and leaned forward slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Xenon lamps dazzle the eyes, stabbing them shut. This woman, you want to give me a beauty trick? Then I'll make it happen. I'll take both the man and the money. Ring and equal to, Daba, MS. Ouyang, you're welcome, it's all in the past. Zhang Jiahao raised his cup and touched it with her to drink it all in one go. Ouyang Na's gaze was like a torch, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned. Mr. Zhang, how about I play a game? Let you fool around for a while. I'll make you kneel down and sing a song of conquest later. How to play? Zhang Jiahao looked at her with a faint smile on his face and said indifferently. Ouyang Na then took a cup from the side and pulled out a dice from her bag. Let's play for size. Here's a dice. One drink for the small one. Little sissy. That's a bit of fun.
Don't blame me if you send yourself to the door.
Okay, you first. Oyana smiled and nodded, then began to shake. The dice spun at high speed, stopping after about 10 seconds to look at a 6. Cluck cluck cluck. Mr. Zhang, it's your turn.
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and took it and shook it.
Mr. Zhang, you have 3 points. You lose. Looking at the points of the dice, Ouyang Na smiled brightly, a bit at odds with her iceberg beauty image. I drink. Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao refreshingly raised his cup and drank it all in one go. The two of them had been playing for almost an hour, and Zhang Jiahao had already finished off 3 bottles of red wine,
while Ouyang Na had also drank more than 1 bottle. Not drinking, can't carry on.
Zhang Jiahao leaned over the table and waved his hand. Ouyang Na was also drinking, her little face red at this time, but she was still sober enough.
Mr. Zhang,
I'll help you into your room to rest.
Saying that,
Ouyang Na took one of Zhang Jiahao's arms and put it on her fragrant shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist and heading towards the room.
Let's see what kind of trick you're trying to pull.
Zhang Jiahao was not drunk and allowed Ouyang Na to help him into a side room.
Charming aroma and a heart of gold. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chang.
Helping Zhang Jiahao onto the bed and covering him with a quilt, Ouyang Na called out to him a few times, and after realizing that there was no response, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. With that, she began her maneuver.
Just see her remove the dress, then directly into the quilt.
Small head lying on Zhang Jiahao's chest.
Open the cell phone is clicked to take a picture. After taking the picture,
he gently removed Zhang Jiahao's top and wrapped his arms around his neck for another one.
So that's what you're up to? Let me teach you the right way to take pictures. Thinking this way,
Zhang Jiahao directly rolled over and pressed her underneath.
I missed you so much. Ouyang Na was completely dumbfounded at the moment,
being pressed to the point of not moving at all, and slowly her alcohol strength began to come up.
The icebergs melted, the waves were rough, and the boat rocked. Heavy multiplication x, ring and equal to, daba. Second morning, Ouyang Na woke up leisurely,
and shuddered when she looked her to a flash of bright red on the bedsheets.
She didn't realize that she had dug herself a hole. Chapter 94, On Call. Hootsuite Group. MS. Ouyang.
It's hard to see that you're quite skilled.
Not quite like a novice.
Zhang Jiahao sat on the bed and smoked a cigarette, looking at her with a smirk.
Oceana pulled the covers over her head and wrapped herself up.
I told you to backstab me. You're kind of jumping into a hole you dug yourself.
MS. Ouyang. Actually before that, I kinda admire you and think you're a smart woman.
Ouyang Na sniffed, her eyes red, unable to say a word, and quietly looked at Zhang Jiahao.
MS. Ouyang.
What happened before us has already passed.
What do you mean by coming to this now?
This little twat.
Did he find out that his 2 brothers had gone coal digging? Say something.
As soon as his words fell,
Ouyang Na wailed, tears pouring down like a downpour. Zhang Jiahao, what's the meaning of this little? With a cry? Don't cry.
Zhang Jiahao came to her side, reached out and touched her small head,
and spoke out to comfort her.
However, the effect is clear. Only to see Ouyang Na stop crying and instantly raise her head in a single move,
pushing Zhang Jiahao down. Old me, I had too much to drink last night to feel anything. I just got my license too. You have to come with me again.
As soon as the words left her mouth, Ouyang Na began her divine maneuver.
Jiahao Chang. Winky face, eye at meow. This woman's a tiger? An hour later,
the grass on the ground slowly raises its head after the rain.
You can do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want. Ouyang Na lay on her side, gasping for air. The quilt not wanted.
A pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao, ///omega/dash//.
This is what a woman does. I'm so meow. So long. MS. Ouyang. What do you mean by that?
This tastes good though, but it's a bit of a waste of brain, and the little master has a big head.
Mr. Zhang, I'm your man now. Whatever you want, I'm at your disposal. Ouyang Na seemed to have given up on resuscitation,
and said indifferently with a look of indifference.
On call?
Zhang Jiahao was flabbergasted.
That's right, you can have it whenever you want it. Ouyang Na licked her lips,
a faint smile on her face.
What do you mean?
Zhang Jiahao glanced at it and gulped.
It's okay if you want it now. Ouyang Na didn't dodge and let him view it. Dog system, analyze this for me. A dumbfounded Zhang Jiahao sent out a plea for help to the system.
Master, judging by her behavior like this, you've already succeeded in conquering her.
Jiahao Chang, I might as well not ask. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? Dog, changing the subject is pretty slick. Sign in. Successful signing. Rewarded with Hootsuite Group. Dog system, don't tell me that this reward is related to Ouyang Na. Hey, Jiahao Chang, MS. Oh Yang, I'm going back, do you want to come along?
Oh Yang Na shook her head and smiled faintly.
You go first, I'll stay here for a while. Okay, call me if you need anything.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got dressed and got up to leave the room.
One public house. This high-strung woman is really skilled.
It's just that this woman, she has too much heart.
Roses with needles are not easy to hold.
After sighing in his heart, Zhang Jiahao checked the information of Hootsuite Group.
This is a company in River City? Subsequently, through the information Keiho learned,
the general information of the Hootsuite Group.
The group has more than 100 artists under its umbrella, though not a single first-tier star.
The group's movie and television company, which makes bad movies, has been losing money continuously for 6 long years.
And the group is currently $1 billion in debt. Dog system, are you messing with me?
Master, it can still be salvaged.
Meow. That's just it. I'll wipe your ass for once. Imperial Airport.
Zhang Jiahao thought about it for a while and decided to personally check out this Hootsuite Group.
3 hours later,
Zhang Jiahao arrived at Jiangcheng Airport.
It's meow.
It's inconvenient to not have a car.
After muttering,
Zhang Jiahao sent a message to the group.
Guys, are there any in River City? After what happened with the mask,
Zhang Jiahao directly built an elf group,
and a bunch of second-generation people he knew were in it. See you, Hao, going to Jiangcheng? Shaoyi, at this moment in Magic City. Qinan, brother Hao, I'm in Jiangcheng. Shaoyi, at Qinan, and Z take good care of Hao. Here's your chance. Qinan, roger that.
Brother Hao please command.
Zhang Jiahao, I'm at the airport now. Please come pick me up somewhere brother. Thanks. Qinan, please wait a moment. Brother Hao, I'll be right there. At this time, in a clubhouse. Young Qin, why are you leaving in such a hurry? A sweet-looking woman looked at Qinan,
who was putting on his clothes, with a puzzled expression.
Little Yi, there's a big man coming to Jiangcheng. I'll pick it up at the airport.
The old man may be taking off.
I'll be in touch. After saying that, Qinan got up and left,
leaving the woman called Sayaka
messy in the wind.
Qinan exited the clubhouse and went on a wild ride.
Regarding Zhang Jiahao,
he hadn't heard Shaoyi mention it much, and he hadn't had the chance to get in touch with it since he had been in the group for so long.
Now this opportunity to deliver the door, he had to take advantage of it. About 10 minutes, Qinan then rushed to Jiangcheng Airport. Howie, I'm at the airport.
My car is a Ferrari 458.
License plate Jiang A56666.
Zhang Jiahao looked at the message in the group, and then he raised his head to glance at it.
Qinan's Ferrari 458 was very conspicuous,
and he saw the 458 on the side of the parking platform at a glance.
With that, he got up and walked out of the hall towards Qinan. Brother, are you Qinan?
Zhang Jiahao came close to the Ferrari 458 and looked at the male inquiring out loud.
I am. You're Howie?
Qinan responded as he stepped out of the car.
Howie, please get in the car. Good man.
This young man can come to things.
Young Qin, please. With a response,
Zhang Jiahao got into the passenger side. Where to first?
Howie?
Qinan started the car and asked in a respectful voice.
Young Qin, first take me to the Hublet Group.
While it was still early, Zhang Jiahao decided to check out Hootsuite Group first.
Okay grin. Howie you sit tight. With that,
Qinan drove the car and headed straight to Hootsuite Group.
Qinan's driving skills were not bad,
and it only took 10 minutes before he arrived downstairs at the Hootsuite Group.
Brother Hao, the Hootsuite Group has arrived. Parking the car, Qinan personally opened the door for Zhang Jiahao. Young Qin, if you're not busy, let's have dinner together later.
Qinan's face was filled with excitement at the words and he nodded his head hurriedly.
Brother Hao, I'm not busy. I'll wait for you here. Chapter 95, Reorganization. Meeting a beautiful woman. Jianling Mansion, which is part of the Hootsuite Group, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. It has 33 floors, of which 33 floors are for the chairman's office, as well as the offices of the group's executives. After revealing his identity, under the personal guidance of the receptionist girl, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the chairman's office. Mr. Qin, please tell me why the company has been in the red. Qin Zhanghe looked at the new boss in front of him and nodded with a bitter face. Boss, it's because there is an ancestor in the company who is the former boss's brother-in-law. Because of his presence, he's run the company into the ground, and any artist he sees wants to mess around. Many of the artists who didn't cooperate with him, he went around making things difficult and the former boss turned a blind eye. Nima, and such odd people. Is it a wifey? Mr. Qin, call a high-level meeting right away. Zhang Jiahao's face turned cold as he faintly commanded. A few moments later, a group of executives had gathered in the conference room. Who are you? Is that seat for you? Right at this moment, a male gentleman walked in and scolded Zhang Jiahao. The male was dressed in a ripped denim suit with dyed hair. Yi Wenwei, watch your attitude. This is the boss of our Hootsuite Group.
Qin Jianghe's face was filled with anger as he spoke out and scolded.
Oh, Chairman Qin, are you old and dim? The owner of Hootsuite Group is my brother-in-law. When did it become his?
Qin Jianghe was just about to say something when Zhang Jiahao raised his hand to stop him.
Mr. Qin, which department is he from? Boss, he's from the finance department. I can't believe it's from the finance department? Let this kind of straw man go to the finance department. It's strange that the company doesn't lose money. Mr. Qin, contact the professional team to check the accounts immediately. Everyone, if there are any dirty hands, explain clearly to Mr. Qin before checking the accounts, or when the books check out. Don't say I didn't give it a chance. Alright, meeting adjourned. The group of executives were dumbfounded and froze as they got up and left. Yi Wenwei, who had been ignored the entire time, turned pale, and his forehead was oozing with a trace of cold sweat. Mr. Qin, do you think the company can still be saved?
Zhang Jiahao said after thinking about it. Qin Jianghe pondered for a moment and said with a straight face,
Boss, if there is no one like Yi Wenwei around, I am confident that I can make the company work. Seems like a good introduction to the system. This Qin Jianghe can still be reused. Mr. Qin, how long do you need? Boss, right now the company is still $1 billion in debt, and if there's no investment coming in, it's going to take at least 5 years. 5 years and the yellow flowers are cold. Mr. Qin, how long will it take if the company is not in debt and still has money to invest? Qin Jianghe pondered for a moment. Boss, if that's the case, I need a year. A year? Also, the dog system gives such a thing. It's not a good idea to say that you'll be able to use it later. Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Mr. Qin, I'll add an additional 1.5 billion, and after paying off the company's debts, you'll still have 500 million to take for operations. The company name was changed to Kunpeng Entertainment. Regarding the adjustments within the company, you make your own decisions. I only look at the data sheets. Qin Jianghe sniffed a face of excitement. Before this, although he is the nominal chairman of the board, but he really does not have much real power. Now that such a great opportunity was in front of him, how could he not be excited? Boss, I will live up to your expectations. Mr. Qin, I'll call the funds to the public account in a while. I'll leave first, call me if anything happens. With that, after Zhang Jiahao left a phone call, he walked out of Jiangling Mansion. Howie, are you done?
Zhang Jiahao had just walked out when Qin greeted him.
Young Qin, please, is there a better hotel around here? Let's get together and have a meal. The lad's not bad. Pull him up sometime. Brother Hao, the best hotel in Jiangcheng is just ahead. Young Qin, then we'll go there. Star International Hotel. Under Qin An's driving lead,
Zhang Jiahao arrived at the hotel's downstairs.
Howie, I'll go straight to the 28th floor. Well, you're familiar with the place. Just make the call. Saying that, the two were welcomed by a group of welcoming ladies and arrived at the restaurant on the 28th floor. Young Qin, you're here. Still box 666? At that moment a manager greeted him and asked with a smile. Manager Liu, I'm going to entertain the VIPs. Open box 888 for me.
Manager Liu looked embarrassed and spoke out to explain.
Young Qin, this is really unfortunate. There are guests in box 888.
Qin frowned at his words, and just as he was about to say something else, he was stopped by Zhang Jiahao raising his hand.
Young Qin, just any box will do.
Qin nodded at his words and turned to look at Manager Liu.
Manager Liu, please, you're welcome. This way, both of you.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and then followed to the box.
As he passed by box 888, he noticed that the door was left open and casually glanced at it. It was such a casual glance that he saw an acquaintance. F.A. Mr. Zhang? And naturally, Ifei saw him. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a faint smile, and then continued to walk towards the 666 box next door. He was just in time to see him enter box 666 as Ifei walked out. Young Qin, what industry are you developing over here in Jiangcheng? After taking his seat, Zhang Jiahao asked casually. Brother Hao, I'm currently focusing on the still beauty mask, and I've taken the right to sell it in Jiangcheng. This is much more lucrative than my main business, which is in machinery and equipment. Nima, it's simply genius. This industry spans. Young Qin, this span of yours is a bit impressive. Hey, there's meat in following the big man. Nice guy, so chatty. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As Qinan's words fell, the door to the box was opened, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the person who walked in. Goddess Iffy? Young Qin, sorry for the disturbance. With that, she came straight to Zhang Jiahao's side. Mr. Zhang, can I sit here? Jiahao Chang, what's this little wasted girl doing here? Why is it that when I see her now, I get a little bit of a heart attack? MS. Don't you have a guest over there? Ifei smiled faintly at his words,
and no longer caring whether Zhang Jiahao agreed or not, she sat her butt down next to him.
Mr. Zhang, I haven't seen you for many days. My slave misses you.
Yifei supported her cheeks with one hand and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a charming smile. Xinan on the side looked dumbfounded as he swore in his heart that he couldn't believe that the woman in front of him who was speaking the words of a tiger and a wolf was the national goddess Yifei.
Is something wrong, Ms. E. Nima? Are you really straight, master, or are you pretending to be confused? Even the system couldn't look away and made a snide remark. Dog system, shut up. After disliking the system in his mind, Zhang Jiahao quietly looked at her. Mr. Zhang, I would like to ask you to enjoy the moonlight with me at night. Zhang Jiahao?
Xinan, W, degree O degree, W.
Chapter 96, The moon is fuller tonight. Miss E, do you think there will be a moon tonight? It's supposed to rain in a minute, isn't it? Enjoying the moon? I'm afraid I don't know what kind of moon to enjoy. Mr. Zhang, the moon I'm talking about is not just any moon. At the moment,
Xinan was uncomfortable at the side,
neither leaving nor staying. Ms. E, what do you think of this? Go back to your guests. I'll have a quick dinner and we'll talk later. Noticing Chinan's embarrassment,
Zhang Jiahao had no choice but to come up with this plan. He couldn't keep leaving people out in the cold.
Giggle, giggle. Mr. Zhang, I'll wait for you.
As the words fell, Yifei nodded her head towards Xinan and turned around to leave the box.
Brother Hao, I'm impressed.
Xinan clasped his fist towards him and said with a smile,
Ugh, let's not talk about her. Let's eat first. Xinan nodded. Brother Hao, I don't know what flavors of food you like. I'll just order one of each.
They're all specialties from this side of Zhangchang.
You'll try them later.
Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words and smiled faintly.
Young Qin,
there's no need to be so polite.
Thanks to you today. Subsequently, after the dishes were served, Xinan casually ate a little bit before getting up to say goodbye.
Xinan had just left in front of him when Yifei walked in.
Mr. Zhang, have you eaten yet? Nima, this little waif, she's not going to be out there all the time, is she? Eat up. What does Ms. E have to say? Why do I feel like I'm always in love lately? Why is it that every one of them, all of them, are rushing to jump on us? Mr. Zhang, would you be so kind as to join us on the roof of the building to enjoy the moon? Jiahao Chang, if I'm not mistaken, it's only supposed to be just after 5 o'clock, right? This ninny, drunkenness is not an option. Ms. E, what kind of moon is there to enjoy at this hour?
Zhang Jiahao looked at her with a dumbfounded expression and said,
Mr. Zhang, that's not true. Enjoying the moon doesn't have to be at night, like now.
The corners of Yifei's mouth rose slightly as she said with a sweet smile,
Jiahao Chang, little wasted girl, flirting with the little master 3 times. I'll take you to the end today. I'll gladly accompany you. Ms. E, let's go.
Zhang Jiahao got up and said with a faint smile, the roof of the Star International Hotel.
The two were, at this point, in a huge special room, and why did they say it was special? Because at the top of the room, was a huge screen. You don't have to tell me.
The stars were shining and a huge full moon hung high above the treetops. Also, the brightness of the whole room changes slowly over time.
Mr. Zhang, enjoying the moon is not like you. You have to be like me, lying on this special couch, looking up at the stars.
Xuefei was wearing a slouchy shoulder-pleated wraparound dress today, and when she laid down like this,
it almost made Zhang Jiahao's veins burst. I at meow. This little waste girl, does she think I'm only a vegetarian? Mr. Zhang, don't be shy. Come over here and join us. Enjoy the bright starry sky. I'm not afraid of you with a hook. Come as you are.
Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao walked straight to her side, and then lay down beside her. A faint scent of body odor came to his nose.
The blood is boiling, and the second brother is stupid. Mr. Zhang, how is the moon? The words fell out, and the two men synchronized their sidelong glances. Instantly, 4 eyes met, at which point their noses were about 0.93 centimeters apart.
Yifei's pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with affection.
Zhang Jiahao gulped and didn't dare to move a muscle. Master, go, plate her. Jiahao Chang, plate her then? This little waste spirit, she's gotten a little arrogant lately. Just as he was communicating with the system,
suddenly he felt a softness in his lips, and a refreshingly sweet flavor instantly filled him.
I at meow. 666. In Enkaku 2, a starry night, a deer chase under the stars.
The rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. The true dragon of the 9 heavens shall come forth and wash away all the horses of the mortal world.
All of us are thinking of flying, want to go up to the blue sky to get the bright moon.
The yellow sand wears gold armor in 100 battles,
and will not return until it is broken.
The ending an arrow through the clouds, 1,000 armies to meet.
Night fell, and there was a sudden silence beneath the stars. Little, take it easy on me from now on.
Zhang Jiahao pinched her small face, a bit of waist pain.
Husband's the biggest. You're in charge. Ife snuggled into his arms and shyly uttered a response. Tell your husband what you like about me? F sniffed and sat up. Nima, go to sleep. I'm not available right now. Honey, honestly, I don't know. All I know is that every time I see you, the heart just flutters and you just can't help but want to be close to you. You know what? I've never, ever been so desperate for someone's attention. You, on the other hand, have become my exception. Jaho Chang. This little ninny, poisoned? Or am I just too charming? Master, be a man. Dog system, please shut up. Honey, what do you think of the moon tonight? Zhang Jiahao glanced at him with a sniff. Well, the moon is fuller tonight. Just then, Ife sensed his brother's reaction. Honey, I need to take a break. Ife's small face rolled and she took the clothes aside and wrapped them up. Pack it up. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao cleaned up the battlefield. Fair, I bought an entertainment group today. Do you have any good seedling recommendations? As for those little puppies, there's no need to recommend them. Zhang Jiahao sat on the sofa, wrapped his arms around her small waist, and asked out loud. Honey, you're going into acting? Ife asked rhetorically with a surprised look on her face. Sort of. Well, I guess it kind of is. The little lord doesn't understand this anyway. Dog system pot. Honey, why don't I come to your office? What do you think? Nanny? This ninny? Concubine? Have you thought about it? Ife nodded. Hubby, my contract with my current agency is about to expire. Hey, this good thing comes in pairs? With a national goddess joining the company, why worry about the company not being able to get up? Unless Qin Jianghe was incompetent. Concubine, can you walk now? It was so raw just now. I don't know how badly she's hurt. Worthy of being a national goddess, the fighting force is number one. Honey, I'm fine. F leaned her small head against his shoulder and whispered softly. Lighten up. You have to calm down. Little master has to do some business first. Honey, do you want to show me the company? Good lord, this ninny is smart. Want to go now or tomorrow? Ife was just about to say tomorrow, when she inadvertently glanced at, hubby, let's go now. Ife hurriedly stood up and picked up her bag. Go. Zhang Jiahao awkwardly moved its position for it, then got up and led her away. Chapter 97 Little Puppy. Quantum Lithography. Jiangling Mansion. Zhang Jiahao brought Ife and arrived at the chairman's office on the 33rd floor. Boss, you said Ms. Ife is going to sign with our company? Qin Jianghe looked at Zhang Jiahao with a shocked expression. Mr. Qin, my contract expires in 2 days. I hope you'll take care of me then. Receiving Ife's confirmation, Qin Jianghe hurriedly responded. Miss Ife, I should be the one to trouble you. Take care of the company's newcomers in the future. Mr. Qin, does the company have any good seedlings? Call it over and see. I'm sure they can get up quickly with Fei's leadership. Boss, please wait. I'll have them called right away. Responding, Qin Jianghe got up and went forward to make arrangements. Fair, in the future, when we're outside, we should still pay attention to avoid bringing you trouble. Zhang Jiahao touched her small head and said in a fine voice. Honey, I'm not afraid. If someone finds out, big deal for me to go public. This niece, aren't you afraid of ruining your career? Honey, you don't have to worry about it. Even if I don't make it as a star, I have no regrets. Just as well, who dares to hold it against you? I'll destroy him. About half an hour later, more than 20 artists had assembled in the conference room. There are mostly female artists and just 3 male artists. My god, that's the goddess Ife? If you're not drunk, that is, my idol, actually came to our company. With the arrival of Ife, the group of artists whispered, Humph, what's the big deal? Sooner or later, one day, my old lady can become a big star too. A small, milky dog in the crowd said, everyone, Ms. Ife is about to sign with our company, so let's all show off our talents. Make the most of it, people. This kind of opportunity is rare. As Qin Jianghe's words fell, the crowd instantly buzzed. Quiet. When the crowd quieted down, Qin Jianghe continued to speak. Which one of you will come first? The crowd glanced from side to side at the little puppy who had just blurted out, old lady first. The little puppy smiled triumphantly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. When Qin Jianghe saw him, his pupils dilated, and his heart said that it was not good. The little puppy was dyed with white hair and had 2 tufts of hair pinned to its head. Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded at the sight. Nima, what the hell is this? It's so damn hot. My old lady's best talent is dancing. With that, he began to dance. You can't tell. He's got some power, and he's got the crowd in stitches. He was only seen rolling and bouncing on the ground like an electrocuted loach. Stop. It's so damn hot. Zhang Jiahao shouted to stop and turned to look at Qin Jianghe, who was on the side with a disappointed expression. Boss, he was an accident. He wasn't even on my list. he would have just blended in. He's one of Yi Wenwei's people. He shouldn't know about the company changing bosses yet. Qin Jianghe noticed that Zhang Jiahao's expression was not right, so he explained a lot in one breath. Well, this type of artist, all of them are terminated. None of them, deal with them immediately.
Qin Jianghe wiped his cold sweat at his words and nodded his head hastily.
Who are you? Saying you're terminating your contract? The little puppy pretended to look like a milky, ferocious dog and questioned Zhang Jiahao. Yuki, throw him out. Yuki, who was outside the door, came in at the sound and walked out as soon as she lifted the little puppy. Then, a bunch of normal artists started to show off their talents. For the most part, the artists, who have a great image, are just a little thin on the ground.
Zhang Jiahao also observed from the sidelines, and he found that 7 or 8 of them were not bad.
The long legs alone are a highlight, not to mention they are solid. In the end, Iffy chose 5 girls, intending to lead them herself and form a girl group. Star International Hotel. 10 female bodyguards arrived later, and after lining up any possible hidden dangers,
Zhang Jiahao took Iffei to stay in room 888.
This night, he was honest and simply played with the ball before falling asleep. The sun was shining brightly in the morning. A generation of war god woke up leisurely, and in order not to disturb the rest of his beloved, he got up gently. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will reward you with a quantum lithography machine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, you're giving it up for me? That's a bit of an oxymoron of a reward. Keep a low profile, it's a must.
Not to mention the fact that the master has taken down the national goddess.
This system can't drag its feet either. Jiaho Chang, winky face, dog system, this quantum lithography can produce biochips? Master, this is just the basic function. Just the basic functions? With doubts,
Zhang Jiahao checked the description of the quantum lithography machine.
Mind control, brainwave transmission, memory integration, light energy storage? Good lord, that's a killer. I have to make good use of the little master. Honey, why didn't you call me when you woke up? Iffei came into the living room and lay down on Zhang Jiahao's back.
Feeling the softness coming from his back, Zhang Jiahao hypnotized his second brother.
Concubine, why don't you get some sleep? You lost a lot of blood yesterday. You need to rest.
Iffei sniffed her small face hot,
gently bit his earlobe, pouted. Humph, it's not that you said you want to go on the highway. Or would I be hurt so badly? Nice guy, and I don't know who's curious. Must little master I accelerate? Concubine, I'm ready to go back to the imperial capital. Do you want to come back with me? I also wonder how Penguin, the mimic elf, is doing. I've got to get my big moves ready ahead of time. Little man, if you're rude to the little lord again, you'll have to give him a hammer.
Hubby, I still have a few things to take care of. It's not convenient for me to go back to the imperial capital for the time being.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and took her into his arms. Well then, go back when you're done. I'll leave 2 bodyguards for you in a while. They're my husband's royal bodyguards. F looked up and gave him a kiss. Honey, thank you. Thank you for nothing. If you want to thank me, get well. Little master's second brother. A little cranky lately. Get some rest. And remember to call me first thing when you get back to the imperial capital. Okay? Aha! Chapter 98 Test Flight of Transcendent 1. Imperial International Airport.
Zhang Jiahao walked out of the airport,
and an advertisement for Still Beauty was playing on the plaza's big screen. In a short period of time,
Still Beauty has become so popular in the Dragon Kingdom that the products are sold out in less than 5 seconds on the shelves every day.
Even the offline sales points. There are also long lines of queues. Now Still Beauty offline sales points
has reached more than 100.
Howie, back.
He Yuxuan greeted him and took his arm.
Well, hard work.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and said with a faint smile,
let's go back and talk. One public house.
Zhang Jiahao had just arrived at the gate when he was stopped, and Xueji and Ziling hurriedly got out of the car when they saw this.
Yuki, calm down.
Looking at the 2 women's faces as they walked towards Chen Zhizhong,
Zhang Jiahao hurriedly shouted out, this old man,
nothing to learn from others to stop what car?
That's squatting on me on purpose. Academician Chen, what are you doing?
Chen Zhizhong smiled awkwardly.
Jiahao, are you free right now? I have something urgent to find you.
The corner of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this.
I say Academician Chen, you have something to do in the future. Do not organize this. If you really hit a good or bad, I cannot afford. This bad old man, a big old man, neither knows about security awareness. Hey, I'll pay attention later. So hurry up and follow me. With that, Chen Zhizhong pulled him and walked towards the car on the side. Academician Chen, I'll just go in my car. It'll be convenient for me when I come back later.
Chen Zhizhong sniffed awkwardly and loosened his hand.
Alright, you hurry up and get in the car and follow me.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and gave He Yuxuan a few words of explanation before getting into his car and following Chen Zhizhong's car away.
Research Office of the Academy of Sciences. A mech that was about 2 meters tall was standing upright on top of a high platform with a domineering appearance. Academician Chen, you built this? Zhang Jiahao looked at the mecha in front of him with a surprised face. He did not expect Chen Zhizhong to be so fast. K-ho, it's not done yet. The mech's intelligent control system hasn't been implanted yet. Chen Zhizhong looked at him with an intent look. I got it. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked straight towards the mech. After linking to the mech, he began to do the implantation of the mech's control system. Zhang Jiahao kept flying his hands, leaving only a residual shadow on the keyboard. This scene shocked Chen Zhizhong and the crowd of people from the academy beyond words. Zhang Jiahao was busy for more than an hour, during which he stopped once and rested for a few minutes. Academician Chen. Alright. Zhang Jiahao stretched his waist and said indifferently. Well. Chen Zhizhong's face was agitated, trembling slightly as he walked towards the mech. K-ho. Check again? Zhang Jiahao shook his head as he sniffed. Academician Chen. There's no need for that. I've checked it through the intelligent manipulation system. From hardware to software, it's up to par and ready for test flights. These guys are crazy enough too. I didn't expect to build it in a short time, and it was a one-time success. Marvelous. A test flight then? Chen Zhizhong asked tentatively. Academician Chen. The console is right there, so you can just start the test flight and fly wherever you want. Chen Zhizhong nodded. Good. Then let's test fly it and see. With that, he activated the mech. Master, please name the mech. Listening to the mech's intelligent program reminding him, Chen Zhizhong looked at Zhang Jiahao on the side. How about calling it Transcendent One? Zhang Jiahao suggested after some thought. Master, are you sure about the Transcendent One? Okay. Before Zhang Jiahao could make a sound, Chen Zhizhong jumped ahead. Transcend One launch in progress. Activation successful. Intelligent manipulation system detection in progress. Detection complete. System normal. Starting hardware detection. Testing complete. Hardware normal. Initiating energy detection. Detection complete. 100% energy. Transcendence 1 full inspection complete. All normal. Please enter commands at the console. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Academician Chen. You do it. Okay, I'll do it. Saying that, Chen Zhizhong first opened the special steel window above the mech, and then he inputted the mech's command to carry out the mission. Well, the time to witness the miracle has come. With that, he pressed the takeoff button. The crowd also held their breath, their eyes staring at Transcendent One with dead eyes. Swish! In a flash, the Transcendent One scurried right out. Quick, turn on the big video screen. The members on the sidelines sniffed and hurriedly pressed cast. Instantly, the flight data of the Transcendent One was displayed on the large screen. Speed, Mach 20, Mach 22, Mach 25, Mach 30. Mech condition, good. Academician Chen, what commands did you set for the mech? Chen Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. I'll have it fly over the stars and stripes, circle around it, and then return. Jiahao Chang, this bad old man is bad. At this speed of the Transcendent One, it will arrive at stars and stripes in 10 minutes. As the crowd listened to Zhang Jiahao's explanation, their faces showed excitement. This Transcendent One was like their child. It's about to enter the Stars and Stripes air defense field. But Academician Chen, I realized you missed something. Chen Zhizhong looked at him with a puzzled expression. What? You forgot to cloak the Transcendent One. Zhang Jiahao pointed at the data displayed on the big screen and said with a bemused expression. Asterisk. Hasty. Chen Zhizhong said and went straight to the console. Just as he had stepped up to the console, Transcendence One's beep came on. Detected a non-national fighter aircraft. Suspected enemy aircraft approaching. Will missiles be fired? Chen. Send a hammer and I'll be unloaded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Academician Chen, since it's not carrying any bombs, I don't think there's any need to turn on the stealth, and try to see how well the Stars and Stripes air defenses are. Once Chen Zhizhong heard this, it seemed to make some sense, and he then stopped the operation to activate stealth. So we just let it play itself out? Zhang Jiahao hemmed and hawed. I think this can be had, and I also want to see where the limits of its intelligence are. The crowd on the side, listening to the conversation between the two Zhang Jiahao, couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Just then, the mech's voice came again. No answer for an extended period of time. Transcendence One has initiated intelligent mode and will return automatically upon completion of its mission. No sooner had the Transcendent One beep dropped than the Star-Spangled Nation's fighter shouts came back. You have entered our air defense territory. Please leave quickly or we will take coercive measures. Determine approaching fighters as enemy aircraft. System automatically initiates attack. Execute missile launch. Fail to fire. Please replenish ammunition promptly. Activate cold combat mode. As the Transcendent One finished these words, a sharp sword reached out from his hand. The sword was about 1.5 meters long, with a golden yellow body, and its appearance was simply made after the regular sword. Academician Chen, this sword is your masterpiece, right? Chen Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. How was it? Not bad. A bit of fun. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a light smile and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Look, you guys, that fighter cut it in half. Chapter 99, Sword Chopping Anti-Air Missiles. The crowd looked at the cast screen, and the fighter had indeed been cut off by Transcendent One's sword. Compared to the Transcendent One, the fighter's flight speed was too slow, and in less than a breath of time, it was cut down and scrapped by the Transcendent One. Academician Chen, this is a bit wrong. Chen Zhizhong shook his head and snorted at his words. It's okay, I think they still owe us a few blood debts from when their Star-Spangled Nation's fighters were flaunting their power over us. Stars and Stripes Air Defense Command Center. Can someone tell me what this is? An admiral stared at the screen dead on, only able to see a remnant of the Transcendent One. General, it could be an alien ship. The general turned at that and snarled. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Have you ever seen a ship that small? General, whatever ship it is, I suggest we shoot him down first. The general sniffed and looked at the speaker, nodding. Well, you've got some brains. Men, fire me anti-aircraft missiles and shoot him down. Yes, General. As the words fell, an anti-aircraft missile was launched and sped towards the Transcendent One. However, the next moment they were dumbfounded. General, the anti-aircraft missiles can't even catch up with it. The admiral sniffed and glared at him. Idiot, you don't need to say it, I saw it. Just then, the sky instantly lit up. Bang! A loud explosion spread high above the sky. General, it seems to have hit. The admiral sniffed and hurriedly checked up. However, he did not see the Transcendent One falling. About a few more seconds passed. General, it was a mech, not a ship, and it wasn't shot down. The admiral saw it too, caught just as the mech flew out of the blast area, and although the image was blurry, it was still recognizable as a mech. Wang De FAQ? General, it's headed off into the distance. Pop. The admiral turned around and gave the soldier a direct slap on the face. Shut up and get the hell out of here. Quick, fire another missile and leave it for me. Don't fire them one by one. Give me 10 of them together and lock onto it. The operator got the order and directly fired 10 more anti-aircraft missiles. However, the result was again out of their expectation. Transcendent One not only didn't escape, but also raised his sword and flew towards those anti-aircraft missiles. One sword won. If chopping a watermelon. Instantly, fireworks rained down over Stars and Stripes, and many people took out their cell phones and started recording. General, still firing missiles? A general looked at the missiles that had been wiped out and asked in a weak voice from the sidelines. Fark, send Pete. General, shut up. Not. General, it disappeared. The admiral looked incredulous and hurriedly checked the images. Fark, this is definitely not our Blue Stars mecha, and if it is, it's our Stars and Stripes. The general nodded at his words. The general is right. This is our Star-Spangled Nation's mecha, performing a test flight. Well, you're good. The admiral cast an admiring glance toward him. You should know what to do, right? Yes, General. Dragon Academy of Science. Ha ha ha, great job Transcendent One. Chen Zhizhong stared at the flying Transcendent One and shouted out in excitement. Just now, after Transcendent One cut down 10 anti-aircraft missiles, he turned on the mech's stealth function. Academician Chen, Stars and Stripes has released an explanatory statement for what just happened. They said they were conducting a mecha test flight. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Visit meow. Stars and Stripes is as shameless as ever. Mission accomplished. Beginning return flight. The crowd listened to Transcendent One's beeps and stared at the big screen with dead eyes, fearing that something unexpected might happen in general. Just like that, the crowd stared intently. Not a single person uttered a sound, and many of them didn't even move their feet. The Transcendent One is back. Just as the voice fell, the Transcendent One slowly landed and stood steadily on top of the high platform. Quickly, check the damage to the mech. Chen Zhizhong had an anxious look on his face and hurriedly ordered out. Academician Chen, there's no need to go through it manually. You can check it by utilizing the system's repair function. Zhang Jiahao voiced a timely reminder from the side. Yeah, I got it. Saying that, Chen Zhizhong walked towards the console and directly activated the mech repair detection. Transcendental One repair detection in progress. Detection complete. Sword damage 50%. Launching auto repair. Repair failed. Please use manual repair. Chen Zhizhong looked at Zhang Jiahao with a puzzled expression. Academician Chen, this test is obvious, meaning that the only thing damaged is the sword. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and spoke out to explain. Good lord, I didn't realize this mech was so powerful. Master, show some interest, will you? It's just a toy. Zhang Jiahao, dog system, You mean, there are more advanced mechs? Master, this one is bound to be there. Don't crave me, and don't give it to me. System. Jiahao, are you serious?
Chen Zhizhong grabbed Zhang Jiahao's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly.
Academician Chen, just go and take a look. Chen Zhizhong nodded and hurriedly walked towards the mech. And at this point, there's been a huge uproar on the internet about the explosion over Stars and Stripes. Even the major websites in the country are talking about it. Today's focus, Stars and Stripes, suspected of developing 30x Sonic Mecha. Today's focus, 30x Sonic Mecha, is it just a talking point? And underneath each topic, there is a flood of comments. Netizen not eating melon, think with your head.
Really, if he was developed by the Stars and Stripes,
would he be stupid enough to bomb with his own anti-aircraft missiles? Netizen one stick, no problem. I think it might be an alien mecha.
Stars and Stripes wanted to leave people behind, and in the end they couldn't do it and prevented losing face before pulling a stunt like this.
Academician Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first.
Chen Zhizhong sniffed and rushed up with an arrow step,
grabbing his hand. That speed, completely unlike a 60 or 70-year-old person. Hey, K-ho, come this way for a second. Saying that,
Chen Zhizhong dragged Zhang Jiahao aside.
Academician Chen, so mysterious. What is it? This bad old man, he can't move his hands. And mysterious. It's definitely not good. Hey, it's like this. My granddaughter just returned from studying abroad,
and she'd like to add your genie number to ask you some questions. When Chen Zhizhong finished speaking, he looked at him quietly.
Fine.
You send me her sprite number or ID. I'll add her later. Zhang Jiahao gave him a look that made his heart flutter, and hurriedly spoke out in response.
Hey, I'll send it to you right away. Okay, it's okay, go away. Jiahao Chang. Chapter 100, Frightened to Flee.
When Zhang Jiahao returned to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion,
he added the elf number of Chen Zhizhong's granddaughter. A white rabbit that doesn't eat turnips? Equals. What kind of fairy nickname is that? Hello, great god Zhang. I'm Academician Chen's granddaughter. Chen Siki. The name is fine. It's just the avatar that's not complimentary. MS. Chen. I don't know what you're adding me for.
He had just sent out this message when Chen Siki replied back in seconds.
Great god Zhang. I have a few questions I want to ask you. Is it convenient for you to meet and talk? Meet and talk? It's okay. I'll be fine this time. Consider it a favor to that awful old man. You go to the 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. I'm here now. Okay then. Great God, wait for me. Sigh. This niece. About 20 minutes later. Chairman.
There's a young lady named Shinseki outside who says she has an appointment with you.
Sissy, you let her in.
Song Shirshir nodded and turned to leave.
In a few moments, a girl with a double ponytail then walked in. The great God. The girl shouted, then rushed directly to Zhang Jiahao's nearness and hugged him. Zihang Jiahao, Epsilon, just let go and watch your image. Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao separated her.
Your Sky-chan?
Zhang Jiahao looked at the girl in front of him in a JK outfit. He couldn't believe that this was Chen Siki who had returned from studying abroad.
Hey, I am.
Zhang Jiahao had an odd expression on his face as he nodded.
Sit down and talk. How old are you?
Chen Siki blinked her beautiful eyes at her words.
Hey, this fairy is 18 years old. Nanny, you've been studying abroad since you were 18? What kind of school is this? This ninny, at first glance, is a proper wit.
Little master's peaceful life can't be disturbed by her.
Just as he was thinking, Chen Siki opened her mouth and said, Great God, you don't have to be so surprised. This fairy is overly talented and has skipped grades to read. Well, you're awesome. I can't afford to serve you. Say, what did you want to ask me? Chen Siki nodded and then came closer to him. Just as Zhang Jiahao was puzzled, he only saw Chen Siki directly kneeling down on one knee and cupping her fists. Great God, please accept me as your disciple. Equals. What kind of operation is this? Nay-san, I don't take disciples. Get your ass up. Zhang Jiahao reached out, about to help her up. Yet Chen Siki did not move a muscle. Great God, I am sincere in my worship. I even have a gift ready. Jiahao Chang, why does it feel the same as that awful old man? Moving around and making such strange moves. You get up first. Sit down and talk.
Zhang Jiahao didn't wait for her to finish, so he directly lifted her up with both hands and let her sit on the sofa.
God, I really, Chen Siki said and stood up again. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Listen, sit down and talk. Okay. Chen Siki responded and sat back on the sofa. Why do you want to worship me?
With a puzzled look on his face, Zhang Jiahao looked at her and inquired.
God, I'm a computer science student too. My grandfather says your computer skills are at the top of the world. I also know about the Dragon operating system, which came from you, and the Sprite software. Meow. Is she poisoned? MS. Chen, if you really want to learn something, I recommend someone to you. However, before Zhang Jiahao could finish, Chen Siki then shook her head straight. Great God, I've decided on you. I don't want anyone else. Jiahao Chang. I at meow. MS. Chen. Speak properly. It's not good to let people misunderstand. Zhang Jiahao had a black line on his face and reminded him by holding his forehead. Hey, what's the misunderstanding? Zhang Jiahao had two big heads and looked up at her and said, wait for me here for a while. Nah, I'll be waiting for you. Big God. Nima. I'd rather face Ifei, that waifu. After Zhang Jiahao exited the office, he went straight to Bai Shue's office. Cheryl, do me a favor. With a puzzled look on her face, Snow walked closer to him. What's up, Howie? Zhang Jiahao pulled her to sit beside him. Schwerer, upstairs in my office. There's a little wit. She's academician Chen's granddaughter and wants to worship me. It's sticking to me. So go and fix her for me and my husband will teach you something new tonight. The corners of Bai Shue's mouth twitched slightly at his words. Then he stood up. Howie, I'll go ahead and check it out. As the words fell, Bai Shue twisted her small savage waist and left. Cheryl, I hope you're successful with your horse. Master, Chen Siki is a wizard. Dog system, I know this one too, but have you thought about it? Letting a wit like her stick to it, will I ever have peace? Little master? This is unlikely. Hey, it's better for a person not to be too good, otherwise there's so much trouble and so much worry. System, _. About 10 minutes later, Bai Shue walked back and Chen Siki followed her. Nima, is this a no-go? Hey, big God, brother Hao. Siki's sister's expertise is very good. A very good seedling. Jiahao Chang, you've called your sister? Don't tell little master that you took her for me. Brother Hao, I just talked to Siki's sister, and you'll be her mentor from now on. Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. I'm her mentor? Howie, it's just that from now on she'll study under me, and you'll instruct her when necessary. Bai Shue gave a bad smile and spoke out to explain. At this moment, Chen Siki, who was on the side, was laughing her ass off, looking like a proper mischief-making wit. Okay, you're all decided. That's it. I'm going out for a bit. With that, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed for the door. However, just as he passed by Chen Siki made another signature move and hugged him. Feeling the softness coming from his back, Zhang Jiahao had a black line on his face and hurriedly separated her. Nichan, why don't you move and hug someone? Chen Siki smiled heatedly. Sister Bai said that you are a very capable person and have a unique smell. Nima, unique flavor? What the hell is this? Thinking that, Zhang Jiahao turned to look at Bai Shue. Bai Shue gave a bad smile when she saw this. Brother Hua. Actually Siki's sister is very good and knowledgeable, although her age is a little small, but her other conditions are not bad, just this height and face value. At least it must be a goddess level. The corners of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly. Schwerer, I'm afraid you don't have a misunderstanding of the word goddess. When Chen Siki heard this, she was instantly displeased. God, she's a schoolgirl, and she's been on the cover of Super Sweet Goddess. Super Sweet Goddess cover? Sure it's not a witty cover? Whatever. Sneak out first. This wit is too capable of torturing people, and the key has a backer that can't be messed with. You guys talk, I'm going out to run some errands. After saying that, Zhang Jiahao fled away with a swish. Bai Shue and Chen Siki exchanged glances. Sister Siki, you're the first woman to scare Hao away. Chen Siki shook her head as she sniffed. Hey, Sister Bai, people aren't women yet, they're girls. Snow, winky face, Chapter 101, is it less? I'll add more. One public house. Zhang Jiahao came out of the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, and he ran straight back here. At the moment he was strolling through Kunsai Live. Thank you, Mr. Hao, for sending the dragon tour. The two sisters, Muski and Musyu, bowed deeply to the screen. The shape of the headlights protruded, and looking at Zhang Jiahao's intent, he couldn't wait to tear off that protective film and take a look. The live broadcast room was also instantly lively because of his arrival, and the words on the screen were brushed so fast that it was impossible to read them. Zhang Jiahao typed and floated the screen. You're welcome, sleep together sometime. Ha ha ha, Mr. How is a man of culture? It's pretty good, not grating and grinding. Hey, sure is a professional racer. The twin sisters responded with a sweet smile. Not long after, Zhang Jiahao received a message from the twin sisters. In unison, Muski, Mr. Hao, I'm free at your convenience. Mushu, Mr. Hao, I'm free when it's not convenient for me. Jiahao Chang. After returning an emoticon to the two women, Zhang Jiahao checked Sweetheart's live room and found that she wasn't online. Shiner, what's going on? Just as soon as he sent this message, Sweetness replied back in seconds. Honey, I'm at school. There's a fundraiser at school tonight and I'm going to be on stage performing a dance. What the heck fundraiser? This girl is going to perform on stage? Cynthia, what fundraiser? Sweetie, honey, It's a fundraiser for the school, which is currently in need of a lot of money to improve the school. Improving the teaching and learning environment? As I recall, this ninny was in art school. This should work somewhat with Kunstsite Entertainment. Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao typed in response, XINR, I'll go check it out too. What time tonight? Sweetheart, who was in the Imperial Capital Academy, saw this message from Zhang Jiahao and directly jumped up in joy. You ninny, do you have a man? Zhaoing, what are you babbling about? Sweetheart's small face slightly reddened as she sat back on her bed. Then he continued to type to Zhang Jiahao, hubby, it starts at 7 p.m. Do you really want to come over? Well, I'll be there later. After sending the message, Zhang Jiahao took a beautiful bath under the service of several maids. There's still half an hour left, so let's see what's good to drive there. Muttering, Zhang Jiahao got up and headed to the garage. Upon arriving at the garage, he realized it was just a Hennessy Venom GT and a Ferrari 250 GTO. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to drive the old antique, the Imperial Capital Art Academy, a very famous art academy in the Dragon Kingdom, as the school had produced many first-rate stars, and by now, the lounge at the back of the school stage was filled with several celebrities, all of whom had gone out from the school. That's Willow Sissy? Look who's next to her. It's Youngblood. Outside the lounge, a crowd of students were talking in shock as they looked through the windows at the few stars inside, and at this moment, Sweetheart, who had just come out of her dormitory, was walking towards the lounge behind the stage. She was accompanied by her roommate, Zhaoing. Soon after, the fundraising party began. After a bit of nagging from the facilitator, the students began to take the stage. There were a number of entrepreneurs, company owners, and students returning from school. Backstage in the lounge, Sweetie, dressed in an ancient costume, was nervously staring at her phone, refreshing the Sprite app almost every 10 seconds. XINR, are you waiting for someone? Zhaoing sat over and inquired in a puzzled voice. Well, waiting for someone very important. Zhaoing sniffed, still saying there's no man. This is important all used up. Zhaoing, don't make fun of me. I'm so nervous right now. Sweetness took her hand in hers with a nervous look on her face. What are you nervous about? It's not like you've never been on stage before. Sweetheart sniffed without making a sound and checked her cell phone again. However, there was still no message from Zhang Jiahao. Shinur, it's our turn. Sweetness nodded at her words and reluctantly put her cell phone away. At this time, outside the gates of the Academy of Arts. Sir, if you are not a student at this school, you will need to register. A middle-aged security guard was holding a book and standing in front of Zhang Jiahao's car window. Yes, please give me a moment. Zhang Jiahao took it and began to fill it out quickly. What does this identity mean? Looking at one of the items required to be filled out above, Zhang Jiahao inquired out loud in puzzlement. Sir, this can be filled out with your occupation, boss or position in the company. Nice guy. This watch is kind of interesting. It looks like the banknote ability is as powerful as ever. Well, there. The security guard took it and checked it out, and when he saw the identity column, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Jiahao in surprise. Why? Is there a problem? The security guard sniffed back and hurriedly waved his hand. No problem. Please come in, sir. Thanks. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao drove and headed directly towards the academy stage. It was 7:30 at the moment. He left the house half an hour early, though, and was hopelessly stuck in traffic for nearly an hour. Next we have Sweetheart and Zhaoing, presenting a classical dance. Under the applause of the host and the audience, Sweetheart and Zhaoing slowly walked onto the stage. Just then, a growl came from behind the audience. The crowd turned their heads to look at the sound, only to see a Ferrari 250 GTO, coming towards the crowd. Coming to the side of the audience, Zhang Jiahao directly came to the tail drift brake. The action is very tawdry. Actually, he didn't want to. Honey, when Tian Xan saw Zhang Jiahao getting out of the car, a big smile appeared on her face. As the music started, the crowd turned back to the stage. Zhang Jiahao, on the other hand, casually found a seat, sat down, and then enjoyed Sweetheart's dance. Luckily, it caught up in time. This at meow. To the small master eye-blocked hair. Shouldn't we use helicopters when we go out in the future so that we don't get stuck in traffic? The dance of the two sweethearts received a lot of applause, and even Zhang Jiahao was mesmerized by it. Well, the excitement is always so short. So here are the bosses who are supporting the two students. So please start donating. As soon as the moderator's words left his mouth, a middle-aged man raised his sign and said, I support $1 million. Wow! The eyes of the crowd were directed toward him. Bro, are you here to donate too? At this moment, a little fat man beside Zhang Jiahao spoke out to him and inquired, Me? I just came over to take a look and donate some pocket money. It's cultivating talent anyway. Little fatty nodded at his words. Thank you to this boss for supporting the two beauties. Any more bosses to support? Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao took the sign on the side and also learned to hold it up. This boss, how much are you prepared to support? The host threw his eyes over and voiced an inquiry. I'll back it for 100 million. The little fat man who had just turned his head, listening to this shout from Zhang Jiahao, he directly went down. Nima, you call $100 million pocket change? Not only him, but the crowd and the hosts at the scene. All of them had their mouths open in shock. How much did you say, sir? The host asked with an incredulous face as he came back to his senses. $100 million. Is it less? I'll add a little more. 200 million. Moderator. Instantly, there was silence. Chapter 102. Did you brush your teeth today? Are you sure, sir? The host once again voiced her inquiry. The first time she had ever encountered such a situation. Well, yes. Zhang Jiahao nodded in response. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao completed the donation of money under the leadership of the school. At the same time, Kunpeng Entertainment has become the preferred employment company for Tutor Academy. XINR, are you going back to one mansion? Or are you at school? In the car, Zhang Jiahao touched Sweetheart's small head and inquired in a fine voice. Honey, I'm going back. Looking at her as she was about to speak, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and said, silly niece, just say what you have. Sweetie nodded, her little face slightly red. Honey, are you free tonight? I'm a little hungry. Also, let me feed you myself. Let's go. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao drove the car and returned straight to one public house, one mansion, Villa 5. The moon was high in the sky, and the branches of the trees kept swaying as a light breeze blew through. In the distance, on the hill, two monkeys are dueling, seemingly not to distinguish between victory and defeat, vowing not to stop the formation. They fought from the top of the mountain all the way down the mountainside, especially the skinny monkey, after he was dragged into the waterfall cave. It was wincing from the beating, its body shaking slightly, and it eventually threw in the towel, so it ended up getting punched. The morning sun, the soft scent of a beautiful woman. A generation of war god Zhang Jiahao woke up leisurely. Why does this girl always kick the covers? After covering Sweetheart with the quilt, Zhang Jiahao got up and washed up. After last night's workout, he was now refreshed. He had just come out of the restroom when he received a call from Snow. Honey, come by the office sometime. This ninny, she doesn't usually see a call. Is something wrong with the company? Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly raised his voice to inquire. Share, something happened at the company? Honey, that's not true. It's just that someone from the Triview group came to the office. Triview? Isn't this the company of Kamakuni Senki Capital? Cheryl, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao changed his clothes and drove towards the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. And at this moment, on the 17th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building, in the creators' conference room, MS. Bye. I'm sure you're aware of the background of our Sanjin group. If Creator becomes our subsidiary, it's definitely going from strength to strength. Shirayuki smiled faintly. Mr. Inoue, I can't make that call, but I advise you not to waste your time, because I know my boss very well, and there's no way he's going to sell the builder. Inuyasha Bear shook his head. MS. White, I will not interfere with the company's operations after acquiring Creator. On that point, I can assure you. Does this person not understand human language? The old lady has made it so clear and still blathers on. She should be renamed Frog by the Well. Spitting in her mind for a while, Shirayuki forced herself to hold back her revulsion and continue to speak. Mr. Inoue-san, my boss is on his way here, so you can talk to him later. MS. Bye. I hope we can become colleagues. Wellside Bear stared at Bai Shui with a pair of bear eyes, his eyes full of aggression. Seeing this with a look of disgust, Snow then stood up and glanced at him. Mr. Inoue-san, please wait here for a while. My boss will be here in a while. I'll go and work on something first. After saying that, Bai Shui headed for the door. Miss White, wait. In an arrow step, Inuyasha Bear stepped in front of her. Mr. Inoue, what do you mean by that? Shirayuki's eyes showed a cold light as she looked at him coldly. Hey, MS. White, let's talk a little longer. As soon as Inuyasha Bear's words fell, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Zhang Jiahao walked in slowly. Seeing Zhang Jiahao arrive, Bai Shui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid. There were still two female bodyguards outside the door. She was just so disgusted. The way Inuyasha looked at her made her uncomfortable all over. Hubby, this is Mr. Inuyasha Kumar of the Senki group. I'll get busy first. Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist and gave her a kiss. Go on, don't get too tired. As Inuyasha Bear on the side watched this scene, his face looked as if he had eaten shang. Mr. Inoue, I am the founder and sole owner of the Creator, so you can talk to me about anything. It's still Kamakuni in the naming department. Wellside Bears, A bit of fun. Well, on behalf of the TriView group, I have come to acquire your creator. Inuyasha Bear also sat down on the sidelines and said with a lofty look, "Oh, I wonder how much you are prepared to pay for the acquisition. Creator, the current valuation can reach at least 3 trillion. The small master to see how big your lion's mouth. We're offering $500 billion, and we won't interfere with the company's operations after completing the acquisition. However, there is some information related to this that you have to submit to the head office." "Oh, waiting here? Not to mention the lion's share of the money. But a trick? I wonder what information is required." Looking at Zhang Jiahao's attitude, Inuyasha Bear nodded in satisfaction and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a straight face. The source code for the Divine Dragon operating system as well as the sprites, and the recipe for still beauty. The man had the nerve to open his mouth. "Mr. Inoue-san, have you brushed your teeth today?" Zhang Jiahao looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Inuyasha Bear nodded dubiously. "Swiped. I don't think you've brushed it because you've just been spewing." Zhang Jiahao looked at him and shook his head as he said indifferently, "Baka, you dare to scold me?" Inuyasha Bear stood up, his eyes staring at Zhang Jiahao with a deadly glare. "Mr. Inoue-san, go back where you came from. I don't have the time to keep you company any longer." Inuyasha Bear was instantly enraged. "You've just been playing me?" Zhang Jiahao looked at him and shrugged. "Otherwise, what do you think? Baka, you will pay dearly for your behavior today." With that, Inuyasha Bear slammed the door. "Sanjin Group, I hope you don't make a fool of yourself, or the Sun God won't be able to save you." Chapter 103 New Cadet, God's Operation. Just as Wellspring's Bear had left in front of him, Chen Siki walked in. She changed her style from yesterday today and wore a professional suit, a short black skirt with a white shirt, instantly turning into a workplace goddess. "Amikami, busy?" Zhang Jiahao sat back in his chair, looking at her quietly with an expressionless face without making a sound. Chen Siki had gone through the entry procedures yesterday, and she was now by Shue's special assistant, mainly responsible for the testing and writing of program modules. Her programming skills could be considered very impressive and did not bury Chen Zhizhong's reputation, so Bai Shui took care of her, not only guiding her very carefully, but also treating her like a sister. "The Great Spirit?" Chen Siki walked close to him and waved her palm and shouted, "What's the matter with you, Ni-chan? Great God, don't you notice that the weather is a little different today?" "What does she want?" "God, it's the weather. It's none of my business. Rain or shine, cloudy or rainy. I want to be salty every day, so the weather has nothing to do with me." Chen Siki hemmed and hawed and came to his side, bringing her cherry mouth to his ear. "Great God, to me, you are my heaven, and where you are, my world is clear." "Nani, Wang Defak? Old Chen Ah, it seems that this granddaughter of yours, this learning to stay a little open, the whole of this god of war are almost lost. Nei-san, you need to watch your image. I'm going to teach you a lesson if you keep this up." Chen Siki's eyes lit up at the words and blinked her beautiful eyes mischievously. "Great God, do you dare? I at Meow. You think he's a lion, don't you? Come here, you little master." Saying that, Zhang Jiahao pulled her over with one hand and directly pressed her onto his thighs, lifting his palms towards her small buttocks for a few slaps. Snap, snap, asterisk, asterisk operator, da-ba, Jiahao Chang, I at Meow. Why do you think she's enjoying herself? It's not a bad touch, though, it's pretty Q-tip. Honey, you guys. Bai Shui stood in the doorway, looking at the two men's posture at this moment, and couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock for a moment. It's not what you think." Zhang Jiahao looked embarrassed, and after releasing his hand that was pressing on Chen Siki, he was ready to help her up. "Great God, this lesson of yours is quite good, and I don't mind if you then continue." Chen Siki was lying on his lap, a pair of jade hands grasping his feet with a death grip, without the slightest intention to get up. "Honey, since this nymph is so bold, why don't I close the door and you dish her out?" Bai Shui came close to Zhang Jiahao and squatted down to look at Chen Siki, saying with a bad smile on her face, just when the two thought that Chen Siki would be afraid, her words directly made the two dumbfounded. "Sister White, are you coming along? Snow, equals, Zhang Jiahao? What's in this girl's head? Are they all so open-minded when they come back from abroad? Maybe, she's playing it cool." With that in mind, Zhang Jiahao glanced at Bai Shui and slightly lowered his head to stare at Chen Siki's beautiful eyes. "Little ninny, do you know what it means to be unable to help yourself?" Seeing this, Chen Siki winked at him with a bad smile. He, "Great God, I know. I've read similar research papers and know how it works. You don't have to worry about it." Equals, is it really not a fake? Honey, you need to get real with it. Bai Shui seemed to be able to tell what was on Zhang Jiahao's mind, and smiled faintly as she voiced a reminder. Zhang Jiahao nodded and turned the lying Chen Siki over, lifting her small chin with his hand, and was about to open his mouth when he realized that it was blocked. Asterisk, asterisk operator. Being suddenly attacked, he stared wide-eyed,
while Chen Siki didn't close her eyes and was blinking her beautiful eyes mischievously. Bai Shui on the side also froze. Yesterday when Chen Siki asked her for advice on how to get Zhang Jiahao to teach top computer skills, Bai Shui jokingly said that she would first get his people. Great God, why don't you continue? Looking at Zhang Jiahao who broke free, Chen Siki looked at him with a puzzled expression. In fact, for Zhang Jiahao, when Chen Siki had not yet returned to China, she had already become his little fangirl, and after coming to his side, she even intensified and completely fell. You've got a lot of nerve. Little ninny, come with me to the 20th floor if you can. With that, Zhang Jiahao helped her up and then got up to return to his office. Sister Siki, here's your chance. Would you like my sister to go to the scene and personally guide you? Snow said with a wicked grin on her face as she hugged her arms. Hey, Sister White, I have no experience, but I still have knowledge. This fairy, go to. Snow, this niece, I guess quite a lot of worry for Academician Chen, right? LOL, what a tricky wit. 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros building. Chen Siki went straight to Zhang Jiahao's office. Ninny, see that door? Zhang Jiahao pointed at the door of his lounge and looked at her with an intentional bad smile. Hey, great God, you get in there for this fairy. Chen Siki gave a bad smile and directly pushed Zhang Jiahao and went inside. Are you sure you didn't drink the fake wine? Zhang Jiahao was pressed into a big shape. His face was only 0.01 centimeters away from Chen Siki's small face. If you like it, take action. I don't like to be passive. Even if I'm bruised all over, I won't leave myself any regrets. After such words of love, Chen Siki began to prove her liking with her actions. Clear skies above the atmosphere. Koan Pang spreads its wings for 90,000 miles, and Phoenix Nirvana follows closely. Once you enter the deep space, you can't see the bottom, and the fire burns for nearly 1,000 miles. The newborn Phoenix is not afraid of Koan. Pressing down is a bite. How could the kunai be willing to fall behind? Rolling over and just pumping hard. One sword solo is a god of war, and the Phoenix has its moments of weakness. In the end, the Phoenix shed blood, and the Kuanping shivered billions of tails. Above the colored clouds, the Phoenix curled up slightly and snuggled into the Kuanpong war god's embrace, its eyes filled with shock and adoration. Hubby, when will you teach me programming? Chen Siki looked at Zhang Jiahao with an expectant face and asked in a fine voice. Zhang Jiahao remembered Phoenix's bravery and madness, and nodded slightly. Little ninny, I'll give you a mission in a while. Get some rest and I'll set you up this afternoon. Chen Siki shook her head as she sniffed. Hubby, I don't need to rest. You arrange it now. Is this girl so obsessed with computer technology? Just as well. Why don't we give her the information on the biophone so she can study it first? Okay, the restroom's over there. You go wash up. 30 minutes later. Hubby, the function described on this, can it really be realized? Chen Siki looked at the information on the tablet computer and asked with a look of incredulity. Sure, you can study it first, but you have to remember to keep it a secret and never give out the information. Although no one else could build a biophone even if they got the information. This information hid too much advanced technology, and if it was taken by someone with evil intentions, it would definitely bring a lot of trouble. Honey, I know, even if Grandpa asked me, I wouldn't say anything. Honey, I'm going to go ahead and do some research. With that, Chen Siki took the tablet and limped out of the office. That's a lot of hustle. This ninny, it's worthy of being a member of the old Chen family. It's as if they don't want to kill themselves in scientific research. Chapter 104, This killer is a little cold. As night falls, the city lights up. Zhang Jiahao was sitting in the middle of the Kuranin with Xueji sitting next to him, while Ziling was driving the car back towards one mansion. Honey, I'm back in the Empire. At that moment, Iffy's message came through. Concubine, do you want to come to one public house? Iffy, hey, yeah. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to type a reply, Ziling directly came to a sharp braking. Although he was wearing a seatbelt, if not for Xueji timely blocking him with her body in front of him, he would have to crash into the front seat at this moment. Zhang Jiahao couldn't enjoy the softness in front of his face and hurriedly helped Xueji aside. Boss, we have a situation. Yuki, take care of protecting the boss. I'll go down and check the situation. At this time, the vehicle is in a one-way street. Was a stone blocked the way? The perimeter in addition to some trees, not even a camera, which is also back to the one mansion of the road. Boss, don't get off. With that, Ziling looked around for a moment, and then prepared to move forward to move the stone out of the way. Don't move. She had just walked over to the rock and bent down when a woman came up to her with a gun in her hand, pointing it at her. Boss, she has a gun. In a moment we'll stall her. You drive away. Xueji had a stony face, staring dead at the woman outside the car. Zhang Jiahao didn't make a sound and watched quietly. Ziling was being held at gunpoint, still bent over and not daring to make a move, her mind racing for a solution. Just as she was thinking about it, the woman came to her side.
and with a hand slash, she directly knocked her out. With that, the woman walked towards Cullinan. "Boss, sit tight, I'll get the car." Yuki then climbed right into the cab. Bang! Bang! Just as she had lowered the handbrake, the front wheel of the car was shot straight through by the woman twice. "Boss, this person came prepared, not an ordinary assassin. In a moment I'll find a way to attract her attention. You find a chance to leave." The woman's voice came as soon as Yuki's words left her mouth. "Get out of the car or I'll shoot her." Yuki sniffed with a stony face. "Yukiheim, open the door and let me down. She's running towards me or Zeeling will be dead." "Boss, I'm going down." Zhang Jiahao shook his head. "Shueji, her target is me. If she lets me go down, we still have a glimmer of hope. I'll attract her attention. You find a chance to strike." "Okay, boss, you stand behind me." With that, the two of them got out of the car, and Zhang Jiahao stood behind Shueji. At this moment, through the woman's eyes, it could be noticed that the frosty little face behind her mask showed the slightest hint of a smile. "Boss, watch out." Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Shueji's right shoulder was hit by a gunshot. Just a moment ago, the woman found a gap and fired a shot directly towards Zhang Jiahao. Shueji sensed her movement and could not think too much to turn around and hug Zhang Jiahao directly. "Seek death." Bang! Zhang Jiahao instantly drew his own gun, directly toward the woman's arm shot. The woman also did not expect Zhang Jiahao will have a gun. Careless shot. The hand of the gun also fell to the ground. Swish! Right at this instant, the Shueji and Zhang Jiahao's arms turned around and rushed up. The woman saw the situation, just wanted to pick up the gun, but the Snow Ji has arrived in front of her. The gun was kicked aside by the Snow Ji, and then the two women fought. Zhang Jiahao saw the situation, did not hesitate. An arrow step rushed up toward the woman's back as a horizontal kick. The woman directly to him, a kick to the ground. Seeing this, Yuki rushed to control her, and by now the blood had stained her entire t-shirt red. One mansion, one villa basement. At the moment, Zhang Jiahao was sitting on a chair, and the woman was also tied to the chair opposite him. It turned out that in less than 5 minutes after the gunshot, Yi Long arrived with a team of people. Cheng Kaho asked him to send Shueji and Zeeling to the hospital, while he himself asked Yip Lung's men to send him and the women back to one mansion under the name of investigation. "Let little master see what kind of god you are." With that, Zhang Jiahao moved forward and removed her mask. The woman had a high nose, a pair of light gray eyes, and a face like a piece of ice sculpture, and Zhang Jiahao could tell at a glance that she was a Ukrainian. "Tell me, chick, why do you want my lord's life? This chick is pretty good looking, just a little cold. You don't have to waste your breath. I'm not going to say anything. TSK, 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 the Chinese is pretty standard. It really doesn't seem to be your average killer. You're in my hands. Why don't you tell me? Oh, what's your name?" The woman's eyes showed a cold aura as she glanced at Zhang Jiahao. "Blood Rose, kind of fun, for that hot body." This Blood Rose was wearing a set of dark red leather clothes, and with that silver hair, it appeared to be that little bit out of place. "Blood Rose, are you sure you don't want to talk about it?" Blood Rose sneered and turned her head to the side. "It seems that you have to force little master to make a move. I hope you can still be so calm in a while." As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao would reach out and lift the car coat off. "You," in her excitement, Blood Rose couldn't help but pull the wound on her arm. It hurt so much that she frowned, although the wound had been bandaged. Gunshot wounds didn't heal that easily. "Aren't you going to say anything yet?" "Hey, little master, I see how far you can still be tough mouth. This is just the beginning. Shameless. Yeehaw. You want to talk to me about shame when you want my life?" Saying that, Zhang Jiahao was not soft at all and directly tore off the protective film of the headlights. Instantly, a pair of brand new headlights presented themselves. I'd die before I'd tell. It's kinda substantial and looks like it's got a good amount of stretch to it. Tell me, who ordered you?" Blood Rose clenched her lips and teeth. "I don't know. You've come this far, and you're still talking tough? Let's see if I don't clean you up." "Good, that's you forcing me to pull a stunt." As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao directly removed her shoes and picked up the chicken feathers on the side to prick and scratch her. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to waste your time." Blood Rose laughed out loud and didn't forget to speak with a stiff upper lip. About 5 minutes passed. "Nima, you don't even want to talk about it, do you? Very good, very backbone." Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao picked her up as soon as he arrived in the audiovisual room, so he directly threw her onto the sofa. The injured white deer was tied up with its limbs, and the generation of war god began to help it check its wounds. At first the white deer was afraid and kept struggling, but as the war god's healing work proceeded, it stopped struggling and suddenly switched its attitude. Seemingly, since it couldn't be changed, it would just stop and enjoy itself. It then began to slowly cooperate with the warlord's healing efforts, except for when it shuddered at the addition of the new wounds. "May I speak?" "It's meow. It seems to be a big loss for the little man. Chapter 105, Behind the Scenes. Blood Rose had a face of contentment. She had just realized that on Earth, there were such wonderful things to do. Looking at the Blood Rose that was limp on the sofa, Zhang Jiahao felt skeptical for a moment. Oh, you kill me. You want to die when you're full? It seems that he has never seen the high end of my master's swordplay. Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao cleaned up the bloodstains on the sofa, and flipped the Blood Rose over onto her back as soon as she was on the sofa. A generation of God of War raised his sword and poked straight towards the white deer, directly to the end of the sword. The white deer wailed in pain. About an hour later, after the God of War 7200 sword, white deer no longer has the slightest strength. His body is slightly twitching, with deep fear in his eyes. I said. Blood Rose panicked and opened her mouth trembling. I took the assassination mission on the darknet, and I don't know exactly who the employer is. The dark web? Blood Rose nodded. It's a platform that specializes in providing assassination services for the powerful and wealthy. Oh, that's kind of funny. I don't know who it is that wants my little master's life so badly. Tell me, how much did the employer pay? $50 billion. Does it translate to over $300 billion? It seems that my life is quite valuable. Blood Rose, want to live? Blood Rose sniffed with a desire to survive. She had been overwhelmed by the powerful man in front of her, and inside her heart there was more admiration than fear. I want to. Good. Do the Black Panther mercenaries know about this? Blood Rose nodded with a face of fear. I know. That's the most powerful existence in the assassination organization. Just then, Zhang Jiahao's cell phone received a text message from Black Wolf, reminding him of the bounty placed on him by the darknet and asking if he needed to send additional manpower. Zhang Jiahao simply replied back with a sentence of no need, and then put away his cell phone. The Panther Group is mine. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Blood Rose's twitching body directly froze. You are the boss of the Black Panther mercenaries? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and gently cupped her chin. Well, surprised? You. Blood Rose shivered her little mouth and was momentarily speechless. What organization are you an assassin for? This chick is so fierce. I'm sure the organization I work for has some power. I am from the Black Fury mercenary group. Zhang Jiahao nodded in satisfaction and dressed her. Boss, come in. The door was opened and two female bodyguards walked in. Take her to headquarters and give her to Black Wolf. Dropping a sentence, Zhang Jiahao got up and left. Imperial Hospital. Shui Ji was treated and her injuries were no longer serious, while Ziling stood guard. Boss, you're here. Well, how's the injury? Zhang Jiahao came to the hospital bed and held onto Shueji's small hand and asked in a fine voice. Boss, it's just a small injury. It'll be fine after recuperating for a while. This ninny, it's all about destiny. Don't worry, I'll find out who's behind this. You get well, Ziling, you look after it. Ziling nodded repeatedly. Yes, boss. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Jiahao then returned to One Mansion, and at this time, there were 6 female bodyguards following him. Returning to One Mansion, Zhang Jiahao directly entered the study and began to investigate the person behind the release of the bounty. At this time, in the middle of a large mountain in stars and stripes, correctly speaking the entire mountain had been dug out, a group of people were busy tapping away at their keyboards. Here, it's none other than the gut-wrenching Darknet headquarters. Boss, our website has been compromised. A skinny young man looked to the middle-aged man at the side and said anxiously, the site was compromised? Give me all the tracking you can, pull him out, and I'll see who's so bold. As soon as his words fell, a young man hurried over again. Boss, it's not good. Our server permissions have been breached, and now supreme control has been lost. Fark, bunch of losers, hurry up and snatch it back for me. Boss, everyone is in the middle of desperately grabbing permissions, but the opponents are very powerful, and everyone can't hold out any longer. Fark, then why don't you go help? The man stared at the screen in front of him, a gloomy face. The darknet was created for 100 years, or the first time for someone to breach the server. The culprit, Zhang Jiahao, who caused all this, is currently in the tea room, checking the information while drinking tea. Just now, he had directly breached the darknet servers through technical means and directly copied some top-secret information. Zhang Jiahao didn't destroy the darknet servers, and he retreated after copying the information. Stars and Stripes, Secretary of Defense? I didn't mess with him, so why did he put out a bounty to kill me? Could it be that the Transcendent One has been exposed? After muttering a few words, Zhang Jiahao returned to the study once again. Through some traces of the whereabouts, Zhang Jiahao spent more than 30 minutes, and finally found out the reason. The Transcendental One is still really exposed, because the Academy of Sciences has an undercover agent of the Stars and Stripes country. I'm Nima. It's amazing how deep you can penetrate. This dog is hiding deep enough too. When morning comes, I'll take care of you. Honey, I'm at the entrance of One Mansion. Looking at Yifei's message, Zhang Jiahao remembered that he had just told people to come here. Fair, come directly to Villa 1. After sending the message, Zhang Jiahao also purposely had someone greet the doorman. A few moments later, Ife drove a Ferrari 458 and arrived outside the One Villa. She parked the car directly in the parking space next to the entrance. She took the bag on the passenger side and rang the doorbell. Hello, is this Ms. Ife? Hello, I am. Please come in. The master is waiting for you on the second floor. Thank you. Saying thanks to the maid, Ife headed straight for the second floor. Honey, I'm coming. Zhang Jiahao came out of the study at the sound of the voice, and when he saw Ife's outfit, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Ife is wearing a cartoon sportswear, shifting into a pure desire style young lady. Honey, what's wrong? Don't like it? That's okay, I brought a different set of clothes to make sure you're satisfied. Looking at the frothing Zhang Jiahao, Ife held up the bag in her hand and said with a bad smile, what's this wasted bastard up to? This formation. Are you going to take all my food for a month? Hey, how could I not like it? Zhang Jiahao walked forward and wrapped his arms around her small waist. Hubby, I bought the bossy lady suit, which is old and expensive, and supports a hand-me-down kind of thing, so you'll have to reimburse me for that. Oh, this aspect, still has to be this waist essence. Looks like it's going to be a sleepless night. Come on, show hubby how bossy. The domineering female president possesses the body, and a generation of war gods light up their swords. Chapter 106, Taking Land, Disposing of Undercover Agents. The female president's dominance is ultimately no match for the sword of the god of war, and after a long time 8,100 swords, the domineering female president threw herself down. Hubby, your sword skills are getting more and more profound. Hey, little, you were so cocky just now. I've practiced the return of all swords to one. No matter how high your dancing skills are, I'll break them with one sword. Early morning sunshine, ironic war heroes. System, sign in. Successful sign in. Rewarded with Master Investment Vision. Investment Vision? Dog system, are you sure you didn't send the wrong reward? Master, please don't insult the system. Jiahao Chang. It's good to be prepared, in case you need it later. Howie, got a minute? Looking at the message sent by see you early in the morning, Zhang Jiahao typed back suspiciously. Tell me what's up first, and I'll decide if I'm free. See you, brother Hao. There are a few pieces of land up for auction in the Imperial City's Haichang district that are very hard to come by. Zhang Jiahao, how come I didn't get the message? See you, brother Hao. This was just sent out. It was decided on an impromptu basis. The shooting will start at 9 o'clock in a little while. Zhang Jiahao, where is it? See you, brother Hao. At the Hai Ling Hotel. Zhang Jiahao looked at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. There was still an hour left. There was enough time. After making an appointment to meet at the hotel, Zhang Jiahao got up and washed up. The land in the Haichang district is not simple, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as comparable to gold. Zhang Jiahao thought of taking it down first, and even if he put it away, it would be a profit. The Heling Hotel. At 7:50, Zhang Jiahao arrived here, and he had brought 2 bodyguards with him this time. Howie, let's go up. Zhang Jiahao had just gotten out of the car when Siyu greeted him. Well, go. He also wanted to get it over with as soon as possible because he had important things to do. The auction venue was set up in the banquet hall on the 28th floor, and at this time, nearly 100 people had already gathered. Howie, let's just sit here. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then took his seat. The two had just taken their seats when the host walked up to the high stage. Hello everyone. First up for auction is the No. 1 residential land in Haichang district, with an area of 10,000 square meters and a starting price of 5 billion. This host is a bit interesting, not inked directly to the dry goods. I like it. 6 billion. As soon as the moderator's words left his mouth, a bid was called. Brother Hao, land number 1 is really good. Take it for a solid profit within $10 billion. 10 billion? This lot is worth the price. In no time, the call came to $8 billion, and the contenders were down to 2.9 billion. Zhang Jiahao felt that he could make a move and directly called for a price of $9 billion. 1 billion. 3 billion. It's meow. It seems that these two love the land. 8 billion. Swish. With this call from Zhang Jiahao, the gazes of the crowd were cast over. This gentleman is asking for 8 billion. Is there any higher? 8 billion at a time. 8 billion twice. 8 billion 3 times. Congratulations to the gentleman who has won residential lot No. 1 for $9. 8 billion. Ho, congratulations. Hey. Low profile. Lay low. Subsequently, CU, with the help of Zhang Jiahao, also took lot 3, a commercial site, outside the Heling Hotel. Brother Hao, thanks for today. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Be polite. I'm waiting for you to bring me money. Siyu smiled awkwardly at his words. Brother Hao, don't tease me. I'll do my best to maximize the benefits of this piece of land. Okay, just watch it. I have a few things to go over, so I'll be in touch. Leaving the Sea Spirit Hotel, Zhang Jiahao went straight to the Science Academy. Regarding the undercover agent that Stars and Stripes had planted in the Academy of Sciences, he felt that he could put it to good use, and that it would be too cheap to kill him outright. In about 20 minutes, Keiho Chang arrived at the Academy of Sciences. Keiho, why are you free to come here? Zhang Jiahao had just stepped into the Computer Research Institute when Chen Zhizhong greeted him and inquired suspiciously. Academician Chen, go to your office and talk. Chen Zhizhong looked at Zhang Jiahao's grave expression, nodded and went straight to his office. Arriving at the office, 2 female bodyguards guarded the door. Keiho, what's so serious? Chen Zhizhong was puzzled. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Jiahao showing such a serious side. Academician Chen, if I say that there are undercover agents from the Stars and Stripes in the Academy of Sciences, do you believe me? Chen Zhizhong's brows furrowed as he sniffed and looked at him with a grave expression. Jiahao, are you sure? Playing? Not sure what I'm doing here. Academician Chen, look at this. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao handed him a USB flash drive. Chen Zhizhong, inwardly apprehensive, hastily took the USB flash drive and then opened it to view it. As the mouse rolled, Chen Zhizhong's face became more and more somber, and it was about to be able to drip water. Jiahao, you haven't shown this information to anyone else, have you? Chen Zhizhong handed the flash drive back to him and asked with a straight face. No, it's just me and you who have seen it so far. Chen Zhizhong nodded with a furious look on his face. That's good. This dog, I have to court-martial him. Court-martial him? Are you kidding? I can't let him get away with this. Academician Chen, how about you listen to my suggestion first? Chen Zhizhong pondered for a small while and nodded. Jiahao, you tell me first. Academician Chen, since he, Stars and Stripes, can penetrate so deeply, why don't we make good use of him as an undercover agent? Like, give him something we want Stars and Stripes to know. Chen Zhizhong suddenly realized. Jiahao, you mean, that's right. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a bad smile on his face. Hey, you kid, you've got a belly full of it. There's nothing wrong with your old man saying that. After all, the future little master is your granddaughter-in-law. Academician Chen, this matter is confidential for now. It's good for us to know. Next I have a big gift package for Star Spangled Nation. It would be a shame for the Academy to lose information over the years without preparing a big gift for him. Good, if you kid has any action, remember to talk to the old man me. No problem, I'll pull out then. With that, Zhang Jiahao was about to get up and leave. However, it was still a familiar recipe, an unchanged routine, and Chen Zhizhong grabbed his hand. Keiho, wait, I have something to ask you. Zhang Jiahao wrenched his hand away. Academician Chen, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Hey, what do you think of my precious granddaughter, Cecilia Chan? That smart ass? This is so good. That kid likes to move on his own. Academician Chen, that girl Siki is quite good, and is now in charge of a great project. Chen Zhizhong's old face smiled into a chrysanthemum at the words. Ha, that's good. It's okay, go away. Equals, this awful old man. Every time it's this line. Chapter 107, Don't Speak. One sword splits the sky. Leaving the Academy of Sciences, Zhang Jiahao headed to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Do you know any real estate developers? Zhang Jiahao asked as he sat on the sofa and wrapped his arms around Lin Yi's small waist. Lin Yi had a puzzled look on her face and turned her head to look at him. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Hey, I bought a piece of land and want to build the most trenchant mansion in all of Imperial City. I have to build a large flat villa. This one public house is good, but running around is too much trouble. In the future, when the mansion is built, the one public house will be used as the welfare of the staff. Brother Hao, if you want to talk about this building block, you have to look for Zhong Ling. Her family is very specialized in doing this. Chung Ling? It's not a bad idea to find someone else to do it. Although that little wasted girl is a bit abrasive, but what's the fear of the little master? I'll talk to her then. Lin Yi nodded with a bad smile and said, Brother Hao, it's best to take her in as well, so she'll have company with me in the future. What's the meaning of this? Are you testing me? Hao, you do not need to think too much. Ling air is really good, although the surface looks a little cold. In fact, when you deeply understand later, you will find that she is actually very wild. Jiahao Chang, I'll talk to her first. Well, there you go. Zhang Jiahao nodded and gave her a kiss, then returned to his office on the 20th floor. Yo, Mr. Zhang, why are you free to call me? Zhang Jiahao had just made the call when Zhong Ling's snickering voice came over. Zhong, I have a business to talk to you. is it convenient now? He. Mr. Zhang, this is certainly convenient for me. I'm currently at the Hailing Hotel. You can come over now if it's convenient for you. Hotel Helling? The Helling Group? Okay, I'm going over there now. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and went there, followed by only 2 female bodyguards. Box 999 at the Helling Hotel. Ms. Zhong, I want to build a mansion. I heard from EE that your family is very professional in doing this.
Zhongling sniffed and took a sip of red wine.
Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry first. Let's eat and drink a bit before we talk slowly. This is meow. How come it's exactly the same as that scene with Yifei? Ms. Zhong, let's talk about things first. If Little Master is not wrong, this little waste spirit must be trying to crave Little Master's body. Mr. Zhang, it's not proper for you to talk about things like that. Let this young lady teach you. Saying that, Zhongling got up and came to Zhang Jiahao's side, one jade hand wrapping around his neck. Mr. Zhang, you said you're so scummy. How come so many girls still like you? You'd say they're in it for the money, but there are many that aren't short of money. Is it your body they're craving? Jiahao Chang, Ms. Zhong, first of all, you are afraid that you have a misunderstanding of the definition of scum. It's only the ones who play with other people's feelings and are irresponsible that are called scum. You see which one of them I'm not responsible for? Second of all, I'm hard on myself. I just want to give the girls something to fall back on.
The corners of Zhongling's mouth twitched slightly as she sniffed, putting down the wineglass in her hand and lifting Zhang Jiahao's chin with one hand.
Mr. Zhang, in fact, I also crave your body. This woman, has she really been exposed? Ms. Chung, I'm not that casual. What are you playing at? I'll let you have it so easily. Don't I want to lose face? Hey, I know a little bit about that too. And when you get up casually, it's not something that can be described in human terms.
Zhongling put her small cherry mouth, came to Zhang Jiahao's ear, gently blew a hot breath and said, feeling the softness coming from his arm, coupled with the fact that Zhongling had just made such a move, the peerless sword god's immortal slayer sword began to stir again. Ms. Chung, you're playing with fire. As soon as his words fell, Zhongling pressed a jade finger against his lips. Don't talk. Zhang Jiahao just wanted to say a sentence, then suddenly realized that his mouth came from a silky softness and sweetness. His eyes widened in disbelief that he had been attacked again. It had been a long time since he had been attacked like this, since he had practiced the 10,000 swords. Kissed to the depths of nature, Zhang Jiahao hauled her to the lap. Zhongling was wearing a chiffon dress at the moment, which gave him great convenience. Sword god rabbit aside, pulling back the curtain. The invincible sword god drew the immortal slayer sword, and although it was a bit of a hindrance at first, under the invincible sword god's superior swordsmanship, it easily broke through the hindrance. A sword cracks the sky. I am afraid that this is the only word that can describe the scene at this moment. Facing the fatal blow from the invincible sword god, Bunny couldn't help but stifle a grunt and clench her lips and teeth as she tried to dominate the control. The invincible sword god slightly let go of the water when he saw this, letting it toss and turn as it pleased, and then tried to cooperate with it as much as possible. The little rabbit was very wild, running back and forth all over the tree, and the invincible sword god's fairy-slaying sword also got to its special care. I believe that many of the Taoist friends who have practiced swordsmanship should also know that swordsmanship is not only about fast, you also have to master the strength of the sword. Only in this way, you can better subdue the opponent. However, even though the bunny was wild, he was finally defeated by the 4,999 swords of the invincible sword god. The tables are not tables and the chairs are falling over. The chair that had fallen to the ground still had the blood of the bunny left on it, and on top of that wooden table, traces of the peerless sword god's battle had been left behind. After this battle, the invincible sword god created another set of sword techniques, which he named One Sword Cracks the Sky. Hubby, who else have you taught this sword technique to? Zhongling trembled slightly and snuggled into his arms. There's no one who has been taught. This is something that this sword god has just created. Just ask if you're invincible? Zhang Jiahao touched her small head and spoke in a fine voice. Nah, hubby, this sword technique of yours is really invincible. I think that once this sword technique is out, you can defeat 10 with 1, right? Not bad. Little Nini is very talented in cultivation. One could deduce the power of this sword technique just from this sword god's sword moves. Linger, when you've recovered from your injuries, this sword god will work on a new sword technique with you. Nah, honey, I'll get better soon. Zhongling's small face was slightly red, slightly biting her lips as she nodded vigorously. Honey, did you just say you're building a mansion? Almost forgot about business. This little wasted woman. That's right, I've got a residential lot with 10,000 square feet in Ocean City. You have someone help me design and build a large 52-story bungalow, and you give me a plan on exactly how to plan it. With the increase of his loved ones, He felt that one house was a bit insufficient and the houses were spread out too much. It would be much more convenient if it was a whole big villa.
Nah, honey, I'll have someone go to the site in a few minutes and start designing. Sure enough, when one becomes one's own person, it's just easier and simpler to talk about things.
Well, you remember to have it designed properly, and there's a set of you in that, too. Also, just talk to me directly about how much it will cost then and I'll transfer it to you.
Zhong Ling sniffed,
her small face overflowing with a happy smile.
Chapter 108 Reward, Dragon Bending Banquet. Linger, hubby has to go back to the company to do something, so you can rest here first.
Zhong Ling nodded and gave him a mischievous kiss.
Hubby, go get busy. LOL,
the little master just loves kids who know what they're doing.
Okay, call me if you need anything. 20th floor of the Spirit Rhinoceros Building.
When Zhang Jiahao returned here, he sat down at his desk and kept tapping the keyboard.
As he did so, many more people became busy. Darknet headquarters. Boss, our server was breached again. I guess it's the same people who did it last time.
The boy hurried into an office and spoke anxiously to the man on the couch.
Fark, isn't he gone? Why did you come back to attack us? The Darknet boss,
with a look of anger on his face,
roared at the lad. The old boss, he didn't do anything else this time.
That's
just posted a bounty on it. The Darknet boss sniffed in confusion.
Posting a bounty requires breaching my server?
Boss,
this bounty he posted is a bit different. His assassination target is the Minister of Defense of Stars and Stripes.
Also, he posted this bounty, which we don't even have permission to delete, and he didn't pay a dime.
The Darknet boss was dumbfounded at the words.
Fark, how much is this bounty on him?
He now had a look of heartache on his face because this had to come out of his pocket. Posting a bounty on the Darknet required that the bounty be escrowed in advance, and now this was plainly for nothing, and he couldn't afford not to pay once someone had completed the task.
Boss, is $100 billion. The Darknet boss instantly exploded in rage and growled. Fark, $100 billion.
That's 10 years of my old man's income. The owner who posted this reward was none other than Zhang Jiahao. He was in Lin Yi's office at the moment.
Howie, let's have dinner together tonight. What's going on here? She asked me to come down just to have dinner?
Have you picked a place yet? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly.
Brother Hao, just in the one villa. You don't use so many royal chefs. What are you doing running out outside?
Seems so.
There have been some days lately that I haven't had any of their food.
Then I'll instruct the girls to get ready for the night.
Lin Yi saw this and raised her hand to stop it.
Brother Hao, there's no need to call.
I've already instructed them.
Well, I'll save you the trouble, little lord.
But,
why does the little master always have a bad feeling?
As if something is going to happen? 7 o'clock in the evening, one villa, one mansion. Well, why isn't anyone downstairs today?
Zhang Jiahao had just stepped into the villa and did not see the few maids that usually took care of the villa, so he could not help but mutter out in confusion.
Howie, forget about that for now. We're dining in the restaurant on the 2nd floor today, Lin Yi said, then took his arm and went straight to the 2nd floor.
When Zhang Jiahao arrived at the 2nd floor restaurant, he was directly dangled by the scene in front of him.
Just see, there are already a dozen people sitting there. He Yuxuan, Wang Yuyan, Yi Fei, Lin Evening, Zhuang Ling, Sweetheart, Lin Yun, Bai Shui, Chen Siki, Zhong Ling, Shui Ji, Zi Ling, and a dozen other women.
You guys. Lin Yi gave a bad smile and directly pushed Zhang Jiahao towards the main seat to sit down.
Howie, surprised? Surprised? I at meow. Surprised, don't you think? Are you surprised?
All here huh?
Lin Yi shook her head. No, oh yang nah, I didn't call her over. This niece, you even know this? Is this a tracking device installed on my body? This dinner is not good to swallow. Howie, I called everyone together to surprise you. Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded. Is this the so-called surprise? Eat first. Lin Yi gave a bad smile.
The ladies sniffed and moved their hands. From the time Zhang Jiahao came in until now except for Lin Yi,
none of the other ladies made a sound.
The meal lasted for half an hour, but it was like a century to Zhang Jiahao, because he still couldn't figure out what medicine Lin Yi was selling.
Sweetheart, Siki,
you two help your husband bathe and change.
After dinner, Lin Yi began to give out tasks. Yes, San. The two women rose in response and slowly walked towards the dumbfounded Zhang Jiahao.
Under the hot gazes of the women, Zhang Jiahao walked into the bathroom along with the two women.
The bathing time was about 30 minutes,
during which the invincible sword god had continuously made more than 3,000 swords, and the two of them were already out of breath after receiving some of his life-threatening chain swords. Zhang Jiahao had just stepped out of the bathroom when he was brought to the bedroom by Lin Yun and Zhuang Ling.
In the bedroom, good guy, this niece is trying to rebel,
actually gathering the crowd to try to teach little master's sword skills.
Well done, Today little master I let you see
what is called Invincible Sword God. As the peerless sword god's immortal slayer sword came out, wailing sounds rose in all directions, clearly reaching everyone's ears. When the crowd listened to the sound of that sword strike, they could imagine the speed of the peerless sword god's sword strike. The invincible sword god lived up to his name, and after swinging 199 swords at the two men, they fled in defeat. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly and immediately dispatched Xueji and Ziling. As two people with perennial cultivation, they didn't disappoint Lin Yi, and only after carrying the 8,957 swords of the peerless sword god did the two people lose the battle and proceeded to exit the battlefield. Yi-san, is this okay? Chen Siki's body was still trembling slightly as she looked towards Lin Yi and whispered, Sister Siki, you're still young. After saying that, she sent Lin Evening and Yi Fei onto the field. However, Yi Fei was fine. Lin Evening withdrew from the battlefield after carrying 962 swords, and then Yi Fei also retreated after taking 853 swords. No one has been able to defeat the invincible sword god to this point. For the peerless sword god, this was a duel that he couldn't back down from, and he could only go forward. This battle was fought in the darkness of the sky and the heavens crumbled. As long as you could see with your naked eyes, traces of the peerless sword god's battle were left behind. As night fell, a group of Taoists who had been discussing sword techniques were now lying on the sofa, wide-eyed. Fellow Taoists, how is this sword god's sword technique? The invincible sword god carried the immortal slayer sword, stood in front of the crowd, and looked around triumphantly and said, Fellow Taoists' sword skills are unfathomable. We are willing to bow to them. The women seemed to have made an appointment and voiced out in unison towards him. Hey, let's see if you dare to be reckless in the future. If you don't obey me, I'll give you a sword. Fellow Taoist Lin, what about this wave of operations? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. The sword god's swordsmanship is truly superior, so I don't dare to be reckless again. Very good. If you dare to be reckless, be prepared to endure this sword god's latest sword technique. One sword burns the sky. People have clenched their lips and teeth at the words. Chapter 109, Mr. IP, Rescue Mission. Early morning, Zhang Jiahao had just woken up when he received a call from Chen Zhizhong. K-ho, get up and come to the science center. This old man, he sounds so anxious. Is something big happening again? Academician Chen, what's so urgent? The sky's the limit. Come on. Responding, Zhang Jiahao shuffled straight to the science center. Institute of Computer Science, Academy of Sciences. Academician Chen, you called me over in such a hurry. What is the big deal? Chen Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. Jiahao, a big shot wants to see you. Go with General Yi. Yi Nantian then walked out from the side. Major General Zhang, long time no see. What's going on here? One after the other. Is it related to the military district? General Yi, it was you who wanted to see me? Yi Nantian shook his head with a light smile. It's not me who's looking for you. It's Mr. Yi Ping from our Dragon Kingdom. Equals, Mr. Yi Ping, Major General Zhang. Follow me. His old man is already waiting for you. Yi Nantian said to the frothing Zhang Jiahao. For the shocked expression Zhang Jiahao showed, he didn't feel any surprise. After all, not anyone could get a meeting with Mr. Yi Ping of the Dragon Kingdom. Good. General Yi, let's go. Zhang Jiahao directly got into Yi Nantian's car, while his several bodyguards did not follow. Subsequently, after passing through one barrier after another and one identity verification after another, Yi Nantian led him to a small courtyard. Mr. Yi, Major General Zhang is here. Yi Nantian said respectfully towards the inside of the courtyard. Come in. A thick, powerful voice came out from the courtyard. Zhang Jiahao was a little excited and nervous. It was also his first time to meet such an important person. Walking into the courtyard, you can see that the entire courtyard has a simple design, but a closer look reveals the uncomplicated nature of it. In the middle of the front yard, a man of about 60 or so was brewing tea in the gazebo. Mr. Yi, this is Major General Zhang. Yi Nantian pushed Zhang Jiahao forward and spoke out to introduce him. Well, not bad. All sit down and talk. When the two were seated, Yi Ping made tea for them. Old man, I have heard of your many masterpieces and have been too busy to make an appointment. I took time out of my day and had to see you because there was something I wanted to hear from you. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, just call me Jiahao. What is it that you say directly? The kid I can help will never say anything. Ha ha ha, then old man, I won't beat around the bush. Saying that, Yi Ping's face changed as he looked at Zhang Jiahao with a grave expression. Jiahao, we have a few scientific research talents who are trapped in Ula, and because of the environment over there, it's giving great difficulty to the rescue belt work. Researchers trapped in Ula? To safely rescue the people and minimize the losses, I'm afraid that we can only send out the transcendent one. Anyway, The Stars and Stripes knows about its existence. There's no need to hide it. It's time for it to show its face. Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao organized his thoughts. Mr. Yi, send out the Transcendent One. Yi Ping's brows furrowed as he sniffed. Jiahao, this is a major killing weapon for us. It's not good to expose it so early, right? It seems that it's really only Academician Chen and I who know that the news that Transcendent One has been exposed. Mr. Yi, the Transcendent One has long been exposed. What? How is this possible? Yi Ping stood up with an incredulous expression. Mr. Yi, in fact, the Academy of Science has undercover agents planted by the Stars and Stripes, and I found out about it when I was investigating the person behind the scenes after I was assassinated a few days ago. Yi Ping's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yi Nantian, who was on the side. Mr. Yi, I really don't know about this matter, and the gang of rabbits under me didn't report to me. Yi Nantian looked at Yi Ping's face and promptly spoke out to explain. Mr. Yi, this is something I ordered them to do, and it's not that big of a deal, so there's no need to be so vocal about it. Zhang Jiahao also opened his mouth in time. For this he really didn't expect to trouble the country. He was able to cope with it with his own strength. Jiahao, what exactly is the matter with the undercover agent from Star Spangled Nation that you mentioned? Yi Ping sat back in his chair and returned to the topic once again. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jiahao recounted the things about the undercover agent, one by one, and Yi Ping's face became more and more unsightly. K-ho, what do you think of this undercover agent? After listening to Zhang Jiahao's narration, Yi Ping's heart was actually very angry. It was just that he did not show it. Mr. Yi, I'm preparing a big gift and thinking of sending it to Stars and Stripes through this undercover agent. Yi Ping looked at Zhang Jiahao's bad expression and suddenly felt much better. You boy, I'm not going to ask any more questions about this. I'll leave it to you. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will definitely make Star Spangled Nation drop a piece of meat. Stars and Stripes, prepare for a big move from my little master. The little master will make you realize what it means to be at the top of the technology ladder. K-ho, back to the point. Do you think sending out the Transcendent One will work? Regarding the test flight data of the Transcendent One, Yi Ping had also consulted it, and he didn't know if the Transcendent One, which didn't have a loaded bomb, would be able to hold up when it went into battle. Mr. Yi, please rest assured. No kid, I'm bragging. Currently on the blue planet, other than nuclear weapons, other weapons to the Transcendent One, there is absolutely no threat to speak of. Yi Ping was overjoyed at his words. Ha ha ha, that's good. With you, the creator of the Transcendent One, giving the word, old man, I'm relieved. You do this, 2 days later Rula will negotiate with the enemy. This is the right time for a rescue. At that time you will control the Transcendent One and carry out the rescue mission. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head in agreement. It wasn't difficult to maneuver the Transcendent One. What was difficult was to deal with some unexpected situations at any time. Xia Ye, 2 days later you cooperate with Jiahao, make sure to bring the person back to me safely. With a straight face, Yi Ping instructed Yi Nantian. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will definitely cooperate fully. Yi Ping nodded and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a faint smile. Jiahao, your Transcendent One has greatly improved our position in the international battlefield. The old man, I held a meeting a few days ago, and through the vote of a group of counselors, I decided to bestow upon you the title of National Scholar. The title of National Scholar? That's the highest honorary title, right? Thank you for Mr. Yes, trust. The kid will definitely work hard to create another glory. Zhang Jiahao was a bit excited and his breathing became a bit rapid. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao had a lunch under Yi Ping's hospitality, and he left the courtyard with Yi Nantian. Zhang Jiahao had just returned to one mansion when he received a call from his old mom. Ho, where are you now? Mom, I'm in the Empire. As soon as his words fell, Li Lin's voice came again. That's just right. Mom introduced you to an object. She's your Aunt Zhao's daughter. People just came back from abroad. At this time people are also in the Imperial City. You take the time to go over and talk to people. I will send you her phone number in a while. That's it. Nanny, let me go on a blind date? Chapter 110, just because I keep a low profile doesn't mean I don't have the strength. Zhao Min, graduate student of famous university, age 23, height 172 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, circumference 80, 60, 80, a bit arrogant. Looking at the message sent by Li Lin, the corners of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly. This was also too damn detailed. It's a bit interesting, so I'll take a look at it. Little man. With that in mind, Zhang Jiahao dialed the number above. A short while later, a royal voice came through. Hello, who is this? This sound, it's healing. I just don't know how the people are. Hello, I'm Jiahao Shang. Oh, you're the one who's going on a blind date with me? If there are no surprises, it's me. Come on over then.
I'm at the Meat Coffee House next to the Imperial Hotel. Hang up the phone.
Zhang Jiahao casually primped and drove out.
Meat Coffee House.
Zhao Min was wearing a set of professional short dresses and was talking to a middle-aged man. Zhang Jiahao got out of the car and instructed his bodyguard to wait at the entrance,
so he walked straight in. Hello, I'm here.
Since he didn't know what Zhao Min looked like, he had to send this message to inform the other party of his presence.
Table 36.
Zhang Jiahao put his cell phone away and headed towards table 36. When Zhang Jiahao saw the middle-aged man opposite Zhao Min,
he couldn't help but frown. It's just a matter of coming and going. Let's see what kind of trick this ninny wants to play. Hello, I'm Jiahao Shang.
Zhao Min turned her head at his words and glanced at Zhang Jiahao.
Sit here.
Zhao Min pointed to a chair on the side and said faintly,
this ninny, she's not bad looking. It just felt like her expression a little understabbed. MS. Zhao, who is this?
Zhao Min smiled lightly.
Let me introduce. This is my boyfriend, Lu Dekai. I Nima. Are you kidding me? You've got a boyfriend and you're on a blind date? Mr. Zhang, I asked you to come over just to let you know that I have a boyfriend.
So consider this blind date a joke.
This Mr. Zhang,
I'm sure you've heard it, and my family's manner has made it so clear that you can leave if there's nothing else.
Meow. I just sat down and said one thing, and you're kicking me out? Uncle can be tolerated. Aunt can't be tolerated. MS. Zhao, since you already have a boyfriend,
why did you agree to this so-called blind date?
However, before Zhao Min could say anything, Lu Dekai grabbed the opportunity to speak. Mr. Zhang,
the reason why Minna agreed to this is just simply because she doesn't want to refute your face.
After all, this kind of thing might be a big blow to you. Hit me hard? What kind of hook-ate fallacy is that? Where does this guy get his confidence? So what? Lu Dekai, right? What makes you just think I'll take a hit?
Lu Dekai glanced at Zhang Jiahao's clothes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly with a cold smile.
Young man, have time to go earn more money. Buy some good clothes to wear. Don't learn from others what to meet.
Lu Dekai's voice was not a small one, instantly gathering the gazes of all the people in the hall. Zhao Min was a bit overjoyed at the situation and made a wink towards Lu Dekai.
However, Lu Dekai didn't pay any attention to it. Look, my top costs $200.
000 just to order.
And don't be discouraged.
It's possible to wear it in a couple decades of hard work.
The crowd on the sidelines can't help but smack their lips when they hear that a blouse costs $200,000
just to order.
200,000 for a custom order? Good at meow rich. Small master this body also seems to be private customized. Just do not know how much money spent. Young man, you don't have to feel inferior. I can help you if you need to find a job.
Looking at Zhang Jiahao's silence, Lu Dekai had the appearance of a great benefactor and began to point him out.
Mr. Lu, do you know why the tree died?
Lu Dekai sniffed with a dumbfounded look on his face and thought for a moment and said back,
maybe it's got a disease?
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and shook his head slightly.
Mr. Lu, the fact that it has a disease is secondary. The most important thing is that it doesn't have a skin.
As the saying goes,
trees don't want skin, they will die.
As the crowd on the side listened to Zhang Jiahao's words,
some of them couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Lu Dekai also carefully pondered over the situation,
and only after a moment did he react,
pointing one trembling hand at Zhang Jiahao.
You have no education.
Oh, I'm already polite enough not to greet your woman.
And you want to talk to me about literacy? Mr. Zhang,
there's no need for you to beat around the bush and scold people like that. With a displeased look on her face,
Zhao Min voiced out a reminder. MS. Zhao, this is what you called me for.
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and glanced at Lu Dekai.
It's just that your vision isn't really good.
Lu Dekai instantly exploded at his words and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a furious expression. His eyes filled with hostility.
Mr. Zhang, I don't know where you are in your senior position.
Where do you work?
I don't think I have a job. Do I?
Oh,
I don't have a job. Nothing to do but sleep.
The corners of Lu Dekai's mouth rose as he continued to ask.
I wonder if Mr. Zhang has a 200 square feet house? A 200 square foot house? This one doesn't really seem to have one.
No.
Once Lu Dekai heard this, a slight smile appeared on his face. Then may I ask Mr. Zhang, do you have a car worth $500,000?
This seems to be a small master's maid. Buy food with Mercedes S400 also have to nearly small 2 million.
Neither does this one.
Lu Dekai smiled even more cheerfully as he continued to open his mouth and inquired.
Then Mr. Zhang, do you have a 7-figure deposit? A 7-figure deposit?
If there's only a 7-figure deposit, I should be starving to death, right?
No. Lu Dekai glanced at him contemptuously. Mr. Zhang, how do you have the courage to come out on a blind date when you don't even have these basic requirements? It's never going to end, is it? This'd meow have to force me to hit you in the face. Mr. Lu, I'm sure you already have all of this that you just asked about, right? Lu Dekai nodded with an arrogant face. At this moment,
many of the girls on the side cast envious gazes towards Zhao Min.
Noticing everyone's envious gazes, Zhao Min's vanity was satisfied and a smug smile spread across her face. I wonder where Mr. Lu, now, is in his senior position? Lu Dekai smiled faintly. I am not talented, and I am currently working as the head of the business department in the Hailing Group. Nani? This it's meow. You're sticking your face in front of it, it's not even a fight. Oh, you are indeed untalented, a big old man, and you've gotten into a supervisory position.
Zhao Min saw this and spoke up.
Mr. Zhang, you're going a bit overboard. Oh, MS. Zhao, am I overdoing it? That wasn't too much for him just now?
Zhao Min's face was unpleasant as she said coldly. What he said is the truth. Don't come out on a blind date if you don't have the strength.
Oh, it's true that if you're not a family, you don't enter a family. MS. Cho, may I ask you a question? You say, if Mr. Lu is no longer the head of the Hailing Group, would you still choose to be with him?
Zhao Min hesitated for a small moment.
Of course I will. Gee, thanks for making a lot of people start believing in love again. Today, little master, I will give you a free lesson. Just because I keep a low profile doesn't mean I don't have the strength. Lu Dekai and Zhao Min sniffed and laughed contemptuously. Chapter 111. I'm not broken yet. You have the right to pretend. I have the strength to punch you in the face.
The corner of Zhang Jiahao's mouth rose slightly as he gave Lu Dekai a scornful look.
Being a man should be low-key, but not out of tune. Finally,
I'll send you a message from my little master. Don't stand on your high horse to see others,
because some people you can't see.
As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao directly took out his cell phone and dialed Zhong Ling's number.
At this moment, Lu Dekai's face was ironic. That expression was as if he had eaten Shang,
and his eyes were staring at Zhang Jiahao with a deadpan expression. A short while later,
the call was answered. Honey, why are you free to call me? Linger, is there a man named Lu Dekai in your group? Lu Dekai, who was on the side,
listened to Zhang Jiahao's words and smiled coldly.
What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be here?
Zhang Jiahao twisted his head and glanced at him without making a sound.
Honey, it seems there is such a person. Why do you ask? Looks like there is this guy? Good fellow.
It seems that Lu Dekai's sense of existence in the Hailing Group is really not very high.
Spirit, there's something I don't like about this person. Honey, I get it.
Zhang Jiahao had just hung up the phone when Lu Dekai laughed out loud.
Ha ha ha,
you can practically take a movie star title with your acting skills.
The crowd on the sidelines saw this and talked about it. Do you think he's acting?
From the tone of his voice,
and that calm demeanor, it doesn't look like he's acting. The lad is quite observant.
But have you noticed that the clothes he's wearing are quite something too?
Mr. Zhang,
there's no need for you to put on such a show.
This will only make me resent you even more.
Zhao Min couldn't look at it anymore either and said with a look of disgust. Oh, I hope you'll still be able to say that in a little while. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell,
Lu Dekai's cell phone rang. Lu Dekai,
I'm Li Guo from Hailing Group's Human Resources Department.
I'm officially informing you that you've been fired.
Listening to the beeping sound coming from his ear, Lu Dekai was directly dumbfounded. He didn't think he was really fired.
Who are you? Who are you from the Hailing Group?
Lu Dekai looked at Zhang Jiahao with a terrified expression and asked. Zhao Min couldn't sit still at the sight and hurriedly asked out.
Dekai, what's going on? Minnie, you're not going to leave me when I'm fired, are you?
Zhao Min's face stiffened at his words for a moment before he came back to his senses and gave Lu Dekai a bitter smile.
When the people on the side heard this, they all looked at Zhang Jiahao with a shocked face. They knew about the Hailing Group. It was a behemoth that was second only to the Qilin Group.
A single phone call could make a business executive lose his job.
So it could be imagined that Zhang Jiahao wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. I'll leave you two to your happiness. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and left. Lu Dekai, let's break up.
Zhang Jiahao had just left with his front foot when Zhao Min looked at Lu Dekai and said expressionlessly.
What? You're breaking up with me? Lu Dekai's face was unbelievable. Just now he was talking well. He didn't expect Zhao Min to change her face all of a sudden. That's right, we don't fit. That's it. With that,
Zhao Min also stood up and turned around to leave the meat coffee house, the kind that didn't even bring her head back.
Gee, what a reality whore. My friend is wrong. People just want to choose a better person. In fact, there is nothing wrong with her.
Oh, I just want to say, since ancient times,
deep love can't be retained, and it's always a setup that gets you.
As Lu Dekai listened to the crowd's murmurings, he forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and hurriedly got up to leave the coffee house. And after Zhao Min walked out of the coffee house, she searched everywhere for Zhang Jiahao's figure. The person who could make Lu Dekai lose his dinner with one phone call was by no means an ordinary person who could do it, and she thought that she should be able to salvage it properly.
How does this guy run so fast? Right, phone. Muttering like this, Zhao Min found Zhang Jiahao's phone number and then she dialed it. Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhao Min. Please give me 2 minutes. I have something to say. The phone had just been connected, and Zhao Min seemed to be afraid of being hung up on, so she spoke in one breath. Yes, you may. Zhao Min secretly said that there was something in the air, and a bright smile appeared on her face as she hurriedly began to soar with her acting skills. Mr. Zhang, I was actually attracted to you from the first moment I saw you, only that I had to restrain myself from showing it for some reasons. In the car, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but smile coldly as he listened to these lines from Zhao Min. Ms. Zhao, we're not on the same page. Zhao Min seemed undeterred. Mr. Zhang, listen to me. I was forced to be with Lu Dekai. I'm sure you have some understanding of my family situation. Lu Dekai has been chasing after me for a long time, and with him working in the Hai Ling group and being able to give me a certain amount of help, I was forced to agree to him. Oh, it's meow. What's that got to do with me? Ms. Zhao, I'm just a beggar with no house, no car, and no savings. I'm not worthy of your worldly beauty. Once Zhao Min heard this, she felt that she could still salvage a bit, so she continued to soar. Mr. Zhang, I don't mind all this. What I like is you as a person. W. This woman. A born movie queen. But it's so damn kind of gross. Well, Ms. Zhao, I've made myself clear, so I don't think there's any point in wasting time. Zhao Min was anxious upon hearing this and hurriedly spoke up to interrupt. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. I have a very important matter to talk to you about. Zhang Jiahao had an impatient look on his face. Speak, Mr. Zhang. Actually I haven't broken. Yet. Oh, this it meow. It seems that Lu Dekai cannot but what does it have to do with me if it's broken or not? Are we the kind of people who can't get enough of what they want? Ms. Zhao, I'm not interested. Goodbye. Zhao Min looked at the phone that was hung up. She felt surprised, because she thought that men, shouldn't they all like unbroken? As for Zhang Jiahao at this time, he had already returned to one mansion. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? System, sign in. Successful sign in. Rewarded with Master Treasure Hunting. Dog system, fancy. What do I need this for? Master, issue a free mission and complete the task of collecting praise to open the system mall. System mall? Dog system, what is this collection of praise mission? Master, you can tap on the mission to see the instructions. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and checked it out. There was a quest button next to the system space, and after tapping in to learn more about it, he realized what this quest was all about. It turns out that as long as he can get people to like him in their hearts, then he can collect likes to open the system mall. And there's a progress bar next to the quests to check their progress. This doesn't seem too hard. It's not just a collection of likes. Chapter 112, Preparation. Live streaming. I'm serious. Dog system, this system mall. What are some of the things? Master, no comment on this. Jiahao Chang. It's just a matter of figuring out how to collect likes. How about a quick collection of likes? There it is. Live at. Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao directly called Wang Yuyan and learned that she was also at one mansion. So Zhang Jiahao called her over. Honey, what are your orders? Wang Yuyan came to sit beside him and said shyly with clenched lips and teeth. Yuyan, authenticate my Kunpeng live account. I'm going to start a live broadcast. Also do a banner ad and send out a live content poll. Wang Yuyan sniffed. Hubby, so it's about this. Aha, what else do you think? Wang Yuyan had a nervous look on her face as she hurriedly responded. Hubby, that I will do it now. As the words fell, Wang Yuyan flew out of the bedroom. This niece, could it be that he was afraid of last night's swordsmanship of the young master? Zhang Jiahao guessed correctly. Wang Yuyan was afraid of this right now. Although it would be enjoyable for her, there was still a sense of fear within her. When Wang Yuyan went to the company, she made the first arrangements for Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao also did not idle. He changed his Kunpeng live account nickname to Lust Emperor Brother. Wang Yuyan naturally also discovered this, and she also carefully instructed the design department to make a note of Zhang Jiahao's original nickname as well. In less than 10 minutes, a live content poll about Lust Emperor's Brother appeared on the Kunpeng live homepage. For a big shot like Zhang Jiahao who brought his own traffic, the voting link had just been sent out, and it instantly attracted a group of fans who were hotly debating the issue. Guys, clip how Big Brother is going live? You should be called Brother Lust Emperor now. That's a name you know. Vote. Hey, I voted for live content teasing. Taoist friend, this vote is wasted. You should follow my example and vote for that universal live flirting. Ha 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 ha. There are a dozen or so items in the poll, with a good number of people voting for each one, and the current leader is live food content. As for Zhang Jiahao at this time, he was chatting with Siyu, because Siyu had also found out that he was going to broadcast live, and ever since that last Heyu, CU had also played Koan Pang Live. Wang Yuyan set the voting to end after 1 hour, and it was because of this time limit that more and more people began to retweet it, informing their friends around them. And instantly the entire Koanping live streaming platform ushered in the peak of popularity. Zhang Jiahao was also observing the content of the poll. So far he found that the first place is food live content. This at meow. This should all be voted on by the girls, right? It's really unexpected that I have so many female fans. Welcome brother Lust Emperor. Zhang Jiahao clicked into Lin Evening's livestream. The public screen blew up instantly. Brother Lust Emperor, can I go live with you? Slutty hoof. Brother Lust Emperor doesn't want you along. I, as a man, actually think that Lust Emperor brother is handsome too. I feel as if I'm broken. I'm yet. The poll results are in and it's actually universal live. Ha ha ha, I like it. This is a good one. You can see the countries while lying at home. Universal live? I'll die of exhaustion. It's just a matter of cheering for the likes. My friends, the Emperor will begin the first leg of his live broadcast in 5 hours Irang. Subsequently, you can follow my microblogging Lust Emperor brother for the daily live schedule. With these two messages sent out by Zhang Jiahao, the public screen of the live broadcast room began to brush the screen again, while Zhang Jiahao exited the live broadcast room after sending out the messages. With that, Zhang Jiahao simply packed a few clothes. This at meow. If only there was a storage ring like the ones in the legends. Master, what's so rare about a storage ring? The dog system, that at least holds stuff and is convenient. Cut. Isn't the system space better than that? Dog system? What do you mean system space can store things too? Master, this has always worked. Zhang Jiahao, dog system, so why didn't you tell me that it was still possible to save things in? I thought you knew. Master, that since you can take things out of it, surely you can store them in it as well. I at meow. So this system space, how much stuff can it hold? Master, the system space can hold the entire blue planet, except for living things, equals, lying. Listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Jiahao was shocked. He had always thought that system space could only fetch things, not store them in. Hey, I can bring whatever I want now. Muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao then began to try. He pointed at a cup in the distance, and with a thought he attempted to include it in the system space. Swish, the cup disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly checked the system space, and when he saw the cup lying quietly in the system space, he smiled. Ha ha ha, this bull *********. However, what Zhang Jiahao didn't know was that at this moment, the system was hiding in the corner, secretly laughing at him as a bumpkin. Get a car, bring all your clothes, a coffee table set, and a couch set. Zhang Jiahao wandered around the one villa, and the things he looked at were included in the system space, and he was busy for more than an hour before Zhang Jiahao stopped. Master, are you emigrating? Jiahao Chang, dog system, shut up for me. After all, live streaming I'm serious. The system winced and had the good sense to shut up in time. And at this time, about Zhang Jiahao's Universal Live, everyone already knew about it, because Wang Yuyan had directly sent the voting link to the group. Zhang Jiahao also received messages from all the women, basically telling him to be safe and take care of himself. None of the women said they were going to follow him. Zhang Jiahao didn't plan to bring them either, as he had a mission in 2 days, and he was prepared to fly directly to Ula then, Imperial International Airport. Since Yuki was injured and Xiling was taking care of her, Zhang Jiahao had brought 2 other bodyguards with him this time, one named Gulina and the other named Huang Likuan, and the 3 of them were in the VIP waiting room at this time. Boss, we should be boarding. Gulina stood up and voiced a reminder. Well, go. With that, the 3 of them embarked on a flight to Irang. Chapter 113, Directed Combat Analysis. Irang International Airport. After a 4-hour-long flight, Zhang Jiahao's trio arrived here smoothly. Boss, I've booked a suite at the hotel next to the airport. Why don't we rest for the night? Zhang Jiahao nodded and cast an appreciative gaze towards Gulina. Very well, let's rest for the night first. A few moments later, several people arrived at the entrance of the hotel. The entire hotel is uniquely designed like a cleaver set on a tackboard. In the middle of the suite, I didn't realize that you know Persian? Zhang Jiahao had a surprised look on his face as he looked at Huang Likun at the side. Boss, it's all about our basics. Just now at the front desk, Huang Likun spoke fluent Persian with the hotel receptionist, and Zhang Jiahao felt fluent as he couldn't understand it anyway. Good, all of you wash up, eat something and rest. The 2 of them sniffed and looked at him with burning and longing in their eyes. What's wrong? These 2 ninnies, there's something wrong with their eyes. Is there a flower on my face? Boss, can you teach us a few sword techniques? Galina's small face slightly reddened as she said in a thin voice. Nanny, these 2 ninnies, how do they know that master knows swordplay? Should be up. Ahem. Then let's first learn about flying with a sword. and then we'll learn the art of killing. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around the two women's small waist and walked into the bathroom. After more than an hour of learning, the two women had already initially mastered the sword royalty technique, and were currently lying limply on the sofa. The early mornings in Irong are really nothing special. The invincible sword god, Zhang Jiahao, finished washing up under the waitressing of the two women, and after having breakfast, he walked out of the hotel, ready to start the first stop of the live broadcast. The three of them walked down the streets of Irang, and since it was morning time, there were more people walking back and forth, mostly people going to work and buying groceries. A scene in the vegetable market on one side of the street caught Zhang Jiahao's attention. TSK, 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 TSK. Live streaming you guys today. Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao came to a corner and climbed onto the roof of an abandoned bungalow. The two women followed suit when they saw this, and at this point, they were in a daze. Look there, you guys. Zhang Jiahao pointed to the food market not far away. The two women sniffed and looked toward his fingers. Right at this instant, Zhang Jiahao directly took out a set of coffee table with a small matza from the system space and set it on top of the bungalow. Boss, this. Looking at the coffee table that suddenly appeared, the two women almost dropped their jaws in shock. Hey, low profile, don't ask. Basic operation. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao took out his cell phone and opened the Kunpang Live app software. Lena, you'll hold the cell phone live and turn it on when I tell you to. You'll have to pay attention to the angle in a moment. Just shoot half of my face, and also get that scene in the distance. Gulina took the phone and nodded. Yes, boss. A keen tea drinker. He had already prepared a charcoal stove, as well as a set of tea utensils. The set of coffee tables he was using now was somewhat similar to the ancient kind of style, with a similar appearance to the casework. TSK, TSK, this tea brewed in a foreign land. It just tastes different. Lena, you may begin. Yes, boss. Gulina responded, then tapped the on-air button. Not long after, fans who had long been on guard, entered the live broadcast. Holy, how come there's only half a face? Right, brother Lust Emperor, why don't you show your full face? Zhang Jiahao also used another cell phone and opened a small number to enter the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm sure all of you in the Dragon Kingdom have already begun to eat your lunch, haven't you? The time difference between Longhua and Ilang is about 3.5 hours. Today, this emperor is going to give you a different kind of live broadcast, so please take your focus off my face. Everyone look in the direction of my finger. Do you see it? Here it comes. Here comes the excitement. Attention, everyone. The older woman with the onion in her hand, hereafter referred to as Auntie Onion for short, is at this point facing her opponent's provocation without fear. Look, she's finally made a move. She raised the onion in her hand, like a sharp sword in her hand, directly against her opponent's neck, and was saying something. Guess what she said. Instantly, the public screen exploded. Asterisk. Lust Emperor, you'll just give us a live analysis of Big Mama's dry humping? Where's the promised softy? Where are the promised long legs and tiny waist? Bunch of old colorful bastards. I think this one's pretty good. I guess the lady with the scallions is saying, if you dare to move half a step, I'll make you come and go in a hurry. I'm yet. I guess she said, believe it or not, I'll send you to be born again. Looking at the subtitles on the public screen, Zhang Jiahao shook his head. Everyone guessed wrong. She was saying, one onion in the hand. Shut the up, and if you bleep again, I'll teach you to fling onions. Instantly, the public screen was dead silent. After about 2 seconds, asterisk. 666. Brother Lust Emperor, 10,000 kudos to you. I won't even hold up my dick. I'll take you. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was spitting, Zhang Jiahao checked the quest progress bar, and sure enough, it moved a little bit, and he was happy. Incoming, everyone. Opponents are starting to fight back. At this point, the older woman carrying the winter melon on her shoulder, hereafter we'll call her Aunt Winter Melon for short. You see, she's using her other hand, grabbing Aunt Onion's hair, and guess what she says? As his words fell, a host of fans typed in to participate. I guess she said, if you bleep again, I'll pull your hair out of your head. No, I guess she's saying, do you believe that a few hairs on your head can't carry a winter melon from me? Guys, you're all being hasty. She's supposed to be saying, if you ever yell at me again, I'll teach you to boil winter squash. In the same signature move as Chom Ka-ho, he shook his head. You all guessed wrong. She is saying, old thing, don't think you have onions in your hand, so you learn to be impulsive. Believe it or not, I will give you an ear melon. Instantly, another huge pile of likes came in. I'm yet. Brother Lust Emperor, you've gone too far. I don't know why. It just feels awesome. Gee, nice one. That compliment came pretty fast. Attention all, watch out for Auntie Onion's footwork. She seems to be starting to zoom in. Here she comes. You see, she threw a large onion into the face of Aunt Wintermelon. Her right foot directly against the foot of Aunt Wintermelon. Seems to want to put down Aunt Wintermelon. You guys guess? Can she put down Aunt Wintermelon? This would be the number of people on the air, coming in at over 500,000. Brother Lust Emperor, please be human. But it's really awesome. I guess Aunt Tonto won't be put down. I guess two go down together. I guess Auntie Onion will put her down. Chapter 114. Please cooperate with the investigation. Lust Emperor Big Brother. Now you can't guess, can you? I think Brother Lusty always has his own way of saying things. Zhang Jiahao hemmed and hawed. My guess is that Auntie Wintermelon will fall down. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Aunt Wintermelon in the distance directly tripped over Aunt Onion, as if he would prophesy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lust Emperor Big Brother, did you arrange the script in advance? Are you nuts? This looks like a chance encounter. Where would it look like it was organized in advance? I trust Brother Lust Emperor. And don't forget that it wasn't in the Dragon Kingdom, it was in Euron. Zhang Jiahao was checking the progress of the system quest, and he didn't pay any attention to the questioning of the fans on the public screen. Dog system, why is this progress bar so slow? Also, do not hold a specific value out, so that the little master how I know how many likes are still missing? Master, take the progress bar. Nima, it's just a matter of time to call it a day. Brothers, that's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Farewell. Gulina saw this and ended the broadcast. Master, you haven't signed in today. Are you signing in? System, sign in. Successful check-in. Rewarded with language proficiency. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, you know me. It's whatever you want it to be. It's not a bad system with a conscience. Come on, let's go back to the hotel. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao waved his big hand, and put the coffee table and other items into the system space, and the two women on the side were full of shock when they saw this, with an unbelievable look on their faces. Boss, what kind of immortal magic is this? Since learning Zhang Jiahao's swordsmanship, the two girls had become much bolder. Lina, all you need to know is that this is a means not of this world. Gulina nodded with seeming understanding. Her mind at the moment was thinking that Zhang Jiahao might be an immortal turning around. Otherwise she didn't know how to explain this phenomenon. As for the magic aspect, she directly dismissed it. Leaving the market, Zhang Jiahao returned to the hotel with the two girls. Overall, the likes that this live stream brought him were still substantial, with the progress bar reaching 5% progress. Stop, you three. Just then, a big, beautiful woman in a police uniform stepped out of the way. Hello, what can I do for you? Huan Likun stepped forward and asked in Persian. Your credentials, please. The beautiful officer had a serious look on his face. Zhang Jiahao could also understand the words of the beautiful woman after he became proficient in the fusion language, and was sizing her up at the moment. The beautiful police officer is about 173 centimeters tall, with dark hair and light brown eyes. Her figure is all legs below the chest, and her face value can score at least 90 points, but she looks a bit cold on the outside. I believe that those who have had knowledge of the dogs know that Persian beauties are notoriously beautiful, especially their well-defined bodies. Boss, she's going to check our credentials. Zhang Jiahao nodded and looked at the beautiful officer. Beauty, this is my ID. We are greatly good citizens. The two women looked at each other as they listened to Zhang Jiahao's fluent to perverted Persian, with shocked expressions on their faces. They didn't think that Zhang Jiahao would actually know Persian as well. A dragon nation? What are you doing here in Irang? The beautiful police officer was unsmiling. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and her pair of beautiful eyes were staring at Zhang Jiahao dead on, as if to say, don't try to lie. Well, I've heard that the scenery and the people in Iran are good, so I came over to take a look. The beautiful police officer frowned slightly at the words. A pair of beautiful eyes looked Zhang Jiahao up and down, then handed him his ID. Let's go. If there's nothing going on at night, try not to go out. Thanks. Zhang Jiahao took the documents and turned away. Although the beautiful woman was good, he was more afraid of trouble. Lina, Li Kuan, let's go to the front and get something to eat before we go back to the hotel. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao took the lead towards a restaurant in front of him. This was considered a busy part of Irang, and the buildings on both sides of the street were quite distinctive, with rows and rows of houses mostly featuring vaulted roofs. If you look closely you will see that these houses have a very colorful appearance, yet they look and feel uniform. Not long after, the food was served. The main course was a large pancake with a few green vegetables and meats, plus two specialties that Zhang Jiahao hadn't seen before. Zhang Jiahao ate some green vegetables and meat. For the two specialties, he just tasted a bite, and the two women were similar to him, not used to eating the two specialties, but when checking out, he realized that the dishes were really not cheap. Zhang Jiahao paid directly using the Black Dragon card,
and only when he totaled it did he realize that he had consumed a total of more than 3,000 Dragon Nation dollars.
Go! Zhang Jiahao got up and walked towards the door. Just as he had one foot out of the doorway, he accidentally tripped over a man. Stand still! Get him for me!
Zhang Jiahao had just reacted and was just about to say sorry to someone when a familiar voice came from the distance.
Pretty officer? Quick! Get him for me!
Zhang Jiahao sort of understood, and at this moment, the man he tripped over also stood up. He held a short knife and then directly stabbed towards Zhang Jiahao.
However, the man was kicked over by the arriving Gulina,
and the short knife fell to the ground,
followed by the arriving Huang Likun, who promptly moved forward to restrain him, while Gulina guarded beside Zhang Jiahao with a wary face. In a few moments, the beautiful officer arrived, handcuffed the man directly and kicked him in the ass. Run! Aren't you quite capable of running? The man didn't say a word,
staring at her with a deadly glare, the slightest hint of disdain in his eyes.
You three, come back with me to be investigated as well.
As soon as the beautiful police officer spoke, a police car arrived beside the crowd.
I say, pretty girl, we helped you subdue him, and you're actually going to return the favor?
Zhang Jiahao said indifferently with an innocent look on his face.
Please cooperate with the investigation.
The beautiful officer said again with a straight face.
I said beautiful. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get in the car for me. Don't force me to take coercive measures.
The beautiful police officer had a serious face and interrupted out loud, without the slightest room for discussion.
Meow. Little wild girl. That's good. Good job. You'd better not fall into my hands,
or else I'll make sure you know what it means to return all swords to one.
In the interrogation room, Zhang Jiahao was side by side with the two women, sitting across from the beautiful police officer, admiring the big beauty in front of him with a bemused face. Give me an honest explanation. Who are you people? Noticing Zhang Jiahao's gaze, the beautiful officer's eyes turned slightly cold as she looked at him and questioned coldly. I say pretty girl, I just told you, I'm here on a trip, a greatly good citizen. This little, she's just a stick in the mud. Do I look like a bad guy? Don't try to fool me. The two of them are not simple. Don't think I don't see it. Just now, the moment the two women struck out, the beautiful officer could see their strength, and she was very sure that the two were much stronger than herself. Beauty, they are my bodyguards. May I ask if it's illegal to go out with bodyguards? Chapter 115 Elena, Sky Palace Bar.
Zhang Jiahao said, glancing at her badge and realizing that her name was Hani Ilana.
Bodyguard?
You're afraid that this bodyguard of yours is not ordinary, right?
Elena's eyes narrowed slightly,
her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Jiahao with a deadly stare.
MS, Eleanor, what part of me do I look like a bad guy to you?
Zhang Jiahao was now very depressed, just because his bodyguard is powerful. He was called over to cooperate with the investigation.
If he was in the Dragon Kingdom, he would have been furious. It doesn't matter if you don't say it.
I believe my people will be able to investigate it in a while. Elena looked at Zhang Jiahao with a confident face and a smile.
Investigating me? Oh, besides the Dragon Admiral, who else could have investigated my little master's true identity? MS, Ilana, feel free to do as you please.
We are not afraid of shadows when we are upright, and we are not afraid of deep water holes when our swords are long.
Eleanor sniffed in confusion.
She knew the general meaning of the first sentence,
but the latter was completely incomprehensible. Mr. Zhang, I don't know what you're talking about.
I hope the results of the investigation in a little while are okay.
Otherwise, you know, she's laughing? This kind of woman should be fun to conquer, right? Just then, a police officer walked in with a file. Elena was a little excited,
seemingly hoping very much that there was something wrong with Zhang Jiahao's identity, and she hurriedly took the information and checked it out.
The more she looked at it, her frown deepened and she blushed a bit, as if the results of the investigation weren't the outcome she wanted. MS, Ilana, am I in the clear? I've told you before, we're a very good man,
and with our handsome looks, we're definitely a good man with a clean slate.
Elena had a black line on her face.
From the information she had investigated, Zhang Jiahao was just an ordinary entrepreneur in the Dragon Kingdom. There was nothing else suspicious about him, but with her years of experience in handling cases, Zhang Jiahao's identity could never be so simple, and the person she had just chased was a long-wanted member of a drug trafficking gang. She even suspected a little bit that Zhang Jiahao might be the leader of an organization similar to this one, and because of that, she was thinking of making a trick out of it and bringing Zhang Jiahao back to investigate as well.
Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, it was a mistake on my part. You may go.
Irina handed him the credentials of a few people with a faint apology.
MS, Ilana, you took me so long, and that's all you have to say is sorry? Elena smiled with embarrassment and squeezed out a smile. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. If I have the chance, I'll definitely treat you to dinner to make amends and apologize. TSK, 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 TSK. Paint me a big picture? Miss Ilana, if that's the case, I accept your apology.
Eleanor was stunned at her words,
with an expression that seemed to say, I'm just being polite. And you're taking it seriously? After bidding farewell to the beautiful Elena,
Zhang Jiahao returned to the hotel with the two girls.
Boss, where are we going next? Lena, book a flight to Ula for the day after tomorrow and let's spend another day in Irang. Yes, boss. Gulina responded and started booking the airfare. Subsequently, after Zhang Jiahao contacted the women one by one for a bit, he stayed in the hotel until the evening. During this period, under the two girls' sincere attitude of seeking to learn, Zhang Jiahao taught them another set of sword techniques, and the two girls did not let him down. Not only did they learn it very quickly, but they were also able to learn to use it. Boss, this night view of Irong is quite beautiful. A few people walked down the busy streets of Iron. The night was mesmerizing, the lights were bright, and even the roadside stalls were unique. It's not bad. Lena, you turn on the live stream and take the fans to see it as well. Gulina nodded, took the phone and opened the Kunlun Live app, adjusting the angle and then opened the live broadcast. Oh my god, Lust Emperor Big Brother is actually this handsome? Ah, Lust Emperor Brother, I want to give you a monkey. Prodigal hooves, do something human. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lust Emperor is going out on a wave? It's time for the nightlife to start, but it's a pretty good night scene here in Iron. Lusty Emperor Biggie, would you mind showing me the bar at Elon's? What's there to see in a bar? Brother Lust Emperor, take us to explore the food.
Zhang Jiahao looked at the fans' requests through his trumpet and said with a faint smile,
as for where to go, how about we just come to the polls? Gulina saw this. A quick poll was launched on the air. Bars, big beautiful girl, gourmet, eat your way to the top. Soon after, the results of the fan vote came in. Families, this vote is in, so we'll go to the bar first this time. Let's ask around and see if there's a bar nearby. Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao walked towards the stall on the side.
Hello, is there a bar in the neighborhood?
Listening to Zhang Jiahao's gibbering Persian, the public screen of the live broadcast instantly exploded.
I'm yet.
Anyone on the air who can understand this,
come out here. I know.
Brother Lusty is asking him if there's a bar nearby. I used to be proud of myself for knowing Farsi, but today, after listening to the Lust Emperor's big man's Farsi, I realized what it means to be standard to the point of perversion. Suddenly I realized that Brother Lust Emperor is so perfect. Not only is he handsome but also talented. Nymphomaniac sister, you're forgetting one more thing. The Lust Emperor Big Brother still has the ability to pay money. Just as the crowd was chatting furiously, Zhang Jiahao turned to look at the camera.
Families, not far ahead,
there's a bar that's claimed to be the most awesome bar in Iron, the Heavenly Palace Bar.
Now, let's go through it together.
With those words, he turned around and walked towards the Heavenly Palace Bar.
Congratulations, Master.
The progress of the praise collection task has reached 10%.
Please keep up the good work. Holy, 10% done? Looks like I'm going to have to work on my little master. Not long after,
Zhang Jiahao came to the entrance of the bar.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. This bar has a bullseye front. Bunch of simpletons, not looking when they should be paying attention. Look at those two long legs standing on the right side of the doorway. TSK TSK TSK. Fellow Taoist is right to remind me. If I let the poor monk come, I can definitely play for 2 years.
Monk, I stated there was little pressure.
If it were up to me, it would be 5 years at the most. Bunch of old colorful bastards, but those two have really long legs. I guess they have to be 1.5 meters, right?
Zhang Jiahao ignored the crowd's comments.
At this moment, he was talking to a bar manager. Hello, do you have an appointment? Zhang Jiahao shook his head. This one doesn't.
Sir, you can't enter the Sky Palace Bar without a reservation unless you have our diamond membership card.
Nice guy, seems high-end. However,
it shouldn't be too much of a problem when it comes to the ability to pay money.
Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. May I ask, how can I become your member? Chapter 116, Accelerating Progress, DJ Nina.
Sir, to become our diamond member you need to spend 1 million.
Or a pre-deposit of 1 million is also possible. The crowd in the live broadcast room, listening to the conditions for opening a membership, was also hotly debating. I admit I'm sour.
A member costs more than $1 million.
And it's not even in dragon currency. Sue, work hard. Maybe you have a chance in this life. Don't give up. So looking forward to it. I wonder what it will be like inside. This'd meow.
The equivalent of almost small 2 million dragon country coins.
Not cheap. Worthy of being the most bullish bar any long. Hello?
Then please help me pre-deposit $1 million and open a diamond membership. The manager smiled into a chrysanthemum at the news that he gets a 5% commission for every membership he handles.
Sir, you're welcome inside.
Zhang Jiahao nodded and pointed to the cell phone on the side.
I'm live streaming. Is this okay?
The manager smiled fawningly. Esteemed guest, our Diamond members enjoy privileges, not to mention live broadcasting, even if you are lying down and broadcasting is also possible. Nice, that money power just works. Family, I'm going to put on a Bluetooth headset for now, but it might be noisy in there, so you'll have to make do with what I have to say later. With that, Zhang Jiahao took the two women and walked into the Heavenly Palace bar under the manager's guidance. Walking into the bar lobby, a suspended DJ booth appears in front of you, while all the decks are 1-3 meters above the ground, like a suspended fairy mountain in Wonderland. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This decor is absolutely amazing. Nothing wrong with it, it's worthy of the word Heavenly Palace, especially DJ's life-threatening waist. This wolf friend has a sharp eye and noticed the point at once. Lust Emperor big man, go tease that DJ. I'll swipe you all the cigarette money for the month. Agreed. I'll contribute my money from this month's big healthcare and support a wave as well. Plus, a bunch of naive batch. Please don't humiliate brother Lust Emperor with gifts. Is he worse than you guys? At this moment, Zhang Jiahao was led by the manager to a cart seat and took a seat. What would you like to drink, honored sir? The manager stood respectfully and voiced his inquiry. Let's start with just any set menu. Zhang Jiahao pulled out the Black Dragon card and handed it to him. When the manager saw the Black Dragon card, he was shocked because he had seen a card like this one once before, and it was also a black card member of their Heavenly Palace bar. Your honor, wait a moment, I'll arrange it right away. The manager carefully received the Black Dragon card and quickly turned around to leave. For those who could hold the Black Dragon card, he dared not to be even more negligent, because he was well aware of the spending power of such people. Fellow wolves, I don't know if you've noticed something. I found it. The Lust Emperor big guy actually has a Black Dragon card. What's a Black Dragon card? Upstairs, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 20 people who have the Black Dragon card. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So the Lust Emperor big brother is so powerful? 666. Kudos to the big guy. As for Zhang Jiahao at this moment, looking at the slowly rising progress bar, he was full of smiles. He didn't expect that the seemingly boring live broadcast could actually bring him such a great harvest. It seems that I have to add a little fire to the little master. Gotta get this progress bar going a little faster. Families, help share the live stream. Reach 1 million in popularity and I'll tease the DJ girl for you. As soon as he spoke, the live stream swiped the screen. Lust Emperor big brother has been shared. Wolves, get a move on. I shared it with my friends. I shared it with the company group. Nope. Ha ha ha. No need to retract upstairs. As people shared, the number of people in the live stream began to drift up, reaching 1 million in less than 5 minutes. Lust Emperor big brother, please start your show. Looking forward to it. Do you guys think that DJ girl will pay attention to the Lust Emperor big guy? I believe in the Lust Emperor big man's face value, and even more so, I believe in his ability to pay his bills. Endorsed by Heavy +. Just then, the manager went and returned. Esteemed sir, your set meal will be up soon. Please wait for a moment. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took the Black Dragon card. Excuse me, what is the most expensive wine you have here? Distinguished sir, the most expensive we have here at the moment is the Romane Conti, priced at 300,000 a piece. 300,000 a pop? It seems a lot more expensive than it is out there, but oh well, I don't know if I'll come back. I'll have to spend all of the $1 million. Hello, can I please have one for the DJ beauty up there? The manager froze at that. He'd seen a lot of wine being given to DJs, but it was the first time he'd seen such expensive wine being given. Are you sure, honorable sir? He still couldn't believe it, suspecting that he had misheard, and queried out for confirmation. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a light smile. You heard right, deducted directly from the membership card. Okay, I'll get you set up. The manager responded and hurried away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lust Emperor Biggie, is this ready to take the money? Upstairs is shallow. It's called casting stones. That's not quite the right analogy. It should be mentioning money and asking for directions. Ha ha ha. By now it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the bar had already gathered a lot of handsome men and beautiful women, and there were almost no vacancies in the card seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our diamond VIPs of the Imperial card with the loudest screams. With this shout from the beautiful DJ, the scene screamed in all directions, and the DJ booth, which was suspended in the air, came towards Zhang Jiahao's card seat. Thank you, honored guest, for the gift of my daughter's Romane Conti, and may you have fun tonight and hold a beautiful woman. As soon as the beautiful DJ's voice fell, a piece of powerful DJ music started, which was very addictive. Hello VIP, I'm DJ Mina and I'm toasting you. Mina came down from the DJ booth and came close to Zhang Jiahao, raising a glass of wine and said, Mina was about 175 centimeters tall. Her looks belonged to the sweet imperial style. She was wearing a white tight tank top with a pants skirt, which reflected her slim waist and long legs, to the fullest. Hello? Zhang Jiahao raised his wineglass and clinked it with her. Lust Emperor Big Brother. Ask for contact information. Upstairs. You've never been to a bar before. Drink to the depths of the natural clip. Understand? TSK, 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 TSK. For the next nearly half an hour, Zhang Jiahao was quietly drinking his wine, chatting with his fans every now and then. Soon, it came to 11 o'clock, and DJ Nina walked down and a male DJ walked up. Nina walked off the DJ booth, and then came straight towards Zhang Jiahao's card seat. Hello VIP, can I sit here? Meina came close to Zhang Jiahao and asked in a polite voice. Chapter 117, Pa, are you taking me home? Lust Emperor Big Brother. Let her sit down. I have a feeling that this Meina might be getting arched by the Lust Emperor's big brother. I don't think it needs a hunch. It's a sure thing. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Please sit down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This woman didn't realize until she got closer that the career line was actually so deep. Brother Wolf's words are very true. This gully is like the deep sea, and even her face is like a fairy who has fallen to the mortal world. On the card seat, Meina smiled and nodded, unceremoniously sitting next to Zhang Jiahao, feeling the faint micro-fragrance coming from Meina. Zhang Jiahao advised his brother and then poured a glass of wine for Meina. Meina beauty, have a drink. Thank you. May I ask what the guest's name is? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Baby, there's no bay. Just watch and scream. The live feeds are blowing up again. Naya. I just want to say 666 and give 100 kudos to the Lust Emperor big guy. Kind of learned something. I'll try the bar someday. Upstairs Wolfie. I advise you to get insurance before you try it. Unless you have the money power too. I'll be quiet and watch well as the Lust Emperor's big brother demonstrates. Nina came back to her senses and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a curious look. She felt that the man in front of her was a bit different. Unlike other men who like to beat around the bush, she preferred a direct and frank man like Zhang Jiahao. Pa, how about we play a game? This is good. I like to play games with beautiful women, especially the serious kind of game. Yes, what game? Nina brought her cherry mouth to his ear and blew slightly. Wow, let's play the simplest, compare the size. The loser drinks. Let's say I shake a 6 and you shake a 3. Then you drink 3. Good lord, this chick knows how to play. So playful. You can get up to 5 drinks. No problem. After you. Nina nodded and took the dice and shook them. Pa, I'm 5 o'clock. You're up. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and took the dice and shook it, without any surprises. He shook a 1 point. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Pa, you lose. The two of them just had fun for almost an hour, 60% of which was drunk by Zhang Jiahao. And naturally, Nina drank quite a lot as well. Boss, it's time to go back. It's not safe when it's too late. Golina came to Zhang Jiahao's ear and warned out loud. Zhang Jiahao looked at the time and realized that it was already past 12 o'clock, while it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning in the Dragon Kingdom. Nina-chan, I'm going back. Do you want to come with me? Nina's little face was slightly red from drinking at this point, and although she couldn't help but drink a lot, it was the first time she'd ever had this much fun. Pa, are you going to take me home? The beauty's pair of jade hands hugged over Zhang Jiahao's waist, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a hint of adoration in her eyes. Facing this pair of beautiful eyes as if they could speak, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist, and his hands felt good. Authentic standard A4 waist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lust Emperor Big Brother. Let go of that girl. Let me. Here it comes. The moment of truth. Only this music is a little too loud to hear what they're saying. When this wolf friend picks his feet and does the math, the Lust Emperor Big Brother is quasi taking away the rhythm. It's too torturous. I'll change my girlfriend's gas. Although it was already past 3 a.m. in Dragon Kingdom at this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room still remained at 1 million. Nina-chan, I'm staying at a nearby hotel. Pa, shall we go then? Small waist. I'll make you kneel and sing Conquest later. I'll make sure you see how powerful the men of the Dragon Kingdom are. Hotel entrance. Families, that's all for today's broadcast. I'm sure you don't want to see what's coming up next. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the live broadcast instantly swiped the screen and a group of wolf friends went crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lust Emperor Big Brother. Be a man. Nothing wrong with that. We're old enough to enjoy reading it. And don't you think I'm so lazy? We're both good learners. Yes, yes, yes. Request a live feed. My nigga. You old colorful bastards. Aren't you afraid that the Lust Emperor Big Brother will be blocked? Brother Lust Emperor. I also want to be together. Slut hooves. Just think about it. But this wolf friend can do it for me. And I'm sure the Lusty Emperor's big brother is in favor of it. In the end, no matter how much a group of fans wailed,
Gulina still turned off the live broadcast. Pa, are they both with us? In the hall,
Meina leaned on Zhang Jiahao's shoulder and looked at the two girls,
Gulina, who were on the side and asked, Ahem, this Mina, let's get warmed up, and the two of them patted. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao picked her up in a hug. Mina instantly rolled her little face, her little head buried in his shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, and if someone was beside her, they would definitely be able to notice that her eyebrows were trembling slightly. Mina, today I will teach you a sword technique from the Dragon Kingdom that is guaranteed to make you fall in love instantly. Mina clenched her lips and teeth and nodded shyly. I Nima, this chick can't still be just as well. After all, who hasn't come from a newcomer? Mina, let's learn the first stance, the rising sword stance. Don't look at this one as simple, but it's very demanding in terms of speed and force, so try it out. Mina nodded and got on with it. Mina, yes that's it, but be careful to slow down slightly when you reach the hilt of your sword. Okay, let's learn the second stance, the hidden sword stance. While this sword move is about depth, you need to control your mastery of the tip of the sword even more. She nodded shyly as if she understood, and then went up to her mouth. A sword through the throat, a sword through the blood. There is no sword technique that cannot be learned, and there is no water curtain hole that cannot be pierced. Under the mountain of flowers and fruits, the stream is long flowing, and that jade monkey is wailing, although the voice is a little miserable, but the expression on its face does not have the slightest pain. Wow, your swordsmanship is just too profound. Let them practice with you next. Not bad. This Persian woman is just different. The depth of comprehending the sword is high. Alright, you rest here for a while. I'll go teach them the rest of the sword techniques. Subsequently, the invincible sword god exchanged a few more sets of sword techniques together in the company of the two girls, Gulina, and continued practicing for about 2 hours before the invincible sword god put away his sword. The midday sun was a bit harsh. Boss, time to get up. Gulina sent a kiss to Zhang Jiahao and reminded in a thin voice. Just last night, the three of them finished their sword practice, and Zhang Jiahao did not return to that room of Mina's. Good, is that Mina up yet? Zhang Jiahao opened his eyes in a daze. Boss, she's not awake yet, do we need to call her? Zhang Jiahao waved his hand at his words and then climbed up. System, sign in. Successful signing in will reward you with the skill Never Get Drunk from 1,000 cups. This one seems pretty impressive. Chapter 118. A beautiful woman comes to the door. Master, please don't insult the system. Jiahao Chang. Mina, get up. Zhang Jiahao played with the ball while shouting out. Pa, let me sleep again. Mina rolled over, confused. Zhang Jiahao stopped his hand when he saw this and then walked out of the room. Boss, are we going out today? No sooner had Gulina spoken than a knock sounded on the door. Let's go see who it is first. Gulina nodded and went forward to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Jiahao froze. Eleanor? Zhang Jiahao didn't expect that Ilana had actually found the hotel, but come to think of it, it wouldn't be difficult for her identity to find him. Mr. Zhang, can I come in and talk? Eleanor had a smile on her face that brought a bit of vigor to her cold face. Come in. Eleanor nodded and went to sit on the couch in the living room. Elena Beauty, I wonder what you wanted to see me about. This chick is a stick in the mud. Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt the little lord. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. You want my help? Nothing good will come of it. I'll have to be on my guard. Elena Beauty, I wonder what I can do for you. Eleanor took out a photo from among her pockets and handed it to Zhang Jiahao near her. Mr. Zhang, I would like to use the power of those two bodyguards of yours to assist me in catching this man. Let my master's men go and arrest someone? How dare this chick think that? However, if we can live stream the whole thing, we should be able to collect a lot of likes, right? Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao glanced at Eleanor with a slightly deeper meaning. Eleanor Beauty, if I help you, what can I expect? But don't forget, you owe me a meal from last time. Eleanor's small face was embarrassed at the words, and she clenched her lips and teeth to look at Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, how about when we catch this person? I will feast together to thank you? How can I thank you? It's a big pie in the sky, not even a contact info. Please air? Elena Beauty, it seems neither of us have contact information. How would you like to treat me? Mr. Zhang, let's exchange contact numbers now. Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly. Elena Beauty, just downloaded Genie software and add me as a friend. That would be more convenient than a phone call. Wizard software? Where do I download it from? Zhang Jiahao stretched out his hand, and Elena handed over her own cell phone when she saw this. Looking at the wallpaper on his phone, Zhang Jiahao's pupils dilated. Ahem, Mr. Zhang, download the software first. Looking at the change in Zhang Jiahao's eyes, Elena's cold little face flushed with a slight blush as her cell phone's wallpaper was a beautiful picture of her bikini swimsuit. Soon. Just a moment. Responding, Zhang Jiahao began to operate. In a few moments, Zhang Jiahao helped her install the genie software, and also added a bit as his friend, Elena Beauty. Alright, also, this is a brilliant piece of software, just use it. Eleanor took the phone and nodded. Okay, I'll try to use it and see what happens. At least I won't uninstall it until I've invited you to dinner. Nima, this woman is such a stick in the mud. She really can't talk. Irina Beauty, I'm leaving Irang tomorrow. When will this man be arrested? It's fine if it's today, but if it's after tomorrow, I won't be able to keep up. Mr. Zhang, if it's convenient for you now, we can leave now. For this criminal, Ilana already had a good grasp of his whereabouts. Only she was short-handed at the moment, and those crab soldiers weren't going to come in handy. Yes, I'll go with you. With a puzzled look on her face, Eleanor looked at Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, it's fine to have the two of them to go and help me. It's safer for you to stay here. Ha, are you looking down on me? Someday, I'll show you real swordplay, little master. Elena Beauty, don't worry, I'm not below them. I wouldn't want to be so high profile if it weren't for the fact that I'm going to be on the air, so if it's possible it's better to keep a low profile. With a shocked look on her face, Irina looked at the two Gulina girls with a look that seemed to ask, is he telling the truth? This lady, the boss, is stronger than us. Upon receiving the confirmation, Eleanor had an unbelievable look on her face, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Jiahao with a deadpan expression. Eleanor Beauty, don't stare at me like that, I'll get shy. The corners of Eleanor's mouth twitched a few times at her words, then she calmed her emotions. Mr. Zhang, I can't imagine that you're really deep in hiding. Hey, you can't see the little master's deep hide. Elena Beauty, I'll say it first, I have to leave tomorrow on some business, and after we catch this man for you, don't hold me up for any reason. Tomorrow's rescue is a top priority. I have to give her a precautionary shot first to avoid her playing a rogue. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I definitely won't delay your trip. As long as I catch this person, I'll personally send you then. Oh, I thank you, little master, just don't get me in trouble. Thank God. Elena Beauty, please tell us about this man first. Eleanor sniffed and thought for a moment. Mr. Zhang, this one is an extremely dangerous character who already has 5 lives on his hands. This man has a preference for beautiful women, and it's the first that and then that kind. Besides, he's very cunning. We've had him wanted for almost a year and still haven't been able to catch him. He's a recently retired international mercenary, good at camouflage and close combat. International mercenaries? That's all it is, and it's been wanted for a year? However, come to think of it, people who can be mercenaries are not that simple. With these small police officers to catch him, it's really a bit difficult, unless the elite of the army is deployed. Elena Beauty, do you have any information on his whereabouts now? Eleanor nodded her head as she spoke with a straight face. According to the reliable information I received, he is now in the clubhouse behind the Heavenly Palace bar. I've got people there, watching from all sides. Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. Elena Beauty, he's in the clubhouse. Wouldn't you just surround and arrest him? Good man, can't you catch it like this? If that's the case, this guy is really kind of awesome too. It's no use, we've tried it before, even with a gun in hand. We're no match for him. He was able to dodge our shots very easily and knocked our men down unnoticed. Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded and looked at the two women, Gulina, who were quietly waiting for an explanation. Boss, it seems that this person's stance is extremely skillful, and he is someone who is extremely good at camouflage. Zhang Jiahao nodded in thought. Lena, any chance of catching him? Chapter 119 Online Live Streaming Arrest. Boss, from what I know so far, I'm 60% sure, but I'll have to meet them to find out. Zhang Jiahao nodded. The information he had learned so far was limited, and it was not bad to have a 60% certainty, knowing that there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. Let's go. Elena Beauty. Eleanor nodded frostily and got up to lead the way. Zhang Jiahao, on the other hand, while walking, took out his cell phone and opened the Kunping live broadcast, and changed the title of the live broadcast to Catching Criminals Online. As soon as he turned on the live stream, many people flooded in. Lust Emperor Big Brother. What's going on here? Lust Emperor Big Brother. Why don't you show your face? Seeing that the title is Arresting Criminals, could it be that the Lust Emperor Big Brother is going to live stream the arrests? Appears to be. You guys check out that beautiful officer up front. Asterisk. This exciting. Zhang Jiahao adjusted the camera. Families, today I'm going to give you a live stream of the arrest. Pay attention. This isn't a recorded program. It's a real capture of a criminal live in its entirety. Hearing Zhang Jiahao's voice behind her, Ilana stopped and turned around, her beautiful eyes looking towards Zhang Jiahao. My God, I can't believe there are such beautiful officers. I'm betting 2 packs of chorizo that this beautiful police officer must have let the Lust Emperor big man arch his back.
I'll bet 10 packs that I can tell from the pretty girl's nose that she's still an untouched girl.
Wolf friend has a point.
This wolf can also see from between her eyebrows. She indeed has not yet broken.
Holy, that's okay?
Zhang Jiahao looked at her with puzzled eyes and said,
"What's wrong, beautiful Elena?" "Mr. Zhang, are you broadcasting live? How about playing?"
"I'll play with you if you don't go live."
"Elena beauty, I'm on the air. What's the problem?" "If there's a problem, I'm not going to just go."
Eleanor sniffed. She was just asking curiously and didn't mean to stop it.
"Mr. Zhang, you've misunderstood. It's fine for you to broadcast live, as long as it doesn't delay our arrest."
"Little sissy, you'll see in a minute who's holding up who."
"I told you, looks like we're in for a treat today. Guys, retweet and like. Quietly watching. Do you guys think the Lust Emperor big guy can do martial arts?"
Retweeted and liked.
Waiting for the big man to show. Aniba Clubhouse.
Zhang Jiahao was led by Elena to the front door of the clubhouse.
"Mr. Zhang, do you want to turn off the live broadcast first?"
Zhang Jiahao shook his head.
"Why, Mr. Zhang?"
"I'm just afraid of affecting the arrest.
Nothing else." With a faint smile, Eleanor spoke up to explain. "Don't worry about it, Elena beauty. There's no way I'm going to delay the capture."
Eleanor was helpless in this situation. She believed that if she dared to come on hard, Zhang Jiahao would definitely turn around and leave.
"Alright, Mr. Zhang, then pay attention in a while." "It's okay, let's go." Eleanor nodded and then headed towards the clubhouse. Through Eleanor's credentials, the four of them smoothly took the elevator to the 8th floor of the clubhouse. "Mr. Zhang, he's in room 804.
Elena pointed to a room in front of her and reminded in a low voice. "Wolves, why do I feel as if this is about catching an adulterer?"
"Not a criminal? Ha ha ha, when you put it that way, it's kinda like that. Don't spray it, just watch quietly. You'll know soon enough if it is or not."
Zhang Jiahao threw a look towards the two girls, who also instantly understood the situation and gently headed towards room 804.
Seeing this,
Zhang Jiahao also followed with his cell phone.
In the middle of the room, a lanky man of about 40 years old was enjoying the services of a masseuse. At that moment, Gulina gestured towards Zhang Jiahao,
signaling that the door of the room was not closed. Zhang Jiahao nodded and gave them a hand signal to charge straight in.
Bang!
Gulina kicked the door open while Huang Likun rushed in first, while Elena saw it and rushed in as well.
"What do you mean?"
The man looked at the sudden appearance of a few women, a calm face without panic. If carefully observed, we'll be able to find that he looked at the eyes of a few women, with the slightest intention of aggression.
"Ibozak, stop pretending."
With that, Eleanor was about to move forward to detain him.
"Look out." Just then, Ibozak actually took a gun out from under the massage bed,
and was pointing it at Eleanor.
"Holy, there's actually a gun?"
Asterisk 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 asterisk. This beautiful officer is afraid to be a cutie, right?
She was hasty.
She must not have expected someone else to press the MO and carry a gun.
I think it must have taken the luck of the next life for this great beauty to live this long. At this moment,
Zhang Jiahao was also speechless for a while, expressing his headache at this sand sculpture move of Elena.
He. Don't be afraid, little girl. I'll take good care of you in a while. I always like beautiful police officers."
With a lecherous grin on his face,
Ibozak looked at Eleanor and teased with a bad joke.
"You."
Eleanor's little face was so red with anger that she couldn't speak. Just then, Gulina moved.
She took advantage of Ibozak talking to Elena to throw the dart, which had long been hidden in her palm,
directly towards Ibozak. Bang! Ibozak snapped back to his senses,
and just moments before the dart zapped him, he fired a hasty shot.
"Ah!" the masseuse exclaimed and gave a direct shock. However, Ibozak's shot went straight to the ground.
His hand holding the gun was injured, and the gun fell straight to the ground.
Seeing this,
Huang Likun hurriedly rushed up and lifted her long leg towards Ibozak's head.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. "It's a nifty real gun. This'd meow. Too dangerous. Lust Emperor big brother you run ah."
"Wolfie, didn't you notice the two beautiful bodyguards of the Lust Emperor's big brother?"
"No problem. That pretty girl's darts make a real six. I guess her kung fu can't be bad either."
"Well, the darts are good. As for kung fu, you'll have to ask the Lust Emperor."
"Ha ha ha, Nima, giving you that, I suddenly feel the atmosphere is much lighter." And at that moment, as Huang Likun's foot came close to Ibozak,
he hastily raised his hands and blocked the kick.
Gulina didn't stay idle either, dodging forward in a flash, kicking the gun aside, and then joining the fight.
"Holy, this guy can actually fight so well?
Dog thing,
actually kicking a beautiful woman's waist. If this wolf were here, he would have to kick his balls to pieces."
"Don't be ridiculous, Wolfie, you'd probably be paralyzed with fear if you were there at the moment."
"Ha ha ha, nettlesome." The two women fought with Ibozak,
and Eleanor rushed forward at the sight.
However, just as she approached, she was kicked off by Ibozak and fell directly in front of Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but cover his face when he saw this, his face full of black lines.
This pretty officer is a little weak. It was a bit, giving a kick in the ass, but she felt pretty good. Ha ha ha, brother wolf, be a man. Chapter 120, even through the screen it hurts. Ilana Beauty, get up. Zhang Jiahao helped her up with a hand. Just watch quietly from the sidelines. Just don't go up there and make trouble. Eleanor sniffed with embarrassment. She didn't expect Ibozak to be so powerful. It turned out that the clown was actually herself. Asterisk 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 asterisk? What kind of Ibozak is this that he can single-handedly take on two people with one hand? Maybe, those two beauties weren't very good. Not to mention the fact that men are supposed to have the advantage in this area. I can guarantee that the two beauties definitely belong to the rank of King of Soldiers, as my former instructor was also at the rank of King of Soldiers, but the speed of his strikes and his moves were not this deadly. Nani, Your Excellency has some status? At this time, although the two women surrounded Ibozak, they did not gain the upper hand, and were still in a state of fighting Ibozak to a draw. Mr. Zhang, do we need to go up and help? Elena, who was on the side, watched the fight between a few people with an anxious look on her face. This room wasn't very big, and the doorway was also blocked by Ilana and Zhang Jiahao, so Ibozak could only be forced to respond. Not for now, besides you're no use going up there. You're too weak. Eleanor's small face slightly reddened as she sniffed. It was the first time she had been hit so hard, and in the past she really hadn't met any opponents. As a few people fought, the tables and chairs in the room shattered all over the place, almost as if they were acting in a TV show. Wolves, I have a feeling the two beauties are going to be unable to top themselves. I'm very curious now. I wonder if the Lust Emperor Big Brother will also be a deeply hidden expert? Brother Wolf has a point. I think we should call on the Lust Emperor Big Brother to make a move. Endorsed by. Plus, Zhang Jiahao was looking at the quest progress bar at the moment and didn't notice the public screen in the live broadcast room. At this time, his mission progress had reached 15%, and he was satisfied with this progress. Having reached this kind of progress in just a few live broadcasts, Zhang Jiahao felt that he was not far from 100%. Mr. Zhang, it looks like they can't hold on much longer. Eleanor looked at the two women in a bad state and spoke out from the side to remind them. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked at the two women. It was really as Eleanor had said. The two women's reactions had begun to slow down now. Bang! Just then, Huang Likun took a kick from Ibozak, and she was kicked straight down to the ground. Seek death. With an angry shout, Zhang Jiahao dashed up and raised his foot towards Ibozak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Lust Emperor's big brother has struck. Wrong, it's out of the foot. Niet, you barbarian. That big brother just now. Come out and explain the martial arts of the Lust Emperor Big Brother. Ibozak looked at the hastily approaching Bigfoot and hastily raised his hand to block again. However, he had underestimated Zhang Jiahao's strength and overestimated the hardness of his own bones. Kaboom! A crisp sound of breaking bones rang out. Hiss! Even though the bones in his arm were broken by the kick, Ibozak only let out a slight sound. Meow. I swear on my brother that Big Brother Lust Emperor is definitely beyond the level of King of Soldiers. Biggie, are you serious? Although you couldn't see the picture just now, did you hear a voice? I heard it. The sound of breaking bones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wouldn't be the Lust Emperor's big brother's leg, would it? Are you stupid? At this moment, Ibozak covered his broken hand and retreated to the wall, and was staring at Zhang Jiahao with a grave expression. From the very beginning, he only felt that Zhang Jiahao was an ordinary person, which was the reason why he tried to head towards the door many times. Silly big man, how dare you kick little master's woman? With that, Zhang Jiahao walked towards Ibozak. As Ibozak looked at the slowly approaching Zhang Jiahao, he had a grave expression on his face, and his eyes couldn't help but aim at the gun not far away. Don't look, just give you the gun. Can you still move? Zhang Jiahao noticed his subtle movements and snorted with a snicker. Ibozak sniffed and acted calmly. In fact, he was trying to restrain the fear in his heart. He knew deep down that he was no match for the man in front of him. Suddenly I realized that the Lust Emperor Big Brother is so domineering. Boing boing. I want to hug the lusty Emperor Big Guy so bad. Prodigal hooves. Come hug little wolf me. The Lust Emperor Big Man has no time for you. Ha ha ha. No problem. Zhang Jiahao came close to Ibozak and adjusted the camera angle of his cell phone. Come on. I'll play with you. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao held his cell phone in one hand, and with an arrow step, he rushed up towards Ibozak. Seeing this, Ibozak began to dodge non-stop. He didn't dare to fight Zhang Jiahao head-on right now. Slowly, Ibozak's stamina was overwhelmed, and he directly let Zhang Jiahao kick him to the ground. Without hesitation, Zhang Jiahao dodged forward and stomped his foot directly on his neck. Just now my mom asked me why I was lying on my back watching the livestream, and I told her I found the perfect man. That's a tacky thing to say. Wolf friend, The word perfect doesn't describe the Lust Emperor Big Brother anymore. You have to use invincible. Why should I see such a fine man? And then who else would old me look at? Ha ha ha. Look at Desire Emperor, his second great uncle. Eleanor saw that Ibozak was under control. She no longer hesitated now and rushed forward to cuff him. Pop, I'll let you kick this girl. Irina kicked, directly, in Ibozak's thigh, and didn't forget to make a sound to relieve her hatred. Yeah, how dare you stare at me? Pop, I told you to stare at me. I'll let you be cunning. Hiss. Ibozak's body instantly curled into a shrimp shape. My nigga, this is too hard, right? I'm at meow. This egg, it should be broken, right? Absolutely shattered. It hurts through the screen. Say, is it okay to beat up a prisoner like that abroad? Wolfie is being shallow. This is only caused by people fighting during the process of capture. It's not considered assault. Ha ha ha. Brother Wolf's high opinion. Zhang Jiahao looked at Elena's kick and also couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth violently. This chick was really too ruthless. Mr. Zhang, shall we escort him down first? Eleanor pressed Ibozak and turned her head to look at Zhang Jiahao for advice. Just wait a moment. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao walked towards Huang Likun. Likun, how's the injury? At this time Huang Likun was assisted by Gulina. She had already stood up. Boss, I'm fine. I can't breathe for a second. I'll be fine after a bit of a reprieve. Zhang Jiahao nodded at this. Alright then, I'll help you. Lena, you go help escort him down. Yes, boss. Gulina and Ilana then escorted Ibozak and together they walked towards the police car downstairs. Families, that's all for today's broadcast. With that, Zhang Jiahao ended the live broadcast. However, even after the live broadcast ended, the people in the broadcast room were all still communicating continuously. Chapter 121, Meeting Arrival. Downstairs in the clubhouse. Mr. Zhang, I'll escort him back first. I'll treat you to dinner later and we'll be in touch on Elf. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Okay, go ahead and get busy. I'll wait for you. Eleanor nodded and then got into her car and left. Boss, are we going back to the hotel? Go back first. Nina was still in the hotel, so Zhang Jiahao thought of going back to see her before going out for a stroll. Zhang Jiahao and the others walked into the suite's lobby, and Meina just finished washing up and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. You're back. The two daughters nodded at this, and then knowingly walked towards the bedroom on the side. Meina, why don't you sleep more? Zhang Jiahao asked in a fine voice as he wrapped his arms around her and sat down on the sofa. Pa, I thought you had run off without me, so where could I sleep? So I got up and washed up. This wasted spirit, she's more abrasive than Ifei. If it weren't for my skills, I'd probably be holding up the wall already. I was just about to tell you that I'm leaving Irang tomorrow and need to make a trip to Ula. Mina blinked her beautiful eyes at her words. Bao, it's a mess over there, so you have to be safe. Will you ever come back to Alang again? Zhang Jiahao touched her small head and smiled faintly. Meina, I'm not sure about this. I do hope that you'll come to the Dragon Kingdom to look for me. Nina nodded her head and gave Zhang Jiahao a kiss. Her face did not have a lost expression. Pa, I'll be there for you. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao accompanied her to get tired for a while, and then took her out for a big shopping trip, bought her many things, and after leaving his contact information, Zhang Jiahao sent her back home. Nightfall, that's when Eleanor sent the message. Mr. Zhang, I've booked a private room in the hotel you're staying in. Let's have a meal together. Zhang Jiahao replied back and headed back towards the hotel. Mr. Zhang, please sit down. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the box when Elena rose to greet him. Elena, today, was wearing a pair of jeans with a white short-sleeved t-shirt, giving her a collar girl look. Thanks. Zhang Jiahao said thanks and sat down opposite her. This table was a round table with a diameter of about 2 meters, and at this point the table was already filled with dishes. Mr. Zhang, thank you very much for your help today. Here's to you. Good lord, is this straight up white? Luckily, I'm not drunk with 1,000 cups now, so I'm done. Okay, go one. Zhang Jiahao raised his glass and tilted his head back to take a sip. Mr. Zhang, good drinker. Elena also finished it off in one mouthful and praised Zhang Jiahao with a thumbs up. Elena beauty. I'm not a big drinker. I just haven't tried to get drunk yet. Eleanor's beautiful eyes lit up at the words. Mr. Zhang, the friends beside me in the past, they all said that to me. Guess what happened to them in the end? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and shook his head. He. In the end, they all dared not mention a word of alcohol to me again. Elena had a bad smile on her face and looked at Zhang Jiahao with intent. Oh, this ninny. I'm afraid I don't know what to do with the Sister of Ignition dance. Right? Elena beauty. Let's just drink casually. Don't be in trouble if you get drunk later. I still have to send you back. Eleanor smiled lightly. Mr. Zhang, you're worrying too much. I definitely won't get drunk while you can still stand. No rivals in the drinking department. Besides, even if you're drunk, There aren't rooms up this way to rest. Nanny? This woman. She's got so much guts? Elena Beauty. Aren't you afraid of what I'll do to you when you're drunk? Elena smiled over her mouth. Mr. Zhang, if I'm drunk and you're still sober, you can do whatever you want. What the hell does that mean? Master, what she means is, if you can get her drunk, you can dish her out all you want. Dog system, you're bad. System, Elena Beauty, you have no opponent because you haven't met me. Today I'll let you meet the Dragon Kingdom's wine immortal. Elena held her cheeks in one hand, her pair of beautiful eyes quietly looking at Zhang Jiahao. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I'm suddenly interested when you say that. How do we drink? You're the pretty girl. You call the shots. Giggle. Mr. Zhang, you're so funny. Let's just be direct and change the cups. Oh, not to mention changing cups, or even barrels to come. The little master, I do not even blink. Yes. Eleanor nodded at the sight, then took the red wine glass on the side, the 52 of white wine and poured a glass full directly. Mr. Zhang, is this okay? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. No problem. With that, he turned a glass of wine to himself and picked it up, draining it in one gulp. Cool. More, Eleanor said as she drained it in the same gulp and continued to pour it full. About half an hour later, the two of them had already drank 6 whole bottles of white wine, and by now, Ilana had sat down next to Zhang Jiahao. Mr. Zhang, your ability to drink is really impressive. You're the first person I admire. Saying that, one of Eleanor's jade hands directly rested on Zhang Jiahao's shoulder. Elena Beauty, you're drunk. Mr. Zhang, I can still drink. You are a strong man. I like to drink with you. Elena's tongue was tied and her speech was already a bit slurred. Master, dish her out. Jiahao Chang. At this moment, Zhang Jiahao didn't have the slightest bit of drunkenness, but he was having a hard time because the softness coming from his shoulders made him feel a burst of agitation. Eleanor. Just as he was about to say something, Eleanor put one finger directly against his lips. Don't talk. With that said, Eleanor sat directly on his lap and then sent her cherry mouth. I Nima. What's that supposed to mean? Little master I was again. No, can't top it. Zhang Jiahao stopped thinking randomly and wrapped his arm around her small waist and began to respond to her. Seemingly due to the effect of alcohol, Elena was very mad, and before Zhang Jiahao could show his sword, she pulled it out herself. A splash of red and a cracking sound came from the air, thanks to the help of alcohol. The novice rookie, Eleanor, froze and danced her sword into a master-level existence. Early morning, the first thing Eleanor did when she woke up was to make up the OE that was due. Because of the paralyzing alcohol, she hadn't felt much pain last night even though she was bruised and battered. But this will. Alcohol dissipates and some voices are always returned. Zhang Jiahao was awakened by her voice and opened his eyes to look at her. Good man. The wailing was even worse than last night when I pierced the clouds with my sword, but this ninny was really crazy and almost broke my little master's sword. Eleanor, why don't I take you to the hospital? Eleanor's small face rolled at her words, her cold as ice face instantly turning red. Chapter 122 Going to Ula. Is it sweet? I'm fine. Eleanor sat up, letting the pair of snowballs expose to the air. Her size was standard, the kind of specification that Zhang Jiahao liked. Eleanor, I'm heading to Ula in a few minutes. Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms and touched her small cheeks, saying in a fond and delicate voice, Are you still coming to Alang? Eleanor was momentarily depressed, with mixed feelings and dismay at the man in front of her who had given her sexual pleasure for the first time. I'll be back. Take care of yourself and don't work so hard out on missions. Eleanor nodded her head in a small, womanly way and said in a thin voice, Aha, I know. Irang International Airport. Zhang Jiahao got out of a police car because Elena had to give him a ride, and in her police car at that. Go back and be safe on the road. Zhang Jiahao kissed her goodbye and then stepped onto the airplane of the flight to Ula. Eleanor stood still until the figure of the airplane had disappeared. Then she turned and drove away. Boss, are we going live to Ula as well? Gulina leaned on Zhang Jiahao's shoulder and inquired out loud with a curious expression. Lena, it's not just the live broadcast, we have a major mission to perform. I'm going to have a live broadcast that will shock the world, so that countries can see the strength of my Dragon Kingdom. System, sign in. Successful sign in. Rewarded with charm points *1. Dog system, this charm point, does it make little master me more handsome? Master, so to speak. Hey, although I'm handsome enough now, we don't mind becoming a little more handsome. Master, can we have some face? Dog system, if you can manifest, I promise to pamper you. System, Ula International Airport. Zhang Jiahao took the two women and walked out of the airport. Outside the airport is a bit busy. Pedestrians on the road come and go in a hurry, as if they are all rushing to go to the battlefield. Boss, something's not quite right here. I'm surprised it's right. It's still ing with other places here. and it's good enough to keep things in order nowadays. It's not supposed to be peaceful here. It's normal. Did Lena make any hotel reservations? Boss, I've already booked suite 668 at the Lycra Hotel before coming. It's about 500 meters from the airport. I'll have the hotel's car come and pick it up. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. No need. Let's go. Gulina nodded, then looked at the location of the hotel and led the way ahead. Welcome to the Hotel Lyca. May I ask if a few of you have reservations? A few people had just walked into the hotel when a beautiful manager greeted them with a greeting. Hello, have a reservation for suite 668. The beautiful manager was astonished because she was using English while Zhang Jiahao was responding in Ulaanbaatar, and she thought to herself, how could there be such a handsome and talented man? The two women on the side also looked at each other when they saw this, and in addition to surprise, there was more admiration in their eyes. Beauty? The beautiful manager sniffed back and smiled awkwardly. A few of you please wait for a moment. The beautiful manager headed to the front desk to get her room card. Gentlemen, please follow me. With that, the beautiful manager led the way ahead. Nima, it seems that this hotel is quite high class. Even the lobby manager's face value is so high. In a short while, several people arrived outside room 668. Sir, your guest room has arrived. The exclusive customer service manager will come to serve you in a moment. Thanks. The entire suite is spacious, about 300 square feet, with all the amenities it should have, and there is one master bedroom and two secondary bedrooms. Lena, how much is this room per day? Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look around and turned to Gulina to ask curiously. Boss, this one is cheaper than Elon's, 68,000 Dragon Kingdom dollars a day. Well, it's kinda cheap. The corners of the two women's mouths twitched slightly at the words. The most extravagant suite they had ever stayed in was less than $10,000, and if it wasn't for Zhang Jiahao they wouldn't have booked such an expensive room. Hello, I'm the exclusive account manager for room 668, Ivan Sofian. Zhang Jiahao nodded and gave her a cursory look. Ivan Sofian, about 173 centimeters tall, aged about 26, with delicate fair skin and a high nose, wearing a short professional skirt with a white shirt and her hair tied up high, giving her a competent and refreshing look. Sofian, please prepare our lunch. Sofian bowed slightly. Yes, may I ask if sir would like Chinese or Western food? And Chinese food? Zhang Jiahao was astonished and asked out loud. Yes, then Chinese food for you sir? With a sweet smile, Sofian voiced out a suggestion. Yes, please wait sir. With that, Sofian twisted her tiny waist and left. Boss, this young woman is beautiful. Jiahao Chang, Li Kuan, how do you know that people are young women? Zhang Jiahao asked with a curious face as he looked at Huang Likuan. Boss, you can tell by her aura. Well, not to mention, that woman's aura is really charming, like a ripe peach. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao finished his lunch with the two women and took a short break before heading to the gym. Mr. Zhang, may I assist you? Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the gym when Sofian walked in, revealing her charming smile and asked, Sofian, you still know how to work out? Mr. Zhang, I'm a professional suite manager, and fitness assistance is just one of my services. Are all customer service managers this good these days? But what does this woman mean? Master, she means there are other services. Dog system, be quiet. Mr. Chang? Zhang Jiahao returned to his senses and nodded towards her. Yes, then you can come and assist me for a bit. Okay, let's warm up first. For a leg stretch, take a big step forward with your left foot and brace your hands on the ground to stretch your right leg muscles, said Sofian and demonstrated. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao also learned how to do it. Mr. Chang, your left foot should stand straight. Saying that, Sofian moved forward and squatted down before helping Zhang Jiahao straighten up. Not bad, white as grease, round and full and upright. This scenery made Zhang Jiahao's eyes forget to blink, and even his breathing was slightly shortened. Viscid meow. Is this what maturity tastes like? Mr. Chang, this waist of yours should be close to the left thigh. Just as Zhang Jiahao was pondering, Sofian stood up and bent down slightly, placing a pair of jade hands on his waist. Nima, did this woman deliberately follow the rules? I can't believe you hit someone with a ball? Feeling the softness and fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, Zhang Jiahao's sword began to stir. Well, Sofian's body trembled slightly, and she let out a small sound. Master, how does it taste? Is it sweet? Zhang Jiahao ignored the dog system and withdrew his tongue from that gully. Chapter 123. This is not a science fiction movie. Mr. Zhang, do you like it? Sofian smiled flirtatiously and bit her lip slightly. I'm so sorry. This damn rhyme. How dare you tempt me? Without any surprises, Zhang Jiahao directly drew his sword and stabbed towards her, and Sofian also started to attack when she saw this. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao and Sofian practiced all the fitness programs.
Sophie-Yen's skillfulness allowed Zhang Jiahao to experience what is called young people do not know the goodness of young women, mistakenly treating young girls as treasures. Through some conversation, Zhang Jiahao learns that Sophie-Yen has been divorced for 2 years and just doesn't have any children. Through his workout with Sophie-Yen, Zhang Jiahao had counted on some recognition of Prime Minister Chao's taste. "Hubby, your swordsmanship is a masterpiece." Sophie-Yen snuggled into Zhang Jiahao's arms and came up for air as she praised. He. Your sword skills aren't simple either. I'm sure many people have died under your sword skills, right? Zhang Jiahao gently lifted her chin and spoke out with intent. "No way. You're the second person I've exchanged swordplay with, and people haven't practiced with anyone in 2 years. This little master I do believe a little. This like a wolf like tiger crazy. Do not know also think it is not practiced for 10 years. Boss, there's a call." Gulina walked in with her cell phone and glanced at Sophie-Yen to remind her. "Well, give it to me." Zhang Jiahao took the cell phone and realized that it was a call from Chen Zhizhong. "Hey, academician Chen, my ancestor A, where have you been?" Hearing this anxious voice of Chen Zhizhong, Zhang Jiahao responded with a faint smile. "Academician Chen, I'm in Ula right now." On the other end of the phone, Chen Zhizhong froze at the words, and only after a moment did he react. "Where are you? What are you running for? You can just maneuver the Transcendent One at the Academy of Sciences. There's no need to run there." Chen Zhizhong was worried because there was unrest on Ula's side, which was no joke. Zhang Jiahao was naturally aware of his worries, so he spoke out and said back, "Academician Chen, you don't have to worry about my safety, not to mention that you also know that not only do I have bodyguards by my side, but I'm also in extraordinary hands myself. Plus, there's the Transcendental One." Chen Zhizhong stopped nagging at his words and hurriedly turned to the main topic. "Jiahao, the rescue mission will start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so you have to prepare in advance." 2 o'clock in the afternoon? It's not even 12 o'clock yet and there's still over 2 hours to go, so there seems to be no need to rush. "Academician Chen, I understand this. You have someone check the Transcendent One over. When the time comes, I'll just manipulate it directly from my side." Chen Zhizhong said that there was no problem and hung up the phone after muttering a few sentences about Zhang Jiahao being able to control Transcendent One without a console. He didn't find it surprising. After all, the intelligence system of Transcendent One was written by Zhang Jiahao. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao washed up and rested for a while before leaving the hotel with the 2 girls. "Gulina, boss, according to Sophie-Yen's description, there is a mountain just a kilometer ahead." Gulina pointed not far ahead and voiced out a reminder. "Well, we'll take a cab there. A kilometer away from the Lycra Hotel on a mountain." Zhang Jiahao brought the 2 women to the top of the mountain. "Boss, are we going to broadcast live here?" Gulina looked at the scenery below her feet and inquired in a puzzled voice. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then took out a laptop computer, a table and a few stools from the system space. Of course that standard coffee table did not fall. The 2 girls were not surprised to see this. They were already used to this godlike operation of Zhang Jiahao. "Let's sit down for a little while and have a cup of tea." About 20 minutes later, a figure came speeding from the distance. "Boss, look out." Seeing this, the 2 women hurriedly dodged in a flash and blocked in front of Zhang Jiahao. You guys don't have to be so nervous. It was summoned by me and is called the Transcendent One." Zhang Jiahao pulled the 2 back and sat down on the side. Just as the 2 women had just sat down, the Transcendent One slowly landed in front of the several people. "Boss, this is a mech?" With a shocked face, Gulina looked at the Transcendent One in front of her and spoke out incredulously. "Not bad. It is the protagonist of today's live broadcast." Saying that, Zhang Jiahao directly operated on his computer, and he took the projection of the Transcendent One and relayed it to his live broadcast. And at this time, his live broadcast showed 2 images. One was the image that came back from the eyes of the Transcendent One, and the other was the image captured by his cell phone camera. "Okay, Lena or you can just get on the air." With that, Zhang Jiahao handed her the cell phone. When Gulina took the phone, she just turned on the live stream. In a few moments, as the notification of the live broadcast was sent, a group of fans who had followed Zhang Jiahao instantly flooded in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a mech? What the hell? Could it be that the Lust Emperor, the big man, is live streaming a sci-fi movie with us? But why does this wolf feel as if this mech is real? It can't be, can it? Lust Emperor Big Brother, tell us what's wrong. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Jiahao waved his hand towards the camera of his cell phone. "Families, you read it right. This is the actual mech. It's called the Transcendent One. Moreover, it's not a simple mech. It has a flight speed of up to Mach 30, making it a battlefield-capable mech warrior." With the introduction of this K-Ho, the public screen instantly exploded. Yet, can someone tell me how fast Mach 30 is? Wolfie, Mach 30 is 30 times the speed of sound. Imagine that. Lust Emperor Big Brother, can we have it on display?
Same request. Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly. Since everyone is so curious, let me show you. Everyone pay attention. This image on the left is the image coming back from the eyes of the Transcendent One. With that, Zhang Jiahao began to give orders. Transcendent One, fly around this mountain. Remember not to go too fast. Master's order received. Ready to go. Shall we execute immediately? Execute. As soon as he spoke, the Transcendent One drew up. Swish. The fans on the air were dumbfounded at the sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure this isn't sci-fi? It can't be sci-fi. Notice how the two images are compared together. This one on the right is in real time. That makes some sense when you say it, but I still can't believe that's a real mech. Looking at the skepticism of many people, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and pointed at the Transcendent One that was slowly flying in the distance. Families, this is not a science fiction movie. If you don't believe me in a while, feel free to make requests. As long as it's something that Transcendent One can do, I'll have it do it for everyone live. Chapter 124, this wave of operation is a bit tawdry. Lust Emperor Biggie, you make it compare a middle finger and see. I'm yet. Ha ha ha, this can be had. Looking at the fans' request, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, but he still controlled the Transcendent One than one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really six. Don't say anything, just give me a nod. I have a hunch, a feeling that the Lust Emperor Big Brother might make a big move today. This mech is out and it's not a big enough move? Just then, Yi Nantian sent a message indicating that he could start the operation. Zhang Jiahao changed his face when he saw this and turned to look at the camera of his cell phone with a serious face. Families, the Transcendent One will next carry out its mission to rescue the researchers trapped in Ula. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao maneuvered the Transcendent One and sped towards his destination. Am I hallucinating? Wolfie, you're not hallucinating. I heard you too. Transcendence One is going on a rescue mission. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it seems, the Lust Emperor Big Brother is really something. Do you think the Lust Emperor Big Brother, could he be from the military? It's possible. Otherwise how could a weapon as important as a mech be given to him to control? It's better to pry less into this kind of thing, or you might be invited to tea. That's a good point, Wolf friend. Let's just watch. At this time, in the Dragon Academy of Science, Yi Nantian and a group of bigwigs were staring intently at the big screen, which was displaying the images transmitted back from Transcendent One. Just then, the Transcendent One arrived over its destination. What did I see? Tanks and artillery, heavily armed, just to guard two men? Those two groups appear to be negotiating. Lust Emperor Big Brother, have Transcendent One bring the camera closer. The two people down there can't even see. It appears to be a man and a woman, so they should be the researchers that Transcendent One is trying to rescue. Got a good look. Both are female. This wolf is a bit confused. Are all the researchers in our Dragon Kingdom now so high in face value? This wolf thinks that just this face value of theirs alone can score 95 points, and if you add their talent, it can score 101 points. Nima, where did you steal that extra point? Zhang Jiahao was staring at the screen with full concentration at this moment, and he realized that the two researchers, at this moment, were tied up hand and foot and imprisoned in the middle of a courtyard, which was equipped with 2 tanks in addition to armed soldiers. Boss, this rescue is a bit difficult. Huang Likuan, who was at the side, had a grave expression on his face and voiced a reminder. Zhang Jiahao nodded. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Lust Emperor Big Brother, doesn't the Transcendent One have any weapons? Right, shouldn't it come with missiles and stuff like in the movies? Maybe the Transcend One has just been developed and the bomb-carrying system hasn't been perfected yet. Ugh, but that would be awesome. The bomb-carrying system? Nima, I forgot to look at the little master. Thinking about it, Zhang Jiahao hurriedly checked it out. With a load of 100 bullets? It seems that Lao Chen has done a thoughtful job this time. Now I can rest assured that the little master, since the Transcendent One was loaded with bullets, Zhang Jiahao no longer hit its figure, and after disabling the stealth function, he landed it directly in front of the courtyard. Alert! Tanks on target! With the appearance of the Transcendent One, the crowd of rebels had a wary look on their faces and aimed their weapons at the Transcendent One. I am the Dragon Kingdom's first battle general, Transcendent One. If you and the others obediently put down your weapons and surrender, this general can spare you from death. A loud mechanical sound came out of the Transcendent One. This Transcendent One is a bit sore. It's so handsome like this, isn't it? Bully, look at that group of rebels. Some of them are shivering with fear. The great god who developed the Transcendent One is definitely a ghostwriter. It's like making a sci-fi movie. Just then, the rebels' boss came over and was looking at Transcendent One with disdain. In his opinion, the Transcendent One was nothing more than a larger toy that couldn't possibly have any offensive power at all, as he hadn't heard of any country that had developed a mech that could fight.
Zhang Jiahao looked at that rebel boss's disdainful eyes as he directly controlled the Transcendent One and raised a middle finger towards the rebel boss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This action is so damn soulful. Lust Emperor Biggie. 666. 100 kudos to you. Ha ha ha. Look at the face of that rebel boss. You guys, it's like you've eaten Shang. Just then, the Transcendent One moved. Just saw it a flash. Instantly came to the rebel boss close to the front. Is holding arms quietly looking at him. The head is still slightly raised. The appearance of the contempt of the word embodied in the best way. Ha ha ha. This operation is a bit of a riot. I suspect it's the work of the lusty emperor's big brother. After all, he's so shoot. At this moment, the rebel boss looked at the Transcendent One that was close at hand. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't expect that the mech he thought was just a toy was actually so flexible and fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Listen, this general will give you two choices. First, put down your weapons and surrender, and take our Dragon Kingdom researchers safely to the airport. Secondly, you can try to resist a little, and this general will not only kick you into the air, but he will also destroy your army. Listening to the commanding tone of the Transcendent One, the rebel boss was so infuriated that he trembled, pointing at it with shivering fingers. You fart, don't even think about it. As soon as he spoke, the Transcendent One moved again, only to see the Transcendent One directly make an instantaneous shift, coming behind him, and lifting his foot was kicking him directly into the air. Asterisk 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 this it's meow. Ha ha ha, I can't, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Naya, I have to say, that was a really cool kick by Transcendent One. I can't actually find a single flaw in it. All I can say is that the maneuver is tawdry enough. A group of rebels saw the situation dumbfounded. Their boss actually gave the iron lump in front of them. A kick in the air? Boss, the people negotiating with the rebels are leaving. Huang Likun looked at the screen and voiced a timely reminder. It's okay, don't worry about them. Our mission is to save people. The rest has nothing to do with us. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, a group of rebels began to launch an attack towards Transcendent One. Master, a threat has been detected. Do we initiate an attack? Transcendent One dodged the rebels' attacks while asking out loud. Transcendent One, activate intelligent mode and destroy them for me. Yes, Master. The battlefield style instantly changed suddenly. Transcendent One no longer dodged, drew out his sword and slashed towards the rebels. Chapter 125, One Finger Poke. Shock of the Nations. My nigga, people use hot weapons and it just carries a sword and goes up and slashes? However, if you look at it, it seems that the Transcendent One has not suffered any losses and has been in an advantageous position. This heck, proper war god. At this time, a group of bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom, looking at what Transcendent One had just done, they all couldn't help but look at each other with shock and incredulity in their eyes. Battlefield. The bullets from the crowd of rebels hit the Transcendent One like tickles, doing little damage at all. This it meow. Transcendent One is too strong, isn't it? Luckily, it's from our Dragon Kingdom. With this kind of body that's impervious to swords and spears, it's definitely a combat bruiser. What do you guys think? Can the Transcendent One hold off the tanks? That's not so good. After all, what the hell? See? The tank fired a shot at it and it didn't even get hurt. It's me being shallow. The Dragon Kingdom is going to be powerful, and I don't know which great god has made such a masterpiece out of it. As the live broadcast room heated up, the popularity came to an unprecedented 3 million mark, and there was a constant influx of people. The subtitles on the public screen were simply unreadable. Boss, to avoid a long night, we should save the people first. Listening to Gu Lina's suggestion, Zhang Jiahao nodded. Lina, before that, we have to eliminate all threats. Gulina naturally understood what Zhang Jiahao was talking about, and she didn't open her mouth again. Boss, the military turned on the international broadcast. Huang Likun said, handing over her cell phone. Is it live internationally? That's good too. We've been laying low for too long in the Dragon Kingdom. It's time to let them reacquaint themselves with our might. As the military's live stream turned on, the nations turned their attention to the battlefield. Stars and stripes. Fark, this dragon nation. He's plainly slapping us in the face. General. Do we activate the treaty to sanction them? The admiral turned around at that and slapped the major general. Fark, are you a pig? Now that the whole world knows that the Mets belong to the Dragon Kingdom, how can we sanction them, and have the cheek to say that they stole it from us? General, that mech actually has a bomb load. The major general looked at the missile that the Transcendent One had just fired with a look of shock and disbelief. Pop, Fark, I saw you. Shut the up. The admiral shouted angrily as he slapped the major general again. General, that tank gave it a poke. The admiral turned sharply at his words and looked at the big screen. Hiss. Looking at the tank, with just one barrel left in the fingers of the Transcendental One, the admiral sucked in a cold breath of shock.
At this time, not only the Stars and Stripes, but also the other nations were shocked by the power of the Transcendent One. My fellow wolves, I've seen what it means to be invincible.
What it means to be crushed with one finger.
It's kind of scary. Scrapping tanks like it's a game. It struck again. The Transcendent One dropped the barrel in its hand and sped straight towards the other tank, still with no unnecessary movement.
It poked a finger directly into the barrel and then fired a small missile.
Without incident, the missile exploded from inside the tank, which was instantly disintegrated. Surrender your guns and don't kill.
Those who resist, no amnesty. The Transcendent One looked around the room and spoke out again to the group of rebels as a reminder. The crowd of rebels saw this and no longer resisted. They put down the weapons in their hands, and in unison they fell to the ground and did not dare to move.
Ha ha ha, well done. Too damn relieved. Just now I realized that these rebels
want to take our Dragon Kingdom's researchers and make deals with others.
It meows.
These should have killed him.
Perhaps they never dreamed that our Dragon Kingdom would have a mecha like the Transcendent One. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao cancelled Transcendent One's intelligent mode, and then controlled it to walk into the courtyard. The two women looked at the sudden appearance of the Transcendent One, that tight heart more apprehensive and uneasy up. The body cannot help but slightly trembling up. Don't be afraid. I am a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom,
and I have come here specifically to rescue you. These words were spoken by Zhang Jiahao through the computer,
allowing Transcendent One to speak.
The two women's tightly clenched hearts only relaxed after hearing this. What they had experienced these days had scared them like birds of a feather.
Families, that's all for now for the live broadcast. Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao gave Gu Lina a look, and Gu Lina nodded at that,
then ended the live broadcast.
You guys get in that car and whatever happens later,
don't be afraid.
Zhang Jiahao controlled Transcendent One and untied the two men, opening his mouth in a thin voice to command.
Good, good.
The two women froze in response, and then helped each other toward a car off to the side. With that, Zhang Jiahao gave a command to the Transcendent One, cutting off all the live feeds and making it pick up the entire car and fly towards him.
The Transcendent One wasn't capable of carrying people,
and the only reason the two were allowed into the car was to better protect them.
Before long, the Transcendental One arrived at the top of the mountain.
The two women helped each other out of the car and looked at Zhang Jiahao and the others not knowing what to say.
Greetings.
I am Major General Zhang Jiahao of the Dragon Kingdom's first military region,
and I have been ordered to come and rescue you.
The two women instantly hugged each other and cried bitterly at the words. These days they had been living a fearful life and hardly slept. Now that they learned that they had not been forgotten by the country, they were glad that they were from the Dragon Kingdom.
Don't you guys cry. It's all okay now. Don't worry, we will definitely send you back to the Dragon Kingdom safely.
The two women eased their emotions, then stood up straight and saluted in unison towards Zhang Jiahao.
Thank you, General Zhang. We will always remember this. It's meow. What's this all of a sudden? How should I answer it?
Master, this situation usually says, you can't repay your great kindness to me. The only thing my little girl can do is to give her body to me.
This one seems to be available. Dog system, almost let you take it the wrong way. Gathering his thoughts,
Zhang Jiahao returned the salute.
Don't mention it. Let's get out of here.
The two women smiled with embarrassment.
General Zhang, our feet are numb and we can't walk. Nanny, do you want me to carry you? Boss, why don't you carry one on your back? And Likuan and I will support one, so that we can go down the mountain as soon as possible.
Zhang Jiahao looked at Gu Lina's bad expression and resolved in his mind that he must find a chance to give her 1,000,000 swords.
Subsequently, through some understanding,
Zhang Jiahao realized the names of the two women. One was called Li Bingyan and the other was called Zhu Dan.
Bingyan, you are more seriously injured, so let General Zhang carry you,
Zhu Dan said with a faint smile as he looked at Li Bingyan. Li Bingyan's small face slightly reddened as she sniffed, and she didn't refuse,
nodding her head. Chapter 126, this is definitely not an accident. Hotel Laika. After arriving at the suite, the two girls, Li Bingyan, had washed up and were now sitting on the sofa in the hall. After returning to the hotel,
Zhang Jiahao informed Yi Nantian of the situation of the two girls,
saying that he would let them return to the country on the same day. Two beauties. In a moment,
I'll send you to the airport and take a plane to return directly to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Bingyan hurriedly spoke at his words.
General Zhang, could you join us? Visit meow. I've got a live broadcast to do.
The rebels wouldn't be bold enough to hijack a plane,
would they? General Zhang,
we are worried that the Stars and Stripes will strike on the airplane.
They definitely won't let us leave Ula so easily.
Looking at Zhang Jiahao's lack of words, Li Bingyan opened her mouth in time to explain.
Stars and Stripes? You mean the Stars and Stripes are involved in this?
Li Bingyan nodded her head, as if she had thought of something terrible. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and Zhu Dan on the side was no better, with a horrified expression on her face as well.
Seeing this,
Zhang Jiahao walked towards the front and put his hands on the two women's jade shoulders and comforted them in a fine voice.
Don't be afraid, I'll accompany you to go back together. As soon as his words fell, the two women acted as if they had made an appointment. Li Bingyan hugged him around the waist, while Zhu Dan hugged him around the neck, and they cried with excitement. Seeing this, the two girls, Gu Lina, dodged into the bedroom on the side, only leaving Zhang Jiahao with a "we get it" look. "I Nima, you don't need 2 pairs of ball bumpers, do you?" Also, the location of this bump by Li Bingyan. At this time, both women were wearing a large white shirt, not only in a vacuum state, even the pair of long legs were exposed in the air. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to say something, he realized that his Immortal Slayer sword seemed to have poked into the gully of a pair of snowballs. "It meow. Who's gonna be able to handle that?" And at this time, Li Bingyan also felt the difference. She couldn't help but open her eyes and glanced at it. Instantly her little face rolled hot, panicked and loosened her hands, lowered her little head and sat back on the sofa. Li Bingyan belongs to the kind of salt and sweet type of beauty, but also gives people a kind of cold and noble feeling, which may be attributed to her goose egg face and 175 centimeters height. "Sister Bingyan, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Dan wiped his tears with a puzzled face and walked forward to inquire in a fine voice. I'm fine." Zhang Jiahao hurriedly took the blanket on the side and tied it around his waist. Zhu Dan glanced at the situation, and she understood instantly. "Put, Sister Bingyan, it's still your charm. Look at the people General Zhang charmed." Zhu Dan covered his mouth and broke into laughter, poking fun at Li Bingyan. "Little ninny, you beg for a beating." Li Bingyan directly erased his head and pressed Zhu Dan on the sofa. "Is a scratch. It meow. I can't believe it's a pink lace tool model. This damn regicide sword. Ahem, 2 beauties." The two women stopped their jostling at the words and looked at Zhang Jiahao. "That MS. Li, get your clothes in order." Li Bingyan sniffed and looked down, and when she saw the tool exposed in the air, she hastily tugged on her shirt to cover it. Sister Bingyan, this style of yours looks good. Where did you buy it?" Li Bingyan sniffed and glared at Zhu Dan, as if to say, "You give this fairy a wait. I will clean you up later." "General Zhang, our sister Bingyan is the flower of the institute, and she has yet to fall in love." However, before Zhang Jiahao could open his mouth, Li Bingyan directly pinched Zhu Dan's thigh. "You dead ninny, what are you talking about?" "I Nima, these 2 wasted sperms. The little master can't stay here any longer, or they will have to force the sword to break. Master, dish her out." "Dog system, I disc mud sister." Disliking the system, Zhang Jiahao returned to the opposite side and sat down. "Both of you, I'll have someone buy you a set of clothes in a moment, and we'll go back to Dragon Country later." The two sniffed and stopped being playful, nodding their heads. "All right, General Zhang, thank you." An hour later, Zhang Jiahao took the women and arrived at the Ula airport. After going through the security check, the crowd smoothly boarded the flight back to Longhua. On the airplane, Galina's reservations were all in first class, and the seats all happened to be adjacent to each other. "General Zhang, may I ask you something?" Li Bingyan looked to the side at Zhang Jiahao and voiced out with a curious face. "MS. Li, go ahead." "General Zhang, do you know who developed the mecha that rescued us today?" Zhang Jiahao froze at his words. "You guys don't know?" Li Bingyan smiled awkwardly. "General Zhang, although we are from the Academy of Sciences, we are not in the Dragon Kingdom all year round, and with this incident, we haven't been in contact with the Academy of Sciences for a long time." So it is. I did not expect that it is actually still the Academy of Sciences. The old Chen that bad old man also do not talk to the little master me. In that case, we're kind of co-workers. I'm from the Computer Institute." "What? General Zhang, are you still a member of the Academy of Sciences?" The two women were shocked and dumbfounded, and they looked at Zhang Jiahao in disbelief as they asked. "Well, the Transcendent One was kind of developed by me, but the biggest credit goes to the people inside the institute." The two of them were instantly dumbfounded at the words. They were already shocked enough when they learned that Zhang Jiahao was still a member of the Academy of Sciences. Now that even the Transcendent One mecha was developed by him, there was only one voice in the hearts of the two women at this time. "Demon. Sister Bingyan, the hero of your heart has appeared. If you don't make a move, this fairy will take action." Zhu Dan came back to his senses and looked to the side of Li Bingyan with a bad smile and flirted. Li Bingyan did not make a sound when she heard this. Her eyes dodged and glanced at Zhang Jiahao, then she slightly lowered her small head. Just as Zhang Jiahao was about to say something, the airplane shook violently. With that, an in-flight announcement was made. "Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts and put on your oxygen masks. The plane may be experiencing turbulence." Zhang Jiahao's brows furrowed as he sniffed and glanced at the two Gulina girls. "This is definitely not an accident." Gulina nodded. "Boss, it wasn't caused by air currents. I could vaguely hear gunshots coming from the cockpit just now." "General Zhang, It must be someone from the Stars and Stripes. Li Bingyan looked nervous and warned out loud. It's okay, don't panic, put your oxygen mask on first. The two women nodded at the words and hurriedly did as they were told. Boss, I'll check the cockpit? Gulina stood up and solicited. Lena, don't you see something wrong with our pod? Gulina nodded. Boss, I noticed when the plane took off that we were the only ones in first class. Not good. The airplane might be crashing. Gulina set out anxiously with a stony face. Li Bingyan sniffed a face of despair. This situation crashed. Absolutely no possibility of survival. She did not expect to have just escaped, and then out of such a mess, and also even dragged the dragon's major general, but also the hero in her heart now. Li Bingyan took a deep breath and then unbuckled her seatbelt. Just as Zhang Jiahao wanted to stop it, Li Bingyan directly rolled over and sat on his lap, her hands holding Zhang Jiahao's neck in death. Miss Li, what are you? Zhang Jiahao had a dumbfounded look on his face as he looked at Li Bingyan, who was sitting on her knees in front of him. General Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you into this. You're the hero I've been waiting for in my heart for so long, and before I die, I don't want to regret it. As the words fell, Li Bingyan's cherry mouth instantly kissed Zhang Jiahao. The several women on the side were dumbfounded. They all had only one thought in their minds at this time, this operation of Li Bingyan. Absolute. Chapter 127, I don't mind, Abu Island. Zhang Jiahao froze for a moment, and after reacting, he couldn't wait to savor the suffocating sweetness and hurriedly separated Li Bingyan. Ms. Li, calm down, calm down. However, Li Bingyan didn't care about that much and kissed directly again. Nima, I'd like to say that we can't die. This is not giving a chance to talk? So, Zhang Jiahao made a bold move. However, the effect of this bold maneuver by Zhang Jiahao was not obvious, as Li Bingyan grunted lowly and kissed even more frantically. Nima, is this girl that crazy? Could it be that the man who is about to die has a lot of guts? As for the several women on the side, they were really dumbfounded this time. That's set up. Shouldn't this be the time to figure out how to save the dog's life? This is a straight-up fight? Ms. Li, listen to me. We can't die. Zhang Jiahao learned to be smart this time, and said something godlike after separating her. General Zhang, you don't have to comfort me. I have no regrets in dying if I can hold you with me. Meow. I haven't lived long enough. I have regrets. Ms. Li, do as you're told. Just sit back and listen to me. Li Bingyan nodded and hugged him tightly, adjusting her position. She didn't try to duck out of the way. She also just adjusted to a more comfortable position. Ms. Li, can you get up first? Li Bingyan bit her lips tightly. General Zhang, it's fine. I don't mind. Not to mention it's still through clothes. Meow. It's a good thing there's a skirt in the way, or else I'd be embarrassed. At this moment, Li Bingyan was wearing a chiffon dress. And even worse, Zhang Jiahao was wearing a light sportswear. Zhang Jiahao struggled for a while and realized that it was to no avail. Then he stopped dwelling on it and hurriedly began to order it. Lena, you will look after Zhu Dan with Li Kuan in a while. Don't worry, the Transcendent One will be here soon. In order to prevent accidents from occurring, Zhang Jiahao did not let the Transcendent One leave at the first opportunity, but instead had it stealthily follow the rear of the airplane. Boss, are you saying that the Transcendent One is still here? Galena's face was ecstatic as she excitedly voiced out an inquiry. That's right, don't worry everyone. It will stabilize the plane in a few moments and will definitely not let us crash and die. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao looked at Li Bingyan and gave her a look that seemed to be in the you can get up now, right? General Zhang, I don't want to get up and open, Li Bingyan said, leaning her small head on his shoulder. LOL, don't worry, I'll get you back what I suffered on her today. Zhang Jiahao's brain was racing in thought. Lena, keep your eyes in the direction of the cockpit at all times and be ready to respond to the presence of thugs. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao put his hand into his pocket and took the matching gun out from the system space, directly handing it to Lena. Yes, boss. Just then, the lurching plane slowly stabilized. Lena, be on alert. The Transcendent One is below us and the thugs could come out at any time. However, as soon as Zhang Jiahao's words left his mouth, a masked man walked out from the cockpit. Gulina didn't hesitate when she saw this. She just shot him directly in the head. The gangster just wanted to raise his gun when he saw this, but he realized that it was already too late. He never thought that Zhang Jiahao and these people would actually have a gun until he died. Boss, he should be alone. I'll check the cockpit. Well, be safe. At this moment, the Transcendent One was at the bottom of the plane, and a pair of large hands was holding the entire plane, which was gliding at an even speed. Boss, several pilots have been killed and the console has been destroyed. There's no way to refly the plane. Gulina walked back and reported with a grave expression on her face. It's okay, go check out the back and stabilize the other travelers while keeping an eye out for anyone else suspicious. Gulina nodded and then headed towards the economy class. A few moments later, Gulina walked back.
Boss, it's all stabilized. Nearly 100 travelers in total. No suspicious characters were found.
It's just as well that there aren't any. This is mostly a good thing that the Stars and Stripes have done. The rebels definitely haven't been so bold. When I go back, I'll settle the score with you. General Zhang, are we going to die?
Zhu Dan's face was pale and he asked with shivering lips.
No, don't worry about it.
As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words left his mouth, he had the urge to suddenly die.
It was because Li Bingyan had moved again and her nose was right on Zhang Jiahao's ear.
And when Li Bingyan noticed the strange movement, she couldn't help but let her small face roll and hummed lightly.
Nima, when it's safe to land, I'll make you look good. Boss, do we need to give orders to Transcendent One? Gulina ignored Li Bingyan's actions and anxiously voiced out an inquiry.
No, I gave him instructions before takeoff that in the event of an accident it would bring the plane down safely.
About an hour later,
with a slight shaking came the mechanical sound of the Transcendent One.
Master,
the plane has landed safely,
but the landing gear is not open.
Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked at Gulina on the side.
Lina, go instruct the flight attendant to open the cabin door and take a look. Gulina nodded and turned forward. Ms. Li, you can get up now. General Zhang, but you, ahem, that's Sister Li Cohen. Do you usually like shopping?
Zhu Dan saw this and turned his head,
suddenly coming at Huang Li Cohen with this sentence. I like shopping too. Huang Li Cohen also responded and had a chat with her. Li Bingyan saw this and got up. However,
her legs were numb and she directly sat back on her knees.
Hiss, General Zhang, my legs are numb. Nima, it's been over an hour. Can it not be numb?
Spitting out a few sentences in his heart, Zhang Jiahao unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up by holding her small waist, then turned around and placed her on the chair.
Boss,
the travelers are starting to disembark, and we're on top of an island.
Zhang Jiahao nodded. Come on, let's go down first. With that, Zhang Jiahao picked up Li Bingyan and headed towards the hatch. At this time, the Transcendental One was kneeling on a flat surface, and the plane was currently about 1-2 meters from the ground, so everyone jumped off the plane. Transcendent One, what is this place?
Zhang Jiahao hugged Li Bingyan and asked at the first opportunity once he jumped off the airplane.
Master, this island is called Abu Island, and is located within the territory of Irang. Chapter 128, The Birth of the Ball God. Is it in Iro? Is this God's will?
And at this time aside the travelers,
after regaining their lives, cannot help but have been thrilled to tears. In that hour or so, it could be considered an agonizing ordeal for them.
And perhaps the so-called despair it was perfectly illustrated in that moment,
wasn't it? Subsequently,
a group of travelers gradually eased their emotions under the patience of the flight attendants and looked at the Transcendental One to hotly debate. For this mech that had saved their lives, the crowd cast grateful glances towards it.
I know this mech, it's from the Dragon Kingdom. What? How do you know it's from the Dragon Kingdom? Didn't you watch the live stream about Ula today?
It is the mecha that rescued the researchers of the Dragon Kingdom, and with its own strength, it carried the tanks and easily rescued the people from the rebels.
Oh my god, it is so powerful? I don't know what caused the crash. It was so thrilling. We don't need to worry about that. Black Clip will help explain why. Just as the crowd was hotly debating, Gulina came close to Zhang Jiahao. Boss, there is absolutely no signal from the cell phone here, and even the emergency call can't be made. As soon as she spoke, the travelers on the sidelines noticed the problem as well, and they all became anxious and uneasy.
Zhang Jiahao looked around the island. He realized that it was a deserted island, and from the surroundings, he could tell that there were no traces of human activity here.
Sir, thank you so much for saving us. Can you help us again? At this moment, a flight attendant walked up to Zhang Jiahao and requested with a sincere face, calm everyone down while you lead them to the rock face in front of you. Don't panic, I'll figure it out.
Yes sir.
Thank you very much.
When the stewardess led the travelers away, Zhang Jiahao looked at Li Bingyan who was holding his waist rigidly and wouldn't let go.
Miss Li, do you want to sit on the side first and rest for a while?
When Li Bingyan heard this, her small face slightly reddened as she nodded her head.
After the scene on the airplane,
she had already developed a special affection for the man in front of her.
At this time,
in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom, hot debates have also been sparked about the crash of the flight on which several of Zhang Jiahao's people were traveling.
All of his women, who are heartbroken, are contacting him non-stop, including his fans, who have been leaving messages on his Weibo, expecting a reply. On the military side,
they were also preparing to send a search team to the trouble spot to look for traces of Zhang Jiahao.
Yi Nantian was also anxious.
He had tried to utilize satellite phone contact and found that he couldn't reach Zhang Jiahao either.
At this time,
the top management of the Stars and Stripes was in the middle of raising a glass to celebrate. They did not expect Zhang Jiahao to be on top of the flight. They did not think that the plane could land safely, because the thugs were arranged by them.
On the airplane,
the first moment Zhang Jiahao returned here,
he took out his satellite phone. However, he realized that he couldn't even make a call to the satellite phone. That's set up. It looks like the only way to get help is for Transcendent One to go out and get help. Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao jumped out of the airplane and came close to the Transcendent One, and then gave it the task of making it look for Elena to go to the rescue. As Transcendent One left, the crowd had guessed Zhang Jiahao's intentions, so they all chose to quietly wait in place. General Zhang, how do you plan to be responsible for Sister Bingyan? What's the responsibility? I didn't do anything, General Zhang, but I saw it. You even held your sword against Sister Bingyan's place. Don't say you didn't. I Nima. It's not even touching, okay? It's still through my clothes. Wish, I have clothes on. Zhu Dan sniffed and glanced at Li Bingyan, then looked at Zhang Jiahao with a bad smile. But Sister Bingyan is only separated by a layer of white veil, and I'm still a yellow flower girl. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao looked at Li Bingyan on the side. Li, say a few words. Li Bingyan stood up and nodded. General Zhang, let's talk about it in the airplane. After a moment's rest, Li Bingyan's paralyzed legs had recovered. Okay. Although Zhang Jiahao was puzzled, he still nodded and walked towards the airplane. In the middle of the first-class cabin, Zhang Jiahao casually found a chair and sat down, waiting for Li Bingyan, who was right behind him. Right after Li Bingyan entered the first-class cabin, she directly closed the cabin door, and then slowly walked to Zhang Jiahao's proximity. Zhang Jiahao was about to open his mouth when he saw this. However, Li Bingyan directly pounced towards him. That scene from before reappeared, and with Li Bingyan acting crazy, her pair of jade hands began to get restless. After being abused a few times, Zhang Jiahao was no longer polite and started playing with a watermelon in one hand. As the temperature rose, the sky clouded over and before long it was raining heavily. Then a thunderous sound rang out, and Zhang Jiahao also managed to enter the waterfall cave. The temperature inside wasn't low, but the air didn't seem so dry because it was accompanied by the rainwater and the slightest bit of blood. A pool tournament was staged. The god of golf, Zhang Jiahao, hit every shot with precision and accuracy, and his speed and strength of shots were just right, which could be seen from the expressions of his opponents. Facing the high skill of the ball god, Li Bingyan was not to be outdone. She adjusted her position and then started to counterattack. She was seen lying on her back on the stage, picking up her cue, and then she went straight for a blind shot. That's right, a blind shot. She concentrated and then took a shot backwards. No surprises, she hit with a single shot, and then she went on a wild output spree. For the rookie Li Bingyan, Zhang Jiahao also took care of her and just played out 30% of her strength. And Li Bingyan did well. Even though she lost in the end, she showed that she is a woman of honor. However, due to the aircraft failure after the sound insulation effect greatly discounted, they have some competition. Can be bitter outside the plane. Zhu Dan, Gulina, 2 women are okay. They have long been accustomed to. Wish Dan stayed less than 15 minutes after the start of the match and fled to the rock wall where the travelers were. Bingyan, you have a lot of guts. Thinking back to the scene just now, Zhang Jiahao could not help but utter an exclamation. Just as he was about to finish the match, Li Bingyan gave him a direct wallop. You know, this is not something that ordinary people can do, and also have to pull the lever at the same time. If it is not thanks to her 1-2 meters long legs, I guess it is also hard enough. Hubby, I will work harder and harder. Li Bingyan had a happy face as she snuggled into Zhang Jiahao's arms. Well, I believe in your potential, Zhang Jiahao said in a thin voice while playing with the watermelon. Boss, Transcendent One is back. I'm Nima. This sweet little kitten is a real pain in the ass. Almost forgot. Still on a desert island. I'll be right out. Bingyan, pack up. Let's go out. Honey, help me. Okay. Chapter 129. None of them are easy. Master, the mission is complete. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Very well. How far is this place from the city? Master, the distance is about 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers? It's not that far. Why would there be no signal here? And it doesn't even work with satellite phones. Boss, it's only a few hundred kilometers, and if it's a helicopter, it's only an hour or so. Gulina stepped forward and voiced a reminder. Well, we'll just wait. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao walked towards the airplane and came to sit beside Li Bingyan. Bingyan, someone will come to save us soon. Li Bingyan was still sitting paralyzed on top of her chair after the intense dribbling she had just done. Honey, I wish time would just stop at this moment. Zhang Jiahao touched her small head. Bingyan, I will always be by your side. The two then talked about many things, from life to aspirations, from ball skills to esoteric shooting styles. Although Li Bingyan was a rookie, but almost Zhang Jiahao a little she understood. Comprehension ability can be called a genius. Now the two are just short of practice. An hour or so later, with a roar, several large helicopters landed not far from the airliner. Boss, help is coming. Zhang Jiahao had just walked out when Gulina greeted him and reminded him. Well, let's go check it out.
Zhang Jiahao had just walked close to the helicopter when Elena jumped down from it.
You scared me to death. Don't ever do anything that dangerous again, okay? Eleanor jumped straight into his arms and choked out a sob. Well, aren't I fine?
Zhang Jiahao gently patted her back and comforted her softly. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, since they had communicated in depth, Zhang Jiahao could feel that Elena's concern for herself was from the bottom of her heart.
You come with me. With a petulant grunt, Eleanor pulled Zhang Jiahao towards a large tree on the side. What's wrong, my queen honey? Eleanor sniffed and gave him a blank look. Don't be poor. I can't imagine that your identity is really not simple. The little man's identity was supposed to be simple. It's just that you may not think it's easy. We're just a salty fish with something to do and just want to give the girls a home. I'm only one thing, and that's your man.
Eleanor smiled as the corners of her mouth rose slightly, a blissful light smile on her face as she said,
Alright, let's go back first.
With that, Zhang Jiahao and the women boarded the helicopter.
After more than an hour's flight, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the police station in downtown Irong.
A few of them come with me,
and you set up the others. With that, Eleanor took Zhang Jiahao and the women and left the police station. In the middle of an ancient castle.
Guys, why don't you go wash up and get some rest while I talk to him about something? As soon as Eleanor's words left her mouth, several maids came up and led the four women forward to wash up.
Little wildcat, your identity is not simple. When the crowd left,
Zhang Jiahao put his arm around Eleanor's small waist and said in a surprised outburst,
Lord Coyote, aren't you too? Regarding the name between the two, it was given to each other during the last sword practice. Hey, why don't we talk somewhere else? Ilana instantly understood in seconds,
and then pulled Zhang Jiahao towards her bedroom. Although Eleanor was more formidable in one way or another, the style of her bedroom arrangement surprised Zhang Jiahao for a while.
Nothing else?
The main color of the whole bedroom is pink, proper princess room style.
Lord Coyote, no introductions?
Eleanor sat directly on his lap and spoke out with a curious look on her face.
This little wildcat, it seems to look much better. I think it's because I moisturized it, right? Little wildcat. I am a major general of the 1st military region of the Dragon Kingdom. What else do you want to know? Eleanor smiled sweetly and sent a kiss.
I knew that the man I see in my old lady wouldn't be so bad.
Nice guy. You're so mean. You call it looking up then? Without even asking,
he pulled out my lord's sword.
Little wildcat, don't you have anything you want to say to me?
Zhang Jiahao pinched her perky buttocks and said with meaning,
Lord Coyote, Oldney is the eldest princess of the Hani family. The Hanis? Master. The wealth of the Hani family can be ranked in the top 3 in Ilong. It's just that the general public doesn't know about it. It sounds like a bullseye, but I don't eat soft food, and I'm afraid of having a sticky stomach if my stomach is too good. Rapunzel? I'm afraid it's not that simple, is it? Eleanor hemmed and hawed. That's all my old lady is, but my father is the only admiral in Euron. Nima. No wonder.
I can't imagine that this little wildcat still has a military background,
which is really a little bit surprising to the little master. Lord Coyote, if you want to develop an Irang, I can have the clan support you.
For the man in front of her, Eleanor had been deeply convinced, especially Zhang Jiahao's out-of-this-world swordsmanship, which made her adore him to the extreme.
Little wildcat, what can I come here to develop?
Eleanor pushed him back with one hand.
Lord Coyote, my family isn't bad for money,
not to mention connections,
so it's not a problem to develop whatever you want. Nice guy. Is it true that you can develop anything? Then I'm not going to be polite. Wildcat, I want to develop now. Can you help me?
Eleanor nodded excitedly at her words.
Of course it's no problem. Please order. Lord Coyote.
Hey, this wolf has recently researched a ball technique that I'll develop with you first.
Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao rolled over and then went down towards the two cantaloupes.
This cantaloupe is not simple. Not only is it round and firm, but its inner surface is smooth and white. Coyote-sama, is that all you develop? Elena helped Zhang Jiahao peel his skin while uttering out in dismay. Little wildcat. What? About the development of this, you're not interested?
Zhang Jiahao played with the cantaloupe while whispering in her ear.
Lord Coyote, for what you're talking about, the old lady is certainly interested, said Eleanor, sitting up. For Elena, who is no longer a rookie now, she handled whatever way Zhang Jiahao utilized to score with ease. Moreover, after Zhang Jiahao's instruction, Elena is a master in dribbling. Not only can she master the speed and power, but she can also randomly create her own different ways of dribbling. During that time, Ilana took 2 breaks.
The hearty dribbling made her realize for a moment what it meant to be alive and what it meant to be athletic.
And her final closing sprint didn't disappoint Zhang Jiahao,
only to see her come a 35-degree sideways dribble.
Not only extremely fast and stable,
but also did not affect Zhang Jiahao's play on the cantaloupe.
Zhang Jiahao gazed at her deep eyes, and at this moment, he realized what it meant to be in the realm of human sword unity. Chapter 130, Scared Away. The next morning. System, sign in. Successful sign-in will be rewarded with mall quest progress plus 1%. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog system, yes. Adding this 1% progress, the quest progress had reached 20% at this point. And even though the reward was only 1% progress, this made Zhang Jiahao happy. Mind you, he'd toil through a live stream and sometimes get about 5% progress. Lord Coyote, you got up so early? Elena came behind Zhang Jiahao and hugged him in a thin voice. Why don't you take another nap, little wildcat? Eleanor yawned. Lord Coyote, I have something to do today. I have to go out later. When are you leaving Yilang? Eleanor knew deep down that Zhang Jiahao wouldn't stay in Yilang for too long, and it was hard to say when the next meeting would be. Wildcat, I'm going to send them back to Dragonland later. Regarding Li Bingyan and Zhu Dan, Zhang Jiahao still decided to personally send them back to the Dragon Kingdom first, as he wasn't sure if there would still be accidents. Well then, be safe. I won't be able to drop you off. Zhang Jiahao turned around and embraced her in his arms. Wildcat, you go about your business, and I think it's about time they figured out about the airplane accident. Also, say hello for me, so we don't fail to log off when the time comes because of this. Zhang Jiahao was still really worried that Yilang's side would detain him for investigation. Lord Coyote, don't worry, it's all a minor problem. I'll get it done for you. Subsequently, Zhang Jiahao contacted the ladies and made an announcement on Weibo. Then he took Li Bingyan's ladies on a flight back to the Dragon Kingdom, Imperial International Airport. After a long flight, Zhang Jiahao arrived in the Dragon Kingdom with all the women, and after sending Li Bingyan and Zhu Dan back to the academy, he returned directly to one mansion. Husband, Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the one villa when all the women shouted out in unison and rushed towards him. This is meow. It's all here? Let's talk inside. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around Lin Yi and Chen Siki's small waist and walked towards the hall. Honey, do you realize that we were worried sick? Zhang Jiahao had just sat down when Lin Yi was the first to speak, and she was looking at him with a grimace on her face. Well, I'm not alright, am I? As soon as his words fell, Chen Siki directly sat on his lap and looked at him with a small mouth. Hubby, you're more or less going overboard. This niece, some days did not clean up her. It seems to be really drifted. All dare to say small master me. Little troublemaker. I'll show you tonight what excessive means. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the women looked at each other in disbelief. After the last time Lin Yi's group, after seeing Zhang Jiahao's powerful sword skills, the women didn't dare to have the idea of surrounding him again. Honey, actually, there's something I want to talk to you about. Don't get me wrong. As soon as Chen Siki heard about the night, she immediately wimped out and changed the topic with a good boy look. The ladies couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker when they saw this. Oh, Ninny, that's a wimp. I haven't even put out my sword yet. Great, tell me what it is. Chen Siki squared her throat at the words. Hubby, there is progress in the development of the biophone. It's just that I don't have a clue about the biochip. A biophone? It seems that this Ninny still has 2 skills. I can't imagine that she has made progress so quickly. Very well, go to the office tomorrow, and you'll talk to me again, properly and carefully. Regarding the bio mobile phone, Zhang Jiahao felt that he could start developing it, and he was convinced that after the interview of this product, it would definitely cause a sensation, and might even increase the progress of his mission. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao had a dinner with the women. All full? Zhang Jiahao looked around the circle of women and opened his mouth to inquire. Honey, we're all done eating. Hearing the women's unanimous replies, Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction and then smiled faintly. Which one of you is staying tonight? As soon as his words fell, Chen Siki was the first to stand up. Honey, I still have one more module to finish, so I'm going back to the office. After saying that, Chen Siki picked up her bag and fled away in a puff of smoke. The rest of the women saw this and reacted. Hubby, I have to go live tonight. Honey, I have homework to do. Honey, I need to approve the company's statement. Zhang Jiahao was directly dumbfounded as he watched one after another drop a sentence and run away. At this moment, in addition to him, the entire hall was left with the 2 women, Gu Lina and Huang Li Kuan. You guys. The 2 women sniffed and came to his side. Boss, we'll stay with you. LOL. When it matters, it's still you guys. Those little ninnies. Someday I'll give them a good lesson one by one. Come on, let's wash up. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the 2 women and slowly headed towards the bedroom. Chapter 131, Confirmation. It's my own. Early in the morning, Zhang Jiahao was woken up by a ringing phone. He opened his eyes in a daze and realized it was his dad, Zhang Jingtian, calling. K-ho, where are you now? Hearing this low voice of Zhang Jingtian, the confused Zhang Jiahao instantly woke up. Dad, I'm in the Empire. What's going on? Why is there still mom crying? Did something big happen at home? Just as Zhang Jiahao was pondering, Zhang Jingtian's voice came again. K-ho, you need to come home right away. It's an emergency. After the words fell, Zhang Jingtian hung up the phone.
Zhang Jiahao had a grave expression on his face at this moment. He could just vaguely hear the sound of his old mom crying.
Boss, what happened? Gulina asked delicately as she sat up and hugged him. Lena, there's a family emergency. We're going back to Deep City right away. With that, Zhang Jiahao got up and dressed, and the two girls, Gu Lina, also hurriedly got up and dressed when they saw this. After hurriedly washing up, Zhang Jiahao called Wang Yuyan. Honey, what's wrong? Yuyan, book a ticket back to Shenzhen for me. The sooner the better. Zhang Jiahao was now anxious. His dad hadn't made it clear on the phone, and he was now desperate to get back. Hubby, there's no need to book a flight. Our private jet is parked at the Imperial Capital International Airport. You can just go there directly. I'll make the arrangements. Private jet? Looks like we've bought one before. Looks like it's used when it counts. And the private jet is still somewhat useful. Yu Yan, help me make arrangements right away. I'm leaving for the airport now. After the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. Lena, Li Kuan, let's go. The two women nodded and then followed. In about 20 minutes, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Imperial Capital International Airport with his two daughters. Dong Zhang, the airplane is ready. Please follow me. Zhang Jiahao had just walked into the airport lobby when a beautiful woman of about 20 years of age greeted him. Yes. Afterward, led by the beautiful woman, Zhang Jiahao and the two women stepped onto the private airplane flying to Deep City. On the airplane, Zhang Jiahao's heart was restless. He was worried about the situation at home. After a few hours of flight, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Deep City airport, and after a trip back to Panlong Yuan, he hurried to his home without stopping. Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Jiahao hurriedly walked into the hall and looked at Zhang Jingtian who was sitting on the sofa and inquired. Let your mom talk to you. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and looked to the side, and he realized that there was a girl sitting beside his old mom. Ho, come here. Zhang Jiahao nodded blankly and walked over to sit down. Ahao, mom introduces you. This is your sister Zhang Cici. Hello brother, Nanny, little master's sister? Is it mom's goddaughter? Ahao, she's not the goddaughter I recognized. She's your long-lost blood sister. Li Lin seemed to have seen his doubts and spoke out to explain. My own sister? Sure you're not kidding me? Mom, are you? Sure. Li Lin sniffed and blankly glanced at him, then began to recount the events of many years ago. Ahao, when you were 3 years old, your sister was abducted, and your father and I searched for many years, but there was no news at all. Just yesterday, I met her while I was out grocery shopping and brought her back. Zhang Jiahao sniffed with a puzzled expression. Old mother, how could you recognize her at a glance? Li Lin smiled faintly and pointed to a tiny leaf mark on Zhang Cici's neck. With this seal, Zhang Jiahao looked at the faint mark, whose shape was like a leaf, and he was puzzled. Mom, are you sure no one else has the same mark? At this point, Zhang Cici, who was on the side, quit. Mom, look at my brother, he suspects me. It's okay, Mom will clean him up later. Saying that, she took a piece of information from the side and handed it to Zhang Jiahao. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao looked at the information in his hand in shock, and then looked at Zhang Cici who was sitting on the side. I at meow. So, this dorky girl in front of you is still really little master's own sister? Master, this paternity test is true. Wouldn't have guessed. I can't believe I have a sister. Ahao, you have to take good care of your sister from now on. She has suffered too much in these 20 years. Zhang Jiahao nodded and looked to the side at Zhang Cici who was mischievously spitting out her little tongue in a bad joke. I at meow. Confirmation that it's pro-life. Hey, nice. Little master has a sister too. No more envying others. Mom, don't worry. I will take care of my sister and promise to make her the happiest sister in the world. Subsequently, after Li Lin's explanation, Zhang Jiahao realized that after her sister was abducted, her adoptive parents died when she was 6 years old, and she had then been living in an orphanage. After listening to his sister's tragic experience, Zhang Jiahao's heart was very bad, and he secretly resolved to spoil this sister. Ahao, take Cici out for a stroll and come back for dinner later. Zhang Cici stood up with a sniff and ran close to Zhang Jiahao with a mischievous smile. Brother, let's go. Looking at the dumb sister in front of him, Zhang Jiahao rubbed her small head. Okay, old brother will take you out for a walk. Zhang Cici, height of about 168 centimeters, looks belong to the cute type. Face value with Li Lin, at least can make a 90 points. Dad, Mom, my brother and I are going out, Zhang Cici said, then took Zhang Jiahao's arm and walked towards the door. Boss, Zhang Jiahao had just walked close to Cullinan when the two women stepped down from the car to greet him. Well, let's go out for a stroll. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao shook his arm, causing Zhang Cici, who was in a daze, to come back to her senses. In the car, Zhang Cici, like a curious baby, was surveying the stars on the roof. Cici, if you like it, old brother will give you one.
Zhang Cici sniffed and looked at him.
Older brother. I didn't expect you to be a tycoon.
Mom and dad are only driving 1,000,000 or so cars. This car of yours has to be several million, right? Before Zhang Jiahao could open his mouth,
Gu Lina grabbed the opportunity to speak. Miss Zhang, this car belongs to the exclusive customization. It can be explosion-proof and bulletproof,
and the price can be nearly $50 million. Zhang Cici was dumbfounded at the words. Although she had a job nowadays, she was only a small white-collar worker who had just earned more than $10,000 a month. She couldn't imagine how rich her brother was.
Not to mention Zhang Cici.
At this time even Zhang Jiahao was confused. This car, or he let Wang Yuyan to order.
He really did not know that this car is still so expensive. Lina, Ricken, I'd like to introduce you. This is my own sister, Zhang Cici.
The two women were stunned at the words. They thought that this was Zhang Jiahao's girlfriend, but they didn't expect it to be a younger sister.
Sis. Hi, sister. My name is Gulina. Hello guys.
After several women greeted each other, Gu Lina looked at Zhang Jiahao and asked,
Boss, where are we going to shop?
Go to Liwan Commercial Street. Zhang Jiahao decided to take his sister for a round of shopping before making any plans.
Chapter 132. You take it and play with it.
Older brother, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Cici had a curious face and was looking at Zhang Jiahao with a crooked little head as she asked.
That's a must. They're two of your brother's girlfriends. Upon hearing this,
Zhang Cici couldn't help but stare at her lovely eyes,
as if to say, stop it. Sister, call out sister-in-law. I'll take you flying in a while. Seeing this, Gulina turned her head and smiled at her, making a timely outburst of flirtation. Hello sister-in-law. Surprisingly to Gulina,
Zhang Cici didn't even bring hesitation and immediately opened her mouth to call out.
Hello sister. Sister-in-law will take you shopping in a while, so don't be polite to her.
Gulina listened to her heart and graciously reminded Zhang Cici out loud.
Sister, there's still me, Huang Likun, who was driving the car, also opened her mouth in time with a faint smile. Hey, you too, sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Hello sister.
Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but hold his forehead at the sight. He didn't expect the two girls to have such a naughty side.
How many girlfriends do you have, old man? How many girlfriends? I'll have to count this one. Sister, plainly and correctly, your brother now has 18 girlfriends.
Before Zhang Jiahao could open his mouth,
Gulina spoke out with a bad smile.
Asterisk. Older brother. You are excellent. Zhang Cici was so shocked that she opened her little cherry mouth wide and gave Zhang Jiahao 2 thumbs up.
Ahem. Lo and behold, old brother. I just want to give them something to rely on and give them a little warmth. Zhang Cici sniffed. Older brother. I didn't say you're scum. Why are you explaining so much? This ninny. Her little brain is spinning pretty fast. Just the little master I explained? I'm just reminding. Boss, it's time to arrive at Liwan Commercial Street.
Just as Zhang Jiahao was pondering,
Gulina voiced out a reminder. Okay, let's get out of the car. When the two women opened the door,
Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Cici came down from the car one after another. Although it was not yet noon, the commercial street was also bustling with people at this time.
Sis, why don't we go clothes shopping first? Parking the car, the two girls, Gulina,
moved forward to hold Zhang Cici's arm and voiced out a suggestion.
Well, Zhang Cici, who was flattered, froze and said, with that,
under the leadership of the two women,
Zhang Jiahao also followed into a clothing store.
Zhang Jiahao took a rough look around.
He seemed to have some impression of this store, only he couldn't recall it again.
Zhang Cici began to pick out the clothes under the enthusiastic leadership of the two women,
and it was the first time she had seen the name of this store. An hour or so later,
Zhang Cici had picked out 3 sets of clothes,
2 skirts and a sports set. Dorky little sister? Just then,
a voice came through the door. Zhang Cici sniffed and looked over, and when she saw the appearance of the person who spoke, she was slightly surprised for a moment.
Zhenri?
The woman named Zhenri walked in with a man on her arm and a man and woman at her side.
Little dorky sister, is this your boyfriend?
Zhangli looked to the side at Zhang Jiahao and inquired in a curious voice.
Zhenri, this is my brother.
Zhang Cici returned in a salty manner.
Oh, since when do you have a brother?
Zhang Cici looked at her with a faint smile as she sniffed.
This is my real brother. I found my real parents.
Zhenri sniffed slightly, then smiled faintly.
Little dorky sister, let me introduce you. This is my husband,
the general manager of Sky Media Group,
Gong Jinoa.
Zhang Cici looked at Zhang Li's appearance, which seemed to be an introduction but was actually showing off, and couldn't help but secretly despise her in her heart.
Hello beautiful. Gong Jinoa stretched out a hand and looked towards Zhang Cici to open her mouth. Hello,
Zhang Cici faintly replied back, with no thoughts of shaking his hand.
Gong Jinhua had an embarrassed look on his face. He didn't think that he would be refused a handshake as the general manager of the Heavenly Media Group. Little dumb sister, why are you so rude? Zhongli looked at the embarrassed Gong Jinhua and chided out with a displeased face. Genri, I seem to remember, isn't your husband's last name Wan? Hearing the words that came out of nowhere from Zhang Cici, Zhang Li's face instantly darkened. Ma'am, Lily is divorced. She's my girlfriend now. Gong Jinhua stepped forward in time and spoke out to explain. Oh, Zhang Cici let out an slight sniff and said nothing more. Zhang Li looked at Zhang Shishi's appearance and was almost spitting blood from anger. She also just wanted to simply show off a little bit, but she didn't expect to be poked in the sore spot. Sister, is this your friend? Gulina stepped forward and inquired in a puzzled voice. Sister-in-law, she's my co-worker. Oh, sis, let's get the check and move on to the next one. Before Zhang Cici could open her mouth, Zhang Li's conspiratorial voice came out. He, little dorky sister. I'm afraid this is the first time you've come to this kind of store, right? It seems that Zhang Shishi just poked her sore spot. Zhang Li at this time to speak without the slightest bit of politeness, its tone of voice with a deep contempt. This big sister. It seems that the first time we come here has nothing to do with you, right? Huang Li Kuan also stood out, nonchalantly looking at Zhang Li as dislike. You're the big sister. Zhang Li was so angry that she was trembling. Her fingers shivered and pointed at Huang Li Kuan. She was only 26 years old now, although she was a bit older than a few of the women, but she took good care of herself and didn't look old. Lena, get the check and go. Looking at the exasperated Zhang Li, Zhang Jiahao didn't want to bother with her anymore, and only wanted to take his sister away so as not to affect her shopping mood. Oh, do you know how much clothes cost here? Listening to Zhang Li's guttural voice, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but frown. He now realized that this woman was really disgusting. Pretty girl, get me a membership card for your place. The salesman nodded and looked at Zhang Jiahao and said in a thin voice, Sir, may I ask what kind of membership you want to apply for? Our store has regular VIP members. Diamond. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao raised his hand and interrupted. No need for introductions. Give me a membership card of the highest level. The salesman was shocked for a moment at his words, then came back to his senses and continued his introduction out loud. Sir, our highest level is the Black Card membership, which requires a cumulative consumption or pre-charging of more than 5 million. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. It's fine. Just give me a black card straight away. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Lin Evening's voice came through the door. Honey, no need to do that. You have a membership here. Zhang Jiahao turned around at the sound, and instantly he froze, only to see not only Lin Evening, but also Lin Yi and a dozen other women, walking in unison. What are you doing here? Lin Yi walked towards the front and smiled heatedly. Hubby, we'll talk about this later. You should settle the membership card first. Zhang Jiahao nodded doubtfully and looked to Lin Evening at the side. Evening, I have a membership card for this? Aha! Lin even nodded in response, then took out a card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Cici. Sister, this is the black card of this store. Take it and play with it. There is still more than $7 million in it. Chapter 133, I'm telling the truth. Zhang Cici froze as she received the membership card and looked at Zhang Jiahao at the side. She's also your sister-in-law, Lin Evening. At this time, the crowd on the side, looking at the sudden appearance of a group of beautiful women, was shocked beyond words. There was no other way. If any of these women were pulled out, they would all be top schoolgirl level existences. Originally, on the way to Liwan Commercial Street, Gu Lina sent a message in the group, informing all the women about Zhang Jiahao's sister, and after they learned about it, they all stopped what they were doing and converged towards Shamshuipo. Hello sister-in-law. As soon as Zhang Cici's words fell, Lin Yi's women surrounded her and opened their mouths to introduce them. Sister, I'm your sister-in-law, Lin Yi. Sister, I'm Snow. Sister, I am Wang Yuyan. Sister, I'm He Yuxuan. Sister, I'm Zhang Ling. As Zhang Jiahao watched the scene, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly as he realized that it appeared that aside from Fei Yi and Ouyang Na, almost all of his women in the Dragon Kingdom had arrived. At this moment, the brain of Gong Jinhua on the side had gone down. He couldn't believe that so many goddess-level beauties were actually Zhang Jiahao's women. He had begun to doubt life. About 10 minutes later, it was only then that the women finished their introductions and held Zhang Cici like a pearl in their palms. Judging by this, there should be nothing left for me to do. Why don't we, just bail? Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao took the Black Dragon card out of the system space and handed it to Lin Yi. You take this card. You take them shopping with you. I'll go back first. Lin Yi didn't take the Black Dragon card. Instead, she casually waved her hand indifferently and said, Brother Hao, none of us are poor in money. Just go. Meow. Am I being left out again? It seems that if you want to clean them up, you still have to start with EE, and after you clean up this boss, the others will naturally behave themselves. Lena, Likuan, are you going back with me? Or with them? Before the two women could say anything, Lin Yi snapped. Sister Lena, you and Sister Likuan work hard to protect your husband back. The two girls nodded their heads at the words. Without Lin Yi saying it, they were also determined to accompany Zhang Jiahao. Afterward, Zhang Jiahao left with the two women. Not long after Zhang Jiahao left, the entire commercial street became more lively due to the arrival of the ladies. At first, all the women were rushing to pay, and then there was no way out. So Lin Yi decided to send a few things out of each person's own pocket so that they wouldn't all have to rush to pay. And the madness of all the women made Zhang Cici realize what it meant to really shop. From clothes to jewelry, from watches to cosmetics, even the luxury car gave her 7. In the words of all the women, this car is like clothes. You can't repeat the same thing every day. You have to change and drive. Zhang Jiahao, on the other hand, was in the middle of the hall of his home, being interrogated by his mom. Ahao, how did you feel the last time you went to see your Auntie Chiu's daughter, Zhao Min? It's supposed to be a white lotus ceiling, right? Mom, people have boyfriends and they brought them along that day. What? Li Lin was so shocked at her words that she couldn't help but shout out. She did not expect Zhao Min would have a boyfriend. Moreover, she did not expect to have a boyfriend even if, actually brought along on a blind date. This is clearly teasing her. Son, they're going too far like this, and this is something that mom will definitely get back for you, Li Lin said with a face of annoyance and indignation. Good guy, I'm not angry, but her boyfriend Lu Dekai lost his job. Mom, forget this one, I'm not mad at them anyway, I don't have to get tangled up with them. Li Lin sniffed and frowned. Brat, do you mean you have a girlfriend? Zhang Jiahao heatedly smiled and nodded. Mom, this is a must. You don't look at your son. Nowadays he is not only a successful man, but also a handsome god. If he doesn't have a girlfriend like this, is there any law? Li Lin's eyes narrowed slightly at his words, staring at him without saying a word, as if to say, just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mom, to tell you the truth, but you have to promise not to hit me. Li Lin gave a smile that seemed to have a deeper meaning, and then nodded towards him. Say it, and I promise I won't hit you. Although Zhang Jiahao always felt that something was a bit off, he decided not to think about it anymore and began to give an account. Mom, I have a lot of girlfriends at the moment. I haven't bothered to count exactly how many, but it can't be less than 20. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Li Lin copied the pillow on the side and directly smashed it towards him. Good you brat, at the expense of me being so serious and listening to you. You're good, directly give me to say a paragraph, right? Meow. I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. No wonder, it always felt a little off just now. After muttering in his mind for a while, Zhang Jiahao picked up the pillow on the ground and carefully opened his mouth again. Mom, listen to me, I'm telling the truth. They're accompanying their sister at the moment, strolling there in the Liwan commercial street. If you still don't believe me, I can call Tuan right now to show you. They're downstairs in the car right now. Li Lin's eyes lit up at her words, then she replaced it with a smile. Alright then, I'll give you a chance. Call them up. Zhang Jiahao nodded his head blankly and then walked out of the hall. In a few moments, he then returned with Gulina and Huan Likun. Hello auntie, I'm Gulina. Hello auntie, I'm Huan Likun. The two women walked close to Li Lin, and with a shy face, they voiced their greetings. You're all Ho's girlfriends? Facing Li Lin's question, the two women nodded in response. Yes, auntie. Li Lin was slightly surprised for a moment, as the two women's face value could throw off Zhao Min for a few blocks. Then she warmly invited the two women to take their seats. Lena, Li Kuan, auntie asked you guys something. Li Lin glanced at Zhang Jiahao and said as she looked at the two girls, Auntie, please. Li Lin nodded with satisfaction, then spoke with a straight face. I heard Ahao say that he has many girlfriends. The two women exchanged glances at each other, and then glanced at Zhang Jiahao again. Auntie, this is true. The two women spoke out in response in unison. Li Lin was instantly confused at hearing this. She was already shocked enough when she was sure that the two people in front of her were Zhang Jiahao's girlfriends, but she didn't expect the two women to say the same thing. Ho, I'm going to ask you one last time. Was what you just said true? Zhang Jiahao helplessly spread his hands and looked at Li Lin with an aggrieved look. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Why don't we do this? I'll call them all to the house in a few minutes, and you can ask them yourself? Li Lin had an unbelievable look on her face, and after pondering for a moment, she smiled faintly and said, Fine, you'll invite them to the house later, but the big deal is that I'll invite them outside for dinner. Li Lin's heart was still a little bit in disbelief. She therefore said with a look of indifference. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Then he pulled out his cell phone in front of her and called Lin Yi. Chapter 134, Are you sure you're giving gifts? Zhang Jiahao directly turned on the speakerphone, and the call was connected in a short while. Honey, what's wrong? Li Lin, who was on the side, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly when she heard Lin Yi's name, while secretly saying in her heart that young people nowadays really know how to play. Are you guys done shopping yet? Honey, you're not okay? Zhang Jiahao glanced at Li Lin, then changed to a serious expression. My mom wants to see you guys, why don't you bring them along to my house? As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone, and it was only after 5 seconds that Lin Yi's voice came again. Honey, you said our mom wants to see us? Li Lin, who was on the side, was happy inside, but her face still maintained a calm demeanor. My sister knows the location, so bring them here now. In fact, even without Li Lin's cross-examination, Zhang Jiahao was prepared to find some time for the women to meet their families. Honey, let's get ready and get right over there. With that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Old mom, you've heard it, they'll be coming over in a while. You'd better prepare the silver to treat them to a big meal. As soon as his words fell, before Li Lin could speak, Gulina took the lead. Auntie, this is fine if we come. We didn't expect to see you, so has tell. Why this time? And we didn't prepare any gifts. The corners of Li Lin's mouth smiled into a crescent moon as she sniffed, coming to sit beside Gulina and holding her jade hand. Lina, you guys coming is the best gift for Auntie. And Auntie still has the money for dinner. Zhang Jiahao shook his head slightly at the sight. He now felt that he really didn't have much of a place in the family anymore. Especially after his sister appeared, it was even more obvious. You brat, why are you shaking your head? The subtle movement he just made was caught by Lei Lin. Ahem, I've been staying up a bit too late lately and my neck is a bit uncomfortable, so I'll go up and rest for a while. Zhang Jiahao's desire to survive was full of desire. He dropped a sentence and fled to the bedroom. He knew that when a woman was angry, not to mention that reasoning was wrong, in serious cases, even breathing was wrong. Looking at Zhang Jiahao's back as he fled away, the three women couldn't help but cover their mouths and heave a smile. Lai Wan Commercial Street. Sister, do you know what hobbies our parents have? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Shishi and opened her mouth to ask with a straight face. At this time, all the women were gathering in a cafe's box, while Li Fei and Li Bingyan also arrived in their busy schedules. Sister-in-law, I've only just recognized my mom and dad today, and I don't know her hobbies and habits yet. Zhang Sisi was embarrassed. In fact, she desperately wanted to get to know her mom and dad. It was just too late. Sister I think that our mom is also a woman and definitely loves beauty, so as long as the gifts are related to this, I think they can be given. As for our dad's gift, well settled. He Yuxuan saw this and opened her mouth in time to remind. That's right, I agree with Sister Yuxian's proposal. Bellringer made a timely statement that she saw nothing wrong with this. It won't work. We can't all give away the same thing, can we? Yi Fei sniffed and opened her mouth. So many women. If they all sent cosmetics and other things, it was obviously too homogeneous and not well distributed. I think, in the cosmetics category, having still beauty masks will be enough. And just think of other gifts. Being the youngest, Chen Siki also spoke up in time to voice her proposal. Well, Siski's sister makes a good point. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Sisters-in-law, I actually think the best gift would be a grandchild or granddaughter for mom and dad. The ladies couldn't help but dang straight freeze when they listened to Zhang Sisi's words. Sis, your brother has a good handle on that area and doesn't stay in it every time. Lin Yi was embarrassed, and after she finished, she didn't forget to look around at the women, who also shook their heads shyly when they saw this. Zhang Sisi also understood when she heard this. Although she had never eaten horse meat, she had still seen a horse run. Big sister, luxury cars, houses, jewelry bags, etc. As long as you can use them all to give. Although it seems cheesy, but I think it is real. The ladies nodded their heads as they listened to Li Bingyan's suggestion, and due to the urgency of time, they couldn't think of any better ideas right now. Then let's follow Bingyan's sister's suggestion. We'll start preparing right away. Our parents are waiting for us. Lin Yi then gave the order, and the women nodded their heads and began to act. Big sister, I'll give a car. Bai Shui was the first to take a stand and chose the gift she wanted to give. Big sister, I'll deliver the house. Big sis, I'm giving away a set of gym cards. Ia-san, I'll just send a bank card. Big sister, I'll deliver the bag. Ia-san, I'll deliver the watch. In about 3 minutes, all the women had chosen the gifts they wanted to give. Very well, time is of the essence. I can only give you all 15 minutes to get ready, and we'll meet at Liwan Square in 15 minutes. With that, Lin Yi got up. Sister, you stay with me. Zhang Sisi nodded at this, then got up and naturally took Lin Yi's arm. After the morning's contact, the ladies gave her a very good feeling, and she could also feel that the many sisters-in-law were sincerely caring and loving towards her. 15 minutes later, all the women have gathered in the Lai Wan Plaza. In addition to the eye-popping luxury cars, there are mountains of all sorts of lavish gifts. This scene attracted a lot of onlookers, not to mention these gifts. Just the women stand there, are the focus of existence? Load the truck. It's too late. Lin Yi looked towards the group of bodyguards and warned out loud. The various female bodyguards who were guarding the women, upon hearing this, also began to act, quickly loading the gifts onto the large van. The ladies are also very capable of delivering cars and houses, especially in 15 minutes. Zhang Cici looked at the gifts that kept moving to the van. She was dumbfounded. After the morning's shopping, she thought she knew a little bit about the sisters-in-law, but now she realized that what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Just now, listening to the ladies talking about this giving this and that giving that, she didn't feel much. When she saw the things all laid out in front of her, she had to be shocked. Sister-in-laws, are you sure you're giving gifts? The crowd couldn't help but laugh at that. Soon, about 10 minutes later, all the gifts were finished loading the truck. Sisters, let's go. Lin Yi waved her big hand like an army going into battle, then pulled Zhang Shishi into the car and led the way ahead. A brand new Lafa took the lead, followed by a dozen luxury cars, sports cars, off-roaders, sedans, and an RV, all new cars that hadn't yet torn the film off. And the vans, loaded with a car full of gifts, followed close behind, with 8 colonnades carrying female bodyguards following on either side of the convoy. This action of the women also drew sideways glances and heated comments from passers-by. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what big shot is traveling here? I don't know. This formation, it's kind of scary. I've eyeballed the value of this fleet alone at over $500 million or more. All I know is that those dozen or so beautiful women are all goddesses. Chapter 135, Transparent Existence. In about 20 minutes, under Zhang Cici's directions, the convoy arrived downstairs in Zhang Jiahao's neighborhood. His mom and dad are still living in the unified building. Although Zhang Jingtian has money now, he did not purchase a new house. At this time, because of the formation of the convoy, attracted many residents of the neighborhood to watch and hot debate. What kind of people are these? I don't know, but it should be looking for Zhang Jingtian's family. Look at that girl child. Isn't that the daughter they just recognized? Ah, Ifei, that's Goddess Ifei. Brat, what are you screaming for? You recognized him even with a mask on? Gee, these girls are not bad looking. At this time, on the side of the women, a group of bodyguards had already started to unload the gifts from the car. What floor is this on, sis? Zhang Cici raised her head and pointed. Sister-in-law, our house is on the 28th floor. Okay, I'll call your brother first. With that, Lin Yi took out her cell phone and dialed. Are you guys there yet? Lin Yi hemmed and hawed. Hubby, we're downstairs. We've brought some gifts. Do you want to come down for a bit? In the 20th floor. Zhang Jiahao did not hesitate and hung up the phone ready to go downstairs after responding. Brat, what are you doing? Looking at Zhang Jiahao who hurriedly ran down, Li Lin shouted in time. Mom, they're here, I'm going down. Li Lin sniffed and stood up hurriedly. Wait, I'll go down with you. Zhang Jiahao saw this and spread his hands, looking as if you were at liberty. Lina, you guys sit here for a little while Auntie goes down to take a look. The two girls nodded their heads obediently at the words. Brat, if you dare to snub my mother, I'll open your ass up. The elevator door had just closed when Li Lin gave Zhang Jiahao a precautionary shot. Mom, you'll see in a minute. A short while later, the elevator arrived on the first floor. What are you guys? Zhang Jiahao looked at the luxury car in front of him, with the pile of gifts piled up next to the van. Sister-in-law, Mom's here. Zhang Cici whispered a reminder in Lin Yi's ear. Lin Yi naturally saw it as well, and she directly bypassed Zhang Jiahao and walked towards Li Lin. Zhang Jiahao? Hello, Auntie, I'm Howie's girlfriend, Lin Yi. Li Lin looked at the uncharacteristically beautiful Lin Yi and nodded suspiciously at the women. And they are? Auntie, they're all Howie's girlfriends. Li Lin stiffened at her words. She couldn't believe that these top-class beauties in front of her were actually all her son's girlfriends. Mom, the sister-in-laws also brought gifts for you and Dad. Seeing this, Zhang Cici walked forward, holding Li Lin's arm and voiced a reminder. It's good that people are here. Don't be so polite. Because her eyes had been on the women, she hadn't seen the limousines and gifts behind them. Mom, I think you should see it. You'll be amazed. Just then, the women also came up. Hello Auntie. Well. Hello guys. Looking at the array of beautiful women, Li Lin was dazzled. Auntie, these are the gifts we have for you and Uncle. Lin Yi pointed to the limousine and gifts on the side and opened her mouth in a thin voice to remind her. You mean even these cars? Li Lin looked incredulous, pointing at those luxury cars and asked. These cars she can recognize, naturally know what value. Yes, Auntie, receiving Lin Yi's affirmative answer. Li Lin didn't make a sound and directly walked towards Zhang Jiahao. Mom, look, I'm telling the truth. And you're still. Hiss. Mom, let go.
Before Zhang Jiahao could finish his sentence, his ear was grabbed in Li Lin's hand.
When the ladies saw this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Brat, you honestly explain.
Although we are not a powerful family, but we have to be down to earth.
Don't think of taking any side roads.
Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded when he heard this.
Mom, what did you say? Brat, tell me honestly, were you adopted by them? Meow. Do I look like a soft touch? Mom, you let go. We are a powerful man. It's more like adopting someone else. Besides, you don't look at their face value. Would they be the ones to go and bag a gigolo?
Li Lin sniffed and let go of her hand,
and once again opened her mouth to inquire.
You'd better be telling the truth, or else my old lady will make you look good. Zhang Jiahao was a helpless man and nodded.
Mom, you'd better put the gifts away first and then ask them nicely.
Li Lin sniffed and thought for a moment,
then nodded. Brat, you get someone to take it up.
As the words fell,
Li Lin walked towards the women. Children, all go up with your aunt.
The women nodded their heads and followed, and the group of bodyguards weren't idle, picking up their gifts and following close behind as well.
On the contrary, it was Zhang Jiahao who stood there quietly, as if he was treated as transparent by the crowd.
A group of bodyguards carried the gifts upstairs and then stood guard in the elevator entrance downstairs. Zhang Jiahao shook his head and walked alone towards the elevator to return home.
Ahau, go book a hotel. I'm going to take them to dinner later.
Zhang Jiahao had just walked in front of the house when Li Lin opened her mouth to command.
Auntie, this actually doesn't need to be booked. We'll just go directly to the Liwan International Hotel.
He Yuxuan said in a timely voice of reminder.
Mom, Yu Xian is right. We'll just go directly to Liwan International Hotel.
Li Lin had a puzzled look on her face. After thinking for a moment she no longer dwelled on it.
Alright then,
you go upstairs and call your father down. This floor of Zhang Jiahao's house is a duplex structure, designed with 2 floors in total.
The first floor is the guest room and gym and other facilities rooms.
Okay, Zhang Jiahao replied back and went upstairs. Everyone sit down for a while and we'll talk it over at the hotel later.
The women responded politely at the words and then took their seats on the sofa.
Although there were about 24 people, it didn't seem crowded. This living room was about 200 square feet or so, and there were 3 sets of sofas alone.
In a few moments, Zhang Jingtian walked down. Hello uncle. The women rose and opened their mouths in greeting in unison.
Zhang Jingtian froze for a moment and then reacted,
then smiled and nodded. Hello guys.
Li Lin stood up and looked at Zhang Jingtian.
Old man, I'm going to take them to Liwan International Hotel for dinner. Zhang Jingtian instantly understood. Well, this hotel's dishes are not bad, and my clients and I often go there. Well then, let's get going. With that, Li Lin and Zhang Jingtian led the women out the door, with Zhang Sisi following them. I'm transparent? Looking at the departing crowd,
Zhang Jiahao stood frozen at the stairway,
muttering out breathlessly to himself. Chapter 136 Identity Introduction. 2 elders shocked. Liwan International Hotel.
Among the 888 boxes, all the women had been seated under the enthusiastic arrangement of Zhang Jingtian and Li Lin.
Dad, Mom, I think we forgot someone?
The 2 of them sniffed with a puzzled expression and quietly looked at Zhang Sisi, waiting for her next words.
Dad, Mom, we seem to have left Lao at home.
Zhang Jiahao had just walked to the door,
and Zhang Sisi's sentence was heard loud and clear. Jiahao Chang, meow. Am I so transparent now? You didn't think of me until now? Ha, yeah.
Call your brother.
As soon as Li Lin's words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked in. No, I'm coming.
The ladies covered their mouths at the sight,
all forcing themselves not to burst out laughing. Laugh all you want, little ninjas. Let's see what I'll do to you later. Ha ha ha. How quickly sit down.
Li Lin laughed out loud and pulled Zhang Jiahao to sit on the chair.
I thank you.
Zhang Jiahao responded with a sentence and then took his seat.
So, girls, first things first. When Li Lin's words fell, Lin Yi stood up. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Lin Yi.
I'm 23 years old this year,
and I'm currently working at the creator as Still Beauty's operations,
and my father is the chairman and founder of the Kirin Group, Lin Jipeng.
Mr. and Mrs.
Li Lin sniffed with a shocked face. When they heard about Still Beauty, they were only slightly surprised, but when they heard about the identity of Lin Yi's father, they were not calm. They knew about the Kirin Group. It was a behemoth with a market capitalization of more than $10 trillion.
Is your father really Mr. Lin Jipeng of the Kirin Group? Zhang Jingtian still couldn't believe it and asked out loud. Back to uncle.
It's none other than Lin Jipeng of the Kirin Group. Zhang Jingtian nodded, then stabilized his mind.
You sit down first. Yes, uncle. After Lin Yi sat down, as if the women had made an appointment,
it was Zhongling's turn to stand up.
Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Zhongling.
I'm 25 years old this year, and I'm currently inaugurated as the president of the Hai Ling Group. and my father is the chairman and founder of the Hailing Group Zhongguobiao.
Mr. and Mrs.
Zhang Jingtian glanced at each other when they heard this, then nodded towards Zhongling.
Linger, sit down.
They were also familiar with the Sea Spirit Group, which was also a giant, with a market capitalization of $8 trillion.
After Lin Yi's extraordinary status just now, the two couples were now able to accept it when they heard Zhongling's introduction and no longer doubted the truth. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm He Yuxuan,
25 years old this year,
now holding the position of president at Yihao Capital. My father is He Qingjie, status farmer.
Zhang Jingtian sniffed with surprise.
Yuxuan, you are the president of Yihao Capital?
Yes,
uncle.
Zhang Jingtian was surprised because his company's investment came from Yihao Capital, and he had tried to visit the president of Yihao Capital, but he didn't have the chance.
Uncle, I'm so sorry. Failure to meet with you will be explained later by Hao.
He Yuxuan added in time. At that time, she was also afraid to see Zhang Jingtian. Firstly because of her relationship with Zhang Jiahao, and secondly because she was afraid of exposing Zhang Jiahao's identity, because Zhang Jiahao didn't tell the two of them about the Yihao Capital.
Okay, Yu Xian, you sit down. For the one line of explanation that He Yuxuan said in the back, the two of them didn't take it to heart. They just thought that she was thin-skinned and embarrassed to say it. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Chen Siki.
I'm 18 years old this year, and I'm currently working as a biophone developer at the Creator, and my grandfather is Chen Zhizhong from the Dragon Academy of Science.
The couple sniffed and said good grief, there's actually an 18-year-old and the grandfather is from the Academy of Sciences. Well, Siki you sit down. Well, thank you auntie and uncle. When Chen Siki sat down, Yi Fei stood up. Hello uncle and auntie, I'm Fei Yi. I'm 23 years old, and my father is the chairman and founder of the all-entertainment group Yi Jingxian.
Just as Yi Fei stood up and took off her mask, Li Lin became a bit confused,
and it wasn't until Yi Fei finished her introduction that it became clear to her. You're really iffy. Auntie is a fan of yours. Li Lin stood up with an agitated face and looked at Yi Fei and said, that would be an honor for Iffy. Thank you auntie.
At this time the sight of Zhang Jiahao confused.
He did not expect the full entertainment group is actually Yi Fei family. That is a famous group. Its first line stars a large number.
So Zhang Jiahao cannot figure out is that Yi Fei actually do not do it in their own company. Afterwards, the women completed their introductions one after another, and the entire introduction process lasted for nearly an hour.
In about another hour, the crowd was well fed and watered. Mom and Dad, I have an announcement to make, and please calm down.
Zhang Jiahao stood up and opened his mouth with a faint smile.
Brat, what are you doing being so secretive? Tell me what you have.
I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Li Lin gave him a disgusted look.
Actually, I'd like to say that billion-dollar capital was founded by me, and the creator is mine. The couple sniffed unsteadily and stood up. What did you say? Yihao Capital was founded by your kid? So, this Liwan International Hotel is also owned by your kid?
In fact, the two had just had their suspicions, but then they thought about it and thought it was unlikely, not realizing that today was already shocking enough, and Zhang Jiahao had dropped such a big bomb.
That's right, we are also people with status, and although I keep a low profile, it doesn't mean I don't have strength. However, this Liwan International Hotel is my gift to Yi.
Li Lin sniffed and glared at him.
Good boy, go back and clean you up, actually hiding it from us. The women couldn't help but laugh at the words. Seeing this,
Zhang Jiahao spread his hands in a pissed-off manner and sat back in his seat. At this time, Li Lin and his wife's faces were full of smiles. Their son not only found so many excellent girlfriends, but also their son has made a good living.
Afterward, the crowd chatted for nearly another hour before the women left Liwan International Hotel one after another. At this time, Zhang Jiahao's family was left in the box. The ladies were very understanding, knowing that at this time Zhang Jiahao would definitely want to talk to his family. None of them chose to stay and disturb. Brat, I didn't expect that. You're capable now, better than your old man me, to hide so deep. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and waved his hand in a stinky manner, in a manner of let's keep a low profile. There's something else I need to tell you too. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao reached his hand into his pocket and took out his Major General's ID from the system space, then handed it to Zhang Jingtian near the two of them. Zhang Jingtian was puzzled when he saw this and picked it up to check it out. Pop! Just as Zhang Jingtian had just opened the document and then saw the line of military rank, he was so shocked that he couldn't hold it steady, and the document fell directly to the ground. As for Zhang Cici, who was on the side at this time, after listening to the introduction of her many sisters-in-law, she had long since become numb. Chapter 137, I treat you as a friend, and you, what's going on here? With a puzzled look on her face, Li Lin picked up the papers on the floor. Major General? Li Lin's hands were trembling as she held the documents, looking at Zhang Jiahao with a shocked expression. Mom and Dad, calm down. It's just a major general. Nothing to be proud of. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand with a disinterested look and laughed out faintly. And Zhang Sisi was even more exaggerated as she quickly came close to Zhang Jiahao and glanced around him. Older brother, are you really a major general? Looking at Zhang Sisi's skeptical eyes, Zhang Jiahao blankly glanced at her, then faintly said, Sisi, who has that much guts to impersonate a major general? This ID is real. The steel seal on it doesn't fool anyone. Zhang Jingtian came back to his senses and voiced a reminder. It's still Dad who was insightful and saw it at a glance. Zhang Jiahao gave a timely pat on the back. Jingtian, it says first military region. Could it be the imperial capital's first military region? Li Lin handed the documents to Zhang Jingtian and asked suspiciously. That's right. There's only one first military region in the Dragon Kingdom, and that's the first military region in the imperial capital. Regarding this, Zhang Jingtian still knew. Just now he was still shocked at that major general rank, but did not think carefully about this military region. Congratulations, Master. Mission progress breaks through to 30%. Additional 3% mission progress bonus awarded. Asterisk. 30% yet? Looks like I'll have to work harder. Little Master. Unlocking the mall is just around the corner. Just as Zhang Jiahao was pondering, Zhang Jingtian walked up close to him, patted him on the shoulder, and handed the documents back to him. Good boy. Worthy of being my old son's seed. Born to be extraordinary. Really have a future. The corners of Li Lin's mouth twitched slightly as she sniffed and walked up as well, giving Zhang Jingtian a blank stare. Net to put gold on your own face. For my son to be able to be successful today, I'm sure he must have suffered a lot outside. Zhang Jingtian nodded in relief at his words and also looked at Zhang Jiahao with a heartbroken look. You must have suffered a lot. Son, Zhang Jiahao, suffering? What's the point of me suffering? A proper salted fish. To really say that suffering is not nothing, teaching them to practice sword is a hard work. Okay, let's go home. Tonight Mom will fix you something delicious. You have to make up for it. Mom, this isn't necessary, is it? As soon as he spoke, Lei Lin glared at him. Don't say your boy is a major general. Even an admiral has to listen to my old lady. We don't dare to refute it. You are right about everything. Just then, Zhang Jiahao's phone rang, and he took it out to find that it was Chen Zhizhong calling. Mom, it's Academician Chen on the phone. Pick it up. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then picked up the phone and directly tapped on the speakerphone. K-ho, why don't you see anyone once you're back, kid? He had just picked up the phone when Chen Zhizhong's anxious voice came over. Academician Chen, there's something going on at home. I've gone back to the house. What do you want? When Li Bingyan and Zhu Dan returned to the Science Academy shortly after, Chen Zhizhong asked after Zhang Jiahao's whereabouts. However, both women's responses were vague. K-ho, are you done with your business? Zhang Jiahao cast a look toward Li Lin, as if to say, is it over? Li Lin didn't say anything when she saw this and waved her hand at him. Academician Chen, it's all taken care of. Are you in a hurry? It's very urgent, 100,000 times more urgent, and you're going to rush back to the Empire and come to the Academy at once. Listening to Chen Zhizhong's anxious voice, Zhang Jiahao felt that he should really be in a hurry, so he did not say anything more and hung up the phone with a promise. Son, if you have something to do, do it. Ahoy! Take care of yourself even if you're busy. Listening to the instructions of the two old men, Zhang Jiahao nodded. Dad and Mom, don't worry. Later on, you two and your sister, just move to Pan Long Yuan together. I'll have someone take care of it. Mr. and Mrs. Li Lin nodded at the words, but did not excuse themselves. Now that their own son has made a fortune, they are not pedantic. Throwing the compound does not live to raise rats. Deep City International Airport. Zhang Jiahao came out of the Liwan International Hotel and called up Gulina and Huang Likuan, and together they flew to the imperial capital. After arriving at the imperial capital, Zhang Jiahao didn't stop and went straight to the Science Academy with the two girls. Just as he stepped through the door of the Computer Research Institute, he was hurriedly pulled into the office by Chen Zhizhong, who had been waiting there for a long time. Academician Chen, you're on fire. What exactly is this important matter? On the sofa, Zhang Jiahao looked at Chen Zhizhong with a puzzled expression and inquired. Chen Zhizhong didn't open his mouth at first. Instead, he was sizing him up, nodding and shaking his head from time to time with a satisfied and dissatisfied look. How's Siki doing at your place? What does this old man mean? Why do you ask that for no reason? When things go wrong, there must be a demon. I have to be careful how I deal with it. Thinking this way, Zhang Jiahao smiled calmly. Academician Chen, Siki is quite good at the creator, and the bio-mobile phone she is responsible for researching has also made a breakthrough. Chen Zhizhong's eyes narrowed at his words and stared at him dead on. Are you sure? You guys are just, like, working on biophones, that's all? Listening to Chen Zhizhong's word-for-word tone, Zhang Jiahao was a bit puzzled. Right, what else? Chen Zhizhong came to sit beside him, and that stare at Zhang Jiahao never let go. Good boy, you're playing quite a game. What does this old man mean? What's wrong with me? Could it be? Brat, you're not being generous. Old man, I treat you as a friend and you actually want to be my granddaughter-in-law? Oh, that's really what happened. Did Seki talk to him? No, this is unlikely. Don't be skeptical, you kid. I found this one myself. Old man. In fact, just the other day, he let Chen Seki home for a meal. Inadvertently glimpsed the wallpaper photo of Chen Seki's cell phone, which was the photo of Zhang Jiahao and the two of them together. And then under some of his questioning, Chen Seki still honestly explained. Academician Chen. This. Chen Zhizhong saw the situation and raised his hand to interrupt. You kid, don't in the whole of those have no. You arch old man, my granddaughter. You say how to do? Zhang Jiahao's brain flew rapidly at the words, pondering how to answer this question. I won't talk about the rest of it for now. You can upgrade the Transcendent one for the old man first. This isn't too much to ask, is it? Nah, and I? What's in this old man's head? All of a sudden you've turned here? What? That's all you're saying no to? Looking at Zhang Jiahao's silence, Chen Zhizhong feigned anger. He now loved and hated Zhang Jiahao. He appreciated Zhang Jiahao's ability, but he still felt bad in his heart when he thought of his granddaughter being arched. Chapter 138, Little White's Premeditation. Academician Chen, this is no problem. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back and get ready to upgrade the Transcendent one for you. With that, Zhang Jiahao got up. Wait. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he secretly said that it was not good. He suddenly had a bad premonition, feeling that Chen Zhizhong was going to do something. You find a time to go home with Seki for dinner. It's meow. This bad old man scared the little master to death. I thought it was to do what? It turns out to be just dinner. Okay, you go ahead. I'm pulling out. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao flew out of the office. The boy, alas, let them be. Chen Zhizhong muttered and got to work. Boss, what are you in such a hurry for? Gulina looked at Zhang Jiahao, who hurriedly ran out and greeted him with a puzzled face and asked, let's get out of here before we go to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Yes, boss. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Honey, you're here. Zhang Jiahao came to the office and just sat down when Bai Shui walked in. Today's Bai Shui was dressed in a black OL suit, giving the Pure Desire style a hint of maturity. Cheryl, how's work going these days? Zhang Jiahao pulled her to sit on his lap and pinched her small face, inquiring in a fine voice. Hubby, our cell phone version of the Divine Dragon operating system has been developed. Do you want to take a look? For this system, Bai Shui hadn't put much effort into it, and she had been following it the entire time. Okay, let's see. Bai Shui nodded, and then moved Zhang Jiahao's hand away as she got up and began to demonstrate for Zhang Jiahao. After some understanding, Zhang Jiahao found that there is no major problem with the system, and it is worth mentioning that it is compatible with all kinds of app running at the moment, just like the computer version of the system. Cheryl, this is well done and ready for release. Honey, the name of this system? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pondered for a moment. It's still called Divine Dragon. Just name it Divine Dragon OS directly. Aha! Then I'll make the arrangements now. Zhang Jiahao saw this and pulled her back. Honey, what's wrong? Zhang Jiahao didn't say anything as he pinched back and forth. It's okay, go ahead. Snowy looked confused at the situation, and after straightening her clothes, she turned to leave. Not bad, this ninny is much more resilient. I'll take care of her later in the evening. Just as Zhang Jiahao was pondering, a news item suddenly popped up on his cell phone. The hashtag Penguin releases a small white operating system, which currently supports the operation of popular apps, except for some software incompatibilities, e.g., Genie, White OS. Zhang Jiahao had just muttered a sentence when Bai Shui hurriedly walked back again. Honey, it's a big deal. Zhang Jiahao didn't need to think about it to know what it was about, and he directly handed his cell phone to Bai Shui. Hubby, so is our Shenron OS still released? Oh, this little white system is probably really a little white. How can it be compared to Little Master's Divine Dragon? Why don't you publish it? Snow sniffed and froze, her face full of questions. Schwerer, do you have no confidence in our Divine Dragon OS? Or do you think Little White OS is strong? Bai Shui pondered for a moment, then nodded. Honey, I know what to do. Aha! There you go. It seems that the Penguin has premeditated, and actually blocked the Little Master's sprite software. It seems to have full confidence in their own system and at this time, the release of the online about the white operating system has triggered a lot of hot debate among netizens. In the middle of a forum, the system is fine, it just can't use the sprite software for the hell of it. Don't talk about it, I'm gutted. After brushing the little white system, I still have to spend money if I want to brush it back again, and the key is that it doesn't always work. I'm on the verge of crying my eyes out. Since I switched my phone to the white system, I'm now stuck at my computer chatting with my girlfriend on Genie. This is proper unfair competition, clearly targeting Genie software. Maybe I'd better go and swipe the system back on. The phone really isn't used to having no sprites. Just as the crowd of netizens were chatting furiously, the official microblog of the creator released a message. The hashtag DragonOS was officially released, killing all the mobile operating systems on the market. Below this message, there is also a download address for Shenlong OS, an introduction to the system and how to use it, as well as a customer service phone number. This wild to boundless message came from none other than Zhang Jiahao. Who could guess with his toes what Xiao Bai's true premeditation was in regards to what he did to the elves? And soon after Zhang Jiahao's message was sent out, it drew a lot of comments from netizens. Good lord, worthy of the creator I know. The elves were just targeted and immediately a Divine Dragon OS came out. Did you notice that the creator also at the official account of the Little White operating system? Ha ha ha. Is this a challenge? Judging from the introduction of Shenlong OS features, the Little White operating system is really a younger brother in front of it. It's been described that even with the White system installed, it's a simple matter to switch to the Shenlong OS. Don't say anything, download and change it first to see. Anyway, I believe that the creator's strength will not be like Xiao Bai. As long as I can use the sprite software, I'm content, even if I never get my old system back. And Zhang Jiahao was in his office at the moment, observing the download and installation data of Shenlong OS. Honey, the installation broke 1,000,000. Chen Siki on the side looked at the data on the computer and excitedly hugged Zhang Jiahao's neck and shouted. Right after the release of Dragon OS, Chen Siki and Bai Shui came to Zhang Jiahao's office. Siki, it's only 1,000,000 now. Do you need to be so excited? Chen Siki sniffed and beamed. Hubby, it's only been a short time since this was released and it's already reached 1,000,000. So you can imagine how popular the Divine Dragon OS is. Siki, calm down, just be quiet and watch. Seeing this, Bai Shui on the side also voiced a reminder. 10 minutes later, hubby, breaking through 10,000,000, this is too powerful. I can't imagine that this fairy is also this powerful. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pinched her little face. Siki, can you, this niece, not make a fuss? You're the best alright. And at the moment, the penguin side is busy. They had wanted to take back the lost users with the help of the Xiaobai operating system, but they hadn't expected Zhang Jiahao to come directly with a bomb, catching them off guard. Now instead of regaining users, they are losing more users to the Little White operating system. At this moment, Penguin's group of executives were suffering from Boss Ma's anger, and one by one, they had lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. You are all geniuses. A product release that survived less than half an hour is nothing short of a legend in the operating system world, and I am very grateful to all of you for this miracle. Chapter 139 Dragon Search. As the crowd of executives listened to Boss Ma's words, they all buried their heads even lower, none of them daring to say anything. It was the first time they had seen Boss Ma get so angry. They had never seen Boss Ma like this before, even if there was a big situation. They knew deep down that Boss Ma was really angry this time. You have one night to give a solution by tomorrow morning. Dropping a sentence, Boss Ma then left in a huff. A group of executives were relieved to see this, but when they thought that they would have to give a proposal tomorrow morning, they all glanced at each other, their faces full of anxiety and bewilderment. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. The release of the Divine Dragon OS had been a huge success in a short period of time, and Bai Shui was at that moment leading the team of builders, ready to go out and celebrate. Honey, we're going to celebrate. Are you going? Bai Shui came to Zhang Jiahao's office and asked out loud. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. Shuier, you guys go ahead. I won't go. I still have some things to do in a while. He is preparing to upgrade the Transcendent One system. He has promised Chen Zhizhong. It is not good to drag, even worse to renege on his word. After all, how to say that also arch the granddaughter of others. Alright then, let's go. Bai Shui gave Zhang Jiahao a kiss and turned to leave. Ugh, or move the bricks. With a mutter, Zhang Jiahao logged into the Divine Dragon 1 Transcendent computer. After the last Ula's rescue mission, Zhang Jiahao had also discovered a few deficiencies in the Transcendent One. For example, the wireless signal is not strong enough, and it is not easy to maneuver. He decided that after the upgrade, he wanted to be able to get to the point where he could use his cell phone to control it, so that he could improve the sending of mech commands and make it easier to control the mech. He was so busy that it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and fortunately, he had also finished upgrading the Transcendent One system. Nowadays, all he needed to do was to be on his cell phone, and he could directly send commands to manipulate the Transcendental One. I don't know what that niece Imina is doing. Right, last time I heard that niece say that her family is so bullish. Check the information and see. After muttering, Zhang Jiahao began to search for information. A few moments later, looking at the search results, Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded. He looked at the messy display results on Chidu, and he was speechless. The first few pages are almost all advertisements. Not a single useful piece of information. It's like an advertising dump. This at meow. Is Chidori all this poor? This irrelevant search results ads are unbridled, and with this kind of user experience, it seems that Chidu is degenerate. After muttering a few words to himself in dissatisfaction, Zhang Jiahao's eyes narrowed, and he then began to knock on the code with godlike speed. Thousands of degrees of search experience makes him very upset, but also let him see the search engine market. He decided to write a real value to the user of the search engine. Search results will never paste any third-party advertising. As for whether or not it would kill Cheeto, he hadn't thought about it at all. And even if it did indirectly kill Cheeto, he wouldn't be burdened with it because Cheeto had long since blocked all of his company's products under Penguins Association. Many years later, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but heave a smile when he thought about this rash decision today. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Transcendent One, Zhang Jiahao spent 4 hours to write out a search engine. For the ranking algorithm piece, he made a focus on the design from the user's click, page dwell time, etc. In this regard, he has also written an intelligent program that can provide users with search results more accurately and at the same time avoid SEO optimization cheating. In this search engine of his, not only could he realize second searches, he also directly linked to the Transcendent One's big data module system. In other words, he has all the data that Cheeto has in its engine library, and he has the data that Cheeto doesn't have. However, some of the bad and illegal information data will be filtered out by his intelligent search system and will not be displayed in the search results page. At this point, Cheeto at least still cannot do. He wants to do as a green and healthy search engine. In addition to these, he has integrated the search engine directly into the Genie software, the Shenlong OS, and the Shenlong operating system. He named the search engine Dragon Search, and such a small change on his part was instantly noticed by many attentive netizens who started to try it out. But all the netizens who have used Dragon Search, there is no one who does not say good. They have long been fed up with the rogue ads of Cheetah kidnapping, but cannot get away from it, and now the emergence of Dragon Search, finally for them to solve this problem. Because of the appearance of the Dragon Search, it has also triggered a lot of debate among the netizens. I found this Dragon Search that really understands me better than 1000 degrees. I just don't know if it's going to be a bunch of spam ads in the future as well. Fellow Dioist upstairs, I think this shouldn't be. After all, this is a product of the creator, and we all know that the last thing the creator lacks is money. Agreed. Even a little bit of advertising is understandable as long as it doesn't affect the search results. There's nothing wrong with it. A rogue ad kidnapping like Chidori's is simply inhuman. After Zhang Jiahao released the Divine Dragon Search, he didn't pay any more attention to it, and he was currently reviewing the information on the Hani family. 3 presidents, 10 generations of great generals, family businesses spanning the globe, and a fortune of $30 trillion. Hiss. Looking at the confidential information of the Hani family, Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He also didn't expect that Ilana's family was actually really so strong. Not only did it have a background, but its wealth was even more amazing. Just as he was secretly shocked, Snow walked in. Honey, you're not back yet? It was now past 12 in the evening, and it was the first time that Bai Shui had seen Zhang Jiahao still in the company so late. Well, a little busy. Cheryl, what are you doing at the office this late? This girl, she doesn't work this hard every day, does she? If only this were true. Honey, Sister White does this basically every day. At this time, Chen Siki also walked in and added, come here, you too. Zhang Jiahao waved towards the 2 women, and the 2 saw this and did not think much of it, and walked towards him. When the 2 women came close, Zhang Jiahao directly wrapped one hand around their small waist and pulled them to his side. Since you guys like working overtime so much, I'll stay with you tonight, and none of you will try to slack off. With that, Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arms around the 2 women and walked towards the restroom within his office. Honey, what kind of shift are you working? Chen Siki had a puzzled look on her face and asked out loud. As for Bai Shui, who was on the side, looking at the place Zhang Jiahao was heading to, she instantly understood what overtime content was in seconds. Don't talk, you'll see in a minute. Zhang Jiahao moved his big hand downward and patted her arse, saying with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 140, Little Brother Li is furious. Honey, how do you work overtime here? Chen Siki looked at the room with just a table and bed, not even a computer. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. I'll tell you how we work overtime. With that, Zhang Jiahao began to move his hands. As Chen Siki watched Zhang Jiahao's maneuver, she instantly understood, and with that, she glanced at the pieces of black silk on the ground before turning her gaze to Bai Shui. Bai Shui spread her hands when she saw this, and the look seemed to say, this is what hubby said about working overtime. Honey, can I get off work first? Looking at Zhang Jiahao, who had already started working formally, Bai Shui inquired with a playful smile from the side. Ninny, you're thinking about fart eating. Come over here and kneel down for me. Bai Shui sniffed her little mouth and sighed slightly, then obediently moved forward. Zhang Jiahao exerted the strength that a boss should have, accompanying the two women to work overtime until after 3 in the morning. The next morning, a ringing phone woke up Zhang Jiahao. He picked it up and realized that it was Wang Yuyan calling. Yuyan, what's wrong? Honey, you're in the office? Well, I'm in the lounge inside. As soon as his words fell, Wang Yuyan pushed the door open. When she saw the two women, Bai Shui and Chen Siki, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised for a moment. To her surprise, the two women were sleeping very deeply at the moment, and she could imagine how much they had worked overtime last night. Honey, why don't we talk outside? Zhang Jiahao nodded, then got up and dressed. Outside the office. Honey, when did you get the dragon search? Wang Yuyan got up early this morning. She saw the Shenlong search on Genie, and after some data investigation, she found that Shenlong search had a very good reputation, and was consistently praised by users. Yuyan, this I messed up last night. What's wrong? After releasing the dragon search last night, Zhang Jiahao started working overtime with the two girls, Chen Siki, and didn't pay any more attention to the situation of the dragon search. Honey, look at this. Saying that, Wang Yuyan handed him the tablet in his hand, which was displaying the user feedback data from Shenlong search. Zhang Jiahao took it and checked it for a while. I didn't expect that this user response would be so good, so it looks like 1000 Degrees should be getting a headache. Just then, in the middle of the conference room at the headquarters of 1000 Degrees, it's been a night and you still don't have any solutions? Little brother Li was having a fit of rage, and the group of executives were all looking at each other, none of them daring to say anything. Last night, since the release of the Dragon Search, the number of users of Chengdu has plummeted, and in one night's time, the number of users directly lost nearly 100 million. Li Xiaoguo, when he saw this data, he was a little suspicious of a prank, because he simply do not believe that there is any other search engine can be in such a short period of time to steal his users, until he personally seek confirmation, only to be convinced that he really met a formidable enemy. After he was sure, he immediately convened a high-level meeting overnight, but in the end, he didn't discuss any results, so he had no choice but to give the people a night's time, which is why there was a scene of him freaking out just now. Mr. Li, this Shenlong search came too suddenly, and it has an algorithm we've never even seen before. As the boss of the technical department, Yan Jieluan, he spoke out at this time. After discovering the Divine Dragon Search, he made a study of the Divine Dragon Search in the first place, and the more he studied it, the more he was scared, and the intelligent algorithms of the Divine Dragon Search once made him feel chilled. Mr. Yan, is there no way out? Little brother Li asked, rubbing his temples with a big head. Mr. Li, Dragon Search's intelligent algorithm is very advanced, and the data in its engine library is even more perfect and countless times more powerful than ours. Li Xiaoguo's brows furrowed as he sniffed. You mean it has everything we want, and what we don't have? It has? Yan Jieluan nodded his head. About this, he still couldn't figure out a new search engine that could actually grab such a huge amount of data in such a short period of time. However, what he didn't know was that the crawler system that Zhang Jiahao used was from the Divine Dragon one, not to mention that he couldn't figure it out. Even if he was given the crawler system, it would be useless, because apart from the Divine Dragon 1 transcendent computer, there was currently no computer on the blue planet that could support this crawler. Hurry up and figure out how to stabilize the users first. Yan Jieluan smiled and pondered for a moment, then spoke with a straight face. Mr. Li, my suggestion is to first reduce the advertisements on the search results page. At least the first 2 pages can't be like now. 95% of the search results are advertisements. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoguo frowned even more tightly. Advertising was his current important source of income, and reducing advertising would inevitably face significant losses. Mr. Li, the root cause of the massive loss of users is this irrelevant advertisement. If we don't solve this problem, we won't be able to keep our users sooner or later, and Shenlong Search has just allowed us to see ahead of time what our problem is. Regarding the advertisements on the search results page, Jie Yan has also mentioned his opinion a couple of times, but without exception, they have all been rejected. Then let's go ahead and do what you said while we figure out how to break through on the technology. Yan Jieluan's head was also big when he heard that. Is this something you can break through just because you want to? He was well aware of the power of the Divine Dragon Search, and he knew very well in his heart that even if he gave himself another 10 years, he wouldn't necessarily be able to reach that level. Mr. Li, I'll do my best. Chapter 141, Going to War. Little brother Li nodded at the sight. He was having a headache on how to explain to Boss Ma, because just a short time ago, Penguin also became a shareholder of 1000 Degrees, and after such a mess by Dragon Search, 1000 Degrees share price is now plummeting, and he definitely needs to give Boss Ma a statement. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Xiaoguo went back to his office alone and began to think of a solution. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Hubby, once the Dragon Search came out, Chidori's stock price plummeted. This makes me happy just thinking about it. Zhang Jiahao shook his head at the words. Yu Yan, what's there to be happy about? I've never regarded Qiandu as a rival, and I didn't design the Divine Dragon Search to target Qiandu. Joking aside, if I have nothing to do and go to Yifei and the others to talk about their lives, wouldn't she smell good? Hey, hubby, I'm going to go ahead and get busy. Boo. Wang Yuyan gave Zhang Jiahao a slapdash look, and then she turned around and left. Seems like it's time to give her some extra work, too, Zhang Jiahao muttered. Then he opened his phone and logged into Kuanping Live. He hadn't swiped live for a while. Zhang Jiahao casually strolled around and also rewarded out a few million. He found that the platform had added many newcomers, and he discovered through the demon mirror that a few of the girls were in pretty good condition. Honey, someone's here to see you. At this time, Wang Yuyan walked in. Who's looking for me? Zhang Jiahao looked at her astonished expression and inquired in a puzzled voice. Honey, it's Mr. Ma from Penguin. The legendary boss horse? What does he want with me? Could it be something to do with elves? Thinking like this, Zhang Jiahao got up. Yu Yan, where is he in person now? Honey, he's in his office on the 15th floor. Good, go meet him. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao walked directly towards the 15th floor. A few moments later, when Zhang Jiahao came to the office, he saw Boss Ma, who was wearing glasses, sitting on the sofa at that moment, and there was a black silk beauty standing beside him. Hello, Mr. Zhen. I'm Horseflower Vine from Penguin, and I've taken the liberty of interrupting. Good man, you really do know what you're doing. This is indeed presumptuous. Mr. Ma, I don't know what you're looking for me for? Zhang Jiahao came to sit down opposite manhwa and opened his mouth with a light smile and asked. Mr. Zhang, I came over to talk to you about Elfin Prestige. In fact, when Genie just came out, manhwa didn't even look at it in the eye, until his users began to rapidly lose. He only paid attention to the Genie software. Mr. Ma, I don't know how many dollars you want to talk about. manhwa froze at his words. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of argument. How much money could be allocated for a chat? Mr. Ma, you and I are not idle people. There is no need to beat around the bush. Just say what's going on. The reason why Zhang Jiahao said that was because he didn't want to bull ***** with manhwa. He didn't want to waste time on these things. Mr. Zhang, I would like to take a stake in the elves. manhwa also stopped beating around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Into the elves? That's right. I don't know what Mr. Zhang thinks. What about playing? So you can't do it, and you want to play the buyout game? But, do I look like a poor money master? Mr. Ma, if this is the matter, then we don't need to talk. The elf doesn't need to invest now. Mr. Zhang, won't you listen to the price I'm offering? manhwa said lightly with a confident face. Mr. Ma, this is really not necessary. manhwa's eyes narrowed when she saw this, then she laughed softly. Oh, Mr. Zhang is really rich and capricious. My penguin doesn't have much money either, but taking some out of the pie is still there. I'll leave you alone. I'll see you in the jungle. As the words fell, manhwa got up and left with a faint smile. Honey, he's talking out of his ass. Wang Yuyan looked at manhwa's disappearing back and looked at Zhang Jiahao to voice out. Yu Yan, what new tricks can he play besides the same old schemes? Besides, I'm not bad. Joking aside, as for how much money Zhang Jiahao had in his current account, he honestly didn't really know, but he believed that it would be absolutely fine if he accompanied manhwa to have some fun. Yu Yan, you immediately organize a campaign. Since people are putting out harsh words, let's get down to business first. You take out $1 billion. First a wave of elf payment subsidies. All users who use elf payment, a single transaction reaches more than $100. You can extract the grand prize of $10,000, and so on. Set higher awards. As for the minimum, how much? You look at it. Wang Yuyan nodded her head in response to her words, indicating that she understood. Honey, I think we've been too kind to them before. They've actively targeted us many times. Zhang Jiahao sniffed and pondered for a moment. Yu Yan, leave this to me. You go ahead and prepare for the event and launch it right away. I'll go get ready then. Once Wang Yuyan left, Zhang Jiahao returned to the 20th floor. Boss Ma, it's not that little master I want to get you. It's really that you're too high profile. Even little master's woman can't look past you. Muttering a sentence, Zhang Jiahao began to work, and the residual shadows left behind on the keyboard seemed to be telling Zhang Jiahao that he was going to do something uncomplicated. However, it's also true that since Penguin is trying to move him everywhere, he decided to take the initiative this time. He's going to do the game and prepare to steal a bit of Penguin's market. He is ready to write a framework out first, and then give it to Yang Jia to perfect. After all, the game this piece of Yang Jia is still very professional, as can be seen from the explosive Regulus legend. Just as Zhang Jiahao's side was busy,
Manhwa too had also returned to his company in the imperial capital and was giving a series of orders.
As he had said before, he was going to take some money out of Pai planning department, immediately come up with a program for me for the elf software,
and take out $200 million for the campaign first.
Mr. Ma, elf software's user base today doesn't threaten us at all. Isn't this a bit stupid? That's just for now. Can't you see the momentum it's developing? Well, hurry up with the program. As soon as Manhwa's words fell, his black silk assistant walked in,
then came to his side and came to his ear to mutter a few words.
Are you sure? Manhwa too looked at the assistant with a stony face and asked, Mr. Ma, look at this.
The black silk assistant said and handed him his cell phone.
It's really a big deal. Looks like I really underestimated him.
Manhwa too handed the cell phone back to the black silk assistant and then looked at the manager of the planning department.
There's been a change in plans.
The campaign funding has been changed to $1 billion.
Get me the program right away. Right now. Yes, Mr. Ma.
Looking at Manhwa's expression that was not right, the manager of the planning department stopped talking and then nodded his head in response down.
Then why are you still sitting there? Why don't you go? Yes, I'll be right there. Chapter 142 Battle for Subsidies. When everyone had left,
Manhwa too rubbed his temples and went to the window,
gazing in the direction of the spirit rhinoceros mansion.
Zhang Jiahao's move really made him feel a bit surprised. He did not expect Zhang Jiahao to directly fight him hard like this.
The next morning,
the headlines of all major websites have been dominated by the topic of Genie Pay and Wilson Pay.
#ElfPay big move.
Payment subsidies up to 1 billion. Single subsidies can be as high as $1 million. #Vision Pay $1 billion subsidy response, claiming that single subsidies can also be as high as millions. #Want to get rich overnight and pay with elves.
Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Honey, the event is live.
Wang Yuyan came behind Zhang Jiahao,
directly the entire body on his back.
Her cherry mouth to Zhang Jiahao's ear whispered. Zhang Jiahao felt the softness coming from his back,
and without saying anything, he directly dragged Wang Yuyan over,
pressed her on his lap and lifted his hand towards her buttocks, which was a few slaps. Wang Yuyan clenched her lips and teeth in pain, and before she had the chance to speak, she was directly carried by Zhang Jiahao into a restroom.
An hour or so later, the breathless Wang Yuyan glared at Zhang Jiahao and then quickly fled the scene with a limp.
She's scared. She's really scared. In the face of Zhang Jiahao's profound sword technique, she did not have an ounce of resistance at all. Looking at Wang Yuyan who fled away, Zhang Jiahao heatedly smiled, then started working again after washing up. As the hot topic of payment subsidies festered, participation in the campaign continued to skyrocket, from online to offline, all in buying mode. It's worth noting that many of the bloggers even turned on their live streams to test the strength of the subsidized campaign live.
A certain dental platform. Families, let's test the effectiveness of payment subsidies for Wilson, and then we'll test elf payments later.
As the beautiful anchor woman's words fell, the public screen of the live broadcast room instantly became lively. User Maurice seeks Silk, Chen Xian Goddess, directly to a 10,000 yuan test. It is said that the higher the single payment, the greater the subsidy.
The user moves in one motion. Yeah. The $1,800 test is no fun. May the goddess win the $1 million jackpot.
User a cigarette, goddess. I'll sponsor you for $200. Gift first. The anchor named Chen Xian smiled sweetly as she looked at her fans' suggestions.
Families, then we'll just test a 10,000, 3 separate times, and finally see how the total subsidy compares.
Words fell.
Xian directly clicked on a shopping software, then clicked on the shopping cart.
Will have long been ready to hook on the goods. Will choose the prestige payment.
With the successful payment,
the amount of the payment allowance popped up.
$153. Scratch. $153. That's not bad. A1. 53% return ratio is not high. Xian then continued to test twice more,
and the subsidies were $132 and $257 respectively.
Families,
the 3 subsidies for Wilson payments total $542. And here's how we're going to test elf payments.
The words fell. Xian also opened a piece of shopping software, then selected the goods to pay. Just a moment after the order was successfully paid,
the entire public screen of the live broadcast room seemed to stand still,
and even Xian was directly frozen in place. About a minute later, ********, the goddess has gotten rich. This had meowed straight up. It's actually subsidized by $898. 800. Goddess, keep it up. Maybe you'll win another $1 million subsidy. Yes. Go goddess.
As the screen pop-ups flew up in the live broadcast, Xian also came back to her senses and did not hesitate to make 2 payment tests again.
Soon the test results came out. The 2 subsidies were 688 yuan and 688 yuan.
although the subsidy amount is not as large as the first one, but the smallest one has already crushed the prestige payment.
Families, the event test is over. As for the results you've all seen, that's all for this broadcast. See you soon. Qian's words fell, and then directly closed the live broadcast. Running that fast? I guess the goddess is going to buy and sell and buy. So you guys stay on and I'm going to try my luck. Yeah, it meowed.
So focused on watching the live stream that we actually neglected to try it ourselves.
At this time, many of the payment subsidy activities live instantly took over the popularity, and the Penguin side naturally saw it. Thinking more than Mr. Ma, who was fuming,
Zhang Jiahao was in his office at the moment,
holding Wang Yuyan and playing with her hair. Chapter 143 Welfare Distribution. Penguin Building Conference Room.
Boss Ma had just finished fuming when his secretary hurriedly walked in and whispered a few words in his ear. It was easy to tell from the secretary's slightly trembling legs that something big must have happened again.
As expected, after the secretary left, Boss Ma's face instantly sank. I just heard the news that the little white operating system is at the end of its life.
The crowd of executives froze at the words,
and then lowered their heads when they reacted.
The scene was dead silent. A needle could be heard, and it seemed that everyone was ready to receive Boss Ma's wrath.
However, to their surprise, Boss Ma didn't get angry this time. Instead, he smiled faintly towards the crowd. It doesn't matter. If White loses, he loses. It's just a small matter. I hope you all keep up the good work. I'll go and get busy. Hearing these calm words from Boss Ma, the crowd got up and fled away, knowing that the Boss Ma who held back his anger strongly was even more terrifying than when he was angry. When everyone had left, Boss Ma stood in front of the window and took a deep breath.
I didn't expect that there are still products that I can't replicate.
Zhang Jiahao, you're very uncomplicated. Very much looking forward to the next game with you. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion.
Zhang Jiahao was checking the system at the moment, and he realized that the progress of the task to open the system mall had already reached 41% without realizing it, and he instantly revealed a satisfied smile.
Just then, Chen Siki walked in. Hubby, what good thing has happened to you that you're smiling so happily?
Zhang Jiahao took her into his arms and smiled lightly after checking the elasticity.
Siki, hubby will take you out for a big meal. I have something to ask you. Chen Siki's beautiful eyes instantly lit up at the words. Honey, when are we going?
Zhang Jiahao looked at her excited look and gave her a kiss,
then got up. We're going now, so get ready. Aha, honey, I'll be 5 minutes.
As the words fell,
Chen Siki trotted forward to get ready. A few moments later, Zhang Jiahao took Chen Siki and left the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion,
looking for a Hakka restaurant in the neighborhood. Although it wasn't a big hotel,
Chen Siki ate happily, and the two of them ate for nearly an hour before stopping. Siki, do you think there's any way to get a quick nod from someone?
Zhang Jiahao took a sip of tea and looked at Chen Siki, who was on the side, and asked. His most important task now was to collect likes. He was very much looking forward to the moment when the system mall opened.
Hubby, aren't you starting a broadcast on Kuanpang Live? It's not a simple matter to organize a wave of fan feedback activities and collect likes? Chen Siki looked at Zhang Jiahao with a puzzled expression.
She didn't understand that for such a simple matter,
her husband had to ask for his advice. That seems to be the case, huh? Seems like I'm the one who thought it was complicated and kept thinking that the live content was the point. Saying that,
Zhang Jiahao immediately called Wang Yuyan and asked her to immediately arrange for a live broadcast to hand out welfare activities.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao took Chen Siki and got up, heading back towards the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion. Zhang Jiahao had just returned to his office and sat down when Wang Yuyan walked in. Honey, here's the list of benefits. Check it out. Zhang Jiahao nodded and took it to check it out. Yuyan,
add a special prize of $80 million in cash.
The rest remains the same.
Zhang Jiahao took a cursory look and found that among the list were luxury cars,
houses, watches, bags, etc. Everything that should be there was there. Yuyan, the platform's entire banner advertisement informs that the live broadcast will begin in an hour. Wang Yuyan nodded, then got up and went to make arrangements. With the release of the welfare sweepstakes feedback campaign, Zhang Jiahao's big name instantly took over the hot searches on major websites, and his live room, at this time, also began to flock to a large number of fans. Although he had not yet live, but the fans have begun to chat in the live room. Fans eat melon without spitting out seeds. Sword Saint's move really surprised the baby. I'm afraid the list of prizes must be worth several $100 million, right? Fans eat noodles and don't drink soup. The pattern is small. Just that special prize plus the luxury car and house. The total value is already up to a few $100 million, not counting the other prizes. Fan Dog Agat's father, my girlfriend has given me a death order to break up with me if I can't draw that bag she wants. Ugh. Just as the live chat was in full swing, Zhang Jiahao was in his office, watching several technicians installing the live broadcasting equipment. Due to the more benefits of the handout, This time he chose to use the device live. Using a cell phone live is not good if the operation. After nearly 30 minutes of debugging the equipment and confirming that there were no problems, the technology left Zhang Jiahao's office. Honey, do you need my help with the live broadcast later? Chen Siki walked in, her entire body lying on Zhang Jiahao's back, shaking and asking, "Good, you'll be accompanying me live in a while. With you, a big beauty, on camera together, I think the live room will be even more lively." When Chen Siki was willing to help, Zhang Jiahao certainly wouldn't refuse, and he thought to himself that Chen Siki's joining in might have unexpectedly good results. "Honey, then I'm going to go change my clothes. This one doesn't quite fit." Chen Siki glanced at her formal attire and felt the need to change to something more casual. She felt it was better to appear as Zhang Jiahao's woman. Zhang Jiahao had no thoughts about Chen Siki's small mind and nodded to signal her to feel free. Soon, it was 5 minutes before the broadcast began. Chen Siki also changed into a small floral short dress, giving a fresh and clean girl next door feeling. "Honey, would it be better if I stood or sat down later?" Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and touched her small head. "Siki, do whatever you feel comfortable with. This is not important." Chen Siki sniffed and pondered for a while, then moved a chair from the side. Chapter 144, System Mall opens. Soon the time for the live broadcast arrived. Just as Zhang Jiahao had just opened the live broadcast, the public screen instantly exploded. But the questions were all about the topic of Chen Siki. Zhang Jiahao looked stunned. "This bunch of livestock is not a good live broadcast to send benefits? How is it that beauty is more important than welfare now? You old colorful lot. This is this sword saint's woman. Go ahead and envy." Chen Siki sniffed mischievously and spat out her tongue towards the live broadcast, and this action of hers once again made the hungry wolves in the live broadcast wail. "Fan a little meow, Lord Sword Saint. Forget about these old colorful grunts and start the raffle. Fans don't eat melons, chick. Yeah, leave them alone. It's still the raffle that counts." Seeing the many pop-ups asking for the raffle to begin, Zhang Jiahao only began to get to the point. "I'll talk about the rules of the raffle, and after I announce the start, everyone has to sincerely give me a shout-out in their hearts, as well as a shout-out on the air. The odds of winning depend on your hand speed and sincerity, and the system will intercept the lucky winner on the public screen." After seeing that everyone had spoken to show that they understood, Zhang Jiahao took the list of raffle prizes on the side. "Let's start with the lucky draw. 100,000 places for this prize, and the prize is $88 in cash red packets." As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the number of people in the live broadcast room broke through to the million level at this time. "I'm going to start on the count of 3. Ready? 3. Chen Siki looked at Zhang Jiahao's operation with a stunned face, and for the first time, she realized that counting could be played this way. Asterisk. Sword Saint, you don't talk about martial virtues. You just come up and shout 3? Kudos to Kensei. As fans went wild with likes, the system then selected 100,000 lucky winners. Okay, the family members who won this time. Just tap the private message to receive the red packet directly, and the balance can be withdrawn directly to Elf Pay. Let's draw the lucky winner of the 5th prize. This prize quota of 1,000. The prize is a designer bag worth $18,000. Right after Zhang Jiahao's words, before he could call for the start, the fans were smart enough to start praising it. Seeing that the fans had learned their lesson, Zhang Jiahao stopped teasing them and directly started the lucky draw. With the birth of this wave of lucky winners, the public screen in the live broadcast room blew up once again, and the popularity was skyrocketing. Hey, that's a good way to answer to your girlfriend without having to kneel on bubblegum. I'm envious of the upstairs. We didn't win anything. Don't give up. It can still be salvaged. It's not like there are still several awards left. Soon, Zhang Jiahao started the next round of the lottery. Time flew by and the moment came to draw the grand prize. Families, let's draw the last prize, the grand prize, which is 80 million in cash. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the fans in the live broadcast room were thrilled. I don't know if we have this kind of luck. $80 million? It's more than getting rich overnight. If any handsome man wins the special prize, this fairy will marry him immediately. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, I'm afraid it's not Ruowa looking in the mirror and not knowing what's going on. Is it? Put. Zhang Jiahao took the check model handed over by Chen Siki and waved it towards the fans in the live broadcast. Alright everyone, get ready. It's the same operation, but the extraction is changed. I'll take the screenshot. The first in line for the screenshot is considered the new lucky child. And now it begins. As I count to 5 for the screenshot, instantly, the live broadcast went crazy. Okay, everyone can stop now. Let's find out who the lucky winner is. Saying that, Zhang Jiahao pointed the screenshot at the camera. Asterisk. Look at this name, should be a little beauty. Envious, a second to become a rich woman. Who is this? Lori is also very lustful. It's not a simple name at first glance. I'm sure she's so excited she's fainting at the moment, right? Zhang Jiahao looked at the subtitles on the public screen and put his phone down. Congratulations to the Lolita is also very lustful, lucky winner. The money will be credited to your account in 5 minutes and can be withdrawn at your own discretion. The nicknames of the kunai live are unique and there will be no duplicates. Well, families, that's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you next time. As the words fell, Zhang Jiahao turned off the live broadcast. Hubby, you had a great success with this live stream. The fans were very enthusiastic. Hey, that's for sure. Siki, go ahead and get busy. I'll rest for a while. Aha! When Chen Siki left, Zhang Jiahao couldn't wait to open the system interface. Congratulations, master. The task of collecting praises is completed. Is the system mall opened? Turn it on. Congratulations, master. The system mall is opened successfully. You can check it by yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jiahao then tapped on the system mall. Enhancement potion, 10 points / bottle. Laser cannons, 100 points each. Brain ships, 200 points per block. Spaceships, 5,000 points each. Space battleships, 10,000 points each. Starships, 50,000 points each. Zhang Jiahao looked at the mall full of goodies and trembled with excitement. Battleships and airships. These were things that only existed in science fiction movies, and now that he could buy them in the mall, how could he not be excited? Zhang Jiahao checked the relevant points description and realized that there were many ways to obtain points, the most direct of which was to spend money, and as long as he spent 100 million, he would be able to obtain a point. Chapter 145, Taking North Island. First Military District. What? You're buying an island, you say? Yi Nantian stood up in shock at the person on the other end of the phone. General Yi, I'm not buying this island just for myself, because I'm going to place a secret weapon. Yi Nantian shuddered at his words. A secret weapon? He was aware of Zhang Jiahao's ability and would never joke about such things. This side of the Spirit Rhinoceros building, Zhang Jiahao was lying on his side on the sofa, discussing the purchase of the island with Yi Nantian. After he saw what was in the mall, he couldn't hold back. He had to get a space battleship to sea. The last thing he needed nowadays was money, and since he could gain points by spending money, he thought that it must be trillions of dollars to buy an island. So that's why he directly contacted Yi Nantian. K-ho, I'm going to have to ask for permission on this one. Okay, General Yi, please. Zhang Jiahao had just hung up the phone when Chen Siki walked in. Honey, what are you doing? Nothing doing, looking for someone to buy an island. Chen Siki sniffed dumbfounded. Hubby, you said you want to buy an island? What's wrong? No, nothing. I suddenly remembered something. I'll go ahead and get busy. Looking at the strangely departing Chen Siki, Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded. The Sisterhood of Loving Sisters Elf Group. Chen Siki, Sisters. Hubby is going crazy. Wang Yuyan, Lin Yi, Sister Siki, what is hubby up to again? He Yuxuan, did hubby take in another sister? Chen Siki just sent a sentence. The group instantly lively. The women have bubbled up to ask. Chen Siki, no. Hubby just said he wants to buy an island. Zhongling, Sister Siki, are you sure you heard correctly? Ife, to buy an island. This has to be trillions, right? By Shuet, I think that my husband should have his own intentions. Didn't you ask? Sister Siki? Chen Siki, that's something I didn't have time to ask. The women. Just as the women were chatting feverishly, Zhang Jiahao received a call back from Yi Nantian. K-ho, no comment from the top. Let me know if you have an intended target island. I'll recommend one if you don't. Zhang Jiahao also did not expect Yi Nantian to reply so quickly. He was about to go and see if there was a suitable one. I haven't really had a chance to find out about this one. So you can recommend one for me. Jiahao. Then I recommend you take North Island. North Island? Isn't this one of the islands over in the Gulf of Tonkin? Jiahao. This Beizhou Island should be able to meet your requirements. It is about 6 kilometers long from north to south and 3 kilometers wide from east to west, with a total area of about 24 square kilometers. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What do you mean it should be? This can build a small kingdom on it. General Yi, this is completely sufficient. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Yi Nantian wanted to speak. General Yi, have something to say. Jiahao, although you have made a great contribution, it may cost quite a bit of money to take down this North Island, but it says that you can have the right to use it in perpetuity. Perpetual access? Hey, General Yi, you mustn't be polite with me on the money front. I'm so poor nowadays that all I have left is money. How could one's hallowed invincible godly man let someone else hit him in the face with the money aspect of things? K-ho, if it's North Island, the top gave a price of $900 billion. Only 900 billion? What the hell? It's less than $1 trillion. What about the 1,000 points? Got it. General Yi, see if this works. I'll make up a 100 billion to make up a trillion. After I buy Beiju Island, I'm bound to develop and build it. So how about that $100 billion as development costs? Taking development to the top not only saves time, but also speeds things up. Hey, I'm such a stupid wit with a lot of money. K-ho, are you sure? General Yi, it's settled. Yi Nantian pondered for a moment. Good, Jia Hao. I'll arrange for someone to contact you later to butt in, and all the formalities will be done for you as fast as possible. Yes, please. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao was about to think about the construction of the island when Chen Siki walked in. Siki, you're not okay? No wonder Chen Siki ran back and forth a few times, only because she had just been entrusted with a big task by the women in the group. Honey, what are you buying an island for? Zhang Jiahao didn't think much about it and casually joked. What else could it be? It's definitely to build a kingdom for you guys, and we'll all live there in the future. What? Honey, you bought an island just for this? Chen Siki was shocked. Buying an island to build a kingdom? She felt that Zhang Jiahao was definitely joking. Right, what's the problem? No problem. I've got a few things going on. Zhang Jiahao looked at Chen Siki, who had inexplicably run away again, and shook his head breathlessly. The first military district of the imperial capital. General, you wanted to see me? A valiant major woman came to Yi Nanshan's near front and saluted. Qin Meng, there's something you need to do. This is the relevant information with Major General Zhang's contact information. You need to keep one thing in mind. This matter is classified, and you must cooperate with Major General Zhang the entire time to get things done. Qin Meng respectfully saluted again. Yes, General. Qin Meng promises to complete the mission. Qin Meng, the only female major in the first military region, is now only 26 years old. Well, there you go. Chapter 146, Going to North Island. Qin Meng had once traveled to North Island on a mission, so Yi Nangai had sent her to buttress the matter. Getting the mission arrangement, Qin Meng did not slack off in the slightest and drove away from the first military region after checking some information. Not long after, Qin Meng arrived at the Spirit Rhinoceros Mansion, led by the receptionist girl. She arrived at Zhang Jiahao's office. Major Qin Meng, meet General Zhang. Qin Meng came to Zhang Jiahao's near front and directly saluted out loud. Zhang Jiahao took a closer look at Qin Meng. Although Qin Meng was a goddess-level beauty above 170 like other women, she gave Zhang Jiahao a special feeling. Perhaps it was her valiant and unique temperament. Sit down. This isn't in the military district. No need for that whole thing. You brought everything, right, General Zhang? The information is all here. Qin Meng respectfully handed the information to Zhang Jiahao near her, her pair of beautiful eyes intentionally or unintentionally sizing up Zhang Jiahao. Is this the legendary General Zhang? So handsome. How can there be such a good person? Handsome even, but also so capable. Major Qin, it was hard for you to make the trip. Zhang Jiahao roughly checked the information and didn't find any problems, so he put it away. No hard work, as it should be. Qin Meng as if she was caught doing something with a weak heart. Back to the small face slightly red. Talking is not good. What's wrong with this girl? Why are you blushing? Is it because you're mesmerized by your young master's good looks? Qin Meng couldn't help but become more nervous inside as she watched Zhang Jiahao say nothing. What was General Zhang thinking? Is there a flower in my face? Major Qin, what's on your mind? General Zhang, I've been instructed by General Yi to cooperate with you to get things done on Beizhou Island. Zhang Jiahao nodded. Okay, no need to be so nervous. It's not like I don't eat people. Alas, you are not eating people, but you don't know you're mesmerized. General Zhang, I wonder if there's anything I can do to help. This ninny, she's kind of fun, with a restrained look on the outside, but waves on the inside. I'm sure he's a fun little naive batch. I'm going to visit North Island. General Zhang, the higher-ups have already made arrangements for this, and have already prepared a special airplane for you to go straight to Beizhou Island. Nice guy. Old G is really reliable. Not in vain, little master, I contribute so much. Space battleship. Little master, I come. Major Qin, do you ever know anything about North Island? Dream sniffed and nodded. Back to General. I've been to Beizhou Island for a few missions, so I sort of know a little bit about it. Qin Meng didn't dare to be arrogant, although she had been there before. There were many places she hadn't explored for that mysterious Beizhou Island. Well, do you have the time? Accompany me if it's convenient. Qin Meng's heart was instantly delighted at the words. Being able to have the opportunity to travel with General Zhang, he would probably have to envy many people when he returned. It is important to know that today's Zhang Jiahao is not just a major general, but his various legends have long been spread throughout the military. Convenient. Very convenient. I wonder when the general is going to leave. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then dialed Lin Yi's phone number, with which he informed about his trip. Major Qin, let's leave now. Yes, General. A few moments later,
Zhang Jiahao got into Qin Meng's car and headed straight towards the imperial capital airport.
About half an hour later. Major Qin, where is the special plane?
Zhang Jiahao looked around. There was only one fighter jet on one side of this huge airfield. Qin Meng pointed at the fighter jet.
General, the special plane is right there. Come on, isn't that only 2 seats? How can we fit?
Qin Meng smiled sweetly.
General, aren't there just 2 of us? You mean you drive?
Qin Meng nodded and then greeted Zhang Jiahao as he boarded the plane. Although Zhang Jiahao was a bit surprised,
he reacted in a moment.
It was nothing to know how to fly a Jagdpanther, not to mention that he himself knew how to fly one.
General, then we depart? Go!
Qin Meng started up the Annihilator when she got a response and disappeared into the imperial capital airport in an instant.
About an hour later, the fighter jet landed smoothly on Beiju Island. I didn't realize there was an airport here. Getting down from the Jagdpanther,
Zhang Jiahao surveyed the airport in front of him. The airport was not that big, but it was big enough for the Jagdpanther to land safely.
General, this is a military airfield,
and this airfield can only be used by people above the rank of Major General.
The current garrison on Beiju Island is about 1,000 men, and the one responsible for garrisoning this place is Senior Colonel Mu.
Zhang Jiahao looked puzzled.
Colonel Mu?
Zhang Jiahao didn't know much about Beiju Island, and he didn't understand why there was still a garrison of about 1,000 troops here, and there was also a major stationed here.
General,
I don't know much about the mysteries of this island,
but haven't you heard of Colonel Mu? Never heard of it. He's meowing. There are so many people in the military district. Where can I hear about it?
Qin Meng was surprised when she heard this, and she completely didn't expect that Zhang Jiahao hadn't even heard of the famous Morong Shui. Although he himself was the only female major in the first military region,
he was much more ordinary in front of Morong Shui, a major.
Morong Shui was not only the highest-ranked female soldier in the first military region, she was also recognized as the most beautiful flower in the military.
General,
the most beautiful military flower of the Dragon Kingdom is Major Morong Shui. Zhang Jiahao nodded with a bashful look.
Oh, as beautiful as it is, let's go to the base first.
Just kidding. Which of his beauties is beautiful today? His mind was on the space battleship right now. So what mood was he in to pay attention to any military flowers?
General, this way. Zhang Jiahao's reaction was out of Qin Meng's expectation.
She didn't expect Zhang Jiahao,
who was surrounded by women,
to show much interest in even the military flowers.
If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been happy already. Chapter 147 Iceberg Wildcat. Not a moment too soon.
Zhang Jiahao was led by Qin Meng to the outside of the base.
Comrade,
I'm in charge of accompanying General Zhang here.
Please inform Major Mu. There were 2 guards at the base gate, both holding a real weapon.
Wait for it,
Colonel Mu already knows.
Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but frown at the situation. You guys. Qin Meng noticed the change in Zhang Jiahao's expression and was just about to open her mouth to reprimand him when she was interrupted by Zhang Jiahao raising his hand.
It's okay,
we'll just wait. Qin Meng did not say anything more when she saw this, and quietly stood beside Zhang Jiahao.
10 minutes passed and Morong Shui didn't show up.
Another 20 minutes passed and Morong Shui still didn't show up.
Until half an hour later.
It was only then that Morong Shui walked out of the base without slowing down.
Colonel Mu, quite the racket.
Even General Zhang had to wait for you here. Morong Shui glanced at Qin Meng without making a sound, and then she walked towards Zhang Jiahao.
Senior Colonel Morong Shui, meet General Zhang.
Zhang Jiahao quietly surveyed Morong Shui in front of him. This woman was about 175 centimeters tall, with a perfect figure, but her face was an ice-cold and incomparable look, and if it wasn't because of her sharp eye set off, Zhang Jiahao would have thought that she was an ice sculpture.
Appearance is okay, just poor quality.
As the words left his mouth, Zhang Jiahao walked straight towards the base. Qin Meng shook her head slightly at the sight, and then she also followed Zhang Jiahao's pace. For Morong Shui's iceberg nature, Qin Meng had some understanding, but she just didn't expect Morong Shui to actually come to such an outburst. As for Morong Shui at this moment, after hearing Zhang Jiahao's words, her small iceberg-like face underwent a subtle change. Don't look at her as a major, but she was actually a year younger than Qin Meng, and her background was not simple. Not to mention this slack attitude towards Zhang Jiahao. To put it bluntly, even if Yi Nantian came, she dared to do so. Those who knew her well knew that it depended on her mood as to what she wanted to do, as long as it wasn't against discipline. Regarding Zhang Jiahao's arrival, she had actually found out early on within the base that the reason for her delay in coming out was because she was playing a game. That's right, it's just playing a game, and it's a Snake Wars game that kids don't even play. General Zhang, this senior Colonel Mu is also too unlikable. Zhang Jiahao arrived at the command center within the base and had just taken a seat on the side when Qin Meng mentioned in dissatisfaction. It's nothing, and she's under no obligation to necessarily come and greet me, as long as she doesn't hold me up. Don't look at Zhang Jiahao's calm face at this moment.
In fact, he had already tagged Morong Shui in his mind. Senior Colonel Mu, this general is new to the city. Now I'm issuing my first directive. From this moment on, you don't need to be stationed on Beizhou Island anymore. Morong Shui had just arrived close to Zhang Jiahao, and before she had the chance to open her mouth, she heard the instruction to evacuate herself. On what grounds? She always had an icy look about her, and it seemed that no display of emotion could ever be seen in her expressions. On what basis? You want to know? If you want to know, come with me and I'll tell you why. Zhang Jiahao walked towards the side to rest. Morong Shui hesitated for a few seconds, but still followed. What are you doing with your door closed? Morong Shui had just entered the lounge and was startled by Zhang Jiahao's move to close the door. Morong Shui, who always had an iceberg appearance, at this moment, her face revealed the slightest hint of panic. Don't think much of it, I'm not interested in cold-blooded animals. Morong Shui instantly exploded at his words. You're the one who's cold-blooded. Don't think you can just insult people just because you're a general. Morong Shui was really pissed off, giving so much anger that her body was trembling slightly. Even her headlights followed and shook a few times. At this time, Morong Shui felt aggrieved in her heart. Just because you didn't go out in time to pick you up, why are you talking about people like that? Swish, snap, pop. As these two sudden voices rang out, the air in the entire lounge seemed to freeze. Nearly 50 seconds had passed. It was only then that Morong Shui reacted and instantly struggled away. You. Morong Shui's small face was red, and the aggrieved expression on her face was on the verge of dripping tears. His own father had not even been willing to beat himself like this, and this asshole in front of him actually did it, and it was still the deadly kind. Feeling the pain coming from her ass, Morong Shui stared at Zhang Jiahao in death. Convinced? Morong Shui, who was already burning with rage, instantly exploded in place after hearing Zhang Jiahao's words. Bastard! I'll kill you! Morong Shui shouted and directly lunged towards Zhang Jiahao. You! Bang! Zhang Jiahao just wanted to open his mouth to stop, but he didn't expect Morong Shui's speed to be too fast, and he was directly pressed down by her on the ground. Bastard! How dare you hit my mother! Pop! Pop! Morong Shui's reaction was extremely fast. After overwhelming Zhang Jiahao, she sat up directly, and then she was ready to smack Zhang Jiahao's big mouth. Although Morong Shui was fast, both of her attacks were stopped by Zhang Jiahao, and at this time, both of her hands were caught in Zhang Jiahao's death grip. You let go of my mother. Zhang Jiahao didn't let go. Can you hold still? Asshole, I'm going to get you. Morong Shui shouted while struggling as hard as she could. Zhang Jiahao instantly felt speechless, not expecting this to be an iceberg little wildcat. Too cranky. It's okay for me to let go. You get up first. No way. Get off my ass. At this time, Morong Shui was annoyed beyond measure. How she is also a fighting expert. She did not expect in the hands of Zhang Jiahao, but how can not resist? Take my advice. If you don't get up, you'll regret it later. Regret? Regret is not in my dictionary. Zhang Jiahao's exhortation did not have the slightest effect. Instead, it enraged the anger in Morong Shui's heart even more. And so, the two men stood deadlocked. About 5 minutes later, asshole, you. Morong Shui fiercely stood up, and Zhang Jiahao immediately let go of his hand, then stood up as well. I told you you'd regret it. Even though you're not of the highest quality, you're still a pretty girl anyhow, so it's reasonable for me to react that way, isn't it? Morong Shui fell silent as Zhang Jiahao's words fell. In less than 5 seconds, she was crying. Tears were streaming down his face. You, don't cry. I didn't mean it. Zhang Jiahao was also dumbfounded at the sight. It didn't touch her. What's the point? Besides, this uniform is so thick, right? It's all you, asshole. If it weren't for you, old me wouldn't have lost, and old me's life's work would have been ruined by you. What's that? What does that have to do with your life's work? You want me to take the blame for this? Ahem, Colonel Mu, not so much. What does this have to do with your life's work? Morong Shui sniffed and glared at Zhang Jiahao in death. How is it okay? Would I have lost the game if you hadn't come over and interrupted? Would I have lost the engagement if I hadn't lost the game? Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded. What is this all about? Chapter 148, a backseat. I say, Colonel Mu, can we not cry? There's no way out. Zhang Jiahao is a bully, but it doesn't mean there's nothing he's not afraid of, like women crying in front of him. Say what? Morong Shui calmed her emotions and turned her head to look at Zhang Jiahao and asked, what's up with that what's-his-name pact of yours? Morong Shui sniffed and glared at Zhang Jiahao. That was an agreed bet with my best friend. If I lost the game, I would promise her to go on a blind date. Zhang Jiahao was confused. What kind of sand sculpture operation is this? Besides, even if you go on a blind date, that doesn't mean you're ruining anything for life, does it? It's because of you that I lost the game. You're responsible for this. Responsible how? In the face of this unreasonable iceberg little wildcat, Zhang Jiahao did not know what was going on, and confusedly chatted with her for nearly half an hour, finally reaching an agreement on the matter before giving up. General Zhang, are you alright? Zhang Jiahao had just come out of the restroom when Qin Meng greeted him and asked. What had just happened inside she didn't know, but she vaguely heard a few shouts. It's fine, make an appointment for me with the head of base construction. I have something to arrange. Qin Meng nodded. Yes, I'll contact immediately. After instructing Qin Meng, Zhang Jiahao headed out of the base. His scalp was a bit numb at the sight of Morong Xuanao, rear of base command center. There were several residential buildings here, which were meant for officers of Zhang Jiahao's rank and above. Zhang Jiahao came to the living room of a building, so he directly dialed Lin Yi's phone. A short while later, the call was answered. Honey, what's up? Yi, I have something very important to tell you. I'm going to retire to the background and no longer manage anything in the company, because there are more important things waiting for me to do. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao quietly waited for Lin Yi to reply. After about 10 seconds, hubby, there's something wrong with your words. It seems like everything in the company has always been taken care of by me and Yuxin and the girls. You've always been a swinging shirker. When Zhang Jiahao heard it, it seemed like it was really something like that. Ahem, Yi, you guys work hard. What I'm saying is that I don't care about anything in the company anymore, including any decision-making and planning of the company. As soon as Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Lin Yi disliked him back. Hubby, there's no difference between what you said and what you just said. What decision-making and planning isn't still being done by us? When have you ever cared about that? All you know how to do is swing for the fences, while not forgetting to keep finding us new sisters. Lin Yi hit the nail on the head with these words, rendering Zhang Jiahao speechless. It was also true that he hadn't really been bothering with any of this lately, and sometimes he was only symbolically involved. I'm going to build a castle on North Island, and we'll live over here in the future. Lin Yi giggled. Hubby, you watch over it. I still have big things to do on my side. Mr. Ma asked me to talk about something. When the words fell, Lin Yi hung up the phone. I'm so sorry. Is my empire so bad now? This ninny has the nerve to hang up on me. Zhang Jiahao was so depressed that he flipped out He Yuxuan's phone number and dialed it. Yu Xian, what are you working on? Honey, what's the matter with you? Zhang Jiahao coughed a few times, preparing to talk about his great plan with He Yuxuan. Yu Xian, I have something very important to tell you. I'm ready to. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by He Yuxuan. Hubby, wait. Are you trying to talk about retiring to the background and then building a castle on North Island? Zhang Jiahao was dumbfounded. He had just hung up with Lin Yi for less than 30 seconds. Where did He Yuxuan know about this? Ahem. You go ahead and get busy. I've got a few things to do. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiahao was thinking more and more about it, so he began to take turns bombing. Wang Yuyan ignored him, and Li Bingyan just casually said a few words and hung up, and Chen Siki was even more exaggerated. As soon as the call was answered, he finished everything he wanted to say. As for Snow, he was okay, listening to him for close to 2 minutes before finally hanging up. As for Zhong Ling, Yi Fei, Lin Knight and other women, they didn't answer his phone at all, and just sent him a few messages, indicating that they were busy and already knew what he was going to say. Against you all, actually treating little master me like this. It seems like it won't work if I don't starve you for a few meals. Zhang Jiahao muttered a few words in a depressed manner, then opened the system mall and shopped around. Living quarters, mini villa, 1 credit, 3 floors, 1,000 square meters. Luxury villa, 5 points, 2 floors underground and 3 floors above ground, with built-in swimming pool and recreational facilities, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. Luxury residence, 10 points, including 2 villas with built-in swimming pool, recreational facilities, and a lake with a view, covering an area of 20,000 square meters. Luxury castle, 200 points, including 50 villas, a full set of entertainment venues, a scenic lake, gardens, etc., covering a total area of 800,000 square meters. System, why are there no base-type buildings? Zhang Jiahao rummaged through the entire mall and froze without finding any base-type buildings. Ding! Back to the master. This kind of building is relatively cold, because the sales volume is extremely low, so the system has not been developed. I'm yet. And play like that? Play so fancy? Looking at the system not taking care of himself, Zhang Jiahao stopped asking, and he was very satisfied with that luxurious castle. Inside is not only a complete set, but the overall design style is unique and domineering. You're it. I'll buy it for you when I find a spot for my little master. The castle selling price of 200 points was not excessive. For the current Zhang Jiahao, it was just something that would cost $20 billion. Moreover, the last thing he lacks now is money. If he goes to build by himself, I'm afraid he can't handle it without a decade or 8 years. General, the head of base construction has made an appointment. When do you think it would be convenient to meet her? Listening to the voice coming from outside the door, Zhang Jiahao retreated from the system mall. Come in and talk. Not long after, Qin Meng walked in. Where is the person in charge now? The construction of the base must not be that fast, so Zhang Jiahao thought of asking this person in charge to help him see in which location it would be more appropriate to place the castle. General, she's in the imperial capital now. Do we need to have her picked up? Zhang Jiahao nodded at his words. He was also too lazy to run, and couldn't wait to lie down flat right now. Have someone pick it up and come straight to me when you arrive. Yes, General. Qin Meng responded and turned to leave. Soon he would be able to have his own castle, and Zhang Jiahao's mood instantly became beautiful, thinking that soon, he would be able to play with his good people in the castle. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but hum a song, and then walked towards the upper floor. Birds in the trees in pairs. Can't forget. You drop love. This ending is hard to change. If the sea can take away my sorrow, like it takes away every river. Chapter 149. Have you ever heard that from the sky? Zhang Jiahao washed up and squinted for more than an hour in passing, and he didn't get up until Qin Meng's call came in. He had just arrived in the middle of the hall when Qin Meng led a beautiful woman in. General, this is the head of the base construction. Shangguan, meet the general. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. You've come just in time. I have something I need your help with. General, please. At this moment, Shangguan was very nervous. Even though Qin Meng had said to her on the way here that Zhang Jiahao was a very good person to get along with, she still couldn't relax. In order to get the right to be in charge of the construction of this base, Shangguan had used her whole body to stand out from the thousands of competitors. I need to find a place on the island to build a castle. Can you help me see where it would fit? Shangguan nodded. General, although I understand this aspect, I'm not the most specialized. Do you see the need to have someone who specializes in this area come? Zhang Jiahao nodded with satisfaction at his words. He was very satisfied with this attitude of Shangguan. If you know what you're doing, I trust you. Shangguan was delighted. General, are there any specific requirements for the footprint of the castle? The castle covers 800,000 square meters. You watch. Shangguan nodded, and then took out the tablet computer she was carrying with her, and began to look at the map of Beizhou Island. About 10 minutes later, General, what do you think of this place? Zhang Jiahao sniffed and came forward to take a look. What's your reason for picking this place? At Zhang Jiahao's words, Shangguan opened her mouth to narrate. General, this location is located northwest of the center of the island, 2 kilometers away from the base site, and the geology here is the best piece besides the base. Seek the dragon to divide the gold to see the winding mountain. A heavy winding is a heavy off. Close the door, such as 8 risks, not out of the yin and yang gossip shape, and from the perspective of feng shui, this place is also very suitable for living. Qin Meng on the side was dumbfounded by what she heard, but Zhang Jiahao was fine, except for the hint of a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Jiahao did not think that Shangguan had even gotten this whole thing on. Just now she was still a temperamental beauty, but turned around and became a feng shui master. Since you put it so well, let's go ahead and check it out, and if it's okay we'll set it there. General, I'll drive. After receiving Zhang Jiahao's nod of agreement, Qin Meng got up and went forward. We'll go down and wait for her. Yes, General. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Jiahao and Shangguan came downstairs. Ms. Shangguan looks very young. Shangguan couldn't help but tense up at his words. General, although I'm not very old, please rest assured about the base construction aspect. I'm very specialized in this area. Zhang Jiahao's unintentional remark, however, made Shangguan mistake it as Zhang Jiahao doubting her ability. There's no need to be so nervous. I didn't mean anything by that. I just meant it purely literally. Shangguan sniffed her small face slightly red. General, I am not small anymore. I am already 23 years old this year. As soon as Shangguan words fell, Qin Meng also drove up beside the two of them. Go, you really aren't small anymore. Shangguan was dumbfounded by what she heard. I am indeed not small, am I? But why did the general repeat himself? Secretly muttering a few words in her mind, Shangguan followed and got into the car. About 10 minutes later, Qin Meng followed the map's navigation and drove to the location chosen by Shangguan. General, we're here. Well, go over there. With that, several people got out of the car. General, this location is flat, surrounded by several mountains, and has a small stream below it. When viewed from above, this location is like a throne standing on a mountainside. As soon as Shangguan got out of the car, she opened her mouth and recounted the information about this location for Zhang Jiahao. Qin Meng did understand a little this time, while Zhang Jiahao nodded in satisfaction. This is a really good location. This is it. This ground was uneven in a small part, but this did not affect it in the slightest. Zhang Jiahao learned from the system's introduction that even if it was pitted, not to mention the uneven ground, he only needed to confirm the installation position of the castle, and he did not need to worry about anything else at all. General, do you need my help with the construction of the castle? In addition to the construction of the base, the other constructions on this island were also under Shang Wanjia's responsibility, but she considered that Zhang Jiahao might have his own ideas, so she asked, "Not for this one. It takes too long to build it manually, and that's not what I want." Shang Wanjia and Qin Meng were puzzled. This doesn't need to be built manually, can it still fall down from the sky? Just as the two women were puzzled, Zhang Jiahao continued, "You should have heard of the palm technique of falling from the sky. I wonder if you have ever heard of the castle that fell from the sky." The two women glanced at each other after hearing this, and then shook their heads in unison. They just thought that Zhang Jiahao was joking. A castle that fell from the sky? Why don't you talk about the island that fell from the sky? Ahem. Get in the car. Let's back up a little bit. The next scene will be one you'll never forget. The two women nodded doubtfully, then got into the car and drove it to the designated location as requested by Zhang Jiahao. Okay, next you guys need to calm down and not yell at whatever you see. Yes, General. Seeing this, Zhang Jiahao didn't say anything more and then opened the system. Ding. Warm reminder. 200 points need to be deducted to purchase the deluxe castle. Do you want to purchase it? Buy. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The purchase is successful. You can choose your own castle installation location. Zhang Jiahao clicked install, and then a screen appeared in his mind with an icon like a mouse pointer, which could be moved to select the location of the installation. As you can see from the screen, there is still a limited range of mounting location options. For example, if Zhang Jiahao is now on North Island, he cannot choose the installation location to Shamxing or other places, but the installation also covers the whole North Island. Zhang Jiahao moved his pointer and found the one selected by Shang Wanjia, and then he directly clicked on install. Bang! General, be careful. Suddenly a loud noise came. Dust instantly flew in front of several people, and Qin Meng also blocked in front of Zhang Jiahao at the first time. No need to be nervous. You guys look up. General. What is that? When Qin Meng and the two girls looked up, they saw the castle that was speeding down from high above the sky, and due to the distance, all they saw was a black spot the size of a basketball. Bang! Before the two women had time to react, a loud noise came again, and a magnificent castle appeared in front of the eyes of several people. From Castles That Fall from the Sky? Chapter 150, General, are you an immortal? Don't just stand there. Go in and take a look. Zhang Jiahao reminded the two girls and took the lead towards the castle. Major Qin, am I dreaming? Qin Meng shook her head. You're not dreaming. This is all really happening. But one thing you have to remember is that everything you see today has to rot in your stomach and not be divulged to anyone. Please don't worry, Major Qin. I still know this. The castle was huge, and Zhang Jiahao didn't want to leave after walking for a while, so he asked Qin Meng to drive and take him around the castle. The luxury and design of the castle made the two women look dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a castle of this level with their own eyes. Swimming pool the size of a soccer field, golf course, amusement park, luxury observation lake and more. Every place they passed shocked the two women. An hour later, General, this castle is really luxurious and exquisite, comparable to the royal palace of a certain country. In the face of Shangwan Jia's praise, Zhang Jiahao nodded in a low-key manner. Ms. Shangwan, how long will it take for the construction of the base? There was nothing Zhang Jiahao was more concerned about today than the construction of the base, which was directly related to his space exploration program. For the space battleship in the system mall, he had always been unable to forget it since he had taken a look at it, and couldn't wait to take it out and study it right away. General, based on the information available, and the requirements provided to me from above, the fastest construction period will take 1 month. Just that's all the speed limit, because the base is just so big. Zhang Jiahao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. A month was too long for him. One could even say it was an ordeal. Ms. Shangwan, can you find a way to speed up the progress? Don't worry about the cost. I can add more if it's not enough. Shangwan Jiar sniffed and thought for a moment. General, unless there can be an over-the-top high-tech device, this is really difficult. Because of the time-consuming nature of this project of hollowing out the mountain, as well as the building of the internal infrastructure, these are two extremely time-consuming areas. Zhang Jiahao nodded, then opened the system mall and checked out the infrastructure machinery and equipment. Daxia shield machine, 3 points, 50,000 tons. Daxia excavator, 5 points, with a total mass of 10,000 tons, a maximum power of 150,000 HP, and a bucket capacity of 500 cubic meters. Light can penetrate the mountain dog, 10 points, parameters unknown. digging mountains and making holes to the strongest ability. Ant brand multifunctional infrastructure machine, 50 points. Parameters: suitable for the construction of bridges, mines, tunnels, buildings, etc. Zhang Jiahao dazzled. Look at the introduction is a batch of cattle. Just do not know how the specifics. For this area of knowledge he does not know much. Let's go to the base location.
Qin Meng drove Zhang Jiahao and Shangwan Jiar towards the site of the base.
10 minutes later, several people arrived at the base site. You two back up a bit.
Although the two women were puzzled by what they heard, they backed up a distance as instructed by Zhang Jiahao.
Bang! 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 Instantly 4 loud bangs came,
and there were 4 more huge objects in front of a few people, which were lying there silently.
Zhang Jiahao bought 1 Daxia brand shield machine, Daxia brand excavator, light energy piercing dog, and Ant brand multifunctional infrastructure machine each, and directly threw them out.
These 4 devices consumed a total of 68 points from him, and to be honest he was still a bit heartbroken.
Ms. Shangwan, these pieces of equipment are offered to you, so you can study them, and I think you'll be able to shorten the construction period significantly. Shangwan Jiar sniffed back and froze, looking at Zhang Jiahao. General, are you an immortal? In the face of her inquiry, Zhang Jiahao just smiled faintly and did not say yes or deny. But this one move of his was undoubtedly immortal in Shangwan Jiar's opinion.
Do your research and get back to me as soon as you can. I'll be waiting for you at the castle.
Major Qin, please escort me back to the castle.
Yes, General. Shangwan Jiar looked at the distant Zhang Jiahao and stopped for a moment before getting to work. Chapter 151 Morong Shui who hasn't taken her pills. Zhang Jiahao had just returned to the outside of the castle and found Morong Shui standing at the gate.
Go ahead and get busy,
Zhang Jiahao said to Qin Meng, then got out of the car and walked towards Morong Shui.
Colonel Mu, what are you doing standing here?
Morong Shui had just been cruising around the island in her car. She had only wanted to go over to see the site of the base, but she hadn't expected to find this castle on her way. She had been standing here for most of the day thinking about the sudden appearance of the castle and froze.
General Zhang, what's going on with this castle?
Facing Morong Shui's inquiry, Zhang Jiahao just smiled faintly without opening his mouth and directly walked past her and entered the castle. Morong Shui bit her red lips when she saw this, and then she also followed into the castle.
Colonel Mu, this is my home. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to barge right in like this?
Morong Shui had just walked through the castle gates when Zhang Jiahao, who was in front of her, suddenly turned around and looked at her and said,
Ahem, General, can I come in for a visit?
Morong Shui was a bit embarrassed. She was also hasty. Nowadays this was not her own place.
Yes, but don't move.
Zhang Jiahao returned, then turned around and walked inside. Morong Shui nudged her lips and followed Zhang Jiahao's pace.
A few moments later,
Zhang Jiahao came to the botanical garden next to the fountain and sat down in the gazebo.
General, may I ask how this castle came to be?
Zhang Jiahao's gaze had been on top of the fountain and did not look at her,
but faintly returned. Didn't you already ask? You're still competing with me, young or not. 2A, how ing childish. Ding, master, your hypocritical look is quite cute. Do you want this system to help you out? Dog system, hypocrisy your ass, play aside.
Just as Zhang Jiahao was fighting with the system, Morong Shui came to sit beside him.
General, I'm doing this for my job. After all, I want to serve you better.
Zhang Jiahao turned his head at her words, his eyes narrowing slightly at her.
How do you intend to serve?
Of course. Halfway through her words, Morong Shui suddenly felt that there was something wrong with what Zhang Jiahao had just said.
Why don't you say it? You hate it. You're trying to bully me again.
This sentence of Morong Shui's made Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shiver. He was still a bit uncomfortable.
Speak properly. Don't get all that fancy stuff. Which cadre can stand up to this kind of test?
Morong Shui sniffed, her small face slightly red, her teeth clenched and rattled,
but in just an instant,
she replaced it with a look of pity.
General, I just want to know.
Zhang Jiahao moved aside and looked at her with a surprised expression.
You just went out without taking your medicine?
Morong Shui was out of temper. She could sort of see that Zhang Jiahao was clearly doing this on purpose.
And I don't have time for small talk. Don't you want to know how this castle came to be? Yeah. How did it come about?
Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and pointed to the sky.
It fell from the sky. When the words fell, Zhang Jiahao got up and left,
leaving Morong Shui alone in the gazebo in disarray.
Humph, damn straight.
Morong Shui looked at Zhang Jiahao's back and left the castle with a grunt on her puckered little face.
In the guest house.
This is the closest building to the castle gates and houses the parlor,
guest rooms, and tea room.
The entire hall is more than 10 meters high, with a small flowing water rockery in the center, surrounded by many precious antiques. It was also the first time for Zhang Jiahao to come in, and before that, with Qin Meng and the others, they had only skipped around outside.
It's a nice sofa. I'm sure Yifei loves it. Zhang Jiahao lay down on the soft sofa. The feeling of comfort satisfied him, instantly reminding him of the sofa story with Yifei. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Jiahao directly took out his cell phone and called Yifei. He couldn't wait for Yifei to come over and experience the sofa together. Chapter 152, General, he's coming. Honey, is there anything? The castle is done. Do you want to come over and experience it first? You're the first one. It was quiet for a few seconds. Honey, are you telling the truth? From Yifei's tone, it could be heard that she was surprised and pleasantly surprised at the moment. Of course it's true. Let's turn on the video. As the words fell out, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone and directly opened the Genie software to make a video call to Yifei. Afterwards, Zhang Jiahao showed her the castle briefly. Honey, I want to go over there now. Listening to Yifei's impatient voice, Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and returned. Go to the airport. I'll have someone pick you up and bring you here. After making the arrangements, Zhang Jiahao hung up the phone. Afterwards, after instructing Qin Meng to go ahead and pick up the person, Zhang Jiahao browsed through the system mall. The things in the department store area were the cheapest, followed by the mechanical area, of which the most expensive belonged to the technology area, with some selling for up to over 1,000,000 points. Zhang Jiahao glanced at his points balance and shook his head with an egg on his face. Given his current situation, this was really a bit far away from him. About an hour and a half later, Yifei was led to the castle by Qin Meng. Honey, Yifei had just walked into the hall, and after catching a glimpse of Zhang Jiahao, she shouted and rushed up. With that, he directly jumped up, his entire body hanging onto Zhang Jiahao's body. Qin Meng turned away silently in envy at the sight. Nikki, you actually vacuumed? Zhang Jiahao hugged her and detected a different touch. People aren't just trying to make it easier for you. Aoife was wearing a black slouchy wraparound dress with a slim chiffon veil that drew the two of them even closer to zero contact. Zhang Jiahao had already been made to feel bad by Morong Shui, that waste spirit, before, so where could he bear it at this moment? Without further ado, let's get straight to the point and be honest. At first glance, mountains are mountains and water is water. Then mountains are not mountains and water is not water. Ultimately the mountain is still a mountain and the water is still water. An hour or so later, hubby, I think that Miss Qin is very nice, and the way she looks at you is full of adoration. Don't you consider taking her in? Yifei said as she lay on Zhang Jiahao's chest, her fingers drawing circles on it. What do you think is good about her? With such a knowledgeable woman, Zhang Jiahao was naturally very pleased. Hubby, whether in terms of status and figure or face value, Ms. Qin is very nice. Zhang Jiahao pinched her small cheeks. Why do you all keep thinking of pushing me out now? Are you guys tired of it or do you have a dog outside? Yifei sniffed and gave him a blank look, then spoke with a straight face. It's not that we're trying to push you out of the house, and it's not that we have a dog out there, but it's your own problem. Zhang Jiahao was a bit confused. What's wrong with yourself? All functions are functioning normally. Honey, you're a hungry wolf that can't be fed. You don't even know what big sister says. Zhang Jiahao was interested. How so? She said that other people might be real wolves, and you are definitely the real Wolverine. Zhang Jiahao heard instantly understand, together with their own gang of good people a bit unable to carry, thinking of looking for some sisters to help share the pressure. General! Just then, Qin Meng's anxious voice came from outside the door. Major Qin, what's wrong? Zhang Jiahao opened his mouth to ask while getting up. General, he's killing us. Zhang Jiahao was a bit confused. What the hell is killing over? It's Academician Chen. He's killing his way over and will soon arrive at the castle. Zhang Jiahao was shocked at his words. Asterisk. Little wildcat, get up. Old man Chen is coming over. Yifei sniffed without saying anything more and got up to dress. About 10 minutes later, in the lobby of the main building. Ha, you kid, you really know how to enjoy yourself, actually running here by yourself. Zhang Jiahao had just gone downstairs when Chen Zhizhong walked in just outside the door. Hey, what brings you here? Chen Zhizhong changed his face for a second at his words. What? Does it mean that I, an old man, can't even look for you now? Listen, what's this talk? For those who don't know, they'll think I'm bullying the old man. Of course you can. It has to be okay. Chen Zhizhong sniffed and replaced his smiling face once again. You kid, why don't you bring Siki over? Is it because she's been naughty again? Zhang Jiahao smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. No matter, it's not a busy time on the island. I'll pick her up when it's all perfected. Hey, I heard you boys had some new goodies. So old man, I came over to take a look. Meow. Lao Yi, that big mouth. Academician Chen, the base hasn't been built yet, so things won't be visible for a while. Chen Zhizhong waved his hand. It's fine. I don't have much to do lately, old man. You arrange a room for me. I'll stay here and wait. When Zhang Jiahao heard this, he secretly shouted in his heart, but on the surface, He still nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. This is of course no problem. Just pick any room you like and stay in whichever one looks good to you. Chen Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. The old man doesn't live in your building. The building next to it can be lived in, right? Sure. Had. Well then, old man, I'm going to go pick out a room. Chapter 153, Me. From the year 2060. Chen Zhizhong had just left in front of him, and Yifei also walked down. Honey, why is Academician Chen here? Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist, sat down on the sofa aside, and pinched her small face. What's next? F shook her head. It's fine. I've been planning on taking some time off lately. Then rest here. Yifei narrowed her eyes at the words and glanced at Zhang Jiahao with seemingly deep meaning. Honey, are you sure I can rest here? What she experienced last night, Yifei is now vividly remembered. Really stay here, not to mention rest. I'm afraid that we'll turn into a mummy is not certain. Ahem. You're overthinking it. It's not like I'm like that every day. You can't really find a few people to accompany you. Zhang Jiahao naturally understood what she was trying to express, and it was true that he himself wouldn't be like that every day. After all, his mind was on the space battleship right now. Subsequently, in less than 2 days, Yifei really couldn't carry it anymore, and she had no choice but to call Li Bingyan over. After that, Zhang Jiahao and the two women started a life without shame and quietly waited for the base to be completed. During that time, Chen Zhizhong came to ask him once a day when he could see something. Chen Zhizhong was also a persistent person, never stopping and coming to care for Zhang Jiahao every day. In addition to Chen Zhizhong, Morong Shui also came almost every other day, and many subtle things happened during that time, but the battle-hardened Zhang Jiahao didn't fall, but instead, Morong Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Zhang Jiahao wasn't waiting around dryly, and almost every day, he urged He Yuxuan and the others to spend money, and his points quickly rebounded to over 10,000. Half a month later, Yifei had already left a few days ago, but Li Bingyan remained here. Outside the base, soldiers stood all around, each with a real one in his hand, alert and always on the lookout for any breeze around them. Chen Zhizhong, Morong Shui, Qin Meng, and the others had long gathered here, waiting for Zhang Jiahao's arrival. Soon, Zhang Jiahao drove and arrived with Li Bingyan. General, it's all ready. Zhang Jiahao had just gotten out of the car when Qin Meng greeted him. Well, go. After the efforts of Shangguan Jiar and her team, the base was perfectly completed after more than half a month. Zhang Jiahao came to the base gate and pressed his palm on the palm print recognizer on it. Palm print verification successful. Please move your face into the facial recognition system. Recognition successful. Space Base 1, welcome home General Zhang. As Zhang Jiahao finished verifying the information, the gate of the base slowly opened, and then the crowd walked in. The base gate also slowly closed. After passing through 3 security gates, the group arrived at the interior of the base. The interior is huge and is divided into 3 main areas: the research area, the control area, and the takeoff area. Where the crowd is currently located is the takeoff zone. The entire base of the interior of the full sense of science and technology, so that people like to have a kind of illusion of the future of science and technology city. Everyone, please close your eyes. The crowd was puzzled, but they closed their eyes. Ding! Deduct 10,000 points. The purchase of the space battleship was successful. It has been deposited into the system space. The owner can withdraw it at any time. Zhang Jiahao tapped on the system space, and then with a thought, he placed the space battleship into the takeoff area below. With a slight vibratory sensation coming from it, a jumbo appeared in the takeoff area. Big, very big. Okay, you can open your eyes now. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the crowd opened their eyes. Chen Zhizhong was directly stunned in place. Morong Shui's small mouth opened wide, almost forgetting to breathe. Qin Meng rubbed her eyes, and her gaze kept moving between Zhang Jiahao and the space battleship. As for Li Bingyan, the hand holding Zhang Jiahao was constantly trembling as her gaze was dead set on the space battleship. K-ho! What is this? Chen Zhizhong was the first to come back to his senses, and ran to Zhang Jiahao's nearness with an excited face. Academician Chen, this is a space battleship, a futuristic technological product. I call it Blue Star 1. It has a maximum capacity of 8,000 passengers, including 10 drivers and 100 deployment and other personnel. It has basic functions such as autopilot, autolock, and auto-targeting. It is currently equipped with sufficient ammunition, and as for power, it only takes one small energy bomb to destroy the entire blue planet. If all of its available ammunition was shot up, it could destroy 50,000 planets like Blue Star. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, the scene was dead silent. 5 minutes later, K-ho, you come with me for a moment. Zhang Jiahao nodded slightly and followed Chen Zhizhong to the office on the side. K-ho, is this space battleship really what you say it is? Chen Zhizhong was still as if he was in a dream today.
The shock that Zhang Jiahao's introduction had given him was too great. If this was true, then this space battleship was an invincible existence in Blue Star. And even flying out into space could be a powerful level existence. Academician Chen, what I just said is just the basics. Its true combat power is much more than that. Chen Zhizhong's breathing became rapid. What this meant was very clear in his heart. He slowed down, stabilizing some of his agitation. A few moments later, K-Ho, are you not human? Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words, but in a moment he reacted and smiled faintly towards Chen Zhizhong. Academician Chen, I am a human being, a real and true human being. You don't have to doubt this. Chen Zhizhong looked up and down. If you're really a human being, then how do you explain this space battleship? Chen Zhizhong stared at Zhang Jiahao dead in the face. Are you playing? In just a blink of an eye, a giant ship appeared. And a giant ship that was awesome to the heavens. Do you think I'm too old to be fooled? After such a long period of contact, Zhang Jiahao wasn't afraid of being dragged to be sliced and studied, which was why he didn't avoid the crowd. Take a step back, he's also in the military now. Academician Chen, where do you think those things from Transcendent One came from? Chen Zhizhong fell into deep thought as he sniffed. After a short period of time, he looked at Zhang Jiahao with a grave expression on his face. K-Ho, don't tell me you're an alien? Chen Zhizhong thought for a long time. He could only think of this, and this was the only way to explain it. He recalled all the technologies that Zhang Jiahao had brought. None of them were ahead of their time, and with today's technological level, ask a local person if he really had that ability to realize it. Other than that, what he was most worried about was whether or not Zhang Jiahao would be unfavorable to this planet, and whether or not he would one day directly destroy this planet with a single shot. Academician Chen, I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. There's no need to think about anything else. My goal is to explore space, and I won't do anything unfavorable to Blue Star. Chen Zhizhong's eyebrows stretched. Jiahao, you honestly say, you really are not an outsider? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiahao naturally understood what he was trying to convey and shook his head. Me, from the year 2060, chapter 154, not a major general anymore. Stop it. Really think that the old man I am old not. Since you are not convenient to say, then I will not ask. But this space battleship matter is not a small matter. I have to report it to the top. Is that okay with you? Zhang Jiahao smiled faintly and nodded slightly. For this he didn't try to hide it. Otherwise he wouldn't have looked for Yi Nantian. It's fine. Academician Chen. Feel free. If there's nothing else, let's go back and take a look first. Chen Zhizhong's face changed at the words, and his old face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. Hey, go back. I'll be there in a few minutes. Zhang Jiahao nodded and then left. Chen Zhizhong also pulled out an encrypted cell phone and then dialed a number. The 1st Military Division of the Imperial Capital. What? A space battleship? Yi Nantian was so shocked that he shouted out and directly stood up from his chair. Academician Chen, are you sure? Chen Zhizhong, little Yi, old man, I don't have time to bull asterisk with you. I'm going to go see the battleship, believe it or not. Doodle doodle. Yi Nantian listened to the sound of this phone hanging up. He was a bit messy and a bit unbelievable, but when he thought about it carefully, Chen Zhizhong was a proper old curmudgeon, and it was simply impossible to joke about such things. At that thought, he also dialed a phone number. Space 1 base. Welcome home, Captain. Checking for strangers following. Do we intercept? Zhang Jiahao had just opened the hatch when a mechanical sound rang out and gave a thoughtful reminder. Once the space battleship had been successfully purchased, it had been directly bound to his bio-information, making him the captain of the space battleship by default. No need to intercept. Zhang Jiahao's words fell and he also walked in. Behind him, Qin Meng and the others followed suit, each with a shocked expression on their faces at that moment. Soon, Zhang Jiahao and the crowd arrived inside the battleship. Where the hatch came in was the activity pod, a space about the size of a soccer field. This is a science fiction world? The crowd was shocked by the scene in front of them. Instead of being an activity pod, it's more like a small park, equipped with facilities just like a park. There is a small lake, a rockery, grass and trees, and a vegetable patch not far away. With that kind of environment, anyone who comes in and looks at it has to be confused. Zhang Jiahao was also shocked to the core, and he hadn't expected that this paradisiacal place was actually just a movable cabin. Soon, the crowd came to the cockpit. Warm reminder, unauthorized personnel other than the captain are prohibited from entering the cockpit. The ladies also stopped in their tracks when they heard this mechanical sound reminder, and Zhang Jiahao didn't say much when he saw this and directly entered the cockpit. The cockpit wasn't small either, visually estimated to be around 2,000 square feet or so of space, with several areas such as the main console, monitoring area, and launch area. No matter the design style or supporting facilities, it is even more dominant than in sci-fi movies. Zhang Jiahao checked it out for a while, and he then turned around and went out. and then he led the crowd through a hexagonal gate to the rest cabin. The rest cabins are equipped with a total of nearly 2,000 rooms, and for the higher rooms you have to take an elevator. The ladies were looking dumbfounded. The luxury in here was simply trenchant, and the space in the room wasn't small. Besides the 4 beds, there were also matching tables and chairs. Wave a dash, Keiho, don't look at all that, come on, show me the cockpit. At this time, Chen Zhizhong hurriedly ran in and pulled Zhang Jiahao out without a word. Ahem, academician Chen, slow down, you still need authorization to enter the cockpit. Chen Zhizhong stopped at the words and turned to look at Zhang Jiahao. Can you give me authorization? Zhang Jiahao smiled and nodded slightly. Authorization was no big deal. No one else could operate the battleship without his orders as the captain. Oh sure, let's go. Soon, Zhang Jiahao led Chen Zhizhong to the cockpit. The authorization process was also simple. Just a little entry of palm prints, retina, and binding of DNA bioinformation. Equals. Chen Zhizhong shouted out a national essence, and then began to observe it everywhere, whether it was the main console or the launch area. One by one he carefully made his observations. About an hour later, Keiho, get up. How can you sleep with all this good stuff laying around? Zhang Jiahao was lying on the sofa at the moment. He was indeed asleep, and after seeing it once, his freshness had passed. Degree, academician Chen, how are you feeling? When Zhang Jiahao's words fell, Chen Zhizhong did not make a sound, but pointed out the cockpit door. Zhang Jiahao turned around in confusion. Asterisk. What's old Ji doing here? Chen Zhizhong hemmed and hawed. Jiahao, maybe Little Leaf sent you a surprise. Let's go out. A surprise? This bad old man is bad. Just don't pull the wool over my eyes. Hey, General Zhang, you're beaming. Looks like you've had a good little life. Zhang Jiahao had just stepped out of the hatch when Yi Nantian greeted him and broke into a bragging match. Old Yi, don't organize all this. It's weird. Just say what you have. I can carry it. Yi Nantian rolled his eyes at that. Think of me kindly. I'm here to surprise you. Don't make it sound like I'm here to pull your wool over your eyes. Zhang Jiahao hemmed and hawed. Old Yi, tell me instead. What's the surprise? The corners of Yi Nantian's mouth rose slightly. Then he pulled out several documents and medals from his bag. Hey, take a look. You won't be a major general anymore. You'll have to be called a lieutenant general instead. A proper lieutenant general. Oh, Zhang Jiahao was stunned at his words. Chapter 155, The First Pilot. Old Yi, stop it. Zhang Jiahao waved his hand and said, what will or won't be? He really doesn't care. Might as well give him 10 or 8 beauties really. Ahem, that Keiho, show me around? Zhang Jiahao handed the document to Li Bingyan who was at the side and nodded before starting to show Yi Nantian around Blue Star 1. Li Bingyan that was a face of delight. Her man had risen again. She was very excited inside. You know, lieutenant generals don't just get promoted, and they're lieutenant generals with real power. As for Morong Shui, her eyes were glowing brightly. She knew better than Li Bingyan and knew what a lieutenant general meant. Not to mention such a young lieutenant general. At this moment, even she herself did not notice that her unstarted engine has begun to leak in the oil. About half an hour later, inside the cockpit, Jiahao, with this battleship, our Dragon Kingdom can be considered a truly invincible existence. That expense of buying the island and its construction, I've already applied for a refund for you, and there's another 100 billion in commendation fees, which should be in your company's account by now. After visiting Blue Star 1, Yi Nantian was shocked beyond words. This space battleship was a divine object. When Zhang Jiahao bought the island and its construction, he spent a total of $1 trillion, and before he came he had already applied for a refund from the top, and the top passed it in seconds. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, it's all just a string of numbers. My mind is on outer space right now. Zhang Jiahao's words were indeed the truth. For him today, money and power as well as women he did not lack. With his current industry, his daily incomes were in the billions, and there was still Tuzi around, giving him a little pocket money almost every few days as well. Keiho, I have to go back first. The State Lord is still waiting for me to report back. If the Transcendent Mecha was a chopper, then this Blue Star one was an immortal sword, and the difference between the two was obvious. Soon, Yi Nantian left with Chen Zhizhong. Li Bingyan and the others also left, leaving only Morong Shui still standing in place. Colonel Mu, what are you still doing here? Morong Shui sniffed and walked closer to him, lightly biting her red lips before slowly opening her mouth. General Zhang, can I go in and see the cockpit? Zhang Jiahao's eyes narrowed slightly as he came closer to her. Colonel Mu, the cockpit of the Blue Star one can only be accessed by my people. So do you understand? Morong Shui sniffed. Could it be that? You an academician Chenmei? Looking at her eyes with a bit of color, the corners of Zhang Jiahao's mouth twitched slightly for a few moments. At the same time a thought flashed through his mind.
This woman's brain circuit is a bit big. Colonel Mu, since you're so unintelligent, let's get out. As Zhang Jiahao's words fell, he just wanted to turn around and go out, but he didn't expect Morong Shui to hug him from behind. Instantly, a virginal fragrance slowly entered Zhang Jiahao's nose with the air. Although there were several protections, Zhang Jiahao could still clearly feel that the headlights were not only flexible, but also the size was at the level of the golden ratio. Don't ask him why he knows. Wavy dash, General Zhang. Why don't we talk inside the cockpit? What do you think? Morong Shui brought her cherry mouth to his ear and exhaled as if it were an orchid as she softly opened her mouth. Zhang Jiahao's body slightly trembled, and he also instantly came back to his senses, directly turning around in a circle while wrapping his arms around her small savage waist. Colonel Mu, that's a pretty good suggestion, but when you go in, you can't move around. Morong Shui nodded at his words and shyly leaned her small head on Zhang Jiahao's shoulder. Regarding Morong Shui's abnormal behavior at this moment, Zhang Jiahao did not bother to think much about it. In front of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming would be futile. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to put Morong Shui, this niece, on the spot, and Jesus couldn't save her. Degree, Colonel Mu, you're about to become the first pilot. Lie down. Coming to the cockpit, Zhang Jiahao loosened his big hand around her small waist and pointed to the sofa on the side and said, he. General Zhang, lying down and driving is definitely more fun. I still get that one. As the words fell, Morong Shui blinked her beautiful eyes and directly laid down on the sofa to the side. Although Morong Shui wore a seductive face, her fleeting wry smile was still seen by Zhang Jiahao. Chapter 156, A New Departure. About an hour later. Cheryl, how are you feeling? Zhang Jiahao handed the clothes to Morong Shui, who took them and began to dress, the reddish color on her face still fading. Degree V, General, after the in-depth exchange we just had, we're on our own now, right? Morong Shui put her clothes back on and looked at Zhang Jiahao with a satisfied face as she opened her mouth to ask, aha, it's one of our own, and you'll be one of the pilots of this battleship from now on. Zhang Jiahao wrapped his arm around her small waist and sent her a kiss, speaking softly, the whole process just now, and he imagined the same. Often the more high-cool women, after the highway, that wild speed is not ordinary people can reach. Afterwards, the two of them got tired of each other for a while, and Morong Shui also left Blue Star 1. After Morong Shui left, Zhang Jiahao also started the next step, selecting the driver. In the days that followed, the selection and assessment work quickly began to unfold with Yi Nanshan's cooperation. The number of people who participated in the examination was as high as 50,000. Almost bringing together such talents from the entire Dragon Kingdom. The first round of tests sifted out nearly 40,000 people, and the whole process consumed 3 days. At the end of the second round, there were only more than 1,000 people left, and the elimination mechanism was brutal. In the end, there were less than 300 people left at the end of the final examination, and these people successfully became the crew of the Blue Star 1. A few months later, on this day, nearly 1,000 people gathered outside the base. Among them, Zhang Jiahao's best friends and relatives were present, and even the lord of the country was there in person. At this moment, there were guarding generals standing all around the base, and all eyes were gathered at the base gate. Jiahao, this trip is dangerous and your burden is not light, but the most important point is still to focus on safety. In the face of the State Lord's command, Zhang Jiahao saluted before slowly speaking, please don't worry, State Lord, the defense of Blue Star 1 isn't bad. The danger will be there but I'll take care of it. On the side, Yi Nantian, Chen Zhizhong, and the others were all watching Zhang Jiahao. It was because in 10 minutes, Zhang Jiahao was about to fly into space in the Blue Star 1 and start the journey of space exploration. Okay, go and have a word with the family. The State Lord smiled and waved his hand as he spoke out a reminder to Zhang Jiahao. Yes, Lord of the land. Zhang Jiahao saluted and then headed in the direction of Zhang Jingtian's crowd. Dad, Mom, Sis, Zhang Jingtian nodded, and from the expression on his face, it could be seen that there was a hint of pride within his heart at the moment. In addition to worry, when you go out, be safe, and no matter what predicament you face, don't lose the face of our Blue Star people. As soon as Zhang Jingtian's words fell, Li Lin tapped him on the shoulder and then spoke with a disgruntled expression. You old man, what's all this talk for? Afterward, Zhang Jiahao said a few words to his family as he turned around and walked closer to the women. He spent a few minutes speaking to the crowd one by one. Soon, Zhang Jiahao was ready with the ship's crew. Besides Morong Shui, Li Bingyan, and Chen Siki, there were a few other women following him. 1320. As the patio cover over the base separates, Blue Star 1 is officially activated and the behemoth begins to lift off. Soon, the Blue Star 1 came over the base, and after sounding another whistle to say goodbye, it instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was looking up at the starry sky,
And there was a common wish in everyone's heart that the Blue Star One's trip to space would go well. At this point, Zhang Jiahao also wished to bring the dream in his heart, officially began his new journey. This is the end of the book.